La 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 Damasha. La 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 Damasha. What the? Boom. The last thing Garen saw was the truck drift. His world fell silent. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in his consciousness. Ding, joy system binding. Ding, binding complete. Ding, congratulations, Funseeker. Garen could no longer be bothered to care about whatever the hell this joy system was. His consciousness was heavy, and all he wanted was to have a good sleep. Do you wish to activate the resurrection service? Do you wish to activate the resurrection service? Do you wish to activate the reincarnation service? Do you wish to activate the reincarnation service? After a long while, the joy system, receiving no response from its host, began its own operation. It swiftly swept up Garen's soul and rushed out of this universe. After traveling for an unknown span of time, the joy system sensed violent energy fluctuations from a distant place. The joy system, without hesitation, turned around, intending to go join in the fun. In the vast void of the macrocosm, a golden and a silver light mass were delivering a savage beating to the supreme god and Oa. Every strike sent both them and the universe behind them trembling violently. Let you sneak attack. Boom. Let you be dishonorable. Boom. Let you be a sneaky rat. Boom. Let you. Boom, boom, boom. You hit him. Beat that bastard to death. That's it, awesome. Buddy 666. The joy system, watching the show from the sidelines, couldn't help but fire a true rocket. There's a little fellow here too. The moment the voice sounded, the joy system instantly felt terror descending. Without a second thought, it immediately activated, but it was clearly a step too late. A hand as white and smooth as jade had already firmly grasped it. The joy system was scared half to death and immediately initiated a communication request. Big bro, I'm a streamer. Don't kill me. You little thing, your will to live is pretty strong, huh? The man, breathtakingly handsome to the point of defying all rules, shook his head with a light smile. Inside, the joy system calculations were racing at maximum speed, pondering how to answer to successfully win the resurrection match. This action directly sent it into a half-crash state with electric sparks scattering recklessly inside it. It looked as if it were about to explode right in front of the man at any moment. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. As he spoke, the man had already seen through the joy system and the Garen within it. This stirred up some of his old memories. He raised a finger and gently pointed at Garen's soul. Then with a slight flick of his finger, the joy system vanished together with Garen. The peerlessly handsome man stared into the distance where the joy system had disappeared, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Is this also part of karma? Interesting. His form dissipated. In the distance, the golden and silver orbs, as if they had fought enough, slowly disappeared, heading to unknown places. On the other side, the joy system, which had narrowly escaped death, no longer wished to watch the show. It plunged headfirst into the nearest DC world. During this process, electric sparks were already flashing wildly inside it. Clearly, it was not in good shape. Ding detected that the host possesses sufficient energy to reforge a body. Do you wish to reforge? After waiting for a long time, it still received no reply. The joy system asked again. Ding detected that the host possesses sufficient energy to reforge a body. Do you wish to reforge? Another moment passed, and there was still no response from Garen. Ding, defaulting to the host, having given up on reforging the body. Automatically matching the body with the highest soul compatibility. Start matching. Target information acquired, proceeding at full speed. Inside the Phantom Zone, a female phantom corpse bearing a striking resemblance to Kara Zor-El, yet far more mature and alluring, drifted slowly. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the corpse at a speed beyond all comprehension, instantly merging into it and carrying her out of the Phantom Zone. Having been beaten and left in a fury, the Supreme God noticed this turn of events. He directly thrust out a hand, intending to annihilate Kara Zor-El and the entity that had borrowed her body across the vast expanse of time and space. If you dare to act, your entire universe will be buried with her. The Supreme God, hearing this voice, instantly ceased his. Still resentful, he grabbed Kara's body with one hand and hurled it straight out of the DC universe. In 1943, in Brooklyn, New York. I can do this all day. A small, battered Steve, gasping for breath, had just uttered those words. Suddenly, a humanoid figure fell from the sky, slamming two thugs into the ground. From the looks of it, the two thugs were clearly beyond saving. Steve swallowed hard and looked up at the sky. Was this person thrown off a building? Man, my head is about to explode. Garen massaged his head and slowly rose from the ground. At that moment, within his mind, two streams of memory kept colliding. The entire life of a woman from birth to death flashed through his mind like a movie playing in fast forward. Who am I exactly? Patting his head, Garen asked an utterly stupid question. Steve glanced upward again, confirmed no one was there, then cautiously took a step forward. At this moment, he finally got a full view of the woman's appearance. Golden wavy hair, blue eyes, and skin as delicate as a gulp. Steve swallowed hard. He felt he might have just encountered the legendary Angel. In his mind, all the beautiful words in the world were insufficient to describe the girl before him. Hey brother, what's the matter? Garen felt a chill run down his spine under Steve's gaze. Being a man himself, he knew exactly what that look meant. Realizing his rudeness, Steve quickly lowered his head and stammered, Sorry, ma'am. Ma'am. Only then did Garen gradually shake off the chaotic state of his mind and take time to observe his own condition. Hearing Steve's words, he slowly lowered his head. Wait, what's going on? Garen instantly cursed. Hadn't he only died once? Why did even his gender get changed? Had he been reincarnated, transmigrated, or Was this resurrection through a borrowed corpse? For a moment, Garen's thoughts raced wildly, and he felt utterly shaken. Steve glanced out of the corner of his eye at Garen, who was frantically patting his own body. Kind-heartedly, he moved a discarded mirror from the side over to him. "Ma'am, you look wonderful." Admittedly, Steve's smile was very infectious. Garen looked at himself in the mirror and was thoroughly resigned. She had actually turned into an absurdly beautiful blonde babe. This. Ma'am, are you all right? Steve asked, concerned, as he noticed Galen staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror. "I am fine, I guess," Galen replied with a long sigh. How could things change so suddenly? After their brief, awkward exchange, silence fell between them once more. Only then did Steve take the time to carefully examine Galen's attire. The black, form-fitting combat suit of exquisite quality not only perfectly accentuated Karen Zoel's figure, it also lent her an air of remarkable competence. Combined with the fact that she had fallen from the building without a scratch, a word surfaced in Steve's mind. Agent. He instantly felt he had uncovered the truth, and a bold plan began to brew within him. Galen, feeling uneasy under his gaze, started to recall who this person was. This familiar face. After a moment she remembered. Wasn't this the smooth-talking Captain Captain America? Steve Rogers? Steve was taken aback for a moment upon hearing his name, then nodded happily. It seemed he was quite— This beautiful agent lady actually recognized him. Galen was speechless at Steve's expression. She had reason to suspect that he was definitely not thinking the same thing as her. Shaking her head, she ignored his thoughts and asked again, "Did you succeed in enlisting?" Hearing her question, Steve's expression dimmed. He slowly shook his head, his voice low. "No." Galen perked up immediately upon hearing this. She looked around with a serious expression, then leaned closer to Steve and whispered as quietly as possible, "Don't worry, the organization has already noticed you. I was sent here specifically to invite you to join. So are you interested in joining us, Steve Rogers?" After speaking, Galen stared intently at Steve with a serious expression, while internally wondering if she should call the organization Hydra Captain. "I'm willing." Steve's answer was surprisingly firm and fast. This left Galen stunned for a moment, a little confused. This guy agreed without even knowing the organization's name. Across from her, Steve was beaming with joy. He thought to himself, judging by this girl's attire, the organization she's with can't be too bad. Finally, I can serve my— And so the two walked out of the alley together. "By the way, ma'am, what's your name?" "G.A." Galen paused, then continued, "Karen. Just call me Karen." Walking beside Karen, Steve was filled with anticipation. "Ms. Karen, when will the organization start training me? I can't wait to contribute to the country." Karen choked for a second. "Train? What training? With your current scrawny frame, you'd be broken in no time." She waved her hand dismissively. "No rush. The organization's task for me is to observe you for a while longer. When the time is right, they'll come to pick you up." "Okay." Steve hesitated, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that Karen might be a fraud. But as he turned and looked at her perfect profile, he immediately slapped himself twice. He inwardly cursed, "I'm such a jerk for suspecting such a beautiful girl." Karen was baffled by Steve's actions, wondering what he was doing. Did he have some kind of tendency? Should she help him out? "Ahem, want me to help you with that?" Steve's mouth twitched. He wasn't an idiot. Given that Karen had fallen from such a high building without a scratch, if she actually hit him, wouldn't she break him? He quickly made some excuses to change the subject. They chatted idly for a bit longer, with Karen spinning some tales before she had Steve pay for her room and board. Before leaving, Steve even apologized to Karen with a look of shame. This left Karen a bit taken aback, but she didn't say anything. After seeing Steve off, Karen locked the door and began to carefully piece together the events of the short period. First, she had suddenly ceased to exist on her way home. At that time, something called the fun system seemed to have bound itself to her. Then the next thing she knew, she was seeing Steve. "Hey, you damn system there." Ding, nope. What the hell? Explain this. "I'm a 24K pure male. How did I just change?" Ding, the system simply matched you with the most suitable body based on your situation. "Thanks a lot. Can't you tell a man from a woman?" Ding, according to the protection protocol, we do not identify gender. Does that protocol say you can't just drag me around random? Dude, I open my eyes, and where have you sent me? Captain America, huh? Ding, the system asked for your consent, but you did not respond. Karen was utterly speechless. She had been unconscious. How could— A thought struck her. She felt it was futile to reason with this thing. No matter what, she had a second chance at life now. She was already ahead, so now she just had to see if she could maximize her gains from this thing. A thought struck her. She felt it was futile to reason with this thing. No matter what, she had a second chance at life now. She was all— Don't rush to refute. She cleared her throat and immediately put on a wronged expression. A man like me suddenly become— Do you know how much damage this does to a child? Ding, you were 20 years old when you died. You are no longer a child. Karen felt like spitting blood. This thing always hit the nail on the head, stabbing right at her heart. Who could stand that? So she decided to come clean. Alright, I won't quibble with you. Just give me the benefits. Ding, perfect Kryptonian gene adaptation complete. Ding, storage space unlocked. Ding, system mission issued. Karen waited for a while, but the system remained silent. She grumbled inwardly, this thing is really stingy. 2 items and a mission, and she was dismissed. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to nitpick. As long as she got something to balance her psyche, it was fine. As for the mission, she glanced at it. It was as good as none. It really fit the definition of the fun system. What Karen didn't know was that of those 2 items, one hadn't even come from the system. There wasn't much else to say. Following the system's prompts, Karen experienced the power of the perfect Kryptonian physique. She had at most been in the sun for less than half a day. Her Superman ability growth had already exceeded 80 for those who have been Superman automatically compared to Zod. Karen harbored serious doubts, convinced that there was definitely a legacy from her previous life involved. After all, the title of the first female general of Krypton was earned through real battles. Perfect genes naturally also included perfect control. The biological force field, thermal vision, super strength, super speed, and more. Karen experienced them all in a short period. In fact, during the day she had walked down the street with Steve. She had unintentionally used her illusion ability, though she wasn't quite aware of it at the time. Through the system, Karen learned about the black technology of her battle suit. It was specifically crafted for her by several top scientists from Krypton in her previous life. Not only was it clean and had exceptional temperature control, but it also featured a transformation function. This battlesuit was equivalent to all of Superman's suits in the movies. Furthermore, her suit possessed defense capabilities far superior to other Kryptonian suits along with self-repair abilities. This is truly a battlesuit that lasts until death. Karen couldn't help but exclaim. As long as it wasn't destroyed in an instant, her suit could complete self-repair. It was simple. Next, a question arose in her mind. Logically, there was no death penalty on Krypton. That was why she had been exiled to the... So how did she die? The Phantom Zone, whether in her past life or this life, was something Karen understood well. It was impossible to be killed there. At the same time, she clearly remembered the scene of her exile. Karen glanced at the glasses beside her and gently put them on. Raising her hand, she gently pushed them up, her gaze sharp. Then there can only be one truth. The next morning, Steve arrived at Karen's door with breakfast. To his bewilderment, how could a high-level agent like Karen sleep until the afternoon? He didn't understand and didn't dare. When Karen opened the door, she was greeted by a resentful-looking Steve holding breakfast. Steve is here. Karen smiled and invited Steve inside. During the process, Steve hesitated. In his eyes, today's Karen seemed a bit different from yesterday's. If he had to say, she had become ordinary. This puzzled Steve greatly, and after a moment of hesitation, Karen, you seem a bit different today compared to yesterday. Hearing his words, Karen smiled gently. That's one of the dark arts from a mysterious ancient nation. You will understand later. Dark arts? Steve exclaimed, shocked. Pretty much. Karen casually replied, taking her breakfast. That was... Steve sat there in a daze. He hadn't expected that a member of that mysterious organization could also perform such magic. Tentatively, he asked, Karen, does your organization have any sorcery that can make someone appear stronger? He shyly raised his bony arm as he spoke. Yes, definitely. It's already been invented, and you'll be the first to use it. Really? Steve exclaimed, jumping up. Karen shook her head at the sight of Steve, who was so excited he was dancing in place. She wasn't lying. The super soldier serum, barring any accidents, would either be used by Steve or Carter. As for Red Skull, that failed experiment didn't count. Once Steve calmed down, Karen had already finished her breakfast. By the way, Karen, tonight my friend Bucky invited us to watch the World Expo together. Steve noticeably hesitated on the word us, clearly indicating that Bucky had only invited him. At this point, Steve thought of something else and continued. I heard that the well-known entrepreneur and inventor Howard Stark will also be attending. Are you going? He had heard many rumors. It was said that any girl who considered herself decent would be quite fond of him. But clearly Karen had no interest in Howard. If she wanted to, she could surpass Howard in a heartbeat. After all, the value of her super brain was evident. After all, she was just a person seeking fun. Becoming a scientist was out of the question. Seeing that Karen seemed a bit distracted, Steve couldn't gauge whether she was willing to go. So he asked again, Karen, are you going? Yes. Karen had the task of watching the complete Captain America 1. How could she not go? Great. Do you have any clothes besides your work uniform? Do you need me to prepare something for you? It was evident that Steve was... No need last night. I had someone bring me some. You can go out first, it'll be ready in a moment. Saying this, Karen pushed. Standing in front of the mirror, Karen felt a bit troubled. Although she had truly felt last night that she was no longer a man, accepting a dress all at once was still too much. After a moment of contemplation, referencing the soutane skirt combination of women on the street, Karen directly activated her battle suit to transform into a black outfit, but replaced the skirt with trousers. Although it was rare to see such attire on the street, it wasn't non-existent. Once dressed, Karen and Steve stepped onto the street. The first order of business was to sort out Steve's lunch. Karen admired this guy for standing guard for a stranger he had known for less than a day for an entire morning. With such determination, he truly deserved to be Captain America. Entering the restaurant, they found a spot that received plenty of sunlight. Steve simply ordered a meal. During the process, he didn't forget to order a dessert and drink for Karen. Karen smiled as she accepted the thoughtfulness of this guy. The two engaged in light conversation from time to time. It must be said that Steve was quite talkative, especially when it came to heroes who served their country. He could really talk for 3 days and nights. Soon after finishing their meal, the two began to stroll through the streets. Karen felt somewhat uncomfortable with the scene of the Great Depression during World War II. At a glance, most people passing by were women walking in pairs. The street vendors had to wait a long time to make a sale. Seeing Karen's lack of enthusiasm, Steve suggested taking her to see a movie. Karen was even more speechless. The projectors of this era were better left unmentioned. But unable to resist Steve's enthusiastic invitation, she had no choice but to follow him. Unsurprisingly, the opening was indeed a long recruitment advertisement. A few people in the front row were shouting that they wanted to see the main feature immediately. Karen also felt that this advertising time was indeed a bit too long, but had already been 10 minutes since they entered, yet the ads showed no sign of ending. However, Steve beside her was deeply engrossed and spoke out to stop a few people in the front row. Hey guys, keep it down. If you don't want to watch, don't disturb others. This behavior directly angered several people. They slowly stood up and gathered around. Steve, undaunted, brave. As a result, he was forcibly dragged outside. Throughout the process, Steve did not glance at Karen, clearly not wanting to inside. Karen sighed and slowly got up to follow. Stepping out of the screening room, she saw that Steve had already been pulled around the corner by a few people. Karen quickened her pace. "Shorty, I heard you love to meddle in other people's business. Today let me show you that meddling comes." The leader raised his hand, swinging it towards Steve. His arm was firmly caught in midair. With a forceful motion from Karen's palm, the leader let out a scream and knelt down. Karen directly kicked him in the head. The world fell completely silent. Then she provocatively beckoned to the remaining few. Gulp, a few of them swallowed hard, exchanging glances to muster their courage. The next moment, they charged forward with a roar. Karen had no interest in playing with them. Controlling her strength, she took one down at a time, making them all obediently lie on the ground. Turning around, she met Steve's envious gaze. It was the first time Steve witnessed Karen's combat prowess, and his heart was filled with admiration. However, his mood quickly sank as he stared at his frail hands. He thought to himself, if I had a healthy body, I wouldn't be any worse than Karen, right? Karen could easily guess what he was thinking. Stepping forward, she patted Steve's thin shoulder, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the alley. As they reached the alley's entrance, Karen and Steve spotted a breathless Bucky. Clearly, he had rushed over quickly. "Steve, are you okay?" Without waiting for a response, Bucky stepped closer and began to inspect Steve. I'm fine. Despite Steve's strong protest, he couldn't resist Bucky, who was significantly stronger. In the end, he could only give Karen a helpless look. "He's my best friend, we often do this." Then he allowed Bucky. After confirming that Steve was indeed fine, Bucky finally turned his gaze toward Karen. He glanced once, but couldn't see clearly. He looked again, but still couldn't make her out. Bucky even wondered if there was something wrong with his eyesight. His vision was perfectly fine during today's checkup. "Hey bro, staring at a beautiful lady like that is quite rude." Steve nudged Bucky and shot an apologetic glance at Karen. "Sorry, he usually doesn't act like this." Karen chuckled and nodded, knowing full well why Bucky kept staring at her. With a slight thought, she adjusted her illusion ability. This time, Bucky finally saw Karen's general appearance clearly and politely extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Miss Karen." "Just call me Karen." She lightly shook his hand. At that moment, Steve noticed Bucky's military uniform. "Bro, what's going on with you? Can't you tell? I've enlisted in the Army 107th Corps." Bucky put his arm around Steve's shoulder and began to boast about his accomplishments. Steve was clearly used to it. The two completely ignored Karen and continued walking away. Karen raised her hand, and the camera silently captured the beautiful and harmonious scene. After walking a distance, Steve finally remembered Karen. When he turned back, she had already vanished. Given Karen's abilities, Steve had nothing to worry about. What was Karen up to? Since it was World War II, she naturally had to visit the ancient country in the east that was undergoing. In the short span of 2 to 3 hours after Karen's arrival, numerous military bases in the Dragon Country faced devastation. No one knew what had attacked them. The last images they saw were of scorching and blinding red. With Karen's violent intervention, the dragon of this land awakened ahead of time. Dressed in black Kryptonian battle armor, Karen stood quietly atop Mount Tai. The cloak behind her billowed wildly in the wind, a hurricane washing away the heavy scent of blood on her. Though it was her first battle, Karen showed no signs of discomfort. All of this could be attributed to the rich combat memories of her previous life. "I sing you a song of a carefree battlefield. Who is the beautiful one that doesn't cross a rainy season? I pour you a drink, a toast to this life of parting." The light singing echoed. In a deep mountain forest, a figure resembling an instructor slowly turned around. His gaze was distant, looking beyond the mountains, reflecting the vast landscape in his eyes. As night fell, Karen had organized her thoughts, changed her attire, and quietly appeared near Steve and Bucky. Seeing the two still huddled together boasting, Karen shook her head. "Why don't you two just get married right here?" Hearing Karen's teasing, both turned their heads in unison. "Karen, I thought..." Steve quickly walked a couple of steps to meet her. Bucky, not feeling awkward, waved at a few ladies not far away. Clearly one of them was his date. Next, the group entered the World Expo together. For the various new inventions here, Bucky and Steve displayed great enthusiasm. Conversely, in Karen's eyes, these backward devices and instruments were truly of little interest to her. The only thing that caught her attention was Howard's anti-gravity car. Unfortunately, it barely lifted off for half a minute before crashing to the ground in a shower of sparks. It was clearly a failed project. After touring the car, Steve wandered into the recruitment office without realizing it. Her gaze constantly scanned through the walls, searching for Dr. Erskine's location, subtly guiding Steve. Just then, Bucky caught up and grabbed Steve. "Hey Steve, you haven't given up, have you? I told you the army really isn't for you." To Bucky's kind advice, Steve simply smiled and did not respond. Thinking that Steve had not yet given up, Bucky continued to persuade him. Growing increasingly impatient with Bucky's insistence, Steve began to counter. "Listen, Bucky, so many people have sacrificed for this war. I have my obligations too, right? I just need an opportunity to prove that I'm no worse than anyone else." Just as Steve was about to mention that he already had that opportunity, Karen subtly pulled him back. Steve immediately understood and shut his mouth. Bucky, feeling helpless about his friend's stubbornness, still wished him well and turned to leave with his date. This entire process was witnessed by Dr. Erskine, who happened to be passing by. He had been paying attention to Steve for a while now, and this time he was struck by the young man's values. Admiration was clearly written on his face. Karen, witnessing this scene, inwardly thought, "It's stable now." She pulled Steve away, not even glancing at Dr. Erskine. The two turned into a corner, and Karen stared seriously at Steve. Congratulations, Comrade Steve, you have passed the first assessment and can officially join the organization now. Really? Steve couldn't believe that he had passed without doing anything. Was he this lucky? Seeing his bewildered expression, Karen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, she seriously reminded him, remember Steve, your special code name from now on is Wolf Warrior. Do not mention it to anyone. I understand, Steve promised, even performing a salute to Karen. He thought to himself, this code name is too cool. Not bad. Karen gently patted Steve on the shoulder, then straightened his posture and gave him a firm push outward. Go on, do what you've always wanted to do. Steve was momentarily stunned by Karen's action, but quickly reacted to her words. He immediately jogged back towards the recruitment office. Unlike previous times, he came this time filled with hope. Soon the staff at the recruitment office completed his registration. When it came to the medical examination stage, all other staff members stepped out. Dr. Erskine walked in with a smile on his face. He first asked a series of serious questions to which Steve provided what he believed were the best answers. After receiving the answers he wanted, Dr. Erskine's eyes brightened as he approached Steve with a smile and shook his hand. Congratulations, you passed. Steve Rogers. Thank you. Steve had never been as happy as he was today. Immediately afterward, Dr. Erskine stamped a first-class badge on Steve's resume. On the other side, after Steve left, Karen, who had been watching him through the wall, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I need to consider my own issues. Karen thought briefly and then set her sights on Howard. She accelerated her pace and arrived at the Stark exhibition area in an instant. Scanning around, she quickly spotted Howard among a group of women. She pushed through the crowd, slowly approached Howard, and without saying a word delivered a powerful slap to his face. Oh no. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Even Howard himself was taken aback. He couldn't remember if he had any interaction with this lady in front of him. Right? Karen didn't care what others or Howard himself. She grabbed Howard by the collar and directly dragged him out of the crowd. This action went unopposed by others. Even Howard's bodyguard thought it was just an unwanted romantic advance, merely glancing over before returning to their own business, completely ignoring Howard's pleas for help. Karen quickly dragged Howard into a secluded alley. Madam, please listen to me. There might be a connection between us, but you can't treat me a gentleman so rudely, understand. Howard, realizing the situation was a bit unusual, remained calm. While trying to divert Karen's attention, he was making small movements behind his back. Karen observed this, seeing the corners of her mouth curling up as she softly clicked her tongue. Sure enough, the next moment, the originally playful Howard quickly repositioned his hands behind his back, one holding an exquisite handgun and the other a powerful stun gun. Confident of his victory, Howard spoke lightly, Madam, we should have a good talk. No matter what your actual purpose is. I believe you won't stop me if I want to leave, right? Karen did not answer, but directly shattered his fantasies through action. Two fair hands shot out with a speed that Howard could not possibly react to. A taunting smile appeared as she gently gripped. Crack, crack, thud. Howard watched his two inventions now completely deformed and useless, realizing that. Next, Karen quickly grabbed Howard by the collar to teach him cooperation. Her battlesuit transformed into red and blue. The two shot upwards in an instant. Madam, calm down. What do you want? Money. Power. I can help you with anything. Looking down at the increasingly distant ground, Howard's heart sank. However, Karen ignored him, wrapping the frozen Howard in a biological force field as they neared the outer atmosphere of Earth. They quickly broke through and entered outer space, quietly floating outside Earth's orbit. Howard, who had already closed his eyes to wait for death, secretly opened one eye. My God, what is this? What is this? Did I really survive to come here? Howard stammered in confusion. You see, even a genius like him in this era could only have a rudimentary idea of entering outer space. It would take at least another 20 or 30 years for humanity to truly step into space. Did he just accomplish this great feat brought here by a stranger? Howard Stark, the first person to enter space, amazed. After Howard had enough of gazing at the cosmic scenery, Karen slowly spoke. So what do you think, Mr. Howard? Can we have a... Yes, absolutely. What kind of technology is this? How much? No, I would give you all my wealth as long as you are willing to share the technology with me. Karen chuckled and shook her head, thinking how she couldn't quite describe this guy. No wonder someone like Tony could come from him. She slapped Howard on the head. Howard, calm down. This is not science and technology. As she spoke, Karen tossed a Superman comic book to Howard. I think you've read this comic. It has a detailed introduction to my abilities. Howard paused for a moment, his body protected by the biological force field, quickly flipping through the Superman comic. He indeed had read this comic, but he only felt it was a product of imagination. To achieve that level, it was no longer human, more like a god. Flying ability, super speed, and bioforce field. Howard nervously swallowed hard, wondering what kind of great terror he had encountered. Not just that. Karen finished speaking, her eyes releasing heat vision, instantly shattering a small asteroid not far from them. My God, am I going insane? Howard held his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He couldn't understand how the products of comics could realistically appear in reality and take him to outer space. Karen felt it was about time, tightened her grip on Howard, and accelerated. Almost in an instant, they broke through the atmosphere, once more entering Earth. During this process, Howard had lost all feelings of panic, earnestly experiencing this wondrous journey. Upon returning to that small alley, Howard surprisingly felt a bit unsatisfied. Karen was not interested in taking him for another flight and directly stated, I want to join the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Is that all right? No problem, no problem. Howard immediately raised one hand, solemnly assuring her. Then, feigning difficulty, he said, although it's not hard to get someone to join, but Karen didn't wait for him to finish and directly grabbed his collar. With a slightly threatening tone she said, "Howard, you better think this through. When my battlesuit changes from red and blue to black, it won't just be a casual conversation anymore." Gulp. "All right, ma'am. No problem, ma'am. Leave it to me, ma'am." Howard gave 3 consecutive assurances, and the thought of asking for some benefits vanished without a trace. After all, the person in front of him was a genuine goddess of humanity. Even if he was a genius, if he angered her, his own consequences would surely be dire. That's more like it. Karen released Howard's collar and patted his shoulder, quite satisfied with his awareness. The battle suit on her gradually transformed into a black suit. Howard looked on, feeling a pang of envy. He mustered the courage to ask, "Could I perhaps just a little study the technology?" Seeing his obsequious expression, Karen laughed directly. "No. All right," Howard said, feeling a wave of disappointment. "By the way, ma'am, may I know your name?" "Karen Zweier." After Karen finished speaking, she left behind a perfect silhouette. What is his relationship with Super? Howard mumbled to himself and stopped pondering these questions. He quickened his pace to take care of what he promised Karen. The reason he agreed so readily was not without his own considerations. After all, compared to a goddess of humanity, the things researched by the Strategic Scientific Reserve were simply unworthy of mention. Even if she analyzed everything, it wouldn't be much. Of course, Howard wouldn't be foolish enough to think that such an existence would be interested in the so-called super soldier serum. The next day, according to the information left by Karen, Howard personally delivered the relevant documents. During the process, Howard didn't say a single unnecessary word. It could be said that he fully realized his identity. When he returned home in the evening, he carefully flipped through the Superman comics. He truly understood what it meant to be invincible. At least in this era, Karen's existence was a symbol of invincibility. As long as he could establish a good relationship with her, he, Howard Stark, could walk horizontally on this planet. Karen was also very satisfied with his attitude. After thinking for a moment, she decided to share some advanced concepts with Howard. With this information, Howard's abilities would at least allow Stark Enterprises to double in size in a short time without issue. Howard's eyes lit up with excitement, and he didn't forget to reciprocate by offering Karen shares in Stark Enterprises. Karen gave him a deep look. As for what calculations this guy was making, it would depend on each person's perspective. Seeing that Karen didn't refuse, Howard immediately notified his assistant to draft the contract. He transferred 10 of Stark Enterprises shares to Karen free of charge. This series of actions was quite swift. "You, my friend, Ms. Karen, may our cooperation be pleasant." The two shared an understanding smile as they shook hands. In the following time, Steve smoothly became one of the candidates for the Super Soldier program, participating in rigorous training. Karen, along with Howard, Peggy Carter, Colonel Phillips, and Dr. Erskine, silently observed Steve. Initially, the other 3 had quite a few criticisms regarding Howard inviting Karen into the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, after the 3 witnessed Karen's all-around capabilities, they all shut their mouths. Especially the strong-willed Peggy Carter, who was utterly impressed by Karen's courage, strategy, and combat skills. Howard secretly found it amusing. Karen merely showcased the tip of the iceberg of her strength, and it left you all in awe. "I was genuinely taken by her for a flight around outer space, becoming the first person to step into the cosmos." On the other hand, Steve was particularly dedicated to the training. Even amidst the hindrances from others during the training, it could not dampen his fervent spirit. No matter how intense the training was, he would give it his all until the end. Dr. Erskine repeatedly praised Steve in the meetings with the others. "Dr. Erskine, you must realize that his physical fitness is really too poor. As a soldier, this is obviously not." After hearing Colonel Phillips' words, Dr. Erskine slowly shook his head. "The reason I have faith in him is that he possesses something far more important than physical fitness. Don't forget what caused our previous failures." As soon as his words were spoken, Colonel Phillips immediately fell silent. The other 3 looked on, but the 2 clearly had no intention of explaining. Howard then stepped in to mediate, saying, "How about this? Let's have a test to determine who will be the final super soldier candidate." His proposal was immediately accepted by everyone. The group set off towards the training ground. Colonel Phillips simply and directly threw a grenade that had long been prepared into the crowd. "Run, there's a bomb." In the next moment, the crowd panicked and scattered in all directions. However, Steve's actions were quite different from the others. He instead dove forward with his small frame, clutching the grenade tightly to his chest, curling his body to envelop it while loudly warning the others to run. "See, I definitely didn't misjudge him this time." Dr. Erskine laughed heartily and turned to leave. Karen and Carter gave Steve, who was clambering up after realizing it was a fake grenade, an appreciative glance. Even Howard couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to sacrifice for others. Especially not a group of people who bully him all the time. Colonel Phillips looked at Steve with a gentler gaze. Afterwards, it was decided among them that Steve would be the super soldier candidate. Next, Carter volunteered to take Steve to the super soldier transformation laboratory. Only Karen somewhat understood her thoughts. In their usual conversations, Carter had brought up Steve's situation more than once. However, as Carter took the initiative, she received a rather unfavorable signal. On the way to the laboratory, Steve asked about Karen's situation more than once. In response, Carter, as an agent, could naturally discern that Steve's interest in Karen was evidently greater. "Actually, I've always wanted to invite Karen to dance, Agent Carter. Do you think Karen would?" Listening to Steve's incessant mention of Karen, Carter's expression was not very pleasant. She admitted that Karen was indeed superior to her, but they had only met a few times. Why did Steve seem so fixated on? It seemed Steve also noticed that Carter wasn't very keen on discussing Karen, so he wisely kept his mouth shut. The two traveled in silence and soon arrived at the secret research facility. Carter successfully led Steve into the secret research facility through a code. Inside, high-ranking government officials and various journalists had already been waiting. They would all serve as witnesses to this historic moment. Steve eagerly jogged over to greet Karen. Karen nodded, smiled, and offered encouragement. Relax, the experiment will surely succeed. Yes, it will definitely succeed. Steve nodded earnestly. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As everything fell into place, Steve, under the guidance of Dr. Erskine, stepped onto the experimental platform. So how are you feeling? Nervous? Dr. Erskine watched Steve take deep breaths and smiled as he asked. Steve gave a firm response. I am ready. Dr. Erskine didn't say much more, giving a glance to the assistant beside him. After handing his discarded shirt to the assistant, Steve lay down on the experimental platform. Meanwhile, Karen and Howard were busy calibrating the instruments, preparing for the final experiment. Can we start now? Upon hearing Dr. Erskine's question, Howard immediately gave an okay gesture. Soon vials of the prepared super soldier serum were injected into Steve's body. Next was the crucial V-Ray exposure. After receiving Dr. Erskine's signal, Howard quickly maneuvered the device to close the experimental platform and turned on the V-Ray exposure. A strong light erupted within the experimental chamber. At the same time, Steve's agonizing screams accompanied it. Peggy Carter, fearing an accident, immediately wanted to shout to stop it, but was halted by Karen's raised hand. It will succeed. You need to learn to trust him. Carter looked at Karen's profile, as if understanding why Steve would favor. The glow of the V-Ray grew brighter, blinding those around it. Only Karen remained fixated, witnessing the entire transformation of Steve from a small guy to a tall guy. Crack, crack. The experimental chamber experienced a brief short circuit due to the intense exposure of the V-Ray. With a loud bang, the experimental chamber automatically opened. Standing at 188 meters tall with a physique of a bodybuilding champion, Steve appeared before everyone. The high-ranking officials and journalists rushed over. They celebrated the birth of this moment. Peggy Carter pushed through the crowd and was the first to reach the now formidable Steve, unable to resist touching his massive muscles. Congratulations. Unbeknownst to her, in an inconspicuous corner, a killer spy, sent by the Red Skull, had already begun his actions. Karen quietly observed everything, but did not intervene. From the very start of the experiment, the scientific strategic military had already calculated this possibility. The seemingly ordinary individuals were actually fully armed. Of course, when preparing equipment, Howard's provision for Karen seemed rather half-hearted. Only a beautifully crafted lattice pistol, mostly red and blue. After all, Howard did not believe that there was any weapon on Earth that could penetrate Karen's defenses. Boom. The sudden explosion scared everyone present half to death. They all scrambled to the ground quickly. Only Dr. Erskine stood there in confusion as the killer seized the opportunity. He fired 2 shots directly at him. Dr. Erskine fell to the ground. The spy killer quickly secured the super soldier serum he had already grabbed and made a hasty escape. Steve and Carter, reacting quickly, chased after him. Howard and Karen quickly rushed to Dr. Erskine's side to assess his condition. Howard subtly nodded at Karen. Karen immediately scattered the prepared blood packets across Erskine's chest at an untraceable speed. Everything was ready when Colonel Phillips approached with a sorrowful expression. After a brief examination, the confirmation of Dr. Erskine's death sent shockwaves through the room. The high-ranking government officials in disbelief approached one by one for confirmation, but none were exempt. Dr. Erskine had indeed passed away. Howard and Karen held back their grief as they took Erskine's body away. Once they entered Howard's private vehicle, Howard immediately fed a pill to Erskine. Erskine took a deep breath and sat up. He then looked at Karen in disbelief. You calculated all of this? Karen smiled without speaking. Did she still need to calculate? Please, she already knew, right? Okay, you two sit tight. We're leaving here first. Howard reminded them and immediately started the car, swiftly taking them. Meanwhile, Steve was engaged in a street chase with the killer spy. Karen, sitting in Howard's car, watched the whole scene unfold. This is so wild. From Steve's appearance, it was clear he hadn't fully mastered his strength. As he ran, he directly crashed into a clothing store. And the car roofs he had crushed along the way, who knows who would reimburse that. However, this guy's reflexes were genuinely quick now. With the spy killer's superb marksmanship, he hadn't managed to hit Steve even once. In Karen's view, Steve had already flipped over with the spy killer's small yellow car flying out. This guy surprisingly rolled a few times on the ground and got back up without a scratch, immediately resuming the chase. Even as the killer dove into a small submarine, Steve had no intention of letting him escape. He then plunged underwater. With one punch, he shattered the window and promptly threw the spy killer onto the shore. In Karen's view, the bottle of remaining super soldier serum was completely smashed in the process. Next came the intense hand-to-hand combat. Karen clearly saw that with one punch, Steve had already ruptured the spy killer's internal organs. Even without self-poisoning, this guy would find it hard to survive. With a shout of "Hail Hydra!" the spy killer's life came, leaving behind a bewildered Steve. With this question in mind, Steve quickly returned to the laboratory. Upon learning of Dr. Erskine's death, Steve was filled with sorrow. He vowed to eliminate the damned Hydra and avenge the doctor. Colonel Phillips observed this and was about to arrange the next mission for Steve when he was blocked by high-ranking government officials. Steve unexpectedly ended up on stage in a costume for a mission under the guise of serving the country, becoming a tool for the government and capitalists to sell war bonds. The multitude of touring performance tasks caused Steve to lose himself for a time. he nearly forgot the original However, this behavior accumulated a substantial amount of popularity for Steve domestically. In contrast, in the eyes of veterans truly battling on the front lines, Steve's title of Captain America was nothing more than a joke. The Strategic Scientific Reserve, observing all of this from the shadows, wished to intervene. Yet they faced layers of resistance. The government elite and capitalists would not easily give up on Steve the Money Tree. During this time, Karen and Carter visited Steve multiple times. Karen originally didn't want to be a third wheel, but each time Carter insisted on bringing her along. What troubled her most was that Steve would find various topics to chat with her about, leaving Carter neglected. Even Karen, though not the brightest, sensed something was off. Thus, she chose to confront him directly when it was just the two of them. Steve, you are a good person. Here's the good person card, but I really have no interest in men. This statement struck Steve directly. He opened his mouth only to find himself at a loss. In this era, some ideas were still far too advanced. I will not. You won't, huh? Don't force me to punch you. Karen understood this guy's determination all too well. Today she had to put an end to his thoughts, so otherwise it would surely lead to trouble in the future. With that, she slowly ascended her pure black battle suit, enveloping her, while her black cloak fluttered in the breeze. Steve was momentarily dumbfounded. Karen, you. As someone who enjoyed drawing comics, Steve was naturally well acquainted with. Karen's current stance was precisely like that of a superhero in battle from his comics. Steve, see the gap between us. Having said that, Karen moved at a speed that left Steve completely unresponsive. With strength, she took him and shot into the sky. The two quickly broke through the atmosphere and entered the cosmos. They continued to advance toward the sun, until Karen stopped Steve being held in her grasp, finally regained his senses, gazing at the sun, releasing endless thermal energy in the vast, boundless universe. Steve shattered his illusions and understood just how vast the gap between them truly was. Steve, do you get it now? Steve did not respond, but gently nodded in acknowledgement. Karen let out a sigh of relief. She swiftly returned to Earth with him. After dropping Steve off, she accelerated and disappeared. Steve stared blankly at the sky for quite a while, until Carter tapped him from behind, bringing him back to reality. Steve, where's Karen? She had something to do and left first. With that statement, Steve completely extinguished any inappropriate thoughts. With his understanding of Superman's abilities, he naturally comprehended the immense chasm between them. No matter how hard he tried, he was just a human, while Karen was a true god. Gathering his thoughts, Steve was the first to proactively suggest accompanying Carter for a walk. Although Carter didn't know exactly what had transpired between the two, she readily agreed. In the distance, Karen, observing this scene, felt entirely reassured. In recent times, Carter's smile had noticeably increased. It was evident that she was getting along quite well with Steve. Of course, others were also busy. Dr. Erskine, with Howard's financial backing and Karen's involvement, had secretly developed the Super Soldier Serum version 2.0. In fact, the initial goal of the Strategic Scientific Reserve was never to deploy super soldiers in large quantities. Steve's case later proved that their choice was correct. The officials and capitalists were eager to squeeze every last drop of blood from Steve. It was unimaginable how chaotic the world would become if the Super Soldier Serum were mass-produced. However, on the front lines, the battlefield remained grim. During his exchanges with Carter, Steve unexpectedly learned about the 107th Division, which had suffered almost total casualties, and he became anxious. Immediately, he rushed to Colonel Phillips, inquiring whether Bucky had died. Upon receiving a negative answer, Steve secretly noted Bucky's captured location on the map and set off at once, preparing to rescue him single-handedly. Karen, noticing this scene, immediately chased after him, wanting to stop him. Although Steve verbally agreed, his actions showed no signs of slowing down. He mounted a battlefield motorcycle, grabbed his shield, and prepared to depart. Just before he was about to rush out of the military base, he unexpectedly saw Karen. Throw away the motorcycle and come with me. Steve hesitated for a moment, then dropped the motorcycle and quickly followed after donning his shield. Carter, worried about Steve's safety, also followed along. Karen, what is this? Carter stared at Howard's private plane, somewhat dazed. Howard valued this plane immensely. How could he be willing to lend it to Karen? For a moment, her gaze towards Karen became strange. Go, go, go. Don't overthink it, we need to hurry. Karen gave her a push, too lazy to explain. Steve cast a grateful glance at Karen and quickly boarded the plane. Karen piloted Howard's private jet, swiftly ascending toward the location Steve had noted. The three quickly traversed the restricted zone from high above. Although they faced artillery fire along the way, Karen's biological positioning was not just for show. The plane landed steadily at the location where Bucky was being held. Just before Steve disembarked, Karen tossed him the vibrator. Throw away that piece of scrap and use this. The moment Steve caught it, he knew this was his destiny. Once again, he expressed his gratitude to Karen. Make sure to come back safely. Although Carter was worried she would naturally not stop, Steve nodded vigorously at Carter, then turned and jumped down without hesitation. Hold on tight. The plane doesn't have much fuel left, and we need to go back. Karen reminded him, swiftly maneuvering the aircraft to take Carter away. Meanwhile, after landing, Steve, empowered by the was akin to a god slaying gods and a Buddha slaying Buddhas. He rampaged through, facing no opponent. Soon he independently rescued a large number of imprisoned soldiers. After failing to find Bucky, Steve resolutely decided to delve deeper. The soldiers were inspired by his momentum, and a war ignited from within the enemy's ranks officially commenced. With Steve leading the charge, the remaining soldiers of the 107th Division fought fiercely. They seized a large quantity of weapons to counterattack. The enemy was momentarily thrown into disarray. In the command room, Schmidt witnessed this scene and knew that the situation was dire. Philip was not particularly surprised to learn about Steve's unauthorized actions. To be precise, this was already part. Do you think he can succeed? Absolutely. Philip Colonel shook his head with a smile as he looked at Karen and Carter. It seems you both have more faith. Do you think he can succeed? Absolutely. Philip Colonel shook his head with a smile as he looked at Karen and Carter. It seems you both have more faith in Steve than this old man. What else? If he couldn't do it, I wouldn't have sent him there. Karen shrugged, as if traversing half a war zone was no burden, and indeed that was the case. After this event, Carter admired Karen even more. In her heart, there was hardly any man worthy of her, and even the exceptional Steve fell far short. As for that scoundrel Howard, there was no need to mention him. Amidst the expectations of many, Steve returned with all the prisoners of the 107th Division at sunrise the next day. The soldiers who came to greet him erupted into enthusiastic cheers, welcoming the return of their Captain America, and his Colonel Philip immediately ordered the reporters to cover this event, creating momentum for this true Captain America. Welcome back. Carter stepped forward and gave Steve a big hug, their smiles captured in that moment by the camera. With the reports released, Steve gained immense prestige among both civilians and the military. This also removed numerous obstacles for him to form the Howling Commandos. Finally, Steve stepped onto the battlefield as he wished, personally forging the peace he yearned for. During this time, Karen arranged a secret meeting for him with Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine was immensely satisfied with the excellent creation he had crafted. The two engaged in deep conversation throughout the night, and Dr. Erskine explained to Steve the reasons behind his feigned death. Before parting, Dr. Erskine urged Steve to remain true to his heart and uphold the kindness within him. After Steve solemnly promised, he turned and dove into battle. Leading the Howling Commandos, he broke through one vital enemy line after another. The team he led became a sword that directly pierced the enemy's throat. During these numerous battles, Steve's combat experience rapidly grew. Under his leadership, the Western Front had completely. Moreover, the Eastern Front was being cleansed by a mysterious force, and the overall situation looked very promising. The dawn of victory was clearly beckoning to the world. During this time, the Strategic Scientific Reserve conducted extensive research and analysis on the Hydra's epic-making weapons that were occasionally captured. However, surprisingly, they could not replicate the finished products no matter what. They could only imitate the appearance at best. This dealt a significant blow to the self-proclaimed genius Howard. Relax, this isn't your problem. Karen comforted him nonchalantly. She knew all too well that these were products of the Tesseract's energy. If Howard could replicate them so easily, it would be unbelievable. Originally, she intended to quietly take the Tesseract away. However, upon contemplating a series of subsequent events, she abandoned that idea. There was no choice. That thing was merely an embellishment for her, and she didn't even know how strong she truly was. Her superhuman growth had reached 100 some time ago, yet it had stagnated since. She was unsure of her next evolutionary direction, and when she asked the system, it remained silent. She doubted whether this cheat was even provided by the system. In the following time, the Strategic Scientific Reserve conducted targeted surveillance on the intelligence network under the Red Skulls. Soon they discovered that the birth of these weapons was closely related to Dr. Zola. The intelligence also unexpectedly revealed that Zola would soon escape the war zone by secret train. In response, the Strategic Scientific Reserve immediately dispatched the Howling Commandos to capture him. Although Steve completed the mission without fail, he lost his best buddy Bucky. Steve initially wanted to ask Karen for help in finding Bucky's body, but all he received was a mysterious smile from Karen and the words, "You will see him again." Although Steve was somewhat puzzled by Karen's meaning, he caught a crucial piece of information: Bucky was still alive, which he believed that Karen's reluctance to help him must have her reasons. However, even knowing that Bucky was alive, Steve had no intention of letting that scoundrel Red Skull off the hook. As expected, Colonel Philip obtained the final crazy plan and secret base of Red Skull Schmidt from Zola, who was not very tough with his words. Filled with rage, Steve immediately volunteered for the mission. Due to the high danger of this task, Colonel Philip prepared to organize enough troops before setting off. But Steve could not wait. He knew that facing Red Skull's high-tech army, every additional person could mean an additional cap. Thus, he resolutely prepared to go alone to avenge Bucky. By the time everyone learned of Steve's unauthorized actions, half an hour had already passed. Reluctantly, Colonel Philip could only allow Karen and Carter to lead the team for support. With Karen's backing, the entire team felt as if they were empowered. They quickly broke through the blockade and entered the territory where Red Skull Schmidt was located. Here, everyone could clearly feel that the enemy's strength had instantly increased by several levels. If it weren't for Karen's secret interventions, destroying the enemy's energy tanks multiple times, the casualties on their side would have been unimaginable. When they saw Steve again, he had already infiltrated Schmidt's main base and was surrounded by several flame-throwing soldiers. Karen and Carter simultaneously raised their guns and shot successfully, helping Steve escape. "Thank you." Steve expressed his gratitude to the two women, taking a step forward and chasing in a certain direction. Carter wanted to help, but was held back by Karen. She pointed to a brand new car parked nearby, and Carter immediately understood. She jumped into the driver's seat, and when the two caught up with Steve again, Red Skull's aircraft had already taken off. "Hey, get in the car." Steve made a big leap. Carter immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor. "It's decided, you are the one, Captain America, go." As they approached the aircraft, Steve was unexpectedly thrown by Karen, crashing through the aircraft's panel and entering. Dazed, when Steve got up, he was met with a Red Skull head. After a brief glance at each other, they immediately started fighting. This time, Steve once again emerged victorious over the Red Skull. During the fierce battle, the energy of the cosmic cube was unexpectedly triggered. The Red Skull was enveloped by the energy field, unable to break free. Steve, do you think you've won? This spaceship will destroy your city, your country. Laughing wildly, the Red Skull vanished. Steve was well aware from prior intelligence that this spaceship contained a massive number of energy bombs. He knew that at this moment he had no other choice. As for the idea of relying on Karen to solve the problem, he had never considered it since the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. He immediately connected with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Peggy, I have something more important to do right now. When I come back, would you like to dance with me? On the other end, Peggy Carter seemed. Steve, don't do anything foolish. He'll help you get Howard right away. No, it's too late. Peggy, would you? I would. Next Saturday, at 8 o'clock, Stork Ballroom. Don't be late. Hearing Peggy Carter's slightly choked voice, Steve silently closed the communication, feeling satisfied as he forcefully pulled the control stick. The entire spaceship under his control plunged straight into the glacier. Then Steve completely lost consciousness. In the distance, Karen, dressed in red and blue, watched the entire scene closely. For a moment, she hesitated about whether to save Steve. However, the figure in a white combat suit that suddenly appeared not far away made her abandon the thought. With her cape fluttering, she appeared behind the future Steve. Captain America, are you in the wrong time? The future Steve, dressed in a white time travel suit, slowly turned around and greeted Karen with a smile. Hey Karen, I guessed you would be here back then. Are you here for the date? You know me well. Steve nodded without concealment. Planning to stay here? Listening to Karen's question, Steve appeared somewhat silent. After a long while, he asked, will it have an impact? Karen looked at the future Steve with a serious expression. The future Steve became increasingly tense under her gaze. Haha, look at you getting scared. Karen couldn't help but laugh. Steve's anxiety completely dissipated. Used to love to joke around. Steve's tone was light, with no trace of blame. Go on, Carter is still waiting for you. Karen casually waved her hand at Steve and prepared to leave. Wait a second, please punch that over there again. Steve immediately spoke to stop her and pointed towards the wreckage of the aircraft that had not completely sunk. Sure. Having enough strength for herself, Karen gave Steve a thumbs up, accelerated, and controlled her power. A punch that was neither too light nor too heavy perfectly struck the wreckage into the seabed. Alright, see you if fate allows. Karen waved goodbye to Steve, her figure fading away. Ding, Captain America 1 has ended, rewards being distributed. Ding, congratulations on advancing to Silver Superman. Current progress 1, capable of developing 1 ability. Although it was still a vast icy expanse, Karen could confirm that she had been taken away from the Marvel world by the system. Pulling out the crude panel for a glance, Karen cursed, wishing she hadn't looked. Name Karen Zor-El, age 20, not bothering to record the age of her past life, using yours as a reference identity, Silver Superman 1, able to gain 1 ability, equipment, Kryptonian battlesuit. So I truly am a Silver Superman. The first thing that came to Karen's mind was to develop the ability to be immune to kryptonite. However, the problem was that kryptonite only existed in her memories. The prerequisite for her to develop this ability was to first find a piece of kryptonite. While pondering, Karen suddenly turned around. Sir Morgan, dressed in a black gentleman's outfit, had unknowingly appeared there with a serious expression. Outsider, you are not welcome here. A grand voice emanated from him, as if he wanted to intimidate Karen into leaving Earth. Oh, not welcome. What will you do about it? Karen sneered, her suit transforming from red and blue to black. She absorbed solar energy with all her might as a reserve, preparing for the possible battle ahead. Seeing that Karen, this powerful alien, was determined not to leave Earth, Sir Morgan was also not prepared to waste any more words. Thunder flashed, and he directly revealed his true form as the god of war, Ares. With a large axe in hand, he pointed it straight at Karen. Last warning, leave Earth. How could Karen possibly give up this good opportunity to test her strength? With a thought, the first ability of Silver Superman transformed into magic resistance. In an instant, the faint sense of dread that Ares brought her completely vanished. Transforming into a beam of black light, her punch, approaching the speed of light, sent Ares flying thousands of meters away. Boom, boom. Giant icebergs shattered as Ares' divine body crashed into them. The memories of the past told Karen that she should follow up with an attack now. She did just that, letting her body be entirely governed by her fighting instincts. Her body became a streak of black light, swiftly catching up to the flying Ares, delivering punch after punch, relentlessly striking Ares' divine form. The booming sounds shattered vast expanses of ice. As the god of war, how could Ares endure being beaten? Finding the right moment, he swung his axe directly at Karen's head. Karen smiled disdainfully, neither dodging nor flinching. Dong! The massive shockwave split the icy sea beneath them in two. The triumphant look on Ares' face vanished in an instant, his pupils constricting. You? Is that all? Karen directly replicated the iconic scene from Superman's battle with Doomsday, gently blowing a freezing breath onto Ares' divine axe, instantly freezing it solid. Next, Karen slightly exerted her shoulder. With a crack, the divine axe shattered. Following that, under Ares, she flew in with a kick, sending him flying tens of thousands of meters away. In the end, with a loud crash, he embedded heavily into an iceberg, unable to get free. Karen once again appeared in front of Ares, floating quietly in midair. The smile at the corner of her mouth never faded. Are you still planning to drive me away? Uffed. Ares was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Karen dodged in time, or else she would have been splattered all over. A red glow ignited in his eyes. Old man, you're not being obedient. A searing gaze shot out from his eyes, piercing through Ares' armor and burning his chest. A painful scream escaped his lips. Seeing that it was nearly enough, Karen immediately withdrew her hand, for she had no intention of killing this guy. Ding, defeating and mocking the god of war Ares, Silver Superman 2. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Karen grinned. How had she mocked anyone? It was clearly an opportunity presented to her, a chance to flaunt and retaliate. She extended a hand and lifted the beaten war god Ares. So you call yourself a war god? She shook her head and flung him toward the massive ice block below. Bang! A bloodied Ares crashed onto the ground. Karen slowly descended to his side and gently kicked him. Hey old D, stop playing dead and get up. Ares remained unresponsive, feigning death. If you don't get up, I might just start by cutting off your arms, then your legs, and then... Boom! Ares abruptly rolled away, creating distance. Seeing his demeanor, it was clear he had mostly recovered. Tisk, no wonder he's called the war god, Karen thought, maintaining her facade while secretly admiring him. Intruder, what exactly is your purpose? Ares, not foolish, recognized that the opportunity to finish him off had been... Clearly they had no intention of killing him from the start. So what was the purpose of this confrontation? To display strength, to gain negotiation leverage. Karen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a good beating had taught him to be cautious. It's simple, the divine essence of the sun god. As she spoke, Karen slowly extended a hand, her battle attire shifting to red and blue. She felt that this outfit would be more approachable for discussions. Why do you want something from the old gods? Ares was puzzled. In his perception, this powerful new god, such a divine essence, would likely offer her little help. What did she plan to do with it? Despite his thoughts, Ares raised his hand and tossed out a golden divine essence. This item was just gathering dust, better to throw it away and perhaps gain a powerful ally. Karen paid no mind to his intentions. The divine essence of the sun god was her plan from the very first moment she laid eyes on Ares. With this item, she would essentially become a small sun, strengthening herself for 24 hours. Oh, wouldn't that make her... Ding! Obtain the divine essence of the Greek sun god. At the moment Karen acquired the divine essence, she understood its method of use. With her eyes slightly closed, her right hand clenched tightly, and the divine essence of the sun god melded with her palm. A beautiful sun rune appeared on the back of her right hand. Every cell in her body cheered with joy. This sense of comfort could only be experienced when one neared the sun. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing with golden radiance. I am the sun. Boom. The golden holy armor of the sun instantly enveloped her, and she wielded a sun holy sword and a sun holy shield in each hand. Her unique solar chariot surged forth from the horizon. Ares, not far away, scoffed at such superficial displays, shaking his head in disdain as he turned away, not forgetting to issue a warning. Be careful not to be blinded by such superficial things. Then his figure vanished. I will intervene when darkside descends. This was the last sound Ares heard before leaving. He was satisfied with Karen's stance. An unnecessary item exchanged for a powerful ally was a great profit. On the other side, Karen shared the same thought. The moment she received the infusion of solar power, her silver superhuman growth surged to 5. In this instance, she had struck gold. Most importantly, from this moment on, she would grow stronger, no longer reliant on the sun. Because she herself was the sun, the feeling of constantly becoming stronger was exhilarating. Driving the solar chariot, Karen raced through the sky. On this day, 2 suns galloped together in the sky, and people... What is that? Paradise Island. In her brand new ride, Karen focused on the scene below as a group of soldiers hurriedly landed in small boats. They suppressed the female warriors on Paradise Island, who were still using bows and arrows with their rifles. In the midst of it all, Diana, dressed in training gear, stood beside Steve, just waking from a faint, looking utterly helpless. Her mother commanded the female warriors to launch fierce counterattacks without fear of death. Still too inexperienced. Karen sighed. Diana was still too naive. Her gaze was as clear as that of a college student. No one would believe that she would become the renowned Wonder Woman in the future. In a flash of thought, Karen had already driven the solar chariot above everyone. Queen Hippolyta exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Karen's chariot. It is the sun god in person. The sun god in person? Is it really the sun god come to help us? The female warriors were thrilled, waving at the solar chariot in the sky. Their enemies at this moment were terrified into retreat by the magnificent chariot descending from above, slowly regrouping to prepare for evacuation. Karen drove the chariot and stopped before Hippolyta, glancing at the retreating soldiers, her voice calm. What is happening? Your Highness, they intruded upon our island and harmed many of our kin. Although Hippolyta was surprised that the sun god was a woman, her primary duty was to report the situation. After listening to Hippolyta's account, Karen raised her hand and waved at the fleeing enemies. The golden solar energy surged, instantly reducing them to ashes. Gulp. This scene genuinely frightened everyone present. They had fought tooth and nail for a long time, yet none matched the number of enemies the sun god had dispatched with a simple wave. Is this what it means to be a god? In the distance, Diana gazed at Karen's figure, filled with admiration. Next to her, Steve was equally captivated by the goddess' commanding presence. Hippolyta looked at Karen, thinking more than others. With the barrier of Paradise Island unstable, they urgently needed a new deity to reinforce it and prevent the war god Ares from finding them. With this thought, Hippolyta immediately placed one hand on her chest, knelt on one knee, bowed her head, and spoke with conviction. I, Hippolyta, the guardian of Paradise Island, pay my respects to the sun god. The quick-reacting crowd knelt on one knee in unison. Hail the sun god. This included Diana and Steve, who stood in confusion, driven solely by instinct. Karen surveyed the surroundings, golden light sparkling from her hand, as she instantly healed the injured female warriors. Everyone get up. At Karen's voice, Hippolyta and the others rose together. My wounds are healed. Mine too. I thought I was going to die. The noise erupted from the crowd, while Hippolyta coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She formally invited Karen to tour the castle, and Karen gladly accepted. During their journey, the innocent Diana curiously asked, under the crown of the sun god, are you really the sun god? My mother said that in the stories the sun god should be male, right? Just like him. She pointed to Steve, who was being escorted beside her. Karen suddenly turned around, staring at Diana with a serious expression. Hippolyta was afraid that Diana's behavior would anger the new sun goddess and hurriedly tried to mediate. Then at that moment Karen solemnly said, I am not the sun god you speak of. I am the deity who governs by Do in ancient Greece. As soon as this was said, everyone present fell into confusion. Only Steve vaguely understood a bit of Karen's meaning, but still did not fully grasp it. By Do, God, Diana repeated uncertainly. I don't mind if you add a big character in front of it. Karen remained serious. Big. By Do, God. After Diana's repetition, it seemed Steve realized that Karen was teasing Diana. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? This action almost made the nearby female warrior see it as a provocation and nearly silenced him. No, don't be impulsive. I think I understood a little of what your sun god had said. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned their gaze toward him. What do you mean? Diana asked eagerly, unable to wait. She had long been curious about the outside world, and naturally felt fond of this man from outside. That is. Steve, with a knife at his throat, was a bit hesitant to continue speaking. Let him finish. Karen directly waved at the female warrior, who obediently sheathed her knife. Then I will say it. Steve looked at Karen for confirmation. Karen nodded slightly. The Baido you mentioned, is it the same as the meaning of waving a hand? As he spoke, Steve opened his palm and waved it to illustrate. Realizing it might not be appropriate, he quickly switched to, is it the way you just waved your hand and annihilated the enemy? No wonder you are an agent. Your comprehension ability is excellent. Karen gave him a thumbs up. Oh, come on, Steve said with an embarrassed smile. At that moment, Hippolyta was startled and pulled Diana behind her, facing Karen directly. Clearly, Diana had just made a huge mistake in front of a true god. In the era of the gods, even executing her would not. Sun god, please forgive Diana. She is still just a child. Hippolyta trembled as she sincerely pleaded with Karen. Karen was momentarily speechless. The old man was overly concerned. She waved her hand, dismissively indicating that she didn't mind. Then she began to complain. Diana is already 5,000 years old, and you still call her a child. Hearing this, Steve was instantly dumbfounded. This beautiful girl who saved him was actually 5,000 years old. At that age, she could definitely be his great-great-great-grandmother. Looking at Karen, he couldn't help but shiver. This ridiculously beautiful sun goddess couldn't be older, could she? What are you looking at me for? I am not as old as you think. I am not even close to being as old as this child. Karen emphasized the word child with a the sun god is indeed young and promising. Hippolyta quickly caught on and began to flatter Karen. After resolving the slight awkwardness, the group successfully entered the magnificent palace. Hippolyta intended to give up the seat of honor, but Karen had no intention of overshadowing her and directly sat in a lower position. This left Hippolyta in a dilemma, neither sitting nor standing. She could only stand beside Karen under the pretext of questioning Steve, appearing ready to follow orders. Seeing her like this, Karen sighed inwardly. It seems this girl has been deeply poisoned by the complicated rules of the Greek pantheon. In contrast, her daughter Diana had become much more natural after a brief period of panic. From time to time, she would ask Karen some strange questions, most of which were her longings and aspirations for the outside world. On the other side, the Queen's Guard, to prevent Steve from lying, directly requested to use the truth-seeking chain. Steve was bound by the chain, speaking freely and openly. He thoroughly explained his intentions and the dire situation outside. It must be Ares who is behind this. As soon as Steve finished speaking, Diana asserted confidently, Diana, not all bad things are done by Ares. Facing Hippolyta's words, Diana was utterly unconvinced, looking at Karen with pure eyes. Sun god, do you think this matter is related to Ares? Facing Diana's clear and naive gaze, Karen did not intend to indulge her. After all, it was a bit excessive to take someone else's belongings and then turn around to speak ill of them. Your mother is right. This matter is likely related to Ares. As she spoke halfway, Karen suddenly remembered that the gas bomb plan Steve mentioned was indeed related to Ares. This was upon receiving Karen's affirmation, Diana proudly glanced at Hippolyta. See, even the sun god said this matter is related to Ares, so it must be Ares' doing. I must go defeat Ares and fulfill. Hippolyta was rendered speechless by Diana's bold declaration. She cast a resentful glance at Karen as if to say, look, it's all your fault, you've led my silly daughter astray. Karen, thick-skinned, directly ignored Hippolyta, lightly coughed, and approached Diana, gently patting her shoulder. Diana, don't rush to defeat Ares. Even without him, human wars have never ceased. Don't simplify things too much. Human matters are best left for them to resolve themselves. After saying this, Karen also felt it was somewhat absurd. Here she was, a 20-year-old girl, having to speak in the tone of an elder to teach a 5,000-year-old child. It was ridiculous. Right, the sun god is absolutely right. So could you let me go? I truly have an important mission which concerns the lives of millions of people. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, Steve continued, I promise I won't return here and disturb your peaceful lives. Upon hearing Steve's words, Diana looked at him with shining eyes and said without hesitation, I will go with you. I must stop a rest conspiracy. No way. Both Hippolyta and her general sister exclaimed in unison to stop her. But the more they did this, the more it strengthened Diana's longing for the outside world. Those present were not the only ones who understood Diana's intentions. After a moment of unwavering eye contact, Queen Hippolyta sighed, helplessly waved her hand, and prepared to employ a delaying tactic. Diana, let us first host a banquet for His Solar Majesty, and we can discuss matters regarding humanity another day. Although Hippolyta knew that what Steve said was true, she wasn't particularly concerned about the fate of humankind. All right, Diana agreed verbally, but her flickering gaze proved that she would not easily give up. Hippolyta exchanged glances with her sister, and both sighed in unison. Soon after, a grand feast featuring the specialties of Paradise Island commenced. Karen was astonished by the variety of fruits on display. These women had managed to sustain themselves for thousands of years relying on these fruits. However, after taking the first bite, Karen's thoughts changed. These fruits were evidently not ordinary. Even a single one take extend an average person's lifespan by a year or more. The most crucial point was that these things had no side effects or drug resistance. It could be said that consuming them was a windfall. No wonder these women appeared ordinary, yet were all exceptionally long-lived. It turned out that Zeus had left behind such treasures. Of course, in addition to the fruits, there were also a few vegetables and some meat as supplements. It was evident that the Amazons were earnest in their hospitality towards Karen, the newly appointed Solar Majesty. The fruit wine was delightful and fragrant. Watching the Amazonian warriors' unique war dance was also quite a spectacle. Most importantly, the women here almost all had toned figures. Karen was filled with joy watching them. Who could refuse the dance of a group of beautiful girls who were all thousands of years old? After a satisfying meal as night fell, Hippolyta privately approached Karen, feeling quite embarrassed to voice her request. To her, what seemed like an immense hassle was merely a matter of waving a hand for Karen. Having been warmly hosted by them all day, Karen naturally would not refuse. She immediately raised her hand to release her solar power, connecting to the barrier left by Zeus to reinforce it. Then you can acquire Zeus' supreme thunder power. Karen did not expect an unexpected gain, and immediately focused on comprehending Zeus' power, learning the usage of the supreme thunder. Ding, acquisition successful. With a chime, Karen once again mastered a form of power far superior to her solar energy, the supreme thunder. With the support of the supreme thunder, the two divine powers combined quickly restored the barrier of Paradise Island. Even if Zeus himself were to arrive, it would not be so easy for him to enter. Soon after, Karen's expression turned peculiar. She waved her hand and golden solar power coalesced into a mirror. The image in the mirror showed Diana fully armed, attempting to leave Paradise Island with Steve, but encountering obstacles. Karen turned her head, handing the choice to Hippolyta. My queen, what do you think? Sigh. Let the child go. Hippolyta spoke helplessly. All right. Karen said no more, extending her finger to lightly tap the image. A gap appeared right in front of Diana and Steve. Can I say a word to the child before she leaves, your solar majesty? Hippolyta still felt a bit reluctant to just watch Diana depart, and voiced her request. Of course. Karen naturally fulfilled this small request. Hippolyta looked at Diana, who was about to step out of the barrier, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. In the end, she only softly said, "Child, be safe." This sentence lingered in Diana's ear, making her aware that her mother was always watching over her. Mother, at this moment, the joy of about to escape the cage intertwined with a strange feeling, leaving Diana's expression exceedingly complex. Finally, she bowed deeply in the direction of Paradise Island. Touching the protective silver bracelet and starlight crown, securing the fire god sword and divine power shield, tightening the truth binding lock, she resolutely rowed her small boat away with Steve. Karen watched this scene internally, sighing. The hearts of parents everywhere are pitiful. Hippolyta understood that if she spoke up, there was a good chance she could keep Diana, but she couldn't hold on to Diana's heart that longed for freedom. Thus, she chose to offer her blessings to fulfill Diana's decision. Watching Diana depart, Hippolyta turned and knelt on one knee before Karen. Your solar majesty, please take care of Diana when you return to the human world. After all, she is still just a child who knows. Karen hurriedly helped her up. There's no need for such formality, my queen. Diana has the blessings of the gods, and will certainly not face danger. Know, your solar majesty, compared to other gods, your tolerance and kindness. Hearing Hippolyta's lengthy discourse, Karen felt quite overwhelmed. So this person is constantly praising her just to have her help take care of the child. Hearing Hippolyta prepare to repeat her praises, Karen quickly interrupted. All right, I will look after Diana within my capabilities, so rest assured, my queen. Hearing Karen's assurance, Hippolyta felt a breath of relief within. Compared to a group of gods who had already perished, she preferred to believe in a living true god, even if this god did not seem very reliable. For the next 2 days, Karen stayed on Paradise Island, enjoying the hospitality of the Amazons. On the other side, Steve and Diana had already entered human society. Since Diana was new to humanity, she was very curious about everything here, and caused quite a few funny incidents. However, one thing she could not tolerate was the numerous pollution facilities of humanity, which caused great destruction to this world, leaving her very dissatisfied. On multiple occasions, she wanted to go alone and destroy those polluting factories. It was only with Steve's constant persuasion that she abandoned her plan. The next time Karen saw Diana, it was just as she was carefully passing through the revolving door with her shield and sword. Hey, it's just a door. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Diana and Steve turned to the familiar voice and saw Karen dressed in a black suit. Diana immediately jogged up to Karen, ready to kneel on one knee. Fortunately, Karen was quick to stop her. Your solar majesty. Diana's tone was filled with confusion. Out here you can— Karen's tone was firm. All right, you're— Karen. Diana's tone was a bit awkward. Karen facepalmed. You don't need to call me. Then how should I address you? Karen was truly about to be driven crazy by Diana's foolishness and looked at Steve. Steve hurriedly pulled Diana aside and softly whispered something in her ear. Diana was no fool. After adapting to human society over the past few days, Steve had taught her many things. Approaching Karen, she greeted her softly, feeling a bit shy. Lady Karen. Compared to Diana, Steve was much more at ease. Karen smiled lightly at the two and nodded. Do you have any plans for what comes next? Karen knew she was feigning ignorance. We plan to enter the Congress and submit the notebook, hoping they realize the seriousness of the situation and send troops to stop. Steve had nothing to hide and immediately laid out the entire plan. Diana beside her hesitated several times, but ultimately kept her mouth shut. He'll join you, Karen said, stepping over to Diana's side and signaling for Steve to lead the way. Steve was overjoyed at this scene. Compared to the child Diana, who was thousands of years old, he preferred the help of the Thank you for your trouble, Steve said, bowing respectfully to Karen. Karen waved her hand. She was only following along and had no intention of taking action. Steve no longer hesitated and immediately led the two women through the alley towards Congress. However, after they had traveled a short distance, they were targeted and surrounded by a group of spy agents. Steve, hand over what you're holding. The words of the spy agents clearly revealed their purpose. It was the notebook of the toxicologist that Steve held. Sorry, I won't hand it over to you, Steve declared, and was the first to strike, taking down the nearest spy agent. Seeing that negotiation had failed, the others immediately opened fire at the three. Karen stood there without any movement, while Diana was already in action. With her arms raised, she swiftly waved them to attract and deflect all the incoming bullets. This scene left all the surrounding spy agents utterly dumbfounded. Is this really a human? She actually used her arms to block bullets. While they were in shock, Diana had already moved in on the— Bang, bang, bang. One punch for each, she knocked them all to the ground. Let's go, Karen said, glancing at the unconscious spies on the ground and stepping forward. Steve, coming back to his senses, immediately pulled Diana to follow. The three quickly left the alley and arrived at the front of Congress. Steve showed the relevant documents and soon led the two women into Congress. There he received news that was neither good nor bad. The Congress had also begun preparations for a ceasefire. However, Steve knew that even if they were ready for a ceasefire, the other side would not stop their plan to deploy gas bombs. As a result, he had a heated argument with the Congress members, and the three were also expelled. The Congress members' reaction was somewhat unexpected for Steve. He didn't know what to do next, his gaze inadvertently falling on Karen, who was idly observing the surroundings. A bold plan suddenly formed in his mind. Karen, you are the only one who can stop this disaster now. Are you willing to help me? As Steve spoke softly, he approached Karen, his gaze filled with sincerity. Indeed, this was his plan, to ask Karen to take action and eliminate the source. But he soon found himself doused with cold water. Oh, who are you? Why should I help you? Karen's tone was indifferent, her gaze even carrying a hint of aloofness. She was too familiar with that look in Steve's eyes, for not long ago she had seen the same gaze in the eyes of the American war. Karen's words left Steve momentarily speechless. Yes, who was he? On what basis could he ask Karen to take? Under the sun god's crown, can you really bear to watch millions perish in gas bombs? Steve had no choice but to try appealing to her sense of urgency. How millions? What does that have to do with me? Karen's voice remained unchanged in its indifference. Her attitude made Steve completely lose heart. Diana beside them could no longer stand it and wanted to say a few words to persuade her. But before she could speak, Karen had already vanished without a trace. Steve sighed heavily. Though he had anticipated this outcome, being rejected by Karen still left him feeling disappointed. Steve, don't worry. Without the sun god, there's still me. My purpose in coming this time is to stop the war. Diana's words sounded a bit naive to Steve. He admitted that Diana was indeed much stronger than an ordinary person. Had he not witnessed Karen's power, he might have placed his hopes in Diana. However, having seen the true goddess in action, he held no hope for Diana. The gap between them was, in his eyes, simply heaven and earth. After much contemplation, Steve couldn't shake off the thought of the safety of those millions of lives. He resolved to form a team himself and head to the front to stop the enemy. At the same time, the war god Ares, disguised as Sir Morgan, appeared beside Steve and Diana after noticing Karen's departure, offering to provide them assistance. This sudden piece of good news instantly restored the confidence of the two. Steve quickly gathered his spirits and set off to find teammates. With Sir Morgan's strong support, the team was quickly formed and set off for the front lines. Along the way, Diana truly witnessed the brutality of war. Soldiers fighting on with severed limbs, large numbers of refugees left isolated and helpless. These deeply touched Diana's heart. Thus, at the pleading of a woman, Diana decisively shed her disguise, donned her gear, and headed towards the enemy trenches, preparing to eliminate them all. Though the enemy did not understand what this provocatively dressed person was there to do, it did not stop them from attacking Diana. Diana certainly would not just stand there and be attacked. Her divine shield was raised, and combined with her protective silver bracelets, she blocked all the enemy's artillery. Her steps grew faster and faster. The moment she charged into the enemy's position, she drew her long sword and began a killing spree of her own. At this moment, Steve and the others also arrived to provide support. With Diana's one-sided slaughter, the battlefield situation shifted dramatically. Seeing the formidable entrance of Diana, the enemy was completely terrified. In an instant their ranks collapsed, and after cutting down a few more enemies at Steve's signal, Diana leaped high, jumping towards the bell tower, taking out the last enemy sniper and demolishing the tower. This action signified the victory of the war. As the smoke cleared, Diana stood atop the bell tower. Everyone cheered for this sudden female warrior. In that moment, Diana seemed to understand something. Once the battle ended and the battlefield was cleared, a photographer invited Diana, Steve, and others to take a commemorative photo. The few agreed happily. Thus, a photograph featuring Diana during the war was born. Wonder Woman officially came into existence at that moment. After winning a previous battle, Steve and his companions immediately infiltrated according to the original plan to gather intelligence on the location of the completed gas bombs. However, at this point, Diana began to act stubbornly, perhaps due to the halo granted to her by the public, which made her somewhat arrogant. She firmly believed that controlling the gas bombs that dictated the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands was equivalent to being the war god Ares. If she could eliminate Ares, then all wars would vanish into thin air. Yet Steve once again stopped her thoughts, feeling exhausted by Diana's mindset, his voice filled with helplessness. Diana, human wars cannot be ended simply by eliminating one person. Our primary task now is to destroy the gas bombs to prevent the deaths of millions. After Steve's lengthy discourse, Diana finally decided to trust him one more time, but things often do not go as planned. Due to Steve's intervention, Ludendorff had already commenced the first phase of the gas bomb experimental plan, leading to the... Upon receiving this news, Diana nearly broke down, blaming Steve for stopping her from eliminating Ares. If it weren't for Ares, those people wouldn't have died. The two thus erupted into a fierce conflict. Karen, who quietly observed this scene, felt exhausted for Steve. Diana, this 5,000-year-old child, was truly difficult to manage. However, what puzzled him was that in the original story, weren't they supposed to have already been intimate? But at this point, Diana's affection for Steve was indeed unabashed. Yet Steve seemed indifferent to Diana, treating her more like a good friend. What kind of development was this? After leaving Steve, Diana decided to head to Ludendorff's location to deal with him herself, intending to resolve this war using the sword in her hand. As night fell, by the time Steve realized what was happening, Diana had already plunged alone into Ludendorff's camp. Along the way, she killed indiscriminately, as ordinary humans were no match for her. Soon Diana located Ludendorff's position, who had also detected her arrival. Not daring to be careless, he immediately inhaled the enhancement gas to confront Diana to the death. However, he overestimated the effects of the enhancement gas he had absorbed. Even after inhaling an entire bottle, he could not survive 2 exchanges with Diana before she pierced his chest with her sword, killing him instantly. After killing Ludendorff, Diana believed she had ended the war, but before she could rejoice, she realized that the surrounding enemies did not cease their actions due to Ludendorff's death. They continued to load ammunition, attacking and slaughtering one another. How is this possible? I have already killed the war god Ares. In an instant, Diana's heart shattered. The voice of temptation echoed at this moment. Diana, humanity is not as beautiful as you imagine. They are a race filled with jealousy, hatred, and slaughter. Think about what you have seen and heard since coming to the human world. Are such humans really worth your protection? With a clang, the sword fell to the ground, and Diana collapsed, appearing so lost and helpless. Watching this scene from a distance, Karen and the true form of Ares shook their heads. This child is still somewhat immature. Child, she is supposed to be your sister, right? Karen looked at Ares with a face as if to say, are you joking? In response to Karen's words, Ares merely chuckled. From that expression, one could see his disdain for Zeus. While the two were chatting, Diana had already regained her strength, illuminated by the protagonist's halo, and was battling against Ares' avatar. However, she who had not fully unleashed her power was crushed by one of Ares' avatars. With one punch, she was knocked off a tall building and then stomped into the ground. Immediately, Ares' avatar manipulated metal to wrap around her body, pressing her into the dirt. Diana was completely unable to break free. Ares' avatar then began to pound Diana relentlessly, causing her to scream in pain, yet she had no power to resist. At that moment, Steve, driving a tank, aimed at Ares' avatar and fired, sending it flying. Diana finally got a chance to breathe and exerted all her strength to break free from her restraints. Steve drove the tank to Diana's side. Are you okay? Sorry, Steve. The two spoke almost simultaneously, then exchanged smiles. Steve adjusted the tank cannon again and continuously bombarded Ares' avatar. Diana picked up the sword of the god of fire, once more leaping high and struck at Ares' avatar. Ares' avatar immediately summoned dual swords to clash with Diana. The sound of metal clashing echoed across the open ground. Steve, shaken to the core, could only retreat the tank a distance and watch silently. At that moment, he suddenly caught sight of a warplane carrying a large number of gas bombs about to take off in the distance. His purpose for coming here was this plane, and he certainly could not allow it to take off successfully. Steve quickly turned the tank's cannon towards the plane, but unfortunately the tank he was driving was out of ammunition at this moment. Steve cursed under his breath and hurriedly jumped out of the tank. He commandeered a motorcycle and sped towards the warplane, storing the gas bombs. Fortunately, he was fast enough. After taking out the warplane's pilot with a shot, he successfully occupied the cockpit. After a brief hesitation, Steve pulled the control stick up. He maneuvered the warplane towards the sky. In the distance, Diana happened to witness this scene and understood what Steve intended. In her line of sight, Steve waved goodbye to Diana. No. At that moment, divine power erupted from within her, sending Ares' avatar flying. Boom! After a loud explosion, Steve and the entire warplane vanished completely from this world. Ding! A pocket watch fortuitously landed at Diana's feet. Diana picked it up knowing this pocket watch was the family heirloom that Steve had kept close to him. She tightened her grip on the pocket watch and placed it down with care. With a gaze filled with hatred, she looked at Ares' avatar. At that moment, Ares' avatar smiled as he tossed the toxic Doctor, the creator of the gas bombs, towards Diana. Diana naturally recognized this person, the one who invented the gas bombs, this inhumane weapon. Without hesitation, she swung her sword, and his head rolled off, thudding to the ground. Now it's your turn, Ares. At this moment, Diana had fully unleashed all the divine power within her. Lightning flickered around her, and the phantoms of the gods faintly appeared behind her. Garen and Ares, witnessing this scene from a distance, nodded in approval. The two figures vanished simultaneously, and this grand performance was about to conclude. In the arena, Diana gathered all her divine power into her hands, releasing the full might of thunder. With just one strike, she completely obliterated Ares' avatar. At that moment, dawn broke into the sky. Diana looked at the gradually rising sun, her heart filled with understanding. Steve had taught her many lessons. At this moment, she was more willing to practice the phrase that Steve had told her many times before, to have something to do and something not to do. She would walk in this human world, quietly witnessing its splendor. In the sky, Garen ignored the system's voice. She had confirmed that her abilities were definitely not granted by this thing. This thing could at most serve as a scanner. The warehouse was filled with various fireworks, sports cars, and rockets. She had reason to suspect that this item was just leading her around to collect gifts and watch the show. How did she know this? The system was nearly malfunctioning, incapable of setting any defenses. Yet it continued to lead her on a wild chase, exhibiting a great deal of vitality. Shaking her head with a sigh regarding the last world, she had initially intended to save Steve. After all, good people like him were indeed rare. However, the moment she conceived this thought, a wave of great terror suddenly descended. Her intuition warned her that if she truly saved Steve, something bad might happen. Oh, it seems I'm still not strong enough. Garen understood that this must be a form of universal rule. If she were strong enough, she could completely break those constraints. Hey, why are you yelling so loudly? As she pondered, Garen raised her hand and slapped in the direction of the side below. Bang! The heartbroken Wolverine, having lost his beloved, was struck hard. Being forcefully knocked away, he crashed to the ground. Raising his head, he glared hatefully at the figure in the sky, clad in his bone claws slowly extended. Get down here. Hell, let me show you the gap between us. As Karen's voice fell, her figure had already arrived directly in front of Wolverine. With a straightforward kick. Boom. The immense power produced a sonic boom. Bang! Wolverine Logan was sent flying again, without any means of resistance, over 1,000 meters. Covered in wounds, he quickly climbed up from the ground, healing as he did so. His gaze blazed with fury as he charged towards Garen using all 4 limbs. Garen also wanted to test the limits of his self-healing ability. Adjusting her own power, she attacked Wolverine from various angles at a speed he could not react to. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously across the open ground. Throughout this process, Garen kept increasing her strength until she was just shy of the limit Wolverine could endure before choosing to hold back. At this point, Wolverine had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack, blood spilling from his mouth. Ding! Detecting super regeneration can be learned. Still a bit lacking. Although what was detected was super regeneration, from what she felt, Garen sensed that Wolverine's current self-healing ability was still inferior to that of the Wolverine who would later possess adamantium claws, whose regeneration would be even stronger. Just as Wolverine recovered and prepared to charge at her again, Garen said, "Stop. Your girlfriend is not dead." Her words completely calmed Wolverine down. "What do you mean?" Logan stared in confusion at the suddenly appearing, incredibly powerful, mysterious woman. As Garen finished speaking, a beam of golden solar divine power shot from her fingertips and entered Kira's body. The next moment, Kira, who had long lost her heartbeat, instantly revived and sat up. Wolverine had forgotten everything else at this moment, quickly running to Kira's side. He helped her sit up, nervously checking her body, finding that she was indeed alive, and finally hugged her tightly. "You're alive, that's great." The more he witnessed life and death separations, the more he feared loss. Wolverine Logan perfectly embodied this sentiment. In contrast to Logan's joy, Silver Fox Kira wore a complex expression. Soon the calming Logan also noticed that something was off with Kira. Adjusting her body to face him squarely, he stared earnestly into her eyes. "Kira, you..." "I'm sorry, Logan, I lied." Before Logan could ask, Kira had already started to cry. Since she had already been found out to be fake dead, she no longer intended. Immediately she laid everything bare. After hearing Kira's confession, Logan's brain went blank. "So if your sister hadn't been captured by Stryker, you wouldn't have appeared next to me in my life, right?" "No, Logan, you have to listen to my explanation. At first I did approach you with an agenda, but later I discovered that I truly fell in." Kira's voice was sincere, her gaze filled with love as she stared at Logan, who was close enough to touch. Just as they leaned closer together, about to kiss, a sudden, coughing sound interrupted them. "Ahem. Have you forgotten the main issue?" Facing the gazes of the two, Garen pointed with a finger at the saber-toothed tiger hidden behind the bushes not far away. Upon seeing the saber-toothed tiger, Logan became unwell, and memories of the dead kept attacking him. He loosened his embrace of Kira and quickly ran towards the saber-toothed tiger. He grabbed its collar and pressed his bone claw against its throat. "Get lost or I'll kill you." In response to his threat, the saber-toothed tiger sneered, raising a hand to forcefully pry open his bone claw. "My dear brother, how much combat power do you have left now?" "You can try me," Logan replied defiantly. The two exchanged no more words and immediately began to fight. The saber-toothed tiger kicked Logan away with one kick, sending him crashing to the ground. After rising, Logan extended another bone claw and charged forward, engaging in a struggle with the saber-toothed tiger. Having rested for too long, Logan's fighting instincts had dulled. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, he was knocked down by the sharp bone claws were directly crushed by the saber-toothed tiger. Faced with Logan's one-sided beating, Silver Fox Kira wanted to help, but was hindered by her own lack of combat power, so she could only cast a pleading look at Karen. Karen smiled gently, her eyes ablaze with intensity, and instantly blasted the saber-toothed tiger, which had Logan pinned over 100 meters away. The saber-toothed tiger's body was pierced through with 2 large holes. The extent of this attack left it terrified. From Karen's casual demeanor, it was clear that she had not exerted her full strength. If she did, it feared it would be turned to ash in an instant. Even with its healing ability, it likely wouldn't be able to save itself. Logan, Stryker will not let you go. After saying this, the saber-toothed tiger swiftly escaped on all fours. Logan, lying on the ground, heard its voice clearly, slowly sitting up as he stared blankly at his broken bone claw. He understood that since Stryker had already set his sights on him, escaping was futile. Moreover, with Kira's sister in the enemy's hands, they would have no way to escape Stryker's clutches. Kira approached the defeated Logan, gently embracing him for comfort. Logan, what should we do next? Kira had now revealed Stryker's plan completely. Her greatest worry now was the situation of her sister. Logan extended a hand, gently patting Kira's back as his mind raced to figure out how to break the deadlock. Kalen could hardly bear the constant display of affection between the two and suggested, how about Logan approaches Stryker under the pretense of accepting the experiment and then takes him out? The proposal put forth by Kalen made both Logan and Kira's eyes brighten. Yet Kira still harbored concerns, fearing that Logan's proactive approach towards Stryker could lead to danger. Looking at Logan with some worry, she was met with his resolute gaze. The long companionship had rendered them capable of understanding each other's intentions through a mere glance. At this point, Logan and Kira finally had the mood to inquire about Kalen's background. Kalen had long since prepared an answer for this question. I am a friend of Charles. Kalen explained succinctly, showing little concern whether they believed her, as long as she believed. After her explanation, Kalen chose to stop consuming their dog food and quickly left. As for what to do next, she believed Wolverine would handle it well. After all, he was the protagonist of this film. In mere moments, Kalen flew to the X Academy. Before she even entered, a voice resonated in her mind. Welcome, Lady Kalen. Without needing to guess, Kalen already knew who this voice belonged to. Ding, telepathy ability detected, can be learned. Kalen immediately consumed some Silver Superman growth length to initiate the copy learning. Ding, congratulations on acquiring telepathy. After gaining this ability, Kalen promptly established a defensive wall in her. With her super brain in conjunction with telepathy, her abilities were bound to surpass even Professor X by several folds. One of the goals of this trip was accomplished, and she didn't care why Professor X knew her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor X harbored immense curiosity regarding Kalen's sudden disappearance and reappearance. After all, it had been many years since they last met following her resolution of the Black King incident. He even doubted for a moment if Kalen truly existed in this world. Since Kalen was aware that Professor X might become friends with her in the future, she decided to let it go. Casually engaging in conversation with Professor X, who came to greet her, Kalen walked into Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. During this period, she also attempted to learn Phoenix's power from Jean, but failed. To be precise, her current growth progress wasn't sufficient. Kalen estimated that to fully master Phoenix's power, she would need at least 30% of Silver Superman growth length, otherwise it was futile. After all, it was one of the 3 supreme powers of Marvel. Once mastered, she would be halfway into the multiverse level. Given her current strength, which was infinitely close to a single universe level, it was still too challenging. Thinking of this, Kalen truly wanted to find a sun and sleep for several thousand years. With the combination of the sun and her own solar deity status, when she emerged, she would sweep through everything. Kalen was confident that aside from the 2 supreme entities of Marvel and DC, she would fear nothing. Of course, that was just, if she really did that, wouldn't she be bored to death? As her gaze shifted, Kalen spotted a group of young mutants approaching. Upon seeing Kalen, this group of youngsters instantly brightened up. Quickening their pace, Kalen could discern their thoughts without even using telepathy. Upon activating her illusion capabilities, in an instant the eyes of these youngsters momentarily glazed over. When they looked back again, Kalen seemed not so beautiful anymore. Professor X merely smiled at this. Then he softened his voice to introduce the group of young people to Kalen. To Kalen's surprise, among them were the famous Iceman and Firestar from the X-Men universe. At the same time, the system's notification sounds constantly echoed in her mind. Kalen glanced at her remaining 2 After a brief hesitation, she chose the power of extreme cold. As for the ability to control fire, she would have the opportunity to obtain Phoenix's power later. The flames of Phoenix's power were bound to be many times stronger than Firestar's abilities. Thus his abilities could generally be eliminated. Among the X-Gene abilities, the ones Kalen most desired were teleportation and energy absorption. Unfortunately, she now had to reserve 2 learning abilities to learn Wolverine's super healing and Scott's optic blast. Moreover, at this point the Black King was already dead, and she had not found Red Devil. After a simple tour of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Kalen bid farewell to Professor Charles. Sensing her growth progress reaching 6, as a Silver Superman, Kalen felt it was time to step up her charging efforts. Raising her head, she looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. Her battlesuit instantly changed from red and blue to pure black. Boom! The sonic boom erupted instantly. In the next moment, Kal-El's figure had already flown out of the earth, heading straight for the sun. Approaching within a kilometer of the sun's surface, her solar deity power operated at full capacity, accelerating the absorption and conversion of solar energy. Internally and externally, they complemented each other. Kal-El simply closed her eyes, spread her arms, and floated on the sun's surface, letting the solar energy continuously wash over her. Time quietly passed. Ding! Congratulations on the Silver Superman growth reaching 6. The system notification rang out just as Kal-El's eyes suddenly opened. Powerful energy burst forth from the sun's surface, forming a solar flare powerful enough to annihilate everything. Who? Kal-El let out a long breath, and the solar flare silently dissipated, signaling the end of her brief retreat. Her figure accelerated towards Earth. Within a few breaths, she had entered Earth's atmosphere. Both her supervision and telepathy were deployed to locate Logan's position. Soon she discovered Logan at an experimental base. Kal-El's expression turned somewhat strange. How could Sabretooth? It turned out that what Kal-El witnessed was Sabretooth and Wolverine wreaking havoc at Stryker's experimental base. They, along with the Silver Fox sisters, were releasing a multitude of mutant test subjects. At that moment, they encountered an interception by Deadpool, who had his mouth sealed. Kal-El was just about to intervene to help them deal with this Deadpool when she noticed an amusing scene. Bang! At the moment the gunshot rang out, Deadpool, who was intercepting Wolverine and Sabretooth, fell to the ground. The classic Deadpool, dressed in his iconic suit, appeared and playfully greeted the two. This scene left Wolverine and Sabretooth utterly bewildered. Hello, I was just passing by, you guys continue. After saying this, Deadpool activated the time-space device of his electric lock and vanished. No one had any idea why he was here. Looks like I'm late. Kal-El also popped out at this moment. Yes, you were late. Wolverine replied before turning away. Sabretooth glanced warily at Kal-El and quickly moved in another direction. Karen wore a look of speechlessness. Had she been rejected? She quickly shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Finding a deserted area, she began to assess her gains in this world. In this world, she truly struck gold, possessing super strong telepathy, the ability to control the power of extreme ice, and the laser eyes that could overlap with heat vision, along with a super healing capability. As for why she didn't replicate Deadpool's immortality, that was no good thing. Deadpool's ability was to be precise, a kind of death factor, a product born from the entanglement of healing ability and cancer cells. Karen had no interest in implanting cancer cells within her body. Even though she was not human, she did not fear so-called cancer cells. After organizing her thoughts, Karen steadied her emotions. She knew it was time to leave again. System, where is the next world? Ding! Captain Marvel 1. You're not coming in chronological order, are you? Since I've been to Captain Marvel 1, does that mean the next world I'm crossing into is Wonder Woman 1984? Ding! Correct guess, sending you 100,000 fireworks. As the system's voice fell, 100,000 fireworks instantly erupted around Karen. When she regained her senses, she found that the original daytime had turned into night. Looking down, she exclaimed, not daring to delay. Accelerating her figure, she kicked the Winter Soldier, who wanted to finish Howard with a punch flying. Hey Howard, long time no see, why do you look so beaten up? Upon seeing the newcomer, Howard, with his white hair and bloodied body, wore an incredulous expression. Karen, is it really you? Nonsense, if it's not me, who else could it be? Karen replied with a smile, raising her hand to send out a strand of solar power. Howard's injuries were instantly healed considerably. Once recovered, Howard immediately turned to check on his wife Mariah's condition, and upon seeing that Maria was merely unconscious and unharmed, he sighed in relief. Oh, isn't that your beautiful secretary? Karen's tone was slightly teasing. With her vision, she could naturally see the figure behind Howard. Though she had white hair like Howard, it was clear at first glance that she had undoubtedly been a beauty in her youth. Yes, she is my wife now. Howard faced this topic with remarkable composure. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots interrupted the conversation between the two. Karen paid no mind. 3 bullets struck her black cloak and then fell to the ground. After a moment's thought, Karen raised a hand and golden solar power transformed into a long whip that shot out. It bound Bucky, who had just tried to escape, tightly. What should we do with this guy? Howard asked, looking at Bucky, who was tied up like a dead dog and still struggling. What can we do? With him like that, it's clearly not normal. Besides, with Steve's connection, can you really kill him? Karen's latter half of the sentence was clearly directed at Steve, who had been hiding in the woods, observing everything. As Karen's voice fell, a rustling sound came from nearby. Soon the future Captain America, dressed in black tactical clothing with slightly graying hair, emerged from the woods. Karen, Howard, long time no see. The future Steve awkwardly greeted the two. Compared to Karen's indifference, Howard appeared. This guy had probably been waiting there for a long time, just watching him being killed. Steve also noticed Howard's discontent and immediately explained, Howard, it's not what you think, it was Loki who stopped me. Just look over there. As he spoke, the future Steve pointed towards the side of Karen and Howard. Indeed, at some point a Bambi crossed out, dressed in a green robe with a pair of curved horns. Loki had appeared there. But this Loki was disturbingly calm. As he walked towards Karen, a faint green aura spread. Howard, future Steve, and Bucky all fell into a deep sleep. Karen, you should know that Howard's death is inevitable. Karen cautiously fixed her gaze on the Loki in front of her. Should I call you Loki, the trickster god and 3rd prince of Asgard? Or should I call you the god of time? Loki paused for a moment, then softly replied, just call me Loki. Okay Loki, what if I say I want to save Howard? After speaking, Karen began to mobilize the vast energy within her, ready to confront this god of time at any moment. even though she knew that she likely wasn't a match for him right now. After hearing Karen's words, Loki smiled faintly. That's fine, but Howard Stark must disappear. Karen did not expect Loki to be so easy to talk to, and she was momentarily taken aback. Then she chuckled and nodded. I promise Howard Stark will completely disappear. Loki gave a faint mm, and his figure directly vanished as if he had never been there. After Loki left, Karen quickly began to tidy up the scene. First, she adjusted future Steve's memories and threw him back into the woods. Then she fabricated a false memory for Buck. Lastly, she found 2 corpses similar in size to Howard and Maria and threw them into the fiery explosion of the car. Before leaving, Karen did not forget to take away an indeterminate number of super soldier serums. After a moment's thought, Karen chose to first take Howard and Maria back to the time of World War II, where Howard had lost a bet. Upon entering the manor, Karen did not see a scene of desolation. Instead, it was meticulously maintained. It was evident that Howard had always had someone carefully manage this manor. She awakened Howard and Maria, explaining the general situation to them. Both were not fools. Naturally, they understood that from today onwards they were, in a sense, already dead. By the way, how is Dr. Erskine doing now? Upon hearing Karen's question, Howard looked somewhat despondent. He passed away 8 years ago. He didn't use the super soldier serum. No, at that time his physical condition was not sufficient to support the modification of the 5th generation super soldier serum, and moreover, he himself did not want to use the super soldier serum. Then Howard began to softly recount to Karen the various events that had occurred on Earth over the years. Throughout the process, he repeatedly mentioned that he now had a son. He was incredibly proud of Tony Stark. Oh, by the way, the Strategic Scientific Reserve has now been renamed the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics Support, and its authority is greater than before. Mentioning this name, Howard couldn't help but complain about how long and cumbersome it was. Haha, indeed, Karen agreed. Oh, by the way, I handed it over to a very capable young man, Pierce. If you meet him, you will definitely appreciate my judgment. Upon hearing the name Pierce, Karen's expression became somewhat peculiar. With Pierce taking office, wouldn't she have some fun watching? Once the idle chat ended, Karen became serious and asked Howard about his future plans. Howard turned his gaze to the super soldier serum sitting on the table, his voice laden with mystery. This is the 6th generation super soldier serum, which takes into account anti-aging factors. I plan to secretly use this serum with Maria while hiding it from Tony during our vacation and then surprise him. But, as he spoke, Howard couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He wondered if Tony knew that his parents had left him so abruptly. Would he be heartbroken? Karen stood up, patted Howard on the shoulder, said nothing more, and walked outside. Howard understood her meaning and immediately stopped hesitating. Together with Maria, he injected the 6th generation super soldier serum. The 2 of them successfully regained the appearance of their 40s. Unfortunately, their physical capabilities did not significantly increase. This could be considered a disadvantage, right? After a brief discussion, they decided to hide their identities and embark on a journey around the world. After all having worked hard for most of their lives, it was time to enjoy the remaining days. However, what they didn't expect was that just a week after the world presumed they had died in a car explosion, their butler, the usually robust Jarvis, unexpectedly passed away without warning. Tony, just over 20 years old, was devastated by this series of events. It was the beginning of a new year. Tony Stark found himself utterly alone. Concerned about Tony's condition, Howard and Maria asked Karen to look after. Karen hesitated briefly, but agreed. It was only 1992, and Carol Danvers wouldn't return to Earth until 1995. During this time, she had nothing to do but sunbathe. She might as well take the opportunity to mentor Tony. On the first day of the new year, Tony declined Obadiah's company. He locked himself in the villa. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound at the floor-to-ceiling window startled Tony. Tony hurriedly got up to look, only to see a woman in a red and blue battle suit hovering quietly in the air, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as she scrutinized him. Tony was terrified by this shocking scene and turned to run. "You are so timid." "Far behind, Howard." "You?" Tony froze for a moment hearing Karen mention his father, then slowly turned to seriously observe Karen. "You are Karen Zor-El." Tony's tone was filled with uncertainty. He had always thought that the stories Howard told him as a child were all lies. Had been told that he knew a Kryptonian who had flown him out of Earth in 1944, before humanity had even the old photographs he had thought were just fabrications by Howard to play tricks on him. After all, in Howard's tales, Karen was like a divine being. As a child, Tony had often pestered Howard to meet Aunt Karen, until he read the Superman and Supergirl comics. He felt that Howard was a complete fraud, having deceived him for so many years. It was from that moment on that he began to resent his father, Howard. Even more absurd was that for this Aunt Karen, Howard had forced DC Comics to release a Supergirl comic with the protagonist's name being Kara Zor-El, a name personally chosen by his father. By lineage, Kara should refer to the woman in front of him as Aunt. Tony felt utterly speechless at his father's bizarre humor. "Hey, how should I address you?" Facing Karen's intense gaze, Tony swallowed hard. Karen. Aunt. Haha, you little rascal." Karen was quite pleased. Being a relative of the future renowned Iron Man made her feel proud. Tony closely examined Aunt Karen and realized his father's exaggerated descriptions were far from an exaggeration. This Aunt Karen was simply too beautiful to belong to this world. Those cover models were simply, oh no, how could he even compare them to her? Slap, slap. Tony gave himself 2 hard slaps. Karen narrowed her eyes, as she was well aware of her striking appearance, and stared intently at Tony. "What are you thinking, you little rascal, eh?" Nothing. Haha. Tony laughed awkwardly, quickly running to bring a chair for Karen to cover his embarrassment. Aunt Karen, please take a seat. Karen nodded in satisfaction. The young Tony was quite charming. With a little guidance, he shouldn't turn into that foul-mouthed version of Tony, right? Karen was uncertain. She sat down and tossed an item. Tony instinctively caught it and carefully examined the exquisite gun with interwoven red and blue stripes. Looking up at Karen, his eyes filled with confusion. This was given to me by your father for self-defense. Now I'm giving it to you. As a man, you must learn to shoulder everything. Hearing his father Howard's name again, Tony felt a wave of complexity in his heart. Tightening his grip on the gun, he carefully stowed it away, a sense of responsibility emerging in his eyes as he spoke earnestly. I will. Good, that's fine. I'm leaving now. Your father knows where my estate is, right? If you need anything, come find me there. I should be staying. After saying this, Karen stood up and left. To be honest, she wasn't very good at giving motivational speeches. Upon leaving Tony's villa, Karen immediately spotted Obadiah, sitting not far away, also wearing a troubled expression. With a flicker of thought, Karen's outfit instantly transformed into a black hoodie and pants, and she casually walked over with her hands in her pockets. Obadiah, long time no see. Are you here to see Tony too? Obadiah turned toward the voice, squinting for a moment before exclaiming in shock. You are? No, you are Miss Karen. No, this can't be. He quickly denied it. The last time he saw Karen was over 40 years ago. How could she possibly look unchanged? It's me, Karen confirmed. Obadiah immediately got out of the car, quickly approaching her. Oh my God, Miss Karen, is it? Obadiah spoke, looking at Karen in disbelief. Karen pulled her hand out of her pocket and shrugged. No need to be so surprised. I've heard quite a bit has happened lately, so I came back to check on Tony. Ah, yes indeed. Tony's condition has been a bit poor lately. Obadiah felt uncomfortable under Karen's. Well, you should assist him well, and keep some thoughts that shouldn't be there to yourself. Karen lightly patted Obadiah's shoulders, startling him into a sweat. Okay. Obadiah was extremely frightened. He had witnessed Karen's methods during the time he worked with Howard. Those who dared to provoke her were always dealt with swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Back then he was tasked with cleaning up. He knew all too well the fate that awaited those people. Good, very good. Karen saw Obadiah's expression and knew she had awakened his dormant memories. She turned and walked away without looking back. Karen's figure vanished completely. Obadiah collapsed to the ground, rubbing the shoulder that Karen had just struck. That woman is still as terrifying as ever. Immediately Obadiah recalled Karen's unchanging appearance over the decades. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as a sense of curiosity quietly took root in his heart. Obadiah was well aware of what Howard had been researching and thus had reason to suspect. It was likely that Karen maintained her youthful appearance and astonishing strength due to the super soldier serum. Thinking of this, Obadiah felt a surge of excitement. What if he could obtain the super soldier serum from Karen? A sudden thrill coursed through him, and he quickly suppressed his ambition, carefully observing his surroundings. Resolute in his decision, Obadiah decided to take things step by step. First, he needed to stabilize Stark Industries and enhance his prestige within the group. In the following time, Tony successfully took over Stark Industries as its head and created the artificial intelligence JRVIS. He also became a frequent visitor to Karen's estate, often coming under various pretenses to chat with her. However, Tony always asked irrelevant questions, mostly about the Kryptonian civilization. Karen had little to hide and simply recounted what she remembered about Kryptonian civilization to Tony. Overall, it was quite similar to the depictions in the comics. If it weren't for Karen's inability to resist Tony's request, she would not have taken him for a tour of the universe. Tony even began to doubt whether Karen was in cahoots with Howard to deceive him. During this time, their relationship had lost the initial awkwardness. On the other hand, Obadiah diligently took care of everything for Tony. He occasionally inquired about Karen's situation, but with Karen's instructions. Naturally, Tony dared not say much, often brushing it off with a few casual remarks. This left Obadiah extremely frustrated with nowhere to vent his feelings. He just wanted to get closer to Karen. Was that really so difficult? One day, Tony once again visited Karen's estate, making his way to the garden where she basked in the sun. Aunt Karen, I have managed Stark Industries well, and I plan to select a capable secretary to free up more time for inventions. Do you have any interest in helping me choose? Upon hearing Tony's words, Karen leaped off her sun lounger with surprise. Come on. Tony had not expected much, but he was surprised that Karen, a homebody, showed interest in such trivial matters. Before Tony could even take a sip of water, they returned to Stark Tower. On the way, Karen had already glanced through the candidate information that Tony had prepared in advance. To her surprise, Pepper Potts was not among them. Just as the two stepped into Stark Tower, a warm greeting from afar caught their attention. Karen, long time no see. Obadiah strode over with great strides, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Tony. Tony, you brought my friend without telling me in advance. Karen waved aside Obadiah as she looked toward the reception area, walking over slowly. This act of disregard made Obadiah's expression slightly unpleasant. The executives following him were also puzzled, speculating about Karen's identity. Tony shrugged at Obadiah, then quickly walked a few steps to catch up with Karen. Obadiah took a deep breath, turned, and forced a smile to follow. Karen approached the reception desk, smiling gently at the woman who had just hung up the phone. What is your name? Me. The new employee, Pepper Potts, was clearly not yet the confident Pepper of the future, feeling a bit awkward under the gazes of several bigwigs. Pepper Potts. It was evident that she was nervous, her voice low. Very well, it's you. Karen shot Tony a look, who hesitated, tightening his grip on the information in his hand. Leaning closer to Karen, he whispered, Aunt Karen, aren't you going to look at the others? No need, just her. I've already thought of a name for your future child. Facing this whimsical Aunt Tony felt helpless. Was it a given to tie the knot at the first disagreement? However, Tony seriously assessed Pepper and found that although she was not very beautiful, she was quite pleasant to look at, and he did not dislike her. Clearing his throat, he said, "Miss Pepper Potts, congratulations, you are now my personal secretary." What? Pepper stared at Tony in shock. Did you not understand? Let me repeat, you are now my personal secretary, understand? Tony reiterated before everyone. This time Pepper understood completely. She beamed with joy, saying, "All right, boss." She quickly tidied up her things and rushed to stand behind Tony. Seeing the two of them standing together, Karen squinted and smiled. "You two have fun." After saying this, she turned and left, not once glancing at Obadiah. Obadiah stared at Karen's retreating figure, his fists clenching and relaxing. "Hey, take it easy. Aunt Karen is like this, you should know her better than I do." Tony put his arm around Obadiah's shoulder to ease the tension. "Yes, I know her very well," Obadiah replied with. Tony did not take it to heart and turned to leave with his new secretary. Everything fell into place in the following time. Tony discovered that the personal secretary chosen by Karen was indeed very capable. Although her methods were somewhat inexperienced, her abilities were quite strong. Whatever task was handed to her became remarkably organized. Tony even doubted whether Karen had used some superpower, but he was overthinking. Although Karen had telepathy, she had only been curious and used it a few times at the beginning and thereafter hardly used it on anyone. The reason was simple: doing so would rob her of much joy and could dirty her heart. Under the efforts of Tony, Pepper, Obadiah, and other Stark Industries thrived. Tony even swept through various Forbes lists by his own strength, becoming the undisputed #1 among young entrepreneurs. However, the first year was the best. Afterward, Tony clearly began to get carried away. While he did not completely follow in his father's footsteps, he was close. He spent his days lingering among flowers, significantly reducing the time for inventions. As a result, Pepper once complained to Karen, Tony's elder. Unfortunately, even though Karen gave Tony a few talks, the effect was minimal. Thus, Karen decided to give up and let him drift. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, Karen has continuously strengthened her connection with the sun god's divinity and the external yellow sun. The progress of her silver Superman transformation has already reached 20. Her advancement is quite remarkable. She feels that she has become terrifyingly strong, yet she herself is unsure of her true limits. As for Tony, it's better not to mention him. He basically doesn't come to Karen for trouble anymore. After all, Karen really did hit him hard. Several times, she broke his bones, then helped him heal and continued to beat him. Tony feels that Karen's presence is meant to compensate for his incomplete childhood. Now he is intimidated whenever he sees Karen. Pepper, who has evolved into a little spicy pepper, has also gotten used to Tony's style and has buried Karen's initial joke deep in her heart. In the early morning, Karen suddenly awoke from her sleep. Her gaze pierced through the ceiling, looking out into outer space. In her line of sight, a woman dressed in green combat attire and a damaged spaceship were plummeting rapidly. Without hesitation, Karen got up, drove the supercar sponsored by Tony, and headed towards the direction where Carol Danvers was. This time, to avoid boredom, she chose to participate in the storyline. By the time Karen arrived at her destination, the staff from the Department of Homeland Strategy and Logistics had also reached the vicinity of the convenience store, including Nick Fury and the rookie Coulson. Karen casually dropped a few psychological hints and blended in as a senior agent. "Hey Fury, how's the investigation?" Fury, momentarily dazed, then replied, "Seriously, Agent Karen, according to the witness description, this is most likely related to the woman in the green combat suit." After speaking, Fury pointed towards Carol Danvers, who was standing not far away and doing nothing. "Let's go ask her about it." Karen casually nodded and walked towards Carol. Seeing this, Fury immediately followed. "Hey miss, we received a report. There was a woman in strange clothing who vandalized the convenience store over there. Could you tell us where she went?" Karen stood in front of Carol, revealing a formulaic smile. Carol first looked nervously in the direction Karen pointed, then pointed in another direction nonchalantly. "She seems to have gone that way." After saying this, Carol intended to leave in the opposite direction, but was directly blocked by Fury. "Miss, please show us your identification. We have evidence indicating that you vandalized that convenience store." Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Carol let out a sigh and decided to come clean. "All right, that was just an accident. I'm a member of the Interstellar team, and while tracking the scrolls, I accidentally got shot down and crashed onto your C-53 planet. I'm very sorry for the trouble caused to your law enforcement. My superior will be here soon to compensate for your losses." Fury looked at Carol with a face full of confusion. He looked at Karen with a puzzled expression. "What do you think of her story?" Karen shook her head with a smile. "Perfect, the logic." "Hey Agent Karen, I'm serious," Fury said helplessly. Then he didn't want to continue chatting with Carol. He took out handcuffs, preparing, but just as he took a step forward, he was kicked away by Karen with a single blow. Boom. The energy blast landed exactly where Fury had just been. Carol immediately locked onto the target, firing a photon pulse directly at the other party. The attack shattered a small section of the wall where the Skrull was hiding. Seeing that she had been discovered, the Skrull immediately stood up to retreat. Carol took the lead and chased after it. Fury quickly reacted and called Coulson to drive and pursue. At this moment, Karen had already sped off in the supercar. Along the way, she used her supervision to keep track of Carol. Her combat awareness is quite lacking. I really don't know how the Kree trained her. Karen couldn't help but voice her complaints. Carol was engaged in a melee with the Skrull, fighting from the car's interior to the roof, and then bursting out of the subway station, yet she still let the other party escape. Karen's gaze shifted. On the other side, Fury was already inside the car grappling with the Skrull, impersonating Kal-El. Through the impact of the crash, he successfully countered and killed the opponent. When he saw the true face of the Skrull, Fury was scared half to death. Is this a Skrull? To avoid causing panic, Fury quickly took off his jacket and covered the dead Skrull's head. Meanwhile, Carol walked out of the subway station with a confused expression, clearly having lost track of the target. Hey Interstellar team, do you need a lift? Carol turned to see Karen, who smiled and replied of course. As she got into Karen's supercar, Carol immediately began to retrieve information from the communication device dropped by the Skrull. Soon she obtained several very useful pieces of intelligence. Wendy Lawson, Project Pegasus, and the name of a bar. These seem to be my memories. Carol felt a sudden headache. How could she a Kree have memories about Earth? So are we going to start our little decoding game now? Karen's voice revealed a hint of excitement. She knew everything, but she just wouldn't say it. Decoding game. Carol stared at Karen in the driver's seat with a strange expression. Why yes, Karen replied, directly starting the engine, and the two headed straight for the Poncho Bar. Along the way, Carol explained her background to Karen and repeatedly emphasized the fact that she was a Kree trying to cover up. Karen only said 2 sentences throughout. Right. Yes. This made Carol quite annoyed. Yet she couldn't do anything to this local. Soon the two arrived at the Poncho Bar. They had just entered when Fury appeared before them, evidently having been there for a while. Since Fury had been away from Karen for some time, the psychological hints naturally lost their effectiveness. He directly aimed his gun at Karen. Sorry miss, you shouldn't be in my memory as Agent Karen. I hope you can give me a reasonable... Karen muttered gloomily, I hate it when others point guns at me, and in an instant she was in front of Fury, crushing the handgun in his... She tossed the pieces to the ground, casually saying, don't do that next time. Otherwise I might just snap your neck. This sudden turn of events left Carol momentarily dumbfounded. The speed that Karen had just unleashed was something she couldn't even capture. Fury stood there equally stunned. Originally she intended to wait for an opportunity, but who would have thought she had become the prey? Agent Karen, I was just joking. Fury's smile was more sorrowful than tears. At that moment Karen quietly dispelled the illusion. Fury was momentarily stunned and uncertainly asked, you are Agent Karen? Yes, is there a problem? Let's sit down and talk. Karen nodded lightly and gestured for the two to sit down. Carol was somewhat at a loss amidst this series of unexpected events. Fury first claimed not to know Agent Karen, yet then directly addressed this woman as Agent Karen. What was going on? Moreover, she had been traveling with such a dangerous individual all along. Fury obediently sat down as instructed by Karen, and after a moment of hesitation, Carol decided to join Fury on one side. Fury stared intently at Karen. Fury took a sip of the juice served by the waiter and looked at Karen, asking, so do you have any questions? Yes, you. No, Agent Carter's autobiography mentioned you. Did it not say you mysteriously disappeared over 50 years ago? How could you possibly be here? Fury was referring to the autobiography left by Carter after his retirement, which Karen... In that book, My Years During World War II, Karen was described by Carter as an omnipotent being. Many people even believe that Karen was merely a fictional character created by Carter. But only agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that Karen was indeed real. Furthermore, she was one of the founders of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., which still kept old photographs of her. In response to Fury's question, Karen didn't provide a clear answer, but simply explained that she had been on a special mission. She instructed Fury not to disclose her information to anyone else. Fury immediately promised and pulled out Peggy Carter's autobiography, asking Karen for her signature. Seeing that their conversation was wrapping up, Carol finally found an opportunity to speak. So, does that mean you have significant... Upon hearing her words, Karen shook her head, saying, I currently have no authority whatsoever. Seeing that she could not help, Carol immediately turned her gaze to Fury. So, Agent Fury, I would like to know more about the Pegasus project. Can you assist me? Fury first glanced at Karen, saw her nod lightly, and then agreed directly. The three of them immediately left the bar, heading straight for the Air Force Base where the Pegasus project had been executed. On the way, Fury informed the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce about Carol's situation. Karen did not stop him. Without Talos, things could become quite boring. Carol didn't mind being watched by the locals during missions was not a new occurrence. The key point was that with someone as powerful as Karen around, Carol felt she would be a great asset. She also skimmed through Fury's book, and in her view the descriptions of Karen should have been more conservative. Just based on that speed, which was imperceptible to the naked eye, and the strength to crush a gun, Carol's intuition told her that Karen's capabilities were far beyond that. The three of them quickly entered the Air Force Base's archive using Fury's credentials. Here they found the Pegasus project. Unexpectedly, along with the discovery of the archives, there was also a file on an Air Force pilot named Carol Danvers. Carol stared at the information recorded in the file, countless images flashing through her mind. Meow. A cat's meow pulled her back from her thoughts. The three of them turned their heads simultaneously and saw a cute orange cat sitting not far away. Fury was instantly captivated by the cat's adorableness and quickly approached, starting to serve his feline master. The orange cat enjoyed his service. Nicholas, Nick, you did well. Fury stiffly turned his head, and the person who spoke was none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce. After greeting Fury, Pierce strode towards Carol and extended a friendly hand. Hello, Ms. Danvers, welcome. He's an imposter. As Furious words fell, Carol instantly knocked the figure impersonating Pierce by Talos away and turned to run. Karen looked oddly at Carol, who had already run far away, and when she turned to look at Fury, he had vanished without a trace. Damn, did those two leave without a word? At this moment, Talos got up from the ground, showing no aggressive behavior. Ma'am, I do not wish to harm you. If possible, could you kindly tell me their whereabouts? Of course. Since they were being unreasonable, Karen couldn't be blamed for not being easy. She immediately tossed the information that Carol had just looked at to Talos. Talos was momentarily taken aback and politely said thank you. He quickly found the address of Carol's former friend and comrade in the information. He immediately turned around and walked out. During the process, his body began to transform towards Karen. Bang! Talos fell to the ground, reverting to his original appearance. Karen watched, rolling her eyes. Did he think he could imitate her? This guy must be dreaming. What did you do to me? Talos said before completely fainting. In response, Karen chuckled. You brought this upon yourself, and you still blame others. Karen, being kind, checked him and found he wasn't dead, then dragged him along like a dead dog to search for Carol and Fury. By the time they arrived, Carol had already learned everything that had happened from her friend the Black Girl. She also roughly understood that she might have been deceived by the Kree and that she had once been a part of Earth. After waking up, Talos also took out the black box data from Carol's crash. He explained that they had only wanted to find a new home that would not be discovered by the Kree through the Lightspeed engine developed by the Pegasus Project. In truth, the Skrulls had always been victims. This realization completely made Carol understand the fact that she had been deceived by the Kree. Carol was now outraged, but she couldn't remember anything. However, one thing she understood was that Wendy Lawson wanted her to help the Skrulls before she died. She immediately made up her mind to help the Skrulls find a new home. Before that, she needed to find Wendy Lawson's former laboratory. At this time, Karen chimed in to give a brief hint, and everyone used the information at hand to find the coordinates of the laboratory in outer space. There was no reason to hesitate. The misunderstanding had been resolved, and everyone immediately prepared to set off. During this time, at the suggestion of the Black Girl's daughter, Carol changed her battle suit from green to a red and blue combination. With this, you'll be a female superhero. A single remark from the Black Girl's daughter almost made Karen burst into laughter. With Carol's current level, she was still 20,000 years away. The plan was set, and the group boarded the modified spaceship heading towards space. Carol recalled the events she had experienced during this time, and along with the descriptions from Black Girl, she vaguely remembered some things. However, she still couldn't remember everything. If you beg me, I can help you. Faced with Karen's mischievous remark, Carol chose. Although Karen was indeed impressive, she always gave Carol a sense of unreliability. What kind of serious person drags? Oh, wait, they were friends now. Based on their coordinates, they quickly found Wendy Lawson's space laboratory. Upon entering, Karen immediately spotted the cosmic cube conspicuously placed there. This left her at a loss for words, unsure of how to react. At that moment, Talos summoned the clan members who had been hidden within the experimental spaceship. Carol, Fury, and Black Girl then realized that Talos was actually looking for these people. As a family reunion scene was about to unfold, an uninvited guest barged in. The Kree commander Rog led a group of his subordinates into the command room, taking control of everyone present. Carol was swiftly subdued and taken away by the Kree's preemptive measures. They prepared to reprogram her mind. Karen watched the entire scene unfold like a bystander, compliant as she and Fury were locked up together. The Kree began analyzing everyone's danger levels through the scanner. Race Devourer Beast danger level high. Fury was stunned, realizing that the cat he had been petting for so long was indeed a Devourer Beast. When the scanner scanned Fury, it showed race human danger level essentially 0. This instantly broke Fury's defense. This piece of junk is definitely broken, absolutely. Fury declared confidently, but no one paid him any mind. When it was Karen's turn, she cooperated fully as the scanner passed over her. Race unknown danger level on. Boom. The scanner exploded, and the Kree team immediately went into. All weapons were aimed at Karen. Hey, I told you that thing was broken. Fury couldn't help but mock. But the Kree still treated him like. Karen looked at the weapons pointed at her and smiled helplessly. I just wanted to relate to you as an ordinary person. Why do you have to seek death? As her words fell, the heat vision fused with laser eyes swept across the bodies of the Kree. Bang, bang, bang. The Kree team was instantly severed in half, dead beyond recovery. This scene instantly shocked everyone. Wong Defa. Fury exclaimed an expletive, but upon meeting Karen's crimson gaze that turned towards him, he immediately shut his mouth, shaking his head vigorously as if to say he hadn't said anything. The group of Skrulls exchanged glances filled with fear. It was Talos who first regained his composure and immediately reassured the clan members. Everyone, don't be afraid, she is our friend. When he said the word friend, he clearly felt a bit guilty. Seeing that Karen did not refute him, he forced himself to continue arranging for everyone to quickly board the escape ship and evacuate. Throughout the process, Karen said nothing. She was contemplating whether to eliminate all the Kree since they had already been exposed. Should she just kill them all? Commander Karen, do you think we should go save Carol first? Fury had already started using honorifics. That works too. Only then did Karen remember that Carol had been taken away to be brainwashed and have her memories why did she use again? Unable to hold back, she remarked. Why does this guy keep getting brainwashed to have her memories read? Fury twitched at the corner of his mouth, but said nothing. Immediately, Karen led Fury and Black Girl, who was worried about Carol, towards the Kree spaceship. They formed a temporary rescue team for Carol. Of course, the main character was Karen, the vice character was Karen, the tank was Karen, and the support was Karen. Fury and Black Girl were only responsible for shouting 666 throughout. Garen was on a killing spree, firing heat vision at every Kree she encountered. It was almost as if whoever she glared at would die. Fury was witnessing this for the first time, and he was puzzled. He seemed to have seen this ability of Garen somewhere before. Heat vision, my goodness, this is heat vision. Black Girl was the first to react. Wong Defa. After a brief moment of confusion, Fury realized that it really was heat vision. At this moment, Garen confirmed it. You got it right, but there's no reward. This. Fury and Black Girl felt like the world had suddenly become magical. With Carol unleashing photon pulses barehanded, and Garen being this uncertain Kryptonian superhero, the world truly was changing on a whim. Garen cut through the chaos, leading Fury to the location of the Kree spaceship. Without a word, she eliminated 2 guards and boarded the ship. Upon entering the control room, Garen did not unleash a massacre like outside. Instead, she swiftly crushed Rog and the others' equipment. After completing these tasks, Garen approached Carol, who was kneeling and undergoing brainwashing. She placed a hand on her shoulder and quietly initiated a mental connection. Awaken. In the next moment, an endless radiance emanated from Carol's body as she recalled all her memories. Garen also radiated golden light. Providing Carol with a great recovery package, the photon energy-filled Carol instantly broke free from the control of the Supreme Intelligence. Her body floated gently in midair. Learn to control your power, Carol. Garen added another mental suggestion. In almost an instant, Carol understood how to control the power within her. Calming the turbulent energy, she landed. Opening her eyes, she looked at Garen in disbelief. Garen, you. She was at a loss for words, unsure how to describe that feeling. Garen smiled, saying nothing more, and raised an eyebrow towards Rog, and the others gathered together, indicating they were for. As she recalled everything, Carol shot a hateful look at Rog, the one who had killed Dr. Wendy Lawson. He had also brought her back to Hala, deceiving her through brainwashing to work for them for free all these years. Plus, listen to me. Boom. A full-powered photon pulse sent Rog and his teammates to meet the Supreme Intelligence. But it seemed that Carol had used too much strength. This strike not only obliterated the Kree team, but also pierced through the entire spaceship along with the experimental ship. Had it not been for Karen's quick reaction, using a bioforce field to protect Fury, Black Girl, and Gugu, they would have surely been frozen to death in space. I'm sorry, I just gained this power, and I'm not controlling it very well yet. Carol hurriedly apologized as she flew back from the void. Just as Karen and the others were about to mock her hideous helmet, they saw the countless alien fleets outside through the open. Carol read something from Fury and Black's expressions. She quickly turned her head only to be startled. Oh no, it's the Kree fleet, led by Ronan. How are you scared already? Karen's tone was quite dismissive as she sent out a burst of golden light, ensuring Fury, Black, and Gugu were safely out of harm's way. During the evacuation, Gugu accidentally discovered a shiny cosmic cube floating nearby. It immediately extended its Cthulhu-like tentacle to swallow it. This action once again shocked Fury and Black for 100 years. Did that mean the entire team consisted of just the 2 ordinary humans fighting for their lives? Ignoring the 2 humans and the cat, Karen observed the fleet that had launched starship missiles towards Earth and calmly inquired, interested in a comparison. Comparison of what? Carol asked, puzzled. In the next moment, she was utterly taken aback as Karen switched to a red and blue superhero suit. This can't be real. Carol only knew that Karen might be extraordinary, but this was just too extraordinary. Was this really the Earth native she had in mind, just a little stronger? A mistake. Seeing Carol's gaze glued to her outfit, Karen realized that the red and blue was the diplomatic version. The suit's color instantly shifted to black. As a former Earthling, Carol certainly understood what the change in Karen's outfit signified. If it was truly as she thought, then Ronan's fleet would probably have no chance of returning today. After changing her outfit, Karen no longer paid attention to the dazed Carol and swiftly shot out, arriving ahead of time. One punch was all it took to obliterate a starship missile. Ronan, commanding from his flagship, looked in bewilderment at the missiles exploding before hitting their targets. What is happening? Sir, we detected an exceptionally strong energy reaction. Sir, this is bad. She is heading towards our... Sir, the enemy's speed is too fast. We cannot capture it. Sir, she has circled to the side of our fleet. A series of reports left Ronan's head spinning. Immediately, he ordered a full-scale attack. In that brief moment, Karen had already used her heat vision to slice through 2 Kree warships. Sir, unable to lock onto the target. Useless, all of you are useless. Ronan realized the impending disaster as 2 warships were pierced without even seeing the enemy. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Meanwhile, watching Karen's solo performance, Carol was also stimulated. Following her instincts, she activated her dual-star mode, and at 6 times the speed of light instantly burst into the Kree fleet from the other side. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Meanwhile, watching Karen's solo performance, Carol was also stimulated. Following her instincts, she activated her dual-star mode. Ronan could only watch helplessly as warships were swiftly destroyed by the enemy, feeling entirely powerless. This was the most frustrating battle he had fought in years. He immediately ordered the remaining fleet to retreat to the jump point to leave planet C-53. If he couldn't provoke them, could he at least avoid them? But Karen would not let them go easily. This time they wouldn't escape unscathed. Who knew if they would attack Earth while he was leaving? Karen's figure instantly surpassed the speed of light, using her heat vision to slice through 2 warships blocking the path of Ronan's flagship. Earth is under my protection, got it. With the psychic link activated, everyone understood Karen's words. It was at this moment that Ronan finally saw Karen. Swallowing hard, Ronan nodded vigorously. Get lost. After saying this, Karen flew straight over the flagship. This action was utterly dismissive. However, Ronan did not dare to utter another word, and immediately ordered the flag. In the end, the once mighty Kree fleet was left with only a handful of cats and kittens fleeing Earth. At that moment, a thrilled Carol flew to Karen's side. In the vastness of space, standing side by side with her, she asked, Karen, are you really a Kryptonian? Her question seemed somewhat foolish, but Carol was indeed curious. She had lived in the universe for years without ever hearing of Krypton's existence. Even if it did, it was only in the Superman comics she remembered. Karen merely nodded noncommittally, then smiled mysteriously. I am still your son. In the next instant, golden light radiated from Karen's body. The solar armor was instantly donned, and the solar chariot appeared beneath Karen, lifting her up. At that moment, the sun, Carol was left dumbfounded. Karen's attire was just too cool. Moreover, she was actually the sun god. Through the overwhelmingly powerful energy source, Carol realized that Karen was not lying to her. This was simply her What does it mean when a sun god equals a Kryptonian? Carol nearly crashed under the weight of this question. She was now so shocked that she had lost her ability to speak. After a long while, Karen felt it was time to wrap up the show-off segment and retracted her powers. To be honest, the solar armor looked great, but it really wasn't suitable for fighting. In actual combat, the Kryptonian suit was much more reliable. Next, Carol earnestly asked Karen for many combat skills, and Karen generously shared her knowledge. After a simple sparring session, Carol discovered that even in her strongest form, she couldn't breach Karen's defenses, which was a bit disheartening. To be fair, she had taken on the so-called top-ranking Kree fleet in the universe with ease, and yet here, she couldn't even get past Karen's defenses. This was just absurd. The scariest part was that this guy was both a Kryptonian and a sun god, and the fear of kryptonite was likely no longer a weakness. Moreover, she could continuously enhance herself. Right now, Carol couldn't even see the gap between her and Karen. She couldn't imagine how powerful Karen would become in the future. Could it truly be like the comics, turning into an omniscient and omnipotent being? Now Carol's only relief was that Karen was not a bad person. Otherwise, this universe would truly be in trouble. After briefly reading Carol's thoughts, Karen couldn't help but roll her eyes, finding her inner monologue quite rich. Karen, I plan to help the Skrulls find a new home in the universe. After some hesitation, Carol finally expressed her thoughts. Karen was not surprised by this. That's your choice. Just do what you think is right. But don't forget to leave a way to contact you. Earth has you. Could there still be danger? Carol looked at her in confusion. Please, if even you're going out to roam, how could I possibly stay on Earth all the time? Carol deeply agreed with Karen's words. The Earth was indeed too small for people like them. Immediately, she found Fury and quickly modified his pager before returning it to him. Remember to notify me if there's danger on Earth. Understood. Fury replied, earnestly gripping the pager tightly, feeling the weight of responsibility. By the way, what happened to your eyes? Carol asked curiously. It's nothing, I'll be fine in a few days. Gugu was just, haha, you might end up as a one-eyed dragon. Karen chimed in unhelpfully from the side. Fury didn't take Karen's words to heart. It was just a scratch from a cat. How serious could it be? This incident had truly opened Fury's eyes. Not only did he meet a group of alien friends, but he also witnessed what true superiority looked like. A seed had subtly begun to sprout in his heart. Afterwards, Carol kept her promise, carrying the hopes of the Skrulls to help them find a new home. Meanwhile, a large number of Skrulls remained temporarily aboard Lawson's experimental ship orbiting Earth. Fury was tasked with being their sole point of contact. It was from this point onward that Fury officially embarked on his own path of cheating fate. Of course, Fury also proposed to Karen the idea of forming a powerful team to counter potential extraterrestrial threats at any time. He suggested Karen lead the team as its captain, but Karen brushed him off with a single casual remark. Go home and plant cotton. Fury was helpless. Carol and Talos had roughly described Karen's abilities to him. Even from those fragmented descriptions, it was clear Karen's power was beyond imagination. Unless she willed it, no one could force her to do anything. Moral constraints. Fury could only scoff. Karen wasn't like the Kal-El from the comics. She didn't have that shackle at all. If someone displeased her, she would truly kill. On the other side, Ronan, returning in defeat, bore the full brunt of the Supreme Intelligence's wrath. Simultaneously, the Supreme Intelligence ordered a complete lockdown on all information regarding Planet C-53. In the data Ronan brought back, that terrifying woman was not someone they could afford to provoke. As for the Tesseract and the Skrulls, that would have to be a matter for long-term planning. Ding, Captain Marvel 1 storyline completed. Ding, congratulations, Silver Superman growth at 21. Karen was at a loss for words. This system was incredibly stingy. Even without its push, she could naturally grow to 21 given time. Perhaps sensing Karen's displeasure. Ding, congratulations on receiving 10 luxury sports cars. Ding, congratulations on receiving 3 luxury rockets. Alright, the system was just clearing out its inventory on her. It was even sending her gifts. There was no one quite like it. When Karen came to her senses again, she had been transported to the DC world. 1984. It seems those Oldemers have already been destroyed, along with Krypton, and Batman's parents have been gunned down too. Karen felt a slight pang of regret. She had hoped to return a bit earlier to witness Krypton's destruction firsthand. Her gaze swept across, searching for Diana's figure. Tisky really are quite busy. In her view, Diana was surrounded by a group of children, leading them on a tour of the museum. Within half a minute, she quickly changed her outfit and went to resolve a nearby bank robbery. After handling the robbery, she changed again and continued guiding the children on their educational tour. Seems like she's still quite into this hero game. Karen gave up observing Diana. Just as she withdrew her gaze, Diana, as if sensing something, turned to look in Karen's direction. Lady Sun God. Karen directed her attention towards Kansas. In that direction, she saw a loving pair of parents playing on the lawn with their 4-year-old child. Karen watched little Clark for a moment. This little one is truly adorable. Immediately, she decided to go claim kinship. From a bloodline perspective, she should be the aunt of Kal and Kara. Deciding to act on it, within a few breaths, Karen appeared before Kal-El's adoptive parents Jonathan and Martha. Facing this suddenly appearing woman, the couple instinctively shielded little Clark behind them, staring warily at Karen. Ma'am, may I ask? I am this little one's aunt. Karen's words were nothing short of earth-shattering. Jonathan and Martha fell silent for a moment, then exchanged a brief glance. Jonathan stepped forward to face Karen directly. Sorry, ma'am, Clark is our son. We don't recall him having an aunt like you. Facing his words, Karen smiled faintly. Are you sure that spaceship hidden in your barn was also made by you? Jonathan found himself momentarily without a rebuttal. After a long pause, he finally asked again, who exactly are you? Didn't I already say so? Am this little one's aunt? Karen walked past Jonathan, went to Martha's side, and picked up the bewildered little Clark. She turned and smiled calmly at the couple. His name should be Kal-El, and my name is Karen Zor-El. Karen introduced herself amicably, while also pointing out little Clark's identity. Hearing this, Martha asked nervously, Miss Karen, may I ask why you have appeared here? Haha, don't worry, I'm not here to take the little one away from you. As she spoke, Karen gently bounced little Clark in her arms, causing the child to giggle. Clearly this smart kid understood her meaning. Phew, Jonathan and Martha both let out a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't taking Clark away. Next, Jonathan and Martha prepared a lavish dinner for Karen and invited her to stay at. During the meal, they tactfully refrained from asking about Karen's or little Clark's specific origins. They only needed to be certain of one thing: Clark was their son. Karen gladly accepted their invitation. She also planned to give Clark some basic training during this time. After all, this little one was very smart and had likely already started noticing some differences between himself and other children. The first lesson Karen taught Clark was how to properly soak up the sun. This step might seem simple for anyone, but learning to fully engage one's cells to absorb the sun's energy was not so easy. That was precisely the step Karen taught Clark. Only by learning to correctly channel solar energy could a Kryptonian truly take their first step towards growth. Of course, Karen didn't hide this process from Jonathan and Martha. It was a way of building trust. Through Karen's teachings, Jonathan and Martha witnessed the marvels of their race. They could fly and disappear, at will seemingly capable of anything. Especially the experience of Karen taking their whole family for a flight into space, which was an unforgettable memory for them. After teaching little Clark the basics, Karen used mental induction to help him learn the crucial ability of visual perception. Little Clark was quite playful with this new skill, often using it to find blind spots in his adoptive parents' vision, playing games of hide-and-seek with them. Jonathan and Martha were happy to join in Clark's joy. However, Martha earnestly advised Clark not to use this ability too often on familiar people. You know, if your family can't find you, they'll get worried. 4-year-old Clark took this advice to heart. He promised not to use this ability in front of his parents except during hide-and-seek. That evening, Karen, Clark's adoptive parents, and little Clark sat together around the television. On the screen, the news was playing, showing Wonder Woman saving yet another bank and punishing some street racers. Andy, when I grow up, I want to be Wonder Woman too. The childish remark from the little one made the 3 people present burst into. Karen reached out and pinched Clark's cheek, smiling as she said, "All right, when you grow up, let her retire, and you can become." Really? Little Clark's eyes sparkled at the thought of becoming Wonder Woman in the future. Really? Karen stifled her laughter and assured him. She quietly recorded this moment with her recording device. Little Clark, this scene would eventually become a laughingstock among the members of the Justice League. While Karen enjoyed this joyous moment, Diana's troubles had already begun. First, she herself had unintentionally made a wish on the wishing stone left by the god of lies to revive Steve, and her divine power began to wane. Then her colleague Barbara, envious of Diana's figure, beauty, and abilities, wished to become someone like Diana. Her kind nature began to be lost, and her good character was rushing towards another extreme. Barbara's transformation was noticed by a man named Trump. Using his identity as an oil tycoon and his charisma, Trump quietly approached Barbara and tricked her into giving him the wishing. At the moment Trump made his wish to become the wishing stone, Karen suddenly turned to look in his direction. "What's wrong, Aunt Karen?" Little Clark was startled by Karen's suddenly sharp gaze. "It's nothing." Karen was not concerned about such trivial matters. On the other side, the revived Steve, upon waking, immediately sought out Karen. However, through his sources, he could not obtain any information about the sun goddess Karen. With no other options, he unintentionally learned about Wonder Woman through television reports. After some searching, he finally found Diana at a party hosted by Trump using the name Diana Prince. To make Diana believe him, he began recounting their past stories while sporting a face unfamiliar to her. "Oh, by the way, your name, do you remember? I thought of it on the spot during your first introduction. I'm so glad you're still using that name." At this point, Diana was completely convinced that the unfamiliar face before her was indeed Steve. She was bursting with excitement. "Oh my God, Steve, is it really you? But how could you be it?" "Sorry, I'm not sure either. My last memory was of blowing up a gas bomb, and then when I opened my eyes, I had become this person, or perhaps it's more accurate to say I replaced this person." Steve clearly didn't understand what had happened. At this moment, Diana connected Steve's appearance with Barbara's drastic changes. Suddenly, she had an uncertain guess. But right now, she didn't care about that. Since the wish had already been granted, she had to take Steve to understand this wonderful era. What followed were the events that unfolded between the two of them just as when Steve had just brought Diana out of Paradise Island. Steve was so curious about everything in this age, especially the new airplanes flying in the sky, which fascinated him. By the way, Diana, do you have any news about Karen? In a cafe, Steve casually asked Diana. Hearing Steve mention Karen, Diana's smile froze for a moment. She was no longer that naive little girl from decades ago. Naturally, she could tell that Steve seemed to have no feelings for her. I sensed the aura of the sun goddess recently. She should be in a place quite far from us. Diana spoke somewhat reluctantly. In fact, she had something she wanted to say to Steve for a long time. But now, she had no idea if she should say it out loud. That's great, so shall we go meet Karen now? Steve had no idea what Diana was thinking. After learning that Diana had news about Karen, his first thought was to go see her. Well, the goddess must know you returned. Since she hasn't shown up, perhaps she might be busy with her own matters. Let's not disturb her. Is that all right, Steve? The more Diana spoke, the more fluent she became. In the end, she convinced. After hearing Diana's words, Steve found them quite reasonable. With Karen's abilities, she could certainly sense his return. Since she hadn't appeared, she was likely busy with other matters. After all, she was the sun goddess, she must have many things to handle. If their thoughts were to let Karen, who was currently playing with little Clark, know about this, she would definitely burst out laughing. Every day, besides taking care of the little Kryptonian, she was simply too free. Not showing up was just her way of not wanting to disturb what she considered to be a couple in Diana and Steve. As night fell, Diana found an excuse to bring Steve back to her home, which happened to be in a desolate suburb. The two chatted and laughed, and time quietly slipped into the deep night. Sorry, Steve, I didn't expect to keep you so late. How about you stay over tonight? Diana asked, full of apology as she inquired about Steve's opinion. Steve thought about how he didn't even know how to ride a bicycle, and he wasn't sure if he could get a ride at this late hour. After hesitating, he decided to stay the night. Steve, I rarely have friends over, so there's only one bed at home. Diana had a face full of difficulty. It's fine, I'll sleep on the sofa. It must be very comfortable. As he said this, Steve bounced on the sofa a couple of times. How can I let a guest sleep on the sofa? Diana became a bit anxious. Then, fearing Steve might misunderstand, she explained, back during the war conditions were rough, and we shared a room before. How about this? My bed is big enough. Perhaps. Steve, even if he was a bit slow, caught on at this moment. Then, fearing Steve might misunderstand, she explained, back during the war conditions were rough, and we shared a room before. How about this? My bed is big enough. Perhaps. Steve, even. Moreover, he had someone in his heart already, even though he had never caught the other person's eye. Thus, both of them felt awkward. In the end, Diana decided to throw caution to the wind and prepare to confess to Steve. But just as her words came out, Steve covered her mouth with his hand. Diana, listen, you are a good person and deserve someone better to love you. But in my heart, no one in this world can compare to you. Diana's voice trembled. You know, I once tried to like someone else, but it all failed. In the end, I realized that someone had long since taken residence in my heart, and that person is you, Steve. In response to Diana's words, Steve fell silent. Did he like Diana? Perhaps. But more than that, it was a feeling of wanting to care for an innocent child. Steve thought it would be very difficult to develop their relationship into something romantic. That night, both were silent. The next day, everything was as usual. Diana guided Steve to familiarize himself with this new world, while Steve clumsily tried to learn and understand. Many times he made Diana burst into laughter, teasing him that apart from flying a plane, he seemed to know nothing else. Good times are always fleeting. Due to Trump's increasingly inflated ambitions, the oil industry could no longer satisfy his desires. He directly extended his hand toward various countries, creating chaos in several nations. The United States was for personal reasons. Trump even lured the president into wishing for more nuclear weapons. The realization of this wish completely shattered the world's balance. Feeling threatened, the Bear Country began to unite, with several other nations preparing to launch a nuclear strike against the United States. After learning all of this through a television program, Diana was in shock. She could not comprehend how in just a few days the world had transformed into this state. Diana could no longer avoid. Immediately with Steve, she sought out Barbara to inquire about the whereabouts of the wishing stone. Barbara hesitated but eventually admitted that Trump had taken it, and Trump was the source of all this chaos. Diana urgently asked Barbara to gather all information regarding. She took Steve along, preparing to stop Trump's reckless actions. At that moment, Barbara also realized what she had at stake. Beauty, sensuality, power, and more all stemmed from that wishing stone. Out of curiosity, she began to search through numerous databases for related information. However, the more she learned, the more alarmed she became. The origin of this wishing stone was both mysterious and ancient. Yet every nation that possessed it ultimately met with destruction. Barbara was somewhat frightened, her first reaction being to tell Diana about this matter. However, she hesitated. If Diana were to find and destroy the wishing stone, would everything she currently possessed be taken away? After a mental struggle, Barbara ultimately decided to share the information she had found with Diana. Through her investigation, Diana unexpectedly discovered that Trump's wish was to become the wishing stone itself. Yet due to the loss of divine power, Diana allowed Trump to escape from her grasp. At that moment, she realized the seriousness of the situation. She shared the same suspicion as Steve, perhaps wishing. Once again reuniting with Barbara, the group quickly found the person who held the last information about the wishing stone based on the clues. From him, Diana received an astonishing piece of news. The wishing stone was created by the divine power of the god of lies. When a wish is granted, it takes away the most important thing from the wisher. This time Diana and Steve finally understood the reason behind her declining divine power. We must stop him. If this continues, the world will be destroyed. After their conversation, Diana and Steve quickly departed to catch Trump. Meanwhile, Barbara's eyes flickered, her mind filled with unspoken thoughts. On their way to find Trump, Diana and Steve clashed again with Trump's security team. This time Diana was directly wounded by a gunshot, clearly indicating that her divine power had diminished to a significant extent. Just as they were about to capture Trump, Barbara appeared, launching an attack on Diana without hesitation. Her movements were exceptionally swift. In just a few exchanges, she had knocked the already injured Diana to the ground. Barbara left with a scornful glance, taking Trump with her. Diana realized that Barbara's series of changes were likely due to the wishing stone. She had to prevent Barbara from stopping her and Steve from destroying it. Diana knew that continuing like this would not work. She was no match for Barbara. With her protection, there was no way to capture Diana. Give up your wish. That way your divine power can be restored, and you can use it to help more people. After hearing Steve's words, Diana shook her head, her voice choked. No, I don't want to lose you, Steve. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and her eyes brightened. Perhaps there is another way to prevent the world's destruction. What way? Steve also had a hunch. Then both spoke simultaneously. Under the sun god's crown X2, they dared not hesitate, and immediately set off for Kansas. When they arrived, they saw Karen playing soccer with little Clark. From a distance, Clark spotted Diana. Auntie, look. It's Wonder Woman. Diana's slight disguise was completely ineffective in the eyes of the already capable little Clark. Karen looked in the direction little Clark was pointing. She saw a somewhat disheveled Diana being supported by Steve as they walked. A long time no see. Why does Diana look so weak? Karen's tone was playful and her gaze was ambiguous as she looked. Diana forced a smile, broke free from Steve, knelt on one knee, and said earnestly, under the sun god's crown, the world needs you to save it. Little Clark, who was with Karen, was stunned. What kind of development was this? His idol was actually kneeling to his aunt. Wasn't his aunt a Kryptonian like him? How did she turn into the sun god? A series of questions ran through his little head. When Steve saw the small figure following Karen, his eyes couldn't help but dim a little. Karen, long time no see. Karen helped Diana up with one hand, then looked at Steve. Long time no see. How have you been over there? Steve struggled to respond to her. Karen teased him briefly before ignoring him and gently nudging little. What? You've been shouting to become Wonder Woman, and now Wonder Woman is right in front of you. Don't you want to say something? Little Clark looked up at his aunt, then at Diana, pursed his lips, and softly said, Aunt, Wonder Woman is so cool. I want to be Wonder Woman like you when I grow up. Diana was amused by his statement, reaching out to pinch Clark's small face. Smiling, she said, all right, when you grow up, Aunt Diana will let you be Wonder Woman. Yay! Little Clark was overjoyed to receive the recognition of Wonder Woman herself, practically flying with happiness. All right, go play. Karen gave Clark a gentle kick on his little backside. The little one was quite sensible, understanding that his aunt had important matters to attend to, so he ran off on his own. Who is that child? Diana voiced the question in Steve's mind. My nephew, isn't he adorable? Karen shrugged. Yes, very cute. Diana chuckled and nodded. Steve secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, Diana and Steve finally broached the subject of their visit. So you're here to ask me for help? Karen looked at the two of them. Both nodded simultaneously. The world's destruction has nothing to do with me, Karen replied, just as she had in the past. Clearly their words could not sway Karen. Hearing that line again, Steve couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Diana wanted to speak up, but was stopped by Karen. Then Karen extended a finger to tap Diana's forehead. A surge of immense solar divine power flowed into her body. You must learn to resolve the troubles you bring upon yourself. Diana felt the surging solar divine power within her, exhilarated, and immediately bowed solemnly. Thank you for the blessing, Your Highness. Without delay, she turned and grabbed Steve, ready to drive away. We only have half a day, oh, fly over. Karen's voice called out. Diana turned in shock, saying, But Your Highness, I can't yet. No, you can't. Karen raised her hand, waving it toward the two. A gentle wind lifted the two into the sky. Diana carefully feel the rhythm of the wind. After a brief moment of distraction, Diana immediately began to harness her power, following the sensations in her heart. Oh, Diana flew freely for the first time in the sky, and the feeling was simply exhilarating. She was thrilled, but Steve, who was being pulled along, found himself in a bit of trouble. Without divine protection, Steve was half frozen by the high-altitude environment. Thankfully, Diana reacted quickly, channeling golden solar divine power from her palm to warm him up considerably. The two soon found Trump again. This time facing Barbara, Diana was determined to redeem herself. When the two sides met, there was little to say. With the confidence granted by the solar divine power, Diana charged directly at Barbara. Barbara, equally confident and unafraid, rushed towards Diana. Whom in the moment they collided, Barbara's expression changed drastically as she was directly sent flying away. Her strength, capable of easily tearing apart steel, was completely no match for Diana. No, I am the strongest. Barbara cast her gaze toward Trump, who was live streaming his speech not far away. Trump understood her meaning. Come on, make your wishes. The seductive voice spread through the live streaming platform, reaching every corner of the world. As the number of wishmakers increased, no matter how hard Steve tried, he couldn't approach Trump even a fraction. Next, Trump converted the price of the wishmakers into power, transferring all their physical strength to Barbara. With this boost, Barbara began to transform into a feline-like form. Her physique became longer and more powerful, her eyes filled with wildness. It was clear that she was gradually losing her humanity. Diana dared not be careless as the two women clashed once more. Diana held back her strength while Barbara unleashed lethal attacks. Sharp claws tore through Diana's battle armor several times. Barbara, calm down, don't force my hand. Even at this moment, Diana continued to persuade Barbara to turn back. No, Diana, you don't understand anything. You're always so high and mighty. Today I will prove that I am superior to you. I will never go back to being the despised. As Barbara roared, she intensified her attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from Diana's divine power wrist guards with each collision. You forced my hand. Diana chose to stop holding back, unleashing all her solar divine power. Boom, a golden shockwave spread from Diana, sending Barbara flying. Clad in golden armor, in the next moment Diana completed her transformation. She tightened her golden fists. This feeling, it seems I can do it. With a flicker, she appeared right in front of Barbara, delivering a straightforward punch, without any flashy moves. Not far away, Karen, who had been watching from a distance, nodded in amazement. If you can't win, become a golden saint, you really are something. What's a golden saint? Little Clark was fascinated by the various strange phrases that popped out of Karen's mouth. Well, it's a product born from the highest realm of a warrior's spiritual training. Karen began to speak nonsense and, wow, that sounds amazing. I want to be a golden saint too, to protect my aunt. Little Clark clenched his small fists tightly, eyes shining brightly, clearly enchanted by the idea. On the other side, after unleashing all her solar divine power, Diana dominated Barbara in their combat. The fountain, rockery, balcony, and corridor all bore the traces of their fierce battle. In the end, Barbara lay on the ground, beaten like a dead dog, unable to rise again. Only then did Diana cease her assault, casting a deep glance at Barbara before swiftly leaving. In the studio, as the number of wishmakers surged, Trump's power grew even stronger. Steve was blown into the corner by the overwhelming force, unable to advance an inch. Until Diana arrived. With blessings from the solar god far exceeding the power of the god of lies, she easily approached. The truth lock instantly bound Trump, and Diana activated her protagonist aura. Through Trump, she revealed the lies to the people of the world and instilled the correct ideology. Finally, as an example, Diana reluctantly gave up her wish to revive Steve. Steve, goodbye. A tear rolled down her cheek as Steve smiled at Diana and waved a scene reminiscent of the past. In that moment, Diana understood that sometimes letting go is also a form of love. At this moment, Trump also saw his son about to be attacked by a nuclear bomb. In a state of extreme anxiety, he immediately abandoned all his wishes. He rushed outside. With Trump's abandonment, the powers of the wishing stone dissipated. The entire world returned to it. Diana looked at the already unconscious Steve and quietly took him home. Even though she knew that at this moment this person was no longer Steve. Yet she couldn't help but wave goodbye. Turning away, she left the divine power within her beginning to surge. Karen quietly left after watching the play, with little Clark returning to the farm in Kansas. Little guy, Annie has to leave for a while. You must listen to your parents, okay? Before leaving, Karen earnestly reminded little Clark. Mom, I will, little Clark replied, though he felt a bit reluctant. But he understood that his aunt was a significant figure busy with many matters and could not always be with him. So well behaved. Karen gently patted little Clark's head. A vast power of the sun surged into his body, gradually strengthening him. He stood up and waved goodbye. Karen's figure slowly faded away. Ding, Wonder Woman 1984 has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Ding, congratulations on receiving 1,000,000 firecrackers, 50 luxury sports cars, and 10 super rockets. Karen looked at the system's rewards, feeling speechless. Is this guy not even going to pretend? System, just be honest, did you give me this cheat? Ding, no. After a brief silence, the system provided its answer. Hey, I knew it. Even if the system didn't admit it, Karen had already guessed. System, what was your initial intention in binding with Ding? To take you around the vast world, to see rivers and seas, to let you experience. Stop, 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 are you trying to— Ding, I'm fooling you. Haha, but you can't deceive me anymore. Before me you have no secrets left. Upon hearing Karen's words, the system fell silent. The speed at which this host was growing was simply too fast, completely exceeding its expectations. The system felt a bit envious of this guy having such a powerful ally to rely on. It wished it could have a strong leg to lean. Unfortunately, it was not valued by others. After all, everything it did was just for fun, and its limits were already established. After a long while, the system spoke up for the first time. Ding, should we unbind? This time it was Karen who fell silent. To be honest, being in a foreign land, she really wanted a partner to accompany her growth. But unfortunately, the system's limits were there. It didn't wish to become her burden, nor did she want to continue binding it. Go on, go on. Ding, we shall meet again if fate allows. We shall meet again. After bidding farewell, the system transformed into a blue light and detached from Karen's mind. Not considering it any further. Ding, no need, your future is bright. I am not worthy of you. The system's tone had— take care. Karen waved at the light. The system said nothing more and vanished like a shooting star. Karen stood in a daze for a long time. Wow, it really left just like that, how carefree. In Karen's perception, there was no longer any trace of the system. But this guy was somewhat conscientious. Before leaving, it had left the interdimensional teleportation technology for her. Even without the system, her journey would not stop. The most important thing was the coordinate of Karen's original world in the superdimensional universe. Just as Karen was contemplating, a wave swept past her side. The telepathic connection activated, uncontrollably blocking and tracing the source. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in Karen's line of sight. They were none other than the young Professor X, Magneto, Eric, Mystique, Raven, and Beast Hank. At the same time, Charles sensed Karen's powerful presence far beyond an ordinary mutant. Oh no, it seems I just offended someone incredible. Charles immediately turned off the brainwave amplifier, feeling a wave of. The others were astonished after hearing Charles' account. The fact that Charles, equipped with a brainwave amplifier, was counter-invaded meant the other party had to be incredibly powerful. However, the bold and meticulous Magneto Eric was not too worried, since the opponent had not attacked. It proved that they did not care about Charles' actions. Thus, at Magneto's suggestion, they decided to start by inviting this powerful mutant. Karen was also pleased. Waiting by the coastline, Karen waited for 2.5 hours. Finally, this group of young mutants arrived. Of course, during this time, to make things convenient, she also simulated the system, using her abilities to create a new system for herself. Ding, scanning for telepathy. Ding, scanning for shape-shifting ability. Ding, scanning for magnetic control. Ding, scanning for beastification. Karen hesitated slightly before learning Mystique's shape-shifting ability and Magneto's magnetic control. These two abilities were indeed very helpful to her. A Superman's biological stance is to control everything around them, while Magneto's magnetic control strengthens oneself through the manipulation of the surroundings. These two abilities complemented each other perfectly. Mystique's shape-shifting ability was also incredibly powerful. It changed not just simple appearances, but also deeper genetic aspects. After all, in the original work, the Sentinels were created based on Mystique's genes as a template. The Sentinels could mimic the superpowers of all individuals and counter them, becoming a force that overwhelmed all mutants. If Mystique had not been so focused on dating, but rather on developing her abilities, her future would indeed be limitless. Before the others could speak, Karen took the lead, greeting everyone. They had been warned by Charles before coming, so they naturally would not show off in front of Karen. They friendly greeted her and took the initiative to introduce their super abilities. They did this to let Karen lower her guard and be willing to accept them as partners. Karen naturally saw through their thoughts. When introducing her abilities, she hesitated slightly and chose to reveal the fact that she possessed psychic abilities and thunder control. She couldn't help it, as she was afraid of exposing too much and scaring these young mutants. Next, Karen accepted their invitation and temporarily joined their small team. The group quickly returned to the CIA. During this time, Charles and Magneto left Mystique and Beast to accompany them. The two set off again to find other mutant partners. Karen felt a bit uncomfortable with the subtle flirtation between Mystique and Beast. Finding an excuse, she went out alone for a walk, leaving space for the two of them. As for what those two would do together, there was no need to guess. Karen already knew. The action abilities of the young Professor X and Magneto were indeed commendable. In less than half a day, they gathered all the other characters from the original work. After Professor X and Magneto gathered everyone together, they did not linger long, as they had many things to attend to in collaboration with the CIA. They quickly left the space to this group of people. After the two departed under the leadership of Mystique and Beast Hank, everyone quickly became familiar and began to showcase their superpowers one by one. Mystique was the first to demonstrate her shape-shifting ability. Hank then revealed his hands that resembled large palms. Invited by them, Kal-El briefly showcased her lightning ability and psychic power. Next came the demonstration from Darwin, the African-American guy. He named his ability Survival of the Fittest. He placed his head into a fish tank, and soon gills rapidly grew from the sides of his mouth. He then pressed his arm against the couch, and his arm began to transform into the material of the couch. Everyone was somewhat amazed by his ability, except for Kal-El. In Kal-El's view, if Mystique's ability were developed deeply enough, it could evolve to a level comparable to Darwin's. At least she believed that her current use of Mystique's ability was not much inferior to Darwin's. Coupled with her own steel body, she was confident that she would be unafraid in various extreme environments. Next up was the Siren's demonstration, whose superpower was relatively simple, attacking through sound waves. There wasn't much noteworthy about it. Then came the Angel, whose ability not only allowed him to fly effortlessly, but also to expel corrosive substances from his mouth. Finally, it was time for the demonstration of the shockwave. As he released the shockwave, the energy was immense and uncontrollable, prompting him to ask everyone to stand back. However, out of curiosity, everyone stayed at a certain distance and did not retreat further. The shockwave felt helpless about this. He could only try to control his shockwave and launch an attack forward. Yet among the three shockwaves he released, one flew towards the crowd. This unforeseen event frightened everyone half to death. Fortunately, Kal-El acted in time, raising her hand to unleash a bolt of lightning that dissipated the shockwave. Kal-El's simple display left everyone wide-eyed. They initially thought her lightning ability was just about creating electricity, but they did not expect its intensity to be so high. The most notable aspect was her relaxed demeanor, which clearly indicated she was not exerting her full strength. Seeing that his attack had scared everyone, the shockwave hurried over to apologize repeatedly. Everyone was teammates, so naturally they would not make things difficult for him. After all, it was an unintentional act, and amidst jokes and laughter the misunderstanding was resolved. However, things took a turn for the worse with the arrival of Ross, Charles, and Eric. It turned out that during their demonstration of superpowers, they had unintentionally created a mess around them. Ross was furious. Initially, he thought Professor X had gathered a group of capable assistants, but instead, he found a bunch of troublemakers. You guys. Charles was also quite angry, but he had more important matters to attend to and did not linger. Quickly leaving with Eric, the mutants collectively sighed in relief. Kal-El watched this scene with some amusement, reflecting inwardly, they really are a bunch of kids. Just as Charles and the others went to track down Black Emperor's whereabouts, he had already swaggered into the CIA with Red Devil. Their target was the group of young mutants that Charles had painstakingly recruited. Kalen observed everything, but did not. Beep energy absorption detected. Beep teleportation detected. After detecting the abilities of Black Emperor and Red Devil, she decided to learn them without hesitation. Facing Black Emperor's rhetoric that mutants should rule over humans, Kalen scoffed. Given the current number of mutants among humans, it was destined that they would find it difficult. Facing Black Emperor's rhetoric that mutants should rule over humans, Kalen scoffed. Given the current number of mutants among humans, it was destined that they would find it difficult to dominate. Unless Black Emperor's insane plan could be realized. But unfortunately, he was not the protagonist of this film. As expected, the angel was swayed by Black Emperor and chose to join his side. Black Emperor then turned his gaze towards Kalen, who had been silently observing everything with a smile. Ms. Kalen, I wonder if you would be willing to join us in our grand endeavor. Black Emperor learned from White Queen that Kalen was the first mutant sought by Charles. In his view, she was likely the most valued mutant by Charles. If he could persuade her, perhaps he would gain another capable. Kalen mockingly smiled and slowly shook her head. At that moment, the angel who had just allied with Black Emperor whispered a few words to him for some unknown reason. With Kalen's keen hearing, she naturally heard it all clearly. After listening to the angel, Black Emperor's interest in Kalen grew significantly. He decided that if he could not take Kalen away, he would kill her right here. He would not show mercy and leave behind a terrifying enemy. Watching Black Emperor slowly approach the young mutants, though Darwin and Shockwave were scared, they still positioned themselves in front of Kalen. Kalen slowly pushed them aside, her voice filled with helplessness. Sigh, why can't you just live well? Why seek death? Upon hearing her words, Black Emperor laughed out loud. Little girl, I am willing to give you one last chance. Submit or die. Black Emperor emphasized the word die as if to tell Kalen that if she did not agree, she would have no other choice. Kalen looked at Black Emperor with disdain, her voice calm. Have you ever witnessed true fear? What do you mean? Black Emperor became interested in Kalen's words. Kalen had no intention of wasting time. She instantly teleported behind Black Emperor's angel. Grabbing the other's neck, she applied slight pressure. Crack. After dealing with the angel, Kalen casually tossed her corpse aside. She turned to Black Emperor with a cruel smile. Black Emperor's hair stood on end, shouting, Red Devil, get me out of here. But Kalen's reaction was many times faster than Red Devil's. She swayed slightly, and in her hand was already the half-dead Red Devil. She threw Red Devil forward. Bang! Red Devil fell to the ground without any reaction. At this moment, Black Emperor realized that he had inadvertently provoked a terrifying monster. But his only hope of escape now rested on Red Devil. He quickly crouched down to check if Red Devil was still alive and tried to wake him up. Swish! A crimson heat vision instantly split Red Devil's body in half. Black Emperor stood there in shock. He had completely lost the arrogance he had when he first entered. Just as he was about to say something, all he could see was a sea of red. He hurriedly activated his ability to absorb this massive energy. But what appeared was despair. This energy was unimaginably vast, far exceeding his limits. Boom! After a loud explosion, the era of the tyrant Black Emperor came to an end. Kalen shook her head, saying, why bother? Her figure dissipated as she lost interest in what was to come. The young mutants were all stunned by this sudden turn of events and took a long time to regain their senses. After leaving the young mutants, Karen chose to return to the year 2008 of the Marvel Universe. Why return to this? Of course, because her beloved nephew Tony's great show is about to begin. How could she possibly miss it? After returning to this world, Karen first contacted Howard to confirm that he was still alive. She also caught up with the elderly Peggy Carter and future Steve. Although both were quite old, they were still in good health. Peggy even suggested having a few drinks. During this time, Karen conveyed the news that Howard was willing to create the 6th-generation super soldier serum for Peggy. After a moment of silence, Peggy decisively shook her head. I am already very happy and have obtained honors that ordinary people cannot achieve. Perhaps it was due to old age, but as Peggy spoke, she started to go off topic. She began to recount the past years she had with future Steve. This wave felt like a strong dose of dog food. When Karen left, she was truly quite full. However, she secretly infused a wisp of solar divine power into Peggy's body. This wisp of solar divine power had no other effect. It would only allow Peggy to live long enough, at least not shorter than future Steve, who injected the super soldier serum. Oh, by the way, future Steve already has a new name, Biden Rogers. To be precise, he has been using this name for many years. Only Karen knew about this. Karen was also quite shocked by this name. One could only say if anyone knew how to play, it had to be Captain with honey on her lips. Tony quickly learned of Karen's return. After confirming that Karen was at the manor, Tony arrived with several trucks full of gifts. What are you doing? Restocking for me, Karen said with a look of speechlessness, as the now middle-aged Tony was still so mischievous. Not at all. I just thought you might like a variety of things, so I prepared a bit more. Tony chuckled, just as he always did. The two hadn't seen each other for many years, and Tony naturally had a lot to say to Karen. But more than that, he wanted to show off what heights Stark Industries had reached over the years. Pepper, who accompanied him, couldn't help but interrupt, as Tony had definitely gone overboard. It was as if the entire Stark Industries relied solely on him. Although this was partly true, Pepper was quite displeased. Occasionally, she would report Tony's antics to Karen. Karen cooperated and gave Tony a good thrashing. After all, this guy had been too boastful in recent years with no filter on his mouth. Aunt Karen, please don't hit too hard. He still has to attend the Jericho missile test tomorrow. Oh really? Karen paused her actions, smiling mysteriously. Tony, upon hearing Pepper mention the Jericho missile, suddenly became spirited. He quickly got up and began to explain to Karen how excellent the Jericho missile was as a weapon. Karen made no attempt to stop him, quietly watching him boast. Once Tony finished his spiel, he suddenly remembered the identity of the person in front of him, leading to an awkward moment. After that, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Pepper reported to Karen about Obadiah's actions over the past few years. This was something Karen had instructed Pepper to do earlier. Clearly she had done very well. Looking at the list of offenses, Tony was astounded. How could he have trusted Obadiah so much? Was this his way of repaying trust? No, after I finish the Jericho missile test tomorrow, I'll find a way to reclaim the power he holds. Stark Industries cannot continue to develop like this, Tony said with righteous indignation. Karen had originally planned to help him out secretly to spare him some hardship. However, Tony's performance today clearly left her dissatisfied. The situation. Karen had originally planned to help him out secretly to spare him some hardship. However, Tony's performance today clearly left her dissatisfied. Karen decided to let go and watch as long as Tony wasn't killed in the process. Tony felt uneasy ever since leaving. How about postponing the Jericho missile test tomorrow? I just have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Pepper suggests. No way, we've already made arrangements with the military. As businessmen, we cannot break our promises. Tony firmly refused. All right. Pepper sighed, praying that nothing would go wrong. The next day, Tony went to Afghanistan as scheduled for the Jericho missile test. The entire process was unexpectedly smooth. The military quickly placed an order. Tony's previously tense heart completely relaxed at this moment. On the way back, Tony listened to rock music, smoked a cigar, and drank champagne. Boom! The explosion suddenly flipped the vehicle he was in. Tony was left dazed from the impact. The soldiers assigned to protect him quickly grabbed their weapons to fight back. But the enemy's numbers far outnumbered theirs. At the same time, attacks came from all directions. The soldiers protecting Tony were soon wiped out. Unwilling to be captured just like that, Tony seized a gap and quickly fled in one direction. Just as he crossed a hill, a missile landed right in front of him. Boom! He only had time to see that it was a missile produced by Stark before losing consciousness. When Tony awoke again, he found himself in a dim cave with a stranger beside him. Tony felt like his head was going to explode. He felt thirsty, tired, and hungry with pain all over his body. Nothing could be worse than this situation. Quickly pulling out the oxygen tube inserted into his lung, Tony reached for a nearby cup of water. However, he found that his movement was halted halfway by something, and a tearing pain shot through his chest. Tony quickly tore open the bandage on his chest. When he saw the magnet deeply embedded in it, he felt completely unwell. At that moment, Ethan turned to him and explained everything he had experienced over the past few days. Tony was instantly struck by lightning. Before he could catch his breath, hurried banging on the door came from outside. A group of armed men who spoke an incomprehensible language barged in. Ethan quickly translated for Tony. It was then that Tony began to grasp the situation. It turned out he had been captured by this group of people. Next, these terrorists unceremoniously grabbed Tony and dragged him outside. Tony was shoved along until they reached Seeing the warehouse filled with weapons and ammunition produced by Stark Industries, he almost broke down. Just thinking about how these terrorists used these weapons every day to harm countless innocent civilians made Tony's heart bleed. On the other side, upon receiving the news of Tony's disappearance, Pepper was nearly driven mad with worry. After a series of threats and enticements to the military proved fruitless, Pepper went straight to Karen. "Aunt Karen, please save Tony." "No need to rush." Karen remained calm and composed. Seeing her demeanor, Pepper felt reassured. After all, despite the arguments and criticism, Karen was still Tony's aunt. Surely, she wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Since Karen was acting this way, it indicated that Tony was likely not in life-threatening danger. With no other options, Pepper decided to stay at Karen's place. Karen didn't mind. With such a large estate, her presence made no difference. In Pepper's eyes, Karen always seemed to be relaxed and at ease. In truth, she had been keeping a close eye on Tony's situation. She saw that he had developed a small arc reactor and was starting to work on the Mark I armor. Karen felt quite pleased. Tony's transformation began at this moment. On the 10th day after Tony's disappearance, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrived at Karen's villa. "Oh, if it isn't Director Nick Fury. What brings you here?" Fury stared at Karen with his one eye. Seeing the other party always smiling, he had no choice but to yield. "You can laugh if you want." His voice had barely fallen when Karen's unrestrained laughter rang out. "Haha." Fury casually sat down on a sun lounger next to Karen. "I told you back then that you were going to become a one-eyed dragon, didn't I? You didn't believe it, did you?" Sigh. Fury sighed. He hadn't expected that a casual jab would cause him such harm. Fortunately, this appearance gave him a greater aura of intimidation. After Karen had laughed enough, her expression turned serious. "You wouldn't be in this position without the help of the Skrulls, would you? Fury, you must know that debts must eventually be repaid." Karen hinted, believing that Fury, being astute, would understand. "Well, I've helped some of their kin settle on Earth, but their numbers are too large, and I have some concerns." Fury immediately as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he always maintained a mysterious and powerful image in front of others. But with Karen, he knew how fragile his disguise was, so he dropped the act. This is indeed a problem. Is there still no news from Carol?" "No, after she left in '95, there has been no contact. I even thought of trying the beeper to see if it works." Fury clearly showed his frustration at the mention of Carol. It had been so many years since they agreed to help the Skrulls find a new home, yet there had been no news at all. "Where's the beeper?" Karen asked, extending her hand. Without hesitation, Nick Fury pulled it from his pocket and handed it to Karen. Fury was worried about angering Carol, but Karen was not. Immediately, Karen pressed the beeper. Once was not enough, she pressed it 3 times in a row. After the third press, she tossed the beeper back to Fury. When she returns, just say I pressed it. I'm quite curious about what she's been doing all these years. Fury then took on a subordinate's posture and began to report to Karen about the various incidents that had occurred over the years. Rather than a report, it felt more like he was venting his difficulties. Karen did not interrupt him, quietly listening as a good audience. This guy had been performing for so long, it was no wonder he was exhausted. Once Fury finished his complaints, Karen finally inquired about his business for coming over. Fury felt a bit awkward. If Karen hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about Tony. We have intelligence indicating that Tony has been captured by a reactionary organization in Afghanistan. I have his exact location here. Fury said, pulling up an electronic map and pinpointing Tony's location on it. If you know where he is, why haven't you sent anyone to rescue him? Karen asked with a playful smile. We've already dispatched our best agents from SHIELD, but I think it's still a bit uncertain. Fury's meaning was already quite clear. With your connections to Howard, why haven't you acted by now? No need to rush. He's undergoing a rebirth. Give him a little time, and he will surprise the world. Fury expressed that he didn't understand Karen's vague words, but he knew one thing: Tony should be fine. At that moment, he also notified the agents dispatched for the rescue to remain on standby for a while. Natasha, who had just joined SHIELD and was eager to make her mark, was feeling quite disheartened. She was all prepared, yet the director ordered them to stand by. What was going on? In the cave, Tony had completed the final experimental phase of the Mark I armor. Although the terrorists sensed something was off, they couldn't understand the technical aspects at all, so they had no idea what Tony was doing. Some of the smarter ones even thought Tony was modifying the most advanced weapons for them. When they discovered that Tony was experimenting with the leg armor of the Mark I, the leader of the group finally realized there was a problem. He immediately burst in with his men, binding Tony and Ethan, and demanded to know what they were doing. However, both of them were tough as nails. No matter how the others pressed them, even with the threat of torture, they didn't let anything slip. In the end, to ensure Ethan's safety, Tony promised that he would deliver the weapons they needed by tomorrow. The leader reluctantly believed them and was willing to give them one more day. He threatened Tony that if he didn't see the weapons by tomorrow, he would not see the sun of the day after. That night, Tony and Ethan stayed. In the end, to ensure Ethan's safety, Tony promised that he would deliver the weapons they needed by tomorrow. The leader reluctantly. Tony was also prepared and ready to fight with all his might. He immediately began to activate the Mark I armor. However, the startup clearly required some time. Ethan, witnessing this scene, felt anxious for Tony. As Tony saw the terrorists about to break through the door, he too grew frantic. In a moment of desperation, Ethan grabbed the makeshift weapons they had prepared and rushed out first. Ethan, don't go, Tony shouted urgently. But outside the door came the sounds of gunfire and heavy objects falling. Tony knew that Ethan might have sacrificed himself to buy him some time. In the next moment, the Mark I armor finished charging. As soon as it was charged, Tony didn't have time to feel excited. He hurriedly controlled the armor to charge outward. Just as he burst out, 2 men with submachine guns blocked his path. Tony knocked them all away with a single punch. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for Ethan's whereabouts. Yet he did not see Ethan's body, only a few fallen terrorists in the distance. Holding onto a glimmer of hope, Tony quickly. Along the way, Tony utilized the weapons mounted on Mark I, inflicting heavy casualties on a large number of terrorists. Even after bursting out of the cave, he still did not see Ethan's shadow. Just as Tony was feeling puzzled, a missile shot directly towards him. Fortunately, his control over the armor was impeccable, allowing him to nimbly evade the missile. With a swift motion, he unleashed an energy pulse, killing the opponent. Seeing the large cache of Stark Industries weapons outside the cave, Tony felt a complicated mix of emotions. Today, he must personally destroy these once proud achievements. Without hesitation, all the weapons in Mark I were aimed at the Stark Industries weapons on the rack and unleashed. Boom, 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 flames soared into the sky. Tony immediately activated the escape device and shot into the sky. After narrowly escaping, he did not have time to celebrate, as the small energy reactor could not sustain Mark I's continued flight. He began to plummet toward the ground. It's over. The fear of death washed over Tony once more. Just at that critical moment, however, his armor stabilized in midair. Then sparks began to fly as it slowly disassembled and fell apart. Strangely, Tony's body remained floating in the air. Instantly, he was filled with joy knowing who had arrived. Aunt Karen. With an excited call, Tony looked to the side. There, floating next to Karen, was a bewildered Ethan. Great. Ethan, you're okay. As he spoke, Tony could no longer muster the strength to continue, and soon his world slipped into darkness. Karen raised her hand, and Tony's body flew toward her. He took one last look at the Mark I armor abandoned in the Karen swiftly took Tony and Ethan away. When Tony woke up again, the first thing he saw was the familiar room and the Hey, if it's convenient, I'd like to have a hamburger first. Pepper shot Tony an exasperated look and waved at the door. Several servants entered carrying hamburgers and other meals. Starving Tony immediately began to gobble them down. After satisfying his hunger, he burped loudly without concern for his image. Help me up, I need to see Aunt Karen first. What do you need to see Aunt Karen for? Pepper asked, somewhat confused. Never mind that, hurry up. All right. Half an hour later, Tony and Pepper arrived at Karen's estate. The first thing Tony said upon meeting was, Aunt Karen, I want to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department. Karen was still basking in the sun, not turning her head. The entire Stark Industries belongs to you, so naturally you get to call the shots. Tony was surprised that Karen agreed, since Karen had agreed there was no problem. After all, according to the shares, Karen held 10, while he held 58. Together, they need not fear opposition from others. Likewise, Tony also planned to take this opportunity to reclaim all the remaining Stark shares. Confirming Karen's stance, Tony immediately began taking Pepper back to Stark Industries to hold a press conference. I announced that Stark Industries will shut down the weapons manufacturing department starting today. This explosive statement instantly sent shockwaves through the entire world. How could Stark Industries, as an arms giant, stop manufacturing weapons? The stock value of Stark Industries plummeted by more than half overnight. Tony's unilateral decision angered many Stark Industries shareholders, and a wave of criticism against him ensued. What's more, some began to sell off their shares while the stock price had not completely fallen, preparing to extricate themselves from this. Many were doing the same, and Tony had already arranged for Pepper to prepare sufficient funds to secretly acquire these shares. Tony's shares in Stark Industries skyrocketed in an instant. Within a week, he had covertly taken control of most of them. The remaining shares were controlled by Obadiah and other minority shareholders. During this time, Tony was not idle. Not only did he create a more powerful small arc reactor for himself, but with Ethan's help he also completed the assembly of the newly upgraded Mark II. He then began the first test flight. When he truly soared freely in the sky, Tony's heart was filled with indescribable. This feeling was completely different from when Karen had taken him flying. Now, he was soaring through the skies on the strength of. Standing above the city, Tony quietly gazed down at the bustling night scene. As he looked up at the round moon in the sky, a bold idea suddenly struck him. He increased the speed of Mark II to its maximum, shooting upwards. Upon reaching a certain height, Mark II unexpectedly exhibited signs of icing. I thought it would be easy. Tony sighed and halted his upward ascent. In his memory, Karen had effortlessly taken him. At present, trying to enter space using Mark II's performance was clearly impossible. After recording some issues encountered during the test, Tony began his return. Back at Stark Tower, Tony immediately began developing Mark III based on the shortcomings of Mark II, making adjustments in materials and technology to make it even more perfect. Next came Tony's moment of revenge. Upon learning that the terrorists who had kidnapped him were still at large, Tony immediately donned his armor and set out. When he arrived at the destination, what he saw was a scene of human tragedy. The terrorists were truly heinous. All along the way, Tony showed no mercy. He killed one he saw, and a pair he found, exterminating the entire group of terrorists to finally vent his anger. However, seeing the war-torn land and the helpless and bewildered orphans and widows, Tony's heart was deeply pierced. Where did these people's suffering come from? Once he was one of the culprits of this disaster. In that moment, Tony's determination to protect the weak grew stronger. While Tony was returning, he unexpectedly encountered an interception by the military. Even with the armor's power at maximum, he could not shake off the pursuit of military aircraft. Left with no choice, Tony had to dive into the clouds, relying on the thick layer of clouds to evade the pursuit of the fighter jets. If it could be avoided, he did not want to conflict with the government or military. But contrary to his wishes, he did not want trouble, yet two fighter jets relentlessly pursued him, clearly intent on shooting him. In desperation, Tony had no choice but to retaliate slightly. The palm cannon lit up, instantly severing one of the fighter jet's wings. Seeing the pilot struggling to parachute, Tony kindly lent a helping hand. With that, he finally shook off the pursuit of the fighter jets. Just as Tony was engrossed in the game of saving the world, Obadiah had utilized the remnants of the Mark I found in the desert to reassemble a colossal iron beast. However, Obadiah was furious that his scientists could not replicate Tony's miniaturized arc reactor no matter what. Without the miniaturized arc reactor as a power source, his ironmonger was nothing but scrap metal. Just as Obadiah was frowning in despair, he unexpectedly received an invitation from Tony. It turned out that Tony, in light of their years of partnership, was willing to put aside past grievances and have him surrender his shares, offering him a peaceful retirement. When the two met, the usual warm pleasantries were absent. Both were preoccupied with their own matters, and after chatting for a while, they had yet to get to the main point. Ultimately, it was Tony who couldn't hold back and tossed out the documents that Pepper had prepared in advance. Obadiah, as an elder, I respect you, but you have done many things over the years behind my back that you shouldn't have done. If you sign this contract, I will give you a sum of money and arrange for you to live in a quiet place for your remaining years. Obadiah took the documents and began to peruse them. Upon seeing that there was no information about betraying Tony, with a forced smile, he approached Tony from behind and gently patted him on the shoulder. Tony, I have watched you grow up over the years. With your father gone, I consider you like a son. I will support you in whatever you decide, but you cannot kick me out of the Stark Industries we built together. Do you think I will agree to that? As he finished speaking, Obadiah had already produced a sonic device in his hand. He pressed it directly against Tony's head, rendering Tony immobile. You? Tony never expected that Obadiah would resort to such measures. Obadiah slowly leaned down and whispered into Tony's ear. Tony, what you don't know is that the one betraying you. Unfortunately, those fools did not follow through on their agreement to take care of you. Otherwise, the entire Stark group would already be in my hands. But it's not too late now. While speaking, Obadiah removed the miniaturized arc reactor from Tony's chest. Without the miniaturized arc reactor, Tony instantly slipped into a state of near death. Savor the taste of death as it approaches. Obadiah laughed maniacally as he left. Tony's life began its countdown. Tisk, you really have a short memory. Without even turning his head, Tony already knew who had arrived. Aunt Karen, at a time like this, there's no need for sarcasm. That won't do. Karen leisurely approached Tony. She slowly squatted down to meet Tony's gaze. Beg me. The pallid Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. I beg you, Aunt Karen, you are the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and... Oh, please stop right there, that's so cheesy. Karen waved her hand at Tony's chest, activating her magnetic control to remove the tiny shrapnel. Next comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. Please hurry, I might be about to kick the bucket, Tony urged weakly before losing consciousness. Seeing this, Karen did not delay any longer. Golden solar energy surged forth, instantly filling the hole in Tony's chest. The large wound in Tony's chest began to heal at a visible speed. After a long while, Tony's entire chest was restored to its former state. Tony took a deep breath and awakened. Touching his chest, he confirmed that he had indeed recovered. He immediately got up and walked to the side. Where are you going? Karen asked, feigning ignorance. To take revenge. Tony grabbed the old miniaturized arc reactor and headed towards the Mark III. Moments later, the Mark III shot into the sky, targeting the Stark research base. He knew that Obadiah must be there. Karen heard Tony's departure and clicked her tongue. She floated away, intending to watch the show up close. Tony quickly arrived above the Stark research base. The broadcasting device of the Mark III activated. All unrelated persons, please leave immediately. All unrelated persons, please leave immediately. It repeated several times. Most people, upon seeing the red figure in the sky, did not hesitate and turned to flee. Obadiah naturally noticed. He also wanted to show Tony his scientific achievements. With the help of several assistants, he quickly boarded the Ironmonger and activated it. With the miniaturized reactor in place, the Ironmonger successfully powered on. As the two suits faced each other, there was no small talk. Under the control of Obadiah and Tony, they crashed into each other fiercely. Relying on its size advantage, the Ironmonger sent the Mark III flying. At the same time, it fired a few guided missiles. Tony quickly maneuvered the Mark III to unleash its palm repulsors, shattering several missiles. Energy pulses were unleashed towards the Ironmonger's body. However, the Ironmonger's heavy frame was no mere decoration. It easily blocked the energy pulses from Tony's suit. This turtle shell is really thick, Tony couldn't help but curse. He quickly dodged and ascended, avoiding the Ironmonger's grasp. Hey Tony, is that all you've got? Obadiah's mocking voice echoed from within the Ironmonger. Heh. Tony came up with a good idea. How about a challenge? Let's see if you can catch me. With that, he floored the throttle and shot upwards. Obadiah thought Tony was backing down, so he naturally wouldn't let him off the hook. He maneuvered the Ironmonger to pursue quickly. The two suits broke through the clouds, soaring to the heights. Tony glanced back and saw that Obadiah had indeed taken the bait, a smirk crossing his face. He accelerated even more. Meanwhile, the Ironmonger remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. From Karen's perspective, the Ironmonger's body had already formed a thin layer of ice. Yet the fool continued to chase after Tony without realizing the danger. After calculating the altitude, Tony halted in the sky, waiting for the Ironmonger's arrival. As the Ironmonger reached him, it wasted no time and grabbed Tony's Mark III. Little Tony, I've caught you now. Oh really? I wonder how your suit deals with the ice problem at high altitudes. Obadiah was momentarily stunned by Tony's question. Soon after, a series of urgent alarms sounded from within the Ironmonger, and it abruptly ceased to operate. Inside the Mark III, Tony smirked. He raised a hand and lightly tapped the Ironmonger. Bang! The Ironmonger rapidly plummeted towards the ground. Although he had used the ice formation at high altitude to deal with the Ironmonger, Tony was not without his own troubles. The first-generation reactor within him could no longer sustain his hovering at high altitude, and he began to freefall towards the ground. Iron Man. After watching the play for a long time, Karen suddenly appeared above Mark III and grabbed it. Thanks, Aunt Karen. Tony knew that his lively aunt would never miss such a grand spectacle. You're welcome, Karen replied, raising her hand and unleashing a bolt of thunderous energy towards Mark III. This action frightened Tony half to death. Don't, ding. The alert from Jarvis rang out. Energy sufficient. At Tony's unfinished words were instantly swallowed back. Karen released her grip. Go on in this battle. Tony nodded firmly and accelerated his dive. He quickly caught up with the Iron Titan in free fall. Tony, what have you done? Even at this moment, Obadiah still had the mood to question Tony. I'm here to send you off for the last time. Tony's voice was cold and ruthless as he aimed the energy cannon at Iron Titan, preparing to charge it. No, Tony, you can't. Boom. With a violent explosion, Iron Titan, along with Obadiah inside, was completely blown to pieces, falling towards the bustling city below. Tony piloted Mark III quietly, hovering high in the sky. In this moment, he understood the meaning of his existence. So how does it feel to be a hero? Not too bad, right? Karen's teasing voice echoed in Tony's ear. Tony shook his head heavily. If I could, I would prefer this world to have no heroes. Haha, quite aware, aren't we? I have high hopes for you, well, my dear nephew. With that, Karen's figure vanished completely. Tony was lost in thought for a while, immediately contacting Pepper to take over Obadiah's shares and consolidate other scattered stocks as much as possible. Although Pepper didn't quite understand what Tony wanted to do, she chose to comply without hesitation. Soon, almost all of Stark Industries' shares were under Tony's control. His second plan officially commenced, also providing an explanation to the world. At Stark Industries' press conference, Tony officially announced that Stark Industries was transforming into an energy company. Furthermore, he boldly declared him Iron Man. With this declaration, he aimed to intimidate those petty individuals, making them realize that from this day forward, Iron Man would become their nightmare. With the groundbreaking technology of the mini-arc reactor, Stark Industries' transformation was incredibly successful. Overnight, Tony's net worth soared once again. Karen also enjoyed a wave of profits. However, she didn't care much for it, to her money was just a pile of insignificant numbers. Whether she had it or not didn't affect her greatly. Besides enhancing the Mark armor, Tony had to manage the company and combat. He was busier than ever. After consulting Karen, Fury decided to pull Tony into the superhero initiative. He was, as expected, Fury's complexion and attire served as his best camouflage. At night, Tony returned to the office for a long time without noticing Fury sitting in the shadows on the sofa. Fury was feeling quite distressed. Was Tony really this oblivious? At that moment, Jarvis chimed in. "Sir, you have a guest. Would you like to offer him a drink?" Tony, who was busy with his own affairs, suddenly froze. He stiffly turned his head and sure enough spotted the shadow in the dark. Jarvis, bring Mark 4 over immediately. Seeing that Tony was about to call for his armor over a disagreement, Fury couldn't sit still, yet his tone remained dignified. "Tony Stark, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tony was somewhat intimidated by Fury's presence and spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you?" "I'm Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly known as SHIELD. After introducing himself, Fury awaited Tony's reaction. "Oh, you found me. What do you want?" Upon hearing it was SHIELD, Tony immediately relaxed. He waved his hand, signaling Jarvis not to call for the armor. He turned on the lights and walked over to sit across from Nick Fury. Fury paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Tony's interest was piqued instantly. He was indeed somewhat troubled by the military's incessant pursuit, and he wanted to hear what this dark-skinned fellow had to offer. Ever since he impulsively declared himself Iron Man, the military had been relentless in trying to acquire the technology for his exoskeleton armor. They had tried every possible means. Tony now couldn't even dare to meet with military representatives, not even his friend. "Join the Avengers." Fury casually mentioned this and left it at that. "That's it." Tony scratched his ear, looking like, "By joining the Avengers, you'll have a formal position in SHIELD. They'll take care of the rest. You can't handle it." Tony directly shook his head. Fury stared at Tony with his one eye for a moment, seeing that he remained unmoved. He stood up and left directly. Watching Fury leave, Tony felt somewhat disappointed. He thought he was a big shot, but it turned out to be this. Nick Fury wasn't lying. With the technology and secrets SHIELD currently possessed, as long as he was willing to pay, the military would certainly compromise. Unfortunately, Tony rejected his goodwill. After thinking it over, he eventually contacted his friend Rhodes. He gifted the Mark II armor to him under the pretense of a present. This news made Rhodes ecstatic. He never expected that such a good fortune would fall into his lap. Immediately, he rushed to Tony's villa to take over the armor. Tony's willingness to compromise made the military very satisfied. They quickly got to work modifying and equipping the Mark II. Soon Rhodes entered the public eye as the Iron Patriot. As the military spokesperson, Iron Patriot naturally had to prove that he was not just a decoration. With Tony's cooperation, he also carried out several crime-fighting missions, successfully increasing the military's favorability among the public. Tony's pressure completely disappeared. Next, he intensified his actions against terrorist organizations. During this period, Karen completely entered a state of leisure. Every day was filled with eating, drinking, and sunbathing. The growth rate of the Silver Superman also reached 23 during this time. Karen was not in a hurry. With her current strength, unless it was against the supreme beings of Marvel or DC, those minor characters were truly no match for her. At least in the movie universe, she was almost invincible. As long as she was given enough time to learn the Phoenix Force, she would soon ascend to the multiverse level. However, during this period, Karen noticed another matter, that is the situation of the Green Giant Hulk. Through her powerful sensing ability, she inadvertently detected a strong fluctuation that quickly faded away. Following the direction of the sensing, she tracked it down and saw Banner, who was slapping himself. Karen immediately began to pay attention to Banner's daily life. This guy seemed to have never given up on treating himself and maintained close contact with a biologist named Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue was also very interested in his condition and sent many drugs that had the effect of suppressing emotional fluctuations to Banner for him to try. Unfortunately, their attempts had never been successful. Gamma energy could not be suppressed by ordinary drugs. An accident caused some of Banner's blood to drip into a bottle of drink in the production room. After being transmitted through several hands, it eventually poisoned old Stan Lee. This situation was quickly noticed by Ross, who had been keeping an eye on Banner's movements. Immediately, Ross analyzed the intelligence and mobilized elite personnel to capture Banner. Originally, he had intended to let Rhodey take action, but Rhodey happened to be unavailable at that time, which allowed Banner to escape disaster. Karen couldn't help but praise this guy. With Iron Patriot encountering Hulk, would be utterly helpless. Among the Avengers, only Captain Marvel could reliably suppress Hulk in his rage state. The others would just be food. Of course, Thor later counted as one. That guy's potential was limitless, but at this stage he was still too immature. The military special forces quickly surrounded Banner's residence. Banner, being an old anti-terrorism veteran, sensed something unusual immediately. He immediately began to flee. However, the more he exercised vigorously, the quicker his heart rate rose. This made things difficult. Reluctantly, he could only run towards an abandoned factory. Unfortunately, he ran into a few thugs along the way. This brought him big trouble. Now not only was the military chasing him, but the thugs were after him as well. Moreover, the thugs were clearly getting closer. Eventually, Banner was cornered by a few thugs. Without saying a word, they rushed in with various punches and kicks. Stop it, stop it. If I get angry, you will all be in great danger. Stop it. Banner's loud shout was seen as a provocation by the thugs. The force of their blows increased until Banner reached his limit. Roar. After transforming into the green giant Hulk, he directly grabbed the nearest thug and smashed him. The sight stunned the other two thugs. Before they could escape, Hulk kicked each of them. The tremendous commotion here unsurprisingly attracted the attention of the military. Upon seeing Hulk's appearance, they instinctively launched an attack. However, their attacks were as ineffective against Hulk as while Hulk endured their attacks, he also retaliated. The scene was akin to a child fighting. The military suffered heavy casualties in an instant. In the end, only Blonsky was left struggling to hold on. As the ace among aces, Blonsky naturally didn't want the mission to end in failure. However, looking at this green monster, he truly felt powerless. Finally, under Banner's conscious intervention, Hulk spared Blonsky's life and fled the scene. After this incident, Blonsky also faced a setback. He had some complaints against Ross, asking why he didn't explain the mission's objectives earlier. It caused his team members to sacrifice for nothing. However, it also made Blonsky filled with a yearning for Hulk's power. Ross, taking advantage of his thirst for power, directly invited him to participate in the Super Soldier program. Blonsky agreed without hesitation. On the other hand, after escaping, Banner knew he could no longer return to his Moreover, this country was no longer safe for him. After thinking it over, coupled with his longing for his girlfriend Betty, Banner ultimately set off on his way back home. The many difficulties encountered along the way were all resolved by Banner's clever mind. He successfully arrived at the university where his girlfriend Betty was. But just as he was about to rush over to embrace Betty, he saw her naturally holding the hand of another man and leaving. This scene nearly shattered Banner's faith. With rapid breathing, he calmed his emotions and turned to leave. Perhaps this was better for Betty. Just at the moment Banner turned around, Betty seemed to sense something and turned. She happened to see Banner's lonely back as he left. Immediately she shrugged off the man beside her and quickly chased after him. Banner, wait. It's not what you think. Upon hearing Betty's voice, Banner lowered his hat brim and quickened his pace. As they reached a corner, they stood face to face. Betty. Banner. The two embraced, and at that moment the world seemed to stand still. After a long time, they slowly separated. Betty and Banner expressed their longing for each other. However, things often go against one's wishes. Just as the two were pouring out their hearts, the military commanded by General Ross had quietly surrounded the area. By the time the two sensed that something was wrong, a sniper was the first to launch an attack on Banner. To avoid involving Betty, Banner pushed her away and quickly ran in another direction as the military's artillery fire intensified at that moment. Roar. The roar drowned everything out, and Hulk made his appearance. The moment he appeared, he quickly ran and smashed multiple tanks. Under his explosive assault, soldiers instantly suffered massive casualties. Seeing this scene, Ross inwardly exclaimed, "It's over." He immediately dispatched the newly modified Blonsky to battle Hulk. Blonsky took the stage, showcasing his gunfighting skills. The damage to Hulk was virtually zero. He then got up close and unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. After finishing, he looked at Hulk, who was dumbfounded with a mocking smile. "Is that all you've got?" Boom. Hulk kicked out with a sonic boom, sending Blonsky rolling over 100 meters before Hulk looked in Ross' direction and let out a roar. Then he jumped away, with Betty disappearing from everyone's sight. Ross gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything to Hulk. Medical personnel rushed in to provide rescue. Fortunately, Blonsky still had a breath left. After 2.5 days of treatment, he miraculously recovered. Blonsky knew that this was all thanks to the Super Soldier Serum. But compared to the Super Soldier Serum, what he wanted more was that absolute power that does not belong to the mortal realm. On the other side, Banner and Betty had traveled a long distance to reach the school where Mr. Blue was located. As one of the authoritative experts in biology, Mr. Blue naturally had an independent research laboratory. Inside Mr. Land's laboratory, he injected the gamma-ray antidote he had long prepared into Banner's body. Miraculously, the antidote actually proved effective. The half-transformed Hulk reverted back to Banner within a few breaths. "That's great," Betty exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Banner was also quite excited. "Don't celebrate too early. Oh, I can't be certain that it has completely eradicated the Hulk with it. To further study this, I cloned quite a bit of your blood, and I believe there will soon be groundbreaking progress." Mr. Land's words instantly brought both of their thoughts back. Banner grabbed Mr. Land tightly. "Listen, my friend, you have no idea how dangerous that thing is. We must destroy those blood samples immediately." "No." Just as Mr. Land was about to say something, a tranquilizer dart struck Banner directly. He instantly lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. Bang! A large group of soldiers burst through the door swiftly, taking the semi-conscious Banner away. Blonsky was the last to enter, seeing everyone else leave. He pulled out a gun, aiming it at Mr. Land's head. "Inject me with Banner's blood." Mr. Land was momentarily stunned, then filled with ecstasy. He was in need of a test subject, and someone had conveniently delivered themselves to him. He felt incredibly fortunate. Immediately the two came to an agreement. Blonsky cooperated fully, and Mr. Land dedicated himself wholeheartedly. The experiment began smoothly. At first, Blonsky showed no significant changes in his vitals. However, as a large amount of Banner's blood poured in, his physique began to swell. Roar. Amidst the roar, the abomination was born. Before Mr. Land could even celebrate his creation, he was hurled away by the abomination, crashing into the experimental platform and losing consciousness. Banner's blood flowed into the Abomination's brain through the wound on its head. After breaking out of the laboratory, the Abomination headed straight to the street, causing massive destruction. Having just awakened, Banner heard this news through Ross communication. He knew that only he could stop the Abomination at this moment. He immediately requested Ross to turn back and take him to stop the Abomination. Unable to resist his daughter Betty's pleas, Ross eventually agreed. He was feeling extremely weary, knowing he might not escape the fate of being dismissed. He decided to let his daughter have her way just this once. When they arrived above the Abomination, Ross' heart sank. Given the level of destruction and lethality as Blonsky's officer, he could face hundreds of military tribunals. Looking down at the Abomination that was relentlessly hunting down civilians, Banner's anger surged within him. However, this rage was evidently insufficient to awaken the Hulk inside him. Thus, he made a bold decision. He leaped directly from the helicopter. Bang! Banner crashed down not far from the Abomination. Roar! The sensation of near-death successfully awakened the Hulk within Banner at the last moment. The battle between the two titans was on the verge of igniting. A woman radiating light clad in a red and blue suit appeared between the two. It's quite lively. Do you mind if I join? Years have passed, yet Carol's appearance hasn't changed one bit. Karen, who was watching the spectacle, was momentarily speechless. Just as the show was about to begin, how could this guy intrude at such a moment? The red and blue Kryptonian suit instantly appeared on her, and she teleported into the scene. Hey Carol, you should leave. Roar. Roar. Accompanied by two massive roars, Karen's initial intention to advise Carol to leave vanished instantly. Hulk and the Abomination charged at Karen and Carol, who were hovering in the air. What do you think? Let's see who is stronger. Carol asked with a slight smile as she looked at the approaching Abomination. Stronger at what? Karen instantly understood. Nodding subtly, she positioned herself right in front of the charging Hulk. With a powerful kick, boom. The sound of sonic explosion echoed, and at the same time Hulk was sent flying over. On the other side, Carol's actions were similarly effective. The Abomination was also sent flying over 1,000 meters. Next, everyone witnessed the scene of two monsters being pounded into the ground by two women. Boom, boom, boom. Karen and Carol continued to punch, driving Hulk and the Abomination deep. Due to Banner injecting the antidote, Hulk was the first to be unable to hold on and fainted, reverting back to Banner. Karen caught him and hurled him toward Tony, who was watching the spectacle. Take him to a safe place. Although Tony was curious about Captain Marvel's identity, he complied. He believed they would meet. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, with a photon energy punch, thoroughly reverted the Abomination back to his original form. Watching the Abomination gradually shrink back to human form, Carol was amazed. However, faced with numerous cameras around, she had no intention of lingering. Karen had the same thought. They instantly teleported to Carol's side, and the two women vanished in the next moment. That night, many people found it difficult to sleep. First, two evidently formidable monsters appeared, followed by two incredibly powerful women who dealt with them. Some even captured images of Karen's Kryptonian suit. In an instant, DC fans were ignited. They claimed that there must be Krypton in this world. The most troubled was Fury. It was fine if Carol didn't come back, but upon her return, she caused such a commotion. He was currently busy explaining the origins of the most troubled was Fury. It was fine if Carol didn't come back, but upon her return, she caused such a commotion. He was currently busy explaining the origins of the two female superheroes to the Congress and higher-ups. However, he maintained his bottom line, ensuring that their identities were not exposed. He repeatedly assured that they would indeed become one of the forces protecting Earth and would not pose a threat to the higher-ups. This barely allowed him to pass through the higher-ups. Some individuals had already set their sights on the two, but unfortunately, due to the vast disparity in power, they dared not take any substantial action. They didn't even dare to smear their names. There was no way if the public's enthusiasm for the two skyrocketed overnight. No matter how the government tried to suppress the heat of the matter, it could not be quelled. The photos of the two were being wildly circulated on major social forums. Fury also seized this opportunity to spread their heroic titles. Karen was undoubtedly the female superhero. As for Carol, after discussion, it was officially decided that her title would be Captain Marvel. Well, Karen liked it, and Carol was very pleased. Later at Karen's estate, Tony and Carol officially met each other. The two exchanged friendly introductions, with Tony appearing more approachable, shedding some of his previous restlessness, especially when interacting with the opposite sex. Carol also learned that he was the armored figure who had appeared that night and taken away another monster. Tony promptly corrected her, stating that she could call him Iron Man. Overall, the atmosphere between the two was quite pleasant. Soon after, Karen inquired where Tony had placed Banner. I have placed him on a private island. I rest assured no one can find him there. How grand of you. Carol gave Tony a thumbs up. To have a private island on Earth meant that Tony's social status was undoubtedly high. Not long after, Fury also arrived. The four of them sat together, chatting casually with one another. Carol spent most of her time recounting her experiences in outer space and how she led various oppressed and persecuted races towards peace. Tony gained a comprehensive understanding of Carol. Mamamo equated her position with that of an intergalactic police officer. Oh, by the way, Carol, how is your search for a new home for the Skrulls progressing? Karen's sudden question caused Carol's expression to freeze. For now, there are no leads. The Kree Empire has too many eyes. Finding a place that goes undetected by them is harder than reaching for the heavens. Carol explained while managing a wry smile. She admitted that initially she had underestimated the complexity of the issue. Karen and Fury exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. While there's no rush, the Skrulls are doing okay on Earth for now. Fury's explanation sounded somewhat forced. However, Carol took it to heart, secretly relieved. By the way, would you like to meet Talos? He is quite eager to see you, an old friend. Fury noticed that Carol didn't catch his meaning and prepared to approach the topic indirectly. No way, oh, I haven't helped them find a new home for so long, how could I show my face? Carol firmly declined. Tony, who was eavesdropping, was left in a daze. How did a simple disagreement escalate to the level of resettling an alien civilization? By the way, Earth has had aliens for a long time. How did he not know? Yet a seed of concern was subtly planted in his heart. Tony, there might be some movements from Hammer Industries targeting you. Yet a seed of concern was subtly planted in his heart. Tony, there might be some movements from Hammer Industries targeting you. You'd better be cautious. Fury shifted the topic to Tony. Oh, do they want to get involved in the armor technology? Yes, they are already working on it. Fury nodded earnestly. Tony didn't take Fury's kind warning to heart. Hammer Industries wants to surpass me. They are still 20 years too early. Fury had a deep understanding of Tony's arrogance and promptly abandoned the topic. Garen and Carol didn't care much about the minor skirmishes on Earth. After that, everyone busied themselves with their own matters. Garen soaked up the sun, while Carol briefly addressed a few things before leaving again. Garen knew she was someone who couldn't sit still. After reminding her to keep the scroll matter in mind, she let her go. After completing its transformation, Stark Industries became even busier. The orders in the energy sector were almost entirely consumed by Stark Industries, which also committed itself to charitable endeavors. After witnessing the brutality of war, Tony developed a heart of compassion. To prevent his subordinates from being insincere, he placed Ethan in charge of the entire charity project, ensuring that supplies reached those who needed them most. Ethan was thrilled about this, working tirelessly every day. However, Tony truly had very few people he could rely on. After realizing this, Nick Fury subtly sent Natasha over ostensibly to protect Tony. As for the specifics, only Fury knew in his heart. Natasha quickly gained Tony's recognition through her hard skills. She was directly promoted to Pepper's assistant. Oh, by the way, Pepper is now the CEO of Stark Industries. Upon hearing this news, Natasha was quite taken aback. Wasn't it said that Tony was a slave to his desires? Did her carefully styled waves not pique Tony's interest? Or had Tony's interest changed? Tony was unaware of Natasha's thoughts, as he was currently focused on tackling another dilemma. That was the issue of palladium poisoning from prolonged wear of metal. He had thought of some minor measures, but those were merely temporary. For someone like Tony, who pursued perfection wholeheartedly, those methods could be discarded. The most straightforward solution he could think of was to find a new element to replace palladium. However, the imagination is always beautiful, while reality showed that after trying various combinations, he still could not find an element to replace palladium. He also attempted to find answers from Garen, but failed. Even with her super intellect, she was too lazy to move. She remembered that Howard had found a new element long ago, didn't she? She simply threw Tony a line saying, "Ask your father," and sent him away. Just as Howard returned from his trip, he learned that his son had encountered a problem. After consulting with Garen, he quietly brought Maria to Tony's lab to meet him. Upon seeing his parents as they were in the past, Tony nearly teared up. He thought he was hallucinating due to overwork during this period, until Howard scolded him in his familiar tone. Only then did Tony realize that his parents were genuinely present. Excited, he immediately gave both of them a big hug. At that moment, the family began discussing what had happened during the years they were apart. When Tony learned that his parents had to die due to forces beyond their control, he felt a surge of anger. Then came relief that Aunt Karen had acted in time. Otherwise, he might never have seen his parents again. Howard thought for a moment and decided to entrust the formula for the 6th-generation super soldier serum to Tony. Now Tony was entirely worthy of this super soldier serum. After that, there was nothing much to say. The father and son worked together in the lab, burning the midnight oil to create a new element. Maria watched this scene with a smile of contentment. After 2.5 days of research and experimentation between the father and son, a new element capable of replacing palladium was officially born. Moreover, it was even more stable, significantly enhancing the performance of the battle armor. The father and son had anticipated this. When Pepper returned, she was startled by the resurrected parents of Tony. Fortunately, years of experience had kept her composed. Maria and Howard were quite pleased with their prospective daughter-in-law. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. The next day, Howard and Maria disappeared without a trace, as if they had never. Tony prepared several trucks full of gifts to deliver to the Garen manor. Garen gladly accepted them. With the new element, Tony could finally put his worries to rest. Deciding to take some time to relax, Tony noticed that a nearby state's racing competition was in full swing. He planned to take Pepper. Seeing the excitement, Tony couldn't resist getting in the driver's seat himself. No matter how Pepper tried to stop him, she couldn't. If I can control the armor freely, why not a mere race car? Wait for my good news. This was Tony's exact words. What worried? Garen suddenly appeared beside Pepper. She startled Pepper half to death. Aunt Karen, what are you doing here? I came to watch the show, Garen said, looking mysterious. Huh? Pepper was left stunned. Before she could ask anything else, an explosion echoed throughout the racing field. Pepper turned to see Tony being relentlessly pursued by a man wielding an electric whip. Not daring to hesitate, she immediately instructed Happy to bring Tony's armor. During this time, Pepper didn't remain idle either. She quickly notified nearby military personnel to send reinforcements. In the meantime, Happy made a strong entrance, knocking Ivan Vanko, who was about to deal the final blow to Tony, away. He tossed out the armor. Tony catch. After catching the armor, Tony immediately began to don it. One must say the briefcase design of Mark V was indeed convenient. Once equipped with the armor, Tony fired a repulsor blast that sent Ivan Vanko flying. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of small missiles. Unfortunately, though Ivan's armor was rudimentary, it was not merely for show. After being bombarded for a while, he still managed to avoid significant damage. Seeing this, Tony revved up the power to the maximum and charged at Ivan Vanko. Next, he directly removed and crushed the small arc reactor in Ivan's chest. Staring at the shattered remains in his hand, Tony fell into a daze. He never expected that his technology would be imitated so quickly. Back at Stark Tower, Tony accessed all the data on. He discovered that Ivan's father had once been a member of Stark Industries, but was later deported for espionage and died in. It seemed that Ivan had come seeking revenge for his father, but unfortunately he had failed. Tony was no longer interested in keeping tabs on him. After all, he was now in military custody and couldn't possibly call. However, just as he had surmised, Ivan indeed managed to switch places with someone in prison. Moreover, he had secretly joined Hammer Industries and started collaborating with them to develop new battle armor. As the Technology Expo approached, Hammer Industries confidently threw down the gauntlet to Stark Enterprises. Tony looked just based on them. With Ivan's assistance, Hammer Industries quickly developed land, sea, and air combat robots. Simultaneously, they received military authorization to modify the Iron Patriot, turning it into a war machine. A crisis quietly approached Tony. With the commencement of the Technology Expo, various advanced robots from Hammer Industries made their appearances. The market value of Stark Enterprises faced another shock. Meanwhile, Hammer Industries announced that they had mastered the technology for small arc reactors. This news made Tony think of Ivan Vanko. At the same time, Tony also received a challenge from Ivan Vanko. Ivan boasted that he would destroy the expo founded by Howard, turning the Stark family into a laughingstock. Could Tony? Without hesitation, he donned his armor and headed straight for the venue. A grand battle was about to unfold, and Karen naturally would not miss the show. Karen arrived at the venue even before Tony, finding the best spot to watch. Below, as soon as Tony arrived, he was immediately besieged by a swarm of mechs. To avoid causing greater civilian casualties, Tony chose to lead the airborne mechs away by ascending to the skies. Meanwhile, the ground forces began their assault. They wreaked havoc on everything inside the venue. Just as Tony finished using his high-powered repulsor blast to eliminate all airborne mechs, he hurried back to rescue the people on the ground. On the other side at Hammer Industries, Natasha had already infiltrated. She helped Rhodes regain control of his armor, providing Tony with a strong ally. The two of them swept through the other mechs. Eventually, Ivan Vanko piloted his latest armor to challenge Tony once again. To this, Tony remained unimpressed. But the slap in the face came quickly. Having learned from his previous lessons and experiences, Ivan upgraded and modified his armor significantly with Hammer Industries support. He also added an energy absorption function to his two electric whips. As soon as he clashed with Tony, Ivan unleashed the two electric whips tightly coiled around Tony's armor, continuously absorbing its internal energy. Karen found this amusing and raised her finger, lightly pointing towards Tony's mech. Endless thunder rained down from the sky, continuously energizing Tony's armor. Meanwhile, Ivan's energy absorption. Faced with this bizarre situation, Ivan had no choice but to withdraw. Inside the armor, Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes. His aunt loved to watch the excitement, but never lent a hand. On the other side, Rhodes also brought out his trump card. Tony, get out of the way, let me punish him with my ex-wife missile. Hearing this, Tony was taken aback and quickly dodged to the side. Rhodes' early missile launched successfully, heading towards Ivan's armor. Ding! A crisp impact sound echoed, and then there was nothing more. Tony couldn't help but voice his complaint. That missile of yours must have been produced by Hammer Industries. Rhodes wore a dark expression, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. When we get back, I will make sure the military cancels all orders with Hammer Industries. Karen in the sky burst into laughter at this scene. When it comes to humor, Rhodes takes the cake. Tony had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, firing the maximum power energy pulse cannon at Ivan Vanko. Boom! After a violent explosion, nothing remained of Ivan Vanko. At the very moment Ivan Vanko breathed his last, all the robots of Hammer Industries lit up with red dots on their chests. Upon witnessing this, Tony immediately sensed the impending disaster. He quickly confirmed the location of Pepper Potts. After discovering another Hammer Industries robot nearby, he ascended into the air in an instant, successfully rescuing Pepper at the last moment. In the midst of this explosive spectacle, the two shared a successful kiss, feeding Karen a mouthful of dog food, as they did so right after Tony's battle with Ivan Vanko had concluded. Tony officially accepted Nick Fury's invitation to join the Avengers as a technical consultant, having first consulted with Bruce Banner. The Avengers formally welcomed the two members into their ranks. Including Natasha and Hawkeye, there were now a total of 4 individuals. At the same time, Stark Tower received a mutant claiming to be Deadpool who wished to join the Avengers. However, after Tony viewed his photo, he sent Happy to dismiss him. Even though he repeatedly assured Tony of his professionalism, Tony had no intention of hiring him. The problem was that this guy had an excessively loose tongue. Moreover, that face of his, better left unmentioned. Karen naturally noticed this chaotic character, but had no interest in getting involved. If he got attached, it would be troublesome. Reflecting briefly, there was still some time before the upcoming incident involving Thor. Karen could easily take this time to explore other worlds. Coincidentally, he also missed his other nephew Kal-El. If he wanted to do it, he should just do it. Karen immediately called upon the system, preparing to traverse into the DC universe. Of course, before leaving, he left a message for Tony, informing him that he would return after a while. He was mainly concerned about this nephew's anxiety. After all, he knew far more than what was present in the original storyline. As an ordinary Earthling, it would be absolutely abnormal for him not to feel anxious. Ding starting to traverse DC, time Superman Man of Steel. Boom, boom, boom. When Karen came to his senses again, it was amidst the violent explosions and soaring flames. Karen focused his gaze and thought, goodness gracious. I really am witnessing something incredible. Wonder Woman and Superman are teaming up to battle General Zod of Krypton. Which battle is this? How come I haven't seen it before? In the scene, Diana slashed at Zod with her sword. Zod did not dodge or evade, but directly grasped the God Killer's sword. With a heavy kick, he sent Diana flying. Aunt Diana, Clark, who had already grown into Superman, let out a mighty roar. In an instant, he sent Zod flying with a flurry of punches relentlessly striking at Zod's head. From the sonic booms produced by each punch, it was evident that Clark was genuinely furious. Though Zod was on the defensive, he still had the ability to retaliate. The two fought wildly from the sky to the ground, and then back to the sky. Unintentionally, they destroyed large swathes of buildings. The entire metropolis faced a catastrophic disaster, scene that could very well be described as the end of the world. The cries of the people, their frantic escape, and pleas for help merged into one. Karen desperately wanted to ask Diana and Clark, look at what you are actually protecting. But in the current situation, even if she asked, no one would pay her any mind. Because Diana had once again charged up wielding the God Killer sword alongside Superman. Boom! After yet another impact, the Wayne Enterprises building in downtown began to collapse. Karen glanced at the nearby crowd and spotted Bruce Wayne, whose gaze was filled with hatred. He instantly teleported beneath the toppling Wayne Enterprises. Activating both the Bioforce field and magnetic control, he managed to slow the speed of the collapsing structure by a significant amount. Karen gently supported the building, placing it in an open area. Oh my God, the sudden appearance of Supergirl shocked the world once again. Bruce Wayne hurried over, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Karen. Thank you. Karen nodded slightly, then glanced towards the distance at the still inexperienced and clumsy Flash. With a thought, he chose to learn the Speed Force from him. Ding, congratulations on successfully learning the Speed Force. Karen pulled up a simple panel. Name Karen Zor-El. Age 26. Identity Silver Superman 23 Magic Resistance Supreme Thunder Power Telepathy Extreme Cold Power Heat Vision Super Healing Shapeshifting Magnetic Control Energy Absorption Teleportation Speed Force Learnable 2 Sun God Equipment Solar Armor Solar Sword Solar Shield Solar Chariot Kryptonian Suit. Goodness gracious, the Speed Force consumed 10 of her growth progress. But on second thought, it made sense. That ability could travel through time tunnels, allowing one to alter the past and future. It was simply terrifying. The Flash was also a being in the DC universe who could restart the universe without provocation. This ability was undoubtedly a major bug. After a brief moment of distraction, Karen teleported to the middle of the combatants. With a push of his palms in two directions, he directly forced them apart. Stop fighting. Karen's calm voice resonated in the hearts of the three, leaving no room for doubt. Upon seeing Karen's appearance, Zod's pupils trembled. His first thought was, isn't she supposed to be dead? How could she appear here? Meanwhile, Clark and Wonder Woman were both thrilled. Aunt Karen. Under the sun god crown. Karen glanced at them, offering a faint smile. During this time, I hope you can take care of little Clark for me, Diana. Upon hearing Karen's words, Diana's face instantly flushed a shade of red. She slightly stepped back behind Clark. Karen looked at her with a face full of confusion. At this moment, Clark also came to his senses, unsure of how to respond. Turning to Zod, he said, "Oh, long time no see, Zod. You've done well for yourself, haven't you? Learning to pick on the younger generation now." Zod's expression was one of frustration. After all, it was that sword-wielding woman who struck first, so why was Karen blaming him? In the end, Zod could only awkwardly utter, "General Karen. Oh, so you still remember I'm a general." Karen's eyes narrowed into a dangerously sharp arc. Slowly floating before Zod, she stared down at him from a height. "Zod, you were the one who made the first move, right?" This statement was somewhat mysterious. But Zod understood. In an instant, he was thrown into a state of panic, frantically racking his brain for a way out. He had experienced her ruthless methods before. If he couldn't handle this situation, well, next year on this day could very well be his death anniversary. At the moment Zod was caught up in this mental storm, Karen quietly activated her telepathy. As expected, it was Zod who had killed her back then. However, this guy was not the mastermind. The real culprits were those old geezers who disapproved of her style of doing things. However, Karen also read it. That group of old geezers has perished along with Krypton. Even if she wanted revenge, there was no opportunity left. "General Karen, let me explain what happened back then." In the end, Zod could no longer withstand the immense pressure from Karen. He recounted everything that had happened back then. It turned out that after she proposed the immigration plan, it was rejected by the... Naturally, Karen's personality would not allow her to accept failure. Thus, she secretly began to plot to take away some of her loyal followers and family members first. Unfortunately, this behavior was met with betrayal. As a result, Karen was ruthlessly exiled to the Phantom Zone. However, those old geezers knew her too well and understood that she would never let it go once she got out. So they sent Zod, who was still a deputy at the time, to secretly launch kryptonite weapons. Just before Karen entered the Phantom Zone, they attempted to assassinate her. Karen knew he wasn't lying. Although it was indeed this guy who acted, the real culprit was not him. Zod looked at Karen's softened expression, thinking he had escaped a disaster. Even though he did strike, he had failed right. Karen was still alive, and well, wasn't she? He thought that she would let him off the hook out of their past camaraderie. But The next moment something disappointing happened. Karen instantly kicked Zod in the chest with tremendous force. He was kicked away into the sky, disappearing from Clark and Diana's sight, having flown into outer space. The two exchanged glances, realizing that Karen was preparing to take action against Zod. Indeed, the next moment Karen's figure vanished. When she reappeared, she was already beside Zod. With a whip kick, she nearly severed him in half. Zod was struck so hard that he crashed into the moon, leaving a kilometer-long deep crater on its surface. Karen, you. Zod struggled to rise, but before he could finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs spewed out. Since those old geezers are gone, you should go down and accompany them. Karen reappeared in front of Zod, her intense gaze instantly unleashing fury. Before Zod could react, she severed him in half. You? Zod's mouth opened wide, wanting to say something, but unable to. Just like that, his body was split in two, collapsing on the moon, dead beyond redemption. Karen casually glanced at the satellite nearby, which was focused on this scene. A sneer appeared on her lips. Lex Luthor on the opposite side of the satellite seemed to have received a great provocation. It had been a long time since anyone dared to show him such a look. Soon after, Lex Luthor smiled, eerily staring at the moon's surface, where Zod's corpse lay. After a distant telepathic connection, Karen smiled slightly. She wanted to see if this guy would continue to dig his own grave. She instantly teleported back to Clark and Diana. What she saw was the two of them whispering to each other, seeming to discuss something. Hey, what are you two talking about? Is it convenient to add me to the conversation? Karen's voice made the two turn around immediately. Nothing, Diana replied with a somewhat awkward smile. Clark echoed her words. Karen shook her head, not caring about their little secret. She pointed downwards. Clark and Diana looked in the direction she pointed and saw a group of people engaged in disaster relief efforts. The two instantly understood and set off together to join in. With Superman and Wonder Woman's involvement, the efficiency of the rescue greatly increased. The people cheered for the actions of the duo. During the process, Karen would occasionally lend a hand. After all, since she was there, she couldn't just stand by. With the cooperation of the three, the rescue work was completed quickly. The remaining matters were no longer their concern. Amid applause and cheers, the three soared into the sky and vanished. Among the crowd, only Bruce Wayne watched the three leave with a complicated expression. Back at the Jonathan farm, Karen noticed that the changes here were indeed significant. The original two-story building had turned into three. After asking, she learned that one of them was built by Clark himself. As for the other one, it was his own. Upon seeing Jonathan, who was safe and sound, Karen cast a puzzled glance at Clark. Clark looked at Karen with confusion. What's wrong, Aunt? Karen originally wanted to ask how Jonathan could still appear unharmed after being swept away by the tornado. Clark looked at Karen with confusion. What's wrong, Aunt? Karen originally wanted to ask how Jonathan, in such a situation, how could Clark not save his adoptive father? Next, just like in the past, Karen received a warm welcome from the Jonathan couple. The whole family was harmonious and enjoyed dinner together. Of course, there were also things that puzzled Karen during the process. That is, how did Diana manage to fit in so naturally with everyone here? So Karen tentatively asked, Diana, do you often come? Diana, who was joking around, clearly stiffened for a moment. Then she glanced at Clark. Yes, under the sun, God's blessing, I often come to visit them. Diana's words became increasingly awkward. By the end, she even lowered her head completely. The Jonathan couple, however, acted as if they couldn't see anything. By now, even if Karen was slow, she should have noticed something amiss. She grabbed Diana and walked outside. Diana struggled gently, but found it impossible to break free. She cast a pleading glance at Clark. Clark gritted his teeth, looked at his adoptive parents, and saw their encouraging gazes, so he quickly followed them out. The three arrived outside the door. Karen spoke sternly. Diana, don't you have something to say to me? Just as Diana was about to speak, Clark stepped in front of her, separating her from Karen. Aunt Karen, let me explain. A lot has happened during the years you were away. Aunt Diana has taught me a lot. We have grown together up until today. So, Clark paused here, cautiously glancing at the expressionless Karen. Finally swallowing hard, he stomped his foot. His voice was firm. So, I have fallen in love with Aunt Diana. Likewise, Aunt Diana also likes me, so the two of us are now together. At that moment, the world seemed to have been pressed on pause. Karen's heart screamed, F-U-C-K. She had considered many possibilities, but never this outcome. This damn Diana was simply an old cow eating tender grass. Was she eating from her own family? What kind of development is this? After a long silence, Karen gave a thumbs up to Diana, who was blushing and hiding behind Clark. Her voice was filled. You really are something. You are just amazing. As she spoke, Karen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Seeing Karen smile, Diana and Clark knew that this matter could be put behind them. So they began to laugh as well. In the next moment, Karen flashed in front of Diana, raising her hand. Although Diana reacted, she had no intention of dodging. After waiting for a long time, Karen's hand still did not come down. Finally, Karen let out a heavy sigh and waved her hand. Aunt Karen, Diana and I truly love each other and hope to receive your blessing. You've already slept together and still call her. Karen lightly kicked Clark's calf. Clark and Diana both understood the meaning behind Karen's words and were overjoyed. Get lost, don't hover in front of me. You annoy me just by looking at you. Karen waved her hand again. The two, understanding the hint, left immediately. Karen silently watched the two walk away hand in hand. Gradually, she felt a sense of relief. She didn't need to think about what kind of person Jonathan and Martha would raise Clark to be. A Superman with that kind of quality would be a deadly poison for someone like Diana. It would be strange if Diana didn't fall for. As for Clark, he was not young anymore, and he had admired Wonder Woman since childhood. It would be odd if he didn't feel something for the. It's a pity for Lois. What a great reporter. Now she has no role to play. How tragic, how lamentable. I digress. The next day the family sat down together again. It was then that Karen remembered to ask the two about Zod. It turned out that Diana's museum received an archaeological research task. Coincidentally, Clark had also started working at the two had no hesitation and took on the task, directly treating it as a business-paid trip. However, upon arriving at the destination, they found that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Thus, the two worked together to break through a passage under the thick ice. They entered the interior. To their surprise, it turned out to be a Kryptonian spaceship from 12,000 years ago. Clark just happened to have the key to activate the spaceship. Later, they learned about Clark's origins in detail. Inside this, they discovered the truth about the destruction of Krypton. However, at the same time, the ship's signal attracted Zod, and upon arrival, Zod immediately activated a device capable of altering the planet's magnetic field and demanded that Clark surrender the Codex of Life. Clark had no idea what that was. So Zod took advantage of this ignorance, using the voices of the people to force Clark into a trap, intending to find the Codex of Life from him. But how could Diana just watch as Clark was taken away? Immediately, she drew her sword and forcefully broke through the Kryptonian ship, rescuing Clark from within. What came next was the scene that Karen witnessed. Karen looked at Diana with a peculiar gaze, and Diana felt quite embarrassed under her scrutiny. Muttering softly, "I will not stand by and watch Clark being bullied." This sentence made Karen, Jonathan, and Martha burst into laughter. One could only say, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Now Karen also felt that the two were indeed quite moreover, they were both long-lived beings, so there was no need to fear the other half leaving early. One could bear the pain of yearning alone. A year and a half passed quickly, and Karen's Silver Superman had grown to 32. Lex Luthor's plan also officially began. He first used public opinion to incite Batman's hatred towards Superman. Afterwards, he used information to slander Batman extensively. He depicted him as a lawless punisher. Anyone marked with his bat symbol would ultimately meet a deathly end. Clark quickly took notice of this matter. Diana had heard some things about Batman before, but not much. She only knew that Batman mostly operated in Gotham City. The specifics were unclear. However, her experience told her that one should never judge by appearances. Under her reassurance, Clark did not rashly take action against Batman. Within LexCorp, Lex Luthor saw that everything was brewing just right. He secretly spread the word to inform Batman that he had weapons that could restrain Superman. Batman on the surface did not however, he secretly aimed for kryptonite. One rainy night, he stealthily stole all the kryptonite from a secret base. He took it back and fashioned it into weapons. With everything ready, Batman stared at Superman's portrait on the wall and uttered, "Do gods bleed?" On the other side, Lex Luthor's preparations were also nearing completion. He directly staged a murder incident, disguising it as Superman's doing with heat vision. He even hired a black woman to accuse Superman. In an instant, public opinion was overwhelmingly against him. Batman also made up his mind to confront this alien known as Superman. On a dark night, Batman shot a challenge notification into the sky in the form of lights. He believed that Superman would definitely see it. Sure enough, in the next moment, Superman arrived. The moment Superman landed, Batman activated all the ultrasonic devices he had set up in advance and launched an attack. Clark was caught off guard by this sudden assault. He originally just wanted to talk, but Batman was truly being unreasonable. Covering his ears, he tried to withstand the intense onslaught of the ultrasound. Heat vision was unleashed in an instant, destroying all the ultrasonic devices. Taking a step forward, he was about to say something when a barrage of heavy machine guns and artillery aimed at him. The booming sounds erupted in this area. Clark was forced to retreat under the attack. In desperation, he leapt into the sky and once again unleashed his heat vision to destroy all the weapons. He was also becoming somewhat impatient with the attacks. In an instant, he appeared in front of Batman, and with a not-so-heavy kick sent him flying 100 meters away. The close-quarters battle between the two officially began. Just as they were fighting fiercely, a group of uninvited guests arrived at Clark's home. However, they had just disembarked from the plane and had not taken further action when they were all knocked unconscious by Diana and tied up together. After being interrogated by the lasso of truth, they revealed that they were sent by Lex Luthor to capture Superman's adoptive parents. It seems that Lex Luthor is the mastermind behind all this. Diana looked at Karen with a serious expression. "Go ahead, don't worry about here." With Karen's approval, Diana soared into the sky to find Clark. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had Batman wielded kryptonite weapons, relentlessly overpowering Clark. Due to the kryptonite, Clark was utterly defenseless against Batman's assault. Just as Batman was about to use a kryptonite spear to carve a deep lesson into Clark's chest, a long sword unexpectedly knocked his spear away. The newcomer was none other than Wonder Woman. Batman was startled and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Diana helped Clark up from the ground and turned to face Batman. "Stop. You have both been manipulated." After Diana spoke, she tossed a hard drive. Batman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately used a device to read the information inside. Inside were all of Lex Luthor's instigation plans, each marked clearly and unmistakably. Batman clenched his fists tightly, realizing he had been played by such a scoundrel, his heart filled with rage. The plan to capture Clark's adoptive parents had failed, leaving Lex Luthor furious. Originally, he had intended to delay until the experiment was fully successful before proceeding with the next phase. It seemed he had to move ahead of schedule now. Lex Luthor immediately went to the laboratory and ordered everyone to stop their work and leave. He stayed behind, cutting his wrist and letting his blood drip into the experimental chamber. Moments later, the experimental subject, based on General Zod's corpse, let out a roar signaling its official revival. Yes, Lex Luthor shouted excitedly. What's with the excitement? Karen casually remarked while leaning against the laboratory wall. Her voice startled Lex Luthor. His expression darkened immediately. Madam, trespassing in someone else's laboratory is illegal, you must know that, right? How are you really going to lecture me on the law? Karen scoffed, pointed at the big screen with a finger. It turned out that just 10 minutes, Batman, in order to clear things up for himself and Superman, made all the materials provided by Diana public. As a result, Lex Luthor was immediately branded as a villain. Simultaneously, the stock price of LexCorp plummeted rapidly. Due to the significant impact, the authorities were also preparing to formally interview Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor squinted at the reports on the screen, then burst into laughter. A bunch of fools. Karen was unsure who he was. However, none of that mattered now. Do you want to take a look behind you? Karen kindly suggested. Lex Luthor felt a chill down his spine and turned around abruptly. At that moment, Doomsday was staring at Lex Luthor with blood-red eyes, droplets of an unknown liquid dripping from its mouth. Roar. Lex Luthor tried to run, but found that no matter how hard he struggled, his feet wouldn't move. Looking down, he realized that his feet had been restrained by 2 metal plates. No, these were his last words. Then he was swallowed whole by Doomsday. This could be considered self-inflicted karma. Karen hadn't expected that in such a short time he had actually managed to create such a being. It could only be said that Lex Luthor was indeed cut out for being a villain. After devouring Lex Luthor, Doomsday's body instantly swelled. It gazed at Karen with murderous intent, for its existence was meant to combat Kryptonians. Karen, having not moved her limbs for quite some time, did not mind playing with it. Her battle suit instantly transformed to pure black. She contemptuously beckoned Doomsday with a finger. Roar. How could Doomsday tolerate such provocation? With a mighty roar, it leaped into the air, landing directly above. Karen vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Doomsday. Boom. A punch that shook the heavens. The entire LexCorp building was reduced to dust with that one blow. Fortunately, the employees inside had already been alerted and evacuated. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Doomsday was directly flattened into a meat patty by that punch. Karen looked down upon it from above. She knew that this creature wouldn't be so easily defeated. Sure enough, the next moment, Doomsday's body began to swell again. In just a few breaths, it regained its original form and was even larger than before. Clearly, it had absorbed the energy from Karen's punch. Roar. With a tremendous roar, Doomsday shot into the sky and charged at Karen. Karen smiled lightly, gently blowing out air. The freezing breath froze Doomsday into an ice sculpture before it could even get close. Karen extended a finger and lightly tapped it. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as Doomsday fell straight down. Bang! It shattered into 2 halves. Karen continued to watch this scene with a smile. Seconds later, the ice sculpture melted, leaving Doomsday with only half of its body grasping the other half. With a mighty effort to merge, something miraculous happened. In the next moment, its body began to heal rapidly and swell again. At this time, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman also arrived. Without needing to say, they all knew that the creature in front of them. Superman took the lead, charging directly at Doomsday's upper body. Wonder Woman followed closely behind, drawing her sword to strike at Doomsday's lower half. The two fought in perfect harmony, completely suppressing Doomsday. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them engaged in battle, shattering large sections of surrounding buildings. Batman stood there holding the kryptonite spear frozen in place. Faced with such an incomprehensible battle, he couldn't just throw himself into it and lose his life. Karen gently landed beside Batman. What's wrong? Not going to give it a try. Batman instinctively held the kryptonite spear further away from Karen. Don't worry, that thing doesn't work on me. The moment Karen saw the kryptonite spear, she had already successfully immunized herself. Batman didn't believe her at all, thinking Karen was just trying to show off. He held the kryptonite spear even further away from her. Karen rolled her eyes and raised her hand to take the kryptonite spear from Batman, casually twirling it. She sarcastically remarked, "This spear is really ugly," and tossed the kryptonite spear back to Batman. Only then did Batman finally believe Karen's words. He stared blankly at the kryptonite spear in his hand. Karen focused on the 2 who were increasingly suppressed in the field. "You 2 step back." A voice echoed in the hearts of Clark and Diana simultaneously. Instinctively, they complied and moved aside. But Doomsday would not let them go so easily. It charged towards Clark again, determined to not stop until it killed him. Clark was also at a loss, wondering why this creature was fixated on him and wouldn't stop attacking. The problem was, no matter how he fought, just as the punch of Doomsday was about to collide again with Clark's fist, a fair hand reached out beside him. It firmly caught the punch of Doomsday. "Step back, this creature is beyond your ability to handle." The calm voice remained. Clark nodded seriously. "Auntie, be careful." He then retreated from the battlefield with Diana. No matter how hard Doomsday struggled against Karen, it couldn't break free from that small hand. Roar. The roars continued incessantly. "Why are you roaring so loudly?" Karen, holding the struggling Doomsday with one hand, looked it in the eye. Then with a heavy kick, she struck Doomsday in the abdomen. Boom! A powerful shockwave emanated from them. Diana, Clark, and Batman were blown off balance. Batman nearly flew away, but Clark managed to pull him back in time. To prevent the kryptonite spear from harming Clark any further, Batman directly tossed it to Diana. Diana instinctively moved further away from Clark. "My God, how strong is she?" Batman couldn't help but exclaim. Clark shook his head. "I don't know. All I know is that Auntie has never fought at full strength. She last fought in 1984. Well, I can't say she fought as she only bestowed her power upon Diana, and Diana resolved the world-ending crisis at that time. Batman gasped in shock and then expressed his confusion. Wait, you said? Bestowed? Yes, Annie is not only a Kryptonian, but also a sun goddess. Clark nodded gravely, his gaze fixed on Karen, who was single-handedly dominating Doomsday. Batman fell silent upon hearing Clark's words. He understood in his heart why Karen wasn't afraid of kryptonite. It turned out she was a true deity. He contemplated what methods could possibly restrain such an existence. After thinking it over thoroughly, he concluded. There were none, because she had no weaknesses whatsoever. From Batman's observations, Karen at least possessed the abilities to control magnetic fields and wield thunder, which should not be granted by the sun goddess aspect. Could it be that Kryptonian abilities can be continuously developed? The thought startled Batman. If it truly was as he suspected, then this race was indeed terrifying. Clark seemed to sense his concern and patted Batman on the shoulder. Don't worry, Annie usually stays at home. Her greatest hobby is watching the excitement. She can watch two dogs fight for half a day. Clark explained, laughing as he recalled. Batman's expression turned strange. Looking at the mysterious and powerful Karen in the arena, he felt as if she suddenly lost a layer of filter. Hey, it's not a good habit to speak ill of elders behind their backs. As Karen pounded on Doomsday, she raised her hand and struck Clark with a bolt of lightning. Clark instantly turned black, smoke billowing from his mouth. Aha! Bruce chuckled at the sight. Thinking to himself, it seems they are just a bunch of ordinary people with extraordinary powers. Bruce Wayne's worries diminished significantly. In the arena, Karen unleashed her heat vision, ice power, and thunder power, as well as magnetic force. However, Doomsday just wouldn't die and was growing stronger. She sensed that this creature was indeed troublesome. It seems I can only use that move. Karen sighed, preparing to unleash her strongest technique. After glancing at her surroundings, Karen decided not to use that move here, fearing it might accidentally harm her allies. She grabbed Doomsday and swiftly flew into outer space. Clark looked at Diana. Both were worried for Karen's safety and quickly followed. Only Batman remained staring blankly, unsure of what to think. After dragging Doomsday into space, Karen released it. She began to fully mobilize the power of her sun goddess aspect and continuously absorbed solar energy from afar. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from Karen, a wave of panic washed over Doomsday. Its first reaction was to flee. But, just as it turned around, a dazzling golden light enveloped it. Then there was nothing more. Doomsday's body was utterly annihilated under the impact. After using the solar flare bomb, Karen felt a wave of weakness. This technique was a fusion of her energy absorption, super, healing, supreme, thunder power, and her own sun god. Using it for the first time, its power was indeed impressive. Although it was a bit overdone. The space where Doomsday had been was blown into a small black hole. Fortunately, without the energy support, the black hole quickly dissipated on its own. Karen couldn't imagine what consequences it would have if this technique was used on Earth. Probably, just a slight touch could obliterate the entire planet. Clark and Diana, watching the energy fluctuations after the explosion from afar, felt a wave of fear. Luckily, they were far away out, otherwise if that energy touched them, they would be gravely injured if not dead. Seeing Karen looking somewhat weak, Diana hurriedly went to support her. Karen waved her hand, pushing Diana away. With her arms outstretched facing the sun, she recovered most of her strength after a few breaths. Turning to Diana and Clark, she said, "Let's go, we should head back." The two nodded and quickly followed. Upon returning to Earth, Karen gave everyone on the planet a psychological suggestion. That was, Superman is dead, and she instructed Clark not to go out and act heroically for a while. At the same time, she placed a ceiling barrier on him. Although Clark and Diana were puzzled, they decided to comply. Karen also made a trip to Themyscira and took a mother box stored there. Hippolyta was both worried and pleased about the sun goddess taking the mother box. She was worried because the mother box was of great importance. She also didn't know what the sun goddess intended to do with it. On the other hand, she was glad to be rid of the mother box. Themyscira could finally continue its peaceful life as usual. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Batman heard that there had been intense battles recently with a pair of Jokers. He had no idea what they were thinking. However, the latter Joker girl seemed to have joined the Suicide Squad formed by Amanda Waller. She also successfully resolved a world-ending crisis. However, Amanda Waller was indeed ruthless. After using the Suicide Squad, she immediately locked them up again. It was truly heartless. After silently watching this scene, Karen felt it was time for her to leave. She was contemplating where her next world should be. After much thought, she decided on the X-Men. After all, there were things she was most looking forward to there. After a simple farewell to the Clark family, Karen's figure vanished. When she regained her senses, the surroundings had transformed into a snowy landscape. Two roars echoed, and Karen instinctively turned her head. Oh, old acquaintances. In her line of sight, Wolverine and Sabretooth were already locked in battle. With each claw strike, neither party gave an inch. Yet strangely, Wolverine was no longer a match for Sabretooth. Karen felt this was quite unscientific. With adamantium claws, wasn't it a piece of cake for Wolverine to crush Sabretooth? As a result, Wolverine was unexpectedly knocked unconscious by a sudden attack from Sabretooth. Just like that. This left Karen feeling quite speechless. Looking at the little troublemaker in the fuel vehicle about to be blown up, Karen was about to step in to help. Boom! Cyclops appeared and instantly knocked back the Sabretooth, lunging at the little troublemaker. Storm activated her powers and directly extinguished the impending fire. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Sabretooth turned and fled without hesitation. Karen silently appeared behind it. Storm suddenly turned around ready to unleash her powers and summon a storm to attack Karen. Cyclops mirrored her. Stop it! Professor X's voice echoed in their minds, halting their reckless actions. Immediately Professor X extended a friendly invitation to Karen through Cyclops. Karen raised an eyebrow and agreed. Soon Cyclops, Storm, Karen, the little troublemaker, and the unconscious Wolverine boarded a jet and headed to Xavier's academy. As soon as they entered the academy, Karen encountered the now middle-aged Jubilee, Darwin, and Siren. Long time no see, Karen. The three greeted Karen warmly. Karen nodded back amicably. Teacher Darwin, who is she? Storm quietly approached Darwin, softly inquiring about Karen's background. Darwin waved his hand at her. First take Mr. Wolverine to Jean. We can talk later. Storm exchanged glances with Cyclops and took the unconscious Wolverine away first. Then Darwin and the others introduced the current Xavier Academy to Karen. They invited her to join Xavier Academy. After a moment's hesitation, Karen accepted. After all, she would be staying in this world for a while, and having a free place to stay was quite nice. Just as the three were about to take Karen to meet Professor X, they coincidentally ran into the unconscious Wolverine trying to escape. Karen couldn't help but chuckle at Wolverine's cowardly demeanor. Hey Logan, there's no danger here. Why are you being so cautious? Wolverine turned sharply, baring his teeth as his claws. Karen stepped forward slowly, lightly touching Logan's adamantium claws with her finger. In the next moment, something astonished. Wolverine's claws unexpectedly retracted uncontrollably. For this situation, Wolverine was somewhat caught off guard. Just as he was about to make a move, Darwin and the others behind Karen prepared for battle, but Professor X called out to him. Jean's first impression of her was well. Just that aside from her big red waves, she was really quite ordinary. At most, if Karen were to grade her, Jean, with Professor X mediating, the atmosphere became less tense. Karen soon met Jean, who had come over. Jean's first impression of her was well. Just that aside from her big red waves, she was really quite ordinary. At most, if Karen were to grade her, Jean would get an 80. Anything more was impossible. Jean also curiously sized up this powerful presence that Professor X often mentioned. In her perception, Karen was like a sun hanging high in the sky, completely on a different dimension from them. After a brief moment of distraction, Jean took the initiative to greet Karen warmly. Following that, the group discussed ultimately Professor X agreed to let Wolverine temporarily stay at Xavier Academy and join the X-Men on the condition of helping him regain his memory. This was also considered a form of protection from Professor X, or at least that's how he saw it. At the same time, Professor X candidly stated that even if he couldn't do it, Karen could help Wolverine regain his memory. This caused Wolverine to do a complete turnaround in his attitude towards Karen. Once Wolverine's situation was settled, it was time for everyone to catch up. Karen was also curious about what had happened since her. How did Professor X end up in a wheelchair? To this, Professor X gave a bitter smile. After you dealt with the Black King, Magneto took over his Hellfire Club and established the Brotherhood of Mutants. During that time, due to our differing ideologies, we had numerous conflicts with the Brotherhood of Mutants. It was then that I ended up in a wheelchair. Professor X said this with a self-deprecating smile. After listening to his story, Karen felt that Professor X was destined to face this tribulation. There was no escaping it. Soon after, Karen officially became the new teacher at Xavier Academy. Due to her outstanding appearance, she won the favor of a large number of students. Every time her history class was in session, the classroom was packed. Hey Karen. During this time, Logan had also become quite familiar with Karen. Whether there was something to discuss or not, he wanted to talk to Karen for a few minutes. As for his intentions, Karen didn't need to guess to know. Alright, I'm leaving now. After saying this, Karen turned and left. Seeing this, Logan sighed. Just as he was about to leave, the little troublemaker called out to him. Logan, are you really that concerned about your past? No, I just feel like I've forgotten something very important. Logan's words trailed off as he met with the returning Professor X and the others. He greeted Jean warmly, clearly indicating that their relationship had been quite good during this time. Jean had also actively provided psychological support for Logan on multiple occasions. In Jean's estimation, after a few more times, Logan might remember some of his past. This scene was observed by Cyclops, who instinctively tightened his fists and kept his gaze fixed on Wolverine's direction. The adult world was too strange. She still preferred to stay with Sister Karen, as Karen was the only one who wasn't afraid of her abilities. How does the little rascal know? Because just before, she was afraid that her abilities would affect others, so she planned to quietly leave X Academy. However, on her way, she happened to run into Karen, who was leisurely fishing. Curiously, she walked over. Karen then extended her hand, signaling her to grab onto her and give it a try. For reasons unknown, the little rascal really did grab onto Karen. However, the situation she anticipated did not occur. Karen remained perfectly fine sitting there. As for why Karen was it was mainly because she was simply too powerful and had developed various X-gene abilities to perfection, especially the powers of the Black Emperor and Mystique. Theoretically, she could absorb others' abilities, but others could not hope to absorb hers. Moreover, at the little rascal's level, she simply did not measure up. In short, she was not qualified. The little rascal was unaware of this and felt that she had found someone who was not afraid of her abilities, which made her incredibly happy. That night, the two talked a lot. Karen naturally became the little rascal's confidant. Whether there was something or not, as for Mystique's attempts at manipulation, they were all completely ignored by the little rascal. Mystique also tried to transform into Karen's appearance to drive the little rascal out of X Academy. But she failed. Just as she transformed halfway, her body was nearly torn apart by an inexplicable force. This incident scared her half to death. Since then, even though Mystique continued to use her shape-shifting ability to mingle at X Academy, she no longer dared to approach Karen. She always felt that Karen had seen through her, but for reasons unknown she did not expose her. Karen had naturally seen through Mystique long ago. After all, no matter how she changed, her aura remained coupled with her superior powers. Identifying Mystique was incredibly easy. As for Karen's thoughts, they were simple to watch the show. In the X-Men world, she did not intend to intervene unless someone provoked her. For instance, the Black Emperor could have allowed the author to stretch the word count for several chapters, but it was directly cut short. Ahem. I digress. According to reports, a well-known anti-mutant senator turns out to be a mutant with rubber abilities. Is this a distortion of humanity, or? Karen stared at the images in the television report, knowing that Magneto's plan had already begun. So how will he take the little rascal away next? Karen did not believe that old Magneto was unaware of her return. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to bounce around in front of her. After all, her achievements were indisputable. In the dead of night, Mystique quietly transformed into Professor X's appearance and infiltrated X Academy again. First, she went to the brainwave amplifier storage room, unsure of where she had placed what. Then, still disguised as Professor X, she came to the little rascal's room. Child, you are too dangerous. For the sake of others, you must leave. The words from Professor X directly broke the little rascal's defenses. Crying, she packed her things and ran out of X Academy. Karen observed everything and whispered, "Is it about to begin?" By the time everyone realized the little rascal was missing, it was already the next day. At this moment, the little rascal had long been captured by Magneto and brought near the Statue of Liberty. Here, a proposal regarding the mutant issue was about to be held, targeting the entire world. Magneto intended to transform the high-ranking officials of various countries into mutants right here. He wanted to see if these people would still stand up against mutants with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, under the effects of the potion that Mystique had dropped in advance, Professor X successfully went offline. Reluctantly, everyone could only seek help from Karen. Karen pretended to sense something and then revealed Magneto's plan. At that moment, everyone dared not hesitate. The entire X-Men team mobilized to go to Liberty Island to stop Magneto's plan. Before leaving, Quicksilver hesitated for a long time, but still decided to invite Karen along. Karen initially wanted to refuse, but then she suddenly thought that watching the show up close might be more interesting. So she agreed. As they boarded the aircraft, Wolverine couldn't help but complain, "Your combat uniforms are really ugly. How do you prefer the yellow spandex?" Karen replied with a laugh. Wolverine thought for a moment and nodded seriously. "Your suggestion isn't bad." Haha. Karen's laughter left the others feeling puzzled. Soon everyone arrived at Liberty Island. Storm used her powers to cover the aircraft as it made its way in. However, their aircraft was discovered by Magneto, who had been closely monitoring the surroundings. "The little rascal is in the torch of the Statue of Liberty," Karen reminded, and everyone immediately looked at the statue. After a brief discussion, they decided to infiltrate from the museum to rescue the little rascal and disrupt Magneto's plan. The initial journey went smoothly, but later on, everyone began to sense something unusual. They didn't believe that Magneto could be unaware of their arrival. But the current situation felt overly quiet. Among them, Wolverine was the most perceptive. He quietly left the group and headed in one direction. But just after he left, Karen looked at Wolverine, who was gradually approaching and extending his claws, and smiled slightly. With a kick, she sent her flying over 100 meters, crashing into the wall. Then she instantly teleported to stand before the now averted Mystique, grabbing her by the neck. "Are you seeking death?" Mystique struggled frantically, constantly begging for mercy. Karen clicked her tongue and slowly loosened her grip. Without Mystique, the story behind would be too uninteresting. Get lost. Mystique felt as if she had received a reprieve and turned to run. But just as she turned a corner, she was pierced through the abdomen by Wolverine, who suddenly appeared. She fell to the ground, her life uncertain. As Wolverine turned around, he was suddenly pounced on by Sabretooth. The two old foes started to wrestle again. Meanwhile, Quicksilver, Storm, Cyclops, Jean, and Karen were surrounded by a large group of mutants. A great battle was. Quicksilver and Cyclops seized the opportunity to attack simultaneously. Two powerful energy blasts swept through a large number of mutants in an instant. The opposing mutants were not foolish, immediately ramping up their offensive and engaging in close combat with the others. At this moment, the advantage in numbers became evident. Due to Karen's passive involvement, the others found themselves struggling, especially Jean, Cyclops, and Storm. One was a level 5 mutant, another a level 3 mutant, and the last a level 4 mutant. They were actually being overwhelmed by a level 3 mutant like Frogman, who excelled in physical combat. In the end, it was Storm who unleashed her powers and defeated Frogman with a strike of lightning. Karen noticed that the time was nearly up, so he wrapped up his idle activities. With a punch for each, he took down all the mutants in front of him. At that moment, Wolverine also successfully rejoined the team. "Wait, how can we be sure that you are Logan?" Cyclops posed a critical question. Wolverine raised his middle finger and retorted, "Well, okay, he indeed is." Cyclops glanced at the others and awkwardly shrugged. Karen was nearly laughing hysterically. These two surely had a grudge. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Jean stepped in to ease the tension. Only then did everyone continue moving forward. Soon they arrived above the Statue of Liberty. As soon as they reached the top, they encountered Magneto. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and Jean were all directly controlled by him, using metal. Just as the metal was about to touch Karen, it suddenly stopped. "Karen, long time no see, you've become stronger." Magneto looked at Karen with a complex expression. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be enemies with Karen. The kind of fear that came from the depths of the soul was truly deadly. Yeah, you've aged quite a bit, Karen remarked, looking at Magneto's head full of white hair. Karen continued, stand down. I won. Magneto was momentarily taken aback by Karen's strange address, then shook his head with a smile. Impossible. Once I finish this wave, the mutants will be completely free. By then I won't need you to persuade me. I will stand down myself. We cannot let you succeed, Cyclops stated as he exchanged glances with Wolverine, Storm, and Jean. Their years of understanding allowed them to instantly realize what needed to be done. Cyclops and Wolverine simultaneously unleashed energy attacks, while Storm summoned a powerful storm to assist Jean, temporarily disabling Magneto's defenses. In just one round, Magneto was knocked to the ground by the group. At that moment, the freed Wolverine charged in with a kick, nearly knocking Magneto's last meal out of him. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, he heard Professor X's voice in his mind. Stand down, hand him over to... Wolverine hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sheathed his claws. The others ignored the fallen Magneto and immediately rescued Little Mischief. Subsequently, the human army arrived and took Magneto away. Mystique transformed back into the appearance of the previous congressman to start advocating for the mutants. With Jean's assistance, Wolverine regained some of his memories and briefly embarked on a journey to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Karen continued to relax at X Academy, watching the world unfold. 2 years swiftly passed. Karen lived every day leisurely, enjoying a carefree and comfortable life. Her growth had already reached 40, and with another 11 of growth, she could attempt to learn the Phoenix Force. In contrast, old Magneto's life was much harsher. In the specially designed plastic prison, not only were his meals often rationed, but he was also frequently beaten by the guards. This broke Professor X's heart, who frequently visited him. However, Professor X had no good solutions. Even if he wanted to advocate for old Magneto, he couldn't find a way out. Karen, have you heard? Little Mischief said, while snacking, sharing the latest news she had obtained. I heard that a mutant attacked. Upon hearing this news, Karen paused for a moment before recalling, wasn't this the plot right at the beginning of X-Men 2? The president's assassination incident quickly attracted widespread attention from all walks of life. In response, 5-star critic MacArthur proposed mutants should be sent to the moon. Such outrageous remarks sparked discontent among many mutants. After all, the assassination action had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to live their lives peacefully without disturbing others, nor wanting to be disturbed by others. X Academy soon received an official notification. In response, Professor X had no choice but to use the brainwave amplifier to locate Nightcrawler. After confirming Nightcrawler's location, Professor X immediately sent Jean and Storm to find out the details. After the two women left, Professor X suspected that this incident was related to Magneto. He took Cyclops and Wolverine along to visit his old friend Magneto. Little did he know, although he obtained Stryker's plan from old Magneto, Cyclops and Wolverine got taken offline. Karen, who had been watching the whole thing, couldn't help but complain. X-Men 1 was a total pass, and now in X-Men 2, they're offline right from the start. Can anyone sit in a wheelchair and blatantly slack off? On the night when Professor X went offline, the Mutant Academy also faced a sudden raid from Stryker. The night was so when the first person arrived outside Karen's door, she noticed him. However, Karen had no intention of responding. Magnetic control activated, and the entire room was as solid as iron. Seeing that he couldn't open the door, the man prepared to force his way in. He kicked heavily, instantly turning himself into a cripple. Karen was also quite annoyed and kicked the door open. She sent the opponent straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Wolverine had already joined the fight, battling fiercely alongside Colossus. However, there were too many opponents, and some mutants had already become hostages for the other side. They could only choose to retreat for now. At this moment, Karen leisurely joined the retreating ranks. Wolverine glanced at everyone and decided to stay behind alone to cover their escape. At that time, Stryker also arrived right in front of the army. His gaze met Wolverine's, and a complex expression fleetingly crossed his face. When Wolverine saw Stryker, it seemed like he remembered something, but it wasn't very clear. At that moment, Iceman used his powers to create an ice wall between the two sides. Logan, hurry and go. Little Mischief softly called. Logan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed. Thus, a few of them escaped from X Academy. During the process, Karen didn't forget to send messages to Jean and Storm asking them to come and provide support. Everyone had to wait for the two women to arrive. They could only go to Iceman's house, which was closest to X Academy. However, it seemed that his family was not welcoming to the arrival. Iceman's brother secretly called the police. Karen shook her head at this. If even his biological parents acted this way, it was easy to imagine how the outside world felt about mutants. Soon the police arrived. Little Mischief suggested that everyone not cause trouble and leave quietly instead. However, she was met with opposition from firemen. Fireman directly picked up a lighter and was the first to walk out. It didn't take much thought to know what he intended to do. Wolverine didn't hesitate and immediately followed him out. As soon as they stepped outside, the two were attacked. Fortunately, Wolverine reacted quickly and blocked all the attacks for Fireman. However, he was hit in the head by a bullet and briefly lost consciousness. Fireman was furious upon seeing this. He immediately controlled the flames to retaliate, quickly taking down a large number of police officers. Karen saw that it was almost time. She spoke up to stop the fireman from continuing his destruction. At that moment, Jean and Storm also arrived. Everyone immediately boarded the aircraft to leave. As the Iceman was leaving, he glanced back at his family with disappointment. This place was no longer the home he had longed for. The aircraft had barely taken off when it was targeted by military aircraft dispatched by the authorities. Not wanting to clash with the official storm summoned a thick fog to obscure their vision. However, the opposing forces were not going to let it go easily. They began firing indiscriminately, and coincidentally, a missile struck the aircraft the group was on. A large hole was blown in the back. Little Mischief was almost swept away, but fortunately Karen reacted quickly, and after securing Little Mischief, Karen used her magnetic control to seal the damaged part of the aircraft's tail. The military personnel behind them, seeing this scene, thought that Magneto had arrived. Without hesitation, they immediately retreated. However, even without their pursuit, the aircraft was in dire straits, beginning to plummet toward the ground. Just as Karen was about to activate her powers to stop the aircraft again, she spotted Old Man 1 below. Sure enough, Old Man 1 had made his move. The aircraft was steadily halted and gently lowered. Next, everyone regrouped. Although they had been enemies before, they now shared a common foe and could work together. Magneto recounted Stryker's plan in detail. He has now obtained the brainwave amplifier. What if he uses it to control Charles and targets a group with this capability? His words fell into silence among the group. Wolverine slowly spoke up. The vast majority of mutants have no ability to resist the professor's mental attacks. Everyone felt a chill at this thought. At that moment, Magneto turned his gaze toward Karen, just about to say something. But Karen interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Don't look at me. Ooh, I don't take sides. What she said was her true thought. Oh, she was neither mutant nor human. She was just an ordinary sun goddess. Old Man 1 sighed, feeling relieved internally. In other words, if he stirred up trouble, she wouldn't care. He was quite satisfied with Karen's attitude overall. The others completely could not understand the two's behavior. Even though Jean and Storm knew Karen might be very powerful, they did not believe she could resolve this matter alone. Next, Jean accessed Nightcrawler's memories to find out the location of Stryker's base. After discussion, everyone concluded that they could only enter through the floodgate. However, that was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If the enemy opened the floodgates, everyone would perish inside. He'll go. I think Stryker would love to see me. Wolverine volunteered. Will you definitely be able to access the control room? Jean's retort left Wolverine stumped. How about I go instead? At this moment, Mystique stepped forward. Everyone considered her abilities and felt it was feasible. Thus the plan was final. Mystique instantly transformed into Wolverine's appearance and infiltrated Stryker's base. Sure enough, Stryker did not attack immediately upon seeing Wolverine. Instead, he ordered someone to take her inside. Mystique fulfilled her mission by directly seizing the control room. Magneto quickly led everyone in to disrupt Stryker's plans. What puzzled Karen was that this group actually left Storm, a powerful fighter, to guard the aircraft. It was quite absurd. However, Karen merely mentally scoffed and followed them into Stryker's base. Once inside the base, Wolverine's memories immediately resurfaced. He silently drifted away from the group, heading in one direction alone. Karen hesitated for a moment before following him. Soon Wolverine entered the lab where he had been modified. There he was relentlessly attacked by memories of the dead. Coincidentally, at that moment, Stryker passed by. Upon seeing Wolverine and Karen, he immediately ordered his female mutant bodyguard Yuriko to eliminate them. He then fled first. Wolverine immediately wanted to chase after him, but was blocked by the female bodyguard. Karen smiled at the bodyguard's provocative gaze directed at her. She kicked Wolverine in the calf. You go ahead, or I'll handle this guy. Wolverine did not doubt Karen's capabilities. He nodded and quickened his pace, brushing past the female bodyguard. Just as she tried to block him, she found that she was completely unable to move. How, why not dance? Karen suddenly had a phone in her hand, and melodious music began to play. The bodyguard's body danced rhythmically, uncontrollably following the beat. Yet her expression was one of wanting to kill Karen immediately. Karen did not care, leisurely manipulating her to dance. Not to mention, this girl had great flexibility and effortlessly performed various difficult moves. After playing for a while, Karen felt it was about time. So she had the bodyguard temporarily act as her protector. Along the way, the bodyguard directly helped her deal with numerous mutants brainwashed by Stryker. Outside the base, Storm was getting anxious as everyone was taking too long to come out. Just then, Nightcrawler had already found the location of Ex-Professor and instantly teleported back to the aircraft. He was preparing to bring Storm along to rescue Ex-Professor. But at that moment, Ex-Professor was being controlled and began attacking mutants worldwide. Naturally, Karen was also within the attack radius. However, that level of mental attack was practically negligible for her, but her bodyguard collapsed on the ground unconscious. Karen intended to help her, but when her mental power invaded the bodyguard's brain, she found it to be a complete mess thanks to Stryker. Though she could save her, it would require considerable effort, and she was not in the mood for that. At that moment, the only two unaffected Old Man 1 acted forcibly, shutting down the brainwave amplifier through the wall. He then had Mystique transform into Stryker's appearance, ordering Ex-Professor to erase all humanity, before elegantly turning to leave. Just as they had not been gone for long, Ex-Professor activated his powers, instantly killing numerous humans. Nightcrawler and Storm arrived a moment later. They immediately dispelled the illusion, waking Ex-Professor. In just that brief moment, Ex-Professor's damage to both mutants and humans far exceeded Old Man 1's countless years. Karen saw that it was time, snapped her fingers, and instantly teleported everyone back to the aircraft. However, the aircraft startup encountered an unexpected problem. To make matters worse, the dam was on the verge of collapse, ready to give way at any moment. At that moment, Jean jumped off the fighter jet, without hesitation, ready to sacrifice herself to protect others. Kal-El raised an eyebrow, activating his powers instantly to pull her back. Then with a lift of his hand, the fighter jet took off under her control. In the next moment, the dam collapsed, and the jet narrowly avoided the shockwave. Sheen's gaze towards Kal-El was complex. Kal-El looked into the depths of her eyes where a hint of darkness resided, half smiling. He pondered the Dark Phoenix would likely unseal itself in due time, wouldn't it? Afterwards, Professor X handed over all the collected evidence of Stryker's crimes to the president to mediate the conflict between mutants and humans. Upon learning that he had been deceived, the president was furious. However, after discovering that Stryker had been dealt with by Magneto, he could no longer pursue the matter. Thus, a long-awaited peace between humans and mutants returned. 2 years swiftly passed. Kal-El, eager to harness the power of the Phoenix, began to leave home early and return late. Sometimes the others at X Academy wouldn't see her for over half a month. Where had Kal-El gone? Of course, she was getting closer to the sun to recharge. After 2 years of effort, her silver superhero transformation rate finally reached 50. Now she was just a hair's breadth away from being able to learn the power of the Phoenix. During these 2 years, Sheen's condition became increasingly unstable. Professor X secretly reinforced her seal multiple times, but now the seal had little effect on her. Cyclops also sensed something was off with his girlfriend. He decided to take her out for a walk to ease her mind. Little did he know he would never return. When Wolverine and Storm arrived, they found only the unconscious Sheen on the ground. They searched around, but aside from Cyclops' glasses, they found nothing else. With no other choice, they had to take Sheen back and wait for her to wake up to ask what had happened. When Kal-El returned, she received some very bad news for mutants. The government had discovered a mutant capable of nullifying other mutants' powers. They were preparing to use his blood as a sample to create a mutant serum. They planned to administer it for free to mutants who willingly wanted to become human. This action greatly alarmed many mutants similar to Magneto. At this time, firemen also joined forces with Magneto. It was evident that the war between humans and mutants was about to reignite. At this critical juncture, problems arose at X Academy. After Wolverine and Storm brought Sheen back, Professor X explained her situation and shared his suspicions about Cyclops' disappearance, but they couldn't possibly believe him. In truth, Professor X was reluctant to believe it as well, but at that moment Beast Hank arrived at X Academy. Due to the mutant, he prepared to discuss how they should respond to the situation with Professor X and the others. During the process, Wolverine repeatedly interrupted him, which greatly annoyed him. Wolverine retorted, "Kid, when I was fighting for mutant rights, your claws weren't even fully grown yet." He was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Kal-El stoked the fire. He was already participating in World War I when you weren't even born. Beast Hank shot Kal-El a glance, not believing her words. They debated for a long time, but reached no good conclusion. In the end, they could only let everyone decide for themselves. Some at X Academy were already tempted. A portion of them, led by the mischievous one, went to the government to receive the serum and return to their original families. As for whether they could live happily at all, depended on fate. Regardless, Kal-El knew that the mischievous one was doing quite well. Just as everyone at X Academy thought the matter had passed, suddenly news broke of Magneto's daring prison break to rescue. Oh no, it wasn't just that. It was the news of Magneto breaking into prison to save Mystique. However, during the scuffle, Mystique was unfortunately hit by the mutant serum and lost her powers. Magneto only took away Mystique's fellow prisoners, the Blob and Red Tank. Raven was ruthlessly abandoned. After Kal-El received the news, she thought for a moment and decided to go and learn the Blob's ability to replicate. She had no choice. That skill was incredibly beneficial to her. Kal-El checked her status panel. Name: Kal-El Wire. Age: 31. Identity: Silver Superman. 50 Magic Resistance, Supreme, Thunder Power, Telepathy, Ice Power, Laser Eyes, Super Healing, Shape-Shifting, Magnetic Control, Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Super Speed, 10 Kryptonite, Immunity, Infinite Replication, Learnable, 28 Sun God. Equipment: Solar Sacred Armor, Solar Sacred Sword, Solar Sacred Shield, Solar War, Chariot, Kryptonian Battlesuit. Skill: Solar Flare Bombardment. Not bad, not bad. As long as she put in a little more effort, she could obtain the power of the Phoenix, and that would be a complete success. Not long after Kal-El returned to X Academy, Sheen once again awakened, calling herself the Dark Phoenix, attacking Wolverine and escaping from X Academy. At the same time, Magneto learned through his subordinates that Sheen was a level 5 mutant. This discovery thrilled him, and he immediately headed out to recruit Sheen to his side. The two parties met near Sheen's home. Professor X and Magneto exchanged brief glances, understanding each other. They both went upstairs to Sheen's room. Professor X still intended to awaken Sheen and restore her original persona, but he couldn't withstand Magneto's interference. Just like that, the situation spiraled out of control. Sheen erupted in fury, and Professor X was crushed to bits. Charles. Magneto was stunned. He never expected Sheen to be so dangerous. However, he quickly thought of his plan. He forced himself to suppress the pain and took the now calm Sheen away from there. After this incident, the people at X Academy held a funeral for Charles, and Storm temporarily took over Professor X's. There was no way around it. Storm was the only one at X Academy capable of taking on such responsibility. The elders like Jubilee, Darwin, and Siren could handle teaching, but their combat ability and intellect fell a bit short. During the following time, Magneto led a large number of Brotherhood members to destroy sites administering the mutant serum. He vowed that as long as the government did not cease, their destruction would not stop. Thus, a tug-of-war war officially began. Caught in the middle, X Academy was in a difficult position. Wolverine thought it over and finally decided to bring Sheen back. So, taking advantage of others' inattention, he stealthily rode Cyclops' motorcycle away from X Academy. Kal-El sent a clone to follow and watch the show. It was undeniable that having clones made tasks much more convenient. Her thousands of clones were sunbathing, and now they could watch from both sides. It was simply a win-win situation. The only pity was that the divine aspect of the sun god couldn't split into thousands. Otherwise she would have taken off right then and there. In Karen's eyes, Wolverine fought his way through numerous obstacles. Ultimately, he successfully infiltrated near Old Man Juan. However, before he could approach Chin, he was discovered by Old Man Juan and ruthlessly thrown thousands of meters away. This is Wolverine. If it were anyone else, their bones would be shattered into pieces. Karen couldn't help but exclaim. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Juan had led a large group of mutants away. Only the clone remained stationed here, and Karen understood the intention behind it without needing to guess. Seeing the fun here had ended, Karen retracted her clone. Next came one of Magneto's grand spectacles. He directly moved the thousands of meters long cross-sea bridge to Devil Island, leading a large number of mutants to attack the mutant drug production base. Just as Wolverine regained his composure, he was immediately taken away by Storm piloting a warplane. Karen was fortunate enough to be invited to participate in this counterattack operation. By the time everyone arrived, the weapons in the hands of humans had been nearly destroyed by a large number of mutants. What awaited them was the frenzied slaughter of the mutants. Just as Storm was about to persuade Old Man Juan did not give her a chance to speak. With a wave of his hand, he commanded all to attack the middle route. A large number of mutants roared. Just as Storm was about to persuade Old Man Juan did not give her a chance to speak. With a wave of his hand, he commanded all to attack the middle route. A large number of mutants roared and charged towards the X-Men. Shockwave immediately adjusted his chest device and accurately fired at a large number of mutants. Steel and Darwin the Master and Apprentice activated their hardened forms and entered the crowd to wreak havoc. The Siren's sonic attacks were virtually impossible to defend against. Karen entered water skiing mode again, knocking out one small mutant with each punch. Storm was entangled with a warrior of Old Man Juan's subordinate Speedster, and the two were locked in a fierce battle indistinguishable from each other in a chaotic scene. Meanwhile, Beast Hank had gone berserk, fully unleashing his primal instincts as he weaved through the mutant crowd, harvesting lives. Iceman also demonstrated his combat wisdom during this battle. Other mutants were hardly his match. In the end, Fireman directly confronted him for a 1v1 solo. Wolverine, relying on his sharp claws, galloped across the battlefield. Karen was just coasting through the entire process. Outside the battlefield, Old Man Juan shot a glance at Red Tank. "What are you staring at?" Red Tank's question immediately darkened Old Man Juan's expression. "Go take care of that mutant who can produce the drugs." "Okay." Red Tank responded and charged into the laboratory. Magneto watched this with disbelief, doubting whether this guy could complete the task. Shadowcat had also noticed Red Tank's actions, and without further ado, immediately followed. Karen smiled as she watched this scene. She believed that the clever little guy would surely play Red Tank, the clumsy giant. And indeed, after a battle of which Shadowcat used the mutant's ability to nullify other mutants' powers, causing Red Tank to knock himself out. Meanwhile, the external battle was gradually coming to a close. With the cooperation of the Siren Beast and Wolverine, they successfully injected the mutant drug into Old Man Juan. I also. You have also become one of the ordinary people," Wolverine mocked. But how could Old Man Juan be content with such a failure? He directly began to manipulate Chin. However, she stood there unmoving, her body twitching from time to time. In Karen's eyes, it was obvious that two personalities were fighting for control of the body. Just then, a large number of human reinforcements arrived. They directly launched an attack on Chin, who stood at the highest point. This action was tantamount to sealing their own fate. The second personality, Dark Phoenix, instantly seized control of the body. While eliminating all the bullets, she launched a counterattack. In an instant, a large number of human soldiers were turned to ashes. Everyone present, including Old Man Juan, stood frozen in place. The destructive power was simply terrifying. Next, Chin began indiscriminate annihilation. Even someone as powerful as Hedgehog Man was crushed in an instant. Shockwave, Darwin the Siren, and several key members of Magneto's team all perished. Magneto was left dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Then he stumbled away in a panic. Storm tried to move forward to stop Chin's attack, but was blocked by Wolverine. "You will die, only I can stop her now." "Forget it, you can't stop her now." As Karen spoke, she leisurely approached Chin. She was not lying. Eve, after 2 years of suppression and rebound from Professor X, Dark Phoenix had completely taken over as the dominant personality. Chin's personality had nearly dissipated after her final struggle. Now Wolverine would be going to his doom. Directly annihilated, how could he even heal? Wolverine cast a deep glance at Karen and then at Chin, who looked grotesque without rebuffing. He quickly pulled Storm away. Seeing that most people had already left, it was time for her to perform. She instantly teleported in front of Chin, who was continuously releasing energy and annihilating everything. With a powerful kick, she sent Chin flying into the atmosphere. Teleporting again, she delivered a heavy punch, sending. Next, she repeated the process until she sent Chin far away from Earth before stopping. This thoroughly enraged Dark Phoenix. Instantly, she annihilated this clone of Karen's. Next, the real Karen arrived, snapping her fingers lightly. All the clones near the sun returned. Ding! Silver Superman's progress reached 52. Karen smiled slightly, just right. Without hesitation, she instantly learned the power of the Phoenix. However, Karen had somewhat miscalculated this time. The learning of Phoenix's power wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It felt as if there was a progress bar slowly advancing in her mind. Sigh, this is troublesome. Karen sighed lightly. In this brief moment, Dark Phoenix had completely transformed into a blazing phoenix, rushing over with boundless destructive power. Karen dared not be careless and immediately teleported away. With lightning in her left hand and the sun in her right, her eyes emitted heat vision simultaneously. Boom. The position where Dark Phoenix stood was instantly blasted into a black hole. Yet Dark Phoenix stood firm within the black hole unharmed. Energy laden with endless will of destruction surged forth again, charging straight at Karen. This time Karen did not choose to dodge. Super healing, the evolved abilities of her shape-shifting prowess and energy absorption were all activated. Just managing to absorb this blow, Karen felt a surge of fire stirring within her body. Raising her hands, she released all the destruction flames she had just absorbed, aiming at Dark Phoenix. Karen seemed to hear a piercing scream in her ears. It was evident that Dark Phoenix was not unscathed after absorbing her attack. However, Karen was clearly feeling worse than she was. Her hands constantly shifted between flesh tone and fiery red. Hot, hot, hot. This was the most straightforward sensation for Karen. The power of extreme ice immediately combined with frozen breath and sprayed onto her hands. This barely alleviated the burning sensation that reached her soul. Karen lifted her head again to look at the Black Phoenix. She sighed inwardly, thinking this can't go on like this. The ability to create clones activated. 3,000 Karens instantly surrounded the Black Phoenix from different angles. Various energy attacks were unleashed. Supreme Thunder mental attacks, frozen breath merged with the power of extreme ice, laser vision's heat beam, and the crushing control of the cosmic magnetic field. Karen herself also joined in summoning the sun's sacred armor, sacred sword, and sacred shield to act as a tank. Thus the 3,000 Karens battled the Black Phoenix in the cosmos, causing star rivers to collapse, day and night to reverse, and great stars to shatter. This lasted for nearly a month. The power of the Phoenix has been learned. Karen instantly became energized. All clones were recalled. Fusing all the powers of the Phoenix Sun and Thunder, she unleashed the Phoenix Sun Fist. With one punch, the entire cosmic space collapsed. The Black Phoenix was utterly annihilated by this punch. Thank you. This was the last voice of Qin. Karen lingered in the cosmic void, panting. This month had truly exhausted her. She had experienced the feeling of death a total of 17251 times. She dared not imagine how difficult it would have been to fight without her cloning ability. Fortunately, she had not returned empty-handed. At the very least, her combat skills had seen unprecedented improvement. Her proficiency in utilizing various energies had also become more refined. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. The greatest gain was still the power of the Phoenix. Now Karen had firmly entered a multidimensional level. Although she could control the power of the Phoenix, she would not fall into a rampage. If she had to describe it, she could only use the words terrifyingly powerful to describe her current self. After resting for a moment, Karen gazed at Earth once more. Her figure vanished directly. When she reappeared, Karen had returned to her estate in the Marvel Universe. She threw herself into the soft bed. The intense mental fatigue made her fall into a deep sleep immediately. She slept for a full 3 days. The first thing she did upon waking was to feast heartily. After eating and drinking to her fill, she felt in the mood to watch a show. She thought about how she had gained a speed that could be considered a bug. Karen decided to re-watch this splendid performance from the beginning. With a slight sway, she entered the time tunnel. She first arrived in 925 BC. She witnessed the battle between the Father of the Gods and the Ice Demon King. There she saw Odin get one of his eyes pierced by the King of the Frost Giants, yet he ultimately triumphed over his opponent. Deep down, a thought of contending for the throne began to take shape. Following the river of time, Karen observed the growth. He constantly boasted about becoming king and exterminating the entire Frost Giant race. It was also during this time that Loki was influenced by his desire to become king. Deep down, a thought of contending for the throne began to take shape. Following the river of time, Karen observed the growth history of these two brothers. To be precise, it was the history of Thor being toyed with. From an intellectual perspective, Loki seemed to have Thor complete. Time soon arrived at the moment when Thor was about to become king. Karen couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Just how could old Odin dare to let Thor become king in this state? Sure enough, an unexpected incident was about to occur. On the very day Thor was to be crowned, the Frost Giants dispatched a large number of elites to raid Odin's treasury. Their intention was clear: to seize the frost box located within the treasury. Fortunately, the guards of Asgard were also. They successfully repelled the enemy's intrusion, but suffered heavy casualties. At a critical moment, Odin intervened, summoning the destroyer, and with one strike eliminated the invading enemy. After dealing with the enemy, Odin thought to make peace. He did not wish to pursue the matter further. However, Thor, who was about to become king, did not share this sentiment. He even had a huge argument with Odin at the dinner table before flipping the table and leaving. Unsurprisingly, Thor, along with his most loyal companions, headed to the Frost Giants' territory to demand an explanation. As soon as they entered the territory of the Frost Giants, before Loki and Sif could say anything, Thor charged ahead. A great battle erupted instantly. The group was unsurprisingly surrounded tightly by the Frost Giants, who seemed in. During the fight, Loki discovered his own uniqueness. After an intense battle, they were almost exhausted. At this time, Thor realized that they might not be able to handle the entire Frost Giant race. He decided to retreat. But the king of the Frost Giants only uttered one sentence. "So this is the little princess of Asgard." This completely enraged Thor. The battle reignited. Just as they were about to be captured by the Frost Giants, Odin had no choice but to intervene. After bringing Thor back, this guy still complained, incessantly insisting that they should send troops to attack the Frost Giant territory. Odin was furious. "You are not yet king. He then waved his hand, sealing away all of Thor's divine powers and casting him down to earth. At the same time, he placed a spell on Thor's hammer Mjolnir and threw it down to earth as well. Everything concluded, and Odin slumped into his chair, waving off the others. "Your Excellency, after observing our father-son trio for so long, may I ask if we can meet?" Odin said, turning his one eye towards the empty space beside him. Karen's figure slowly emerged from that empty space. "Not bad, you actually discovered my presence." Odin nodded cautiously. "Might I ask why you have been watching our father-son trio?" Odin asked directly. "Oh, when did you start noticing me?" Karen did not answer, but instead asked a question. After a brief silence, Odin continued, "I was merely guessing." This answer made Karen shake her head and laugh. She had actually been played by this old fellow. "I observed you all purely out of curiosity. Now that the show is about to start, I will Odin did not quite understand Karen's meaning, but still nodded tiredly. "Your Excellency's safe travels." Karen's, when she reappeared, she was already back at her estate on Earth. She gazed far away. There she saw Thor, just recently exiled, along with his hammer Mjolnir. Looking at Thor, who resembled a fool, Karen couldn't help but shake her head. This guy was still quite far from the path of kings. However, this was not within her concern. She took out her communication device and called Nick Fury. "You should have received the news about a hammer that suddenly fell from the sky. I suggest you look into Norse mythology. There might be answers there that you seek." After saying this, Karen hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury wore a face full of confusion. Despite feeling that Karen was unreliable, Nick Fury followed her advice and researched relevant Norse mythology. Indeed, he found some information about the hammer. Wangdefa. Fury stood there stunned. In his impression, there were only aliens. How could mythological items appear? Without hesitation, he immediately set off to investigate. At the same time, Karen had already arrived near Thor's hammer. Looking at the bustling testing site, Karen felt uncertain whether to criticize it. Her initial desire to try was gone. In the end, old Stan Lee even personally took action. He prepared to use a tow truck for the test. Unsurprisingly, Karen covered her face, estimating that if this continued, a special check-in point would have to be established near Thor's hammer. Without turning around, Karen already knew it was that black egg who had arrived. "What do you think should be done with this hammer?" Karen glanced at Nick Fury and said flatly, "What can be done? Just cordon it off. Then we can find Steve to come and take it away." Wangdefa. Nick Fury looked at Karen with a puzzled expression. "Do you want to listen to what you were actually saying? You asked me to look at mythology. Fine, I did. Now you were talking about Captain America. Recently there seems to be news about that old popsicle, but it's not certain." Nick Fury silently waved to Coulson behind him, who immediately understood. Soon a massive experimental base was built around Thor's hammer. This news quickly reached Thor's ears, who had been picked up. Seeing himself on the television screen, with so many people touching his hammer, Thor's inner universe exploded. He rushed straight into a nearby pet store. "Boss, give me a fine horse, and make it quick." The pet store owner was dumbfounded, looking at the muscular man in front of her, unsure whether to refuse his request. But there really were no horses in the store. Jane shook her head at this scene. She apologized to the owner and hurriedly, driving herself, she took Thor to the location of Thor's hammer. After getting out of the car, Thor disregarded the S-H-I-E-L-D agents blocking him and charged straight into the experimental base. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." Nick Fury, observing from a height, turned his gaze to Karen. "This guy who seems a bit dim-witted can't really be the god of thunder, can he?" Karen smiled and nodded, saying who else would be so obsessed with a worthless hammer. Her words left Nick Fury momentarily speechless. He felt truly exhausted every time he communicated with Karen. He had to ponder for a long time to understand her words. After grasping Karen's meaning, Nick Fury immediately ordered Hawkeye not to shoot. If Odin's son were harmed, it would bring immense trouble to Earth. At the same time, the employees below received Nick Fury's orders and began to release water. Thor quickly cleared his way and reached the front of Thor's hammer. He revealed a foolish grin. "My little treasure, I've finally found you." Saying this, he extended his hand, preparing to lift Thor's hammer once more as he had in the past. However, after exerting a little force, he found that the hammer seemed to be much heavier than before. Had it gained weight? Trying harder, the hammer remained unmoved. Thor, not believing in evil, gripped the hammer's handle tightly. Lift. Up. In the end, Thor collapsed in front of the hammer. In despair, he realized that he could no longer lift Thor's hammer. Why, Odin, do you treat me this way?" The last cry clearly showed that Thor had completely broken down. Nick Fury covered his ears, unable to help but FUCK, why is this guy's voice so loud? Other agents reacted similarly to Nick Fury. Once Thor had vented enough, Nick Fury waved his hand. A group of agents immediately approached him, politely escorting. Watching Thor disappear, Nick Fury felt a sense of helplessness. How could the god of thunder not lift his own hammer? When he turned around, Karen had already vanished. Nick Fury felt exhausted. Couldn't this big shot make a decision before leaving? Meanwhile, in the treasury of the Asgardian palace, Loki stood before the frost box. He slowly placed his hands on it. Moments later, his skin turned icy blue. Loki was stunned to realize that he was indeed a frost giant. "Child, I'm sorry. I didn't want to keep it from you." Odin's voice slowly echoed from behind him, recounting the past. Loki finally learned that his true father was actually the king of the frost giants. And Odin was not his. This blow was undeniably significant. "Child, don't blame me. I did it for the peace of the two realms. You, like Thor, are destined to become a king." "No, I won't listen. I won't listen." Loki screamed, hysterically, unable to hear any of Odin's words. Just then, Odin was forced to enter Odin's sleep and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Loki devised a plan. He directly declared that he had inherited Odin's throne. Next, his second step was to get Thor to give up any thoughts of returning. Thus Loki came to Earth and met Thor. "Thor, father has passed away because of you, and I have inherited the throne. The frost giants have declared war on us. When I return, I will lead Asgard in retaliation. You just stay here on Earth and repent." It must be said that Loki's eloquence was quite impressive, especially as Thor's psychological defenses were currently weak. He completely believed Loki's words and prepared to stay on Earth, repenting for the rest of his life alone. Loki, seeing his plot succeed, felt ecstatic, his confidence soaring. Before leaving, he quietly tried to lift Thor's hammer. But no matter how he changed his posture or gritted his teeth, he could not lift Thor's hammer. Coincidentally, this scene was recorded by Karen, who had appeared out of nowhere. When Loki noticed Karen, he immediately appeared. "Ma'am, could you please hand over the little item in your hand?" Karen ignored him and instantly disappeared. Loki immediately began to sense Karen's location, but he was astonished to find that he could not locate that earthling at all. Unwilling to give up, Loki returned to Thor's hammer and secretly tried to invade with his divine power. Naturally, he failed. In the end, he could only give up helplessly and return to Asgard. After Loki left, Thor indeed settled down. Quietly and without a fuss, he was taken away by Jane as if he intended to spend the rest of his life on Earth. Karen couldn't help but laugh at Thor, who had been fooled by Loki. She had to compliment, "Thor, you really are quite clever." He believed everything. Soon some of Thor's friends descended to Earth in search of him. Through a special connection between them, Sif quickly found Thor, who was flirting with Jane. She was furious. "As your official match, I don't get this kind of treatment right. After just a few days apart, you're already getting close to an Earth woman." Karen, who was watching the drama unfold, compared the two. Jane is indeed more beautiful. It seems, of course, despite her anger, they wouldn't forget the important matters. The group immediately explained the current situation in the Celestial Palace to Thor. Upon realizing he had been deceived by Loki, Thor was furious. But once he calmed down, he couldn't help but ask himself, "What can I do?" He waved his hand in dejection, signaling the others. At the same time, Loki had already used his authority in the Celestial Palace to send the destroyer to Earth to find Thor. The goal was to completely eliminate Thor once and for all. But how could Thor's friends agree to that? Just as a great battle was about to break out, Tony Stark appeared in his Mark V armor. Everyone unrelated stepped back. After multiple warnings, Tony faced the destroyer again. Jarvis he discovered that the materials making up the destroyer were not found on Earth. Tony immediately became alert and fired the pomp. Boom. This massive energy attack left only a shallow dent on the destroyer's surface. Within mere moments, what the hell? The destroyer glanced at Tony and swung its arm, sending him flying. It continued its advance towards Tony, would never let it pass, just like that. He quickly charged out and collided with the destroyer again. Thor's friends rushed over, ready to buy Thor some time. With the addition of these 4 people, Tony's pressure was greatly relieved. He didn't expect these seemingly ordinary medieval warriors to actually be formidable. At that moment, all the weapons on the Mark V were unleashed. Together, they managed to fend off the destroyer's waves of attack. However, Thor, watching from a distance, understood. If they continued to exhaust themselves like this, they would eventually be defeated. They might even be killed. He, having grown somewhat in a short time, did not want to see that happen. So he took large strides forward. "Loki, stop it. I'll give my life for you. I'll let them go." Tony couldn't help but retort, "Who do you think you are? A hotshot male lead. It will listen to you." Unexpectedly, the next moment, he was slapped in the face. The destroyer emitted a mechanical synthetic voice. "All right, King DFA. Is that even possible?" Tony was too exhausted to retort. Thor walked step by step toward the destroyer. Tony was already out of ammo, unable to stop Thor's actions. Thor's friends tried to stop him, but were blasted away by the destroyer's high-temperature flames. Thor walked step by step to the front of the destroyer and spoke again. "Don't hurt them, Loki." Loki, controlling the destroyer, fell silent. He realized that this brother seemed to be truly different now. The next moment, the destroyer instantly unleashed high-temperature flames, engulfing Thor. "No!" Jane and Sif shouted in unison from a distance. Karen, who had been watching the spectacle, glanced at the direction of Mjolnir and murmured softly, "It should be about time, right?" Sure enough, the next moment Mjolnir moved, and lightning surged, instantly dispersing the flames. Looking again, Thor was already clad in his God of Thunder armor, wielding Mjolnir, standing there quietly. Karen snapped her fingers, and a bolt of thunder fell, energizing Tony's armor. Ding! Energy charged to 300. Tony, inside the armor, was utterly speechless. He just knew that his nosy aunt was definitely here. Then he started to charge an energy pulse, attacking together with the hammer in Thor's hand towards the destroyer. In an instant, they destroyed the destroyer. After defeating the destroyer, Thor solemnly bid farewell to Jane, promising he would return. Then he left with his friends. Before leaving, Sif looked at Jane seriously, and no one knew what she was thinking. Tony placed a hand on his forehead, gazing towards the direction where the rainbow had vanished. "What technology is this?" "Interdimensional teleportation. Want to learn? I can teach you." Karen's teasing voice appeared beside Tony. He looked towards the direction where the rainbow had disappeared, watching that family drama unfold. "Really?" Tony exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, but it's a bit difficult. It depends on your magical talent." Karen nodded seriously. "Edge." Tony shook his head in disbelief, thinking Karen was joking. He gave up on the idea. Having aliens is already outrageous. Now they're supposedly gods. Tony doesn't believe in magical things like that. Even if it exists, we're in an age where magic is dead, and he wouldn't be able to do anything with it. He decided to focus on upgrading his armor, which seemed more reliable. Then he collected the runes on the ground, preparing to study them. In Karen's eyes, the Rainbow Bridge was now destroyed, and Loki had exiled himself. Odin and Thor both gazed at the endless void with complex expressions. Karen instantly appeared before the two. So do you need my help to bring him back? Yes. No need. In response to Karen's question, Thor and Odin gave completely different answers. Thor looked at Odin, his expression heavy. Father Loki is my brother. All right, Thor, you should go back now. After Odin spoke, he waved his hand and sent Thor back to the Celestial Palace. Then he looked seriously at Karen. Loki will be fine, right? Though it was a question, the tone was very certain. Karen nodded, noncommittal. Seeing this, Odin let out a sigh of relief. It's good for that child to go out and walk around. Odin's words were unclear whether they were directed at himself or at Karen. After thinking for a moment, Odin raised his hand and retrieved an item from the Odin treasury. He solemnly handed it to Karen. This is the divine essence of the god of light. It should be helpful to you. Odin's expression was sincere, as if he were casually giving away a small trinket. But Karen knew full well the value of it. In the Marvel Universe, Norse mythology is indeed stronger than Greek mythology. From the faint tremor of the solar deity's essence, Karen knew this would be a great boon for her. But where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? Karen glanced deeply at Odin. In the end, she accepted the divine essence belonging to the Nordic mythology's god of light. Ding solar god power increased by 220. Ding silver Superman's growth rate at 58. Karen nodded in satisfaction, her enhancement more than doubling. Seeing Karen's satisfied expression, Odin smiled as well. After all, they were both smart individuals, and some things did not need to be stated too plainly. After a brief adaptation to her suddenly increased solar god power, Karen opened her eyes, suddenly struck with a brilliant. If she remembered correctly, this world also had a Greek mythology system, right? So could she. If she wanted to do it, she would just. Odin, I have an unusual request. Speak, Odin replied readily. Could you take me to the city of Omnipotence? Although Karen knew such a place existed, she did not know the specific coordinates. Isn't there a ready-made tool for that? Surely it wouldn't be reasonable to have her search for it herself, right? Upon hearing Karen's words, Odin's expression became peculiar. He had thought that this immensely powerful solar god was from the city of Omnipotence. However, realizing that she was not from that place made Odin even happier. After all, within that place the actions of certain individuals were simply disgusting, and the divine quality was utterly unreliable. In short, mentioning the city of Omnipotence brought forth many of Odin's grievances. After a brief hesitation, he understood Karen's general idea. He was also willing to do her a favor. He summoned his. After softly reciting an incantation, he handed Gungnir to Karen. It will take you to the place you wish to go. Karen nodded and directly accepted Gungnir. A coordinate appeared in her mind. Gently waving Gungnir at the empty space before her, a rift in time and space opened. Without hesitation, Karen stepped into the rift with Gungnir. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a scene of resplendent golden splendor. Unable to help herself, Karen remarked, "This really is in line with the Greek god style. What person is this?" The guards of the city of Omnipotence immediately noticed Karen's presence. However, wary of the Gungnir in her hand, they did not dare to act hastily. Go inform Zeus, saying that the solar god has arrived. Karen waved her hand, dismissing the guards. After gazing at Karen for a moment, they sent one of their own into the city of Omnipotence. Soon that person returned with a respectful tone. King Zeus requests your presence. Karen nodded, her superhero attire transforming into red and blue. Casually holding Gungnir, she walked into the city of Omnipotence. Along the way, she was quite amazed. Here she could see almost every peculiar god imaginable, especially the bad god, who was particularly adorable. Unable to resist, Karen approached and playfully ruffled its fur. The bad god, sensing Karen's strength, did not dare to resist. It could only endure being petted. Hey, you're being so wrong. Karen raised her hand and released a burst of solar god power as a reward. The bad god instantly broke into a smile. Its business model was all about charming smiles. Haha, Karen turned to leave. Soon she arrived at the center of the Olympus arena and encountered Zeus, who was middle-aged and somewhat plump. To be honest, if Karen did not know that he was Zeus, it would be very difficult to associate his image with the name Zeus. Solar god. Zeus scrutinized Karen with a skeptical gaze. He then glanced at Apollo, who was not far away, clad in golden armor and helmet. He indeed sensed the aura of the sun from Karen. What was most striking was that this solar aura was extraordinarily powerful. Karen lightly nodded, directing her gaze towards Apollo. Apollo, feeling the hint of provocation in Karen's gaze, was tempted to draw his sword. Fortunately, Zeus intervened in time, sending a telepathic message to stop him. Karen observed all of this with indifference. In her eyes, although Zeus was also a godly powerhouse, he was far weaker than Odin. If there were ranks, he would likely be a mid-stage, while Odin was clearly a latest stage. You should understand my purpose, Zeus. Karen's voice was calm as she looked towards Zeus again. Zeus squinted for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Natural, but how can I be sure you are the real solar god? Oh, how do you want to confirm that? Karen became interested. It's simple, Zeus said, snapping his fingers at Karen. The energy within her instantly retaliated. Boom! Zeus' outstretched arm was instantly blown apart. This scene greatly terrified the others. Immediately the Greek gods wanted to rush forward. A red light surged in Karen's eyes. Don't force me to slay you all. As her voice fell, a massive phoenix apparition descended upon them, its obliterating aura overwhelming the space. Gungnir in Karen's hand also gleamed brightly, clearly ready for battle. In an instant, many Greek gods could not withstand the pressure and knelt down. In the arena, only Zeus and Hera, among a few others, barely managed to hold their ground. No. Zeus, enduring the pain from his shattered arm, forcefully extracted the solar god essence from Apollo and directly threw it to Karen. Ding, solar god power increased by 300. Ding, silver Superman's growth rate at 62. Karen nodded in satisfaction, retracting the phoenix power. The Greek gods felt as if they had received a great reprieve. Grasping Gungnir, Karen turned to leave. My lady, wait. However, she was unexpectedly stopped by a voice from the side. Karen looked towards the Jade Emperor, who was visiting here, feeling a bit curious as to why he had called her. The Jade Emperor smiled slightly, snapping his fingers. A glow of golden light landed in Karen's hand. I grant you the position of the Eastern Lord, hoping you can look after my lineage in the future. The Jade Emperor spoke this in flawless Chinese, believing that Karen could understand. Karen glanced at the Eastern Lord essence in her hand, feeling the light and hope emanating from within. She looked at the Jade Emperor, nodded slightly, and then vanished. Ding, solar god power increased by 400. Ding, silver Superman's growth rate at 68. After returning to her estate, Karen tossed Gungnir away, allowing it to return to where it belonged. After a brief pause, her battle suit instantly transformed into a casual black outfit. With a step forward, she arrived within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Wandering around this land, which was remarkably similar to the one she had once lived in. She remembered that the last time she came here was during World War II, when this land was still in a state of devastation. Now what met her eyes was a scene of prosperity. Karen did not make an effort to conceal herself, so she was quickly noticed by the Divine Spear Bureau. Zhang Xian, after recognizing Karen's appearance, hesitated briefly before approaching her alone. Soon the two met in a bustling street scene. Madam, would it be convenient to speak for a moment? Karen stared at Zhang Xian for a moment before finally recalling who he was. Nodding slightly, she followed Zhang Xian into a cafe. The two ordered a cup of coffee each and sat opposite each other. Ms. Karen, right? Zhang Xian smiled and confirmed Karen's identity once more. Karen nodded noncommittally. Zhang Xian carefully confirmed and then scrutinized for a moment. He reverently took out a portrait from his bosom. He slowly unfolded it and showed the front to Karen. Karen looked at the ancient portrait, puzzled. What does this mean? Zhang Xian hurriedly replied. In 1944, you visited this country, right? Karen took a sip of coffee and nodded slowly. Zhang Xian immediately smiled, stood up, and bowed deeply. Thank you for your assistance back then. This scene left the employees of the Divine Spear Bureau, who had stealthily entered, momentarily stunned. Director. Some even jogged over, wanting to inquire about the situation. However, Zhang Xian waved his hand at them. He then tidied his attire and sat down again. Others were confused, but Karen understood his meaning. There's no need to be so polite, it's within my capabilities. While it may be within your capabilities, it is a great favor. Zhang Xian pushed the portrait and a small booklet in front of Karen. The Dragon Kingdom always welcomes your arrival. Karen flipped through the booklet, smiled, and accepted it. Looking at the portrait in which he stood atop a mountain peak, he curiously asked, who painted this? Zhang Xian replied earnestly, it was painted by that person who told us to keep it safe. If possible, it should be entrusted to you as part of the gratitude. Karen nodded indeed. That fleeting glance was enough for the other party to remember him. Truly extraordinary. Looking at the bottom of the portrait, a line of bold characters read, to stand atop the peak. Karen smiled slightly and carefully stored the portrait. As the conversation progressed, the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed. The two discussed the changes in the Dragon Kingdom over the years and future development paths. Overall, Zhang Xian gave off a very approachable impression, unlike Nick Fury, who often had an air of authority. In the end, based on his vast knowledge, Karen provided several feasible proposals regarding national construction, and Zhang Xian diligently noted them down. Before leaving, Karen hesitated for a moment, and then separated a doppelganger from her body. Dong Jun, meet your fellow Taoist. The long black hair was slightly styled, adorned with magnificent gold ornaments, and Karen's doppelganger wore a red and gold ceremonial robe. She bowed gracefully to Karen. Karen returned the gesture slightly, and looked at Zhang Xian. She will join your divine spear. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, just look for her. Zhang Xian stared in shock at this miraculous transformation. The key was that aside from their faces and figures, they were simply two different individuals. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, even if Karen claimed she was her twin sister, he would believe it. Once he regained his composure, Zhang Xian quickly nodded. Rest assured, I will arrange the best treatment for Lady Dong Jun. At this moment, Zhang Xian realized that aside from himself, it seemed that no one else was surprised by Lady Dong Jun's appearance. He cast a deep glance at Karen. It seemed that this person was indeed extraordinary. He was even more determined to Karen nodded in satisfaction, her figure slowly disappearing. Only the doppelganger remained in place. Lady Dong Jun, please. Zhang Xian stood up, politely gesturing. The doppelganger of Dong Jun naturally followed in Zhang Xian's footsteps. Dong Jun's joining the Divine Spear Bureau caused quite a stir. Mainly because her identity was too special, she was the real-life empress. Wherever she went, she was the brightest sun. In the Divine Spear Bureau, many male members were stirring restlessly. However, every time they met Dong Jun's indifferent gaze, all their impure thoughts vanished without a trace. During this time, Karen's only interest was to connect with Dong Jun's doppelganger for amusement. Compared to the Shield Bureau, the Divine Spear Bureau was relatively more relaxed. There were many interesting people inside. Of course, most of their gains were from the inheritance of Kunlun and the Heavenly Court. This was quite in line with the inheritance philosophy of Easterners. That guy Tony had also been quite free lately. When he had nothing to do, he would take Pepper for a stroll. When talking with Karen, the topics often strayed off course, such as whether aliens would come to seize Earth's resources. Would aliens possibly consider colonizing Earth? Would aliens think about destroying Earth due to its rapid development? To this, Karen had a look of confusion. Are you sure you don't have a persecution complex? Aliens, are they that free? Aunt Karen, in terms of strength, who is stronger, you or Odin? Pepper also curiously asked from the side. Clearly she had heard about Thor, and knowing Tony's thoughts posed this question. Karen glanced at Pepper, then at the earnest Tony. She slowly extended a finger, her voice calm. When fighting him, I would only use one finger at most. And then, oi. Tony felt that his aunt was boasting again. Karen shot Tony a glance. What do you mean, and then? And then? Fury was surprised. They found Captain America, an old friend of Karen's, shouldn't she have? Not long after Tony and Pepper left, Nick Fury came knocking again. We may have found Captain America. And then? Fury was surprised. They found Captain America, an old friend of Karen's, shouldn't she have some emotional reaction? Why was she so calm? Ahem, we found Captain America buried under the ice. Nick Fury spoke solemnly again. The one-eyed man stared seriously at Karen. Oh, and then? Karen still spoke indifferently. Fury confirmed that Karen seemed truly indifferent to Steve's situation. He decided not to dig himself into a hole. I plan to try to wake him up. However, with the current technology, the success rate, Fury stated the main purpose of this trip. He wanted to find a safe and reliable method with Karen's help. Rest assured, Steve will definitely not die. Karen waved her hand, speaking nonchalantly. Nick Fury looked at her with helplessness. So in your view, Captain America could be equated to an invulnerable cockroach? Karen waved her hand, speaking nonchalantly. Nick Fury looked at her with helplessness. So in your view, Captain America could be equated to an invulnerable cockroach? A week after Nick Fury left, he returned with Captain America Steve Rogers. Karen, Steve's call contained so much. Oh, sweet talking Captain O. No, welcome back, Captain America. Karen's words caused the emotions Steve had prepared to instantly freeze. He wondered whether to speak or remain silent. Taking a deep breath, Steve still sat down beside Karen. Nick Fury took the hint to leave, giving space to these old friends. There wasn't much for the two to talk about. After all, compared to Steve, he had really just taken a nap. Most of the time, it was Steve asking questions while Karen provided the answers. Oh, by the way, have you met Peggy yet? Karen's question caught Steve off guard. After a long pause, he slowly shook his head. No. Karen wasn't surprised by his reaction. After all, he still hadn't fully adapted to the changes after so many years. It was perfectly normal for him to be hesitant to meet Peggy Carter. Next, Steve brought up Nick Fury's invitation for him. He wanted to hear Karen's opinion. Just follow your own heart was Karen's response, completely in line with Steve's expectations. I understand now. With that, Steve left to adapt to this new world that was both strange and familiar to him. Karen calculated the time and felt it was also time for her to leave. Where should I go? It's decided, it's you. Next stop, the Justice League. Karen pulled up the panel. Name Karen's what? AI Air. Age 31. Identity Silver Superman 69 Phoenix Power 30 Magic Resistance Supreme Thunder Power Telepathy Extreme Ice Power Laser Eyes Super Healing Shapeshifting Ability Magnetic Control Energy Absorption Teleportation Super Speed 10 Kryptonite Immunity Infinite Duplication Can Learn 17 Sun God Marvel Light God Deity 120 Marvel Sun God Deity 80 Eastern Lord 100 Current Amplification 400 Equipment Solar Holy Armor Solar Holy Sword Solar Holy Shield Solar War Chariot Kryptonian Battlesuit Skills Solar Flare Bombardment Phoenix Sun Fist. Karen looked at her luxurious panel and smiled with satisfaction. Her figure gradually faded away. When she came to, Karen had returned to the DC world inside the two-story house that Clark had built for her. She glanced around the tidy room. It seemed someone often helped clean this place. Casually, she walked downstairs. What caught her eye was Clark dressed like an old farmer along with his adoptive father Jonathan. Diana was sitting there with Clark's adoptive mother Martha, chatting and laughing about something. When they noticed Karen's arrival, they all turned their gazes toward her. Aunt Karen. Under the crown of the sun god. Karen smiled lightly and responded to each of them. It seems you've been quite leisurely during this time. Karen looked at Clark and couldn't help but tease. Not really, it's not like you said, Aunt, that I'm not allowed to go out and punish evil and promote good for now. Clark replied with a smile. It was clear that he had truly been bored during this time. Soon you'll have plenty to do. Karen smiled mysteriously. After chatting with them for a bit, her figure then dissipated before their eyes. Diana looked at the spot where Karen had stood and shook her head. The sun god is always so mysterious. Perhaps she has her own matters to attend to. Martha speculated. Meanwhile, the vanished Karen had entered the time-space tunnel flowing upstream. Likewise, she was preparing to watch the grand performance of the Justice League from the beginning. In the ancient battlefield, the 80-year-old Darkseid led the Apocalypse army to Earth. Upon hearing the news, the old gods, the Sea Tribe, the Human Tribe, and the Amazon Tribe quickly formed a coalition to resist. In Karen's view, the 80-year-old Darkseid had clearly not fully developed, and his combat skills were quite naive. Most of the fighting relied on sheer brute strength. At his current state, he could sweep across so many planets, likely relying solely on the massive army under his command to crush foes. This battle was extremely brutal. On the battlefield, humanity was the weakest, yet conversely, they were also the most numerous. If one couldn't defeat one monster, then two would try, and if two couldn't, three would. Unsurprisingly, humans suffered the most casualties, yet they were also the most tenacious. Next came the Amazons and the current Atlanteans. One was skilled in cavalry, while the other excelled in naval warfare. They effectively divided the battlefield, fully leveraging their greatest advantages. Zeus, Ares, Artemis, and the other old gods launched a full-scale assault on Darkseid's location. Each attack swept away large swaths of monsters. The old gods clearly had rich battle experience. Their combination attacks caught Darkseid off guard. Although Darkseid managed to eliminate the Green Lantern, a significant threat, in the end he was struck by Ares' axe, almost falling on the spot. Fortunately, Darkseid's subordinates were all a loyal bunch of mindless monsters. They stubbornly fought through massive casualties to rescue Darkseid. The three mother boxes were completely split apart under Zeus' powerful strike. Next, everyone tried various methods to destroy them. Unfortunately, despite their efforts, they couldn't inflict even the slightest damage on the mother boxes. In despair, after discussion, they decided to hand over the three mother boxes to the care of the Atlanteans, the Amazons, and the humans in turn. Seeing this, the initial grand performance could be considered to have reached its conclusion. Karen felt somewhat unfulfilled. Originally, she wanted to test the abilities of the gods. Unfortunately, her intuition told her that if she did so, something very bad might happen. Thus, Karen abandoned her. As she flowed down the river of time, she saw her first return to this world and the battle she had with Ares. From her current perspective, that battle seemed a bit immature. She hadn't fully unleashed her capabilities. But then again, it was just Ares that was fine to just have a casual fight. Soon Karen returned to the time node. When she entered the time, by this time it was already nighttime. Jonathan and Martha had long since gone to rest. Clark and Diana were discussing something in their little nest. Karen inadvertently overheard that Diana seemed to be feeling homesick. She wanted to take Clark back to see her mother. Karen smiled slightly. This wish was one she could easily fulfill. Others couldn't enter Paradise Island, but how could she not? That was a joke. After all, she had personally reinforced the entire barrier. A night passed quietly. In the morning, the family gathered together for breakfast. Diana, do you want to go back to Paradise Island? Diana was momentarily taken aback, suspecting that Karen had eavesdropped on her conversation with Clark last night. However, she had no evidence. Nevertheless, she honestly nodded. It's been almost 100 years since I left Paradise Island. Ooh, I miss my mother and the others. Karen smiled and nodded again, then looked at the others. Would you all like to go see Diana's hometown together? Is it really Martha and Jonathan had also heard about Paradise Island from Diana and naturally yearned to see it. Clark, what about you? Karen looked at Clark with a half smile. Clark nodded. I also want to see Diana's mother. Since the family had no objections, Karen promptly decided to set off for Paradise Island tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Of course, Diana had just managed to return to her maternal home, so she naturally wanted to bring back more gifts. Otherwise, after so many years in the human world, she would have no place to spend her savings. The plan was set. The family began a lively shopping spree. Clark was the main contributor this time. He understood the rules. That was the first time meeting his mother-in-law, so he needed to prepare more. To this end, he even specifically asked Diana for her opinion. However, Diana felt a bit awkward. In her 5,000 years on the island, she had never paid attention to what her mother liked. As a daughter, she felt she had failed her role. Clark noticed Diana's embarrassment. He smiled gently and gave her a light hug. It's all right, we'll choose more, and we'll surely pick something your mother likes. Okay. Diana smiled softly and kissed Clark. You two should go show some affection somewhere else. Karen, annoyed, pushed the shopping cart to bump the two aside. Clark and Diana exchanged smiles, not angered at all. Following that, they truly kept their promise, buying a huge pile of both useful and useless items. If it weren't for Jonathan and Martha stopping them, these two would have emptied the shopping mall. Karen found it amusing and completely could not understand their mindset. With everything ready, Karen waved his hand, and the golden solar chariot appeared. With a thought, the chariot instantly expanded several times. Clark and Diana immediately understood and began moving things. Karen found it troublesome and simply waved his hand. With telekinesis, all items were wrapped and entered the chariot. All right, let's get on the chariot, Karen said, and was the first to board. Jonathan and Martha also got on the chariot with Clark and Diana's help. Once everyone was seated, Karen waved his hand lightly. The chariot started on its own, heading towards Paradise Island. Of course, to avoid drawing human attention, the solar chariot automatically entered invisibility mode. On the chariot, Jonathan, Martha, and Clark curiously examined the exquisitely decorated interior. Unable to help, the solar deity's vehicle was indeed extraordinary. After a flight of about 10 minutes, the group quickly entered the airspace of Paradise Island. Jonathan and Martha were instantly captivated by the beautiful scenery of Paradise Island. It truly was as Diana had described. It was simply a paradise on Earth. Most importantly, as ordinary people, they felt very comfortable breathing in the air here. Below, Hippolyta led a large number of Amazons to greet them respectfully. Before the chariot had even come to a stop, Diana couldn't wait to leap out. Hippolyta, seeing her daughter after a long time, was overflowing with joy. The two embraced. The solar chariot was quite nice. Clark helped his adoptive parents get off. For a moment, not knowing what to do, he could only use moving things to cover his slight awkwardness. At this moment, Diana quietly explained Clark's identity in Hippolyta's ear. Hippolyta kept sizing Clark up. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. What mattered most was her regard for Clark's relationship with Karen. At this time, Karen walked over slowly with Jonathan and Martha. Under the crown of the sun god, Hippolyta and the Amazons all bowed in salute. No need to be so polite. Karen raised his hand to gesture and helped everyone up. You must be Clark's parents. Hippolyta cast her rare gentle gaze upon Jonathan and Martha. Hello, Queen Hippolyta. The two also gave a slight bow to Hippolyta. Hippolyta waved her hand. No need to be formal, guests are welcome. She then instructed Diana to help Clark, who was busy by himself, while she led Jonathan and Martha to proceed first. She also noticed the son-in-law's shyness. Diana jogged over to Clark's side and gently bumped him. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you going over? Clark felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond. What are you nervous? I thought you would be like you said to yourself. Diana laughed mischievously. Although Clark understood many principles, to put it bluntly, he was still just a big boy raised under the protection of his parents. Facing such a situation, it was definitely a lie to say he wasn't nervous. All right, let's go. My mother is quite easy to Diana said as she grabbed Clark's hand and chased after him. Inside the Amazon Palace, Hippolyta held a banquet to warmly welcome Karen and the others. During this time, they naturally talked about Clark and Diana. Hippolyta was very much in favor of this marriage. Especially Clark, who gave her a feeling. He seemed very reliable. Diana would surely be very happy with him. However, her general sister wanted to simply test. Karen gave Clark a look. Clark immediately understood. He leaped into the air and quickly flew out of the hall. When he returned, he was already lifting a small peak with both hands. This scene immediately shocked the Amazon warriors present. Many of them had never left Paradise Island in their lives. Instinctively, they began to regard Clark as the standard for outside men. Could it be that all men were this powerful? Their thoughts began to wander. Jonathan and Martha saw this scene and smiled bitterly. Usually Clark was quite reserved. Oh, why was he so eager to? Boom, the huge peak landed without stirring up a speck of dust. The Amazon warriors naturally noticed the trick behind. They not only looked at Clark with admiration, but also marveled at the strength of Diana's partner. Karen saw that it was about time and waved his hand, signaling Clark to return the peak. Clark smiled faintly. With a burst of strength, he directly lifted the mountain peak, weighing millions of pounds. He threw it with force, and the peak landed perfectly back in place. This move once again shocked the Amazon women. They couldn't help but think even if Hercules came, it wouldn't be much better, right? Hippolyta was naturally even more satisfied with Clark. She couldn't help but think that Clark truly was worthy of being the sun god's kin. This level of strength was truly terrifying. At least in her eyes, he far surpassed Diana. Looking at everyone's adoring gaze towards Clark, Diana naturally felt. Smiling, she offered fruit to the freshly seated Clark. The group arrived at Paradise Island, marking a fulfilling journey. Moreover, Jonathan and Martha experienced a significant extension of their lifespans, at least gaining several decades. The two naturally noticed their differences, and while marveling at the wonders, expressed their deep gratitude to Karen for bringing them to Paradise Island as guests. Before leaving, Hippolyta specifically gifted them many local specialties, which needless to say were a great supplement for them. It can be said that Jonathan and Martha reaped the greatest rewards from this trip. By the time they returned to the farm on the Sun Chariot, it was already evening. Before the Sun Chariot had landed, Karen, Clark, and Diana simultaneously spotted Bruce Wayne waiting below. Clark and Diana exchanged glances, both puzzled about Bruce Wayne's presence here. Karen had an inkling of a guess, though he was not entirely certain. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Bruce Wayne spoke first. His gaze swept across the faces of the group. Jonathan and Martha tactfully stepped inside first. What's the matter? Karen asked in confusion. Bruce fell silent for a moment before speaking directly. I am forming a league and would like to invite Clark and Diana to join. If you are willing to join as well, that would be best. Karen waved his hand disinterestedly and remarked, you all can chat. He then turned and went back upstairs. The league you just mentioned. What does it mean? Clark obviously showed more interest in Batman's words. Just, let's go inside and talk, you must have been waiting for a while. Before Bruce Wayne could reply, Diana offered an invitation. Clark also realized that discussing serious matters outside was not appropriate. He quickly invited Bruce inside. Bruce Wayne nodded slowly and followed the two. What they discussed next did not interest Karen. However, it was certain that Superman and Wonder Woman had agreed to join the Justice. It was heard that another person self-identified as the Flash had already been recruited by Bruce beforehand. Bruce's next stop was to find a man who could swim freely in the sea, codename Aquaman. At the same time, he also wanted Superman to use his super hearing to locate Cyborg Victor. Unfortunately, he had tried several times and had been evaded each time. It seemed the other party was intentionally avoiding him. He hoped Clark and Diana would be successful in recruiting him. However, when Bruce Wayne arrived at Aquaman's location, he was met with a merciless rejection. Sorry, I'm not interested in your league. I prefer to stay here and catch fish for everyone. This was Aquaman Arthur's exact words. Bruce Wayne knew that the other party had made up his mind and that he could not persuade. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Arthur took one last look at the direction Bruce Wayne was departing and then dove directly into the depths of the sea. During this time, he had been tasked by his mentor Vico to search for the whereabouts of the Trident of Poseidon. He had no time to join the Justice League. Suddenly, he felt a violent disturbance in the sea. Upon careful sensing, it was coming from the direction of the Atlantic. He had heard from his mentor that something very important was stored there. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from that direction. Aquaman Arthur inwardly cursed. He sped toward that direction. When he arrived, he happened to see Princess Mara being knocked unconscious by a monster clad in silver armor. Not daring to be careless, Arthur immediately accelerated to help. He pushed aside the monster that was about to deal a finishing blow, engaging it in combat. Though he had the geographical advantage in the sea, the monster's strength was not to be underestimated. Even more terrifying was the sharpness of the axe in the monster's hand, which narrowly grazed Arthur several times. It nearly split him in half. At this time, Mara also wanted to help, but her injuries were too severe. She had no strength. Take the mother box and go. This was Marah's last reminder to Arthur. She then fainted. Arthur and the howling wolf simultaneously looked towards the direction of the mother box. The two accelerated together. However, the howling wolf ruthlessly kicked Arthur away while seizing the mother box. Arthur was alarmed and summoned all his strength to pounce again, grabbing the other end of the mother box. The two exerted force simultaneously, but the howling wolf's strength overwhelmingly surpassed Aquaman Arthur's. He easily snatched the mother box away. Then the howling wolf smirked and commanded a horde of parademons behind him to swarm and bind Arthur. He then began to create a teleportation portal to make his escape. Arthur watched helplessly as he had no power to resist. He had to deal with the numerous parademons in front of him. Just then his mentor also arrived. Here, he tossed Arthur the trident once used by his mother. Arthur raised his hand and caught it firmly. With the trident's enhancement, Arthur's power surged. After a few exchanges, he quickly dealt with the parademons that had entangled him, and then worked with his mentor to revive Princess Marah. It was only through his mentor and Marah's explanation that Arthur truly understood the significance of the mother box. His heart sank. The loss of the mother box indicated that the invasion of Apocalypse was about to occur again. He had to prepare in advance. He also needed to inform more people about this matter. Suddenly, he thought of the Justice League mentioned by Batman. Perhaps. On the other side, after Clark and Diana successfully resolved a bank robbery, they also found Cyborg. Facing their invitation, Cyborg remained unmoved. Helpless, the two had to temporarily give up. Just as they were about to leave, Cyborg suddenly called out to them. Wait, it seems that the Star Labs is facing an invasion by unidentified creatures. Could you please come with me? Cyborg said apologetically. After all, he had just rejected them. However, he also knew that these two would never decline his request due to their personality. Sure. Clark nodded directly. Diana remained silent, but her approaching footsteps said it all. The three immediately headed to Star Labs. When the three arrived, they found themselves surrounded by numerous parademons. Strangely, despite the parademons' frenzied attempt, they were unable to breach the defenses. What's going on? Diana asked softly. There's a little guy preventing them. Clark's tone was somewhat odd. Little guy? Diana was a bit confused by Clark's meaning. Well, to be precise, it's Adam Ray. He is also a member of Star Labs. Cyborg Victor also chimed in with an answer. Adam Man. Diana truly had no knowledge of such a figure's existence. Karen, watching from afar, raised an eyebrow. This face is indeed quite familiar. After a brief scan, she realized. This fellow's ability to enlarge and shrink is derived from the biological belt. He hasn't evolved to the extent of manipulating microorganisms in his blood to change size. However, this does not hinder Karen from learning his ability atomic control. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired atomic control. While Karen was learning the abilities of Adam Man, Clark and the others had already taken action. Against the existence of a demon-like creature, the three of them were overwhelming in their slaughter. This scene shocked everyone. In their memories, hadn't Superman already died? How could he still appear alive here? Seeing that the situation was stable, Adam Man Kyrian quietly retreated behind the others. Restoring his original appearance, he hid his achievements and fame. Clark, Diana, and Steel all glanced at Kyrian and nodded in friendly acknowledgement. Steel hurried over to check on his father's condition. Discovering that his father was unharmed, Steel let out a sigh of relief. What about this group of monsters? What is going on? They seem to be looking for something. Steel's father pondered briefly before responding. Could it be that thing? Steel looked seriously at his father, who nodded uncertainly. What thing? Diana asked curiously. After a moment of hesitation, Steel glanced at his father again, seeing him nod once more. Steel turned to leave, giving Clark and Diana a look to follow him. The two knew there had to be a story behind this, so they followed him. The three quickly arrived at a cemetery, where Steel gazed quietly at a gravestone with Clark and Diana standing. Through the night, it could be seen that this should be Steel's mother's grave. Before coming, the two had already looked through Steel's detail. Naturally, they understood what had happened to him. Clark stepped forward, gently patting Steel's shoulder as a form of comfort. In the next moment, Steel shed the disguise he wore to conceal himself. Shaping a shovel, he began to dig at the grave. Victor, you. Diana and Clark found it hard to comprehend his actions. A moment later, they heard a ding. Steel paused his movements, crouching down to slowly clear the remaining soil with his hands. Clark and Diana expected to see an urn, but the reality was quite the opposite. Steel turned around, and what greeted the eyes of the two was a silver cube, its surface pulsating irregularly. Upon seeing the mother box, Diana vaguely recalled something, but wasn't entirely sure. I'm not certain, but my father referred to it as a mother box, and my transformation stems from it. Victor began to recount his past experiences. Clark and Diana did not interrupt him, quietly listening to his tale. Once he finished, Diana also recalled her knowledge about. Coincidentally, Batman returned at that moment. The group prepared to return to Batman's lab to discuss further. Batman had not been gone long when Aquaman Arthur actively sought him out, requesting his assistance in reclaiming the mother box preserved by Atlantis for generations. Batman did not hold a grudge against the previous rejection, readily allowing Arthur aboard his plane. Thus, including the Flash, who was called by Batman, the original members of the Justice League officially gathered. Diana and Aquaman took turns recounting the specific origins of the mother box. It seems the mother box is also extremely important to them. Ahem, I have to interject, in my memory, wasn't Superman already? At that moment, the Flash could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Clark, unaffected by the offense, smiled and explained. That was all my aunt's doing. I believe the specific reasons are related. Clark casually mentioned his speculation. Wait, who is your aunt? The Flash, in his chatterbox manner, erupted. If he is referring to an ant, then it would be me if nothing unexpected occurs. Karen, who had been quietly standing to the side, decided to chime in. Wait, when did you come in? The Flashberry was startled. He had been completely unaware of the lively presence nearby, which was quite unscientific. Batman at this moment could no longer watch idly. He lightly tapped the table, signaling everyone to look at him. Now, regardless of the enemy's intentions, what we must do is do everything in our power to thwart their plans. Batman's words set the tone for this meeting. What remained was to figure out how to locate the enemy. The Wasteland Wolf had already concealed himself using the properties of the Mother Box to the extent that even Superman could not find him. Understanding Karen's abilities, the others turned their gazes toward her. Don't count on me. I'm just here to watch the show. Karen casually shrugged her shoulders. But this is related to Earth. Little Bat, you'd better not take this lightly. Otherwise, I will give the other Mother Box in my hand. As Karen spoke, another Mother Box appeared in her hand, which she flipped up and down. Clark quickly signaled Bruce Wayne to be quiet. He was aware of the unpredictability of this, and if she truly could follow through on her threats. Just at the moment Karen produced the Mother Box, Steel was instantly pulled into a realm composed of vast data. In that place, Aquaman, the Flash, Batman, and Wonder Woman all perished in battle, while Superman was utterly corrupted due to Wonder Woman's death. Huff, coming back to his senses, Steel breathed heavily. What's wrong? Aquaman beside him was the first to notice his I'm fine. Steel waved his hand, casting a deep glance at Superman. Clark. You didn't see Clark corrupted. Diana, Bruce Wayne, Arthur Barry, and you all perished in battle, didn't you? Karen's voice floated over. Startled Steel's eyes widened instantly. How do you know? I was just guessing. Karen smiled playfully. Yet Bruce Wayne grew serious. Looking solemnly at Karen, he asked Karen, I wonder if what Victor saw is part of the future. Karen looked at Bruce Wayne. Is your head a bit off? The Mother Box originally belongs to them. What Victor can see is merely what is beneficial to them, so, Everyone present felt that Karen's reasoning made a lot of sense. Steelbone realized that he had indeed fallen into the other party's trap. After all, his bond with the Mother Box was far too. Next, everyone studied the Mother Box in Steelbone's hands. They sought to uncover more information, but found themselves at a loss. Karen waved her hand, and the ceiling barrier around Clark was instantly lifted. At the same time, the psychological suggestion affecting all of humanity on Earth vanished. In the next moment, both Mother Boxes reacted simultaneously. Steelbone, too, uncontrollably raised his weapon, aiming it at Clark. Victor, stop! Bruce Wayne shouted, but it was clearly too late. Boom! A pale blue energy beam struck Clark almost instantaneously. It sent him flying a considerable distance. Aquaman, the Flash, and Wonder Woman all cast puzzled glances at Steelbone. Upon realizing what he had just done, Steelbone stood there in shock. I'm sorry, I am not sure what just happened, Clark said, bewildered after being blasted at close range, furrowing his brow as he stared at Steelbone. Calm down, it was just a reflex reaction, Karen said, explaining the situation. Only then did Clark dispel the slight prejudice he had just formed against Steelbone. He shot a somewhat reproachful glance at Karen. And could you please give me a heads up next time you make a move? Haha, I'll try my best. Karen had not expected Steelbone to fire at Clark from such a close distance. Fortunately, Clark was tough. With that, the meeting came to a complete end. Karen also handed over her Mother Box to the Justice League for safekeeping. Don't ask, just know it was a deliberate ploy. The others saw nothing wrong with it. After all, there is strength in numbers. It is easier to protect it this way. If left solely to Karen, she might not be able to safeguard the Mother Box well either. This was the consensus of the Flash, Aquaman, and Steelbone. Clark and Diana clearly disagreed, but they were silenced by a single glance from Karen. They were unsure of what exactly. Diana quietly approached Karen. Under the Sun God's crown, this matter concerns the safety of Earth. Are you sure about handing it over like this? Don't worry, you all do as you please. In the end, I will be the one to bear the consequences, Karen assured, noticing Diana's. Night fell. The entire Justice League headquarters was silent. Suddenly, the two Mother Boxes placed in the hall began to emit a faint glow. At the same time, Karen opened her eyes. They're here. In the next instant, a beam of light descended. The figure of Darkseid emerged from within. Seeing the two Mother Boxes, Darkseid was exhilarated. He lunged forward. Boom! Steelbone, who had been keeping watch, arrived without hesitation and launched an attack. A shot sent Darkseid reeling. The loud sound startled the others. The Flash was the first to feel it, and after catching a glimpse of Darkseid's form, felt a bit terrified. My God, is this the Darkseid Arthur spoke of? It's terrifying. However, fear aside, he knew he had to engage. The Flash activated his super speed, entering a state of hyperacceleration. He swiftly ran near Darkseid, grabbed both Mother Boxes, and took off. Darkseid merely blinked, and the two Mother Boxes, once easily within reach, vanished. Roar! Bring the Mother Boxes! Boom! The others who rushed over were not about to let him have his way. They launched an attack right away. Batman activated all the weapons he had prearranged in the hall, entering all-out bombardment mode. The explosion reverberated throughout the hall. After enduring the first wave of attacks, Darkseid immediately summoned a legion of parademons. The battle erupted in an instant. Batman, Aquaman, Steelbone, and Wonder Woman all joined in the effort to clear the minions. Just as Clark intended to charge at Darkseid to deal with him, he was called back by Karen, who instructed him to first help clear the overwhelming parademons. Clark looked at Karen in confusion. He wasn't taking down Darkseid the priority. However, upon meeting Karen's determined gaze, Clark nodded and headed straight towards Batman. With no other choice among the group, he was the ordinary person, and he was already struggling against dozens of parademons, and the pressure was mounting. With Superman's help, Batman finally had a breather. Phew, thank you. Superman nodded and took to the skies using his heat vision to begin clearing out the massive horde of parademons. Meanwhile, the Flash, after running some distance, was unsure of what to do next. He couldn't just keep running with the two mother boxes, could he? Just as he hesitated, Darkseid had already brought a large group of parademons following the scent of the mother boxes. Lacking battle experience, the Flash was caught off guard by this swarm tactic. Fortunately, Aquaman and Steelbone arrived just in time to relieve some of the pressure. But what were the others doing? Clark and Diana were thoroughly annoyed by the endless parademons. Batman was slacking off as usual, and Karen was one. Of course, this was also a situation Darkseid had deliberately created. After all, who would have thought that the man declared dead Superman was actually alive? Darkseid could only be thankful that Superman hadn't noticed him earlier. Otherwise, he'd surely be in dire straits by now. How could he have the strength to continue causing trouble? Darkseid was desperately trying to seize the mother boxes, his axe nearly smoking from the effort. But the Flash was simply too fast, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't catch him. Plus, Aquaman and Steelbone were entangled in a fierce struggle. For a time, the battle was intense and chaotic. Aquaman and Steelbone were equally frustrated. They wondered why Superman and Wonder Woman hadn't arrived yet despite the delay. The Flash was being chased by a multitude of parademons and was darting around. He didn't dare to stray too far from the battlefield, fearing he might lead the fight too far away. He didn't want to harm innocent civilians. It must be said that the Flash's awareness was quite high. Ultimately, due to negligence, he was caught by a parade mon who grabbed his legs. Thud. This fall almost knocked the Flash unconscious. The two mother boxes slipped from his grasp. Darkseid roared as he saw this, sending Aquaman and Steelbone flying. He lunged at the two mother boxes, bracing himself against the subsequent attacks from Aquaman and Steelbone, and instantly teleported away. The massive horde of parademons vanished in the next moment. By the time Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman arrived, they were met with the visibly frustrated trio. The Flash took all the blame upon himself. Aquaman and Steelbone, fighting alongside him, clearly understood that he had done his best. They were rather resentful towards Superman and Wonder Woman. However, they also knew that everyone was in this together. Some things could be said while others could not. The two sighed in unison and turned to leave. With the mother box gone, the urgent task was to retrieve it. Other matters could wait until everything was settled. Yet they were uncertain in their hearts. After losing 3 mother boxes, did Earth still have a future? Hey, where are you? We're looking for the mother boxes, Karen said calmly. Steel replied, preparing to soar into the sky. Aquaman mirrored his, enough, you don't need to go. I have already pinpointed the location of the wasteland wolf, Karen stated, leaving the others somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that the mother boxes couldn't be detected? Seeing their disbelief, Karen raised her hand and pointed, transforming golden light particles into a representation of Earth. On it, a red that was marked conspicuously. What is this place? Steel immediately understood and cross-checked an abandoned nuclear power plant from World War II. That's right there, the nuclear energy can create a natural protective barrier for them. Steel's words served as both an analysis for others and a reminder for himself. So do you believe it now, eh? Karen lifted her chin, appearing somewhat proud in the eyes of the others. So you intentionally sent the mother boxes out? Batman posed a critical question at that moment. What else could it be? But Sun God, if those things merge, it would be disastrous for Earth. Diana expressed her concern. Don't worry, I know this well, so they can't merge at all. Karen waved her hand dismissively. With the answer, Diana let out a sigh of relief. Clark had been watching the entire time, believing his aunt wouldn't be that unreliable. The atmosphere lightened considerably in that instant. The group returned to the shattered headquarters of the Justice League. Batman looked around, knowing this was hardly a suitable meeting place. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a fighter jet. They arrived at his other secret base. As soon as they entered, Karen discovered something intriguing. She couldn't help but glance at Batman with a strange expression. It turned out this guy had really been slacking off all along, never using his full strength. Next, the matters to be discussed were quite simple: how to eliminate the wasteland wolf and retrieve the mother boxes. In fact, there wasn't much to deliberate. It was merely about formulating a battle plan. Who would take the middle route, who would jungle, who would play marksman, who would be the warrior, and who would provide support. Ultimately, it was decided that Superman would take the middle route, enduring the most intense firepower. Diana would attract fire from the side as the warrior. Aquaman in the jungle position and Steel as the marksman alongside Flash as support would infiltrate to assess the situation inside the nuclear power plant. Batman and Karen would be slacking off. With the plan finalized, everyone prepared to set off. Meanwhile, on the other side, the wasteland wolf was exhilarated after seizing a few mother boxes. Upon returning to his lair, he immediately attempted to merge them. However, after numerous attempts, he met with failure. What on earth is going on? The wasteland wolf slammed his fist heavily on the mother box, the sound so loud that it killed several nearby minions. With no other options, he had to request a connection to Darkseid. As the projection of Darkseid appeared, the wasteland wolf's eyes instantly cleared. Great Darkseid, I have gathered 3 mother boxes, but they cannot merge. He immediately boasted about his achievements. He spoke of kicking Superman, cleaving the descendants of the old gods with an axe, and single-handedly defeating the Human Alliance, among other feats. In short, he wanted to convey that he had worked very hard. Darkseid completely ignored his self-praise, focusing intently on the mother boxes to investigate the situation. However, after a long examination, he couldn't discern the reason. He could only vaguely sense an extraordinarily powerful energy isolating one of the mother boxes from the other two. Simultaneously, he was pleasantly surprised to discover something through the mother boxes. This planet actually contained the anti-life equation he had been searching for. This was a monumental discovery. With this, he could easily manipulate the will of all living beings. At that time, what kind of world could Darkseid not conquer? In fact, Karen had discovered the existence of the anti-life equation the moment she entered the DC universe at the multiverse level. After a brief study, she lost interest. Simply put, this was a rule for manipulating wills, but it only worked on beings below the universe level. It could be said that it was completely ineffective when it came to multiversal level matters. Most importantly, Karen had no intention of assembling an army. Therefore, the anti-life equation was utterly useless to Karen. If she wanted to control someone's thoughts with her current formidable mental abilities, hardly anyone could stop her unless they were of the same caliber. But at this stage, where could she find a being of her level? At this time, Darkseid was at best a single universe level, and he wasn't even among the top tier. For various reasons, Karen had no interest in the so-called anti-life equation. On the other side, after studying for a while, Darkseid also couldn't figure out why the mother boxes couldn't merge. He called for his chief scientist, Desaad. After thorough research, Desaad reached the conclusion that a higher dimensional existence might have intervened in this matter. Upon hearing this, the Wasteland Wolf felt a chill down his spine. He quickly recounted his experience of seizing the mother boxes, trying to prove that they had not been tampered with by a higher dimensional being. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to succeed. Darkseid found this reasoning quite plausible. If a higher dimensional being had intervened, wouldn't it be trivial to eliminate a Wasteland Wolf? How could they allow him to easily obtain the mother boxes? After much thought, Darkseid still couldn't let go of the anti-life equation. Thus, he decided to personally lead an army to Earth. As the supreme ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid was naturally resolute. Since he had made a decision, it was time to act. Immediately, he mobilized resources to construct a teleportation passage to Earth just to be safe. This time, Darkseid planned to bring Granny Goodness and Desaad along with billions of minion troops. He did not believe that he would fail again against the incredibly weak Earth. One by one, spatial passages to Earth were rapidly constructed. The first to arrive was Granny Goodness. The Wasteland Wolf, upon seeing her, behaved as docile as a kitten. Granny Goodness quietly guarded the mother boxes after a brief examination. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Karen also noticed this intriguing scene. It appeared that Darkseid was preparing to take advantage of Earth's weakened power to launch an immediate decisive battle, aiming to seize both Earth and the anti-life equation. Karen smiled. Since he wished to play, she would indulge him fully. With a snap of her fingers, a transdimensional portal opened. On the other side stood Tony, intimately engaged with Pepper Potts. A sudden cough from Karen startled the two. Pepper quickly pushed Tony aside. Tony, unfazed, cleared his throat and asked, "Aunt Karen, do you need something?" Gather the Avengers and tell them I have business with them." "What business could you have with them?" Tony blurted out. Seeing Karen's deadpan expression, he quickly raised his hands. "In one day I will assemble them at Stark Tower." "All right." Karen agreed and casually closed the portal. Then she opened another transdimensional gateway. At this time, it was already one day later in the Marvel world. Before her eyes were Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Banner, all ready for action. Karen pondered for a moment, noticing someone missing, and snapped her fingers. With a bang, Thor landed as if summoned. Who dares ambush the future king of Asgard? Clearly he was in a drunken... Tony teased, "Hey, the explosive male lead, sober up." The others clearly knew Thor, but Banner looked bewildered, unsure of where this fellow came from. Karen snapped her fingers, and a burst of solar divine power instantly sobered Thor. Awakening, Thor looked around, clearly confused. "Who are you all?" He then glanced at Karen across the portal. "Is that you?" Karen, unwilling to waste words, bluntly asked, "There's a fight coming. Will you join?" "I'll go." Thor hesitated briefly before nodding decisively. "Could everyone come over?" Karen beckoned the group. Steve was the first to move, followed by Tony in his Mark armor. Natasha, Hawkeye, and Banner followed. Thor curiously eyed the portal before lightly leaping through. With everyone assembled, Karen waved to them. "Follow me." They twisted and turned under her lead, soon arriving to find Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, and the Flash. Tony instantly lifted his mask. "Wong Defa." The others shared similar reactions. Only Thor looked perplexed. The others turned towards the voice, Aquaman's voice, Wong Defa. He too was utterly baffled. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Cyborg stood frozen. Wait, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, Hulk, and Thor, the Avengers. The Flash couldn't contain his surprise. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, the Justice League. Captain America calmly inquired. All eyes then turned collectively to Karen, standing between the two groups. "Aunt Karen, what's going on here?" "Aunt Karen, what's happening?" Superman and Iron Man asked simultaneously, then looked at each other in confusion. Karen laughed heartily. This was exactly the reaction she desired. "Karen, what on earth is happening?" Steve quietly approached, seeking an explanation. Ahem. Karen cleared her throat, drawing the group's wandering gazes back to herself. "You may consider this a journey through parallel worlds." Karen looked at the Marvel representatives, then turned to those from the DC. "Darkseid is preparing to strike with full force. They are reinforcements I have summoned on your behalf." Most present grasped her meaning upon hearing this. "Wait, I'm concerned. Will our presence here cause any adverse effects on this world?" Banner, a multi-degree scholar, immediately pinpointed the crucial matter. Karen had never contemplated this question. After subtly sensing the world's fluctuations, she found it unchanged, meaning there was no impact at all. Karen sighed with relief inwardly. She had no desire for her amusement to doom this world. Rest assured, there's absolutely no problem. Karen gave an okay gesture. Those knowledgeable among them visibly relaxed. Soon after they began to exchange conversation. Bruce Wainwright, I heard your superpower is your bank account, Tony teased. Likewise, you're just an ordinary man beneath that armor, aren't you? Bruce Wayne would never concede. No, playboy billionaire founder of Stark Industries Forbes. Tony rattled off his many titles. Bruce calmly retorted, but this isn't your world. Oh right, it's the Marvel world. Don't think you're great just because this is DC. Their dialogue revealed much, each probing the other. Others engaged similarly. Banner and Clark found common ground mostly because Banner was curious about the differences between Kryptonians and humans. After all, the comics' depictions were exaggerated. Diana and Natasha, the only female heroes in the group, also got. Diana did not look down on Natasha for being an ordinary person. On the contrary, she admired Natasha greatly. The Flash transformed into a whirlwind of questions, chatting animatedly with Steve and Hawkeye. By the way, do you really lack? Flash stared deeply into Hawkeye's eyes, genuinely doubting that his eyes weren't his superpower. He really doesn't have any, not even the super soldier serum, Steve answered directly. As the de facto leader of the Avengers, Steve knew everyone's background well. Oh well, I always thought his eyes were. Meanwhile, Aquaman found the bewildered Thor quite amusing. If they had drinks, they would have. Cyborg, curious about Tony's armor technology, attempted to hack it, but immediately encountered Jarvis' countermeasures. Buddy, the armor tech is my private property. You have no right to access it. Tony, fully aware of Cyborg's capabilities, playfully warned him. Cyborg acknowledged his mistake and apologized promptly. Karen watched everyone interact pleasantly and nodded in approval. She then turned toward the direction where the Wild Hunt gathered. There a massive army of demon-like troops had already assembled. Soon Darkseid himself would descend. When that moment arrived, the true spectacle would begin. After getting to know each other, the members of the Justice League and the Avengers quickly had their discussion guided back on track by Bruce. The topic at hand was how to resolve the current apocalypse incident. Tony referenced the original comic and provided an answer highlighting the key figure, the Flash. However, he was met with Bruce Wayne's disapproval. Now that the crisis of the Mother Core fusion is no longer a concern, we should focus on how to efficiently repel the enemy's invasion. After Bruce Wayne's explanation, Tony began to grasp the current key issue. Deep down, he was certain that this incident was related to his troublesome aunt. After a brief discussion, the theme of this operation was reduced to one word: take them all down. Thor, unable to contain his impatience, remarked, after all the discussions, isn't it time to see the real deal? The others, they immediately pressed ahead with their initially agreed upon plan. With the cooperation of the Avengers, they set off directly to save time on travel. Colin teleported everyone to the lair of the Wasteland Wolf. Go for it, Colin said, waving his hand toward the massive red light cocoon. The others hadn't moved yet. Batman piloted the aircraft, Iron Man flew in his armor alongside Cyborg, and Thor charged out together. Hey, why aren't you coming? This left Colin feeling confused. Steve pointed to himself, then to Natasha and Hawkeye, making their meaning unmistakably clear. Bro, we are just mortals. Do mortals understand? Clark and Diana shrugged at Colin, clearly indicating they needed to look after this group. The Flash gave an awkward smile. I noticed they weren't moving, so He then vanished in a flash. Banner glanced at Colin and nodded slightly. He sprinted ahead. Roar, with a mighty roar, Hulk made his entrance. Aquaman looked at the others, feeling awkward. In truth, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person and was mainly skilled in water combat. That light cocoon was something he could do nothing against. Colin looked at the remaining people with a mix of helplessness. He pointed his fingers, blessing Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman in turn. The four immediately felt a difference. A surge of power flowed within them, and they felt as if their bodies had become inexplicably lighter. The four nodded towards Colin simultaneously. They then charged out together. Clark and Diana, seeing this, also rushed out, without hesitation, aided by Clark's heat vision. Everyone quickly shattered the red light cocoon. Next came the team battle. Iron Man, Batman, and Cyborg continuously unleashed a barrage of firepower against the overwhelming horde of demons. With Colin's blessing, Steve and Natasha charged in like children in a playground, while Hawkeye fully utilized his abilities, firing arrows without pause. To enhance his abilities, Colin even enchanted Hawkeye's arrows, allowing them to return to him after hitting their targets. Aquaman, known for his strong physique, was a force to be reckoned with. With Colin's support, he had even learned to fly, which was quite similar to the principles of moving in water wielding a trident. Clark, Thor, and Hulk were the main damage dealers, dealing massive area damage wave after wave. Although Diana didn't have many area skills, she was determined not to fall behind. The sword of the god of fire swung fiercely. Together, they opened a path forward on the battlefield with their united effort. Colin followed behind, continuously swimming through the air and occasionally providing Iron Man with energy. Batman felt a bit envious upon noticing this. When the ammunition was nearly exhausted, he bit down hard. He took out the Green Lantern ring from his pocket and put it on. He really didn't want to use this color of power unless absolutely necessary. However, seeing Hulk made him feel much more comfortable. The Green Lantern suit instantly covered his entire body, replacing the original black Batman suit. The Green Lantern energy surged forth. The Gatling guns, rockets, laser cannons, and other weapons Batman was familiar with displayed their astonishing power one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly Batman, or rather Green Lantern Batman, became one of the main damage dealers. You had this up your sleeve? Clark, using his heat vision, eliminated a demon attempting to ambush Green Lantern Batman and approached him for a closer look. Hee, it's just a little trick, Bruce Wayne casually shrugged. All right then, Clark quickly took his leave to assist others in need. He was always so eager to help. Hulk and Thor charged headlong into the heart of the lair, almost simultaneously. However, they were knocked back by a kindly old lady upon their first encounter. Roar, for the glory of the northern god. Naturally, the two were unwilling to concede and charged back in to sweep away large numbers of demons. Tony felt a bit worried about these two brutes. Exchanging glances with Steve on the ground, they both began to assist. Their lasers and shield combined in a perfect synergy, sweeping away a large cluster of demons around Hulk and Thor. Thor turned and gave the two a thumbs up, but he was instantly ambushed by a demon and knocked to the ground. Boom! Cyborg fired an energy blast that sent the demon flying off Thor. He pulled him up asking, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, thanks," Thor replied, nonchalantly brushing himself off. "Just be careful." "Okay, I will." Cyborg quickly joined the fray. Thor swung his hammer, once more clearing a large number of minions. He loved this kind of battlefield. The group quickly carved a bloody path to the center. Just then a powerful wave of energy radiated from within. A massive blue portal slowly opened, and from it the tall figure, exuding an aura of evil, Darkseid stepped. "You little insects, quite bold, aren't you?" He smirked slightly, revealing a look of disdain. "Are you ready for destruction?" Darkseid's deep voice echoed throughout the space. The superheroes prepared themselves, ready to face this final show. Colin couldn't help but roll his eyes at the other party's pretentious demeanor. "Do you realize how showy you are?" Ding detected if Omega Beam is being learned. With a thought, Colin began to learn the Omega Beam on his own. Ding, Omega Beam learning complete, consuming 10 points of growth. Colin nodded in satisfaction. The power of the Omega Beam was undoubtedly formidable. If forced to compare, she thought of the Elmire Beam from Ultraman. It truly was a versatile beam that combined various functions. Most importantly, she could also combine the Omega Beam with heat vision and laser eyes. The power was multiplied to an extent even Colin couldn't quantify. In the arena, Darkseid's side was complete with Granny Goodness, Desaad, and the Furies. The Justice League and the Avengers had also gathered before Darkseid and his companions. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. "Ahem, Captain, shouldn't you shout Avengers Assemble at this moment?" The Flash's chatter once again erupted. "Huh, should I shout?" The Flash's suggestion made Steve realize that something was indeed missing. Aquaman patted the Flash on the shoulder. "Hey buddy, we are the Justice League. But Avengers Assemble sounds really cool, don't you think?" After hearing the Flash, Aquaman began to ponder seriously. He then nodded in agreement. Karen couldn't help but smile. When it came to ruining the atmosphere, no one could beat the Flash. It was a pity that Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man, yet otherwise he could have brought them together. It would be even better to have Deadpool join. I wonder if this combination, relying solely on chatter, could annoy the villains to death. At this moment, Tony approached Steve, pondering aloud. "I think that kiddo the Flash makes a good point. Why don't you give it a try, eh?" Haha, Natasha and Hawkeye laughed simultaneously. How could they not understand Tony's teasing? Alright. Steve waved his hand, but his expression turned serious. Everyone knew that the time for relaxation was over. Justice League Avengers Assemble. In the end, Steve shouted the slogan. Immediately, everyone roared and charged forward. Clark, Diana, Hulk, and Thor had their sights set on Darkseid at the center. Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg targeted Granny Goodness. A battle between technology and magic erupted instantly. Steve, Natasha, and Aquaman quickly engaged in combat with the Furies. Hawkeye and the Flash were responsible for supporting everyone and distracting the enemies. Desaad made a similar choice, continuously summoning parademons into the battle. Karen's suit turned black, standing quietly in the sky, ready to strike at any moment. On Darkseid's side, it could be said that as soon as the fight started, a few of them fell into a disadvantage. Diana's God Killer Sword struck Darkseid, but failed to break through his defenses. Thor's Mjolnir was knocked away time and again. Darkseid even grabbed Thor and executed a solid body slam. He slammed Thor hard enough to knock him unconscious. Thor became the first member of the Avengers to fall. Seeing this, Karen teleported to his side and threw him off the battlefield. Hulk, go! Hulk slammed Darkseid down. His massive fists began to pound away. Boom! Hulk's fists were soon firmly grasped by Darkseid. With a back suplex, Darkseid sent Hulk flying into the Parademon army. In the arena, the only one able to trade blows with Darkseid was Clark. However, Clark's heat vision and freezing breath had no effect on Darkseid. He was soon carelessly caught by Darkseid. Darkseid slammed Clark hard enough to leave him dazed. Darkseid then unhesitatingly unleashed the Omega Beam on. Seeing this, Karen immediately released her own Omega Beam, merging her heat vision and laser vision to counter it. This act drew Darkseid's attention to Karen. Darkseid was internally shocked. How could this Kryptonian possibly wield Omega power? Moreover, his proficiency was at least on par with his own. What was going on? Karen smiled slightly, landing before Darkseid. "So you're called Darkseid, right?" Darkseid clearly did not understand Karen's way of questioning. Absolutely mad. Darkseid heard the voice and hurriedly turned to raise his weapon in defense, but his weapon was easily split in two, just like 1,000 years ago. In the same position as before, Arrest's great axe fell. However, this time it did not injure Darkseid. Clang! The sound of metal clashing pierced the ears of those nearby. Several parademons were even killed by the impact. Darkseid spoke disdainfully. "You are still standing still." Before Ares could respond, Darkseid kicked him away with tremendous force, sending him thousands of meters out of the battlefield. Karen watched Ares, who had merely swung an axe before being sent flying, feeling quite embarrassed for him. Turning to look, Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg had teamed up with the Flash, engaging in a fierce battle with Granny Goodness. Steve, Natasha, Aquaman, and Hawkeye had firmly suppressed the Furies. However, the four of them lacked the means to kill the Furies. As Karen glanced at Mjolnir, which had fallen when sending Thor away, a voice rang in Steve's ear. Steve the Hammer. Huh. Following Karen's gaze, Steve saw Mjolnir. In that instant, he felt an enlightening sensation. He instantly felt a connection. Raising his hand, the hammer flew into his grasp, crackling with immense lightning. This feeling. I think it might work. With Mjolnir in his right hand and his shield in his left, Steve advanced and delivered a smooth combo against the Furies, making them disoriented and unable to find their bearings. Natasha and Hawkeye were stunned. Wasn't it said that only Thor could lift Mjolnir? What was happening with Steve? Boom. Just as they were in shock, a strike imbued with endless thunder completely toppled the Furies. Hawkeye seized the opportunity and shot an arrow straight through the Fury's head, killing her on the spot. The Furies fell. Darkseid, who was facing Karen, shifted his gaze, but did not seem concerned. He slightly raised his hand towards Desaad, and the battlefield was instantly flooded with parademons. Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman fell back into chaos. Clark and Diana, at Karen's signal, immediately Darkseid stepped closer to Karen, evidently not intending to wait any longer. Karen smiled slightly, feeling that this farce was about to come to an end. With a swift motion, she floated towards Darkseid. As they approached each other, their speeds suddenly surged. Boom. In the next moment, their fists collided fiercely. Darkseid's expression changed dramatically. His body was uncontrollably thrown backward for over 1,000 meters, crashing into a multitude of parademons before slowly getting back up. Looking at Karen, his gaze had lost its previous contempt. You are the strongest Kryptonian I have ever encountered. This was Darkseid's evaluation. How do I need you to tell me that? Karen smirked, raising a finger and beckoning Darkseid. However, Darkseid did not charge at her as she had expected. In the distance, Desaad instantly understood Darkseid's intentions. He immediately commanded his thousands of demon-like troops to charge towards Karen. Upon seeing this, Karen sneered disdainfully. Softly, a single word escaped his lips. Shatter. In an instant, the thousands of demon-like beings exploded, dead beyond redemption. What? Are you afraid? Karen spoke lightly. Darkseid stared intently at Karen, his mind racing with calculations. In this brief contest of power, he was completely outmatched. The power of Omega was also in the hands of his opponent, who had maintained an air of leisure throughout. Darkseid ultimately, in this battle, his chances of victory were less than 50%. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. He glanced at Desaad once more. Desaad immediately grasped the situation. He quickly activated the teleportation portal, preparing to send Darkseid away first. Karen, upon witnessing this, shook his head in disdain. Darkseid truly was a competent ruler, retreating at the slightest disagreement, ensuring he didn't place himself in danger. But unfortunately, he had encountered Karen. Snap! The sound of fingers snapping echoed. In an instant, Karen seized control of Desaad's mind and closed the teleportation portal. Darkseid, about to step into the teleportation portal, froze for a moment and then angrily glared at Desaad. But what greeted him was Desaad's expressionless face. Having experienced various storms, Darkseid naturally realized that Desaad was under someone else's control. There was only one person present capable of controlling Desaad. Darkseid's gaze sharpened as he looked at Karen. Kryptonian, I will spare this planet if you let me leave. Let us part ways. Interfering with each other no more. How about that? How about not? Karen's response was simple and direct. In the next moment, he had already appeared before Darkseid, with a punch thrown. Boom. The entire space reverberated under Karen's fist, resembling a scene on the verge. Although Darkseid had seen Karen's movement, clearly his body failed to react in time. Bang! Karen's punch landed solidly on Darkseid's chest. As Darkseid was sent flying, blood and internal organs spewed forth. Boom! He crashed heavily into the demon. Negotiate with me. Are you even worthy? At that moment, Karen's voice rang out, neither warm nor cold. In the next instant, the demon-like army surrounding Darkseid turned against him. They all lunged at Darkseid. Roar! Darkseid shouted angrily, snatching a weapon and fiercely began to slash. In an instant, he inflicted damage upon large swathes of the demon-like beings. Finding it amusing, Karen decided to intensify the assault. He commanded Desaad to exert full control over the demon-like army to attack Darkseid. In that moment, the pressure on the Justice League and the Avengers drastically reduced. Clark, Steve, Diana, Natasha, Barton, Barry, and Arthur all gathered beside Karen. Looking at Darkseid being besieged by the demon-like army, he seemed somewhat bewildered by the situation. Karen glanced to the Green Lantern, Batman, Iron Man, and Cyborg, who were being overwhelmed by the kind-hearted grandmother, couldn't help but ask, don't any of you want to go help them? The people present instantly felt awkward. Clark and Diana exchanged glances and rushed out together. Barton and Barry, the two peripheral members, also joined the fray. Roar! At this moment, Hulk, who was trapped in the demon-like army, finally broke through. Seeing Darkseid similarly surrounded, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then as he looked at Desaad, a flash of rage flickered in his eyes. Roar! Hulk attack! He leapt forward, appearing before Desaad in an instant. With a punch, he directly penetrated Desaad's body, gripping him tightly with both hands, applying force and tearing Desaad up. Karen watched with a darkened expression. Without Desaad's control, the demon-like army instantly regained their senses and once again charged towards Karen and his group. Sighing, Karen felt it was time for this battle to come to an end. With the thought of Phoenix enveloped in endless flames of destruction appeared from the sky. With its wings flapping, countless demon-like soldiers were instantly reduced to ash. Within a few breaths, the battlefield was left with only Darkseid, the kind-hearted grandmother, and the members of the Justice League and the Avengers. At this moment, Darkseid, covered in wounds, knelt half on the ground, no longer resembling the imposing figure he had been upon his arrival. Clearly, dealing with the overwhelming demon-like army was not a simple task for someone of his caliber. At the same time, the kind-hearted grandmother also fell completely under Diana's divine sword, dead beyond recovery. Now Darkseid was left all alone. He had arrived with full confidence, but now faced a dismal end. The group surrounded Darkseid completely. Garen walked slowly to Darkseid's front and spoke softly. "Do you have any last words?" Darkseid glanced at Garen, his eyes instantly releasing Omega rays. This was his final resort, all hopes resting on this one strike. Garen shook his head contemptuously. The powers of the Phoenix, Omega Solar, and Thunder merged as he threw a punch, shattering the Omega rays, while simultaneously striking Darkseid's body. In silence, Darkseid's body turned to dust, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. This war at this point came to a complete close. Garen turned to look at the members of the Avengers and the Justice League. The experience time is about to come to an end. The blessings of the Solar God on Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Aquaman gradually faded away. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand. The members of the Avengers were gently enveloped by a soft power and sent into a spatial portal, disappearing from sight. Suddenly remembering that Thor's hammer was still with Captain America, Garen activated the teleportation portal once more, throwing the hammer back next to Thor. Everything was over. Suddenly the rules of the two great universes descended simultaneously. The Avengers, after a moment of confusion, could not remember what they had done during this journey. Their memories only lingered on the moment when Tony gathered them together. The same went for the Justice League. They did not remember that superheroes from another universe had once come, only knowing that a group of mysterious beings had descended to help them repel outside foes. Let this be a lesson. Two voices echoed simultaneously in Garen's mind. Garen smiled awkwardly, just as expected. "And what just happened?" Clark rubbed his temples, puzzled. His intuition told him that his memory might have been tampered with. Many shadows in his mind began to fade. Likewise, Batman cast a puzzled glance, sensing something similar. The others had no such thoughts. "All right, let's clean up the battlefield first." Garen, unsure how to explain, casually waved his hand, letting them attend to their own matters as he disappeared. Clark and Batman stared at the spot where Garen had vanished, lost in thought. "In the Marvel Universe. Tony, why did you call us?" "I called you." No, it was Aunt Karen who made me do this. As for the details, you should ask her." Then Tony and Steve both attempted to contact Garen, but they were unable to reach her. In the DC Universe, the group finished clearing the battlefield. They regrouped to hold a meeting. Naturally, everyone brought up the mysterious group that had appeared at the time. Oddly enough, no one could remember what those people looked like. They only knew that they must have been individuals very familiar to them. In the end, the matter faded into obscurity. Following this battle, the Justice League officially announced its formation. The founding members were Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg, and the Flash. With the threat of apocalypse gone, the three mother boxes were entrusted to three parties for safekeeping. Batman was responsible for safeguarding the mother box belonging to humanity. Aquaman was tasked with returning the mother box to Atlantis. Diana would return the mother box to Paradise Island for continued protection. From then on, the superheroes resumed normal lives. Cyborg became the logistics supervisor for the Justice League. Batman continued to be busy maintaining law and order in Gotham City, caught in a deadly dance with the Joker. Aquaman chose to return to his homeland temporarily. The Flash wandered back and forth searching for a job while fighting crime. Superman and Wonder Woman juggled their museum work with acts of heroism. The others were almost envious of this divine couple, until Garen inadvertently revealed Clark's embarrassing childhood stories and exclusive footage of Diana when she first entered human society. This made the filters of the other members of the Justice League shatter into pieces. In response, Clark and Diana could only feel helpless. They truly had no way to deal with Garen, this mischievous aunt. Because of these two pieces of information, the Justice League grew even more united. Garen had been in the DC Universe for quite a while, and she felt it was about time. It was time for her to switch to another world for some fun. After exchanging greetings with Clark and Diana, she focused her thoughts, and the spatial teleportation portal opened again. Boom boom, Garen witnessed humanity's first true nuclear explosion experiment and nodded in satisfaction. Before leaving, she glanced at the severely burned Wolverine who had risked himself to save Musician, and Garen smirked sarcastically. Turning around, the time-space tunnel began. In the blink of an eye, Garen found herself in a dense forest. Not far ahead, Wolverine had just dealt with a groaning brown bear. "Hey, what happened? You look so shabby." Garen teased, her eyes roaming over the disheveled Wolverine, Logan, whose clothes. Logan instantly turned alert and looked back, claws popping out, but they slowly retracted upon realizing it was Garen. After a moment of silence, Logan fixed his gaze on Garen and asked slowly, "You are back. Jean is dead." Garen paused, briefly nodded slightly, and then explained, "That's right, her consciousness has been completely consumed." "What are you doing here?" Logan murmured, then inquired about Garen's purpose. "Just watching." Garen did not hide it, gently landing beside Logan, her battle suit instantly transforming into a black casual outfit. "How are things going with the mutants now?" Logan pulled out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at Garen, shaking his head. "Not good, but I don't care about that." He then exhaled a puff of smoke. "Oh, are you hiding in this deep mountain forest because of that?" Garen asked curiously. Logan shook his head and did not continue the conversation. He stood up and walked ahead. Karen quietly followed him, soon exiting the jungle and entering a bar. Upon entering, Karen felt that they were already being watched. Karen caught a glimpse of a red-haired woman in her peripheral vision. Sure enough, this was the one sent by musician, who seemed to be indeed the red-haired woman. Yukio quickly approached Logan to strike up a conversation. FCKU. Logan's attitude had truly never changed. Karen couldn't help but laugh. Yukio's face turned red and then pale with anger. Ultimately thinking of her mission, she suppressed her rage. Moreover, she knew she was no match for the guy in front of her. Finally, Yukio revealed the reason for finding Wolverine. An old man wants to see you before he dies. Karen looked deeply at Yukio, not believing that this girl didn't know the true reason for wanting to see Wolverine. Logan remained uninterested in this, until Yukio mentioned that he had saved her during World War II. Only then did Logan begin to recall carefully. He knew that Yukio was not lying, there indeed was such a person during the war. So without knowing what he was thinking, Logan confusedly agreed to Yukio's request, preparing to send her on her final journey. It was from this moment that the plot officially began. Although Yukio was curious why Karen kept following Logan, she didn't ask further since Logan remained silent. The two had only exchanged simple greetings. During this process, Karen used her psychic abilities to make others overlook her presence. Thus, Karen followed Logan all the way to Neon City. Upon arriving here, Logan was first harshly criticized by Musician's granddaughter Mariko and was forced to change clothes. Meanwhile, Karen was arranged to a high-quality lodging. After Logan finished changing, Karen continued to accompany him to meet the well-off musician. Logan, you came. Musician's voice was old and hoarse. Yeah, I heard you wanted to see me one last time, so here I am. Facing an old man on the brink of death, Logan's tone softened. Next, the two chatted for a bit before getting to the point. Logan, with your long life, don't you feel lonely? Musician's voice was filled with envy. Logan thought for a moment and nodded seriously. If I could help you free yourself from this worry completely, allowing you to age slowly like a normal person, would you want that? Musician's tone took on a hint of seduction. Logan was no fool and naturally sensed something off in the words. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Logan was indeed straightforward. Cough cough, I can transfer your healing ability to myself, though it won't affect you at all. After it's done, I can give you a large sum of money, and you can also age slowly like an ordinary person. Karen listened in on the side, completely taken aback. How could this guy so naturally say such things? Truly a person capable of making such vast deals. Logan is not a fool. After listening to Yashida's words, he decisively shook his head in refusal. Seeing that he couldn't sway Logan, Yashida immediately changed his plan. He requested that after his passing, someone must protect his granddaughter Mariko for a period of time. He was deeply afraid that after his death someone would secretly harm her. At this point, Yashida was also tired and did not give Logan a chance to refuse before sending him away. Karen followed suit, glancing at the Viper woman along the way. This guy's superpower is rather unusual. He can actually suppress self-healing genes to a certain extent, which is quite. However, Karen had no interest in learning her abilities. Just the thought of spitting out green slime to attack enemies sent shivers down her spine. That night, Yashida was officially declared dead. From a distance, Karen took a look at his corpse. As expected, that old bastard faked his death. It seems he was up to no good. At night, while Logan was sound asleep, he was successfully ambushed by the Viper woman. She planted a spider-venomous insect on his heart to suppress his self-healing ability. Yet Logan remained completely unaware. The next day, he still attended Yashida's funeral as if nothing had happened. Karen was not interested in attending the funeral of a person who had lived a decent life. She merely stood at a distance, quietly observing everything that was happening. Sure enough, halfway through the funeral, an incident occurred. A group of gangsters directly stormed the funeral, intending to take Mariko away. Seeing this, Logan was the first to act, engaging in a fight with the gangsters. During this process, Logan was shot multiple times. Only then did he realize something was wrong with his body. His self-healing ability seemed to have vanished. The bullets did not expel themselves from his body. Fortunately, he still had the protection of his adamantium skeleton, who otherwise he feared he might really die here. After a grueling battle lasting 150 seconds, Logan finally rescued Mariko from the gangsters. But Mariko seemed to have lost her mind. She actually started running around with Logan, a person unfamiliar to her. Luckily, Logan still had the sense to run towards the train station, otherwise the two would have definitely been caught again. As the two entered the high-speed train, without having a moment to catch their breath, the gangsters pursued them once again. Reluctantly, Logan had to continue fighting while dragging his injured body. The fight escalated from the train carriage to the roof, where they performed an exciting chase. Karen watched in astonishment, unable to suppress her doubts. How much do these gangsters get paid in a month? Is it really worth it for them to fight so desperately? Thus, Logan fought his way through, overcoming one challenge after another. Finally, he managed to escape the encirclement of the gangsters with Mariko. After some consideration, the two decided to find it. Thus, they checked into a couple's hotel. Karen couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered, unsure whether to laugh or cry. It was one thing for Logan, a foreigner, to be clueless, but Mariko actually started to play dumb. Looking at Mariko's gaze towards Logan, which subtly revealed affection, Karen knew she couldn't continue watching this act. Immediately, she teleported to the X Academy. Compared to before, the current X Academy was evidently much more desolate. Karen, you're back. Professor X slowly emerged from the academy, accompanied by Storm and others. Clearly, he was there to welcome Karen. Karen nodded lightly. Then at Professor X's invitation, she entered the academy once more. There aren't many students left here now. Yes, after all, this isn't their real home. Professor X said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Professor, don't say that. There are still many people who like being here, Storm gently comforted. Professor X thought of those children who still visited him often, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Karen, who wasn't great at comforting others, could only quietly accompany them as they strolled through the academy she had once known so well. Suddenly, she spotted a purple-haired girl sitting under a tree, quietly reading. Karen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Professor X. Is that little girl new? Yes. Her ability is called Flicker. It's somewhat special as she can open teleportation corridors and position anywhere in space. Professor X detailed the girl's abilities to Karen. But Karen wasn't focused on that. Mainly that girl in her aesthetic view was a bit too beautiful. If it weren't for Karen's current condition not allowing it, she would really want to take the girl home as her wife. Imagining that scene, Storm and Professor X looked at Karen with strange expressions, wondering if she just. Karen quickly realized her loss of composure and hurriedly adjusted her demeanor. She discreetly glanced at the distance. By the way, has Magneto contacted you recently? She awkwardly shifted the topic. Upon mentioning Magneto, Professor X fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No, he is now just an ordinary person. Charles, stop underestimating people. How could a mutant serum possibly make me return to being an ordinary person? Magneto's voice instantly invigorated Professor X. Looking at Magneto floating in midair, Professor X was unsure whether to be happy for him. In the end, he sighed. Sigh, isn't it good to be an ordinary person, Eric? Magneto merely chuckled, then descended in front of the group. He glanced at Karen and nodded slightly. Long time no see. Long time no see. For Karen it might indeed, but for them it was a real 10 years. After some polite exchanges, Magneto got to the main topic of his visit. I received intelligence that humans have been secretly developing weapons against mutants, and they are almost successful now. Charles, what do you think? He can just sit and watch. Before Professor X could respond, Karen interjected. Professor X, Magneto, and Storm all stared at Karen in unison, then simultaneously rolled their eyes at her. This guy, after so many years, has not changed at all. This was the thought of the three. Haven't humans always been trying to reduce the number of mutants? Professor X said, his heart filled with complexity. No, Charles, this new weapon is said to be extremely powerful. Many mutants have already fallen victim to it. Magneto reiterated the seriousness of the situation. Seeing his seriousness, Professor X had no choice but to take the matter seriously. What do you want me to do? It's simple. Unite all the powers that can be united. Magneto glanced subtly at Karen as he spoke. Karen merely shrugged, her meaning clear. Don't look at me, I'm not involved. Ex-Professor's expression also turned serious. It's more serious than you can imagine. Magneto realized he couldn't sway this guy any longer and had to present his trump card. A hard drive quietly hovered in front of Ex-Professor. Ex-Professor did not hesitate and immediately plugged the USB drive into the projector on his wheelchair. What followed shocked both Ex-Professor and Storm. They call this thing a Sentinel. It has the ability to suppress all mutant powers. Charles, you can't be unaware of how serious. Magneto was also fervently persuading Ex-Professor. After viewing all the content on the hard drive, Ex-Professor closed his eyes in despair. Are humans really going to exterminate us? His voice was filled with helplessness. Charles, seeing Ex-Professor in this state, Magneto felt anger at his stubbornness. Ex-Professor waved his hand. I understand what you mean. He then took a deep breath as if having made a certain decision. It seems we will have to join forces again. Ex-Professor and Magneto exchanged smiles, both understanding each other's thoughts. They then turned their gazes toward Karen. Don't look at me, I'm not taking sides. Karen was stating the truth. After all, it was meaningless for her to take sides now, because by inertia they had already entered the plot of reversing the future. The world was destined to be rebooted, and intervening now would be a waste of emotions. Ex-Professor and Magneto, unaware of Karen's thoughts, felt disappointment at her lazy demeanor. However, both of them were accustomed to it. They tacitly chose not to say anything more. The thoughts of the strong are difficult to change, especially for someone like Karen. The two had a vague suspicion. Since Karen had appeared unscathed, it proved that the terrifying gene from back then had likely perished at her hands. If this were true, then both of them couldn't imagine how powerful Karen had become. Next, Ex-Professor decided to invite Karen to stay at X Academy for the greater good. Karen readily agreed. In the following time, both Ex-Professor and Magneto became busy with their own matters. As for Wolverine had already embarked on the path of killing his father-in-law, and there was no turning back. In the end, he teamed up with his granddaughter Truth to eliminate the well-off Yashida. Karen found this utterly satisfying. However, something unexpected happened. Perhaps due to the absence of Logan killing genes, Logan had become completely at ease. He was living a cozy life with Truth and neon lights. It was a truly blissful existence. It wasn't until Ex-Professor and Magneto found Logan and made him aware of the current seriousness of the situation that his good times came to an end. Karen knew the plot of reversing the future was about to begin, but she was not in a hurry to travel back in time. Instead, she chose to remain in the present, watching humanity's self-destructive behavior. Initially, the Sentinels were still completely within human control, unilaterally hunting down and capturing solitary mutants. With decisive killings, their efficiency was also very high, until a particularly clever scientist proposed that they could equip the Sentinels with advanced artificial intelligence to autonomously identify the presence of mutants. This action quickly gained the approval of many other clever minds. Subsequently, the Sentinel 2.0 version was officially born. With intelligence, the first thing the Sentinel did was slaughter the scientists that created it. thus it had no weaknesses. Next came indiscriminate slaughter against humans and mutants. The entire world began its descent into chaos from this moment. Garen quietly watched everything unfold. Ex-Professor and Magneto led a large number of mutants and humans willing to help them in their final resistance. During this time, they had requested Garen to intervene more than once, but Garen merely responded with a mysterious smile. To be precise, she had already intervened many times. But each time she eliminated all the Sentinels, they would revive again. The universe would revert to the state it was in before Garen knew that this was definitely the work of the one above. Probably they didn't want her to intervene in the development of this universe, letting the X-Men reverse the future they desired on their own. Understanding this, Garen fully took on the role of a spectator. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Because Garen had a 400 enhancement, her growth smoothly reached 85. During this time, she discovered many interesting mutant abilities, but she had no intention of learning them. Because her heart held a greater ambition. As time flowed downstream, the special ability of Shadowcat was quickly discovered. The plot of reversing the future officially began at this moment. Under Garen's suggestion, everyone placed their last hope on Wolverine Logan. Logan understood the seriousness of the situation, knowing that hope rested on his shoulders, so he naturally would not shirk his responsibility. Due to the first attempt, Shadowcat was injured. She could only temporarily absorb his ability to help Logan's consciousness travel back to the past. Everything was ready, and the time travel began. Garen entered the time tunnel unnoticed. Following Logan's consciousness upstream, Logan endured intense pain traveling back into his own body. Upon waking, he found a woman lying beside him. He instinctively recalled who she was. Couldn't they have traveled back in time a night earlier? Bang, with the mob bursting in, a great battle officially began. Logan's combat prowess goes without saying. He easily incapacitated everyone and escaped the motel. Hey, you're out. I thought I'd have to wait a while for you. Garen's voice sounded so languid. Garen. Logan was completely stunned. He even doubted that he might not have traveled back in time at all. Otherwise, how could he encounter Garen? Don't worry, you traveled back, and so did I. Garen patted Logan's shoulder and turned to signal him to hurry and get in the car. The two raced forward with great speed, urging their horses on. Soon they arrived at the X Academy of this era. Upon entering the academy and seeing the young Professor X, Logan finally felt a sense of relief. Next, the scene unfolded where he chased and was chased. No matter how Logan explained, the young Professor X did not believe. He even reiterated Logan's initial rejection of him and Magneto without any alterations. Fuck you. Logan was infuriated. In desperation, Logan had no choice but to bring up Garen as his trump card. At this moment, the young Professor X also noticed Garen, who had been standing aside watching the drama unfold. Garen, is that really you? Didn't you just disappear after killing the Black Queen? How did you end up here? Faced with a barrage of questions from Professor X, Garen chose to ignore them. What Logan said is all true. Her single statement rendered Professor X speechless. He might not believe anyone else's words, but when the powerful mutant Garen said so, he had to consider it. Professor X was now forced to think carefully. However, he still harbored doubts. Garen grew somewhat impatient seeing the young Professor X's indecisiveness. Psychic abilities instantly unfolded. He enveloped both himself and Logan. He sent their consciousness to the future. Let them persuade themselves. 10 minutes later, when the young Professor X regained his senses, he wore an expression of disbelief. He had actually completed a cross-time conversation. Now do you believe Logan's words? I do. Professor X slowly nodded, his gaze filled with complexity. Since Professor X believed Logan's words and had spoken with his future self, the next step was to figure out how to stop Mystique from assassinating Trask. Professor X stared at Garen with a strange look. Can't you just intervene and stop her? Why do we have to? Garen, I want to, but I can't. Garen subtly pointed to the sky. Professor X suddenly understood. No wonder his future self advised him not to rely on Garen's powers. So she also had constraints. Thus Professor X immediately thought of Magneto. After all, the current relationship between Magneto and Mystique was somewhat complicated. Even if he couldn't verbally dissuade Mystique, it would be easy for Magneto to stop her with his abilities. But the problem arose how to rescue Magneto under layers of protection. This matter was nearly impossible. Just then Wolverine remembered a mutant he had once encountered. Perhaps he could help. So the group hurried to Quicksilver's home. Here Wolverine displayed his claws, Professor X showcased his powers, and Hank also demonstrated his skills. They gained the recognition of the mutant Quicksilver. Unsurprisingly for Quicksilver, sneaking in to rescue someone was child's play. In less than 2 minutes, Quicksilver had brought Magneto out of prison. But at that moment, a large group of guards outside noticed. Magneto immediately attempted to unleash his powers to attack, but was stopped by Professor X. Next, Garen witnessed one of Quicksilver's iconic moments. She watched as he swiftly dodged the bullets aimed at them, and then repositioned all the guards to make them attack each other. In the process, he even took a bite of a flying cream pastry. Garen realized that he was a pure foodie. 3 seconds were infinitely stretched to 30 seconds to 300 seconds. When Quicksilver noticed that Garen's eyes were following his movements, he was also surprised. Hey lady, can you see my movements? Of course, Garen smiled slightly. Oh cool, Quicksilver complimented. But remarkably, Garen and the others were unharmed. Instead, the guards were all knocked down. Is this you're doing? But remarkably, Garen and the others were unharmed. Instead, the guards were all knocked down. Is this you're doing? Professor X looked at Quicksilver with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Quicksilver nodded and swaggered out first. Magneto, Professor X, Wolverine, and Beast quickly followed. Karen leisurely walked at the back. The next events did not require Quicksilver's involvement. Professor X briefly explained everything, and Magneto unhesitatingly agreed to his plan. The group quickly made their way to Congress. They prepared to thwart Mystique's assassination plan against Trask. They arrived neither too early nor too late, just in time. They intercepted her at the moment she pulled the trigger. Without a second thought, Magneto directly manipulated the bullets from Mystique's gun to miss their target. Then Magneto, he actually aimed the gun at Mystique. Eric, what are you trying to do? Professor X hurriedly intervened. Kill her. Magneto's voice was chillingly cold. Immediately Professor X intervened, and they began to grapple. Mystique seized the opportunity and fled. But how could Magneto let her go just like that? Using the previously controlled bullet, he shot Mystique in the calf. No, you can't. Logan Hank quickly stopped him. Upon hearing Professor X's voice, Logan and Hank immediately took action against Magneto, successfully blocking Magneto's next attack on Mystique. Mystique quickly vanished into the crowd. Magneto was furious. Without looking back, he left directly. Trask managed to collect Mystique's blood during this mutant operation and still planned to create Sentinel robots to deal. One could say that Professor X and the others' efforts had completely failed. However, as long as they could find Mystique and persuade her to abandon her plan to kill Trask, there was still a chance to make amends. For such a small favor, Karen, who had been watching for a long time, naturally didn't mind stepping in. Soon she found Mystique in the crowd and guided the others to her. The four once again encountered the limping Mystique. The group took her back to X Academy. Once inside, Professor X couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward. He embraced Mystique tightly. She struggled a few times, but couldn't break free. The others wisely gave space to this pair of siblings. Karen was curious. Would the plot proceed as expected, or would Professor X successfully persuade Mystique to abandon her intentions? Would everything return to the starting point? After waiting for a while, the three of them realized that Professor X might not be coming out, which indicated that things were likely going wrong. Indeed, a fierce argument erupted from within. Immediately after, a sound of shattering glass was heard. By the time the three entered, Mystique's figure had already vanished. Karen thought to herself, as expected. It seems that the individual was somewhat displeased with her actions from the previous world, otherwise she wouldn't have been so tightly cornered. Given the years of affection between Professor X and Mystique, even if persuasion failed at first, he should still be able to calm her down, right? But would that still allow Mystique to escape? After a brief moment of disappointment, Professor X decided to rely on his own strength to find Mystique again. Karen had no choice but to go along with the narrative. Returning to his wheelchair, the now-powered Professor X quickly located Mystique again. His attempts at persuasion unsurprisingly still failed. Mystique still harbored no intention of giving up on her plan to kill Trask. The two remained in a stalemate. That night, to prevent Professor X from finding her again, Mystique returned to the Academy and destroyed the brainwave enhancer. At the same time, Magneto reclaimed his exclusive helmet to prevent Professor X from entering his mind. Inside the Academy, upon discovering that the brainwave enhancer had been destroyed, the group could only seek Karen's help once more. After a brief sensing, Karen provided an answer. Mystique will kill Trask at the Sentinel exhibition. Hearing this, the group did not dare waste any time and immediately, upon arriving at the venue as expected, Professor X sensed Mystique's location. However, before he could continue persuading her, the Sentinel robots eerily activated on their own. They began firing wildly at the humans. Professor X felt overwhelmed and could easily guess who was behind this chaos. Accompanying this was Magneto, who was holding up a stadium-sized structure. Karen couldn't help but give this guy a thumbs up. As expected, he made quite the entrance. Boom. The entire Black Palace was encircled by a massive viewing platform. Inside, the president and others recognized the dire situation and immediately took refuge in a safe room. At this moment, Professor X also noticed that Mystique was among the group of congressmen. He immediately sought to control her. But the next moment, he was struck down by the debris from the Sentinels and Magneto. The pain prevented him from maintaining his powers. At that moment, Magneto found the group hiding in the safe room and adjusted all the cameras to focus on himself. His speech officially began at this moment. Rather than a speech, it was more of a complaint. He complained about why humanity was so selfish, why they were unwilling to grant mutants even a little more space to survive, and why they sought to eradicate them entirely. As Magneto spoke, the opinions of many humans and mutants began to subtly shift. Seeing that Magneto was still delivering his speech, Wolverine, after taking down an initial Sentinel robot, chose to quietly circle around. Wolverine knew he no longer had his adamantium skeleton and prepared to engage Magneto in a thrilling close combat. However, Magneto directly pierced his body with a steel beam, throwing him away out of sight. Karen placed a hand on her forehead, watching Logan being thrown away, and couldn't help but mourn for him silently for 3 seconds. It seemed this guy ultimately couldn't escape the fate of being modified. On the other side, just as Magneto was about to deal with the group of congressmen, Mystique, for reasons unknown, appeared in the form of the president, standing in front of everyone. Taking advantage of Magneto's moment of inattention, she used a plastic gun to completely take him down. As Mystique turned around intending to eliminate Trask, as well, Professor X, enduring intense pain, projected his voice into her mind. Raven, I know I have made many choices for you before, but this time I am willing to trust you. All of our futures are in your hands. At this point, Professor X completely released his mental connection. He handed over all the initiative to Mystique, quietly awaiting the arrival of fate. Mystique glared fiercely at Trask's face, her heart in turmoil. After a long moment, she threw the gun aside and disappeared around a corner. At the same time, Magneto, along with Professor X, Wolverine, and Quicksilver, who were about to be mercilessly slaughtered by the Sentinels, all vanished from the spot. Karen looked up, staring at the time and space that began to reverse, feeling a bit amused. Did everything she had experienced in the X-Men timeline become null and void? Boring, Karen remarked, glancing one last time at Professor X and the others. She then opened a time-space tunnel and left the X-Men universe. When she reappeared, she was back at her manor. The sun chair was thrown out as she directly activated her lounging mode. It wasn't long before she was visited simultaneously by Tony and Steve. "Aunt Karen, what did you want to discuss with us last time? You made everyone wait for ages, but didn't show up." Tony couldn't help but complain as soon as he saw Karen. Steve also stared earnestly at Karen, waiting for her answer. Didn't you already help?" Karen looked up at the sky and instantly understood what was going on. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she said, "Actually, you've already done all you needed to do." Karen didn't care whether they understood her or not, and continued to bask in the sun. Tony and Steve exchanged glances, completely clueless as to when they had helped. Steve looked at the faintly flickering arc in his right hand, wanting to ask something. Seeing that Karen remained in her lazy demeanor, he ultimately chose not to voice his questions. The two chatted with Karen for a while longer before leaving together. Karen found it a bit strange that these two seemed to get along so well. Little did she know that after leaving Karen's villa, they didn't even glance at each other, heading off in opposite directions. The following time was peaceful and harmonious. Karen lived a simple life of eating, drinking, and sunbathing every day. It couldn't be more delightful. Nick Fury, that black egg, after learning of Karen's return, kept coming over to report on the current work situation. Of course, his so-called reports were more accurately described as complaints. He complained about his subordinates not being thorough enough, about the old folks in the council always choking him, restricting this and that. The Avengers' proposal that had already been submitted still had no accurate news, and so on. In any case, Karen felt that this guy was starting to treat her like a trash can. He dared to pour all his inner thoughts out to her. Didn't he fear that one day she'd record it, leaving him with no good outcome? However, despite her thoughts, Karen certainly wouldn't do that. After all, if she were in his position, she'd definitely find life even more burdensome. Especially in terms of money-making abilities, Karen still highly recognized his capabilities. Thus a year slowly passed by. On this day, Karen, in a moment of inspiration, brought up her panel to take a look. Name: Karen Zweier. Age 35. Identity: Silver Superman, 90 Phoenix Power, 30 Super Speed, 10 Omega Ray, 10 Magic Resistance, Supreme Thunder Power, Telepathy, Extreme Ice Power, Laser Eyes, Super Regeneration, Shape-Shifting, Magnetism, Control, Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Kryptonite, Immunity, Infinite Clones, Atomic Control, 27 points available for learning. Solar God, Marvel Light, God Divinity, 120 Marvel Sun, God Divinity, 80 Eastern Lord, 100, Current Amplification, 400. Equipment: Solar Holy Armor, Solar Holy Sword, Solar Holy Shield, Solar War Chariot, Kryptonian Battlesuit. Skills: Solar Flare, Bombardment, Phoenix, Solar Fist. Looking at her 27 points available for learning, Karen felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, she had indeed been slacking off during this period. Allowing her progress to grow naturally, without consciously improving herself, was a result she considered normal. Suddenly, Karen turned her head towards a direction. There, a blue beam of light was slowly dissipating. It wasn't long. Ding, ding, ding. "Hello. Is that you, Egg? What's the matter?" The cosmic cube was stolen by Loki. Eric and Hawkeye have also been controlled by the enemy. The S.H.I.E.L.D. secret laboratory has also been blown up. Haha, serves you right, messing around with that broken thing all day. Didn't I tell you something would go wrong? Karen chuckled unkindly. Hanging up the phone, she sat up from her recliner. At that moment, Tony also arrived at Karen. "Aunt Karen, did Nick Fury inform you about S.H.I.E.L.D.? That black egg has caused trouble again." Karen's words left Tony momentarily stunned. "He caused trouble? Didn't they say a special material for clean energy was stolen?" Tony was filled with questions. How do you believe his nonsense? Karen scoffed. Alright. Tony realized that his aunt clearly knew some things. "Aunt Karen, are you coming along?" "Why not? It's quite the spectacle, I can't miss it. A final take you with me." "Okay." Karen followed Tony to the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, just in time to see Steve handing money to Nick Fury. Unable to help herself, Karen mimicked Steve's voice. "Hey, no need to be polite, I am your long-lost master." This single line made Fury's expression turn even darker. Steve felt awkward and, not knowing why, added, "Fury, trust me, I didn't mean it like that. No, I didn't say anything just now." Tony, who witnessed everything, couldn't help but laugh from the side. Nick Fury glared at Steve and Karen with his one eye before turning to leave. "I bet he's not angry." Tony was the first to speak. "Karen, that's very impolite." Steve looked at Karen helplessly. "Haha, sorry, I couldn't help it." Karen casually laughed it off. The three quickly entered the aircraft carrier's operation. Here Karen saw all the original members of the Avengers except for Thor. At this moment, the entire aircraft carrier steadily ascended and entered stealth mode. Karen could tell that a lot of effort had been put into this aircraft carrier by Fury. Fury quickly adjusted the situation and gathered the Avengers, including Karen. They held a small meeting. The purpose was to analyze Loki's motive for stealing the cosmic cube. However, the meeting had they received news that Loki had stolen rare metal iridium. Not daring to be careless, Steve, Natasha, and Tony immediately due to Hulk's uncontrollability. Banner was responsible for continuing research on the gamma-ray signals of the cosmic cube here. Garen also snuck into their fighter jet, for no other reason than to watch the show up close. When the group arrived above the square, Loki had already engaged in combat with an old man with white hair. Garen couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, isn't that Biden Rogers? Why is he here?" Before she could continue watching, Steve jumped down from the fighter jet, using his shield to block Loki's attack from his mind control scepter. He rebounded Loki's attack, hitting him. Bang! Loki was sent flying by his own attack, crashing to the ground awkwardly. "Haha, young man, you're quite impressive. I have high hopes for you." "Old man, retreat quickly. It's dangerous here," Steve reminded without looking back as he charged forward. Biden Rogers watched the back of his younger self, nodding with a smile as he slowly retreated into the crowd. In the midst of it all, Steve took the initiative, directly throwing his shield. After hitting Loki, who had just gotten up from the ground, he immediately launched a series of military punches. However, for some reason, Steve, who was known for his balance, seemed ineffective against Loki. Before the first round could even finish, his shield was knocked away by Loki. Subsequently, Loki unleashed a series of unexplainable combos, knocking Steve down to the ground. Just as he was about to use his mind control scepter to deliver the finishing blow, Tony arrived. A palm repulsor blast directly sent Loki flying. Looking cool as he landed, all weapons were activated and aimed at Loki, ready to fire. Unexpectedly, Loki didn't play by the rules, directly dropping his scepter and choosing to surrender. Wait, I surrender." This moment instantly inflated Tony's ego. Steve felt a bit awkward upon witnessing this scene. "You just beat me up, and now that Tony has arrived, you surrender. Don't you?" Soon a group of people escorted Loki back to the fighter jet, preparing to take him back to the aircraft carrier. Garen highly praised such a straightforward way of sending enemies back to their base. On the fighter jet, Loki was momentarily stunned when he saw Garen. He had a deep impression of this human. "We meet again." Garen smiled meaningfully. Loki felt a wave of discomfort from her smile. "Sorry, ma'am, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not the goddess of time." As Loki spoke, he felt a moment of disarray. He then stood there in a daze. Garen, seeing this, smiled mysteriously. She turned her gaze to Steve and Tony, not far away. "Steve, Tony, listen, this situation may not be as simple as you think. This guy's surrender seems too deliberate." "Tony, oh, is there a possibility that he thinks he is not my match, so he chose to surrender to avoid being beaten by—" "Steve, don't you notice anything suspicious?" "Tony, sorry, but could it just be your old popsicle's illusion?" "Steve." Garen looked at the two who were directly arguing and nodded secretly. "That's more like it. This kind of development is suitable for the two of them." As the two argued intensely, boom, it's thunder. Loki stared blankly at the ceiling of the fighter jet. "What? Are you afraid of thunder?" Tony walked over, mocking him. In his eyes, Loki was truly pathetic. "You know what I fear is the person behind the thunder." The person behind the thunder. A certain guy instantly came to Tony's mind. Bang! The next moment, a knocking sound was heard from the top of the fighter jet. Tony quickly donned his helmet, opened the hatch, and prepared to check. Unsurprisingly, the visitor was indeed Thor. "Hey, explosive lead male, you appear here." Thor clearly didn't want to waste time talking. He had come only for his brother. Bang! He pushed Tony aside. He reached out to grab Loki and jumped off the fighter jet. Tony instantly became furious. His armor activated, and he followed right after. Bang! He pushed Tony aside. He reached out to grab Loki and jumped off the fighter jet. Tony instantly became furious. His armor activated. They were just stronger individuals. Steve turned to look at Garen. Garen shrugged, indicating she was also powerless. All right. Steve, feeling somewhat exhausted, picked up his shield and jumped down, immediately passing through the clouds to the— "Loki, hand over the Tesseract, and we'll go home together." "Sorry, that's just your home. Besides, I'm only interested in rule." Loki's words infuriated Thor. "Listen to me, Loki." Bang! As Thor spoke, he was suddenly knocked away by Tony. Loki was taken aback for a moment, then earnestly addressed the empty air in front of him. "I'm listening." On the other side, after being knocked away by Tony for over 100 meters, Thor fell to the ground. "Listen, Midgardian, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. I will take my brother back to be judged by King Odin." Tony smirked in mockery. "Hey, God of Thunder, huh? That's your family matter. I don't care. As long as you hand over the Tesseract, you can go wherever you please. I won't interfere." Seeing this, Thor knew there was no point in continuing the conversation. For the glory of the northern gods. As he shouted, Mjolnir flew toward Tony. Bang! Tony was struck by the hammer and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Tony was not one to easily back down. After getting up, he retaliated with a repulsor blast, sending Thor flying. Simultaneously, he sped up and delivered a powerful kick to Thor's chest. The immense force sent Thor crashing into the bushes, disappearing from sight. Thor, furious, stood up. He burst out of the bushes and knocked Tony back once more, then raised his hammer to summon lightning, striking down towards Tony's armor. Rumble! Ding! Armor energy 400. Tony knew this would happen, so he didn't dodge at all. The laser cannon in his chest began charging, and the next moment, he aimed at Thor and fired. Bang! Thor was once again sent flying by Tony. Next, Tony charged forward, taking advantage of the abundant energy to engage in a frenzied close-quarters combat with Thor. The two fought from the ground to the sky, then from the sky back to the ground. Thor realized Tony was difficult to deal with and wanted to end the fight quickly. He aimed his forehead forcefully at Tony's helmet. Bang! Tony was hit hard by this blow and felt slightly dizzy. But how could he just give up? He retaliated with a fierce headbutt, pushing Thor back while continuously slamming him into objects. The sound of crashing echoed through the forest. Seeing this couldn't continue, Thor kicked Tony away and distanced himself. Just as the two were preparing to continue fighting, a shield flew in, completely ignoring the laws of physics, knocking both of them back. Steve hurriedly arrived and finally caught up with their battle. He first looked at Thor, speaking in a calm tone, "Let's talk proper." Then he looked at the hammer in Thor's hand and strangely added, "First put down the hammer in your hand." Hearing this, Thor was furious. "You dare tell me to put down my hammer?" Ah! Thor went berserk, leaping high and smashing his hammer down at Steve. Steve, of course, wouldn't sit idly by. He immediately raised his shield to block. Boom! The shield clashed violently with the God of Thunder's hammer. A chemical reaction occurred between the two, and the resulting energy shockwave instantly sent Thor, Tony, and Steve flying. Once everything calmed down, Karen arrived fashionably late. "That's enough, we have serious matters to attend to." With Karen's mediation, Thor, Tony, and Steve finally calmed down. The four of them took Loki back to the fighter jet and returned to the mothership. Nick Fury, fully aware of Loki's danger, immediately locked him in a specially designed cage. "How I guess this thing wasn't prepared for me, right, Director Fury?" Loki smiled mischievously. He then glanced at Banner, and everyone present was not a fool. Naturally, they understood his meaning, though they didn't say it. They had some prejudice against Fury in their hearts. Had he been guarding against his own teammates all along? Seeing this, Loki directly added fuel to the fire. "Oh, by the way, let me guess. You're so eager to get back the Tesseract. It must not be to create some clean energy, right? That thing's power would be too wasteful if used for clean energy. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to extract its energy to create the weapons I want." Loki spoke with precision. Nick Fury's expression grew darker. The others also looked grim, clearly understanding the subtext of Loki's words, especially Steve and Tony. One had experienced the terror of the Tesseract up close, and the other had never trusted. At this moment, their suspicions deepened. Karen watched them with amusement, waiting for Nick Fury to trip up. As expected, the two quickly took action. The objective was clear. They wanted to find out what Nick Fury was really up to. Soon both found evidence. One hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system and obtained encrypted information, while the other directly found samples of weapons secretly manufactured by Nick Fury. Steve couldn't sit still any longer and took the samples to the control room, seriously questioning Fury. "Nick Fury, I think you need to give us an explanation." Bang! Saying this, he threw the items on the table. "Everyone, look at what I found in the S.H.I.E.L.D. system." Tony also took the opportunity to make a move at the same time. Their actions once again made Fury's face darken. After they finished speaking, they faced the suspicious gazes of the others. Nick Fury spoke up. "A year ago, this world truly made me witness the existence of gods." As he spoke, Nick Fury single, I looked at Thor, continuing. "They arrived and effortlessly destroyed the towns we had worked hard to build. And we could only watch as Tony fought alone as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I do not want to see similar disasters happening again. Therefore, we must possess the power to protect ourselves. So tell me, am I wrong for doing this?" Nick Fury spoke while his single eye scrutinized everyone. Karen stifled a laugh nearby. Nick Fury, noticing Karen's expression, signaled her not to cause any trouble. Karen nodded, gently, secretly, making an okay gesture to reassure him. Seeing that the others were persuaded by his words, Nick Fury hadn't yet had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Then Thor spoke up. "However, activating weapons that do not belong to you is undoubtedly sending a signal to the outside world that Midgard is prepared for a higher level of war. Therefore, moving forward, there will be a continuous arrival of higher beings, leading to larger-scale conflicts." Nick Fury was left somewhat speechless by his words. The other members of the Avengers also voiced their opinions. A group of people for some reason became increasingly agitated. Banner accidentally grasped the Mind Stone. Karen observed everything, then turned to look in another direction. Their Hawkeye, controlled by Loki, was already approaching the airship with a large group of soldiers. Seeing that the timing was right, Hawkeye shot an arrow that exploded the airship's third engine. Everyone in the control room was thrown away by this sudden attack. Of course, this did not include Karen, who had already prepared and retreated to a corner. Taking advantage of this moment, Karen recorded the others' flustered moments. At this time, the alarms of the airship were also triggered. Tony and Steve rushed to the damaged engine location. After a thorough analysis by Jarvis, Tony quickly found a solution for repairs and began fixing the airship. Simultaneously, inside the airship, Banner, stimulated, he lost control and transformed into the Hulk. Natasha, who was closest to him, found herself in a precarious. She was directly targeted by the Hulk, becoming the primary target for attack. Realizing the danger, Natasha hurriedly began to escape using the complex terrain. But the Hulk, as a brute, was not following the usual patterns. He charged through, about to land a punch on Natasha. Fortunately, Karen noticed the situation. She teleported in front of Natasha, smiling as she stared at the Hulk. Upon seeing Karen, the Hulk's gaze became much clearer. "I will count to 3. If you don't turn back yourself, I will hit you." As she said this, Karen raised 3 fingers. 3, 2. "Roar, Hulk, I'm not afraid of you." The Hulk raised both fists, slamming them toward the nearby Karen. Boom. Karen raised both hands, firmly catching the Hulk's fists. The powerful shockwave between them sent Natasha. Fortunately, Karen activated a biofield in time to protect Natasha, otherwise she would have been severely injured by the impact. Through the gap between their fists, Karen and the Hulk locked eyes. "Little guy, it seems you are not behaving," Karen said, unleashing a punch. Bang! The Hulk flew in response. Rolling to his feet, he roared and charged at Karen again. Karen found his loud antics somewhat annoying. She teleported to the side of the Hulk and swung a kick. Smack! The Hulk crashed through the airship's deck and flew out. Karen watched as the Hulk was about to disappear and again teleported behind him, delivering a heavy punch to the back of his head. Boom! This punch created a sonic boom. Under this blow, the Hulk's head tilted, and he fainted, gradually reverting to Banner's form. Karen accelerated her form, instantly grabbing Banner and returning to the airship. Natasha had witnessed the entire process of Karen subduing the Hulk. Her eyes were filled with undeniable envy. So strong, incredibly strong. Absolute power and absolute. How could there be such a perfect being as Karen in this world? Back on the airship, Karen raised an eyebrow at her. So what do you think? Cool, right? Natasha felt that Karen should keep quiet to maintain her impressive image. However, after a brief pause, she said, so handsome. If you were a man, I would definitely marry you. Karen laughed heartily, tossing the unconscious Banner to Natasha before leaving to meet the late-arriving Thor. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do here, Thor quickly ran back. It was unclear what he was busy with. Karen speculated, this guy might just be putting on a show of being busy. Boom! At that moment, the entire airship erupted in another explosion. The entire ship began to tilt. Clearly, other engines had also sustained damage. The airship was at risk of sinking. Karen sighed. Nick Fury really didn't do a good job designing this airship. Then Karen lightly tapped the airship's floor with her toes, and the entire ship stabilized instantly. Quickly analyzing the overall structure of the airship, Karen raised a hand, and the entire ship began to move, initiating self-repair. In this short time, Thor was deceived by Loki and thrown out of the airship. During their fight, Coulson unfortunately sacrificed. Natasha also successfully awakened Hawkeye during their struggle. Tony and Steve managed to complete the repairs on the third. In this round, the Avengers were completely outmaneuvered by Loki. Tony and Steve were both holding back their frustration. After the airship stabilized completely, everyone quickly organized their thoughts and after analysis finally understood Loki's next objective. Tony immediately piloted his somewhat damaged Mark armor, leading the way back to Stark Tower. Steve, Natasha, the revived Hawkeye, the unconscious Banner, and the absent Karen set off together, heading for Stark Tower. This time, everyone learned from their mistakes. The entire team was temporarily led by Steve. No one had any objections except for Karen. How about I give it a try? Karen's opinion as the Edge character was directly ignored by everyone, mainly because she was too good at watching the show. Other than contributing when beating teammates, she was hardly ever seen. Of course, they didn't know that Karen had stabilized and repaired the entire airship using the biofield and magnetic control. Tony quickly returned to Stark Tower. Here, unsurprisingly, he saw Dr. Eric fiddling with a machine. Without hesitation, Tony attempted to destroy it. Boom! But his energy cannon rebounded, causing his suit to stack. Knowing that this wouldn't work, Tony had to change suits. He landed on the workbench and slowly began to take off his armor. At this moment, Loki appeared silently not far from Tony. You are quite clever. How about joining me? Once I conquer Earth, your position will only be below mine. Tony merely smiled faintly at Loki's recruitment on it. After quietly putting on his armor's gauntlet, Tony slowly approached Loki. Earth is so beautiful, why always think about fighting and killing? How about sitting down for a drink? Upon hearing Tony's casual tone, Loki realized he had failed to persuade him. In that moment, he unhesitatingly employed the power of the Mind Scepter against Tony. Ding! As the scepter touched Tony's chest, an unexpected incident occurred. Loki's attempt to control Tony had failed. I won't resist, can you try again? Although Tony appeared relaxed on the surface, he felt fortunate to have a small reactor on him at all times. Meanwhile, he secretly activated the Mark armor. Loki squinted. Since he could not control him, he would have to kill him. Grabbing Tony by the collar, Loki directly threw him off the Stark Tower. Karen, who witnessed this from afar, instantly teleported next to the falling Tony. She caught him and forcefully tossed him up. It's decided then. Tony Stark. Tony, being flung away, had a face full of black lines. He had reason to suspect that his aunt was doing this on purpose. In the next moment, he welcomed the armor he had summoned. In midair, he completed a stylish armor assembly. Accelerating, he flew straight back. Without hesitation, he fired a palm beam that sent Loki flying. Just as Tony prepared to strike again, the spatial device was completed. A blue beam of light shot into the sky, directly opening a massive wormhole. At that moment, the Chitauri army. Tony was initially stunned, but he quickly soared into the sky to confront the enemies. Karen couldn't help but commend his bravery. She then found a good spot to watch the show. Occasionally, she assisted Tony with a thunderous energy boost. Aunt Karen, could you stop just watching the fun? Tony complained from within the armor, knowing that Karen could definitely hear him. No, Karen replied with a mischievous. Looking not far away, the Bambi had changed into the Asgardian princess. Karen couldn't help but laugh again. Let this fellow enjoy a moment of glory. Once Thor arrives, he would have his share of trouble. Sure enough, just as Loki stood proudly on the Stark Tower, Thor arrived. Seeing the army summoned by Loki and the destruction of the buildings below, Thor was furious. Without saying a word, Loki, bolstered by the Mind Scepter, was not afraid. The two began to battle at the top of Stark Tower, exchanging blows. Indeed, they caused significant damage to Stark Tower. However, Karen could still tell that Loki, even with the Mind Scepter's support, was no match for Thor in close combat. As expected, after a few exchanges, Loki was defeated and chose to flee. Thor, unable to find Loki's trace for the time being, flew into the sky to assist Tony in dealing with the Chitauri army. The other Avengers also arrived at this moment. Without wasting words, they immediately joined the battle. Banner, who had just regained consciousness, transformed into the Hulk and began rampaging on the battlefield. Steve jumped from the aircraft, killing Chitauri soldiers on the ground while assisting in evacuating civilians. Natasha piloted the aircraft, bringing Hawkeye to a vantage point. At the same time, she sent communication devices to Thor. Thor attacked the wormhole from the top of the tower. Don't let them descend too quickly. Tony, find a way to close the wormhole. Commands were issued in an orderly fashion by Steve. However, while the Chitauri soldiers were manageable, the Leviathan mechanical beasts were not so easy to deal with. Except for Hulk destroying one, and Thor taking down another, the remaining beasts were still present on the battlefield. Karen knew she could no longer just watch. Otherwise, those guys opposite might really think Earth is unprotected. Karen slowly floated up, her armor gradually turning black. She clenched her fist at a nearby Leviathan beast. Combining magnetic control with her mental ability, she activated it instantly. The Leviathan beast transformed into Karen's mechanical biological weapon. She repeated the process. Karen temporarily brought several other Leviathan beasts under her command. She directly issued orders to them to fully intercept the enemies. At this point, the Chitauri commander on the other side of the wormhole was stunned. How did his soldiers and Leviathan beasts suddenly? Loki frowned, staring at this scene. Steve, Tony, and the others quickly understood that it was Karen who had intervened. Hulk seized the opportunity and approached Loki. Hey, you despicable insect, you'd better not come near me. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend you taste the wrath of a god. Loki was clearly aware of Hulk's terror. His hand gripping the mind scepter trembled slightly. Seeing Loki scared, Hulk smirked and pretended to turn away. Seeing this, Loki breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he suddenly felt the world flip upside down. What followed was a scream from Loki akin to a slaughtered pig, accompanied by rhythmic thuds. Karen looked at Loki being tossed around by Hulk and couldn't help but laugh. That should be enough. Hearing Karen's voice, Hulk glanced at her with fear, then tossed Loki to the ground. He spat and turned to leave. Karen approached the lifeless Loki, lying there looking down at him from above. Haha, you really are weak now. Ignoring her mockery, Loki closed his eyes. Tired, let it be destroyed. This was Loki's current state of mind. Karen wanted to tease him a bit more when suddenly her brow furrowed. Turning to look in a particular direction, her figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Steve, Tony, Hulk, and Ant-Man Scott. Hey, future travelers, I'm here to guide you as your messenger. Karen floated before the group with a smile. Aunt Karen, could you stop being so playful? Tony said helplessly. Karen, time is tight, and the mission is heavy. You should understand why we are here. Steve chose to be straightforward. Karen nodded slightly. Raising a hand, the space cube and the mind scepter appeared. She tossed them to Tony and Steve. The two immediately caught them. And there's one more time stone, Tony reminded. For that you'll have to ask her. Karen snapped her fingers, directly pulling the Ancient One over. The Ancient One, suddenly summoned, felt quite helpless. Looking at the few people from the future, the eye of Agamotto spun. Soon it glimpsed a corner of the future. So this is how it is. Strange actually handed over the time stone. As she spoke, the Ancient One threw the eye of Agamotto over. Steve caught it steadily and looked at the others. I told you this trip would go smoothly, right? And I never opposed you, did I, eh? Tony laughed. The four figures vanished at that moment. Will they succeed? The Ancient One looked at Karen, with Karen simply raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, before she could say 1, Steve had already appeared with the space cube, the mind scepter, and the eye of Agamotto. How did it go? Smoothly. Karen looked at Steve with a mysterious smile. Steve handed over the 3 items. With a wave of Karen's hand, they returned to where they belonged. On the other side, Loki stared blankly at the tesseract that had suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, he smiled faintly and vanished. Steve looked at Karen and nodded earnestly. It went perfectly, thanks to you. I must say you've been truly reliable this time. Steve gave Karen a thumbs up with a grin. Are you off to fulfill the promise you left unfulfilled? Karen asked softly. Steve didn't answer, merely waved his hand. Karen waved back. The next instant, Steve disappeared entirely. Clearly he had gone to a more distant time. Karen, you know everything, and have the power to change it. Why don't you act beforehand? The Ancient One couldn't quite grasp Karen's style. If I did that, where's the fun in watching? Karen waved her hand, and sent the Ancient One back to where she belonged. Landing steadily, the Ancient One felt helpless. This one's temperament is truly unpredictable. On the battlefield, thanks to Karen's divine intervention, the Chitauri army was completely trapped within the wormhole, unable to emerge. The Chitauri soldiers on the ground had also been largely cleared out by now. Karen raised her hand, ready to command the Leviathan behemoth to destroy the wormhole in one blow. Just then her communicator buzzed. Curious, Karen wondered why Nick Fury was contacting her at this moment. After a moment's thought, she decided to answer. The World Security Council overrode my authority and launched a nuclear missile. With that, Fury ended the call. He knew that was all Karen needed to know. Karen raised an eyebrow, glancing in a certain direction. There, a nuclear missile was hurtling towards them at incredible speed. Her form vanished, instantly reappearing directly. She held the missile aloft with one hand, casting a contemptuous glance skyward. That look alone sent chills down the spines of many old men watching the feed. Without another word, Karen gave it a light toss. Off you go. The missile shot towards the wormhole at a velocity countless times faster than before. Boom! The entire wormhole was instantly destroyed from within by the nuclear blast. Karen looked up again, her calm voice echoing directly into the minds of those old men. This is the first time and the last. Karen's warning thoroughly terrified Pierce and the other high-ranking officials. If Karen could send a message so precisely, would finding them really be difficult? In an instant, a chill ran down the spine. When they looked back at the screen, Karen's form was already gone. At that moment, Karen had appeared below Stark Tower. Aunt Karen, what was that explosion just now? Exactly what you're thinking. Karen made no attempt to hide it. Tony, confirming his suspicion, erupted in fury. Those bastards were fighting on the front lines, and they try to blow us all up. Tony ranted for a full 5 minutes. Despite their anger, they still had to help clean up the battlefield. When everything was done, Tony remembered the others were equally livid. With the wormhole gone, the Chitauri forces on the battlefield instantly collapsed. This battle had finally come to an end. Despite their anger, they still had to help clean up the battlefield. When everything was done, Tony remembered a barbecue restaurant had heard good things about. He offered to treat everyone to a meal. Karen initially declined, but gave in under the weight of their expectant gazes. They quickly arrived at the restaurant. When the barbecue was served, Karen's brow furrowed, but the others were famished. They dug in eagerly. Soon their faces all froze. Haha, why did you all stop eating? Aunt Karen, did you know about this before? Tony chewed the meat with difficulty. The taste was hard to swallow. The others were in the same boat. Karen took in everyone's expressions, then rose to leave. Enjoy your meal. Haha. And with that she vanished. The others dropped all pretense and quickly filed out. The restaurant owner stood there bewildered. What? Didn't you all say the barbecue was great when you came in? Why did everyone run off all of a sudden? At least Tony had the decency to pay the bill. Great grilling. Don't grill any. Those were Tony's parting words. The Tesseract incident was over. It had truly shown the world the existence of alien civilizations. This sparked unprecedented fear among many world leaders. The alien technology was simply too advanced. Even with the Chitauri equipment left behind for research, they couldn't accurately analyze its composition anytime soon. In the Eastern superpower, Zheng Xian sought out Karen's Dongjun avatar. Lord Dongjun, what are your thoughts on this matter? As he spoke, Zheng Xian poured a cup of tea for the avatar. An era of chaos is about to begin. Soon superheroes will emerge like mushrooms after rain. Dongjun gave her answer. Will this affect our country? Zheng Xian was worried, though not afraid. The Dongjun avatar slowly shook her head, rising and lightly adjusting her ceremonial robes. I am here. Her figure then gradually faded away. Zheng Xian stared at the spot where she had vanished, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after handling the aftermath at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury arrived at Karen's estate. The moment he entered, Fury burst out laughing. What's so funny? Got a problem? Karen gave him a cold glance. No, just let me laugh for a bit. The thought of those arrogant old farts being scared shitless by you, I just... Haha, if those old bastards try anything funny again, I wouldn't mind. Karen trailed off. Fury understood her unspoken. His expression turned serious. Don't worry, they won't dare. I'm keeping an eye on them. Fury pointed to his one good eye. And you better watch your own snake ass. H.I.E.L.D. First, Karen sneered. Fury rolled his eye. Here she goes again. He had thoroughly investigated S.H.I.E.L.D. and found no issues. Where did the snake S.H.I.E.L.D. talk even come from? Every time he asked, Karen never gave a straight answer. It gave Fury a splitting headache. Nick Fury arrives swiftly and leaves just as quickly. After all, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is quite busy. Regularly coming to complain about work to Karen has become a routine. Not long after Nick Fury left, the relaxed Tony and the worried Steve arrived together at Karen's estate. Oh, why are you two here together again? Karen observed the two with a playful gaze, making them feel quite uneasy. He followed me. I just happened to run into him. Tony and Steve spoke simultaneously, then glanced at each other, falling. Haha. Karen was amused by their reactions and casually tossed out 2 lounge chairs. All right, sit down. After they took their seats, Karen leisurely began to speak. So tell me, what brings you here? Tony glanced at Steve, and Steve looked back at Tony. Steve's question wasn't surprising. After all, in his impression, Karen should be a superhuman from Kryptonian civilization. As for whether Steve's question wasn't surprising. After all, in his impression, Karen should be a superhuman from Kryptonian civilization. As for whether Kryptonian civilization truly exists, that was beyond his ability to verify. But he firmly believed one thing: if it really exists, it must be a dominant civilization in the universe. With Karen's strength, she should be among the higher echelons of her race. She should know a lot. Karen glanced at Steve, and then at Tony, who was also listening intently. All right, let me give you a brief overview. Of course, I only know the basics. Firstly, the powers in the universe are diverse and varied in size. I won't delve into the smaller ones. As Karen spoke, she poured herself a cup of water, took a slow sip, and continued. The larger powers include the Sheer Empire, the Kree Empire, and the Skrull Empire, which has already been destroyed by the Kree Empire. These are massive organizations that govern multiple star domains, and where Earth is located. To be precise, it does not belong to any of these empires. Instead, it falls under the jurisdiction of Odin. Of course, this place is also referred to as the Nine Realms. These include Asgard, where Odin, Thor, and others reside. Vanaheim, home to a friendly race with Queen Frigga hailing from this lineage. Then there's Nidavellir, where renowned blacksmiths, the dwarves, live. Next are Alfheim, Jotunheim, Vanaheim, and Muspelheim. Finally, there's the realm of the dead Hell, and our home Midgard. These are detailed in Norse mythology. You can take a closer look when you go back. Following this, Karen provided the two with some fundamental knowledge about the universe. Although she had never been out, she had seen movies. She was clear about some general concepts. Steve and Tony listened intently, especially Steve, who was taking notes. Karen felt a bit speechless, thinking to herself, what do you need to remember this for? You don't need to take notes on this. If you have any questions, just ask Fury directly. That black egg now has a group of Skrulls. What? Steve stood there in shock. His first reaction was, is Nick Fury really that impressive? He actually is alien. Tony furrowed his brow. Although he had vaguely heard about this last time, he hadn't found any evidence, so it was left unresolved. Now that Karen mentioned it again, he felt he should pay more attention to this situation. After all, Furious actions were akin to courting danger. One misstep could lead to disaster. Next, Karen recounted her connections with Captain Marvel, Nick Fury, and the Skrulls. So the extraterrestrial invasion incident that stirred up a storm in 1995 was actually real. Tony looked incredulous. Of course, Karen nodded affirmatively. Moreover, without me and Carol, Earth might have been blown up by the Kree by now. Suddenly recalling something, Karen spoke again. However, such a thing is basically impossible. After all, Earth is still protected by Ancient One and Odin, making the chances of a Kree success extremely slim. Ancient One, Tony and Steve queried in unison. A very powerful sorcerer. Karen nodded seriously, looking at Tony. You finished asking about Steve, how about you? Tony's mind shifted, and he immediately put on a smile. Aunt Karen, about the teleportation magic you mentioned last time. Karen snapped her fingers. A portal appeared, and the bald sorcerer Ancient One materialized before. Karen turned to Tony. Want to learn teleportation magic? She just happens to have some very convenient methods. It should be quite suitable for you. Ancient One rolled her eyes at that. What does very convenient even mean? Tony and Steve looked at Ancient One in unison. Ancient One smiled slightly, and introduced herself to the two. Hello, I am the current Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj, Ancient One. Tony was left speechless after hearing Ancient. So aside from aliens and gods, another Supreme Sorcerer appeared. No matter how he looked at it, Tony felt that the seemingly gentle Ancient One didn't seem very powerful. Karen naturally understood his thoughts. She cleared her throat and reminded him. Ancient One, the Supreme Sorcerer Age. Unknown guardian of Midgard, on the same level as Odin. After hearing Karen's explanation, Tony's eyes lit up. Although his aunt might be a bit unreliable at times, she would never deceive him about such matters. Tony immediately put on a warm smile and greeted Ancient One. Ancient One first looked at Karen, then turned to Tony and smiled gently. Are you sure you want to learn magic from me? Tony nodded without hesitation. His inner thought was that acquiring more abilities. At this moment, Karen spoke again. Now that you're here, see if Steve is suitable to learn a few skills from you. Ancient One felt an urge to hit someone. What do you mean by learn a few skills? Do you think this is some kind of magic trick? However, Ancient One was also curious about whether Steve would be suitable for learning magic. The Eye of Agamotto began to operate slowly. A green light enveloped Ancient One. After a moment, Ancient One ceased her movements. Looking at Steve, she shook her head with slight regret. His talent lies in his perseverance. This statement seemed to convey something, yet also appeared vague. Steve beside him listened to Gu-E's words, his expression showing little change. He had no intention of learning magic. Since he lacked talent, it was better to give up. Hey, don't be discouraged. Didn't the mage say that your talent lies in your perseverance? Tony nudged Steve and then laughed mischievously. Steve didn't want to engage with Tony. After greeting Karen and Gu-E, he turned to leave. Soon Tony followed Gu-E. How much Tony could learn depended entirely on himself. He stretched languidly, showcasing his graceful curves. It seems it's time to open the next stop. Karen thought to himself, and the spatial teleportation channel opened. In the next moment, he vanished from the Marvel Universe. When he reappeared, he had returned to his two-story house in the DC Universe, gazing into the distance, waiting for the next grand performance to begin. In the ocean, Arthur could clearly feel the tremendous change within himself after blocking Darkseid. More precisely, it was after Karen's blessing had faded. It felt as if something within him had been activated. His speed, strength, and reflexes were exponentially stronger than before. Suddenly, the lighthouse at sea sounded an alarm. Arthur knew that someone had encountered a pirate attack. This month, it was already the umpteenth time. Arthur swiftly dove into the water, propelling himself forward at a speed comparable to a missile. Upon seeing the motionless submarine on the seabed, he moved forward without hesitation. Like Superman, he lifted the submarine out of the ocean and brought it to the surface. Then he surfaced, located the hatch, and charged inside. As soon as he landed, Arthur was met with a barrage of pirate attacks. Fortunately, his body now had a hardness comparable to steel. Bullets hitting him caused no harm whatsoever. He picked up a hatch from the ground and charged at the pirates. In just 2 exchanges, he knocked down 2 pirates with the hatch, rendering them unable to rise. Staring at his hands, which skillfully wielded the hatch, he mused, "Have I watched too many Captain America comics lately?" Then Arthur continued forward with the hatch in hand. Clearly, he intended to use it as a weapon. Karen found this amusing. It seems the arrival of the Avengers has not left behind nothing after all. After knocking down 2 more pirates, Arthur stepped forward again, soon encountering pirate reinforcements. Without hesitation, he threw the hatch. Next, the hatch flew in a trajectory that defied the laws of physics, taking down 2 pirates before returning to Arthur. Tightened his grip on the hatch as if it were the most effective weapon for him. After turning a corner, he was ambushed by. However, this pirate, whether overly confident or not, chose to engage Arthur in close combat, completely underestimating the disparity between them. Even as his twin daggers danced through the air, they failed to inflict any damage on Arthur. The daggers in his hands were broken by Arthur using the hatch. Just as Arthur was about to knock him out, another pirate appeared from a nearby corner. A grenade launcher sent Arthur flying. But what surprised the other party was that at such a close distance, Arthur took a full blast from the grenade launcher and stood up as if. After getting back on his feet, Arthur tore off a supporting steel pipe from the side and threw it with all his might, pinning the pirate who had ambushed him against the wall. Arthur took a few quick steps, pulled out the steel pipe, and prepared to leave. But this pirate clearly harbored murderous intent. He aimed at Arthur's back and fired another grenade. Boom! Arthur dodged in time, but the ship's hull was blasted open. Water began to rush in. To make matters worse, the pirate's leg was trapped under a collapsing support column. It was clear he wouldn't be able to escape. Arthur was no saint and naturally had no intention of saving him. He turned to leave. "No, please save my father." Unexpectedly, the earlier pirate grabbed Arthur's calf and pleaded with him. Arthur exerted force and shook off his. He left without looking back. Arthur had no regrets about the matter. This group of people were pirates known for burning, killing, and looting, and they had attacked him first. Why should he save them? He was not Superman. Leaving the submarine, he discarded the hatch and jumped into the sea, accelerating to vanish into the ocean. When he reappeared, he was back on shore. After every rescue mission, he would go for a drink. This had become his habit. However, today a few bikers approached him with unfriendly looks. "Hey buddy, look here." A burly man patted Arthur on the shoulder. Arthur turned back, unhappily thinking these people were looking for trouble. He stood up directly. The others sat back, waiting for. Karen, sitting in the corner, smiled slightly. These people were not here to cause trouble for Arthur. Seeing Arthur's fierce gaze, it seemed he was ready to strike at any moment. The burly man showed no fear. He took out a camera and waved to the people behind him. "Hey brothers, we met the real deal today. Hurry up for a group photo." Arthur was slightly stunned and almost choked. Just like that, he successfully gained a few fans. That night, Arthur took his drunken father home as usual. However, just as the vehicle reached halfway, a massive tsunami surged from the sea. Before Arthur could react, the tsunami had already swept his vehicle away. At the same time, a figure leaped out of the water, landing directly on top of Arthur's car and using her powers to separate the rushing seawater and ocean debris. In this way, Arthur's father was successfully rescued. When Arthur saw clearly, he realized that he knew this person. Indeed, the visitor was Princess Mara. "Arthur, there's something very serious I must." Arthur raised his hand to interrupt Mara. "Wait, let's get my father settled first." Seeing this, Mara had no choice but to suppress her urgency. On the way back, she looked at the village destroyed by ocean debris. Arthur frowned at the sudden visit from Princess Mara. His sixth sense told him that this matter was likely not simple. Sure enough, Mara soon revealed a shocking news. Oh no, a major announcement. That is, the kingdom of Atlantis is declaring war on the land. And the mastermind behind it is Arthur's half-brother, ORM. Mara appeared to inform Arthur of this news, because currently only Arthur, being of royal blood, could stop ORM. He must now take on his responsibilities and prevent this war. On the other side, Karen stood by the coastline, frowning at the large amount of ocean debris. Have humans unconsciously thrown so many things into the sea? Gazing into the distance, Karen distinctly sensed an unusual aura deep within the sea. What could it be? Intrigued, Karen eagerly anticipated what would happen next. The next day, Arthur and Mira entered Atlantis together. Here, Arthur reunited with his mentor, the Green Demon. No, it was Vico. Their meeting naturally led to reminiscences. Alright, the most important thing now is to find the trident of Poseidon. Mira interrupted their reminiscing and raised the most crucial objective of their journey. Boom. At that moment, the chamber they were in suddenly came under attack by the guards of Om. To cover the escape of the other two, Arthur immediately engaged the guards. Mira and Vico seized the opportunity to escape from the side. Meanwhile, Arthur battled fiercely, but ultimately his two fists were no match for four hands compounded by constant harassment and sneak attacks. In the end, he was knocked unconscious and captured. When Arthur awoke again, he found himself bound by layers of chains atop a high platform. His brother Om was coldly observing everything. Through his sensing ability, Arthur immediately recognized that Om was his half. Glaring at the thick chains binding him, Arthur felt a surge of anger. He charged directly towards Om. "If you're capable, let's have a proper fight. Ambushes are not true skill." Om smiled faintly. "Very well, I'll grant you that." "No, Arthur, you can't fight him." Mira voiced her concern, believing Arthur would not stand a chance against Om, who grew up in the ocean. Vico beside them also tried to dissuade him with his eyes. However, Arthur had made up his mind and wouldn't heed their warning. Om glanced at the two with a warning that was all too clear. Soon they arrived at the fire ring dedicated to duels among the royal family of Atlantis. As the audience cheered from the stands, the figures of the two soon appeared in the arena. Karen had also found a good spot ready to. As for how she could easily blend in, it was due to her psychic abilities. With the rhythmic drumming of the octopus drummer, the duel was officially announced to begin. This duel would determine both strength and life or death. After a brief clash of tridents, Om eagerly launched him. With a powerful downward strike, he nearly cleaved Arthur's trident in two. Arthur, of course, would not sit idly by. He tilted his trident to deflect Om's thrust, then delivered a heavy kick to Om's chest. This kick nearly sent Om flying out of the ring. Om barely managed to steady himself and adjusted his stance to counter the charging Arthur. The battle erupted fiercely. Karen's attention briefly lingered on the combat arena before it was quickly drawn to a figure in the opposing spectators. What caught her eye was that the person's appearance resembled a character she had seen in a show far too closely. The same hairstyle, the same black attire. Coupled with a commanding gaze, it was hard for Karen not to think of that man. The man across from her had also noticed Karen's gaze. His indifferent eyes turned towards her direction, their gazes colliding. In that moment, Karen smiled. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed that man. Such a gaze could not be mistaken. However, a question arose. Why was this man here? Looking at him, it was clear he was from Om's camp. What was going on? Karen was filled with questions. After all, this was the DC world. How could that person possibly appear here? This was a bit too unscientific, wasn't it? Well, considering she had already transmigrated and changed gender, what science could there be? Meanwhile, Om was clearly at a disadvantage. As he looked on the verge of defeat by Arthur, the man Garen had been watching suddenly appeared in the arena. He single-handedly caught Arthur's descending trident, his voice calm, as if announcing something. He cannot lose. No matter how hard Arthur struggled, he could not break free from the man's grasp. Immediately, he prepared to push off the ground and kick the man away. But the next moment a belt appeared around the man's waist, and a mechanical synthesized voice clearly rang in every Henshin, cast off, change beetle. In the next moment a red flash appeared. Arthur was sent flying. What? Garen was left utterly shocked. So you combined the two major domineering figures. Garen instantly teleported, catching Arthur with one hand. Are you alright? Arthur waved his hand. I'm fine. How did you end up here? Just watching the show. Garen smiled faintly, landing beside Arthur as they looked towards the opposing Kadu. Tobomi Hiroya. Even now Garen still felt a hint of uncertainty. Kadu stared at Garen, repeating his earlier words. Cannot lose. Why not? This is a fair duel. Do you have any sense of reason? Arthur questioned angrily. How sense of reason? Kadu said slowly, pointing to the sky with one hand. My sister once said what I say is reason. Garen rolled her eyes. Your sister is really something. Wait, does Tobomi Hiroya even have a sister? Garen was left. It turns out the two major domineering figures really did merge. From his tone it seemed today wouldn't end peacefully. At that moment, as Arthur prepared to charge again, Garen stopped him. Colin quietly watched, wondering what tricks this guy could still pull off. Suddenly the transformed Aguru Ultraman with vines moved his hands over his head and instantly entered V2 form. He then repeated the previous action, entering a form of mixed light blue and deep blue that Colin had never seen before. Finally, he reached out his right hand towards the void. The Hyper Kamen Rider insect device appeared firmly grasped in his hand. Hyper cast off. Colin watched in astonishment as the other party transformed again. What the hell are they stacking buffs? In Colin's eyes, the current Kamen Rider was extraordinarily powerful. With a surge of inexplicable strength, he was even closing in on him. If they fought, one wrong move could cause the earth to explode. Round 2, said Tengu, not giving Colin a chance to think further. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Colin. A classic spinning kick. Rider kick. In a fraction of a second, Colin turned and raised his arm to block. He firmly received the kick and used a biological force field to contain the energy leakage. Boom. Nevertheless, the powerful shockwave surged outward from the two of them in all directions. It sent everyone watching flying away. The space surrounding the two was subtly on the verge of collapse as their power— Stop it! With the arrival of this voice, a gentle force separated the two. At that moment, Tengu also lost his— Only Colin remained still in a daze. Looking around, the battlefield was already in ruins. The sea tribe had vanished without a trace. In the distance, only Arthur was waiting for Colin. Seeing that it was over, Arthur hurried over. So did that guy leave? Colin sensed again, but found no trace of Tengu. He gently shook his head. I'm not sure where he went. Arthur listened to Colin's words, his eyes filled with seriousness. He had witnessed the earlier situation clearly. Even someone as powerful as Colin had merely fought to a standstill. He had even allowed the other party to leave unscathed. If that person is determined to help humanity could be in danger, Arthur expressed his concerns. It's fine, I'm here. Colin wasn't particularly worried about Tengu. What troubled him was that the one who had taken Tengu away was clearly someone else. Yet he couldn't sense even a shadow of that person. That was somewhat frightening. Meanwhile, Arthur knew that with that person's it was nearly impossible for him to become the Sea King. He needed stronger power to confidently ascend to the throne of the— To prevent a war between humans and the Sea Tribe, he actively sought out Mira. The two followed the clues of the Sea God's trident as previously planned. They arrived at the Sahara Desert, found the ruins of Atlantis, and located the stone platform where the trident had been forged. Mira directly used a drop of Arthur's blood to successfully awaken the Old King's projection left behind. Under the guidance of the Old King, the two quickly obtained the location of the trident. Then they set off once more. This time on the journey to find the Sea God's trident, they encountered fierce enemies, including the Black Manta Ray and a large number of Sea Tribe soldiers blocking their way. With Arthur's current abilities, he barely managed to defeat the Black Manta Ray by sheer luck. At the same time, Mira activated the Blood Shadow technique to completely eliminate the soldiers. The two quickly set off again, navigating a small boat into the terrifying sea trench. Their small boat had just— When they were attacked by a multitude of sea monsters, the boat was completely shattered. Left with no choice, they had to rely on luck and began to dive deeper. Indeed, they were worthy of being the protagonists. They successfully found a deep-sea cave on the ocean floor. Without hesitation, they immediately swam inside. At the deepest part of the cave, there was actually a teleportation portal. The two knew they had found the right place. Without hesitation, they jumped into the portal. When they awakened again, they had been transported into the world of the Earth's core. As soon as they reached the shore, they unexpectedly encountered Arthur's biological mother, Atlanta. Mother and son reunited, they embraced in joy. Child, you've grown up. Mother. God knows how much Arthur longed for his mother's embrace over the years. Once calm, Atlanta began to recount her experiences over the years. It turned out that after being exiled, she did not die, but accidentally entered here and had been trapped ever since. Only by obtaining the legendary Sea God's trident could she leave this place, but the trident was guarded by the deep-sea monster. Atlanta had no chance of defeating it. After hearing Atlanta's story, Arthur decided to challenge Karis. There was no way around it. Without obtaining the Sea God's trident, they would never be able to leave. Thus Arthur's battle with Karis officially began. In the first round, Arthur was utterly defeated. In the second round, Arthur was utterly defeated. In the third round, Arthur lost to Kara countless times. Just as Arthur contemplated giving up, Mira approached him and began to encourage him sincerely. This couple then confirmed that, with the power of love backing him, Arthur fought like a god, clashing fiercely with Kara this time. But he ultimately still lost to Kara. At a critical moment, Arthur used his innate skill communication with all beings. Kara, how about we talk? Can you communicate with me? Kara transmitted a vague consciousness, clearly carrying a hint of joy. Yes, I can communicate with all marine creatures. Arthur nodded seriously. Good. No wonder you are that old guy's bloodline. Do I acknowledge you now? Arthur was momentarily stunned. It seemed he hadn't done anything yet the other party acknowledged him. Could it be he really was a born king? Arthur, with a mix of disbelief and trepidation, approached the sea god's trident. Staring at the golden trident, Arthur felt a surge of excitement within him. When he touched the sea god's trident, his bloodline was completely activated and his eyes turned golden. His power surged to a new level. Even more astonishingly, he gained a completely new understanding of all marine creatures, including Karis. One could say that Arthur now understood them better than they understood themselves, as if he had become the very embodiment of the ocean. During this time, while Arthur was entering the Earth's core to obtain the sea god's trident, the war between the ocean and land had officially commenced under Ohm's manipulation. Due to the exceptionally advanced technology of the ocean nation, as soon as combat began, humanity suffered significant losses. Left with no choice, the human high command immediately sought assistance from the Justice League, while once again dispatching suicide squads to the front lines to intercept the Ocean Alliance's army. Faced with such a situation, Karen knew she couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. At this rate, wouldn't humanity and the Sea Clan tear the Earth apart? Coupled with her fruitless search for Fujimiya, she was growing increasingly agitated. Aunt Karen, do we really have to take action against the Sea Clan? Clark's tone held a hint of reluctance. It was only recently that he had come to truly understand the severity of humanity's damage to the ocean's ecosystem. As races sharing the Earth all have the right to continue surviving, there's no choice. Now that humanity and the Sea Clan have reached a complete impasse, I doubt they'll stop until one side emerges victorious. Diana shook her head and sighed from the side. Indeed, and the Sea Clan's stance is unreasonably stubborn. As races sharing the Earth all have the right to continue surviving, there's no choice. Now that humanity and the Sea Clan have reached a complete impasse, if Arthur were here, there might be room for negotiation, but we can't find him anywhere, which is quite strange. Cyborg continuously searched for Arthur's location through his instruments. He couldn't have. Barry stopped himself mid-sentence, thinking about his own grim speculation. Karen glanced at Barry, her voice calm. He's currently undergoing a trial. Upon hearing her words, the others breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As comrades, they certainly didn't want to see the scenario Barry had hinted at. Just as they were conversing, the human army and the undersea forces had fully assembled. In Karen's perception, the world was now saturated with killing intent. It felt as if something terrible was brewing silently. Thus her brow furrowed deeper. What in the world is this? This was the first time something had completely exceeded Karen. Staring at the ominous dark clouds overhead, Karen felt a strong sense of foreboding. She turned and earnestly instructed the Justice League members. Wait, don't make a move just yet. Seeing Karen so serious, their hearts sank, and they nodded silently. For Atlantis. With a shout from ORM, the Ocean Legion launched a collective charge against humanity. Kill. Charge. Crush the detestable humans. Humanity responded immediately. A barrage of weapons fired simultaneously. The next moment, the Great War erupted in full force. In an instant, massive casualties were inflicted on both sides by energy weapons and heavy firepower. At that very instant, the bizarre energy in the world surged exponentially. Karen concentrated her senses, trying to trace its source. Seeing the battle turn increasingly brutal, Clark and the others looked to Karen anxiously. Just wait a little longer. Karen gestured with her hand, signaling them to hold on. She could clearly feel the abnormality of this situation. Coupled with the mysterious appearance of Fujimiya earlier, she felt this affair was truly not simple. What they needed to do now was to wait and see, adapting to any changes. As more human and Sea Clan soldiers were thrown, the entire coastline was stained red with blood. People could no longer tell if the water was blood or seawater. Time slowly passed, and the battle grew ever more tragic. Karen's gaze suddenly sharpened. She vanished from beside Clark and the others, reappearing instantly at the human command center. Found you. Die. Karen launched her Phoenix Sun fist without hesitation at the supreme human commander. But he reacted swiftly, catching her full-powered punch with ease. The powerful energy wave instantly reduced everyone else present to dust. Karen stared at him grimly. What exactly are you? In her senses, he was like an endless expanse of darkness. Had he not been so blatantly absorbing the killing aura of the battlefield, Karen wouldn't have been able to sense him at all. Me. I have many names. Lord of Darkness, God of Destruction, the final one. Or right, my recent title seems to be Shaffiran. As he spoke, Shaffiran transformed into pure blackness. Around him, tentacles resembling those of Cthulhu-like eldritch horrors constantly materialized. Countless wails of tormented souls emanated from within him. Karen broke out in goosebumps and instinctively distant, but she was clearly too late. Shaffiran had already appeared silently before her, throwing out a simple punch. Karen's arms raised instinctively to block, shattered instantly. The next moment, they regenerated immediately. She stared at Shaffiran in utter terror. This guy was horrifying. That simple punch had damaged her physical body. This was the first time she had been injured aside from her battle against the Dark Phoenix. What kind of monster are you? Karen stared at Shafurin, ready for his next move. Shafurin smiled faintly. How about it? Join me. They'll let you manage this entire universe. Karen frowned at him, seeing that he didn't seem to. She couldn't fathom where he got such confidence. But one thing was clear, he didn't seem like a good entity in the literal sense. No thanks. I'm used to my freedom. I have no interest in being anyone's dog. What a pity. Then he'll just have. Shafurin smiled faintly and flicked a wisp of gray gas towards Karen. She felt an overwhelming terror, even stronger than when facing the presence or the one above all. Karen's first instinct was to flee, but she found herself completely immobilized. Just as the gray gas was about to touch her, a pleasant voice spoke softly beside her. Call me sis, and I'll help you. Karen was exasperated. At a critical moment like this, was someone still joking with her? Sis. She had no choice. She was genuinely terrified. She was still young and didn't want to die so pointlessly. The person hummed in acknowledgement, then casually waved her hand. The gray gas, which Karen had perceived as a great terror, dissipated into nothingness instantly. Phew. Saved. The strange immobilization on Karen vanished as well. It's you damn bastard. Before she could see who her savior was, Shafurin across from them roared. As surprised. You really hid yourself well. Only then did Karen have the chance to look at the girl who had appeared beside her. The moment she saw her, Karen was utterly baffled. It was Megumi. No, not quite. She had only about 60% resemblance. Especially those pure sky blue eyes. What? Do I remind you of someone? The girl beside turned to look at Karen. Karen instinctively nodded and then shook her. No matter who you were, thanks anyway. Haha, no problem. Who told you to call me sister? Oh well. That doesn't count, right? Karen didn't think that in a moment of urgency her words would hold any weight. Fine. The girl nodded seriously, then spoke with an inscrutable expression. Even if it's not now, it will be in the future. Huh. Karen rolled her eyes. Usually she was the one being mysterious in front of others, but now it was her turn. With a helpless wave of her hand, she said, whatever you say is fine. Then Karen turned to stare at the extraordinarily how should we deal with this guy? After a brief confrontation, Karen was very sure that she was no match for Shafurin. Of course you will handle it. The girl beside smiled faintly and casually threw something. Karen instinctively caught it. Upon realizing what it was, Karen couldn't help but exclaim, Fuck, the Emperor armor. The girl opposite, with one hand on her chest and a jade hand pointing at her chin, nodded lightly, then slowly shook her head. Well, sort of. Anyway, it's just right for you. Good thing I don't really like gold. Huh. Karen seriously doubted that the last sentence was her true feelings. Karen shook the belt in her hand and asked in confusion, are you sure I can beat him with this? Stop talking nonsense. The girl pushed Karen, stepping back herself. Karen rolled her eyes again, feeling like she was being forced into it. Gently exploring the Emperor belt, a sudden inspiration struck Karen. This feeling. Seems like it will work. The next moment Karen stopped hesitating. She buckled the belt around her slender waist. Emperor armor merge. Armor merge. In an instant, golden armor covered her body and strands of rule power continuously flowed over the surface of the armor. The power of the 5 elements flowed slowly within Karen's body. Besides the 5 elements, there was also a ball of colorful light. Karen had a feeling that this thing was the key to countering the strange Shafurin. Boom! The shockwave swept in all directions as the Emperor armor made its debut in this world. Seeing this, Shafurin turned to flee. However, he was blocked by 2 people who suddenly appeared behind him. Karen looked and saw that they were indeed familiar faces. Blocking Shafurin were none other than Tungong and Wameng. From the current situation, they were surely on her side. Without hesitation, Karen launched an attack on Shafurin. With a fist imbued with an indomitable will, she struck heavily at Shafulin's back. Bang! Under this punch, Shafulin's body was directly pierced through. He turned around in a daze. Karen knew the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when someone is weak. The Emperor Aurora sword instantly appeared in her hand. Karen pressed it close to his face and shouted, Emperor Demon Slashing Strike. Boom! A strike imbued with colorful rule energy shattered Shafulin completely. It's not over yet. A voice of reminder rang out at that moment. At the same time, Tungong and Wameng moved. Their fists were wrapped in the colorful light ball, and their figures swiftly traversed this space. They shattered the fragments of Shafulin that had dispersed. At this moment, Karen also realized that she had been careless, and the 3 of them accelerated simultaneously, cutting through for 2.5 seconds. They completely obliterated all the fragments. It was only then that Karen noticed that the space they were in had long been sealed with a barrier. She quickly figured out the reason. They were probably afraid that this thing would escape and wreak havoc, so they had prepared in advance. In fact, from the perspective of energy display, Shafulin wasn't very strong. However, what was terrifying was his ability to, if Karen had to describe it, it was as if he was a collection of negative energy, which was very terrifying. Snap! The barrier disappeared. Since the matter has been resolved, we should leave now. As she spoke, the girl had already vanished. The figures of Tungong and Wameng also gradually faded away as if they had never appeared. Just as Karen was almost forgot, I'll take a bit of your solar divine power. The girl reappeared and drew a wisp of solar divine power from Karen. Karen wanted to ask something, but the other party didn't give her a chance to speak. Remember to protect the Earth, okay? That was the... Karen released her transformation and gazed at the belt in her hand in a daze. Is that it? You should at least explain, right? Hey. Karen wanted to complain about something, but felt powerless to do so. At this moment, Clark and the others rushed over with worried expressions. Annie, why did you suddenly disappear just now? Yonder the solar deity's crown. What exactly happened just now? Karen put away the emperor belt and waved at the crowd. It's fine, the biggest trouble has been resolved. She scanned around and spotted something not far away. It was Arthur riding Kerrison. Go resolve the dispute between humans and the Sea Tribe. Clark and the others exchanged glances, then looked at Arthur, who was holding the trident of Poseidon and commanding the Sea Tribe, nodding seriously. Then the Justice League made a strong entry, urging the human side to cease fire immediately. Clark even single-handedly withstood much of the firepower from both sides. Soon this war was brought to an end under the mediation of the Justice League. In fact, both sides knew that if this continued it would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Ceasing fire was the wisest choice. Karen also rarely took the initiative to show herself. With her extraordinary beauty and the support of a large fan base among humans. Under Karen's persuasion, humans and the Sea Tribe reached a peace agreement. Both sides reached a consensus and began working together to protect the marine environment and the Earth's environment. Karen believed that as long as people were willing to do so, the Earth would become better over time. Of course, after this painful lesson, humans would surely be cautious not to overstep. The Atlanteans unanimously recognized Arthur's leadership. His brother ORM was forced to step down. However, upon learning that their mother Atlanta was not dead, ORM was very happy. His ambition gradually faded under Atlanta's reassurance. Arthur felt quite gratified about it. However, there still existed an awkward point between the two brothers. That is, Mara. Regarding this, Atlanta, as someone who has been through it, chose to gather her family together and listen to Mara's opinion. As expected, Mara ultimately chose Arthur. After a brief moment of anger, ORM felt relieved. His initial intention to marry Mara was based on her status, now that he was no longer the Sea King. In fact, he didn't really want Mara, right? Of course, what OM thinks in his heart is no longer important. At least Arthur and Mela do not care about his opinions. During this time, Karen has been studying the Emperor's armor. She has indeed discovered some insights. Firstly, this thing can actually grant her the blessing of the rules of the great universe. This is quite terrifying. Wearing this armor, she is equivalent to a pseudo-Tao of the entire universe. What does this concept entail? Furthermore, the special radiance within the Emperor's armor. If Shafuland is a collection of dark energy, then this mysterious light is the embodiment of all brightness. Moreover, she found that this light significantly enhances her abilities. At the very least, her current growth rate is 50 faster than her original foundation. This is quite frightening. In other words, its existence is roughly equivalent to the enhancement from 2 solar god divinities. Is it really that terrifying? Her silver superhuman growth rate has naturally reached an astonishing 93. Now she doesn't even need to forcibly absorb solar energy. Her own growth rate is enough to satisfy her. Next, Karen lay down for a while longer. Eventually unable to withstand the enthusiasm of her fans coupled with the constant visits from Clark and Diana. There was no way around it. Every time Clark and Diana went out to uphold justice, they would be met with the question, why isn't Supergirl here? We need someone like Supergirl. This made them feel quite awkward. In the end, Karen finally made an appearance in front of the public and officially acknowledged her identity as Supergirl. Unfortunately, Karen only acted a couple of times before disappearing again. What her fans thought, Karen was well aware. She understood them all too well. Calculating the time her next journey was about to begin. This time Karen did not greet anyone. She simply vanished from. When she reappeared, she had already returned to the X-Men world. With a thought, Karen quickly understood the plot of this world after it had reversed its future. Old Man Van has been hiding since the presidential attack incident. Professor X and the others, due to their successful rescue efforts, were not implicated. They returned to the mansion and re-established the X Academy, responsible for recruiting and teaching mutant children. At this time, Professor X had gathered more than half of the original X-Men. Cyclopes, Jean Beast, Hank Mystique. Karen pondered for a moment, deciding to start from the beginning of the next story. With a thought, the time tunnel opened. Karen quickly flowed upstream through the river of time, arriving at the era ruled by. This era can be described as one where mutants reign supreme. Apocalypse is undoubtedly the king of this world. Unfortunately, his ruling methods are a bit too harsh. This has led to the civilians launching a brazen ambush during his transfer ceremony, almost causing his transfer ritual. Fortunately, his last loyal subordinate used a telekinetic shield before dying to protect his transferring body. Otherwise, the story of Apocalypse and the X-Men would have ended before it even began. Seeing this, Karen directly followed the river of time downward. She arrived in the current era. Raising an eyebrow after witnessing Apocalypse's reign, Karen suddenly had a new idea. Instantly teleporting to the pyramid where Apocalypse was buried. Ding detection. As soon as Karen laid eyes on Apocalypse, the system's prompt sound rang out. With a shift in her thoughts, Karen directly learned Apocalypse's abilities of ability enhancement and super learning. The skill of ability enhancement is incredibly formidable. Super learning, when paired with her super brain, is simply a perfect match. Next, what Karen needed to do was even simpler. A stream of solar god power entered Apocalypse's body. This directly awakened him. Apocalypse opened his eyes and slowly sat up, speaking in ancient Egyptian, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, or what matters is that your era has come to an end." "What do you mean?" Apocalypse cautiously stared at Karen. He could sense that Karen was an extremely powerful existence. If the other party wished, even a single thought could end his life. The literal meaning. As Karen spoke, she pointed a finger. A stream of information flowed into Apocalypse's mind. In an instant, Apocalypse learned all the languages of the current era and understood the entire development history of humanity since his disappearance. Upon seeing the miserable treatment mutants currently faced, Apocalypse became furious. These are all his children. These slaves, how dare they? Apocalypse roared. A powerful energy instantly burst forth from within, shattering the entire pyramid. The arriving followers and FBI agents were instantly buried within. Garen stood aside, waiting for Apocalypse to finish his outburst. After a long while, Apocalypse finally calmed down. He wasn't foolish. Since Garen found him, she must have her purpose. Your Excellency, may I ask why you awakened me? It's simple. Do what you want to do and establish a mutant nation. Garen spoke frankly. In truth, she could completely do this herself, but she was too lazy. It would be better to leave it to Apocalypse, who is destined to achieve great things. Is it that simple? Apocalypse found Garen's words perfectly aligned with his thoughts. It is that simple. Garen thought of something and added a reminder. By the way, do not harm too many humans. Hearing Garen's words, Apocalypse frowned slightly. If it were just to establish a nation for mutants, it would actually be very simple. As long as there are enough forces, a war could completely solidify the status of mutants. However, if the premise is not to harm too many humans, then this matter becomes somewhat difficult. Seeing Apocalypse's troubled expression, Garen raised an eyebrow. I suggest you learn from some ancient Eastern power. The best way is to strategize, then to negotiate, then to engage in battle, and finally to attack cities. The method of attacking cities is to avoid. Garen's set of theories left Apocalypse utterly confused. He could understand what she was saying, but he didn't quite grasp the meaning. Seeing him looking dazed, Garen slowly walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Ah, Apocalypse. The times have changed. Then with a meaningful glance at Apocalypse, Garen's figure disappeared without a trace. Apocalypse frowned. He found it hard to understand Garen's logic. Was this person really on the side of mutants? From his perception, Garen was actually not a mutant. Yet she wasn't human either. Now that she had appeared and awakened him, did she really have no ulterior motives? However, thoughts aside, Tianchi definitely had to take action. Listening to the distant clamor, Tianchi focused his mind and left through the spatial gate. Upon entering the human world, the first thing Tianchi wanted to do was verify whether the information that Garen had given beat her kill that mutant. Yes, hit her hard. At that moment, the chaotic insults broke Tianchi's train of thought. Tianchi glanced over. In the crowd, a mutant girl was being cornered and shoved by many people. Seeing this group, it looked like they were ready to make their move. Tianchi stepped into the crowd, shielding the girl. Then with a single wave of his hand, quicksand suddenly sliced through the necks of it. Recalling Garen's advice, Tianchi shifted his focus. He only killed a small group of the most agitated individuals before escaping with the young Storm. Thanks, Uncle. The young Storm girl was not at all displeased by Tianchi's actions. Instead, she enthusiastically took. In the home of the Storm girl, Tianchi learned through the television that everything Garen had told him was indeed true. Moreover, he also based on what Garen said. He specifically researched the culture of a certain great nation. This time he truly benefited immensely. His thinking opened up, and he felt completely enlightened. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to recruit enough people first, otherwise everything would be mere fantasy. Tianchi turned to look at the young Storm girl. Child, do you want power? The absolute thunderstorm power that can destroy everything. The Storm girl, swayed by Tianchi's enticing words, nodded eagerly. I want. Good. Tianchi spread his arms, exuding overwhelming dominance. Shirima, your emperor has returned. Then his pupils began to whiten. At the same moment, the Storm girl felt a powerful force brewing within her. She couldn't help but let out a loud scream. The tremendous power of thunder and storms surged forth. In an instant, it destroyed the house. Once calm, the Storm girl felt a pang of heartache. Child, don't be sad, you deserve better. Tianchi approached the Storm girl like a caring father and gently patted her shoulder. Garen, who had been observing everything, secretly nodded in approval. It seemed that under her guidance, Tianchi had indeed undergone significant changes. Next, she should also try out her new ability. With a thought, Garen's body arrived at the surface of the sun. As a series of chimes sounded from the system, her enhancement, time flowed slowly. At a certain moment, Garen suddenly opened her eyes. A powerful wave instantly extinguished. Fortunately, Garen reacted quickly, using her power to replenish the sun's energy, causing it to reignite. However, this also had a significant impact on Earth. Various tides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions erupted in an instant, only to dissipate into nothingness. Garen was also startled. A moment of negligence nearly led to the extinction of life on Earth. Luckily, she acted swiftly and remedied the situation. Clenching her fists, feeling her overwhelming power, at this moment Garen's heart leapt with joy. She sensed she was not far from the next cosmic level tier. She casually summoned the panel. Name: Garen's Wire, age 35, eternally 20, identity, Silver Superman, 95 Phoenix power, 30 super speed, 10 Omega Ray, 10 super magic resistance, destruction, thunder, super telepathy, absolute 0 super laser eyes, ultimate regeneration, transform, at will, absolute magnetic control, ultimate energy absorption, teleportation, super kryptonite immunity, ultimate unlimited clones, absolute atomic control ability, enhancement, ultimate speed learning, can learn 30 sun god, enhanced DC. Greek sun god divinity, 200 enhanced Marvel light god divinity, 240 enhanced Marvel sun god divinity, 160 enhanced Eastern monarch, 200 current boost, 800 equipment, solar holy armor, solar holy sword, solar holy shield, solar chariot, Kryptonian battlesuit, emperor's armor skills, solar flare bomb, phoenix sun fist. Indeed, besides a few abilities that were nearly rule-bound and could not be enhanced, her other abilities, including sun god divinity, had all been strengthened. This enhancement marked a qualitative change for Garen. In terms of sheer power, she could defeat tens of thousands of her previous. Oh, that feels nice. Karen stretched lazily. Now she could confidently declare Karen is invincible. With a thought, Karen returned to Earth once more. After a brief sensing, she quickly pinpointed Tianqi's current location. To her surprise, Tianqi was now in the X Academy chatting and laughing with Professor X. Karen watched with a face full of confusion, wondering what was happening. Then Karen discovered that all of Tianqi's 4 horsemen had gathered. Storm, Magneto, Angel, and Psylocke were all present at the X Academy. Karen pondered briefly before learning Psylocke's abilities. After all, the capability to conjure weapons at will was undeniably cool. With a thought, she activated her enhancement ability. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the king's treasure. Since the system was created by Karen herself, the name was naturally up to her. However, Psylocke's ability was indeed akin to a treasure. With her super telekinesis, conjuring whatever weapon she wanted and how many she desired was entirely in her control. If she were to wear the Emperor's armor, Karen was golden and invincible. Unfortunately, there were currently no enemies that could prompt her to unleash her full power. Indeed, being invincible made her feel a bit lonely. In a flash, she appeared in the office of the X Academy. Professor X immediately reacted, greeting her with a smile. Karen, you are here. Tianqi also turned his gaze towards her, nodding in friendly acknowledgement. Karen replied and pointed, instantly healing Professor X's legs without hindering his use of his superpowers. Karen, you. Professor X stood up in surprise, adjusting as he took a few steps. At that moment, he was truly excited. Who could understand the pain of a cripple? He had always dreamed of being able to stand up. Did Karen actually help him achieve it? At this moment, Tianqi coughed lightly, signaling Professor X to calm down. Professor X quickly steadied his excited heart. Looking back at Karen, his gaze was filled with gratitude. Thank you. These 2 words were spoken with genuine sincerity. We are old friends, there's no need to be so polite. Karen waved her hand casually and sat down in a chair nearby. By the way, what were you 2 just discussing? Karen looked at the 2, asking with curiosity. Before Professor X could speak, Apocalypse took the lead in responding. We were discussing how to acquire a sufficiently large territory from humanity. That's right, some of Apocalypse's ideas are really quite impressive in my view. Before Apocalypse could continue, Professor X excitedly chimed in. He began narrating the plans they had been meticulously refining over the past few days. This discourse lasted a good half an hour, and Karen listened attentively. Looking at Apocalypse again, Karen wore an expression of disbelief. It seemed this guy had truly grasped the essence of it. From how to fight for the rights of mutants, to ultimately building a nation exclusively for them. The plan was remarkably detailed. Moreover, most of the methods employed were gentle. Even if humanity wanted to stop it, they would struggle to find a reasonable justification. Unless they intended to wage war. But among mutants, capable individuals were plentiful. If war was desired, humanity would first have to consider what kind of price they would pay. At this moment, the young Professor X clearly had more drive than the older Professor X. After being persuaded by Apocalypse, many ideas he had once disapproved of, now as long as it wasn't too excessive, he wouldn't oppose. After all, in the end, everyone was united for the sake of the mutant. After listening to their series of measures, Karen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He acknowledged Apocalypse's talent. You really are a person of great capability. Apocalypse also recognized that this was the highest form of affirmation from that ancient nation. He smiled and nodded. You are also quite remarkable. Thanks to your guidance, I was able to open my mind all at once. Apocalypse humbly noted. It was only now that Professor X realized. Karen and Apocalypse had apparently known each other for quite some time. Wait, you 2. It was Karen who awakened me from my sleep and guided me along a path to greatness. Apocalypse smiled as he softly explained his connection with Karen to Professor X. So that's how it is. After hearing Apocalypse's account, Professor X was instantly filled with admiration for Karen. Without her awakening and guidance, Apocalypse would not have arrived at X Academy. Regarding Apocalypse, Professor X had also deliberately reviewed the information. One could say that if it weren't for Karen, X Academy would have likely encountered significant conflict with the original Apocalypse. After spending time together, given Professor X's understanding of Apocalypse, if a conflict were to occur between the 2 parties, apart from the unpredictable factor of gene, Professor X could hardly envision a way to defeat Apocalypse. After all, the opponent was indeed a genuine old monster. No one truly knew the limits of his strength. Thinking of this, Professor X felt a twinge of fear. He quickly employed his mental abilities to suppress those unfounded thoughts. Karen secretly probed into Professor X's thoughts. One had to say this guy had quite a lot of inner drama. Following this, Karen decided not to linger any longer. Since these 2 had already made a plan, Karen directly allowed them to proceed. After leaving, Karen found Wolverine, who had already been persecuted by Stryker. Upon seeing Karen, Logan was momentarily dazed, suddenly recalling everything. Karen, did we succeed? Yes, we succeeded, but you. Karen was unsure whether Logan was lucky or unfortunate. Logan nonchalantly waved his adamantium claws. This I'm still quite accustomed to using. One could tell his smile was, after all, if it weren't necessary, no one would want to be altered. Do you want revenge? Karen asked casually. Yes. Logan nodded seriously, then shook his head. That guy Stryker is too good at hiding, it's incredibly difficult to catch him. That's simple. Karen lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a bewildered Stryker appeared right before Logan. Before he could react, 6 adamantium claws instantly pierced through his chest. What is this? This was Stryker's final words. Clearly he was unable to die in peace. Logan spat disdainfully at Stryker's corpse. Dying like this really is too easy for you. Logan was uncertain how many mutants Stryker had persecuted across his two. However, one thing he knew for sure was that this guy's actions merited 1,000 deaths. Alright, the revenge has been taken, but what are your plans next? Karen's question left Logan in a daze. Because of his identity as a mutant, wandering had become a habit. Soon he thought of a place. However, his expression quickly darkened. The friends he knew probably no longer remembered him now. Logan sighed heavily. In a disaster, I prefer to be alone. Professor X plans to join forces with Apocalypse to create a nation for mutants. Logan's words were directly interrupted by Karen. Upon hearing Karen's words, Logan's eyes instantly lit up. Karen nodded seriously. Although Logan didn't know who Apocalypse was, he still trusted Professor X. Since he had decided to do it, it would surely come to fruition. Seeing Logan's interest piqued, Karen directly asked, "So how about going back to X Academy?" MHM. Logan nodded. With a thought from Karen, the two were instantly transported to X Academy. Most people here were not unfamiliar to Karen. But for Logan, this was the first time they had met. "Karen, who is this?" Cyclops and Storm walked over together. "This is Logan, who has heard of Professor X's great name and has come to pay a visit." Karen casually fabricated a story. Logan shot Karen a bemused glance, saying nothing further. Suddenly his gaze turned to the distance. There Jean and Storm were walking over, laughing together. Even though Logan knew that Jean no longer remembered him, his heart still felt a complex mix of emotions. "Hey bro, what are you looking at?" "That's my girlfriend." Logan glanced at Cyclops, instinctively blurting it out. "Fuck you. You." Cyclops immediately became furious, about to take off his glasses to attack Logan, but was timely. "Hey man, cursing at someone right after meeting isn't." "Fuck you." Logan directly flipped Cyclops the bird, and then walked towards the office where Professor X was. Karen watched the whole scene unfold. One had to say Logan was still the same Logan, without any change. Soon Logan met. Initially Professor X was taken aback. After instinctively reading Logan's memories, his own memories were instantly "Welcome home, Logan." "Professor, I'm back." Logan found it strange that Professor X was no longer in a wheelchair, but given his personality, he certainly wouldn't care about such details. Soon Logan and Professor X began to converse, completely leaving Karen aside. Karen, however, was unconcerned, and went off to find Jean, the housekeeper of X Academy. She arranged her accommodation. During this process, Karen unexpectedly ran into Magneto's wife and daughter. At this moment, the little one was happily playing with a group of summoned small animals. Karen glanced at the River of Time and understood everything. It turned out that Apocalypse had saved the mother and daughter at a critical moment. Smiling, Karen walked over. She casually picked up a nearby rabbit and approached Nina, handing the rabbit over. "This little bunny is so cute. How about having spicy rabbit heads for dinner?" She casually picked up a nearby rabbit and approached Nina, handing the rabbit over. "This little bunny is so cute." Before Nina's mother could speak, Quicksilver had already appeared beside them. "Big brother Quicksilver." Upon seeing Quicksilver, Nina immediately forgot what Karen had just said and rushed over. It was clear that she still really liked Quicksilver. "Hey little Nina, were you good today?" Quicksilver smiled and picked up little Nina. "Yes, today I was with Uncle Fox and..." Little Nina immediately began recounting her fun experiences of the day to Quicksilver, who encouraged the little one enthusiastically. Karen watched the half-siblings and felt a bit envious of old Magneto. Each of his children was not only remarkably beautiful, but also possessed considerable superpower levels. Especially Miss Polaris. She was both cool and beautiful. Karen stood quietly aside, watching the siblings. After a moment, Quicksilver noticed that little Nina was getting tired, so he handed her over to her mother. He then approached Karen, scratching his head awkwardly. "Karen, I'm sorry I overlooked you earlier." "It's fine." Karen waved her hand dismissively. It was just a small matter, and she was quite magnanimous. "By the way, do you have time to grab a drink together?" Quicksilver casually invited. Karen narrowed her eyes at Quicksilver until he looked. "Sure." Karen smiled playfully, as she had nothing to do. "At the Victoriana bar, if you can find it within 5 minutes, the drinks." As she spoke, Karen's figure instantly vanished. Naturally, she had teleported to the bar. In fact, this bar was also one she had just spontaneously decided to find. Whether Quicksilver could find it depended on his abilities. Karen sat quietly, sipping one drink after another, until panting, Quicksilver finally appeared before her. "Young man, too slow." Karen playfully stared at Quicksilver, handing him. Quicksilver downed it in one gulp, finally regaining some of his stamina. "There was no way, it's too remote here, and I really couldn't find it." No, it's that you weren't fast enough." As Karen spoke, she vanished again and appeared instantaneously. What she held was Nina's little rabbit. Quicksilver naturally realized that Karen had just taken the rabbit with her speed. This time he felt somewhat discouraged. "How about it? Admit that you were slow." Karen laughed, playfully tossing the rabbit back to Quicksilver. "Go on, little Nina will cry if she can't find her rabbit." Quicksilver looked at the rabbit in his arms, and then at Karen, finally letting out a helpless sigh. "I got it." Then he vanished in an instant. Karen smiled faintly, all sorted. In the following time, Apocalypse and Professor X were quite busy. The two led Apocalypse's 4 horsemen and the newly formed X-Men to uphold justice and combat crime. Their reasoning for doing so was very simple. They aimed to utilize the special abilities of mutants to shape the image of heroes, using facts to dismantle the years of government slander against mutants. Of course, this process would be slow, yet it was also very effective. Gradually, people became aware of the existence of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen and the X-Men, and slowly began to trust this group of mutants who possessed extraordinary powers and harbored justice. Some mutants even voluntarily joined the ranks of superheroes under the influence of these two groups. Naturally, there were some whose abilities were not particularly outstanding. yet they still used their insignificant light to strive to illuminate this era. For a time, public opinion regarding mutants began to polarize. With everyone's collective efforts, the toxic elements among mutants were swiftly eradicated. The entire mutant community felt as if they had been reborn, radiating newfound vitality. Gradually, people began to no longer fear mutants. In fact, discussing which mutants had cooler abilities became part of daily conversation. Soon, various countries caught wind of some ideas from X Academy. Several countries that were not particularly resistant to mutants established corresponding special action departments for mutants. This action made the mutant community see another possibility. In a short time, a large number of self-identified, capable, and justice-minded mutants stepped forward, rushing into government departments to sign up. The government took this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation of the mutant community. Thus, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Apocalypse and Professor X sensed that the time was opportune. Together, they initiated a global summit for mutants. The goal was to gather a group of capable and powerful mutants. During this period, they indeed discovered a considerable number of formidable individuals. Some even had financial resources that reached a terrifying level. And these were exactly what Apocalypse and Professor X were looking for. Soon under their call, these individuals were gathered together. Professor X and Apocalypse jointly proposed to establish a council exclusively for mutants. Most of these people were intelligent and naturally understood the benefits of establishing such a council. However, a small portion refused their proposal. In response, Apocalypse and Professor X did not take any extreme actions, but calmly allowed them to leave. Subsequently, the group of mutants who agreed with Apocalypse and Professor X quickly completed the establishment of the Mutant Council. Apocalypse and Professor X were jointly appointed as the highest chairpersons. Following the voting, several capable members were elected to assist the two in managing the entire mutant family. The establishment of the Mutant Council was beneficial to both humans and mutants with no drawbacks whatsoever. Many countries quickly established diplomatic relations with the Mutant Council upon seeing a potential. Together, they enacted the Mutant Management Act. At this point, they were just one step away from founding a nation for mutants. Next, Apocalypse directly called upon mutants to jointly raise funds. The purpose was naturally to purchase a piece of land sufficient for the mutant community to survive. Of course, this process will not be smooth sailing. During this time, many people were secretly engaging in small tricks. Inevitably, Apocalypse, Professor X, and Garen had to intervene personally, eliminating these obstacles. Once everything was handled properly, the grand mutant nation-building campaign was set into motion. First, Apocalypse personally negotiated with the human high-ranking officials. After 2.5 days of extreme tugging and compromise, the human side finally agreed. They were willing to cede an island for the use of the mutant community. Thus, the establishment of the mutant nation was officially finalized. Countless mutants were thrilled when they heard this good news. They immediately began preparations to head to their sacred land, the nation that belonged entirely to mutants. Next, it was time to name the country. Apocalypse, Professor X, Garen, Old Man Wolverine, and others actively participated in the discussion. After a heated debate, no one could convince anyone else. It even almost led to a fight. In the end, Garen had to step forward and propose how about calling it Shurima. What do you think? Garen's suggestion wasn't without reason. It was one of Apocalypse's catchphrases and also the name of the once glorious mutant empire. As soon as the name was mentioned, Apocalypse was the first to agree. Professor X thought the name was a bit too ostentatious. The others were indifferent about it. In the end, everyone participated in a collective vote. During this time, Storm, Magneto, Angel, and Psylocke all cast their votes for Shurima. As expected, the name Shurima won by an overwhelming majority. Haha, I told you so, Garen chuckled. In fact, if this name didn't work, she had an even better name, Demetia. That would definitely be impressive. The naming issue was settled. Next came the large-scale construction. During this time, Magneto was undoubtedly the main force, working in conjunction with Apocalypse's sand-controlling ability. In less than 3 days, a massive city-state rose from the entire island. With the winds of Shurima blowing, mutants from around the world began to gather here. Subsequently, a large number of mutants entered according to the pre-established rules. They obtained identities while also securing residency rights. Of course, there were a small number of original families whose well-off mutants did not settle here. However, they also obtained identification information here. This place welcomed every mutant's arrival. Next, it was time for the most important step, establishing rules. As the saying goes, there can be no order without rules. Apocalypse naturally understood this principle very well. He had long discussed this matter with Professor X and Garen. The national policies and management regulations of the mutants could be directly adapted from the policies and regulations of a certain mysterious Eastern power. They would be clear in rewards and punishments while maintaining rigor. Thus, Shurima officially entered its trial operation phase with powerful figures like Apocalypse, Professor X, and Magneto overseeing it. The mutants here naturally would not cause any major disturbances. However, some minor frictions were still inevitable. Fortunately, the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse and the X-Men would intervene promptly to mediate. After a period of trial and error, Apocalypse and others adjusted certain strategies in a timely manner. At the same time, they worked to better digest internal conflicts. Shurima officially began selecting X-Men and Apocalypse's knights from within, preparing for cooperation with various countries and to send out missions. After a series of strict assessments, mutants could be dispatched to fulfill their heroic dreams. During this process, Apocalypse would help those with true justice in their hearts to enhance their abilities. Of course, during the dispatch process, both the X-Men and Apocalypse's Knights would be subject to supervision from all countries. During this time, there were naturally those who wished for Shurima's downfall. They attempted sabotage multiple times. In the end, they were all countered by Apocalypse and Professor X, who presented strong evidence to fight back. From then on, Shurima was officially on the right track. As the sun set, Garen, Apocalypse, Professor X, and others stood atop Shurima's highest council hall, quietly gazing at the city-state they had built with their own hands. "It's so beautiful," Logan remarked, looking down at the mutant children playing happily, unable to hold back his emotions. Such a scene was something he would have never dared to imagine before. "This is just the beginning. The days for mutants will only get better." Professor X turned to pat Logan's shoulder gently. The emotions reflected in their eyes could only be understood by each other. Magneto, watching the passionate duo, felt a shiver run through him. Indeed, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy inside. Karen's gaze fell on the two. She understood them, while having come along from the journey of reversing the future. Mutants had indeed had a hard time. From the brink of extinction to the thriving prosperity they enjoyed, now the journey was fraught with challenges. Of course, the current situation could not have been achieved without Apocalypse's significant contributions. Even Karen did not expect this old fellow to perform so well. Karen initially had her doubts about this guy's sincerity, but after observing his inner thoughts several times in secret, she felt reassured. This guy had been thoroughly brainwashed by the theories of the Eastern Power. His greatest dream now was to build a utopia belonging to mutants. To this, Karen could only respond with 2 words, and thus 2 years slowly passed. Shurima's existence had long been known to the public. The X-Men and Apocalypse's Knights frequently appeared in the public eye. They collaborated with the governments of various countries to combat crime, becoming the true superheroes in people's hearts. In these 2 years, Karen's Silver Superman growth had already reached 100. Now she was searching for direction for her next adventure. However, she just didn't have any clues for the time being. Fortunately, even after reaching 100, it wouldn't affect her further growth, and so she decided to wait a while. Coincidentally, another universe had a powerful force waiting for her to learn from. Oh, by the way, during this time she used her excess growth to learn various abilities. Erasure, the ability to erase any power one wishes to eliminate. Energy, healing, with sufficient energy, capable of reviving the deceased. Pocket universe, a storage space of a large universe. And material conversion, transforming the structure of matter. Indeed, Karen ultimately learned material conversion, which didn't seem like a particularly flashy ability. As for the reason, simply put, it was practical. After mastering and enhancing this ability, Karen used it not once to pass the time performing tricks to entertain the little ones of Shurima. For instance, turning soil into fruit, transforming clear water into fish, or crumpling a handkerchief into a white dove. Miraculously, after enhancing this ability, if Karen wished, she could convert all energy and matter into sunlight for her own absorption. One could say that she perfectly ascended to the atmosphere. On this day, Shurima received an urgent plea for help. A spacecraft from a certain country had unfortunately encountered a space storm. All the crew members were currently hanging by a thread. In response, Shurima held an emergency meeting and decided to dispatch the most experienced members of the X-Men to rescue all the trapped crew members. Thus, Jean, Beast, Mystique, Cyclopes, Quicksilver, and Nightcrawler set out. Karen watched the departing Blackbird jet and whispered softly, "Are we starting?" On the jet, Jean suddenly clutched her chest as waves of unease washed over her. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Jean replied, unsure of what was wrong with her. The others cast a curious glance, but then turned their attention back to the front, not dwelling on it. Soon the group arrived beyond Earth's orbit and spotted the spacecraft that was about to be destroyed by cosmic energy. Cyclops took the lead, disabling the spacecraft's uncontrollable thrusters, bringing the entire vessel to a standstill. Then Nightcrawler and Quicksilver coordinated their efforts. They swiftly entered the spacecraft and rescued the 4 crew members they encountered. "Our commander is still inside," one astronaut said before completely fainting. "There's no time left." Mystique looked at the spacecraft on the verge of exploding and sighed lightly. "Listen, we must save," Professor X's voice echoed in everyone's minds. "No, Charles, it's impossible right now," Mystique directly retorted. But Professor X remained steadfast in his thoughts. As Storm was unable to control the energy, Jean stepped forward. She volunteered to undertake the rescue mission. Thus Mystique, unable to go against Professor X, let them give it a try. "Remember safety first." Mystique earnestly looked at Jean and Nightcrawler. The two nodded seriously. Next, they teleported into the spacecraft. Jean used her telekinesis to fully control the spacecraft from being destroyed by cosmic energy. Meanwhile, Nightcrawler continuously moved through the spacecraft, searching for the commander's whereabouts. "I found him." Nightcrawler excitedly grabbed the commander and teleported back to the Blackbird. "No." Just then, Cyclops and Mystique simultaneously screamed in shock. It turned out that just as Nightcrawler returned, the spacecraft nearby suddenly exploded. They didn't believe that Jean could possibly survive such an explosion. However, what they saw next left everyone astonished. Jean not only floated unharmed in space, but also absorbed all that cosmic energy into her body. "What?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, Beast Hank reacted quickly, piloting the jet close to bring Jean back from outer space. Feeling Jean's steady breathing, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The Blackbird returned with the astronauts. Upon landing, they were greeted by cheers from the crowd. The people of Shurima who had been watching this scene also applauded at that moment. However, Apocalypse was an exception. Apocalypse was quite displeased with Professor X's earlier actions. Therefore, he discreetly signaled to Professor X, and the two quietly left the crowd to enter Apocalypse's office. Charles, you place too much importance on humanity. Apocalypse opened as soon as they entered the room with a hint of reproach. Professor X had no words to respond to Apocalypse's questioning. He was also aware of his issue, and at times he indeed placed too much emphasis on humanity. But he couldn't help it. After all, they lived in an era dominated by humanity. Considering more of humanity's feelings would ultimately do no harm. Karen walked in, sensing some of Professor X's thoughts. Internally, she exclaimed, "What a guy." How had she not noticed before that he had a pleasing personality? Gathering her thoughts, she lightly cleared her throat. Charles, you did go a bit too far this time. If it weren't Jean going, but someone else, they probably wouldn't have returned this time. Karen gazed at Professor X, but her tone carried little reproach. Having both Professor X and Apocalypse the soft and the hard leaders of mutants was not necessarily a bad thing. At least the stable life of mutants in their nation was maintained quite well. Professor X looked at Karen, then thought of Jean and gently nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely be more cautious in the future. Since Professor X had given his assurance, Apocalypse had no further grounds to pursue the matter. The three of them exited the office together to welcome the hero's return. That night, Shurima held a grand bonfire party for Jean and the others. Their performance this time indeed earned considerable benefits for all of Shurima. Those who contributed naturally deserved rewards, which was one of Shurima's regulations. In the laboratory, Hank looked at Jean's latest medical examination results. He was momentarily astonished, but then he thought it might be because Jean absorbed a large amount of cosmic energy that she was enhanced in a short time. Overall, her health remained very good, so there was no issue. Hank didn't dwell on it too much and allowed Jean to celebrate with everyone. Jean felt her own condition and didn't think there was anything wrong, so she also didn't dwell on it. She then joined in the festivity. However, when Jean stepped into the crowd and looked at the piles of bonfires, her gaze fell into a trance. The energy within her began to surge uncontrollably. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Karen appeared at Jean's side at some point. She lightly patted her shoulder, silently absorbing the part of the Phoenix Force that was about to go out of control. I am fine. Jean stared at her hands, uncertain if she had just experienced an illusion. It's good that you're fine. Look how happy everyone is. Karen laughed as she nudged Jean. Jean then blended into the crowd. Karen stood outside the crowd watching Jean's joyful figure weaving through the throng. It seems that what is meant to come will come. There's no way as an ordinary person Jean could control the Phoenix Force with her will alone. However, Karen turned her gaze to the sky above Shurima. Didn't those guys want the Phoenix Force? Then let them see if they have the ability to control it. At that moment, Karen smiled wickedly. In the invisible spaceship above Wool and the others inexplicably shivered. Did you guys turn the air conditioning up? Wool turned to glare at a subordinate speaking in displeasure. No. 38. 6C, oh, just right. The subordinate turned to confirm and handed the thermometer to Wool. Wool, after the party ended, Jean felt a bit worried about her condition, so she sought out Hank again, requesting him to check her body once more. After inquiring about Jean's detailed situation, Hank felt he should indeed take it seriously and took her back to the laboratory. After the instrument scan, it was revealed that the energy within Jean had actually expanded by more than double. This change startled Hank considerably. Professor X took the lead, activating his mental energy in an attempt to uncover the secret of the mysterious energy within Jean. However, he soon failed. Professor X took the lead, activating his mental energy in an attempt to uncover the secret of the mysterious energy within Jean. However, he soon failed. Professor X looked at Karen, signaling her to give it a try. Karen smiled lightly and nodded, approaching Jean. She placed one hand on her forehead, unleashing an overwhelming mental force. With a boom, the shockwave generated instantly sent Professor X, Tianchi, and Hank flying. The three of them crashed against the walls of the laboratory. Coming to his senses when he turned his gaze towards Karen and Jean, he saw that Jean's body had been enveloped by a fiery phoenix, fiercely colliding with Karen. Under the clash of these two powerful energies, the bodies of the three began to tremble uncontrollably. We need to get them out of here first, Karen's voice faintly echoed in Tianchi's ear. Tianchi nodded seriously as the space portal instantly enveloped Professor X and Hank, transporting them outside the laboratory. Tianchi, what about them? Hank stared anxiously in the direction of the laboratory. Tianchi shook his head, his expression extremely grave. I'm not sure, but one thing is certain. They have long surpassed what is currently known about mutants. We don't know how much beyond that. Tianchi said, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Looking back to his earlier days, he was undoubtedly the foremost mutant, and now he could not see through those two women at all. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze pushed the waves ahead. Professor X fixed his gaze on the laboratory, fully aware of how terrifying Karen and Jean were. At this moment, all he hoped was that the two wouldn't escalate the conflict. Otherwise, it would be bad for everyone. Sigh. Professor X thought, letting out a long sigh. Inside the laboratory, Karen was firmly suppressing the Phoenix power that was about to erupt from Jean. Little Phoenix, stop struggling. Here you have no chance at all. Caw. The Phoenix power shrieked loudly as destructive energy surged from it, rushing in all directions. Strangely, no matter how it struggled, that energy capable of destroying the entire universe could not even escape the confines of this room. After a protracted struggle, Karen's frown deepened. Logically, as beings of multiversal-level existence, the Phoenix power should not be completely uncommunicative. Yet the reality was that in Karen's perception, this entity was acting like a madman with only one thought: destruction of everything. It simply refused to communicate with her. This is a real problem. Karen could see that as the Phoenix power rampaged, Qin's consciousness was gradually being eroded. This was not the outcome she wanted to see. It seems I have to do this for now. Karen continued to suppress the Phoenix power within Qin with one hand, while reaching into her pocket universe with the other. She then gently placed it on her waist. Emperor armor merge. Armor, merge. Golden light instantly filled the entire laboratory. When the golden light dissipated, the golden Emperor armor reappeared. Karen hesitated slightly, then quickly clapped her palm 5 times in the air. The 5 elements sealing talisman instantly appeared above Qin, suppressing the Phoenix power. Caw. Yet the Phoenix power continued to struggle. It seems it still needs a bit more. Karen pointed with her finger, and a golden sealing talisman with mysterious solar runes instantly appeared above the 5 elements sealing talisman. Karen formed a hand seal and gently exhaled. Seal, boom. In the next moment, the solar sealing talisman pressed down on the 5 elements sealing talisman. Caw. After letting out a reluctant cry, the Phoenix power was completely sealed by Karen. At the same time, Qin's conscious, she opened her eyes in shock, staring at Karen. As an observer, she had witnessed the entire process unfold. No one could understand the terrifying nature of that power better than her. With her knowledge, although she couldn't estimate its exact strength, it was clear to her. As long as this energy erupted, it could easily destroy the Earth, or even the entire solar system. Yet such a powerful energy was being suppressed by Karen the whole time. Looking at Karen's relaxed demeanor, Qin couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying she truly was. Hey, you're awake. Karen extended her hand, waving it in front of the dazed Qin. Huh. Oh, I'm fine now, thank you. After coming to her senses, Qin immediately expressed her gratitude. No need to be so polite, how about getting up and taking a few steps? Karen released the Emperor armor, raising her hand with a smile. Qin was somewhat speechless. This person was indeed just the same as always. Unable to withstand Karen's gaze, Qin, like a patient recovering from a serious illness, stepped down from the experimental platform and took 2 steps. The moment she did, her brows instantly furrowed. Although she knew she was walking, her feet felt completely numb. No, rather she realized she was controlling her body. But this body had no sensory feedback at all. What? Karen, what exactly happened to me? Qin felt a bit afraid of this sensation. Haha, don't worry. I just made your body temporarily a vessel for the Phoenix power. It will be fine once it leaves. Qin seemed to understand Karen's words, yet she also didn't understand. In the end, she still shyly asked what he— Karen rolled her eyes, speaking impatiently. And you call yourself a doctor? Is that your level of comprehension? It means your body doesn't belong to you for now. Oh, it has become a bottle to contain something. Oh. Qin nodded blankly as if she understood. Yet this feeling was simply too terrible. Karen, how long do I have to maintain this condition? Qin was genuinely panicking. The situation where she was clearly doing things, but felt no sensory feedback, was truly too uncomfortable. She didn't even receive any feedback from her body. Well, I don't know either. Karen's words nearly drove Qin to the brink of fury. What do you mean you don't know? Karen looked nonchalant. Right, I don't know, it depends on when you can find the next host for it. Just like that. Qin voiced her doubt. Just like that. Karen nodded seriously. Qin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Karen's words. As long as there was a solution. But what if the other party lost control again? Or what if the person found had ulterior motives? The thought made Qin shudder, plunging her back into a dilemma. With things having come to this point, she could only take it one step at a time. However, there were still many awkward moments she needed to overcome herself. Oh, by the way, during this time, don't be with laser eye and engage in anything indescribable. Otherwise, you know what Karen said, raising an eyebrow at Qin with a knowing smile. Qin shot her a speechless glance before walking out. Qin. The call snapped Qin back to reality. She focused on the anxious faces of her friends. Her heart swelled with emotion. Yet her expression was neutral. Then she turned her gaze to Professor X, quickly stepping past her boyfriend Laser Eye to approach him. Professor, I have something I want to ask you. Professor X glanced at Qin with a complex expression before turning and signaling her to follow. They soon arrived at Professor X's office. Qin, what do you want to ask? Professor X sat seriously, a gentle smile on his lips as he looked at Qin. Staring at the fatherly Professor X, Qin hesitated on whether to speak. After a moment, she finally asked, I think I heard my father's voice. He is still alive, right? Professor X silently thought to himself, as expected. He knew this matter could not be hidden forever, but he didn't expect the day would come so soon. Yes, he is alive. He entrusted you to me because he wants you to be happier. Reluctantly, Professor X resorted to this kind-hearted lie to stabilize Qin. No, you lied to me. Unexpectedly, Qin's emotions suddenly escalated. Qin, listen to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Qin shouted, bursting through the window. At that moment, her longing for familial love reached its peak. Tianqi and Karen stood together watching Qin fly away. Are we just going to let her leave? Tianqi felt a bit worried that Qin leaving would bring trouble to the mutants. Don't worry, she just momentarily can't distinguish where her true home is. Once she understands everything, she will return. Karen waved her hand nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Qin, after departing from Surima, followed the memories to find the direction of home. At this moment, all she wanted was to see her father. As she searched, she finally came across that familiar yet strange house. Ding dong. With a heart full of apprehension, Qin gently pressed the doorbell. Who is it? Yes, it was the voice from her. An elderly man slowly opened the door. Upon seeing Qin, he was instantly stunned. It's you. It's me. Qin instinctively thought they would have a touching reunion, but her father, once he regained his composure, slammed the door shut. Sorry, I don't know you. Please leave. Qin stood there in shock, feeling utterly helpless. Then regaining her composure, she immediately knocked on the door. Father, it's me, your beloved Qin. That world no longer has Qin, as she and her mother have gone to heaven long ago. Her father's words pierced Qin deeply. How could he think this way? At that moment, the power of the phoenix subtly showed signs of breaking its seal. Qin uncontrollably tapped into her father's thoughts across the door. The words monster and freak flooded her mind, and she stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Did her father really see her as a monster? Qin's mind went blank, and she didn't even know how she left that house. The sky seemed to darken with her mood. Boom! Rain poured down instantly, soaking Qin. She clearly had the ability to stop it, but she did not. Qin, come back with me. Let's go home. Professor X appeared beside Qin with an umbrella, his voice gentle. Home? Huh. Qin's eyes were vacant as she continued walking forward. Professor X accompanied her aimlessly. The rain had long stopped, and the two walked for an unknown length of time. Suddenly Qin turned to look at Professor X. Why didn't you tell me? Tell me the whole truth. Professor X opened his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Seeing that Professor X couldn't respond, Qin chuckled and turned to vanish. Professor X returned to his senses, searching for her, but there was not a trace of Qin left. Baldy, you really take your time. Why not just open your heart? Now look, she's run away again. Garen, driving the car, was saying these sarcastic words to herself. Professor X's gaze was fixed on the distance, his expression determined. I will definitely bring Qin back. Then why aren't you getting in the car? What are you waiting for? Garen was speechless. She felt that sometimes Professor X was really clever, and at other times really slow on the uptake. Upon hearing Karen's words, Professor X immediately reacted and got into the car. Garen, I'm counting on you. After Garen reminded him to fasten his seatbelt, she started driving leisurely. In Karen's perception, Wu-Er had already found Qin at this moment. It seemed. They were chatting quite pleasantly. Wu-Er also told Qin about the origin and power of the phoenix. She understood. Although Qin felt that what she said was incorrect, she couldn't find a reason to refute it. After all, she only had a vague understanding of the energy within her. And so unknowingly Qin had followed Wu-Er to her base. Wu-Er introduced her companions to Qin. Qin, use your power to help us create a better home together. Wu-Er's voice was filled with persuasive undertones. Upon hearing her words, Qin shook her head vigorously. No. Then she took a step back and voiced her concern softly. If you fear its existence, then why not just hand it over to me? I will definitely use its power wisely to make this universe a— After a moment of hesitation, Qin felt that Wu-Er might be the best candidate to be the host of the phoenix power within her. She then made up her mind to— After a moment of hesitation, Qin felt that Wu-Er might be the best candidate to be the host of the phoenix power within her. She then made up her mind to transfer the phoenix power to Wu-Er. All of this was observed by Garen, who was leisurely driving the car. She couldn't help but want to laugh. Qin is indeed a bit naive. She actually believed a stranger so easily. It seems that Professor X has really protected her too well. Garen, has it been 2.5 hours since we started driving? Do you even know where Qin is? Professor X's voice was both anxious and helpless. Oh, why are you so anxious? We're almost there, almost there. Garen responded perfunctorily once again. There was nothing he could do. Professor X could only patiently wait. On the other side, since Qin had decided to entrust this power to Wu-Er, there was no more hesitation. Immediately Qin entered a sealed room with Wu-Er. They began the transfer process. Just before closing the door, a fleeting shadow crossed Wu-Er's face. Come on, let's start. Qin was eager to regain control over herself. Wu-Er cooperatively took her position as instructed by Qin. The two clasped their hands together. Qin used her will to push the vast power of the sealed phoenix within her body, slowly flowing into Wu-Er's body. An unprecedented pain surged from within Wu-Er. It felt as if her soul was being torn apart every moment, leaving her in agony to the point of nearly losing her sanity. But Wu-Er knew that for the great plan of their race, she absolutely could not give up. Thus time felt infinitely prolonged in Wu-Er's perspective. To Qin, however, it seemed like only 150 seconds had passed. Finally, as the transfer of the phoenix power was completed, Qin once again regained complete control over her body. Qin let out a long breath and opened her eyes. When she looked at Wu-Er, she was taken aback. Wu-Er was covered in bright red cracks. She looked as if she was about to explode at any moment. Qin was immediately alarmed. She only wanted to pass on the power to someone trustworthy, not to harm her. Wu-Er, are you okay? In response to Qin's anxious call, Wu-Er smiled oddly. I'm fine. This feeling is truly unprecedentedly good. Wu-Er. Qin felt that Wu-Er seemed to have completely changed into a different person. In the next moment, Wu-Er swept Qin aside and slowly got up. Staring at her own hands, feeling the surging phoenix power, Wu-Er laughed maniacally. Ha ha, foolish Qin, I will use this power to completely conquer this planet next. Let it become the new home for our race. Qin, upon hearing Wu-Er's words, stood there dumbfounded. Wu-Er, what nonsense? Wake up already. Saying this, she aimed to punch her in a friendly manner. Qin believed that Wu-Er was temporarily enchanted by this power, just like herself. What she needed to do was awaken the real Wu-Er. Wu-Er was amused by her foolishness. She grabbed Qin's incoming fist and forcefully threw her away. Qin was violently thrown away, crashing through the wall and landing right in front of Garen and Professor X, who had just exited the car. The two were momentarily stunned, and Garen looked at Professor X and smiled. See, I told you she would come out to meet you herself. Professor X's mouth twitched, ignoring Garen, and quickly squatted down to help Qin up from the ground. Qin, are you okay? Seeing Qin covered in bruises, Professor X was heartbroken. Quick help, War. This was the last thing Qin said before falling unconscious. Karen shook her head upon hearing this. This foolish child was still so naive even now. Meanwhile, Wooer had already led a large group of her kin to surround Karen, Professor X, and the unconscious Qin. Karen looked around and spoke calmly. Listen, while you are surrounded by me, surrender immediately. Ha ha. Karen's words instantly made Wooer's kin burst into laughter. What kind of hell joke is she making? Who knows, maybe she's just a fool who can't see the situation. Bang! Before that person could finish speaking, their head was blown up by Karen's fiery gaze. It exploded like a watermelon. A large group was stunned by this technique of Karen's. Say it again, you are surrounded by. Surrender immediately, or else. Death. The moment the word death fell, an unmatched shockwave erupted from Karen. It instantly blew away a large group of aliens, including Wooer, sending them crashing to the ground. This time, even Wooer was taken aback. She had not expected that apart from Qin, there was such a powerful existence on Earth. This was simply impossible. What exactly are you? Wooer spoke in a deep voice, her gaze fixed on Karen. Karen casually glanced at Wooer, who was on the brink of breaking apart, literally her voice calm. Instead of worrying about me, why not take care of yourself first? After hearing Karen's words, Wooer finally realized her precarious condition. At that moment, the soul-tearing pain returned. Wooer let out a painful roar. The bright red phoenix power suddenly surged from her body. In an instant, it engulfed several of her kin nearby. In the distance, Professor X, who had placed Qin safely, looked over here. Wooer's situation was so similar to that of Qin in the past. Bearing the pressure, Professor X approached Karen. Karen, you are the only one who can save the world now. While saying this, he looked warily at Wooer, who was about to lose control and explode. Karen responded indifferently. In this situation, it indeed had to be her to take action. Anyone else would essentially be sending themselves to the slaughter. She instantly teleported in front of the about-to-govulent Wooer and threw an uppercut. Boom! Wooer was instantly sent flying into outer space. Karen turned back to see Apocalypse arriving with a large group of Apocalypse Knights and X-Men. They'll leave this to you all. Apocalypse nodded seriously, rest assured. Then Karen shot up into the sky. In a fraction of a second, she caught up with Wooer again. Bang! A kick landed squarely on Wooer's abdomen. This kick sent Wooer flying to the edge of the solar system, just enough for her to stabilize herself. You? Puffed. Wooer stared at Karen, and before she could finish her sentence, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Miraculously, her body was rapidly self-repairing. Karen's unintentional attack actually further helped Wooer gain control over the phoenix power within her. Interesting. Karen had not expected such a situation to arise. Her intention was merely to send Wooer the ticking bomb further away, but instead it had helped her. In this situation, Karen couldn't help but marvel. Wooer truly deserved to be the destined big villain in this story. You deserve to die. Wooer glared at the indifferent Karen, speaking fiercely. Her plan had originally been flawlessly executed. Now an enormous twist had occurred with Karen's presence. It was no wonder she felt resentment. I don't know if I should die, but you will definitely die today. I told you even OAA won't help. Boom. At the moment Karen's voice fell, a massive, deep purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the universe. Karen looked in that direction and smacked her lips. What's wrong? Can't even brag a little. Karen noticed that the top beings of these two vast universes seemed to take her question quite seriously. Could it be that she had offended them? Karen's thoughts flew in disarray. Wooer facing her didn't care about all that. Although she was startled by the thunderbolt, just now she quickly regained her composure. In no time she launched an attack towards Karen. Die for me. The power of the phoenix transformed into a blazing fire phoenix, collapsing large swathes of void, and instantly arrived before Karen. Hey, come at me. Karen smiled lightly at this. With one palm forward, the conversion of material energy and the absorption of ultimate energy were initiated simultaneously. Boom. In the cosmic starry sky, the crimson fire phoenix slowly transformed into a light golden hue and was gradually absorbed into Karen's body. After absorbing this massive solar energy, Karen felt somewhat unsatisfied. She provocatively fixed her gaze on Wooer. What did you do? Wooer was completely bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Her powerful attack vanished just like that. Could it not adhere to any scientific reasoning? Come again. Karen did not respond and provocatively beckoned to Wooer. Provoked by her, Wooer, who was already half infected by the power of the phoenix, instantly became furious. With both hands pushed forward, two crimson fire phoenixes carrying the overwhelming force of ages charged towards Karen once more. Go die for me. Boom. This time Karen was too lazy to extend her hand. She allowed the two crimson fire phoenixes to collide with. Then she employed the same tactic again. The massive solar energy surged into her body once more. Unable to restrain herself, Karen let out a comfortable moan. To Wooer and the power of the phoenix, this sound was filled with mockery. I will kill you. The last shred of rationality in Wooer was completely devoured by the power of the phoenix. Next, the power of the phoenix unleashed its full force. Various annihilation energies all surged towards Karen. Karen stood motionless in the cosmic starry sky. She allowed the phoenix Wooer to attack at will. Her own power was rapidly increasing under this frenzied assault, until Karen felt that she had reached a current limit. She let out a burp. Raising her hand, she directly scattered the incoming phoenix energy. Thanks, it's time to send you on your final journey. Karen gazed at the completely deranged phoenix Wooer, smiling gently. In the next instant, Karen's figure appeared before the phoenix Wooer, her fist raised containing endless solar power. Boom. With one punch, the entire space along with the Phoenix Wu air vanished. The entire universe suffered severe damage from this strike. Oh no, I went too hard. Karen's eyelid twitched. She had tried her best to control it, but still exerted too much force. Boom. With a sound reminiscent of chaos beginning, the entire universe began to collapse randomly. Oh no, Karen was stunned in this situation. She had no way to remedy it temporarily. If you don't act now, when will you? Karen's gaze was distant, looking into the depths of the endless starry sky. But, after waiting for a while, the collapsing universe showed no signs of improvement. Oh no, really? Must you be? Karen was speechless. With things being like this, OAA still wouldn't intervene. Meanwhile on Earth, Apocalypse and the others had just dealt with all the aliens. Staring at the shattered sky, they stood there dumbfounded. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Quicksilver stared at the fractured sky, swallowing hard. What happened? The just awakened Jean looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, the people on Earth stared at the cracked sky, collectively sinking into deep despair. Apocalypse and Professor X stood side by side, gazing at the sky. Could it be that their battle caused this? Apocalypse inhaled sharply. Perhaps. Professor X rubbed his temples. He and Wolverine both knew that Karen and Phoenix Jean had fought before. But that battle hadn't reached the level of catastrophic destruction, had it? In the cosmic starry sky, seeing that OA truly had no intention of intervening, Karen stomped fiercely in the starry sky. In an instant, her form directly returned to Earth. Attention passengers of the wandering Earth, the train is about to depart. Please fasten your seatbelts. Karen's voice instantly echoed in the hearts of everyone on Earth. What? Who is speaking? In an instant, countless people fell into a state of confusion. Karen couldn't care less about so much. Her figure instantly enlarged countless times, her biological stance activated, grasping the Earth in her hand. Karen then turned to glance at the nearby trembling sun. "Sai is the sun god, I will not abandon you." With a casual wave, the sun from the X-Men universe was directly placed into Karen's pocket universe. In the next moment, with a thought, Karen completely vanished from this universe. The entire universe in the next moment. So where did Karen go? Of course, back to the Marvel universe. She fixed her gaze on the Earth that looked exactly like the one in. Suddenly, Karen had an idea. Maintaining the biological stance that protected the Earth of the X-Men universe, her other hand reached directly for the Earth of the Marvel universe. Then she forcefully pressed them together. Merge Earth. Boom. In the next moment, the two Earths in Karen's hands instantly fused into one. The area directly doubled. The population also increased by the same factor. Seeing this, Karen nodded in satisfaction. Then, using her unreasonable vast psychic power, she provided a psychological counseling session for all the people of the world, allowing them to naturally accept this change. Of course, excluding the familiar group of people. She wanted to see their bewildered and helpless expressions. Welcome to the new world, have fun, everyone. This was the last thought heard by everyone in the X-Men universe. Then they inexplicably calmed down. In their consciousness, the sky had merely darkened for a moment, nothing major. As for the voice in their hearts, they all took it as a prank. They then continued with their own business. While ordinary people remained indifferent, those familiar to Karen felt their mental state nearing a breaking point. Nick Fury immediately contacted Karen. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off." Karen stopped pretending. "What on earth is happening?" "Haha, yes, it's exact," Karen said and hung up directly. Soon after, she saw her nephew appearing before her through a portal. "Aunt Karen, what is going on?" Tony was in the middle of learning magic from Ancient One when suddenly the world changed. This left him momentarily in disbelief. After asking Ancient One, she could only smile helplessly, indicating that she had no control over it. Well, it's like this, then that, and finally like this. After all, being a nephew, Karen felt it was necessary to explain a bit to prepare him mentally. "What? You mean you blew up someone's universe? And then you just moved their Earth over?" Tony's eyes widened as he repeatedly rubbed his ears, questioning whether he was hearing things. "Go away, why shout so loudly? It's not playing, it was an accident, you know," Karen said, then gave Tony a kick. Then with a wave of her hand, she sent him back to Stark Tower. She thought that with such a significant event happening, Tony would definitely not be able to concentrate on learning magic. However, judging by how skillfully he opened the portal just now, he should have been doing quite well in that magic. On the other side, Tony, thrown back to Stark Tower, still had a bewildered expression. He always knew that his aunt was quite powerful, but he never expected her to be so extraordinary. She actually blew up someone's. My heavens, what kind of immense energy would it take to achieve that? Tony, this is not good. This world seems to have changed a bit. Pepper rushed over, pointing at a newspaper headline about the mutants officially establishing their nation of Krakoa, her face filled with disbelief. Her only thought at that moment was to hope this was just someone's joke. Otherwise, this situation was too horrifying. Mutants, those legendary beings, how could they appear in reality? Moreover, not just one or two, but an entire nation. This was simply too unscientific. Tony grabbed the newspaper, seriously focusing on the report. His brows knitted tightly. Were all these people brought back by Aunt Karen? On the other side, Nick Fury was also troubled. Initially, he believed he had the world situation firmly under control, yet it suddenly slipped out of his grasp and was inexplicably hurtling towards an unknown direction. This FUCK, boom. In the end, Nick Fury couldn't help but curse. Immediately following was a strike of lightning. This scene startled the others in S-H-I-E-L-D. How could the director be punished by heaven? Surely he wasn't secretly embezzling again. How terrifying. Cough. Nick Fury coughed out a mouthful of black smoke and fell backward. Fortunately, Hawkeye was keeping an eye on him and kicked a chair towards him. He accurately caught the falling Nick Fury. Natasha glanced at Nick Fury, who was darker than before, and couldn't help but laugh. As for the external changes, she thought it was nothing major. After all, if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. In summary, Natasha didn't think there was anything she needed to do. As long as she did her job, well, everything would be fine. What was her job again? An agent? Oh right, an agent. As Natasha thought of this, an ominous feeling hit her, and she prepared to slip away quietly. Agent Romanoff, there is a daunting task I need to assign to you. Turning around, Natasha directly met Nick Fury's single eye. Already predicting something, Natasha decisively shook her head. Boss, this task is not suitable for me. I have more daunting tasks at Stark Enterprises. Saying this, Natasha prepared. No, this task can only be done by you. At all costs, find out the details of Krakoa. Nick Fury nearly roared. Yes, since Nick Fury had already given the order, Natasha could only reluctantly accept this daunting task. Seeing Natasha in a bind, Hawkeye not far away couldn't help but chuckle. Nick Fury's single eye gazed over. What are you laughing at? You will assist Natasha from the side. Director Eye, hurry up, set off immediately. Nick Fury waved his hand, giving Hawkeye no chance to speak. Just like that, the two of them left in a hurry. Just as the two were about to exit the control room, Nick Fury couldn't help but remind them. Safety first. Understood, X2. The two responded, then adjusted their mindset and set off quickly. Meanwhile, Captain America had once again arrived at Karen's estate. He had a heart full of questions and wanted to understand the situation through Karen. Karen, this world seems to have changed again. For Steve, who had just begun to adapt to the new world, this drastic change was quite challenging. Indeed, it was somewhat difficult for him. Karen looked at her old friend's troubled expression and then pointed a finger. With a wave of healing energy, Steve felt a significant improvement. Thank you, Steve sincerely expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Karen chatted with Steve for a while, noticing he had She then sent him out. Within Krakoa, Apocalypse, Professor X, and others were holding an emergency meeting to discuss how to navigate this new world. Actually, we really don't need to worry. As long as we manage Krakoa well like before, everything will be fine. Magneto slowly spoke, his voice having a calming effect on the slightly anxious crowd. Yes, even if the world changes, as long as our original intentions remain unchanged, Krakoa will surely endure. As Professor X spoke, his mental energy swept through Krakoa. After noticing that others did not exhibit any unusual reactions, he breathed a sigh of relief. As two heavyweight figures had already spoken, naturally others would not raise any objections. The overall tone for Krakoa had been firmly established to go with the flow. Asgard. Just as Karen merged the two Earths into one, Heimdall was the first to notice the change and reported it to Odin. Odin initially frowned in confusion, but then focused on the direction of Earth, finally speaking calmly. Ignore it, as long as the 9 realms remain stable, it's fine. Then Odin spoke with gravity. How is Thor handling things over there? Heimdall pondered for a moment before speaking. Most of the rebellion has been suppressed, with only a small faction still fierce. I believe it won't be long before Thor returns victorious. After hearing Heimdall's words, Odin let out a long sigh. Alas, I hope this child grows up quickly. Just as Karen entered the great hall, she twitched her mouth. A child nearing 3,000 years old. Old Odin, do you want to reconsider what you're saying? Karen fell silent. Oh, was this the kind of Versailles that belonged to the immortals? Upon seeing Karen, Odin immediately put away his sorrowful demeanor. He replaced it with a smile. Lady Karen, what brings you to the divine realm? Can I come if there's nothing to do? Karen sat down casually on a nearby chair. Of course you can come if there's nothing to do, but you are indeed a rare visitor. Odin said, giving a glance to his servant standing. The servant understood immediately and quickly went to prepare the most lavish feast to entertain Karen. Karen raised an eyebrow, taking everything in. I've heard that the 9 realms have not been very peaceful lately. Thor has nearly resolved the situation. Odin replied, still feeling that Thor had brought him some pride. Oh, is that so? I was originally prepared to send you a batch of helpers. Oh, are they the little ones referred to as mute? Odin immediately thought of the unusual humans that had suddenly appeared on Earth. Karen did not hide it and nodded naturally. With a wave of her hand, a portal opened. On the other side of the portal stood the high-ranking officials of Shurima. Apocalypse and others all turned their gazes towards them. Seeing Karen, the group finally relaxed their guard. Karen waved at them, signaling them to come over. Apocalypse and the others, though puzzled, still approached one by one. Karen, what do you need us for? Apocalypse asked while curiously surveying the surroundings. The others were in similar situations, though Odin was somewhat displeased that Karen casually brought humans over. Guests are guests. Being brought by Karen, he did not want to appear unfriendly. Greetings, I am Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms. Welcome to your arrival. Odin's voice was authoritative yet solemn, clearly intending to intimidate the mutants. However, he miscalculated. This group of high-ranking mutants were all nearly Omega-level beings. To them, Odin was just a stronger form of a biological entity. They surged forward, and while they might not be able to defeat Odin, they did not show it outwardly. After all, Karen clearly did not bring them over to cause trouble. Thus, everyone politely bowed to Odin. Odin was somewhat satisfied with their performance. Karen nodded in approval, upon she was indeed feeling whimsical, wanting them to meet each other. Karen, you've really thrown our world into chaos this time. Professor X chuckled wryly, unable to hold back his complaints. If only he knew that his universe had already been played. Don't worry about the details. I just thought of bringing you to see the world. You could have shown us the world without dragging our Earth along. Apocalypse's tone had a hint of peculiarity. After such a long time of interaction, he had gotten to know Karen somewhat. This guy never had a serious moment, always either looking for fun or on the way to find fun. This time he had really led them all. Ha, don't worry about these details, Karen said, directly looking at Odin. Odin, being a clever old fox, naturally, for our far-traveling guests, Asgard has prepared the most lavish feast for you. Would you care to enjoy it first? Odin personally invited them, and the mutants naturally had to give face. Thus everyone quickly moved to the banquet hall. Here the mutants truly witnessed the fierce spirit of Asgard. After 3 cups of wine, they were all brothers. A few women, including Quinn Storm and Lindy, were well taken care of by the amiable Queen Frigga. Soon they found a common topic with the kind-hearted queen. Just as the hosts and guests were enjoying themselves, Thor barged in with a woman rushing directly to Frigga. Mother, please save Jane. Frigga, though somewhat displeased by Thor's boisterous behavior, still patiently checked Jane. Others also curiously gathered around at this moment. Karen was right at the forefront, eager to watch. Jane was also visiting the divine realm for the first time, and couldn't help but curiously survey the mutants surrounding her. As she surveyed, Jane's expression suddenly became strange. Why were the other divine realm people so modern, while Thor was always dressed in that medieval armor? Suddenly Jane's gaze fell on Karen, who was smiling and observing her. I recognize you, you are the legendary Superman. With a burst of excitement, Jane broke free from Thor's embrace. The red energy instantly sent everyone present. In the arena, only Jane and Karen remained. Karen glanced at the suddenly cleared surroundings, and then looked at Jane. Jane, this power is not meant to be used like this. At this moment Jane also realized and immediately sent an apologetic glance to the others. The mutants and divine realm beings kept their distance from her cautiously. At this point Thor had already helped Frigga back to Jane's side. Frigga smiled gently at Jane, and then turned her gaze to Karen. Sun God, I'm somewhat confused about Jane's condition. What do you think? Her body is filled with ether particles, before long she will die. Odin's voice rang out at this time, as he slowly approached Jane, casting a glance at the disappointing Thor. He had not even cut ties with this earth woman. What are ether particles? Thor stared at Odin, his voice filled with urgency. Odin glanced around, signaling Karen, Frigga, Thor, and Jane to follow him. You all continue, we'll be back shortly. Karen glanced at Apocalypse and Professor X, both nodded in response. The 5 of them quickly entered the great hall dedicated to healing in Asgard. Odin directly dismissed the others, and looked at Jane and Thor again, slowly beginning to speak. Ether particles are a substance that has existed since the birth of the universe. The Dark Elves used it to cruelly dominate the entire universe for a long time. It was your grandfather Bor who led a large number of his kin in rebellion, which eventually toppled the Dark Elves' rule. But even as strong as your grandfather was, he could not destroy the ether particles at that time. Hence they could only be sealed away. Odin let out a deep sigh after finishing his explanation, his gaze complex as it fixed on Jane. Since the ether particles have reappeared, it won't be long before the Dark Elves return. Father, let's put aside the matter of the Dark Elves for now. Is there any way you can save Jane? She's becoming weaker by the minute and I'm afraid. Thor was completely unconcerned about the Dark Elves, his only focus was on Jane's condition. Odin listened to Thor's words, nearly stabbing him with Gungnir in frustration. This son of his seemed to be a lost cause. He then raised a hand, slightly channeling divine power to scan Jane's body. He then shook his head slightly. I am unable to extract the ether particles from her body. We can only wait for her to naturally fade away before the ether particles can appear again. Odin's words terrified Jane half to death. She was still so young, oh how could she be facing death? Without hesitation she pushed Thor aside and hurried to Karen. Superwoman, you must have a way, right? Karen felt uncomfortable under Jane's intense gaze, awkwardly glancing at Odin. Did she really have a way? Odin had just said he was unable to help, so how could she solve it herself? Wouldn't that be too much of a slap in Odin's face? In their 2 meetings Odin had always been polite to her, and even gifted her something. It would be best not to ruin that face. I should probably almost maybe have a way. Hearing Karen's uncertain voice, Jane felt a wave of despair. To her, Karen's words meant she likely had no way. Indeed, if even the great Odin, the ruler of the 9 realms, could do nothing, how could she expect a superwoman from Earth to help? She felt so foolish. Without warning, Jane collapsed backward and fainted. Thor reacted quickly and caught her, then turned his gaze toward Karen. Sun God, I know you're more capable than my father is. Surely you can save Jane. Karen felt uncomfortable hearing this. It seemed Thor, the clever one, was trying to provoke her. She looked at Odin, who remained silent, merely sighing and nodding slightly. In an instant Karen understood. I can save her, but it will take a bit of time. That's great. Thor exclaimed in joy. He knew, having decided to take action, there was no room for hesitation. Karen immediately instructed Thor to lay Jane down properly while she prepared to act. Boom! Just then a loud explosion echoed from outside. Following that, the sound of guards reporting could be heard. God King, the Dark Elves have breached Asgard and are slaughtering our civilians. The guests you invited have already gone to... Upon hearing this, Odin thought to himself as expected. Thor, enraged by the Dark Elves' return, charged out with his hammer. Odin glanced at Frigga before hastily leaving. Frigga seemed to have already come to terms with her impending fate as she looked at Karen and spoke calmly. Sun God, let's begin. All right. Karen acknowledged, not wasting any more words. One hand reached out violently, absorbing the ether particles within Jane. Jane jolted awake in pain, only to quickly faint again. Karen extended her other hand, sending a gentle green healing energy into Jane's body to repair her damaged form caused by the violent extraction. Thus Jane oscillated between pain and comfort. Remembering the earlier lesson of destroying the universe, Karen acted with extra gentleness this time. Fearing that even a slight mistake could lead to Jane's demise, she wondered if Thor would seek revenge on her. Outside, under the leadership of Apocalypse and Professor X, the mutants had become the main force against the Dark Elves. Each mutant showcased their unique abilities. Flying, teleporting, and controlling objects, their powers were diverse. Especially Storm, who truly embodied the incarnation of nature's deity. Thunder, lightning, hurricanes, and turbulent clouds became deadly weapons under her control. In contrast, the Asgardians wielding spears and shields appeared more like mortals. The mutants, however, had become This scene directly shattered the Asgardians' lofty perceptions. Hey buddy, don't just stand there. Logan patted the shoulder of a godly warrior he had just saved from a drinking contest. But as he turned around, Logan was pierced by several dark elf weapons. No, the godly warrior cried out in grief. But, in the next moment, Logan stood upright again and effortlessly dealt with the dark elves who had ambushed him. Hey buddy, calm down, this little injury won't kill me, Wolverine said, brandishing his claws and wreaking havoc. The godly warrior was utterly dumbfounded. He had several large holes in his body and was told it was a minor injury. For a moment, he held his weapon, unsure of where to strike next. This scene was merely a microcosm of the entire battlefield. On this day, Asgard's ideals were destined to be overturned. In the battlefield outside the Celestial Palace, fierce fighting raged on, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Meanwhile, within the palace, a large group of invaders had also broken in. At the forefront were the Dark Elves' elite, the Cursed Warriors. In front of the Cursed Warriors, the palace guards were simply no match. Thus, the Cursed Warriors pushed through effortlessly and soon sensed their target, Karen, Frigga, and Jane's location. Without hesitation, the Cursed Warrior burst through the door. Karen merely glanced at him before returning her focus to her task. Frigga, standing beside her, drew her sword and engaged the Cursed Warrior in combat. At this moment, the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, also arrived. Glancing at Frigga, who was fighting the Cursed Warrior, he then turned his eyes to Karen and Jane. Observing the ether particles that had already been partially extracted, Malekith was taken aback. Previously, he had never thought others could harness the power of the ether particles, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. What? Who is speaking? In an instant, countless people fell into a state of confusion. Karen couldn't care. Haha, sorry, but you're not worthy, Karen replied, having completed her final task, extracting all the ether particles from Jane's body. You're seeking death. Malekith narrowed his eyes dangerously and struck out his weapon, aimed directly at Karen. With one hand gripping the ether particles, Karen extended a delicate finger forward. Bang! Malekith's weapon shattered into pieces the instant it made contact with her fingers, scattering across the ground. Malekith was left dumbfounded. To shatter his indestructible weapon with bare hands. Was this still human? Swallowing hard, Malachi quickly distanced himself from Karen, glancing at the Cursed Warrior who had already subdued Phrygia. A wicked smile flashed across Malekith's face. If you don't want her to die, you'd better obediently hand over the ether particles. Karen scoffed and shook his head. Her life or death has nothing to do with me. Malachi was momentarily taken aback by Karen's words. This guy was not playing by the rules. How should he resolve this? No, I beg you to give it to him. At that moment, a rotund Thor suddenly barged in, earnestly staring at Karen. Karen, I beg you, give him the ether particles. Saying this, Thor attempted to kneel directly. Fortunately, a raccoon who had come in with him pulled him back, just in time. Hey buddy, pull yourself together, the master is easy to talk to, you want. Suddenly realizing something, the little raccoon covered its mouth tightly, with wide eyes fixed on Karen as if praying she hadn't heard his words. Oh, Karen let out a meaningful sound, instantly understanding the background of the two. Here, without hesitation, Karen directly threw out the ether particles. Malachi caught them in a flash, sensing the peculiar atmosphere around him. He did not want to complicate matters. He signaled the Cursed Warrior to release Phrygia. The two turned and fled. Released, Phrygia stared at Thor in a daze. How could her son have gotten so fat in such a short time? Then it seemed she understood something. Sun god. Karen nodded at Phrygia. After confirming with a glance, they shared a mutual suspicion. Phrygia pondered briefly before pretending not to see Thor and the little raccoon directly walking out. So tell me what's going on with you two. A faint smile lingered on Karen's lips as he slowly approached Thor and the little. We are here for the reality stone. Before the little raccoon could speak, Thor cut in. Alright, wait here. Without further ado, Karen vanished in an instant, reappearing with the ether particles back in her hand. Here, hurry up. She directly handed the item to the little raccoon. In the process, Karen couldn't help but gently ruffle the little one's head. Rocket made no move of resistance. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude, he pulled Thor away for teleportation. Karen silently counted down in her heart. 3, 2, 1. Steve's figure suddenly appeared. Hi Karen, good to see you again. Steve greeted with a smile before tossing the ether particles. Karen casually flicked her hand, sending the ether particles to their rightful place. On the other side, Malachi stared at the ether particles that had suddenly vanished and then reappeared in his hand, doubting whether he had just imagined it. Alright, hurry up and return the other stones. Karen, looking at Steve, who seemed ready to discuss something, waved her hand directly. Steve vanished without a trace. At that moment, Jane had already awoken. Phrygia also walked back in. Has the future Thor left? He has left. Karen nodded and stepped outside. Jane approached Phrygia, curiously inquiring about what had happened while she was unconscious. Phrygia had nothing to hide and briefly recounted the events. Jane's eyes widened. It turned out she wasn't dreaming. It was indeed Karen who had put her through such torment. The feeling was so painful that recalling it now made her shiver. Outside, after obtaining the ether particles, Malachis ordered the Dark Elves to retreat. Their next destination was the connection point of the Nine Realms Earth. There he would realize his grand plan to overturn the universe. With the Dark Elves' retreat, this war could be considered a victory for Asgard. Where are the ether particles? It's all my fault. The ether particles were taken by Malachis. Phrygia immediately stepped forward to take responsibility. Odin with his one eye looked at Phrygia, a hint of relief hidden deep within, not a trace of blame. If Odin didn't blame Phrygia, naturally others wouldn't say much either. However, this matter still needed to be resolved promptly. Otherwise, if the Dark Elves succeeded, the Nine Realms would be plunged into endless chaos and darkness. Thor proactively volunteered, vowing to retrieve the ether particles. Odin nodded and ordered him to take Loki along, treating it as a way to atone for his sins. Immediately, a large group gathered together, preparing to return to Earth. Hello, God of Time. Seeing Loki again, Karen smiled mysteriously and greeted him. Loki's expression changed instantly as he looked at Karen seriously. Thank you. Others, including Odin, were puzzled about what the two were implying. Karen looked deep into Loki's eyes, recognizing the profound green hue, understanding his meaning. Slowly she nodded. With a wave of her hand, a portal to Earth opened. Thor, Loki, and Jane entered in turn, followed by a host of mutants streaming in. After everyone left, Queen Phrygia approached Odin and glanced at the spot where everyone had disappeared. Do you think that kid Loki won't have anything to do with this, son? Don't talk nonsense. Before Phrygia could finish, Odin interrupted her directly. Then his expression softened, and he began to explain. Things might be more complicated than we think. I hope this isn't bad. Odin sighed softly as he spoke. Turning, he led Phrygia into the great hall, once again entering Odin's slumber. On Earth, Thor immediately informed the Avengers of the situation. The other Avengers quickly gathered together. Of course, the mutants chose not to return to Shuri's realm, but stayed behind, gathering a group of helpers ready to fight alongside the Avengers. Tony looked at his aunt among the crowd of mutants and felt like complaining. He knew that these people were mostly related to his aunt. To his surprise, this was confirmed very quickly. Hey nephew, come over here, let me introduce you to these folks. Tony was speechless, glancing at the other Avengers as his armor accelerated and landed among the mutants. The mutants curiously surveyed the flamboyant red armor. This is Apocalypse, one of the leaders of Shuri. He is a sage who has lived for 3,000 years. This bald guy is Professor X. Your thoughts have probably already been read by him. Hearing Karen's words, Tony instantly took a step back, creating distance from Professor X. From the data he had collected over time, he was aware that mutants possessed such abilities. His armor for now did not have the capability to resist such powers. Don't worry, Mr. Stark, I won't read anyone's thoughts without permission. Humph. Tony was speechless. It was one thing for Professor X not to explain, but this explanation. Tony was 100% certain that his mind had been read. Next, Karen introduced Tony to a group of other mutants. The others, aware of Tony and Karen's relationship, showed him. Through this brief interaction, Tony also discovered that this group of mutants seemed to be quite decent, just as described. At that moment, Steve approached with other Avengers. Natasha and Hawkeye had already gathered plenty of intelligence from Tony's recent interactions with the mutants and quietly sent it to Nick Fury. Steve stood in front of Karen, glanced at the other mutants, and asked softly, the location of Malekith has been confirmed by Dr. Eric. Are we heading out now? You all go ahead. Karen waved her hand, casually indicating that she didn't need to intervene for just Malekith. Aren't you coming? Tony asked in confusion, feeling that having this Anne around might make things more reliable. And not after Karen finished speaking, she vanished. The Avengers and the mutants exchanged looks of surprise. Cough, let's hurry up and set off. Professor X cleared his throat to remind everyone. Only then did they snap back to reality, and the two groups set off together in grand fashion. Inside Karen's mansion, she had prepared popcorn and was eagerly waiting to watch the show. She didn't believe that so many people wouldn't be able to take down Malekith. However, she was quite curious about what the process would be like. Meanwhile, everyone had rapidly arrived at the nexus of the Nine Realms through Dr. Eric's location. Magneto and Apocalypse launched their attacks. The power of magnetism and sand manipulation was unleashed to its fullest, constructing a massive barrier over nearly 10,000 kilometers. The meaning was clear: this place was to become a battlefield, and the Dark Elves would not be able to escape from here. The Avengers, witnessing such a grand setup for the first time, collectively swallowed hard. My God, the energy output they just unleashed is no less than the Hulk's. Banner exclaimed in astonishment while holding him. Inside his armor, Tony furrowed his brows. No one knew what he was thinking. All right, it's time to go. Steve patted Banner beside him, tightened his grip on his shield, and charged towards the Dark Elves. The other Avengers followed suit. Roar. At the same time, the Hulk made his entrance, jumping into the fray and immediately tearing apart several Dark Elves. The charging mutants were completely intimidated by Hulk's wild combat style and dared not approach him, quickly finding their positions to deal with the Dark Elf minions. At this moment, due to the connection of the Nine Realms, large numbers of frost giants and fire giants began to surge out from the passage. The ice and fire beings became their absolute nemesis. If Karen were to describe it, she would use just 2 words: chaotic slaughter. Indeed, in front of the ice and fire beings, the frost giants and fire giants were utterly powerless. For others facing these two races, it was much more challenging. Even high-level beings like the Hedgehog Man and the Toad Man had sustained injuries. Fortunately, there were mutant medics in the team who promptly treated them. On Thor's side, he directly confronted Malekith. The others did not attempt to stop this 1v1 solo match. The mutants, having witnessed Thor's strength, still had considerable confidence in him. However, when Thor engaged, he was sent flying by Malekith, who was empowered by the ether particles in just one round. Coincidentally, Thor fell into a spatial rift and disappeared. This was indeed a bit awkward. On the battlefield, only his lonely hammer remained. Malekith looked at the crowd with a scornful smile, then planned to unleash the ether particles, attempting to plunge the entire world into darkness. Boom. At that moment, Storm took action. A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel instantly pierced through Malekith, leaving damn mortals. Malekith was thoroughly enraged, manipulating the ether particle energy to strike fiercely at Storm. Steve, who was nearby, immediately stepped forward to block with his shield. Bang! Both were knocked back by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground. Apocalypse, Magneto, Professor X, and Jean all took action together. Metal, Quicksand, and dual psychic forces attacked Malekith instantly. Malekith did not expect their attack method to be so bizarre, catching him off guard. His brain was nearly pulverized by the two psychic forces. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the ether particles erupted, protecting him. Thus, Malekith was severely injured from the combined attack of several people. Fortunately, the ether particles had the ability to alter reality, and his injuries quickly healed. This guy is a bit trouble. Logan found a good angle and lunged at Malekith, stabbing him in the kidneys with his claws. "Oh, mortals, you shall die." Malekith roared in pain. Dark red energy erupted from his body, sending Logan flying and leaving him severely injured. Logan! The nearby individuals shouted in concern. Upon seeing Logan's wounds healing, they finally breathed. The storm soared into the sky. Boom. Lightning and thunder surrounded her, making her appear like a true deity. In the next moment, the god of thunder's hammer moved. With a swoosh, it arrived in her hand. Karen, watching from a distance, couldn't help but applaud the hammer's performance. With the god of thunder's hammer enhanced, Storm's power instantly elevated to a new level. "Give me death." With a roar, the hammer, surrounded by relentless lightning, charged at Malekith. Boom. Malekith was struck by this blow, sent flying over 1,000 meters, and ultimately crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. At this moment, the god of thunder's hammer spun around, and for some unknown reason came to Steve's side. In that instant, Steve seemed to connect with the hammer's intent. He grasped the handle, swiftly flying above Malekith. Without hesitation, he summoned lightning to strike down. Then he threw his shield. Bang! Malekith, who had just gotten up, was knocked back once more. Boom! At this moment, the god of thunder's hammer returned, striking Malekith away again. Following that, Steve seized. He launched a series of hammer and shield attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Malekith was left defenseless against Steve's combo. "Well done." Storm cheered from a distance upon witnessing this scene. "Keep going." Steve knew that relying solely on his strength to wield the god of thunder's hammer to kill Malekith would still be too difficult. Boom. In the next moment, the entire world fell silent. Malachi's was completely crushed by this strike, leaving only etheric part. Boom. In the next moment, the entire world fell silent. Malachi's was completely crushed by this strike, leaving only etheric particles that continued to pulse in a rhythmic manner. In the distance, Karen watched another direction, where Thor was still on the subway heading back. She couldn't help but chuckle. In this round, she would gladly call the hammer of the thunder god the strongest. As for Thor, he had completely become an accessory that the hammer of the thunder god could do without. Loki observed the hammer being toyed with by the two. His expression was as complex as could be. With Malekith's demise, the Dark Elves lost their backbone. Subsequently, they were thoroughly defeated by the Avengers and a multitude of mutants. In the end, they were completely wiped out. What remained was the cleanup phase of the battlefield. The others were manageable, but the etheric particles posed a challenge for everyone. "How about sending it to Aunt Karen?" Tony suggested, popping up. The others exchanged glances. Everyone felt this approach was feasible. "No, I already have a better place for it." Thor finally arrived at the battlefield, shouting loud. He quickly ran over and picked up the hammer of the thunder god. "My little darling, why didn't you respond to my call just now? I had to run such a long distance to find you." Thor gently caressed the hammer, making everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. "Ahem, Thor, how do you plan to deal with the etheric particles?" Steve lightly cleared his throat, bringing Thor's thoughts back. "It's simple. I'm planning to send it out of the 9 realms to an ancient existence. Don't worry, it will be absolutely safe," Thor said, patting his chest. Although everyone felt that this method might not be but there was no other choice. The etheric particles were considered relics of Asgard, and given their danger, it was better to send them far away. Everyone thought about it, and had no further objections. Thus this matter was settled. The Avengers and the mutants each dispersed, returning to their own homes. After Thor settled the etheric particles his way, he quickly returned to Earth and began a shameless life with Jane. Odin, on the other hand, could only helplessly delegate most of the affairs of the divine realm to his younger son Loki. After some thought, Loki accepted this burden. "I say, old Odin, why not just pass the throne to Loki?" "Thor, it's not that I don't have faith in him. I reckon no one who knows him has faith in him." Karen leisurely cracked some sunflower seeds while chatting with Odin. "Sigh." Odin did not respond, only letting out a deep sigh. Freya on the side found herself increasingly fond of Karen. Until Karen made her feel a bit uneasy, she got up and left. "Hey, don't." Freya wanted to keep Karen for a bit longer, as she had already called Loki on his way. As soon as Karen returned to the manor, she encountered a boiled egg. Oh no, it was Nick Fury. "What's up?" Karen walked over to the recliner and casually lay down. Nick Fury glared at Karen. "The group of people you suddenly brought over is a bit too hard to control. If things go wrong, it could lead to chaos in the world." Karen didn't care about Nick Fury's alarmist warnings, speaking lightly. 5 seconds, if you don't get to the point, just roll out." Nick Fury stared at Karen for 2.5 seconds then sighed. Those guys have all sorts of abilities. Do you have any effective means to limit them? Reluctantly, Nick Fury had to reveal his true purpose. Means to limit them. Karen shook her head. Not needed. They have good management and won't cause too much trouble for humanity. You should know this better than I do. Nick Fury nodded. However, they are mutants after all. Can they really be relied upon? Don't worry, stop being paranoid. Just manage your broken ass. H-I-E-L-D. Well, Karen didn't want to waste more time with him waving her hand to send him out of her manor. Nick Fury stood outside the gate, letting out a long sigh. He turned to leave. He actually had the idea of recruiting a batch of mutants through Karen for his own use. But before he could say anything, he was kicked out. It seemed he could only wait until later. Just as Karen sent Nick Fury away and was about to relax and bask in the sun, a portal suddenly opened right in front of her. Karen was helpless. The Ancient One had actually come to her door. It must be the sun god Dormammu is here. Huh. Karen remembered that Dormammu coming to find trouble was something that would happen. Why is it so advanced? What's going on? The Ancient One spread her hands helplessly. You can only blame yourself for expanding the earth by twice. Now the temptation of the earth to Dormammu has also increased by double. Karen really hadn't thought of this. It seemed this time it was indeed her fault. But she was truly too lazy to move. Fighting was out of the question. She could only lie here and sunbathe. Looking at the Ancient One's calm face, Karen suddenly had one hand raised, drawing a golden thread from her body. The other end connected directly to the Ancient One, then the entire thread vanished. Alright, now you can be considered my half-spokesperson. You know what to do next, right? Karen casually waved her hand, signaling the Ancient One to leave quickly and not block her sight. The Ancient One nodded with a faint smile, then directly opened a portal and departed. After a while, Karen felt a surge of solar power within herself. Clearly the Ancient One had already engaged Dormammu in battle. She waved her hand, and a golden mirror appeared. The scene depicted was the Ancient One battling Dormammu. It could be said that the Ancient One was quite proficient in dealing with Dormammu. The golden and black energies swirled. In the space of another dimension, she forced Dormammu back repeatedly. Compared to ordinary mortals, fighting the battle between these two beings appeared less flashy. It was more about the clash of energies. Whoever had the higher quality of energy could suppress the other. With Karen's support, the Ancient One didn't even need to use the Eye of Agamotto during her battle with Dormammu. Karen watched their turn-based combat for a while, feeling quite bored. Eventually, she found herself falling asleep. At the last moment, Karen still didn't forget to lend the Ancient One a hand. A wisp of phoenix power flowed from her fingertips, quietly enhancing that golden thread. On the other side, the Ancient One felt the sudden surge of destructive solar energy and smiled faintly. Then she placed one hand behind her back. With one palm pushed forward, a sun appeared in her hand, directly crushing towards Dormammu. Ancient One, you damned scoundrel, whose power did you steal this time? Dormammu felt the unreasonable pressure of energy and became furious. The Ancient One did not respond to his intentions. Her voice remained calm. Withdraw, that existence will not allow you to invade her. As she spoke, the sun in her hand collided with Dormammu's vast form. Boom. The entire alternate dimensional space was nearly shattered by this strike. One could say that while the Ancient One pretended to advise him to retreat, she would not hesitate to eliminate Dormammu if Dormammu was severely injured by this attack. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated, enveloped in the darkness of space. However, in his retreat, he subtly left behind a few strands of his power which slipped through the cracks and entered Earth. Dormammu was severely injured by this attack. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated, enveloped in the darkness of space. However, in his retreat, at the Karen Manor. Karen had a wonderfully comfortable sleep. However, the next thing that troubled her arrived. It was Apocalypse and Professor X showing up at her door. Both were aware of Karen's personality and got straight to the point. They asked her whether she would execute the strategy they had previously devised for this world and its nations. What strategy? Karen was momentarily caught off guard, unsure which one they were referring to. To send the Apocalypse Knights and the X-Men to assist in managing national security. Oh, that one. Karen lowered her head in thought, doubting that several major countries, including the U.S., would agree to such actions from Shurima. How about this? Make it voluntary. I estimate that those major powers may resist your actions, but some smaller nations should welcome it, like the Korean nation. Karen hinted at the solution. Both Apocalypse and Professor X were clever enough to understand her meaning immediately. All right. They did not hesitate and turned to leave. Karen stood up and stretched lazily. A delightful sound escaped her lips. To prevent anyone from bothering her again, she decided to teleport back to the second-floor building in the DC world. Aunt Karen. Just as she returned, Clark came knocking at her door. What's the matter? Karen did not believe there was anything on Earth that Clark couldn't handle. By the way, where's Diana? Karen found it strange, as those two were usually inseparable. Why was she only seeing Clark today? I was just about to... Clark spoke, his gaze flickering slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, what happened to Diana? Karen thought they had just had a little... This matter was beyond her concern. Well, Diana is expecting. After hearing Clark's words, Karen frowned. Expecting what? Before Clark could finish, Karen's eyes widened. Expecting. She then grasped Clark's shoulder tightly, causing him a... Are you serious? Clark endured the pain and nodded earnestly. Yes, for safety, she has temporarily returned to... Then why aren't you going? Karen inquired. Aunt Karen, have you forgotten? Clark replied. Under your barrier, only Amazons can enter. Not even I can unless you lead me yourself. At this point, Clark's tone had a hint of complaint. He now had to wait a period of time between each visit to see Diana. Alright. Karen also realized this was not Clark's fault. Thinking of this, she grabbed Clark and instantly teleported to Paradise Island. At a glance, Karen saw Diana with a baby bump. At that moment, her feelings were quite complex. After traveling for so long, was she really about to become a grandmother? But she had just turned 20 this year. Who could understand her complicated feelings? Your Radiance, the Sun Goddess. Your Radiance, the Sun Goddess. Upon seeing Karen's arrival, the Amazonian warriors respectfully bowed. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. Karen quickly stepped forward to Diana. She cautiously touched her belly. Your Radiance, the Sun Goddess, there's no need to be so careful. I'm not immortal, Diana said as she took Karen's entire hand and placed it on her belly. In an instant, Karen felt the strong pulse. Good. Karen repeated the word 3 times, clearly showing that she was extremely happy at this moment. In the distance, Clark watched this scene with a gentle smile. Karen checked the little one's condition. After discovering that he was surprisingly healthy, she pulled Diana aside to sit down, turning seriously to stare at Clark. During this time, you should stay on Paradise Island. Clark nodded without hesitation. Being a hero was not as important as Diana and her unborn child. At this moment, Karen thought of something and instantly stood up and disappeared. Wait, I'm going to prepare a gift for the little one. When she reappeared, she was already at the location of Old Shazam. Your Radiance, the Sun Goddess, welcome your arrival. Old Shazam certainly recognized this powerful true god. Cut the small talk, my grandson is about to be born. Ooh, I need all the divine power from the gods. At this moment, Karen thought of something and instantly stood up and disappeared. Wait, I'm going to prepare a gift for the little one. When she reappeared, she came to ask for their divine power, which clearly showed she held them in high regard, yet this guy still brought up rules. Old Shazam, you should know my rules are the rules. As Karen spoke, the power of the sun slowly surged forth, as if it would tear apart the Great Hall at any moment. Stop, your Radiance, the Sun Goddess, don't be angry. Oh, I'll give it to you. Seeing this scene, Old Shazam no longer dared to mention any rules. With the person gone, what use were the rules? Bring it. Karen made her move. Old Shazam sighed helplessly and waved his robe. The power of the gods flew out entirely from the magic wand in his hand. Karen looked at the dozens of different divine powers and nodded in satisfaction. With a casual grab, she collected them all in her hands. Then Karen threw out a sun emblem. Your heir can seek me in times of difficulty. Old Shazam held the sun emblem with both hands, his voice filled with deep reverence. Thank you for the blessing, your Radiance. Karen waved her hand and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already back on Paradise Island. Come see what good thing I found. Karen spread out all the divine powers of the gods, placing them in front of Diana, Clark, and Hippolyta, in order. Several people were stunned in place. Under the sun god's crown, where did you obtain the power of the gods? Queen Hippolyta was naturally knowledgeable. This divine power was something she was incredibly familiar with. Diana was also taken aback. Moreover, there was a faint resonance within her body with this divine power. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Although Clark did not recognize this divine power, he sensed that its origin was undoubtedly extraordinary. I found it. Karen chuckled, waving her hand. All the divine power under her control orderly transformed into a long river flowing into Diana's abdomen. Heavens, the blessing of the gods! Hippolyta exclaimed excitedly, covering her mouth. She never expected her little grandson to possess such fortune. Once all the divine power disappeared, Karen raised her finger again, and a unique divine power of the sun surged forth. It directly flowed into Diana's abdomen, into the fetus. Diana instantly felt that the vitality of the child in her womb had increased more than doubled. After completing all this, Karen smiled with satisfaction and clapped her hands. Done. Thank you, Aunt Karen. Clark was the first to express his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the blessing. Diana quickly followed suit, and Hippolyta did the same. With a wave of her hand, Karen made them stand upright. Hey, aren't you being too formal? In the following time, Clark brought Jonathan and Martha to Paradise Island. The whole family awaited the birth of the baby with excitement. Meanwhile, outside, Shazam was defeated by the demon orb-wielding Seti, releasing the 7 deadly sins. Helpless Shazam had to use a tracking spell to find a boy named Billy Batson. He tricked him into becoming the next Shazam. With a shout of Shazam, the handover ceremony was officially completed. Billy transformed from a small boy into a muscular man in an instant. At this moment, Shazam carefully handed the sun emblem to Billy, earnestly reminding him, "Child, remember, this sun emblem will always be your strongest support. Never lose it, never." As he spoke, Shazam directly used the technique of leaving the shell and departed from this body. Hey! At this moment, Billy still looked bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. However, there was one thing he seemed to understand. He seemed to have gained extraordinary power. He could uphold justice like his idols Supergirl and Wonder Woman. Yes. After a brief moment of excitement, Billy faced a dilemma. Shazam only told him how to transform, but did not teach him how to revert. He couldn't just go home looking like this, could he? Looking at the sun emblem in his hand, Billy recalled Shazam's words, and suddenly had a good answer my call appear. Hear my prayer appear. Listen to my plea appear. In the end, Billy was in despair. Why didn't the guiding sprite he imagined appear to teach him? Billy sat on the ground in frustration, wondering how he was supposed to turn back. Not far away, Karen quietly watched this guy's performance and recorded it down. Karen could only say that this guy truly inherited the wisdom of the locked door. Clearly, he was quite a clever child when not transformed. After becoming Shazam, he directly leveled up to being somewhat foolish. This was simply terrifying. Thinking about this, Karen hurried back to Paradise Island to extract and discard the divine power belonging to Solomon from her grandson. She did not want her little grandson to act foolishly in the future. Once back at the Wizard's Hall, Billy, transformed into Shazam, had already left. Karen released her sensing ability and instantly locked onto Shazam's position again. This guy was now sneakily preparing to infiltrate a foster family. A series of comical actions made Karen laugh. Fortunately, Karen grabbed a bucket of popcorn and began to watch his performance. I must say this guy was indeed very funny. Every action seemed to convey to others that his intelligence was not very high. Thus, after a busy half-day, Billy, transformed into Shazam, barely managed to infiltrate the foster family. But soon he quietly exited with one of his foster brothers. Are you really Billy? Freddie, believe me, I really am. Karen rolled her eyes as she listened to their conversation. Billy actually recounted his experiences in detail, and his foster brother believed such a bizarre story just like that. Next, their actions were a sight to behold. To test Shazam's abilities, the two conducted various childish experiments. Soon they also discovered Shazam was indeed powerful like Superman and could unleash formidable thunder. So the two decided to use these powers for a performance. That's right, they were preparing for a performance, and they even planned to upload the performance video online, making Shazam an internet sensation. Karen watched and could no longer endure it. So she directly appeared in front of the two. Hey, listen kid, if you only plan to use your power like this, I wouldn't mind choosing a new heir for it. Although Karen was smiling, she was indeed serious. Rather than giving the power to someone who was just a source of laughter, it would be better to select a reliable heir again. For instance, Batman would actually be quite a good choice. Wow, Wonder Woman, my heavens. Faced with Karen's words, their first reaction was to be surprised by Karen's appearance. Karen gently waved her hand, and Shazam's power dissipated. Billy transformed back into a child. I'm back. Billy looked at his hands, his intelligence temporarily restored. Suddenly remembering the sun emblem, he quickly took it out and held it in his hand, then looked at Karen. Excuse me? Karen non-committally nodded. Awesome. Billy cheered excitedly. He never expected that the one who came was actually... Then he quickly calmed down, recalling Karen's earlier words. Billy immediately made a serious promise that he would never use this power for foolish things. He would definitely uphold the peace of the earth like them. In short, he made a lot of guarantees in one breath. Through her psychic ability, Karen naturally knew that he was sincere. With a soft sigh, she took Billy and directly vanished. When they reappeared, they were already at Paradise Island. Clark. With a call, Clark quickly came to Karen and Billy. "Ain't you called for me?" Clark first glanced at Billy in confusion, then turned to Karen. "Yes, this child has gained the power of Shazam. Train him for a while." "Shazam's power?" Clark asked, somewhat puzzled. "Well, to be precise, it is a collection of divine powers." At that moment, Diana, who was visibly pregnant, walked over. Billy looked at the pregnant Diana, his dreams shattered. Karen instantly understood his vile thoughts and slapped him. "Kid, stop thinking about nonsense." Billy covered his head, feeling a sting. Karen then began to explain to Clark. She was also explaining for Billy. The power of Shazam, as Diana said, is a kind of aggregation of divine powers. When this child calls out Shazam, he will instantly transform and gain the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, and the endurance of Atlas, the divine power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. After transforming, if he calls out Shazam again, he will revert to his original form. Clark listened with fascination, so he asked Billy to transform. Billy hesitated for no moment, and immediately, boom, a bolt of lightning struck. The reappeared Billy had transformed into a muscular man. To show off his might, he proudly puffed out his chest. Karen facepalmed. The wisdom of locking the door was indeed extraordinary. Transforming had made him foolish. Karen was somewhat reluctant to watch this guy, and waved at Clark. The power of enhancement activated. Clark immediately possessed the attribute of magic resistance, and his strength. Alright, go train this little guy well. If he really can't meet expectations, No, I promise I will meet your expectations. Please don't take my powers back. Billy nearly cried in front of Karen. His contrasting expression immediately made Diana laugh. Hearing Diana's laughter, Billy also started to grin foolishly. Karen waved her hand helplessly and instantly sent Shazam flying. She then looked at Clark. "Go test his limits, but don't kill him." Clark twitched his mouth at this. Was he really that kind of person? After nodding seriously, he quickly flew toward the direction where Shazam had disappeared. "Oh, son God, is this too much for a child?" Karen rolled her eyes at Diana's words. "Isn't it better than letting divine power waste on him?" Diana recalled that Shazam inherited part of her father's power and nodded. "That's true." Karen once again waved her hand at Diana. Her bloodline power was instantly enhanced countless times. She had now become a true goddess. No, she had surpassed those so-called Greek gods. Diana felt her transformation with disbelief. "Oh, son God, this. No need to overreact." Karen waved her hand dismissively. For her, who was about to enter a super cosmic level existence, enhancing a mere heavenly father level was quite easy. Moreover, with Diana's enhancement, the biggest beneficiary was still her grandson. Karen had only just remembered this matter. At the coastline of Paradise Island, when Clark arrived, he happened to see Shazam stuck straight into the ground. Clark was up. He hurriedly approached and pulled him out. "Hey, are you alright?" Clark patted Shazam's shoulder and asked gently. "I'm fine." Shazam rubbed the sand from his eyes and smiled like a fool. Clark looked at Shazam, who seemed oddly fooled. Clearly, just a moment ago, he looked like a clever child, but after transforming, it was hard for him to comment. He thought about Karen's instruction to train this little guy well. Clark became serious. Shazam, have you learned any basic combat skills before? Just call me Billy. Billy emphasized quietly, then shook his head. No, I see. Clark frowned, slightly puzzled as to why this power would choose such a child. However, he did not want to delve deeper. Alright, let's do this. First, let's familiarize you with your powers. By the way, it's the 6 divine powers bestowed upon you. Shazam nodded. How do we familiarize ourselves? Clark initially wanted to say to train slowly, but realized that might not, so he made a quick decision. Come on, it'll be your opponent. As he spoke, Clark had already distanced himself from Shazam, and no, how could I dare? Billy waved his hands repeatedly, jokingly. After all, this was Superman, one of the heroes who saved the world. How could he dare? Don't forget what my aunt said, Clark smiled, slightly reminding him. Billy thought of Karen's terrifying gaze. He then swallowed hard, looking somewhat dejected. Alright. Seeing this, Clark was not in a hurry. Come on, use all your strength. Billy complied and swung his fist at Clark. Bang! Clark effortlessly blocked the punch. Then, taking advantage of Billy's momentary daze, he kicked out, directly hitting his chest. Boom! Shazam turned into a cannonball, smashing into the ground again and creating a small sand pit. This kind of combat won't do. Clark floated in the air, his cape swaying in the breeze, speaking seriously. Billy, after all, was a young man and was stimulated by this. Moreover, with Karen's words lingering in his mind, he quickly got back up, gathering his courage to charge at Clark. The battle between the two officially began. The entire beach vibrated with their fighting. During this time, Clark continuously fed Shazam with techniques. The goal was to help him quickly familiarize himself with this body. Shazam was indeed worthy of inheriting the powers of many. His combat instincts were quickly awakened under Clark's pressure. Many techniques were mastered by him at an astonishing speed. The sounds of their battle quickly attracted the Amazonian female warriors. Quick look, it's a man. Oh my, another man. He is so strong. Are all the men outside like this? The women on Paradise Island were deeply captivated by the fighting figures of the two. When Billy noticed the strong attention of these beautiful ladies, it felt as if he was stimulated somehow. His fighting spirits, originally it would take a long time to encounter Clark, now he could do so within a few moves. After noticing the changes in Shazam, Clark pondered briefly and understood the reason. To accommodate the little guy's pride, Clark intentionally went easy on him, allowing him to land multiple hits. Shazam was greatly encouraged by this. As he fought harder, he began to employ Solomon's wisdom to refine his combat. He aimed to make every move and stance not only aesthetically pleasing, but also significantly lethal. Thus, the two continued their battle from noon until dusk. An increasing number of female warriors surrounded them, continuously cheering for the two powerful figures. In this atmosphere, Shazam momentarily lost himself. Fortunately, Clark was always able to land a heavy punch to wake this little guy up at such times. Let's call it a day. Karun's voice came softly. Upon hearing this, the two ceased their sparring. It was only then that Billy noticed his significant transformation. He then let out a soft Shazam and instantly reverted to his child form. A crowd of Amazonian warriors curiously watched this scene, whispering to one another. He shrank. How amazing. The gathering of young women immediately made Billy blush. Only now did he realize why there weren't any men around. Gurgle. At that moment, Billy's stomach began to grumble embarrassingly. Without the blessing of divine power, he was just an ordinary person. Having not eaten for so long, he naturally felt hungry. Billy's face turned a deep shade of red again. This scene amused the group of Amazonian warriors. Clark, take him down and arrange for food and accommodation. Karun's voice reached Clark from afar. Alright, Annie. Clark smiled and patted Billy's shoulder. Come on, let me take you to get something to eat. Billy nodded quietly and quickly. He felt that he had been utterly embarrassed just now. In the following days, Billy continued to stay on Paradise Island. The Amazonian warriors would train Billy whenever they had time, enhancing his physical strength without the transformation. His combat skills were also improving at an incredibly fast pace. Of course, most of the credit went to Clark's companion. Billy was very grateful for Clark's care, and the two often referred to each other as brothers. Big brother Clark, how did you and sister Diana come together? Mentioning this matter ignited Billy's curiosity like a blazing fire. Well. Clark gazed into the distance, reminiscing about the past as he began to narrate. This part is omitted for brevity. Little Billy, Aunt Karun said you should go back now. Diana walked over with a smile, observing the two figures, one large and one small. Sister Diana. Billy turned and called out. Clark quickly walked to Diana's side, supporting her. Billy, the sun god has said that your training is nearly complete. Now it's time to go back. Hearing Diana's words, Billy felt a twinge of reluctance. Everyone here had treated him well, and if given a choice, he truly wouldn't want to leave. But he also knew that this wasn't realistic. Alright, Sister Diana, Big Brother Clark, Billy said, turning to leap off. Shazam. With a flash of lightning, Billy skillfully used Shazam's abilities to swiftly fly into the distance. The barrier of Paradise Island automatically opened for him. After flying out of the barrier, Billy, in his Shazam form, looked back. The ocean behind him was already shrouded in a thick fog. Even with Shazam's eyesight, he couldn't see clearly. At that moment, Billy's phone rang. Upon seeing the number, he immediately answered. It dawned on him that his family must have been frantic during his disappearance over the past few days. Hello. Is this Billy Batson? Who are you? Upon answering the call, Billy's expression quickly turned serious. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you have taken something that does not belong to you. Your family is in my hands. You have 10 minutes to return. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether your family will see the sun tomorrow. The voice on the other end was chillingly cold. Billy had a feeling that the person on the other end was serious. No, 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 I'll be right back right away, Billy said immediately. He accelerated towards home with all his might. For him, although this home was temporary, everyone treated him well, and he cherished each one of them. He would never stand idly by and watch them get hurt. Boom. During his flight, sonic booms erupted continuously. In just 150 seconds, Billy arrived home. The moment he pushed the door open, Billy saw a man with one blue eye controlling several monsters surrounding his family. Who are you? Let my family go, Billy said, raising his hands and softly calling out Shazam, directly reverting from his transformation. Very good. Sadie was pleased to see that Billy was so accommodating. With a wave of his hand, the 7 deadly sins demons surrounded. Kid, you took something that doesn't belong to you. Hand it over, and I promise I will let you and your family go. Sadie said, his eyes sparkling with the eerie light of the demon orb. Billy was not foolish and certainly wouldn't believe him so easily. However, he could only resort to a delaying tactic for now. Billy agreed decisively. Great, let's go, Sadie said, directly opening a passage to the wizard's hall and leading the way. Billy was then compelled by the 7 deadly sins demons to follow. No, Billy, don't go. The one shouting this was Billy. As he spoke, the stepfather rushed forward, taking advantage of the demon's greed and knocking it aside to try to pull Billy away. He didn't know what Billy was going to give up, but he understood that if Billy went in, he might not come back. Although they hadn't known each other for long, as a father, he had the right to protect his child. Roar. This action immediately provoked the 7 deadly sins demons, which turned their attacks on Billy's stepfather. No, Shazam. Billy decided not to continue hiding any longer. With a loud roar, he transformed and instantly sent the 7 deadly sins flying. At the same time, he unleashed his full speed, punching each of them into the wizard's hall. Finally, Billy turned to take one last. Without hesitation, he stepped into the wizard's hall. No, Billy, don't go. Billy, don't go. Billy's family rushed forward, but when they opened the door, the passage to the wizard's hall had already vanished, leaving no trace of Billy. Meanwhile, after entering the wizard's hall, Billy resolutely struck first. Clark and the Amazonian warriors had taught him that in battle, one must always maintain absolute initiative. Billy performed excellently as well. The power of thunder instantaneously struck the sins of lust and gluttony, sending them crashing into the wall. Before Billy could even revel in his excitement, he was simultaneously hit by the greed, anger, and laziness that surged towards him. Among the 7 deadly sins, envy and pride chose to observe calmly, always ready to strike. Boom. Billy, transformed into Shazam, was simultaneously hit by 3 forces, making him struggle to withstand the impact as he was sent flying. He crashed into a cluster of stone pillars. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shazam endured the excruciating pain and quickly got back on his feet. With a roll, he narrowly avoided attacks from envy and pride. Utilizing his combat instincts, he immediately counterattacked. Bang! Bang! Pride and envy each received a punch from Shazam to their heads. Boom! Boom! Pride and envy, just like the previously struck gluttony and lust, crashed into the wall. Well done. Shazam couldn't help but cheer for himself. He was truly powerful. You little brat, don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. Seeing this scene, Sadie directly released 4 streams of dark energy from her blue eyes. The dark energies penetrated the bodies of lust, gluttony, pride, and envy. The half-dead creatures instantly sprang back to life. Roar. The 7 deadly sins surrounded Shazam again, encircling him. You are cheating. I want to report this, as someone is using hacks here. Shazam was in dismay. Through this, he realized that Sadie was the key to defeating the 7 deadly sins. With a quick turn of his eyes, he accelerated towards Sadie. But the 7 deadly sins were not to be taken lightly. They would not simply let him approach Sadie. The battle erupted once more. This time, Shazam unleashed all his firepower. Fighting 7 single-handedly, he did not fall behind. Sadie, witnessing this scene, felt anxious and thought of a plan. She decided to reopen the portal connecting to the outside world. Her intentions were clear. Outside, Billy's family, who were anxiously trying to find a solution, suddenly saw the portal open. Initially shocked, they were soon filled with joy. Billy! Is Billy back? Billy turned around at the sound of their calls, and then realized something was wrong. In the next moment, he was directly blasted out of the wizard's hall by the combined force of the 7 deadly sins. Billy! A cry of surprise erupted. But Shazam had no time to respond. He quickly got up and positioned himself at the portal's exit, not allowing any monster to rush out. Quick! Go! During this process, Shazam's entire battle suit was scorched black from the attacks, yet he reminded his family to hurry and escape. Although his family was worried about Billy, they also understood that their presence was only holding him back. Seeing his family leave, Shazam exerted himself once more. He braced against the attacks and re-entered the wizard's hall. Subsequently, Zeus' thunder surged forth, instantly destroying the portal. So you think it's easy to bully me because there are fewer of us? As he spoke, Shazam solemnly took out the sun emblem and hurled it forward forcefully. It's decided, you are the one. The sun emblem instantly transformed into a golden portal. Clark charged out first. Following him were the elite Amazon warriors, forming several squads. Little Shazam, we are here to help you, an Amazon warrior said without looking back. Thank you, Sister Abby, Sister Yuri. Shazam was quite sweet-toned. However, this kind of tone coming from a muscular man felt somewhat odd. The 7 deadly sins, witnessing that this guy actually had reinforcements, roared in anger. Kill! The battle inside the wizard's hall ignited once more. Clark directly beat down gluttony and anger, leaving them with no chance to fight back. The Amazon warriors engaged with lust, greed, laziness, and envy. Although they were not a match, they demonstrated coordinated formations. For a moment it was enough to hold them back. At this time Pride had already merged with Sadie. Shazam went straight for him. As the saying goes, the cycle of heaven is just. Having just been bullied so badly, he was now going to reclaim his honor. He accelerated to his fullest speed, appearing right in oil-consuming root. A rising dragon fist directly sent him flying. Adieu, root. Immediately thereafter, he soared high and delivered a slam dunk with both hands that sent Sadie crashing to the ground. I hit. A perfectly articulated Chinese phrase escaped Shazam's lips, complemented by the classic Bruce Lee kick. This kick directly separated Sadie from Pride. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shazam used his divine power to extract the demon gem embedded in Sadie's eye. The 7 deadly sins vanished and Sadie fainted. Well done. Clark approached Shazam and patted him on the shoulder. It's all thanks to you and the sisters' teachings. Shazam scratched his head in embarrassment. They'll head back first. Clark walked towards the portal smiling and waving it. The sisters are leaving too. Remember to come play when you have time. To be honest, the Amazon warriors were quite reluctant. Having come this far, they still had no chance to see the outside world. Whether or not they were like Clark and Shazam, men flying all over the sky, if they could bring back such a man to Paradise Island, how impressive would that be? They could boast about it to their girlfriends for an entire year. Goodbye, I will visit when I have time. Shazam waved at the retreat. Once everyone had entered the portal, it instantly transformed back into the sun emblem. Shazam hurriedly reached out to catch it. He gently wiped off the dust clinging to it and treasured it carefully. Afterward, Shazam handed Sadie over to the arriving Bruce and was invited to join the Justice League. From then on, the Justice League added another powerful member. After learning about Billy's situation, Bruce deliberately used his connections to help him find his mother. However, the meeting between the two was not very pleasant. However, Billy quickly came to terms with it. He now had such a united and loving foster family, and it seemed he was living much happier than he had imagined. Stepping out of his mother's apartment, Billy met the hopeful gazes of his family. He smiled and walked over. Let's go home. Yes. Billy, it's so great that you're not leaving. Freddie rushed over and gave Billy a big hug. Oh, by the way, Freddie, it seems your birthday is coming up soon. What kind of gift do you want, eh? Billy, now with a substantial salary from the Justice League, certainly wouldn't be stingy towards his half-siblings. Let me think. Freddie took Billy's words seriously and began to ponder. After a while, a light bulb lit up over his head. If possible, I want to meet Superman. He's super cool. Just like that. Just like that. As the sun set, the whole family departed in a joyful atmosphere. On the distant horizon, Karen stood side by side with Bruce Wayne. So you lost me a mansion? Well, this time I guessed wrong. Bruce Wayne accepted his defeat gracefully. He then quietly tucked a custody document into his pocket. Remember to write Jordan Kent as the name of the mansion. Jordan Kent. Bruce Wayne looked astonished. That's my grandson's name, Karen replied with a faint nod. Your grandson. When did Diana get pregnant? The news was kept so tightly under wraps. Bruce was truly shocked. The reason for Superman and Wonder Woman's disappearance was found. How, what's the big deal? It's just having a baby. Do we need to announce it to the whole world? With that, Karen turned and vanished. Bruce shook his head slightly at the spot where Karen had disappeared. It seems like it's the same situation with Arthur lately. It looks like the world is truly at peace and superheroes are all busy having kids. With that, Bruce drove away in his luxury sports car. Time passed quietly. Before long, it was time for Diana to give birth. Outside Diana's chambers on Paradise Island, Karen, Jonathan, and Martha, all eager to become grandparents, waited anxiously. Clark, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. Hey, you kid, your wife is having a baby, and you can't even show a little reaction. Karen lightly kicked Clark. Aunt Diana is a goddess, Clark started, but was immediately met with 2 fierce glares, causing him to fall. Martha grabbed Clark's ear. What's wrong with a goddess? Goddesses can still be in danger. It was clear that Martha was rare. Clark looked helplessly at his aunt, pleading for help with his eyes. Karen chose to ignore him. Wow, suddenly a loud cry echoed from within the hall. All 4 stopped their actions and looked expectantly towards the door. Soon the hall door opened. Diana emerged, beaming and cradling a small baby, followed joyfully by the midwives from Paradise Island. One of them spoke up to congratulate. Congratulations on the safe arrival of the little prince. The others quickly chimed in agreement. Karen raised her hand, and sunlight blessed them. Thank you for your hard work. You can go now. Thank you, your majesty, for the blessing. After they left, Martha was the first to approach. This little nose looks just like Clark did when he was young. These eyes are exactly like Diana's. Hippolyta, who had rushed over, chimed in with a smile. The whole family gathered around the little one to discuss. After a moment, Karen saw it was time and spoke up. All right, let's take him inside. We don't want him to catch a cold. Diana looked at Clark, and they shared a smile as they both took Jordan Kent back into the hall. Jordan's birth was a grand event for all of Paradise Island. The Amazonian celebration was just around the corner. Fortunately, Hippolyta decided to combine the 2 events for a joint celebration. After a short period of recovery, Diana, feeling restless, she and Clark decided to go out for a bit. They also invited other members of the Justice League to join them on Paradise Island for the Amazonian celebration. When they asked Karen for her opinion, she waved her hand dismissively. You can decide for yourselves. She was busy playing with her little grandson and had no time to worry about them. Clark and Diana exchanged a glance filled with helplessness. Since the baby was born, they as parents had hardly any time. They were mostly being taken care of by the grandparents. Oh, by the way, remember to remind Bruce about my mansion. Okay, Clark replied and took off from where he stood. After Diana glanced back at Jordan, she sped up to catch up with Clark. Watching the celestial couple depart, Karen felt a twinge of envy. Should I find myself a wife too? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she shook her head. Who would be worthy of her? Even after so long in this world, she had only been moved once by Flash, but Karen knew. That was merely her infatuation with his beauty. To truly find a partner, she needed someone whose soul resonated with hers. That would be the best. Moreover, strength must also match, otherwise it would be troublesome. Lost in her thoughts, Jordan's loud wail snapped Karen back to reality. Come give him to me quickly. Martha rushed over from a distance and took Jordan from Karen's hands. Karen hurriedly stepped to caring for a child truly relied on Martha. She and Hippolyta were entirely unreliable. In the outside world, Wonder Woman and Superman made a long-awaited appearance, joining forces to fight crime. This caused quite a stir. Previously, all the negative speculation about them was quickly dispelled. Upon learning this, Billy transformed and rushed out to welcome their return. Inside the Justice League headquarters, everyone gathered together, rare as it was. When they heard that Diana wanted to invite everyone to Paradise Island for the celebration, they all agreed without hesitation. The next day, the group, led by Clark and Diana, prepared to set off. Arthur even specially brought his wife Mara along. As everyone looked at the pregnant Mara, they couldn't help but tease Arthur a bit. Arthur too felt a rare embarrassment. As Billy threw the sun emblem into the air, a golden portal instantly opened. The members of the Justice League entered in. At this moment on Paradise Island, a festive atmosphere filled the air. Upon entering, everyone heard the cheers and applause of the female warriors. You all arrived just in time. Karen smiled gently at everyone and nodded slightly. The group responded in kind, and then under Diana's guidance, each found a spot to witness the event. Hippolyta stood on the high platform solemnly delivering the speech for the celebration. Soon a contest among the Amazonian. The members of the Justice League looked on at the formidable female warriors, their eyes lighting up. Billy even rushed to the front lines to cheer for his sisters. Others could see that little Billy was fitting in quite well here. On the contrary, the Flash turned into a little social phobic, wanting to watch, but not daring to. Haha, Barry, relax. Aquaman Arthur downed a drink and patted Barry on the shoulder. Bruce was quietly calculating the gap between these female warriors and ordinary people, concluding that the difference was quite significant. On the other side, Karen watched with great interest. After all, who wouldn't enjoy a sporting event filled with supermodels? Soon the entire celebration came to an end. Amidst the cheers, the birth of the all-around female warrior was witnessed. Even the members of the Justice League couldn't help but cheer for her. Indeed, she was exceptional. Next came the next segment, the celebration of the birth of Prince Jordan. After all, since its inception, Paradise Island had only seen queens and princesses. The birth of a prince held profound significance. The members of the Justice League, aware that this segment would occur, stepped forward to offer their blessings. Finally, with a collective blessing from Karen, the ceremony was perfectly concluded. After a brief visit to the realm of women, the Justice League returned once more to the human world. Everything returned to normal. Karen calculated the time. She had been in the DC world idly waiting for almost half a year, and it was time to embark on her next journey. With a thought, Karen completely vanished from the DC world. When she reappeared, she was already back at the estate in the Marvel Universe. Aunt Karen, you're finally back. The eager voice of Pepper Potts came from not far away. Clearly she had been waiting here for quite some time. What's wrong? Karen looked over in confusion. Pepper quickly walked a few steps closer to Karen. Aunt Karen, I finally waited for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Karen was speechless. How did this conversation turn into a song? What's the matter? Pepper quickly calmed her emotions and began to explain. Indeed, the only thing that could fluster Pepper was related to Tony. It turned out that after the last incident with the Dark Elves, Tony had locked himself in the laboratory. Half a year had already passed. Tony had developed one set of armor after another. When Pepper asked him, he casually replied that it was to prepare for any potential disasters. But Pepper wasn't foolish. It was clear that Tony was experiencing anxiety due to a series of events. She had tried to soothe him in her own way. However, her methods had all failed without exception. Until now, Tony still locked himself in the laboratory every day, continuously researching and updating his armor technology. With no other options, she had to seek help from Karen. But Karen had been missing for nearly half a year, making her completely unreachable. Pepper simply decided to work at Karen's estate, waiting for her return. Once Pepper finished her story, Karen understood. As expected, Tony was anxious. Anyone would be. After learning about the imminent threat of aliens, dimensional demons, and uncertain mutants, it was no surprise that he would feel. Moreover, with her extraordinary combat power disappearing from time to time, it would be strange if Tony didn't feel anxious. Let's check on Tony first. With a wave of her hand, Karen vanished along with Pepper. When they reappeared, they were already in Tony's laboratory. Bang! The two watched as Tony was knocked over by the anti-Tony armor due to a series of chaotic maneuvers. Crash. Get up, no need to be so courteous. Although Karen said this, she made no move to help him up. Pepper couldn't help but laugh at this scene and quickly squatted down to assist Tony. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Tony inquired about the purpose of their visit. Pepper said, you were anxious, so I came to check on you. As Karen spoke, she subtly sent out a wave of mental reassurance. Her expression then became somewhat strange. Goodness, Tony had quite a few concerns. The things weighing on his mind almost matched that of the Dark Egg. How about I talk to Nick Fury and suggest you become the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who would take that job? Not even a dog would want it. Tony immediately shook his head in refusal. Then why are you worrying so much? Are you just idle? Oh, Karen responded with a smile. With you as my unbeatable aunt around, how could I possibly? Tony remained stubborn. However, he could clearly feel it. After seeing his aunt, the tension he felt seemed to completely vanish. It was quite miraculous. As a result, Tony became more confident with each passing moment. Karen quietly watched him with a smile until Tony finished speaking. Then she clapped her hands and said, "All right." "What do you mean, all right?" Tony asked, confused. Pepper could clearly sense the difference in Tony at this moment and couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Indeed, there was nothing Aunt Karen couldn't handle. Ignoring Tony, Karen took one last glance at the various armors before. "Some scrap metal isn't going to give you enough sense of security." This was Karen's final remark. Once she disappeared, Tony couldn't help but retort, "They are my armor legion, not scrap metal." Right, armor legion." Pepper chimed in, almost like comforting a child. "Isn't that right? You understand me best." As Tony spoke, he leaned in for a kiss, feeling great at that moment. 1,000 words omitted here. The next day, after waking up, Tony felt completely refreshed. He couldn't help but practice a set of Wing Chun. Pepper happily watched him perform while preparing breakfast. "How was that? Wasn't it handsome?" After finishing, Tony raised an eyebrow at Pepper. "Handsome, now hurry and eat breakfast. We have a few important projects today that you must attend with me." During breakfast, Pepper tentatively spoke up. "No problem." Tony immediately responded with an okay gesture. Seeing this, Pepper secretly sighed in relief. As expected, Tony had already recovered. When they arrived at Stark Tower, they were greeted by Killian, who had been waiting there for them. "Mr. Stark, we meet again." Killian smiled somewhat wickedly and stepped forward to shake hands with Tony. No, sorry, who are you?" Tony directly avoided his outstretched hand, completely unable to recall who this person was. Upon hearing Tony's words, Killian's expression instantly turned cold. Fortunately, at this moment, Pepper stepped in to smooth things over, preventing the situation from becoming more awkward. Next, the three of them took their seats. Killian explained his purpose for coming. Meanwhile, Happy, standing not far from them, frowned as he stared at Killian, feeling he had some impression of this person, but not much. He quietly used his authority to look up information about Killian. Soon he widened his eyes in surprise. It was hard for him to connect the jovial Killian before him to the crippled man from the past who had sought cooperation with. This was simply unbelievable. Happy began to make subtle gestures to Tony, signaling him to come over. He had something. Tony understood his meaning and directly interrupted Killian's speech, walking slowly to Happy's side. Killian stared at Tony's back, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. "What's wrong, Happy?" Tony approached Happy and asked in a low voice. "Tony, look at this," Happy said, handing over the document. Tony took the document with indifference and began to flip through it, but the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. He also occasionally glanced at Killian, who was chatting animatedly with Pepper. "Are you sure they are really the same person?" Tony confirmed with Happy once again. Happy nodded seriously and whispered in Tony's ear, "You once stood him up, leaving him to freeze on the rooftop all night." Upon hearing this, Tony felt a wave of embarrassment. "I have a feeling that his appearance must have some problem." Happy reminded him seriously, a feeling that came from years of protecting Tony. "All right." Tony nodded seriously and turned to approach Killian. "Hey buddy, the speech ends here. Can you talk about this issue?" As Tony spoke, he handed over the document directly. Indeed, he intended to approach the matter straightforwardly, without any circumlocution. Killian glared unhappily at Tony, who interrupted his speech again, then glanced at the document in his hand. "I didn't expect you still remember me." "I am truly honored," Killian said with a sarcastic smile, slowly standing up. "I see Stark Enterprises has no intention of cooperating, so let's talk another day," Killian said, turning and walking out. Tony immediately gave Happy a look. Happy understood and followed him directly. "What are you two playing at?" Pepper walked over, looking at Tony with confusion. "Happy suspects that person has ulterior motives. I asked him to keep an eye on him," Tony said, not particularly concerned. "Happy, can you handle it?" Pepper looked skeptical. "Don't worry, he's a professional." Tony still had great confidence in Happy. On the other side, Happy followed Killian's license plate, noticing that their route was quite suspicious. Seeing this, Happy became more convinced that Killian must have something shady going on. Soon the vehicle stopped in a hidden alley. Killian was the first to get out of the car. His subordinates continued to drive away. Due to the angle, Happy couldn't see the vehicle that Killian switched to at all. He had no choice but to continue tracking Killian. After a series of twists and turns, the vehicle entered a small shopping mall. Killian's subordinate Savon got out of the car with a small box, and Happy immediately followed. After circling around the mall, Killian's subordinate Savon handed the box in his hand to a man and turned to leave. Happy seized the moment, stepped forward, and directly knocked the man down, seizing what was inside the box. "Hey brother, you took some..." Unexpectedly, Savon returned just in time to see this scene, and he happened to recognize Happy. Happy didn't want to waste words with him and threw a punch. However, he was easily caught by the other party and then flung away. Happy was thrown out, crashing through a display case before hitting the ground hard. Just as Happy was getting up, the man from earlier suddenly turned red all over, and then he transformed directly into a bomb, exploding on the spot. Boom! Happy was nearby, caught in the explosion's center with nowhere to hide. Bang! Affected by the blast, Happy was thrown away and fell to the ground, life in peril. When Tony received the news, he was stunned. Happy was only tracking Killian. How did he end up being attacked by a bomb? When Tony arrived at the hospital and saw Happy in a near-death state, he was nearly consumed by rage. Coupled with the police's description of the situation at the time, Tony quickly connected this incident to the recent series of terrorist attacks orchestrated by Mandarin. Immediately, Tony made a statement in front of reporters and the audience. "Mandarin FUCK? If it was aimed at me, I'm right here, waiting for you. If you're a brother, come and take me down." Tony's declaration was tantamount to declaring war on Mandarin. Other Avengers contacted Tony immediately asking if he needed help. However, Tony rejected them all. What a joke. He had taken down countless terrorists, would he be afraid of a little Mandarin? Tony aimed to force him out to confront him directly. Then he would eradicate this cancer once and for all. After returning to the seaside villa, Tony immediately had Jarvis scan for Mandarin's location information across the internet. Once discovered, report immediately. Tony did not believe that such a coward would actually come to find him. However, something unexpected soon occurred. Due to his unauthorized exposure of the address, various media sent out numerous helicopters to hover above his house for the sake of heat. Tony felt incredibly annoyed but couldn't chase them away. FUCK, what a bunch of flies. Already irritated, Tony grew even more so. Calm down, Tony. You've become unlike yourself now. Pepper spoke to comfort him while once again sending a rescue message to Karen. Truly, when Tony lost his temper, he wouldn't listen to anyone. Only Karen could assertively calm him down. On the other side, Karen, lounging comfortably in the villa, rolled his eyes upon seeing Pepper's message. Looks like Tony is about to suffer a big loss again. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of solar divine power shot out, remotely enhancing Tony and Pepper. Enjoy your... Not long after the divine power descended, a large number of fighter jets flew over the horizon of Tony's seaside villa. When Jarvis issued a warning, it was already too late. Boom, boom. The enemy immediately launched a high-intensity saturation strike. Tony's entire villa was instantly destroyed. At the critical moment, if it weren't for Karen's divine power protection, Iron Man would have met his end here. Reacting quickly, Tony immediately suited Pepper up in a set of iron armor, sending her to a safe distance. He then quickly donned Mark 42 and launched a counterattack. Locking onto a target, Tony unhesitatingly fired 3 small missiles. The 3 fighter jets were shot down, and the explosions echoed loudly. The media quickly broadcasted the fierce battle, allowing the American public to truly witness Iron Man's lethality. Having his home destroyed, Tony naturally would not back down easily. After taking down 3 fighter jets, he accelerated, immediately catching up with the other jets, his palm cannon firing continuously, transforming the Playboy into a harbinger of death. Killian's subordinate knew he could no longer escape. He simply decided to fight Tony. Rows of fighter jets immediately turned around, charging towards Tony with all their might. Tony, seeing this, piloted his armor Hedon without dodging. Next, an unexpected scene unfolded before Tony. Boom! The enemies actually transformed into reckless bombers, launching suicide attacks against him. The tremendous power of the explosion nearly destroyed Tony's armor. Even with the protection of the armor, Tony was not. Jarvis had to temporarily take over control, quickly leading Tony away from the scene. Karen silently observed the entire process before shutting off the projection. Still needs practice. If this were her situation, she would never have so blatantly provoked the opponent. After all, Confucian culture taught her otherwise. When it's time to be cunning, one must be cunning. Look, Tony is now forced to shift from light to dark. When he woke up again, he found himself in a snowy wilderness. The armor had completely lost power. Tony, having disembarked from the armor, looked at the damaged suit that had protected him, feeling a surge of complex emotions. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Tony crouched down and gently patted the powerless suit. Then, using the built-in rope from the armor, he dragged it step by step away from the spot. One person and one suit, under the cover of night, quietly entered the town. Here, Tony used a phone booth to call Pepper. Tony, where are you? They'll send someone to pick you up right away. Pepper's anxious voice came through the phone. Tony adjusted his breathing and spoke slowly in as gentle a tone as possible. Listen, Pepper, I'm fine, but I have something very important to resolve first. Can you stay with Aunt Karen for a while, okay? But you? No, but Pepper, trust me. Tony interrupted Pepper, then directly hung up the phone and leaned against the booth. After a brief rest, Tony continued dragging the armor forward. Soon he found an abandoned warehouse. After a moment of thought, he pried open the door, hoping to find the materials he needed. Just as Tony was rummaging around, a small figure peeked in at the door. Hey buddy, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better leave right now. Tony looked over to see a little boy holding a gun aimed at him. Upon seeing the toy in the boy's hand, Tony smiled. I suggest you switch to a more intimidating weapon. Bang! Before he could finish, Harry demonstrated the power of his toy. Tony was momentarily taken aback. His tone softened. Sorry, I can't leave here until I fix this. Saying this, Tony pointed to the nearby damaged suit. Wow, cool. Harry exclaimed, fully aware of what it was. Then he seriously sized up Tony, followed by another exclamation. You're Tony Stark, Iron Man. Who else would it be? Tony slightly raised his hands. Hello, I'm your fan, my name is Harry. Oh my god, I thought you were really... After confirming Tony's identity, Harry became excited and incoherent. It was from Harry that Tony learned about the reports of his death circulating in the outside world. Angered, he directly tore the newspaper to shreds. Meanwhile, after speaking with Tony on the phone, Pepper felt that staying at Stark Tower might be very dangerous. So she immediately packed her things and headed to Karen's estate. However, she suddenly encountered a traffic jam on the way. Instinctively sensing something was wrong, she quickly prepared to call Karen for help. But just as she picked up the phone, an explosion erupted from the side. It sent Pepper's vehicle flying, and her phone slipped. Pepper's last thought was that it was over. Then she could only close her eyes and wait for death. But the pain she imagined did not come. Instead, she felt as if floating on a cloud. Opening her eyes, she saw a faint golden light emanating from her body. Pepper instantly understood. This situation had occurred once before during the explosion at Tony's villa. She knew all too well who was behind it. Aunt Karen. As she exclaimed in excitement, her figure vanished from the car. Outside, Quicksilver, who had received the emergency deployment notification, had just arrived and used his speed to search through the nearby vehicles. However, he did not find any trace of Pepper. What the hell, what's going on? After thinking for 2.5 seconds, Quicksilver couldn't figure out what had happened. How could a perfectly healthy person just disappear? Unable to understand, Quicksilver had no choice but to retreat. Inside Karen's estate, Pepper landed safely and felt a surge of relief. She walked a few steps to Karen's side. "Aunt Karen, thank you. No need to be polite, why are you running around at a time like this?" Karen's voice sounded so languid. "Aunt Karen, Tony asked me to come here to lay low for a while." Pepper spoke truthfully. "Oh, that guy isn't dead yet. You don't even know if he's dead or not. With your personality, I suspect you're watching this drama closely." After reading Pepper's inner monologue, Karen smiled slightly. No wonder she is the CEO of Stark Industries, if she knows people. "Go on, tidy up your room yourself. Since you're here, you might as well stay here for a while." After hearing Karen's words, Pepper nodded slightly before withdrawing, no longer disturbing Karen. A day passed quietly. With Harry's help, Tony had successfully repaired the armor. Next, it was time to recharge it. At this rate, in half a day, the suit can be brought back to life successfully. Tony was somewhat dissatisfied with this progress, but under such rudimentary conditions, it was already quite impressive. He also knew he couldn't expect too much. From his casual conversation with Harry, he discovered that there had been multiple explosion incidents in this small town. Tony keenly sensed that these incidents were probably not ordinary coincidences. Just right, the armor needed some time to recharge, allowing him to investigate the situation here. Under Harry's guidance, Tony quickly met with the family members of the victims. However, before Tony could ask anything, the one targeting him was none other than Savon, who had previously been tracked by Happy. Just as Savon was about to make a move on Tony, he was stopped by a large number of police arriving in time. A fierce battle broke out. Once again, Tony witnessed the horror of the extremist virus. Under the influence of the virus, Savon had become an almost indestructible monster. "Fuck, what the hell is this?" Tony stared at Savon, who refused to die no matter how much they shot him, and was cursing under his breath. He grabbed Harry and ran. The police at the scene, stunned by the sight, emptied their magazines before also choosing to flee. The time they bought was just enough for Tony to escape with Harry out of Savon's sight. Enraged, Savon grabbed a straggler who hadn't managed to flee, and with a burst of force, his fiery red arm punched straight through the man's body. Meanwhile, after escaping safely, Tony realized he couldn't let this go on any longer. He immediately contacted Rhodes. "Give me your official credentials. I need to access the military system to look something up." Is it urgent?" Rhodes' voice was full of hesitation. "Very urgent. Make it quick." Tony was annoyed by his friend's reluctance. All right, listen up. War Machine, all caps, totally awesome." Rhodes hung up instantly. Harry, standing beside Tony, couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. After a moment, Tony processed it and chuckled too. "This?" Tony was speechless at his friend's antics. Karen and Pepper, watching remotely, also laughed without a hint. Next, Tony quickly used Rhodes' clearance to dig up all the information on the Mandarin. He also learned that Savon's transformation stemmed from a project called Extremis. What shocked Tony even more was that the developer of Extremis was none other than Maya Hansen. This. He remembered her. He shook his head, suppressing the memories she evoked, and refocused. Soon he pinpointed the Mandarin's hideout. Tony glanced at his still charging armor. After a brief hesitation, he decided to head out first. "Wait, I think you might need it," Harry said, puffing out his chest to seem taller and more reliable. No. Instead of being my partner, you have a more Tony pointed at the armor. "That's it, but I want to come with you." "Harry, listen. If you do this right, you'll be my most valuable." Tony cut him off and decisively turned away, leaving a disappointed Harry behind. As he drove, Tony surveyed his surroundings. He needed some simple weapons to ensure he could get into the Mandarin's lair. Spotting a convenience store ahead, his eyes lit up. 10 minutes later, Tony looked at the odd assortment of tools he'd bought and nodded in satisfaction. He quickly got to work disassembling and reassembling them. Soon he had a nail gun, crude homemade grenades, a stun gun, and a makeshift grappling hook. He discarded the spare parts and headed straight for his destination. He was confident these would be enough to take down a small-time Mandarin. Upon arriving at the estate, Tony quickly scouted the terrain and formulated an infiltration plan. Choosing his angle, he vaulted over the wall with ease. Timing his move perfectly, he silently took out the first, then the second, third, fourth. Just like that, Tony not only neutralized all the guards without a sound, but also confiscated. With the pistols loaded, Tony soon came face to face with the legendary Mandarin. But this Mandarin gave off none of the commanding presence he had on TV. The Mandarin's next words confirmed Tony's suspicion. "Mr. Stark, I'm just an actor. Please don't kill me, please. Start talking. What's the whole story?" Tony aimed his gun at the Mandarin, signaling him to confess. The cowardly man immediately spilled everything he knew. It was only then that Tony learned Killian was the mastermind behind it all. Just as he was about to leave and settle the score with, he turned a corner and ran straight into Savon, who had sensed something wrong and rushed over. Before Tony could even react, a single punch knocked him unconscious. When he came to, Tony was bound to a rack. He found himself face to face with the man he sought, Killian, and the creator of Extremis, Maya Hansen. How, what a small world. Tony chuckled wryly at his own carelessness. But he wasn't panicking. The moment he regained consciousness, he had already summoned his fully charged Mark 42 armor. Soon he would turn the tables. For now, all he had to do was stall for time. Maya Hansen's expression turned complex upon hearing Tony's voice. Her feelings for him had always been complicated. "Tony, never thought you'd see this day, did you? Look at you now, just as pathetic as I was back then." This was Killian's victory speech. Tony chose to ignore him completely. It wasn't until Killian showed him a video of Pepper's car exploding that Tony lost his composure. What did you do to her? Ha, don't get so worked up. That's the look. Give me more of that. Huh. Killian laughed heartily. For the first time in years, the dark cloud hanging over his heart felt lighter. Then he zoomed in on the footage. See, the whole car is ash. I wonder if Ms. Potts has what it takes to survive. As he spoke, Killian saw the fury etched on Tony's face and laughed even harder. This was exactly what he wanted. He hadn't felt this good in years. Impossible. She can't be dead. Tony gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. A sliver of hope remained his seemingly unreliable but surprisingly dependable aunt. Oh, is that so? Killian sneered, ready to twist the knife deeper. Enough, Killian. Maya Hansen finally had enough and stepped forward, her voice sharp as she reprimanded him. A flicker of darkness passed over Killian's face. Oh, Dr. Hansen, I recall you and Mr. Stark here have quite a complicated history. What's the matter? Feeling a little protective? Or are you just thinking that with Pepper Potts gone you might have a chance? Enough. Shut your mouth. Maya Hansen shouted, cutting him off. She grabbed a knife from a nearby table and pressed it against her own throat. Now, release Tony. Immediately. Maya didn't believe Killian would risk losing the creator of Extremis. But she quickly realized she had miscalculated. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet hole bloomed in Maya Hansen's head. No. Tony screamed, his eyes wide with horror and rage. Killian sauntered over to Maya Hansen's corpse and nudged it with his foot. How did you truly believe you mattered that much to me? A mere tool, and you couldn't even recognize your place. And you dared to threaten me. Killian taunted, firing 2 more rounds into Maya Hansen's lifeless body. By now Tony had forced himself to calm down. Killian, have you ever heard of karma? What? Killian was clearly baffled by Tony's strange words. Aunt Karen once said those who play with fire will get burned. Are you ready to face your death, Killian? Killian looked at Tony, who was bound tightly, and burst into mocking laughter. All right, then I'm ready. You? Boom. A piece of Mark armor, the arm unit, shot in from outside, slamming into Killian and hurling him across the room to crash onto the ground. The Mark armor arm unit then curved around and attached itself to Tony. Nice work. Tony praised lightly before using his repulsor ray to blast through the ropes binding his arms. One by one, pieces of the armor flew and rapidly assembling around Tony. When Killian picked himself up off the floor, he was confronted by the fully armed Iron Man. Time to send you off 1,000 miles away. Tony aimed his repulsor and fired. Boom. Killian was blasted back, crashing through the wall. And that's a wrap. Tony said, walking over to Maya Hansen's body, intending to take her away for a proper burial. Just then Rhodes arrived belatedly in his War Machine armor. Tony, sorry I'm late. Traffic was a nightmare up there. Rhodes quipped, trying to lighten the mood after assessing the scene. Buddy, next time try a less congested flight path. Tony retorted and prepared to take off with Maya Hansen's body. Boom. The wall shattered. Tony, you're not going anywhere. Our score is just beginning to be settled. Tony and Rhodes turned to see Killian along with his group of soldiers. Seeing the fiery glow emanating from Killian's chest, Tony squinted. I should have known. You've injected yourself with Killian was done with words. With a silent signal, he and his men unleashed concentrated fiery blasts at Tony and Rhodes. Now they breathed fire too. Tony was surprised but quick to react. He and Rhodes took to the air, dodging the attacks. Tony then handed Maya Hansen's body to Rhodes. Take her somewhere safe. He'll handle this. Inside the War Machine armor, Rhodes was baffled. Tony, what kind of morbid... No time to explain. Tony shoved Rhodes away, then charged full speed at Killian. All right. Rhodes, holding Maya Hansen's body, felt helpless but quickly flew off into the distance. Back at the fight, Tony found himself at a disadvantage immediately upon engaging Killian. The Extremis virus made their body temperatures incredibly high. Even Tony's armor couldn't withstand the heat. Coupled with the fact that his only weapon was his repulsors, which lacked the firepower to deliver a killing blow. At Karen, Pepper watched the remote feed with growing anxiety, praying Tony would just flee instead of fighting. Karen spoke calmly. If you're that worried, why don't you go help him yourself? What do you mean? Pepper asked, then it hit her. She nodded with determination. Aunt Karen, please send me there. Go. Karen waved her hand, and Pepper vanished. At Tony's armor storage facility, Pepper stared at a blue female-styled armor, lost in thought. Tony, I never thought I'd be using this so soon. She suited up without hesitation. Before lifting off, she looked over at the Mark 12 through Mark XLI armors on display. Come on, boys. We're going to save Tony. With that, Pepper used her clearance to have Jarvis remotely pilot the other armors to follow her. Dozens of armors streaked across the sky, led by the blue female armor, a truly spectacular sight. Meanwhile, Rhodes had secured Maya Hansen's body and returned to assist Tony. With War Machine's heavy firepower, they managed to take down several Extremis soldiers. But their numbers were overwhelming, and with Killian commanding, they were relentless. Tony and Rhodes were being cornered, fighting desperately. They tried to use their aerial advantage, striking and moving to pick up. Sir, I believe you could use some support. Jarvis's voice chimed in through the suit. No, Jarvis, trust me, I've got this. Tony's immediate thought was that Jarvis was about to call the Avengers, and he vetoed the idea instantly. No way. Head just told him he didn't need help. If he had to go crawling back, now Head never live it down. No, sir, I believe you need it. Jarvis stated calmly again. Listen, Jarvis, Tony Stark would rather be beaten or burned by Killian than ask for anyone's help today. Remember, anyone got it. Tony said with utmost seriousness. Hey, Tony, look over there. Rhodes' voice crackled over the comms. Tony looked in the direction Rhodes indicated, and his face lit up. Pepper. He immediately changed course and flew. Tony and Pepper met in a midair armored embrace. Pepper, I've been waiting for you. You finally decided to wear the rescue. Pepper rolled her eyes inside her helmet. If I hadn't come, you'd be a smear on the ground by now. Huh. As if. I am Iron Man. Invincible. Tony declared, then switched from the Mark XLI to the Mark XLI, commanding Jarvis to take full control of the other suits and engage the enemy. Come on, let's put on a grand finale for this show. Tony made an inviting gesture toward Pepper. Pepper was speechless again. Tony was definitely still Tony. Ignoring him, Pepper steered the rescue armor straight for Killian. This was the man who nearly killed her and Tony. Today Tony followed without hesitation. A full and husband and wife team-up commenced. With no air support, Killian was utterly overwhelmed, scurrying for cover under the barrage from Tony and Pepper. Rockets, pulse bolts, energy beams, repulsor blasts, ex-wife missiles. The onslaught was relentless. Killian finally fell overwhelmed by their combined assault. His body burst apart in a final explosive defeat. Impressive. When did you practice your armor skills? Tony was truly stunned. Pepper's proficiency was nearly on par with his own. He guessed. Pepper shot Tony a sidelong glance before turning to help other armors with their harvest. In just a short time, several armors had already been destroyed by Killian's subordinates. Pepper felt a twinge of heartache. She knew all too well the cost of these armors. Tony, realizing he couldn't show off in front of Pepper, felt a wave of disappointment. However, he soon smiled. Indeed, Pepper was still the same Pepper, the undisputed queen of saying one thing and meaning another. The armor accelerated, quickly catching up with Pepper as the two swiftly harvested the remaining desperate soldiers. During this time, Tony didn't forget to locate and destroy the formula for the desperation virus. This thing was too troublesome. It was even more frightening than the super soldier serum. He had to eliminate its existence. Otherwise, in the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to another disaster. As for the deceased Maya, all he could. Soon the battle ended. Tony and Pepper both took off, entering the teleportation portal drawn by Tony. In the distance, their good friend Rhodey had already discreetly taken Maya Hansen's body away, leaving space for this divine couple. Karen, who was watching from afar, decided that it was about time to cancel the projection. Any further watching would lead to inappropriate content. Standing up, Karen leisurely drew a teleportation portal, preparing to visit her little grandson. Come call Grandma. Come call Grandma. Upon entering her view, there were the radiant smiles of Hippolyta and Martha. How old is he? He shouldn't even be able to talk yet, right? As Karen spoke, she had already taken the little Jordan from Martha's arm. Little Jordan, have you missed Grandma? Oh dear. Oh, you have, huh? Oh my. Is that so? So obedient, such a good boy. Hippolyta and Martha laughed as they watched this scene. Daily teasing of their grandson had become the greatest joy for the three of them. As for Jonathan, the grandfather, he was barely in the... After teasing little Jordan for a while, Karen turned her gaze to Martha and Hippolyta. Haven't Clark and Diana come back late? No, they're both busy playing superheroes, so they have no time. Martha replied, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Karen nodded slightly upon hearing this. These two couldn't keep doing this. With a flick of her hand, she opened a portal. On the other side of the door were Clark and Diana, who were embracing one another. The two immediately reacted and quickly separated. Annie, what are you doing? In that moment, Clark and Diana felt utterly... Karen also felt awkward. Unintentionally, she had ruined their moment. However, Karen's approach was to act as if she had ever... How long has it been since you two returned? And you still ask me? Clark and Diana wanted to explain something, but upon meeting Martha and Hippolyta's gazes, they decided to remain silent. Then they obediently walked over from the other side of the portal. As the two were about to hug little Jordan, they were met with a warning. Diana and Clark could only feel helpless. Get away, you clumsy fools, you don't understand a thing. Martha directly pushed the two aside and took little Jordan into her arms to comfort him. Diana and Clark could only carefully follow along. Haha. Seeing this scene, Karen couldn't help but laugh. Then she stepped out and arrived at the Justice League headquarters. After all, she was the famous Supergirl, who she had to make her... Victor, is there any significant news lately? The Justice League's caretaker Cyborg nodded amicably upon seeing Karen. Let me check. With a response, Cyborg began fiddling with the instruments. After a moment, he slowly spoke up. Recently, Amanda Waller is organizing two teams to carry out a secret mission. What's the name of the plan? Karen asked curiously. Karen truly had no feelings for Amanda Waller, the imposing... What she did, Karen didn't want to comment on. Starfish plan. Cyborg gradually provided the answer and projected the relevant information for Karen to see. Oh, I see. Karen suddenly recalled whether this was the poor creature that the X-Team and Suicide Squad had exterminated, which had been subjected to experiments for years. After a brief contemplation, Karen stood up and walked out. He'll take care of this matter, no need to inform anyone else. Cyborg looked at Karen's retreating figure, unable to comprehend what she was up to. This was originally a matter that the Justice League shouldn't have intervened in, right? However, since Karen wanted to go, he wouldn't stop her. Even if he did, he couldn't. He had secretly analyzed Karen's combat data with Bruce. This girl not only had no weaknesses, but was also frighteningly strong beyond comprehension. Bruce had simulated scenarios of Karen losing control multiple times, and without exception the result was always world destruction. Even if the Justice League and Justice Society combined with other hero teams, they might not be enough to withstand her single-handedly. Moreover, the most powerful Superman in the Justice League was still her nephew. If Cyborg were to evaluate Karen, it would be 3 words: not to be provoked. Thus he and Bruce had subtly warned those in high positions who anyone but her should be provoked. Otherwise the consequences would be dire. Cyborg could only hope that Amanda Waller would be sensible and not provoke her. Otherwise, no one could save her. Garen casually scanned the area and discovered something interesting. In the night sky, a passenger plane was swiftly flying through. On board were all the members of the Suicide Squad. Garen noticed that there were quite a few new friends. Except for Harley Quinn, almost everyone else had changed. It seemed that the previous batch of Suicide Squad members had been nearly exhausted. With a thought, Garen followed along. Since there was excitement, why not watch? In her line of sight, the Suicide Squad soon arrived above their destination island. These people were ruthless and spoke little, directly jumping into the sea. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sharp cries startled everyone who turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was actually the non-swimmer Weasel struggling. Garen couldn't help but laugh. Oh, why jump if you can't swim? You really are attacked. In the Suicide Squad, there wasn't a single good person who would go to save him. Before long, Weasel sank straight to the bottom of the sea. Amanda Waller in the command center had an extremely dark expression. Seriously, the mission hasn't even started, and there are already casualties. Taking a deep breath, Amanda Waller looked back at the screen. Fortunately, she was not pinning her hopes on the Suicide Squad. On the other side, Garen sat high in the sky watching the brilliant performance of this talented team. Sure enough, a few talents quietly landed ashore. The clever one in the team boldly declared his betrayal. However, what awaited him was the merciless gunfire from the enemy. The Suicide Squad's casualties increased by 1. Thanks to his shouting, the position of the Suicide Squad was directly exposed. A large number of enemies had already surrounded them. In just one exchange, the Suicide Squad lost 2 more members under the indiscriminate fire of the enemy. Seeing that things could not continue this way, the Master of Breakups boldly stepped forward. He showcased a wave of breakup artists. Garen couldn't help but applaud his remarkable skill. He watched as the Master of Breakups' arms moved like ethereal snakes through the flames of battle. He charged forward, slapping the enemies, grabbing their ears, and scratching their faces. Immediately, his arms were met with a barrage of bullets from the responding enemies. The Master of Clones fell in pain. Ha ha. Garen was amazed. Oh, was this guy here to make people laugh? Below in the Suicide Squad, the white-haired thrower saw his teammates dying tragically and lost his composure, turning to flee. Amanda Waller couldn't possibly let him escape like this. Predictably, his head exploded. By this point, almost all members of the Suicide Squad were down, leaving only Harley Quinn and the captain captured. Garen was impressed. Amanda Waller's skill in choosing bait was truly high level. Looking to the other side, the fighting force of the Special Forces team had successfully landed. Garen could still tell that this team had some real capabilities. But what was up with that shark pepper wanting to eat its teammates? Garen was dumbfounded. Just when it seemed they would be sent into its mouth, the one playing mouse was still sleeping soundly, which was quite absurd. Fortunately, their captain, the Bloody Sport, woke up just in time. With 2 shots, he sent the shark pepper flying. Immediately afterward, a series of rapid-fire shots left the shark pepper in a state of utter disarray. The mouse-catching girl who had been knocked to the ground woke up. She quickly rushed to stop the Bloody Sport and the Peacekeeper from attacking their teammate. The situation is urgent. This guy is too dangerous. Should we kill him? The Bloody Sport directly requested Amanda Waller to execute the shark pepper, but he was met with Amanda Waller's opposition. Fortunately, at this moment, the mouse-catching girl, having figured out the situation, reconciled with the shark pepper and successfully calmed him down. Thus, the group set off again, tasked with rescuing the Suicide Squad's Captain Ryan and Harley Quinn. The first thought of the Bloody Sport was to refuse. He didn't want to complicate things. But alas, he had a weakness in Amanda Waller's hands and could only obediently follow her orders. The group quickly set off according to their location. Garen once again witnessed a series of divine operations. The shark pepper devoured enemies one by one. The Bloody Sport and the Peacekeeper showcased various flashy techniques to kill. The Spotted Man fired wildly with one hand. As for the damage, let's not mention it. Just as they opened the last tent, they saw Ryan chatting amicably with the local leader. Aren't you supposed to be captured here? The Bloody Sport was taken aback. No, I was rescued by them. Ryan was also confused. How could the Special Forces, FUCK, the Bloody Sport cursed? So all the enemies they had eliminated along the way were friendly forces. Garen in the sky was laughing uncontrollably. What talents? Truly talents. The female leader was also puzzled by the arrival of the Special Forces. Oh, why hadn't her subordinates informed her? Thus this group began to explain in a flurry. At that moment, the shark pepper accidentally spat out the bullet that had lodged in its throat while eating. Now everyone felt awkward. The female leader didn't understand what was happening as she could no longer act as the leader. But what could she do? The rebellion now had only her left, and she was also in despair. The Special Forces group set off again, heading to the next target location given by Amanda. Indeed, they were going to catch someone, and the plan to rescue Harley Quinn was temporarily postponed. Garen felt as if this group was carrying out their mission as if it were a joke. With each change of task, Garen doubted whether they would end up forgetting what they came for. Even their target was so unreliable, actually going to the bar alone to drink at a time like this. Then the Special Forces team also started drinking along and got tipsy. Fortunately, in the end, the Bloody Sport remembered they were here to complete a mission, not to play. He immediately had Ryan and the mouse-catching girl take the doctor away. Then, he and the Peacekeeper simply surrendered. This move Garen could only interpret as them stalling for time for their... Sure enough, on the way, the Bloody Sport and the Peacekeeper took down the squad that had captured them and successfully retreated. What shall we... The Peacekeeper looked as if he would follow the Bloody Sport's lead. Rescue Harley Quinn. The Bloody Sport glanced at him and stepped. Garen followed their direction and spotted Harley Quinn. It seemed like she had been interrogated all day and night. But what could she know in her crazed state? The enemies had failed to extract any information from her. At this moment, the enemies happened to let their guard down. Harley Quinn executed a scissor kick to knock out the guard and seize the keys. Next came Harley Quinn's personal showcase. First, she snatched 2 handguns from the guard who was playing cards. Then came various flashy displays of marksmanship. This girl possessed a kind of manic elegance. Her physical skills were terrifyingly strong, and she handled various weapons with ease. During this time, Karen even provided her with a long gun as a friendly gesture. This girl killed her way in and out 7 times. Don't misunderstand, it was because she had taken several wrong turns and couldn't find her way out. Karen couldn't help but admire her. In the end, Harley Quinn successfully escaped from the guardhouse through a small door. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Bloody Sport and the Peacekeeper were preparing to climb up to save her. Moreover, the Bloody Sport was halfway up. Seeing her swaggering out from inside was quite the surprise. The two dropped their jaws in astonishment. Harley Quinn walked over curiously and greeted them. "Hey, what are you doing?" The Bloody Sport felt embarrassed as he landed. "We were just about to go in to rescue you." "Oh, is that so? Should I cooperate?" Harley Quinn said this while preparing to go back and let them come in to save her. The Peacekeeper hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. "No need, we've already succeeded." "Oh, thank you so much." Harley Quinn was moved to tears, giving the Peacekeeper and the Bloody Sport each a hug. This left both of them utterly confused. It seemed like they hadn't done anything yet. Karen was also on the verge of laughing uncontrollably at this group of clowns. With the successful rescue mission of Harley Quinn, the team gathered once more. Next, it was time for their official task. After much discussion, they finalized their plan to charge in headfirst. Yes, it was indeed a reckless approach. Karen had a saying that was best left unspoken. This group deliberated for quite a while, only to end up with a plan that was simply to rush in. Truly, they were quite a talented bunch. But, as the saying goes, having strength allows one to act as one pleases. This group boldly made their entrance. They accessed the lab base through the doctor's retina. It was at this moment that the doctor realized the true intentions of these individuals. He was nearly laughing in anger. "So you are the ones sent to eliminate potential threats. But unfortunately, the Starfish Project has already succeeded. You likely can't eliminate it now." "What do you mean?" The Bloody Movement clearly sensed something from his words. "What do you mean? You can't possibly be unaware of what you came here to do." The doctor looked at them with pity. He then slowly began to explain. It turned out that the Starfish Project was initially initiated by the United States. It was they who captured the starfish from space. However, fearing its uncontrollable nature, they chose to conduct experiments in other countries. But with the recent changes in the situation, it became increasingly difficult to manage. The two countries also had some diplomatic conflicts. Thus, the United States intended to send out their white gloves to bury the project and destroy the evidence. Everyone was dumbfounded after hearing everything. So they thought they were here to uphold justice and save the world, but instead they were merely being used as pawns. Ryan the Rat Catcher and the Bloody Movement immediately became unwilling. They prepared to expose this matter. But just as Ryan was about to take action, the Peacekeeper aimed a gun at him. The Bloody Movement reacted instantly. Together with the Rat Catcher, they raised their weapons towards the Peacekeeper. Seeing a 3-0 situation, the Peacekeeper realized he was at a disadvantage. He immediately targeted the experimental hard drive that Ryan obtained from the doctor. If he destroyed this, his mission would be accomplished. Confidently, he pulled the trigger. Bang! In that moment, Ryan couldn't dodge in time and fell dead on the spot. At the same moment, the gun of the Bloody Movement also fired. The Peacekeeper collapsed unwillingly. The late arrivals Harley Quinn and Polka Dot Man were completely clueless about this. The giant starfish had also completely broken free from its cage. Standing over 50 meters tall, the pressure it exuded at close range was overwhelming. Just as the giant starfish was about to unleash a swarm of small starfish to vent its fury, Karen appeared. It's Superwoman. The crowd that had just started to flee suddenly halted in their tracks. The X-Team, which had already run far, instantly noticed Karen's arrival. Wow, it's Superwoman. Harley Quinn waved vigorously in Karen's direction, hoping she would notice her. Is she going to take action against the starfish? The Bloody Movement tightened their grip on the gun with the other hand, already reaching for the Kryptonite magazine. At the very moment Karen appeared, her powerful telekinesis instantly controlled all the small starfish, forcing them back into the giant starfish. Then she initiated a mental communication. Shall I take you away from Earth? No, I want to kill everyone. The consciousness of the giant starfish roared. For all these years it had been subjected to relentless torment and experimentation. It had grown to hate humanity, wanting to unleash its wrath and slaughter. Karen sighed. The pastor would have cared less about such matters. But now, Karen glanced towards the X-Team and then at the giant starfish. She didn't want this big creature to die just like that, nor did she want it to harm too many others. Using her telepathy, Karen forcefully calmed the struggling giant starfish. Let's go, we'll take you away. With that, Karen lifted the giant starfish and soared into the sky. Passing through the atmosphere and into space, Karen used her powerful telekinesis to erase the giant starfish's memories from all these years. It remained the carefree starfish it once was. At the same time, Karen utilized her enhanced abilities to further strengthen the giant starfish, elevating its power to a godly level. After imparting a portion of her divine power, Karen gently pushed the giant starfish. It then flew towards a direction away from Earth, quickly vanishing from sight. Karen turned around and glanced at the satellites that were watching her. A voice echoed faintly in the minds of the high-ranking officials from various countries. This is the first and last time. This action terrified those high-ranking figures to their core. Once they regained their composure, they immediately guaranteed internally that such incidents would never happen again. With the conclusion of the starfish incident, Karen returned to Paradise Island, resuming her daily routine of teasing her grandson. However, the repercussions of the starfish incident were far from over. With the exposure of the starfish project, it sparked widespread attention across various sectors of society. People vehemently criticized the actions of those high-ranking officials. Reluctantly, they could only send representatives to offer unilateral apologies. They also released the final video footage of Karen sending the starfish away, proving that the starfish left safely in the end. However, this move could not earn the public's forgiveness. However, it did garner Karen quite a few new fans. Karen did not pay much attention to the aftermath of this matter. Even if it became a huge uproar, it would not force the people who executed the plan to commit suicide in repentance. What good would that do? By the way, everyone in the X team was pardoned for their actions this time, and they regained their freedom. The weasel was not drowned either. Luckily, he was washed up onto the beach and had a good long sleep. Upon waking, he also received the same treatment as the X team. He was practically the winner of life, the first to lie flat. Afterwards, Amanda Waller secretly went to the Justice League headquarters. She wanted an explanation for Karen's threats against the high-ranking officials of various countries. Amanda, you might have been in that position for too long to see the situation clearly, Bruce Wayne bluntly stated. Amanda Waller's face darkened with anger. I advise you to abandon this thought, otherwise it will only bring you trouble. Cyborg chimed in indifferently. Even they couldn't do anything to Amanda Waller, let alone someone like Karen. This guy truly was unafraid of the unknown. No matter how powerful she is, she must abide by the rules. And the rules of Earth belong to humanity. Amanda Waller's gaze turned cold. She had prepared herself to face the Justice League. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come today. As she spoke, Amanda Waller clapped her hands. A mirror-like portal appeared. Dr. Fate, Hawkman, Whirlwind, and their new member Atom Smasher emerged together. They arrived at the headquarters of the Justice League. Is this your confidence? Bruce stared at Amanda Waller, a smirk playing on his lips. This is just a part of it. Amanda Waller's voice was calm, as if everything was under her control. Bruce Wayne didn't want to say much, gaining new insights into this guy's foolishness. I suggest you better not provoke Aunt Karen. Although she seems lazy, no one can stop her when she gets angry. Billy whispered. Indeed, Amanda Waller's aura was a bit overwhelming, and he felt a bit scared. Amanda Waller turned her Shazam. Billy remained silent, merely nodding. Then Amanda Waller looked towards Dr. Fate. Dr. Fate glanced at Shazam and nodded. Are you interested in joining the Justice Society? Amanda Waller felt like she was easily controlling a child. Sorry, Billy is not interested. Before Billy could speak, Aquaman interjected directly. Arthur regarded Barry and Billy as his younger brothers. Amanda Waller's blatant attempt to recruit was a bit too disrespectful towards him as the Aquaman. For others, Amanda Waller could be arrogant, but towards Aquaman, she had to show sufficient respect. After all, he was the true master of the oceans. Your Highness, Aquaman, I was just asking this child's opinion. Amanda Waller said, stepping back and no longer focusing on Billy, turning her attention back to Batman. Let Wonder Woman out. Bruce Wayne sneered, glancing at Billy with a slight nod. Billy carefully took out the sun. Aunt Karen, there's a black lady looking for you. Billy's words made Amanda Waller's face darken instantaneously. Puffed. Barry, who had been watching, couldn't help but laugh. Others weren't in any better situation. The Atom Smasher from the Justice Society couldn't hold back either and chuckled. He was immediately shot a glare from Hawkman. After Billy's words, the sun emblem remained unresponsive for a long time. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Billy looked at everyone and gave an embarrassed grin. Maybe Aunt Karen fell asleep while sunbathing. They'll call her again. Saying this, Billy focused intently on the sun emblem, inwardly calling for Karen. On the other side, Karen, who was napping, was abruptly awakened. Are you crazy? Karen cursed as she got up, waving her hand. The sun emblem in Billy's hand turned to dust. This sudden change left Billy stunned. It's over. It seems Aunt Karen is really angry. Billy immediately turned to run. You'd better have a reason. Turning around, Billy met Karen's deadly glare. Gulp. Aunt Karen, that black lady, is looking for you, Billy said, pointing at Amanda Waller, decisively changing. Karen followed his finger and indeed saw a woman with a face as dark as a pot bottom. Amanda Waller. It's me, Amanda Waller said, slightly raising her chin. Managing superhumans was her forte. No matter how powerful the being, as long as you weren't afraid of her, she would fear you. Karen sensed her ridiculous thoughts and instantly became interested. She walked slowly to the water cooler and poured herself a glass of water. Then she plopped down in a chair and casually said, Is the cotton harvest finished? So leisurely. This statement nearly broke the composure of everyone present. The Flash, realizing Karen's meaning, vanished in an instant. Atom Smasher turned his head, desperately stifling his laughter. Amanda Waller's expression darkened several shades. Wonder Woman, let's get straight to the point. You should be very clear about my purpose for coming here today. What you did previously was Amanda Waller's voice was somewhat cold. Karen let out a long, oh, and appeared unconcerned. And then, oi. Before Amanda Waller could speak, Karen spoke again. You don't think kryptonite would work on me, do you? Or do you think those 3 insignificant people behind you could sanction me? Being referred to as 3 insignificant people made the Justice Society members' expressions quite grim, yet they dared not make a move. Karen ignored their presence and continued. Let me see. Tisk, you actually have contact with Martian Manhunter and Dr. Manhattan. Perhaps they're your biggest. Karen's voice was calm, and with each sentence Amanda Waller's expression grew more unsightly. By the end, Amanda Waller was left stunned. You have telepathy. She was bewildered, having clearly worn the most advanced anti-telepathy device. How could it be? The device is indeed good, but it depends on who it's used on. In front of me, all those little gadgets on you are garbage among garbage, got it? Karen spoke again, ruthlessly shattering Amanda Waller's fantasies. You? Amanda Waller was so furious she couldn't say a word, constantly trying to calm her emotions. She tried to keep her thoughts from wavering to prevent Karen from reading more secrets. Hey, you really think too highly of yourself? With what little you have, who would be curious? Next, Karen bluntly recounted Amanda Waller's unsavory rise to power. Finally, she made an evaluation. Compared to Nick Fury, your methods are vastly inferior. Then recalling something Karen asked, however, you two are quite evenly matched. Amanda Waller, having had so many past misdeeds exposed, could no longer. Thus, she decided to take a desperate measure, raising her hand to clap. Martian Manhunter and Dr. Manhattan appeared behind her. Karen did not take Martian Manhunter seriously. Shazam had enough firepower to go back and forth with this guy? The troublesome one was still Dr. Manhattan. Karen's gaze fell on Dr. Manhattan. At the same time, Dr. Manhattan spoke, his voice ethereal. Karen, we need to talk. Karen smiled playfully and waved her hand. The two instantly entered the cosmic starry sky. How do you want to talk? As she spoke, the black battle suit enveloped her body. She was eager to test the differences between herself and this individual. Dr. Manhattan looked at Karen with a detached expression, his mind constantly calculating the method Karen had just used to teleport him. Moments later, he successfully deciphered Karen's method, and his voice echoed in Karen's mind. Earth is humanity's. Colin found his words somewhat amusing. Do you truly believe that? She said, preparing to read Dr. Manhattan's mind. Yet an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A mysterious energy directly blocked her psychic abilities, preventing her from successfully reading his thoughts. It's futile. You cannot read my mind, Dr. Manhattan said with a faint shake of his head. Then his body directly vanished into a spatial temporal tunnel. Colin narrowed her eyes. Though uncertain of his intentions, she followed him inside. She assumed Manhattan would head upstream in time to eliminate her past self, thereby affecting her present. But her guess was wrong. Manhattan headed straight downstream in time. Colin couldn't decipher his motives, yet she followed him. Soon through the tunnel they witnessed their future battle. Star systems shattered, the universe faced destruction, and one alternate dimension after another began to collapse. Neither could gain the upper hand. In the end, their confrontation attracted the attention of a swarm of powerful higher-dimensional beings. At that point, they both halted. This is meaningless, came Dr. Manhattan's voice. He then returned directly to the upper stream of the time tunnel. Colin cast one last glance at the bizarre entities before returning to the present timeline. When Colin reappeared in the universe, Dr. Manhattan was nowhere to be seen. What a pity, Colin sighed. Even though she felt she had reached unimaginable power, she could only manage a draw against him. This highlighted the formidable nature of higher-dimensional beings. With a thought, Colin returned to the Justice League headquarters. For those present, less than 3 minutes had passed since they left. Colin was already back. Where's Dr. Manhattan? The question came from Amanda Waller, who dreaded hearing bad news. Colin didn't even glance at her voice flat. Go back home and pick cotton. With that, Colin's form vanished. Upon hearing this, Amanda Waller was utterly devastated. She collapsed backward, only saved from falling by Cyclone, who swiftly steadied her. We should leave, Amanda Waller said, seeming to have aged decades in that moment. She rose with effort, and the Justice Society members followed closely. The Martian Manhunter remained behind, a solemn expression on his face as he approached Batman after the others had disappeared from sight. I've recently received some very troubling news. An alien organism has invaded Earth. They resemble butterflies and survive by parasitically controlling humans. After the Martian Manhunter's account, everyone present grew grave. Cyborg immediately began leveraging vast data networks to analyze potential hiding places for this threat. He soon narrowed down a general area, though specifics remained uncertain. Thus, Cyborg suggested that Barry the Flash scout the vicinity first to gather intelligence before the League decided on its next move. Barry accepted the mission without hesitation and sped off. The Martian Manhunter, familiar with the Flash's abilities, waited at headquarters with the rest of the League. Only about 10 minutes later, Barry reappeared before them. Oh my god, you won't believe what I saw. Barry was breathing heavily, clearly shaken. Aquaman patted his back to help him catch his breath, signaling for him to continue. Thanks, Barry said politely, then continued. A massive swarm of butterflies was clinging to a gigantic monster. He then recounted everything he had witnessed. There, the Flash had also discovered numerous humans behaving strangely. Occasionally, butterflies would emerge from their hosts and return to the cow. Hearing the Flash's detailed description, everyone realized the severity of the situation. Batman immediately began formulating a battle plan based on the terrain. Soon the Justice League mobilized. As a precaution, Batman alerted Clark and Diana, who departed immediately upon receiving the message. Colin raised an eyebrow upon hearing they were off to fight butterflies, showing little interest. Was Batman overestimating those little creatures? A sufficient number of well-armed humans would be more than enough to deal with those delusional butterflies. Sure enough, Clark and Diana returned. Don't ask, by the time they arrived, the rest of the League and the Martian Manhunter had practically steamrolled the butterflies' base. They had even killed their food source, the cow. Their trip had been a wasted journey. However, worse off was a squad dispatched. That group was still en route. The Justice League hadn't informed them of the resolved situation, choosing to let them battle thin air. In the following period, the world fell back into peace. The Justice League members returned to their tranquil routines. With Colin's advice, Clark and Diana did their best to balance both worlds. While fighting crime and handling work, they also made sure not to miss out on Little Jordan's growth. Time flew by, and Aquaman's wife Mera reached her delivery date. The details are omitted. In short, Mera successfully gave birth to a healthy baby. To celebrate, Aquaman held a grand banquet in the underwater kingdom, inviting many, including the Justice League. Clark and Diana took this opportunity to bring little Jordan out for some fresh air. He hadn't seen the outside world since his birth. A crowd watched the two little ones babbling to each other. Their interaction was endearing. During this, Diana accidentally discovered that the little sea baby also possessed the ability to communicate with marine life. This brought immense joy to Arthur and Mera. This ability was the absolute symbol of the Ocean King. My little treasure, when you grow up, you must continue to protect the peace of the ocean and mankind. Arthur held the baby aloft, speaking earnestly. Ayaya. The little one seemed to understand, nodding his tiny head seriously. As sounds came from his mouth, fish in the vicinity began to swim in a rhythmic circle around him. Colin watched with wonder. This Atlantean royal bloodline certainly had its merits. Even at this tender age, he was already extraordinary. With proper guidance, this little one would likely become the next Aquaman. While all was blissful under the sea, the Justice Society, who had previously come into contact with them, received a secret mission. Their mission objective this time is Kandak, a land steeped in ancient legend. It is said that beneath that land lies an imprisoned ancient evil god. Their goal this time is to prevent the resurrection of the enemy. The moment Black Adam awakens, Kal-El deep in the sea senses his existence, and to let Shazam take a look and, if possible, bring Black Adam back to the Justice League. By the time the members of the Justice Society arrive over Kandak, Black Adam has already begun a massacre. Groups of mercenaries turned to ash in his hands. His methods were extremely clean and efficient, leaving no room for hesitation. A few individuals witnessing this greatly lowered their opinion of Black Adam. The mindset of resolving issues with peaceful intentions was overturned in that instant. As the warrior representative of the Justice Society, Hawkman was the first to jump from the aircraft. Flapping his wings, he swiftly flew toward Black Adam. A powerful strike aimed directly at Black Adam's head, but it was clear that his strength and speed were somewhat lacking before Black Adam. In an instant, Black Adam caught his weapon handle with one hand and then kicked Hawkman away. Boom! Hawkman crashed through the wall and fell into the building. However, Black Adam did not intend to let go of this individual who dared to attack him. He gathered lightning in his hand and released it. The powerful thunder penetrated the wall in an instant, striking Hawkman. Bang! Hawkman, just getting up from the ground, was once again sent flying. Just as Black Adam was preparing to finish off Hawkman in one go, Cyclone made her move. A powerful whirlwind generated by high-speed rotation swept towards Black Adam, carrying numerous steel pipes. Unfortunately, the speed and power were far too lacking. All were avoided by Black Adam. Just as Black Adam shifted his target to eliminate Cyclone, Dr. Fate, who had been watching for a long time, finally intervened. He instantly teleported above Black Adam, gathering golden energy in his arm and crashing down. Boom! The irregular mirror instantly bound Black Adam. Countless clones of Dr. Fate began a close combat struggle with Black Adam. Seeing that Dr. Fate had successfully bound Black Adam, Hawkman and Cyclone took a breath and launched another attack. Just as the two attacks were about to hit Black Adam, he completely erupted. Boom! Lightning surged around him, instantly shattering all of Dr. Fate's clones. The unleashed energy sent Hawkman flying again while shattering Cyclone's attack. Black Adam was truly enraged this time. He soared into the air, preparing to kill Cyclone, who was nearest to him. Just when Cyclone's life was hanging by a thread, Atom Smasher finally arrived. Enlarged, he threw a heavy punch toward. Just as victory seemed assured, an unexpected turn occurred. Atom Smasher's fist was firmly caught by a red figure. Hey buddy, your punch is a bit heavy. Can you lift it up for a moment? I might be struggling a bit. Though Shazam said this, his reaction showed no signs of exertion. Most importantly, he was using only one hand. Atom Smasher recognized the person and instinctively withdrew his hand. Shazam, why are you here? Dr. Fate floated over, inquiring aloud. I came to find him, Shazam said, pointing at Black Adam behind him. He was then drawn to the symbol on Black Adam's chest. Dr. Fate floated over, inquiring aloud. I came to find him, Shazam said, pointing at Black Adam behind him. He was then, but Black Adam's expression remained indifferent. What do you want from me? Shazam, prompted by this question, suddenly remembered the important matter and quickly spoke up. Aunt Kal-El said to bring you back to the Justice League. Not going. No way. Both Black Adam and Dr. Fate spoke simultaneously. Then Black Adam charged again at Dr. Fate. It was this old man who had hit him the most. He prepared to seek some interest back. Seeing this, Shazam immediately followed. He directly blocked Black Adam's full-powered punch aimed at Dr. Fate. Boom! The energy shockwave from their collision sent Dr. Fate, Cyclone, and Atom Smasher nearby flying. Buddy, don't be so violent. Just take a trip and you won't suffer any loss. Shazam still wanted to persuade Black Adam to come get lost. Black Adam roughly shook off Shazam's hand that was holding his fist. He charged again at Dr. Fate. Seeing this, Shazam sighed and followed, positioning himself in front of Black Adam. Just take a trip, it won't hurt anything. Otherwise Aunt Kal-El will say, I'm not capable again. Black Adam's already limited patience was directly worn away by Shazam. His fist swung directly at Shazam's head. Shazam tilted his head to dodge Black Adam's attack once more and reached out to grab Black Adam's arm again. Just go for a bit, okay? Die. Black Adam was no longer inclined to hold back. With his other hand, he unleashed a close-range lightning attack with full force. Instinctively, Shazam retaliated, his palm also crackling with lightning as he struck back. Boom. The two bolts of lightning collided and exploded. Both Black Adam and Shazam were sent flying. Shazam sighed, it seems I can only beat him up first. Having made up his mind, he ceased to waste words. Accelerating, he charged at Black Adam. Black Adam did not retreat an inch, also meeting him heated. The battle between the two erupted violently. The others could only catch glimpses of red and black shadows. Then came a continuous series of explosive sounds. My God, they are way too strong. Cyclone couldn't help but exclaim. Well, I don't know about Black Adam, but Shazam is definitely not weaker than me, Atom Smasher said with a thick-skinned grin. Cyclone glanced at the massive figure over 50 meters tall and felt a bit speechless. She wasn't blind. Oh, just now he had caught her full-powered punch with one hand. Not weaker than you. You must be joking. Dr. Fate and Hawkman, however, were seriously watching the battle with furrowed brows. They had underestimated the situation. Black Adam's strength turned out to be so formidable, and looking at Shazam, who could clearly suppress Black Adam under full power, both felt relieved in their hearts. Had they clashed with the Justice League back, then just Shazam alone might have made them no match. Not to mention Superman and Wonder Woman, whose strength probably wasn't far behind Shazam. In comparison, their Justice Society's strength truly seemed lacking against the Justice League. Just as they pondered this, the battle between Shazam and Black Adam had already determined a victor. Overall, without sharing the divine power, Shazam's overall strength was still superior to Black Adam's. However, Black Adam's battle experience was indeed richer than Shazam's. In the end, Shazam managed to knock out Black Adam by trading injuries for injuries. In an unnoticed corner, the powerful battle fluctuations between the two had unknowingly activated the Shabak crown, a conduit to the power of ancient demons. Dragging his injured body, Shazam attempted to fly away with Black Adam. Wait a moment. Dr. Fate instantly blocked Shazam's path, his voice serious. You cannot take him away. Shazam shook his head, not buying it. If there's something talking, I'm just a runner. After saying this, Shazam accelerated and flew out of Dr. Fate sighed heavily. Ever since the last incident, Dr. Manhattan had completely lost contact. Without this major support, Amanda Waller did not dare to provoke that woman. As for their group, forget it, too much talking brings tears. It's a world that values strength. Subsequently, Dr. Fate led the others in search of the whereabouts of the Shabak crown. The man was instantly engulfed by flames, turning into a pile of dust. His underlings were terrified, not daring. The man was instantly engulfed by flames, turning into a pile of dust. His underlings were terrified, not daring to approach the crown. It was not until the Justice Society arrived that they took the Shabak crown away. However, they did not notice the growing darkness hidden deep within the crown. Meanwhile, Shazam had brought Black Adam back to the Justice League headquarters. Karen looked at the seriously injured Shazam and raised her hand to unleash a healing energy. Meanwhile, Shazam had brought Black Adam back to the Justice League headquarters. Karen looked at the seriously injured Shazam and raised her hand to unleash a... Karen glanced over, activating her psychic abilities. Instantly, she penetrated into Black Adam's mind. As expected, this guy was still trapped in the past of his wife and son's deaths, unable to let go, nor could he escape. His power was also limited for this reason, making it easy for Shazam to defeat him. Karen thought for a moment, activating her powerful psychic abilities to provide psychological counseling for him. It was actually quite simple: magnify the beautiful memories for him while diminishing the sad ones. Gradually, Karen could feel Black Adam's heart changing. Karen nodded in satisfaction. Aunt Karen, is he really Black Adam? Although Clark had heard Karen mention it before, he was still a bit curious. Yes, his existence is somewhat similar to Shazam's. However, he inherits the powers of 6 ancient Egyptian gods. Although he can also transform by calling out Shazam, the nature is still somewhat different. Karen said, looking at Diana. Diana added softly, I saw it in the ancient Amazon. His abilities should come from Shu's endurance, Horus' speed, Amun's strength, Thoth's wisdom, Aten's divine power. Am I right? Diana looked at Karen. Karen nodded. Yes, it comes from these 6 ancient Egyptian gods. Then compared to Shazam, who is stronger? The Flash Barry curiously spoke up. Though isn't that obvious? How did Billy bring him back? Arthur laughed as he patted Barry's shoulder and asked. After settling Black Adam, Billy transformed into Shazam, turned around, and waved his hand. I could feel that he was not using his full strength when he fought me. Billy said uncertainly. He seemed to hold back, not daring to use too much power. Yes, Billy is right. The previous Black Adam did not use his full strength. He still cannot control himself well. Karen directly confirmed. But I still think Billy is a bit stronger. Diana smiled as she spoke. It's probably because he has a part of your father's power. Karen pointed this out directly, then added after thinking, in terms of composition, Billy's acquired power might indeed be stronger. However, how much can be exerted still varies from person to person. Karen's words clearly aimed to keep Billy humble. I understand, Aunt Karen. Billy transformed back, instantly realized. He assured that he would use this power responsibly. Karen turned her head to look at Black Adam, who was still lying there. After listening for so long, it's about time you got up. The others turned their heads to look in Black Adam's direction. Black Adam knew he could no longer pretend, slowly sitting up. After moving his body a bit, he approached Karen. Is it you who called me? Yes. Karen nodded lightly. What is it? Black Adam's tone was somewhat stiff. No hurry. Before that, you might need to resolve a troublesome matter. After saying this, Karen waved her hand. The scene on the other side was that of the demon Shabak wreaking havoc in Kandak. Although the Justice Society had tried their best to stop it, they were clearly no match for Shabak. Watching the statue of Black Adam, which had stood for thousands of years in Kandak, was about to be destroyed by Shabak. Black Adam moved. He crossed the spatial rift, and and almost instantly appeared before Shabak, blocking all attacks. At the same time, the members of the Justice League also crossed the spatial rift, arriving at this battlefield. The Flash, Batman, Cyborg, and Aquaman immediately began evacuating the civilians. Clark, Diana, and Shazam surrounded Shabak from the sides and rear. A great battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, Black Adam spoke up, his tone filled with determination. He stared at the crown above Shabak's head as if a raging flame was burning within him. Clark exchanged glances with Diana and Shazam, then floated back to create distance. They left the battlefield to Black Adam and Shabak. Shabak glanced at the three retreating figures and then back at Black Adam. If it were four of them together, he truly would not stand, but just Black Adam himself, he sneered. His figure instantly accelerated, charging towards Black Adam. Black Adam, not to be outdone, also accelerated towards Shabak. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely in midair. The great battle erupted in the next moment. Clark, Diana, and Shazam gathered together to watch. Sister Diana, who do you think will win? With Billis' vision, it was difficult to discern who was stronger between Black Adam and hard to say. Diana seriously observed the two battling and shook her head. Black Adam's power has not been fully unleashed yet. If he fully unleashes it, Shabak might not be his opponent. Clark offered his commentary. He divided the watermelon in his hand, giving each person a piece. The three of them accepted the watermelon, their mouth. He divided the watermelon in his hand, giving each person a piece. The three of them accepted the watermelon, their mouths twitching in unison. This is a battlefield. Is it really appropriate for them to eat watermelon so openly and watch the show? Next, the four began to quietly observe the battle in the air. Several times Black Adam struggled against Shazam and Diana nearly couldn't hold back from intervening. The battle of such powerful beings is exceedingly perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Fortunately, Black Adam's willpower is strong enough. Moreover, after Karen's psychological guidance, he gradually began to uncover his true strength during the battle. Shazam seemed to sense the urgency of the situation and wanted to end things quickly by defeating Black Adam first. Hellfire continuously spewed forth, scorching Black Adam and leaving him with wound after wound. Just when everyone thought Black Adam would be defeated by Shazam. Go for it. In Kandakin, the cheers from the people of Kandak resounded throughout the land. Black Adam, who was already somewhat exhausted, seemed to have been invigorated by some kind of power, rallying once more. Go for it. In Kandakin, the cheers from the people of Kandak resounded throughout the land. Black Adam, who was already somewhat exhausted, seemed to have been at the same time, Black Adam was drawn into the realm of the spirit. Here he was once again inspired by his son. A surge of energy burst forth. In an instant, Black Adam accelerated, arriving behind Shazam and grabbing hold of his large horns with both hands. Get back to your hell. As the clangorous voice resonated, Black Adam's arms exerted force, slowly tearing Shazam. When the last wisp of Shazam's flame extinguished, it signified Black Adam's complete victory over him, once again protecting this land. We won. Great, we won. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Black Adam slowly descended. Behind him was the supreme throne of Kandak. Just when people thought he would take his rightful place on Kandak's throne, he turned and raised his hand, unleashing thunder. At that moment, it signified that Kandak no longer needed the existence of a king. They would have an immensely powerful guardian instead. The members of the Justice Society and the Justice League nodded in agreement upon witnessing this. The show is over. I'm leaving. The portal opened and Karen left first. Clark, Diana, and Shazam exchanged glances and approached to congratulate Black Adam. Karen didn't pay much attention to the subsequent events. She only knew that Black Adam had a nominal position in the Justice League. However, he would still remain in the land that belonged to Kandak. The others had no objections to this. Karen calculated the time. A major event was about to occur in the Marvel Universe, and she couldn't afford to miss it. The time-space portal opened and Karen returned to her estate in the Marvel Universe. You're back. Turning around, the one waiting there leisurely drinking tea was none other than Nick Fury. What's up, you little rascal? Came here for tea, Karen said as she sat down for herself and poured a cup of tea. Nick Fury ignored Karen's nickname, drank another cup of tea, and spoke quietly. You mentioned before that we are Hydra. Are you implying that our shield has been infiltrated by Hydra? Karen glanced at Nick Fury and, choosing not to beat around the bush, nodded lightly. Did you notice? Nick Fury shook his head. No, but I've recently sensed that the atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. is becoming increasingly strange. This is an instinct I've developed over many years as an agent. Karen was so amused by his words that she spewed out a mouthful of tea. You have instincts. You've discovered something, haven't you? Nick Fury, after hearing Karen's words, was not embarrassed, slowly. Indeed, we are executing a top-secret plan. I found that many details within it are inaccessible even to me. Combining this with what you said earlier, I came to this speculation. You're not stupid, Karen said, tossing a reclining chair and lying back comfortably. Nick Fury stood up, his one eye fixed on Karen's back, seriously inquiring. Can you tell me who among them is Hydra? I won't tell you. Revealing spoilers ahead of time would be too boring. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury shook his head helplessly. By the way, have Steve remember a slogan? Karen's voice echoed again. What slogan? Nick Fury did not turn back. Hail Hydra. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's face darkened instantly, and he quickened his pace to leave. However, after getting into the car, he still quietly muttered, Hail Hydra. What does Karen really mean? Not understanding, he accelerated the vehicle and sped away. Leisurely, Karen planned to see what her old friend Steve was up to. It seemed that after meeting Carter last time, Steve's condition had improved a lot. He waved his hand, and a golden mirror emerged. Steve, what is the code name for the target we are rescuing this time? The intelligence officer. Steve, what is the code name for the target we are rescuing this time? The intelligence officer, my idol Iron Man can smash 10 Captain America. After the intelligence officer finished reading, his face turned awkward. Someone who had secretly manipulated things looked at Steve's expression and was about to laugh maniacally. Steve looked at the intelligence officer in surprise. He internally wanted to retort, what kind of ridiculous code name is this? However, they still had to proceed with the rescue. Just as he was about to agree, a voice of him suddenly rang out in the cabin. Final, handle this fool. You worthless bunch. The others were left dumbfounded. Oh, what is the captain doing? Steve's face darkened as well. He was about to explain, but his body uncontrollably flew out of the cabin and began to plummet. Karen, can you not pull these pranks next time? Floating in the air, Steve sighed, unable to remember how many times Karen had pranked him. This guy, after every prank, forces him to wear the title of Captain Honeyed Lips, which makes him feel utterly powerless. It's as if he enjoys cursing. Without receiving any response from Karen, Steve could only focus on the task at hand. With the support of his vibranium shield, Steve could be said to be unstoppable. Steve's mission was perfectly accomplished. Yet he noticed Natasha's strange behavior during this operation. If there was a problem, he would ask. This was Steve's style. However, Natasha's response made Steve frown deeply. Nick Fury was sending them to rescue while secretly having Natasha investigate the rescue target. What is going on? Steve found it hard to accept such distrust towards his comrades. Thus, upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately sought out Nick Fury. What is the mission you've assigned to Natasha about? Nick Fury glanced at the furious Steve, his voice calm. Captain, there are reasons for my decision to have her investigate. Trust among soldiers is essential for forging a powerful... Fury, don't tell me you don't understand this. Steve stared seriously at Fury's single eye. Captain, please do not view the current situation through the lens of the past. The last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. Nick Fury said, raising his hand to point at his own eye. Buffed. Both of them shifted their gaze to Karen, who was holding a camera not far away. Don't look at me, you guys, continue, you continue. Steve, however, did not heed her words. He quickly walked up to her and stared earnestly at Karen. Karen, please, can you not play? Okay, I'll try my best. Karen waved her hand dismissively, and her figure faded away. With Karen's interruption, Steve's emotions became somewhat incoherent. He turned to Nick Fury. What were you two just talking about? That's not something you should concern yourself with. Fury waved his hand. He couldn't possibly say that Karen was preparing to come over to pet the cat, could he? Then, to calm Steve's emotions, Fury deliberately took him to a secret experimental base of S.H.I.E.L.D. There, Steve saw 3 massive aerial battleships. What are these? Steve looked at Fury in confusion. The Insight program. Nick Fury stared at the 3 battleships, his expression making it difficult for Steve to comprehend. The Insight program. Steve's tone was filled with confusion. Exactly, it aims to preemptively eliminate any potential evil events preventing mutants and extraterrestrial life. Listening to Nick Fury's explanation, Steve's face turned extremely grim. If you do this, won't it allow you to kill whoever you want? It also deprives the people of their freedom. You are using the guise of protection to create fear and anxiety. Steve grew more and more furious as he spoke, but he also knew that he couldn't stop anything. Angered, he turned to leave. Before Steve could take a step, Nick Fury earnestly reminded him. Karen asked you to remember a slogan. What slogan? Steve turned his head to look at Nick Fury. Hail Hydra. Nick Fury spoke seriously. As soon as these words were uttered, Steve almost punched him. He then shot Nick Fury a deep glance. I've noted it down. And then he walked away. Nick Fury watched Steve's departing figure, his gaze flickering. In that brief moment, he seemed to understand something. However, he couldn't be sure yet and needed further verification. With this in mind, he went straight to the World Security Council, to his old superior. He immediately spoke about the possibility of an insider in the Security Council and cautioned him to be careful. Throughout the process, Nick Fury kept a close watch on Pierce's reaction, and after finding no unusual behavior, he let out a sigh of relief. If possible, he truly did not wish for the problem to lie with his old leader. As expected, Pierce did not disappoint him. With a relaxed heart, Nick Fury left. However, halfway through the drive, Nick Fury sensed something was off. What did it mean for several police cars to slowly surround him? He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. But did they really want to arrest him? But due to his skin color, he dared not roll down the window. He feared those officers would act recklessly and empty their mag. But sometimes it works like this: the more you fear something, the more it comes. Bang! The several police cars surrounding Nick Fury's vehicle suddenly launched an attack. They forcibly stopped Nick Fury's vehicle. FUCK, Nick Fury instantly realized that these guys were definitely not. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rained down, targeting the vehicle Nick Fury was driving. Fortunately, his vehicle had decent overall performance, barely withstanding a wave of intense fire. But Nick Fury knew this couldn't go on, if surrounded like this would eventually lead to his death. Seeing the blood on his arm, he suddenly came up with a plan. He quickly wrote Hail Hydra on the inside of the glass. At the moment he finished writing, the entire world fell silent. The enemies attacking his vehicle were all left dumbfounded. What was happening? After all this, were they hitting their own people? In the moment of their ceasefire, Nick Fury moved, and a heavy machine gun popped out from the driver's seat. It instantly entered a frenzy of gunfire mode, taking out a large wave of enemies. By the time the enemies realized they had been tricked, Nick Fury had already ordered the vehicle to drive itself out of the encirclement. FUCK, these guys are actually Hydra. Although Nick Fury had escaped, this time his heart felt cold. He had just seen Pierce when he encountered an assassination attempt from Hydra on the street. There couldn't be such a coincidence. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure in black appeared on the road ahead, aiming a grenade launcher at his vehicle. FUCK, Nick Fury desperately began to turn the steering wheel, hoping to dodge the bombardment of the grenade launcher. But things don't always go as desired. Boom! His vehicle was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed, Nick Fury saw the sewer cover right in an instant. He had an idea. The laser weapon inside the car activated instantly, directly piercing through the cover. Nick Fury successfully escaped into it. After breaking free from the enemy's encirclement, Nick Fury headed straight for Karen's estate. Now the only safe place was there. When Karen saw Nick Fury in disarray, she smiled. "Oh, did you just come from the battlefield? Looking so battered. Don't play dumb, you know what's going on. You must have been watching me get humiliated just now, right?" Nick Fury rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Haha, how could that be? How could that be?" Karen laughed, waving her hand, and a faint golden light enveloped Nick Fury. The injuries on his body healed completely within a few breaths under this light. After moving his limbs and finding no issues, Nick Fury turned and left. "Where are you going?" Karen asked curiously. "Gathering the Avengers. We're in for a hard fight." Nick Fury replied, his voice resolute. "All right, go ahead. They'll be cheering you on from afar." Fury wanted to retort at Karen's words, but found himself at a loss. All he could do was quicken his pace. At the very moment Fury was fleeing the Hydra ambush, Steve, who had been urgently recalled to S.H.I.E.L.D., met with Pierce. "Did Nick Fury say anything to you?" Pierce asked without preamble. Steve pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No. Just moments ago Fury was attacked. His status is unknown. I suspect there may be a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranks." Throughout his speech, Pierce kept his gaze fixed on Steve's reaction. "What? There's really a problem inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve was stunned. Seeing his reaction, Pierce narrowed his eyes. So Fury had indeed told Steve something. "It's just a preliminary suspicion for now. Anything Fury shared with you that you could pass along to me? I think it might be related to his assassination." Steve was still reeling. After a moment of serious thought, he shook his head again. "No, he didn't tell me anything specific. He just voiced his suspicion of a mole, but I dismissed it. It seems I was wrong this time." As he spoke, Steve was filled with self-reproach. Seeing that Steve didn't seem to be lying, Pierce waved his hand, signaling he could. Leaving Pierce's office, Steve walked and observed. Not being a trained agent, after what had just happened, he now saw everyone as a potential mole. Knowing he couldn't let his paranoia get the better of him, he decided to leave the S.H.I.E.L.D. building. While taking the elevator, he happened to encounter Crossbones. Steve held a high regard for this comrade he had fought alongside several times. He gave Crossbones a friendly nod. But today Crossbones' expression seemed cold. Steve assumed he was just dealing with some trouble and didn't think much of it. But then as fully equipped agents filed into the elevator surrounding him, Steve could clearly sense the abnormal tension in the air. Upon closer inspection, these armed newcomers all looked tense, as if they were ready to break into a battle at any moment. Even dense as he could be, Steve knew these men were here for him. Just as he was about to make the first move, a bolt of lightning struck his mind, recalling the message Karen had relayed through Fury. Steve immediately cleared his throat, his eyes deadly serious, his voice booming. "Hail Hydra." The moment he said it, the poised Hydra agents were dumbfounded. Crossbones reacted the fastest. With devout eyes and a serious tone, he responded, "Hail Hydra." The others quickly followed suit, realizing what was happening. "Hail Hydra" echoed from all. This time it was Steve's turn to be stunned. It all clicked. Everything fit perfectly. He had found his people. Like hell he had. These bastards were all Hydra. At that moment Steve nearly fell apart on the spot. So S.H.I.E.L.D. had truly become the Serpent Shield. With the slogan shouted, the atmosphere in the elevator instantly turned amicable. The murderous glares from the Hydra agents softened as they looked at Steve. The elevator continued its smooth descent to the lowest level. Suddenly Crossbones couldn't hold back. "Captain, when did you join the organization?" "What organization?" Steve was momentarily caught off guard. "Hey, look at you still playing dumb." Crossbones laughed, giving Steve, right. I joined earlier than all of you. I was already part of the organization before I even underwent the super soldier. My codename back then was Wolf Warrior." Perhaps due to his frequent contact with Karen, Steve could spin lies without a second thought, easily fooling the Hydra agents. Some of them even began to flatter Steve profusely, feeling deeply honored. They never imagined that the legendary Captain America was one of them. This was simply amazing. And so Steve managed to turn these Hydra agents into his devoted admirers in just 2.5 minutes. Even as the elevator reached the bottom floor and the doors opened, they were still seeing him off. "Captain, how about we grab a drink after the next mission?" Crossbones made a friendly invitation. "Sure," Steve replied, naturally turned and walked away. The moment his back was turned, his expression turned icy cold. He never imagined S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated to such a degree. Connecting this with his mysterious recall and the strange questions from the only person had met Pierce, Steve had every reason to suspect that Pierce was one of them as well. Without delay, Steve hopped on his motorcycle and sped away from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Meanwhile, Pierce was dumbfounded upon receiving his subordinate's report. Captain America was Hydra. Since when? And what was this Wolf Warrior codename all about? Could someone please tell him what the hell was going on? No. Pierce quickly pulled up the footage. Before escaping, Fury had left the words Hail Hydra on the car window, connecting the dots between the two events. Fuck. Pierce instantly realized they had been played for fools again. Nick Fury FUCK. Captain America FUCK. The realization sent Pierce into a torrent. He immediately dispatched Crossbones and his team to hunt Steve down. But it was already too late. Knowing the truth, why would Steve return to his old residence? He disguised himself and went straight to the home of his recently acquainted friend Sam. Sam was naturally thrilled to see his idol. He was about to offer Steve his finest hospitality, but Steve waved a hand to stop him explaining the general situation. Sam immediately grasped the severity of the matter. He agreed to let Steve stay with him for the time being. If there was anything he could do, he would give it his all. Steve patted Sam on the shoulder, saying nothing more. He then asked Sam to contact Tony using a secure method. He wanted to get an update on Fury's condition through Tony. At this point, there weren't many people he could trust. Steve wanted to gather everyone together as soon as possible. Nick Fury, who shared the same thoughts, had already taken action. He immediately contacted Natasha and Hawkeye, instructing them to wait in his safe house. Next, Nick Fury headed straight to Stark Tower. However, he was met with a cold shoulder from Tony Stark. After previous encounters where S.H.I.E.L.D. easily breached his security system, Tony had upgraded his own. With Nick Fury's skills, it was clear that he couldn't get in. Reluctantly, he had to wait for the right moment to sneak into Pepper Potts. After explaining the current situation to her, she led him to meet Tony. Tony, who was in good spirits, instantly turned grim upon seeing Nick Fury. Every time this guy comes around, it's never for anything good. Tony, the world needs you. Sure enough, the same old script. Director Fury, can't you change your script next time? Nick Fury ignored Tony's complaint and mysteriously pulled out a jamming device to activate. The signals in the entire room were instantly blocked. Seeing his actions, Tony straightened up. Speak, what is it? Without beating around the bush, Nick Fury laid out everything regarding the Insight program. He then shared his suspicions about Pierce. After Nick Fury finished, Tony wore a look of disbelief. How dare you? Does the council really have no brains? How can they allow someone to hold a gun to their heads at all times? Tony was utterly speechless at the actions of these people. And that so-called Hydra, what an ancient organization still jumping around in this era. At that moment, Pepper Potts walked in again through her private elevator, accompanied by none other than Sam, who had come to find Tony at Steve's request. Sam recognized Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After cautiously glancing at Nick Fury, he handed Steve's letter to Tony. Tony was also curious about what this mysterious person was up to, so he asked Pepper to open it for him. After reading the contents of the letter and looking at Nick Fury, he passed the letter directly to him. He then turned to Sam. Where is Steve now? At my house, safe for the time being. Good. Tony said no more and immediately had J.R.V.I.S. prepare the latest Mark armor for standby. At this point, Nick Fury had also finished reading Steve's letter. Out of caution, he burned the letter and looked at Tony with his one eye. We need a team and a solid plan. After the lessons from previous encounters, Tony had come to understand the importance of teamwork and did not refuse. Just as Tony was about to leave with Nick Fury, Pepper walked over with concern and gently hugged Tony. She knew she had no reason. Come back safely, you'll be waiting for you. Tony nodded seriously. Then he disguised himself and left with Nick Fury. First, they arrived at Sam's house to meet Steve. The three exchanged simple pleasantries before preparing to leave. At that moment, Sam volunteered wearing a flight suit to join their mission. Just as Steve was about to refuse, Nick Fury spoke up in agreement. There are not many people we can trust. Having one more person means one more strength. This was Nick Fury's explanation to Steve. Steve understood that in such critical times he was right. Immediately, the four set out for Nick Fury's safe house, where they met Natasha and Barton. Tony looked around with a smile. Looks like we're still missing a big guy. Everyone then remembered Bruce Banner, who had already... Tony quickly had J.R.V.I.S. send a private jet to secretly bring Banner here. Now, aside from Thor, who was busy with something unknown, the Avengers team was officially assembled. Next, after discussions, everyone unanimously decided that their primary target was to destroy the 3 Insight program carriers. If they were allowed to take off, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, destroying those 3 behemoths would not be easy. After some reflection, Banner proposed a constructive suggestion. How about we quietly replace their control chips and destroy them from the inside? Good idea. Everyone briefly discussed and felt that this method was feasible. Immediately, Tony and Banner got to work starting to make the control chips. At this time, Nick Fury was gathering a few trusted individuals. Soon everything was ready. The Avengers team officially set out, led by a few trustworthy S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Led by Agent Hill, who had the highest current clearance, everyone entered the underground base. Just as everyone thought they would smoothly complete their mission, they encountered dozens of Winter Soldiers blocking their way. I told you it wouldn't be that easy. Tony raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his hand as a portal opened and the waiting armor rushed out. Steve tightened his grip on his shield. His gaze locked onto the leading Winter Soldier, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. Hawkeye was the first to make a move. His arrow aimed directly at the head of the leading Winter Soldier. Ding! However, it was instantly blocked by the opponents. A fierce battle erupted. Steve charged at the leading Winter Soldier, and the two engaged in an intense fight. Tony and Hawkeye provided long-range fire support. After a moment's hesitation, Banner transformed into the Hulk and charged into the battlefield. Natasha and Sam found their opponents and began to grapple. In the chaos, Hulk's presence was simply unbeatable. No Winter Soldier could withstand 2 rounds against him. Well done, Hulk, keep charging through. Tony guided Hulk from the Hulk lived up to expectations, charging through and quickly opening a breach. It's up to you now, Natasha and Sam. Indeed, their true purpose was to send these two into the Insight program's carrier to place the control chips inside. Natasha and Sam quickly shook off their opponents. Taking advantage of their own strengths, they swiftly infiltrated the 2 Insight program carriers. Tony and Hulk turned around to engage the pursuing enemies. On the other side, after multiple intense encounters, Steve finally knocked off the opponent's mask. Seeing the face Steve was Bucky. Who is Bucky? The Winter Soldier Bucky showed a blank expression, pulling out a dagger, striking at Steve's vital points with ruthless precision. Upon recognizing Bucky, Steve became slightly flustered. His moves lost some of their sharpness, and he was directly suppressed by Bucky, falling into a disadvantage. Hawkeye seized the moment, shooting an explosive arrow that sent Bucky flying. He quickly approached Steve and helped him up. I'm fine. Steve's gaze was complex as he looked at Bucky, who was now getting up from the ground, his expression indifferent. His heart was filled with turmoil. He never expected to see Bucky again in such a scenario. This is troublesome. Their chip control room is guarded by mutants. What? Natasha's voice came urgently through the comms. Steve was momentarily taken aback. Hydra had actually deceived the mutants. However, he quickly regained his composure. Mutants are still human. How could they not be swayed? This is troublesome. In the air, Tony also felt the gravity of the situation after observing the specifics. Meanwhile, on the Insight Plan mothership, Sam was thrown out bloodied. Tony accelerated and caught Sam, immediately creating a portal to send him away. Pepper arranged the best medical reason. After giving his instructions, the portal quickly closed. With the entry of the mutants, Natasha knew she had no chance left and swiftly returned to the Avengers' ranks, taking advantage of the terrain. Captain, what should we do now? Steve glanced at the large number of Hydra agents that were slowly surrounding them, and then at Bucky, whose expression remained cold. It seems we can only ask that person for help. Don't even think about it. Aunt Karen won't intervene in this situation. As soon as Steve's voice fell, Tony directly refuted him and added, she would rather watch from the sidelines than intervene. Steve agreed with Tony's words. But, considering the current situation, aside from the rampaging Hulk, they had no trump cards left. Yet even Hulk, under the assault of numerous mutant experts, was temporarily trapped. Just as Steve was pondering whether to retreat, a silver-haired young man suddenly appeared beside him. I think you might need some help. Who are you? Steve did not immediately recognize the person. However, Tony, who had done extensive research on mutants, recognized him at a glance. X-Men. Correct, there's a reward for that. Quicksilver snapped his fingers. Nightcrawler, Professor X, Storm, Jean, Wolverine, Cyclopes, and Iceman appeared instantly. We have been investigating the mysterious organization infiltrating Shiriyama. Professor X smiled gently and explained. Understood. Steve looked at the group of X-Men from the righteous faction, his confidence soared. He tightened his grip on his shield and turned his gaze towards Bucky. We must not let their mothership take off. At the same time, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents joined the battle at Fura's call. The entire underground base. At the same time, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents joined the battle at Fura's call. The entire underground base transformed into a massive battlefield. Steve still sought out his old rival Bucky, hoping to use his friendship and a punch to awaken his friend's consciousness. Tony, meanwhile, once again mobilized the Armor Legion to join the fight. Natasha and Hawkeye moved skillfully, advancing towards the 3 airborne motherships under the cover of Wolverine and Jean. Storm, Quicksilver, Cyclopes, and Iceman chose to support Hulk, who was ensnared by Hydra mutants in the distance. Influenced by Banner's consciousness, Hulk knew these were allies and did not go on a rampage. In the control room, Pierce observed everything with narrowed eyes, knowing that he could no longer delay. He immediately ordered the 3 Insight Plan carriers to take off. The Hydra agents on standby within the mothership immediately sprang into action. With the engines igniting, the 3 motherships slowly lifted off the ground, heading towards the sky. At this moment, Natasha, Barton, Logan, and Jean had already boarded the 3rd mothership. Upon seeing this, Steve realized they were in trouble and immediately looked at Tony. The two exchanged glances, and Tony nodded seriously. In the next moment, under Tony's command, the Armor Legion flew at full speed towards the 2nd mothership, unleashing their firepower upon nearing. Professor X, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation, immediately telepathically communicated with Hulk, Storm, Quicksilver, and Cyclopes, urging them to focus their efforts on destroying the 1st mothership. Iceman was responsible for holding off the other mutants. Although Hulk did not know who was speaking in his head, the consciousness of Banner deep within him told him that this was the right thing to do. Thus, Hulk made a huge leap, breaking free from the encircling Hydra mutants and jumped onto the 1st mothership, beginning. Storm soared into the air, landing on the mothership, her body crackling with lightning, her destructive power rivaling that of Hulk. Quicksilver coordinated with Cyclops. The two transformed into mobile turrets, swiftly damaging and cutting into the underside of the mothership. Bucky, wake up. Bang, who is Bucky? Bang, Bucky, wake up. Bang. The battle between Steve and Bucky, 2 real men, reached a fever pitch. They exchanged punches without dodging, wildly trading blows. Until both were simultaneously exhausted, Steve still could not awaken Bucky's consciousness. Boom. Under Tony's reckless destruction, the 2nd Insight mothership completely exploded and crashed. Phew, this turtle shell is really tough. Tony couldn't help but voice his complaints over the comms. On the other side, seeing Storm's rate of destruction, Hulk felt a competitive spirit arise and worked even harder. With the combined efforts of Hulk, Storm, Quicksilver, and Cyclopes, the first mothership also successfully crashed. Inside the third mothership, Natasha, Barton, Logan, and Jean had fought their way through to the door of the control room. With the control chip inserted, their mission was successfully completed. "We need to leave here, this mothership is about to self-destruct," Natasha reminded them, and the four of them hurriedly ran outside. Upon reaching the mothership's deck, Tony had already dispatched 4 marked suits to wait there. Each of them took one, safely evacuating the 4. "Sir, you should lose some weight." Jarvis, lifting Wolverine, detected the unusual weight and kindly issued a reminder. "Thanks." Logan was not bothered by an artificial intelligence's joke. Boom. The third Insight mothership successfully In this battle, the Avengers, X-Men, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents achieved ultimate victory. Seeing this, Bucky landed another punch on Steve before turning and disappearing into the chaotic battlefield. Steve stared at his friend's departing figure, lost in thought. "Captain, we won." Natasha and Hawkeye had now joined. "Indeed we have won, but the battle is far from over." Steve, slightly out of breath, tightened his grip on the shield and charged back into the fray. Working in tandem with the others, they cleared out the remaining Hydra agents. Natasha and Barton quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, another group of X-Men quietly withdrew after neutralizing Hydra's mutants, choosing to remain in the shadows. The remaining matters were of no concern to them and Shurima. It was clear they were not suited to stay here any longer. At the highest levels of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had cornered Pierce, who was attempting to flee. "You have disappointed me, old leader," Nick Fury said with a long sigh. He could accept anyone being a Hydra agent, but he found it hard to accept this old leader who had promoted him. "Fury, you have grown," Pierce said with a face full of insincere smiles, trying to play the emotional card to distract Nick Fury. But the seasoned Nick Fury would not fall for such tricks. In the next moment, both men fired their guns almost simultaneously. Bang! The shot rang out. Pierce collapsed in response. Nick Fury stepped forward, his expression complex, as he knelt down to close the eyes of this old leader. Inside the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hydra agents realized the tide had turned and scattered in all directions. Steve and the others could not eliminate every last one. They had given it their all, but still allowed a small number of Hydra agents to escape. Next, Nick Fury sifted through the documents left by Pierce, leading the Avengers to the original site of the Department of Homeland Strategic and Logistics Support. Here they obtained a complete list of Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. through Dr. Zola, who had implanted thoughts into computers. Looking at the lengthy list, Nick Fury felt a surge of despair. After all these years of hard work, had half of that time been spent working for Hydra? Others, however, had a very different perspective. With such a detailed list, they could root out all the traitors. This would restore S.H.I.E.L.D. to a bright and clear day, providing great reassurance. Day after day passed, and the task of cleaning out Hydra continued. S.H.I.E.L.D. was also shrinking day by day. Due to the incident with the Hydra division of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Council's trust in the organization had significantly diminished. Resource allocation was greatly affected. Fortunately, Nick Fury had been sufficiently greedy over the years. His substantial reserves were enough to keep S.H.I.E.L.D. afloat. After the completion of the Hydra plan, Nick Fury returned to Karen's estate. "Could you help screen the upper echelons of the government?" It was evident that Nick Fury was genuinely frightened this time, going directly to Karen for help. As an old friend of many years, Karen had no qualms about lending a hand. With his telepathic abilities, Karen quickly compiled a specific list in his mind. Raising his hand, golden light surged into Nick Fury's consciousness. "These are the people. Some may not be as steadfast as they seem. If you can find their weaknesses, they may serve your purposes." Nick Fury briefly closed his eyes to ponder, nodding earnestly. "Thank you for your help." He turned and left. He had much to attend to in the coming days. On the second day after Nick Fury visited Karen's estate, the list of Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. was unexpectedly leaked. It seemed as though a mysterious hand was at work behind the scenes. This forced society to pay attention to the matter. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s credibility suffered an unprecedented blow. Fortunately, Nick Fury acted swiftly, utilizing the list in his mind. He barely stabilized the situation. However, the impact on S.H.I.E.L.D. was still considerable. The authorities took advantage of this to launch another pre-established organization, the Sky Sword Bureau. The motive was clear: to compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fuck! Nick Fury raged in his office. He heavily promoted their achievements, emphasizing that the Avengers were an affiliated organization under S.H.I.E.L.D. This maneuver managed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. After careful consideration, Steve chose to speak up for S.H.I.E.L.D. His influence was naturally unassailable. Upon seeing this, Nick Fury immediately put the Avengers front and center. He heavily promoted their achievements, emphasizing that the Avengers were an affiliated organization under S.H.I.E.L.D. This maneuver managed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. regain some ground. Of course, Nick Fury, a seasoned political player, would not stop there. Drawing from the previous collaboration between the Avengers and the X-Men along with his connection to Karen, Nick Fury successfully established ties with Shurima. After persuading Professor X to become a special advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D., he meticulously screened candidates and successfully recruited a small group of mutants to join his ranks. They were named the X Task Force. It was clear who had come up with that name. After several appearances by the X Task Force, other organizations extended olive branches to Shurima. Yet without exception, they were all rejected by Apocalypse. His goal was to create a paradise for mutants. If all the combat power were given away, how could he protect those weak mutants? Surely he could not do everything himself. Although Apocalypse rejected them, some young mutants could not resist the temptation. Some organizations even offered terms that were hard to refuse. This stirred a small portion of capable mutants into action. In the end, it was still Old Man who took decisive measures to suppress their ambitions. However, this could not continue indefinitely. The high-ranking officials of Shurima understood that it's better to guide than to block. After consulting with Professor X, Apocalypse visited Karen. Shurima officially enacted another mercenary strategy. Individuals could be borrowed, but they would still belong to Shurima. If they encountered any injustice, they could return at any time. With this policy in place, many organizations immediately lost their zeal. After all, no one wanted to invite a group of ancestors back to serve them. At this time, a certain powerful and mysterious ancient Eastern nation, which remained strong after unification, made a move. Their goal was less about needing mutants and more about establishing diplomatic relations with Shurima. This was also Zheng Xian's thought after inquiring about the Eastern Monarch's avatar. In fact, Karen had not anticipated that Nick Fury's series of maneuvers would unexpectedly make mutants a hot commodity. The once persecuted mutants had undergone a complete turnaround. This was quite surreal. In Karen's view, it was a good thing. We all live on this small planet, so why should we be fighting and killing all the time? Harmony is precious. You are good, I am good, everyone is good. Isn't that wonderful? Karen suddenly felt an urge to recruit the troublemaking Hydra for himself. However, Karen merely pondered for a moment. Having already attained invincibility, why worry about so much? She prepared peanuts, sunflower seeds, grilled fish slices, beer drinks, and mineral water. Sitting back and watching the clouds rise and fall, wasn't she charming? As time flowed slowly without the company of her little grandson, Karen felt that something was missing. With a thought, the time-space portal opened. On the other side lay Paradise Island. Taking a step forward, Karen entered Paradise Island, resuming her daily routine of teasing her little grandson. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Little Jordan had already reached the age where he could call out to people. As expected, the first word he uttered was Grandma. This delighted both Karen and Martha. To celebrate, Karen gifted the toy she had picked up by chance, the sacred beetle, to. In order to make this little thing compatible with her grandson, Karen made several adjustments to it. Little Jordan was very fond of this. Whenever she had time, she would activate the miniaturized blue Kryptonian battlesuit and fly around. During this period, whenever she was in a good mood, Karen would send a clone out to brush up on her presence. As expected, on the popularity ranking among the public, Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl enjoyed a considerable lead, with even Superman unable to catch up. A major connectivity incident has occurred on the Cross-Sea Bridge. After glancing at the information from Steelbone, Karen looked toward the scene and happened to see Billy nearby. The idea of sending out a clone was immediately dismissed. However, upon seeing the person with Billy, Karen frowned slightly. Anshia. What was she doing on Earth instead of staying in the divine realm? Judging by her demeanor, her relationship with Billy seemed quite complicated. A god coming to Earth to get close to a mortal. Karen found it hard to understand what she was trying to do. Meanwhile, upon learning of the incident at the nearby Cross-Sea Bridge, Billy found an excuse to break away from Anshia's line of sight and quickly transformed into Shazam to participate in the rescue operation. Although he arrived very quickly, he was still a step late. Many people had already fallen into the sea with the collapse of the bridge. Shazam quickly commenced the rescue. Superman and Wonder Woman arrived at that moment, joining in. Thanks to the efforts of the three, there were no casualties. After the rescue operation concluded, the three soared into the sky amidst the cheers of the crowd. Billy reverted from his transformation and immediately sought out Anshia, who was still waiting for him. Sorry, I just went to the restroom, Billy explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Anshia shook her head, smiled gently, and spoke softly. It's alright, I was just watching Shazam, Superman, and Wonder Woman help everyone and didn't pay attention to the time. They really are amazing. Indeed, they are the superheroes of Earth. Haha, is that so? Billy felt a bit shy from the praise. Then he realized that Anshia still didn't know his identity. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, trying not to let Anshia notice his unusualness. Anshia seemed oblivious to his odd behavior, continuing to speak. I prefer Shazam over Superman and Wonder Woman. Oh, really? I also quite like Shazam. As Billy spoke, he wondered if he was being a bit too forward. He hurriedly tried to change the subject. What do you like about Shazam? As soon as he finished speaking, Billy wished he could slap himself. Why couldn't he control his mouth? Well, I like his integrity, bravery, and kindness. As she spoke about Shazam, Anshia's eyes seemed to sparkle. Billy felt himself floating from her praise and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not as great as you say, really. What are you doing? Acting as if you're Shazam. Anshia was amused by his actions. Billy felt a bit awkward, then turned serious and looked at Anshia. Anshia, what if I said I'm Shazam? Anshia stared at Billy seriously for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, how could that be? After saying this, without waiting for Billy to say anything further, Anshia turned and ran away. Billy, I'm really happy to be out with you today. Her voice drifted back. Billy raised his hand and waved at Anshia's retreating. I'm happy too. Until Anshia's figure completely disappeared, Billy remained in a daze. Hey kid, she has already walked. Billy was startled by this sudden voice and turned his head with a resentful expression. Aunt Karen, do you know that scaring someone? Haha, little boy. Karen laughed and tapped Billy on the head, standing on her tiptoes. Then she felt a bit of a sigh within. Unknowingly, Billy had already grown up. What's wrong, Aunt Karen? Billy was a bit puzzled by Karen's expression. It's nothing. Do you like that girl a lot? Under Karen's gaze, Billy's eyes flickered. A little, just a little. We just met. Tisk, just met, and you're already taking her out on a date. It's possible. At this moment, Diana and Clark came over laughing from the other side. It's not a date, just a simple walk together. Billy felt uncomfortable under the playful gazes of the three, and Alright, Billy, don't be so excited. If you like her, go after her bravely. Clark raised his hand and patted Billy's shoulder, who had already grown to his height. A brother, Clark, it's really not what you think. As Billy spoke, he sighed. Fine, I admit I do like Anshia just a little bit. Is that girl named Anshia? Upon hearing this name, Diana's brow slightly furrowed, though it was barely noticeable. Internally cautious, she thought, what a coincidence, right? Yes, Anshia is in the same school as me. Billy brightened up when he enthusiastically introduced Anshia to the three elders before him, describing her as the embodiment of beauty. In summary, one sentence. In Billy's eyes, Anshia was truly exceptional. The three laughed again at his description. With that, he only likes her a little bit. What a lie. Billy realized that he might have said a bit too much and hurriedly shut it. Ha ha ha, the three laughed mischievously. Next, Karen took the lead in imparting her advice to Billy. While she mostly just talked, compared to her opinions, Billy preferred to hear Clark's experiences. However, Clark and Diana's relationship developed naturally, so what experience could he impart to him? However, three heads are better than one. The three of them helped Billy devise a plan to pursue Anshia. Billy, this naive boy, thought the plan was quite reliable. After using his analytical skills, he found that the success rate of this plan exceeded 50%. The next day, Billy sent another invitation to Anshia. Anshia readily agreed. This time, the two arranged to meet at a cozy French restaurant. During the meal, Billy stared at the graceful Anshia, his heart racing. What's wrong, Billy? Anshia asked, offering a pure smile as she looked at him. Nothing at all. Billy's brain short-circuited, and he instinctively forgot what he wanted to say. The three who were hiding nearby, Karen and the others, were at a loss for words. This Billy, who could speak eloquently during rehearsals, was now at a loss for words in front of the main character. After the awkwardness, only the sound of cutlery clinking remained. After finishing her meal, Anshia picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth and looked at Billy, who seemed hesitant, and asked, Billy, do you have something you want to say to me? Yes. Staring at Anshia's face, Billy's brain short-circuited again. The three hiding next door directly covered their faces. This kid is hopeless. Puffed. Billy, what's wrong with you today? Anshia laughed again at Billy's demeanor before gently speaking. It's okay, just say what you want to say. I'm listening. Seeing the serious expression on Anshia's face, Billy shook his head, swallowed hard, and summoned his courage. Just as he opened his mouth, Billy hesitated again. What's wrong with you? I like. You what? Anshia didn't quite catch what Billy said. Billy panicked. What was he? At that crucial moment, his analytical skills kicked in. I am Shazam. Billy spoke seriously while observing Anshia's reaction. Anshia's response shifted from confusion to bewilderment, culminating in shock, all of which Billy witnessed. Are you saying? Really? Anshia asked uncertainly. Yes, I'm serious, I am Shazam. Billy nodded again, displaying a somewhat proud expression. The three nearby were struggling to keep their composure. How did your confession turn into revealing your identity? After a brief moment of shock, Anshia was filled with joy. You mean it? You're not joking. Really? Billy spoke seriously, sharing in detail the recent incidents he had participated in where he had saved others. Anshia exclaimed in astonishment. Billy was thrilled by her expression. Thus he became more animated in his storytelling until he recounted the moment he first gained the power of Shazam. You're saying you were brought into a grand hall by the subway, and there you were tricked by an old man into shouting Shazam. Anshia looked incredulous. That's right, that was exactly how it happened. Billy recalled it and found it a bit amusing. Can you take me to the place where you gained your powers? I'm a bit curious, Anshia said while observing Billy's expression. Of course, no problem. Billy gave an okay gesture. He immediately settled the bill, grabbed Anshia's hand, and rushed out of the restaurant. He couldn't wait to prove to Anshia that he was the hero she admired, Shazam. Billy was extremely excited about her reaction when he transformed into Shazam in front of her. Karen and the others watched Billy and Anshia walk away utterly speechless. This kid, Diana sighed softly. Clark, however, didn't seem too concerned about Billy exposing his identity. Go gather everyone. Karen spoke with a distant. Clark turned to Karen, somewhat confused. Hurry up. Karen urged lightly without further explanation. At that moment, Diana seemed to sense something, nodding seriously at Clark. Meanwhile, Billy had already led Anshia into Billy used a spell to open a passage to the wizard's hall here. Don't be afraid, he'll take you in. Billy pushed open the door, holding Anshia's hand as he stepped into the wizard's hall. What Billy did not notice was that Anshia, who followed behind him, her gaze flickered momentarily before settling down again. The two quickly arrived at the center of the hall. Billy looked at the statues of the 7 deadly sins and proudly declared, these are the 7 deadly demons I sealed during my first battle. Impressive, Anshia said lightly, her gaze fixed on the casually placed wizard staff since entering the hall. Billy remained oblivious to Anshia's unusual demeanor, continuing to introduce her to the wizard's hall. Ancia interrupted Billy's introduction, pointing at the staff and softly asking Billy, "Is that the staff you used to gain the power?" "Yes." Billy nodded without hesitation. He quickly walked over, examined the staff in his hands, and then handed it to Ancia. "Here." Ancia hurried a few steps to stand in front of Billy, excitedly reaching out to touch the staff. "Don't be afraid, it's just an ordinary little staff." Billy thought Ancia was afraid and comforted her. But Ancia ignored him. The moment her fingers touched the staff, a layer of blue electricity surged. Ancia's body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Ancia!" Billy exclaimed, anxiously, thinking Ancia was under attack from the staff, and immediately tried to pull it from her hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the staff from Ancia's grip. After a moment, Ancia stopped trembling. With her regained powers, she seemed like a different person. "Ancia, what's going on?" Billy asked with concern, having never encountered such a situation before. "I'm fine, thank you for your—" Ancia said, a strange smile appearing on her face as she exerted a bit of force, completely taking the staff from Billy. Billy was momentarily stunned, and at this point he started to realize that something was off. He looked at Ancia warily and spoke in a low voice. "You are not Ancia. Who are you really?" "Billy, if you keep talking nonsense, I am Ancia." As Ancia spoke, she lightly waved the staff in her hand. Sparks of electricity crackled in the air. "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Anthea, the third daughter of Atlas the Titan, who holds up the sky." Anthea said playfully, her gaze fixed on Billy as if mocking him. "Atlas." Billy's mind raced, and he quickly recalled the legend of that great titan. "Did you approach me for this staff?" Billy's face was filled with shock as realization dawned. "Correct. There's a reward for that." As she spoke, Anthea raised the staff high, and a passageway instantly opened. Her two older sisters stepped through swiftly. "Well done, Anthea," praised Calypso, the second sister. Hespera, the eldest with white hair, stepped forward to take the staff. A surge of electricity flowed through her, and her divine power was restored. She turned and handed the staff to Calypso, who repeated the process and had her power restored. After regaining their divine might, the two sisters stared at Billy with amusement. "I never thought the current champion of Shazam would be this foolish." Hespera's words stung Billy deeply. His gaze locked on Anthea. "Your initial contact with me was for this moment, wasn't it?" "I." Anthea's eyes darted away, unsure how to respond. Calypso glanced at Billy, speaking nonchalantly. "You stole our belongings. Isn't it only right to return them?" As she spoke, she strolled leisurely to the stone platform in the hall, staring intently at a black apple. "Unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise here. I truly didn't see that coming." She reached out, picked up the black apple, held it in her palm, and examined it closely. Then she blew on it gently. In an instant, the black apple transformed into a golden one. Billy was stunned. The little trinket he often toyed with was apparently not so simple after all. "What is your purpose?" As he spoke, Billy's eyes remained fixed on the staff, ready to transform and snatch it back at any moment. "Purpose? The purpose is to merge this world into the divine realm, of course." Hespera did not bother to conceal her intentions. She then glanced at Calypso and gave a slight nod. Without sparing Billy another look, Calypso turned and walked out, holding the golden apple. "Put that down." "Shazam!" Billy roared as he transformed into Shazam, blocking Calypso's path. "You cannot stop us." Calypso smiled, and the scenery around her began to shift rapidly. The distance between her and Shazam grew wider and wider. Shazam looked towards the distant Anthea, realizing she was the one manipulating the space. By the time he tried to intervene again, the three sisters had vanished. "Damn it, I might have stirred up a huge mess." Billy let out a long sigh and quickly left the wizard's sanctum, flying at full speed towards the Hall of Justice. When he arrived, he found the Justice League members had already gathered. Without hesitation, Billy explained the situation. After understanding the full scope of the matter, the group set off immediately. Meanwhile, the three sisters had arrived at an open expanse, and Calypso promptly planted the golden apple. The world tree quickly took root and sprouted, covering the entire area. More terrifyingly, at the base of the world tree's roots, monsters began to emerge, one after another, attacking humans. In an instant, countless humans fell to the monsters. When the Justice League arrived, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. "Only divine power can break divine power," Garen stated calmly. Hearing Karen's words, Diana, Shazam, and Black Adam floated forward simultaneously. The three of them gathered thunderous power in their hands and unleashed it without hesitation. The barrier shattered. The Justice League's aircraft successfully entered. The Flash immediately jumped out, using his incredible speed to begin rescuing civilians. Clark, Shazam, and Black Adam quickly joined the effort. Diana, wielding the sword of Hephaestus, headed straight for the— "You are unworthy of being called gods," Diana said, her voice icy cold. Beside her, Batman and Aquaman stood at the ready. "Worthy or not, that's not for a mere girl of 5,000 years to decide," the eldest sister Hespera said calmly, holding the staff. Diana ceased her words, leaping high and slashing down at the eldest sister. Aquaman, with a trident in one hand and a shield in the other, engaged the second sister Calypso. Batman remained still, his gaze fixed on the youngest sister Anthea. With a thunderous crack, Diana's sword sent Hespera flying, but she pursued immediately, thrusting the sword of Hephaestus towards Hespera's chest. Hespera raised her staff to block, then jabbed its tip towards Diana's abdomen. Diana deflected with her shield while swinging her sword again, aiming to decapitate Hespera. Hespera dodged swiftly and countered with precision. Their battle was a deadly exchange of blows. Meanwhile, Aquaman was having a much harder time against Calypso. He was frequently ambushed by her illusions, nearly falling for her tricks on several occasions. He soon found himself in a tight spot. Seizing the moment, Calypso summoned her dragon of destruction. As the dragon breathed its fiery breath, Aquaman was pushed back, relentlessly battered and disheveled. In contrast, the confrontation between Anthea and Batman was far more subdued. Anthea lacked any real fighting spirit, while Batman relied on his modern gadgets for hit-and-run tactics. But how could bullets ever hit Anthea, whose power was teleportation? Batman's furious efforts were all for naught, yielding zero results. On board the aircraft, Karen was chatting with Ares, who had appeared there unnoticed. "Aren't you going down to help them?" "Forget it. We've never been on the same side anyway. In the old days perhaps I would have intervened, but now, I've seen through it all. Mortals or gods, we are all but fleeting guests in this endless expanse of time." Hearing Ares' words, Karen regarded him with newfound respect. "Not bad. Have you been guided by some wise master?" In Karen's eyes, Ares' power was already on the verge of breaking into the universal tier. Given a little more time, he would undergo a complete transformation. Ares shook his head. No, Karen didn't he simply acknowledged with a soft sound and turned his attention back to the spectacle below. Ares lingered in silence for a moment before his form faded away as if he had never been there. Down below, Superman, Shazam, Black Adam, and the Flash had successfully evacuated all the civilians in the city. The four returned and surveyed the battlefield. Superman and Black Adam went to support Aquaman. With their arrival, the pressure on Aquaman eased instantly. He and Black Adam teamed up against the Dragon of Destruction. Superman took on Calypso. Thanks to Karen's previous magic resistance enhancement, Superman fought with ease. After a moment's hesitation, Shazam chose to support Batman. Upon entering the battlefield, Shazam looked at Anthea with a complex expression. "Was everything you did before just a lie to me?" He still held on to a glimmer of hope. Anthea gazed back at Shazam with equally complicated eyes. "Billy, you brought me joy I have never felt before, and I am very grateful to you. Let us settle this here." With a heavy sigh, Shazam burst into action, charging straight at Anthea. Batman wisely chose to retreat, while the Flash assisted Wonder Woman by launching sneak attacks on the elder sister Hespera. With the Flash's involvement, Wonder Woman, already in a favorable position, gained even more advantage. In less than 10 exchanges with the Flash's cooperation, she successfully took down Hespera. On the other side, Superman easily defeated the second sister Calypso. Black Adam and Aquaman teamed up to slay the... At the last moment, Shazam softened his heart and chose to let Anthea go. Karen, seeing that the situation was settled, slowly descended. A pale white finger touched the world tree. In the next moment, the world tree transformed into a shower of flowers scattering throughout the sky. The numerous monsters spawned by the world tree also turned to dust and vanished at the same time. As everything concluded, the Justice League gathered together and Diana returned the staff to Billy. Looking at the devastated city, Billy felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I'm sorry, it was all because of me that the city ended up like this." The others did not seem to blame him, after all, who hadn't made mistakes in their youth. "Just remember this lesson, and don't let it happen again," Karen said, waving her hand toward the city. Golden rays of light fell, and the city instantly restored its former appearance. The people who had been killed by the monsters miraculously came back to life. The members of the Justice League were astounded at such a miraculous feat. They had always known that Karen was incredibly powerful. But, did she really possess the ability to resurrect the dead? Below, the revived crowd erupted into intense cheers after a brief moment of shock. What could be more joyous than coming back to life? In the distance, their family members also ran towards them, embracing their... Many people wept tears of joy. With this incident, a perfect conclusion was drawn. The Justice League returned to headquarters, held a brief summary meeting, and then dispersed. Seeing Billy's gloomy demeanor, Diana gently patted his shoulder. "You should visit Paradise Island sometime. Your sister Abby has been worried about you," Diana said, glancing at Clark and winking. Clark immediately understood, clearing his throat to speak. "Yes, not only Abby, but your other sisters often mention you as well." Billy perked up at this. "Really? I haven't been to Paradise Island for quite a while." He then followed Diana and Clark back. Meanwhile, after the meeting, the Flash found Karen alone. Seeing his hesitance, she could guess what he wanted to say. "Do you want to resurrect your mother?" Barry nodded shyly. "Can you do it?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "I can, but it will be a bit difficult." Karen was not lying. After all, Barry's mother had been dead for a long time, and by now she had turned to ashes. Reviving her would be somewhat challenging. However, with her abilities, she could enter the timeline to retrieve her. But doing so in the DC timeline was an extremely dangerous task. If things went wrong, it could result in a world reset. At that point, who knows what kind of trouble would arise? Karen thought about it and decided to hear Barry's opinion. After a moment of hesitation, Barry slowly spoke. "Actually, I have met my mother many times already. If possible, I would prefer to save her using my own strength." As Barry spoke, his eyes were filled with determination. "Oh, it seems you have discovered the secret of the Speed Force." Karen looked at Barry with interest. Since he had already figured out how to use the Speed Force, it would be much simpler. Together, the possibilities for this endeavor expanded greatly. "Yes," Barry nodded. "Then you should prepare yourself." "I'm ready, you just call me anytime," Karen said as she tossed the sun emblem, which vanished from sight. Barry held the sun emblem, feeling a surge of gratitude. With the hope of his mother being revived, his father could also be exonerated. It was truly wonderful. Barry composed himself and first visited the prison to see his father. After receiving his father's encouragement again, Barry returned home and spent a few days adjusting his state. Just as Barry was preparing to summon Karen, Cyborg suddenly sent a call message. "What's wrong, Victor? There's an urgent rescue mission that requires your assistance. Can't Superman, Shazam, Black Adam, or Wonder Woman handle it?" Barry hesitated. They're all busy, and in terms of speed, only you and Superman can make it in time. Alright, send me the location. Barry hung up the communication and took a deep breath. Soon Cyborg sent the location and Barry quickly changed into his battle suit and set off. Halfway there he suddenly felt a strong wave of hunger. The side effects of the Speed Force were truly troublesome. He quickly changed direction and arrived at a vending machine. Without hesitation he started to eat. After filling his stomach he set off once more. When he reached the scene, less than 30 seconds had passed. Looking at the building that had started to collapse, Barry quickly recalled the information Victor had provided. Soon he devised a rough. In a fraction of a second he moved. He sprinted at full speed toward the collapsing building, stepping on fragments as he rushed skyward. His eyes quickly scanned for the landing spots of those to be rescued. Barry, at an incredible speed, transferred them one by one to safety. Boom! The building completely collapsed. The people rescued were still in a daze. Oh my God, it's the Flash, the Flash, the Flash saved us. The crowd erupted into intense cheers. Barry, feeling quite heroic, waved to the crowd before vanishing in a flash of lightning. Back home, he calmed the excitement that always followed his rescues. He took out the sun emblem. I'm ready now. In the next moment after he spoke, the sun emblem transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Immediately after, a portal opened not far from Barry. Karen walked out gracefully. Ready. Barry nodded earnestly. Are we leaving now? Karen glanced around, finding Barry's place quite shabby. She completely couldn't understand what he had spent the Justice League's allowances on. Wait a moment. Barry quickly walked into the bedroom, and when he came out he had changed into his uniform. Has anyone told you that this uniform is really ugly? Karen stared at the new uniform of the Flash, unable to help but voice her criticism. I think it's okay. Maybe. Barry felt a bit awkward as others only mentioned that his new uniform didn't look good. Karen was merciless in her remarks. Fortunately, he had already asked Bruce to make him a new one. Lost in thought for a moment, Barry finally regained his focus. So Karen, shall we begin? Alright. Karen nodded. Without the Speed Force instantly activated. At the same time, Barry entered the Speed Force state. The two of them surged upstream through the river of time. For Barry, the scenery here was new no matter how many times he saw it. Focus. Seeing Barry a bit distracted, Karen had to... Sorry, Barry said as he quickly adjusted his state, running ahead of Karen to lead the way. Various major events that had occurred in the past flashed before their eyes. Soon they arrived at the point in time Barry wanted to find. Karen, it's right here. Go ahead, I'll help you stabilize the timeline. Karen looked at Barry's mother, who was shopping in the supermarket, and nodded slightly. After hearing Karen's words, Barry dashed out of the river of time without hesitation. Then he placed a bottle of ketchup into his mother's shopping cart. Karen looked on in confusion. You stabilized the timeline and you just add a bottle of ketchup. Couldn't he have just pulled her in directly? Suddenly Karen thought. It seemed that they hadn't communicated at all before their plan began. Karen thought Barry understood her meaning, and Barry felt that Karen had grasped his idea. Thus a major blunder occurred. Just as Karen was about to take action to retrieve Barry's mother, Barry had already returned to the river of time. I did it. Barry joyfully sprinted toward Karen. At this moment the story of Barry had already changed in the surrounding time, and in each of his futures his mother was accompanying him. Barry was so excited that he wanted to cheer. Karen stared at the constantly changing scenes around her, muttering to herself. Is it really this simple? Just as she was filled with doubt, a sudden change occurred. A black figure burst into the river of time, knocking Barry away and out of the river. Karen looked at the shadow that resembled Barry but was covered in black spikes, and fur, instantly becoming alert. It was here, it was happening. Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, Karen knew that there was going to be some excitement ahead. Without saying a word, she directly dove through the time rift created by Barry's impact. Once she entered this world, she found that Barry had already reunited with his family. At such a moment, as an outsider, she naturally couldn't disturb them. But she couldn't just do nothing right. With a powerful mental force, she scanned the entire world. Karen wanted to confirm what differences existed in this world. Karen frowned sharply. With a wave of her hand, the timeline of this world emerged. She quickly searched for the information. What is this? Karen watched as a spaceship bearing the Krypton emblem landed on Earth and was discovered and taken away by the Earth's military. Then she saw someone emerge from it. A girl. The moment this girl appeared, she was immediately captured by humans. How could this be? Combining the information she had just obtained, Karen murmured. This world's Kara. After understanding everything, anger flickered in Karen's eyes. She instantly teleported to outside a military base. Who goes there? The guard soldiers reacted, immediately pointing their guns at Karen. Karen didn't want to waste words and swept. That soldier was cut in half. Following that, Karen transformed into a force of her homeland. She pierced through the entire base and arrived in a sealed laboratory. With a wave of her hand, the heavy iron door turned to dust. Through the massive iron ball in front of her, she looked at this. Karen's expression was somewhat complex. With a thought, the entire iron ball turned into a rain of flowers. Karen stepped forward, approaching the girl. The girl struggled to lift her head and looked at Karen. In the next moment, their eyes met. Come, give me your hand. Karen spoke, gently leaning down and extending her hand. Kara weakly raised her hand in an attempt to grasp the other. Her intuition told her that she could trust the person in front of her. Karen firmly grasped the trembling hand extended toward her, channeling her solar power. Instantly, it illuminated every cell within Kara's body. Her body visibly filled out. Just a moment ago, Kara had been in a daze. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she lifted her head to stare at Karen. What did you do to me? As she spoke, Kara had already stood up. I gave you what you were meant to have. Karen smiled faintly. With a wave of her hand, a red and blue Kryptonian battlesuit identical to the one she wore appeared on Kara. Only then did Kara notice Karen's attire and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're a Kryptonian too." Karen finally released Kara's hand and explained calmly, "Not only am I a Kryptonian, but I'm also your aunt from another world." Aunt. Kara looked at her powerful hands, feeling that it was so unreal. Oh, right, in this world I should look like this. As Karen spoke, her appearance began to change. Her long golden hair gradually turned black, cascading over her shoulders. Her features were sharp, yet filled with heroism. With the transformation, she now resembled Kara closely, almost. Auntie Kara exclaimed in excitement upon seeing this face. She lunged toward Karen, and the two women immediately collided like two celestial bodies. "Auntie, is it really you? Kara missed you so much." As she felt Kara's body tremble with excitement, the playful mood Karen initially had instantly vanished. Extending her hand, she gently embraced Kara. "I'm sorry Annie came late." As Karen spoke, she felt Kara's trembling intensify, followed by a series of sobs. "Dad, Mom, they're all gone, even Carl whom they asked me to take care of. I don't know what happened to him." As Kara spoke, large tears fell onto Karen's battlesuit. Karen listened attentively to her narrative, occasionally responding. After a long while, Kara finally calmed down completely. She shyly released Karen. Karen raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Kara's eyes. "How old are you now, still crying?" "I am not," Kara stubbornly replied, her eyes continuously darting over Karen. "What's wrong?" Karen smiled slightly and asked. "Aunt Karen, weren't you exiled to the Phantom Zone back then? How did you escape?" Kara selectively forgot parts of their previous conversation and asked with curiosity. "I just came out when I wanted to. That wretched place couldn't keep me in." Karen casually waved her hand. Just as Kara was about to ask more, a commotion of footsteps echoed from the corridor where Karen had come. Then a large group of soldiers rushed in. Upon seeing them, Kara's gaze filled with indescribable hatred. It was these people who had locked her in this dark prison for an unknown amount of time. Every minute and second spent here was pure torment for her. Lost in thought, Kara completely erupted. In an instant, her heat vision swept across the bodies of all the soldiers. The next moment, they were all severed in half. The crimson light in Kara's eyes had not faded in the slightest, directly burning through a large part of the base. "Control your power," Karen reminded. Only then did Kara manage to force herself to calm down and cease the release of her heat vision. When she turned to look at Karen, her gaze softened once more. "Let's leave here first," Karen suggested as she looked at Kara. Kara replied, and the two women walked outside by. Upon entering the outside world, Kara breathed in the cold and liberating air, feeling an indescribable comfort within her heart. She had no idea how long she had been imprisoned since arriving on this planet. Just as Kara breathed in this liberating air, two hydrogen bombs flew straight towards them from afar. "Hey, your reaction time is impressive," Karen mocked as she held back Kara, who wanted to rush forward and test the bombs with her body. She gently exhaled towards the front. A golden stream of energy burst forth from her mouth. The moment the two hydrogen bombs came into contact with the golden stream, they instantly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. "What's going on?" The high-ranking individuals observing this scene from afar were left dumbfounded. Karen gazed into the distance, a dangerous curve lifting at the corners of her mouth. "Let me see which rats are involved." Her powerful telekinesis instantly spread out, capable of crushing the entire universe. "Found you," Karen said, a dangerous smile forming on her lips. With a wave of her hand, a large crowd instantly appeared in front of her and Kara. Karen turned to Kara, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Kill them." Kara nodded firmly. She understood that everything she had suffered over the years was brought upon her by these individuals. Having acquired the strength for revenge, she naturally would not hold back. "You can't." The leader's words were cut short as Kara's heat vision exploded his head. Seeing this, the others scattered in panic. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun Kara's heat vision. In just a few breaths, the crowd that Karen had relocated was all dead. Karen raised her hand and gently patted the still agitated Kara. A gentle energy slowly calmed her down. Telekinesis surged forth once again, this time targeting Kara. Karen gently soothed Kara's scarred heart. After a long while, the killing intent in Kara's eyes faded, replaced by an unprecedented determination. "As expected of my niece," Karen nodded in satisfaction. Just as Karen rescued and successfully helped Kara, on the other side things were going awry for Barry. First, during a family reunion, Big Barry discovered little Barry was on his way back. At this, he became anxious. Connecting the current time point, he seemed to understand. He immediately activated his super speed to bring little Barry back to their room. After an elaborate explanation filled with ups and downs, Big Barry finally convinced little Barry that he was himself from the future who had traveled back to the present. "Oh, that's so cool. Can I become like you in the future?" Little Barry then asked a crucial question. Just as Big Barry was about to answer, he realized that if all went well, today was the moment he would gain his super speed. Without daring to hesitate, he immediately took little Barry to the laboratory from his memories. Big Barry utilized high-speed molecular vibrations to successfully take little Barry through the wall. The two arrived smoothly at the laboratory. Big Barry quickly moved around, setting up the scene to simulate the original event. "Listen, next you need to sit here and get struck by lightning." Big Barry pointed at the chair, instructing little Barry to sit down. The initially excited little Barry, upon hearing he had to be struck by lightning, instantly felt that superpowers didn't seem so cool anymore. "Well, I might not want superpowers that much after all," little Barry said as he tried to get up from the chair. "No, you must." Big Barry quickly pressed him down, urging him to stay still. Just then, boom, A lightning bolt struck through the window, passing through Big Berry and successfully hitting Little Berry. Bang, both were thrown back. When they regained their senses, Big Berry was surprised to find that his super speed had actually vanished. But Little Berry was ecstatic. He quickly ran around like a playful puppy. Look, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. After playing for a while, his excitement finally subsided. Alright, let's leave here first, Big Berry urged. Since things had already happened, he could only accept reality and leave. Back home, Big Berry solemnly handed his battle suit to Little Berry. In that moment, he felt somewhat lost. Quickly he let it go. Since he had lost his superpowers, he would stay in this world and live a good life with his parents. But just then, all networks on Earth were invaded by Kryptonian technology. The speaker was Zod. He declared that he would turn Earth into the second Krypton. Big Berry recalled that according to the timeline, it wasn't long after he had just gained his super speed that the Kryptonian civilization invasion incident occurred. Thinking of this, Big Berry felt completely unwell. Zod, after all, was an existence that even Superman and Wonder Woman could not defeat together. Big Berry immediately forced himself to calm down and inquired about the superheroes in this world. However, Little Berry's answer: in this world there was no Superman nor Wonder Woman. Even the only existing Batman had become a legend. What to do, what to do, what to do? Big Berry anxiously paced in circles. However, Little Berry was completely unaware of the severity of the situation. To him, an alien invasion was something the government would naturally handle. He thought Big Berry was simply overreacting. Big Berry looked at Little Berry's clear, bright-eyed gaze, and it made him both angry and amused. He then proceeded to explain in detail the terrifying nature of the Kryptonians. After hearing Big Berry's account, Little Berry was left dumbfounded. Not only did they possess the ability to fly and incredible strength, but they also had advanced technology that could crush Earth. Big Berry looked at Little Berry's clear, bright-eyed gaze, and it made him both angry and amused. He then proceeded, by the way, we can look for Batman first. Big Berry could only adopt a trilanderer approach and suggested finding Batman first. The question is, where can we find Batman? Little Berry once again posed a critical question. I know where to find him, Big Berry confidently replied. Under Big Berry's guidance, Little Berry swiftly took him to Gotham City. Based on his memories, Big Berry led Little Berry to one Bat Cave after another. Indeed, hard work paid off. In the last Bat Cave, they found an old Batman with a head full of white hair, looking utterly disheveled. Although that face was not the Batman Big Berry had known, yet he did not give up and still wanted to persuade him to take action. But this Batman had long since lost that fighting spirit and unhesitatingly rejected Big Berry's request. After countless attempts at persuasion yielded no results, Big Berry sighed in disappointment. You are no longer the Batman I once knew. He immediately turned to leave with Little Berry. Wait a minute. Just then the protagonist aura effect kicked in and Batman recalled countless days and nights of heroic deeds, calling out to Berry. Kara, who was floating in the air watching the scene, smiled and spoke. Aunt, you really guessed it right. Of course, did you forget? Kara proudly lifted her chin. Huh. Kara found her aunt's little demeanor amusing. Through the time they spent together, she realized that this world's aunt was an exact replica of her own. Not only were their personalities and experiences similar, but even some of their little habits were identical. In her heart, she had already regarded Karen as a true family member. Let's go, we should head down now. Okay, Kara replied. The two slowly descended into the Batcave. Inside the Batcave, Big Berry was still processing Batman's agreement to join them when he heard a series of urgent alarms. There's an intruder in the Batcave. Batman immediately ran toward the armory, swiftly putting on his battle suit and equipping himself. Big Berry and Little Berry stared seriously in the direction of the entrance. Hey, catch this. Knowing that Big Berry no longer had superpowers, Batman deliberately chose a simple weapon and Thank you. Big Berry fumbled to catch the weapon and expressed his gratitude, then continued to focus on the entrance. Two slender figures appeared before the three of them. I advise you to put down that scrap metal in your hands. Karen's voice came calm. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Big Berry was thrilled and immediately tossed the gun away. Karen. But when he saw who it was, he was left dumbfounded. The tone matched, but how had her appearance changed? Then his gaze was drawn to the short-haired girl beside Karen, who bore a striking resemblance to her. He swallowed hard unconsciously. Little Berry had the same reaction. Seeing these two staring at her niece with such intensity made Karen frown. If you dare to have any thoughts about my niece, I'll smash your heads in. Though her voice was calm, there was no doubt that Karen was serious. As Karen spoke, she used her mind to teach Kara the ability of illusion. Upon hearing Karen's voice, Big Berry and Little Berry both shivered and hurriedly averted their gazes. Strangers, you better have a good reason for being here. Batman said, his muscles tensed, ready for battle at any moment. Isn't it obvious that we can't come to your rundown place without a reason? Karen smiled, lightly glancing at Batman before looking at Big Berry. What's wrong? Can't recognize me after just one? Is that really Karen? The Karen I know. Big Berry lowered his head, too nervous to look in her direction, his heart rate. If this was the Karen he knew, he was afraid that any unpleasant thoughts would be discovered. What else could it be? Karen. Big Berry composed himself and finally raised his head to look at Karen. Indeed, that playful smile she wore was too similar. It's truly wonderful to see you again. This statement from Big Berry came straight from the heart. Since Karen had appeared, all problems seemed trivial. Batman, observing Big Berry's expression, also relaxed. Hey, aren't you going to introduce them? Little Berry quietly tugged at Big Berry's sleeve, while his eyes involuntarily looked at This action naturally caught Karen's attention. She nearly lost her patience and wanted to smash this guy's head. And fortunately, Kara spoke up in time. Otherwise, it was destined that one of the Berries would end up dead today. The Big Berry explained Karen's identity to Little Berry at lightning speed. He repeatedly emphasized that he should control his thoughts and not provoke her. Though Karen usually appeared gentle, she was truly someone who could kill without blinking. Big Berry had heard Batman mention more than once that Karen was not to be trifled with. Naturally, he remembered. Little Berry seemed to understand, but not completely, and had no idea what Big Berry was afraid of. Next, Big Berry stepped up to alleviate the tension and made introductions between the two parties. When he introduced Kara, he froze as he truly did not know her. Kara Zor-El, Kara said nonchalantly, introducing herself with confidence. Hello. Big Berry nodded politely. Little Berry extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Kara, but was timely stopped by Big Berry. Big Berry was quite exasperated with Little Berry. Inwardly he grumbled, "Big brother, could you not be so reckless?" Karen's death glare remained fixated on Little Berry. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Batman coughed to break the tension and redirect everyone's attention. "So shouldn't we discuss how to deal with the Kryptonian?" "There's nothing to discuss, we just need to kill them all," Karen said flatly. "Yeah, just like that." Big Berry awkwardly agreed. "Before this, let me help you regain your speed." Karen was somewhat satisfied with the performance of Dalbari and decided to lend a hand. Dalbari was thrilled. Karen raised her hand and a powerful bolt of lightning shot from her fingertips, piercing through Bang! Dalbari was sent flying straight out. Shalbari reacted immediately, catching Dalbari just in time. Shalbari glared at Karen. How could this guy attack without any warning? Meanwhile, Kara and Batman calmly watched this. "Don't. Cough, cough." At that moment, Dalbari coughed, grabbing Shalbari. The wounds on his body were healing at an astonishing. Clearly his speed had revived under Karen's attack. Within a few breaths, all of Dalbari's wounds had healed, and he jumped out from Zybari's arms. After stretching his limbs a bit, he transformed into lightning, quickly running circles around the others. "This is amazing. I've finally regained my speed." Dalbari cheered excitedly, coming up to Karen to express his heartfelt thanks. Who could understand how difficult it was to live without superpowers? Once he calmed down, Dalbari realized that the most urgent task at hand was to stop Zod from transforming the Earth. Everyone immediately got ready. To facilitate the battle, Dalbari borrowed a set of Batman's suit and modified it into a lightning suit. The five of them rushed towards the battlefield between humans and Kryptonians. Kara, floating in the sky, looked at Karen in confusion and spoke, "And are we really going to help humanity?" "We're not helping humanity, we're avenging your cousin." Karen did not hide the truth, revealing that Zod had drained the blood of the still infant Kal-El. "What?" Kara was completely stunned. "How dare Zod?" Upon hearing this, her eyes turned red. "What is he afraid of? He has gone mad for the revival of Krypton." Karen shook her head lightly. She truly could not comprehend Zod's mindset. Soon the battlefield between humans and Kryptonians appeared not far away. Batman and the two Flashes joined the fight without hesitation. "I will kill him and avenge my cousin." Kara stared at Zod's figure, her voice resolute. "All right, go ahead." Karen would naturally not stop her. With Karen's permission, Kara immediately accelerated. Boom. In the midst of the battlefield, Zod, who was killing indiscriminately, was sent flying over 1,000 meters by a red and blue figure. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. Kara quickly followed, kicking at Zod's head as he just got back up. Bang! The massive impact caused the pit to deepen by several meters again. Zod was nearly buried alive. It was only then that Zod finally saw the figure of his attacker. His expression shifted from surprise to uncontrolled. "It's you, Kara Zor-El, the last son of Krypton. I have finally found you." "What do you mean?" Kara was somewhat confused by his words. "Stop pretending. The Codex is inside you. Just by extracting your blood, we can recreate the Kryptonian race." Zod immediately became a question-answering machine. "What?" Kara's expression was shocked. She had always believed that her cousin Kal-El was the last son of Krypton. Never did she expect that the last son of Krypton was actually herself. Just as Kara was distracted, Zod moved. He instantly reached Kara's side, thrusting out his arm as a weapon. Looking at him, it was clear he intended to kill in one strike. But would it really be that easy? Ding. Crack. The two sounds came simultaneously as Zod's weapon shattered unexpectedly. How is this possible? Zod was dumbfounded. His weapon, capable of piercing any object, was shattered by an unprepared. Kara instantly regained her focus and delivered a powerful kick. Bang. Zod was sent flying over 1,000 meters again. Kara looked at the shallow white mark on her abdomen, feeling a pang of fear. She had almost died just now. Getting distracted in battle is not a good habit. Karen's voice echoed lightly in her ear. Then a wealth of battle experience flooded into Kara's mind. Even her superbrain was struggling to handle such an impact. Waves of intense dizziness washed over her. Fortunately, this sensation came quickly and faded just as fast. Kara looked once more at the distant Zod, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She accelerated and charged towards Zod. Upon seeing Kara charging again, Zod did not dare to underestimate her. The two quickly engaged again. This time Kara was clearly fighting with strategy, starting to leverage her advantages. After a brief adaptation, she began to pound Zod relentlessly. On the other side of the battlefield, the two Flashes had already formed a perfect coordination. With their teamwork, one Kryptonian warrior after another fell. As for Batman, the situation was not looking good. His condition was no better than that of the human army. Weapons had no effect on Kryptonians. After exhausting his ammunition, Batman had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. He did not believe that engaging the enemy in close combat would be a good choice, especially with ineffective weapons. Karen, who had been observing the battlefield, raised her hand and golden solar energy descended upon Batman. Go. The moment Batman's suit was illuminated by the golden light, he felt a surge of spirit. Thanks. Without hesitation, Batman jumped out of the aircraft and joined the battle. With the enhancement of powerful strength and his superb fighting skills, he quickly took down one Kryptonian warrior after another. Meanwhile, the battle between Kara and Zod was nearing its end. Zod was being thoroughly beaten by Kara's relentless assault, suffering greatly. He had lost an arm and a hand. One of his eyeballs had also been ruthlessly crushed by Kara. Kara, I think we can tell. Zod made a weak plea. Go confess to Cousin Kal-El. After Kara said this, heat vision erupted forth. In an instant, Zod was split in half. Phew. With Zod's death, Kara knelt on the ground as waves of weakness washed over her. The next moment, golden light enveloped her. Her form was transported directly to Karen's side. All right, you have avenged Kal-El. While Karen spoke, she infused Kara with a large amount of solar power once again. Within a few breaths, Kara was fully restored. Thank you, Aunt. Your battle experience is still too lacking. Go help. Karen pointed to the two Flashes and Batman who were still engaged in intense combat in the distance. All right. Kara agreed and accelerated out. She went directly to confront Zod's female lieutenant. The fierce battle between the two erupted in an instant. This time, with Karen's reminder, Kara paid more attention to her combat skills most of the time, not using absolute strength to overpower her opponent. As time passed on the battlefield, there were two Flash figures and one overpowered Batman. The Kryptonian warriors had in the distance, human soldiers had begun to clean up the battlefield. Kara's combat was becoming increasingly effortless, seeing that others had mostly resolved their battles. She accelerated, instantly delivering a powerful kick that sent the female officer flying. Immediately after, she unleashed her heat vision, incinerating the female officer in an instant. With the battle reaching its conclusion, Kara swiftly flew back to Karen's side, having no intention of engaging with the humans. Karen glanced down below. With a thought, all the bodies of the Kryptonians on the battlefield vanished. The Kryptonian spaceship was also taken into Karen's possession. Below, the two Flashes avoided everyone and began to retreat. After exchanging greetings with the military personnel present, Batman swiftly piloted the aircraft away. Let's go. Karen took one last look below. Carrying Kara, they floated back in the direction they had come from. Human fighters and satellites had long been monitoring them, but they didn't have the courage to intervene. These two had previously slaughtered the upper echelons of an entire nation. Who would dare provoke them? The five soon gathered at the Batcave. Little Barry was particularly excited about being able to fend off the alien invasion. But for Big Barry and Karen, this was already a minor affair. Batman remained much calmer, briefly summarizing their side's shortcomings. Kara, however, felt rather downcast. Although she had learned the truth and taken revenge, she now became the only Kryptonian in this world. Kara was confused, unsure of which direction to take. What are your plans next? Karen looked at Big Barry, curious about his next. After a brief moment of contemplation, Big Barry made his decision. Let's go back. All right. Karen was not surprised. After all, this was not their universe. Moreover, Barry's parents here already had Little Barry, so they didn't need the extra outsider that was Big Barry. Little Barry gazed at Big Barry with some reluctance. The experiences of these past 2 days had been extraordinarily surreal for him. Big Barry had taught him so many things. Yes, we should head back to my family is still waiting for me. Big Barry patted Little Barry's shoulder and turned to Karen, nodding. Entering the Speed Force, he stepped into the river of time first. Karen turned to Kara, ready to say something, only to find her hand tightly clenched. Although she said nothing, her reaction told Karen everything. He sighed and spoke softly. Don't worry, I will not abandon you. Really? Kara exclaimed in surprise. Are you leaving too? Little Barry looked at Kara, displaying a face of reluctance, clearly still not willing to let go. You brat, I really want to smash your head in. Karen shot a glare at Little Barry, took Kara's hand, and activated the Speed Force. They instantly entered the river of time. Just like that, huh? Little Barry sighed as he watched the place where Kara had vanished. Haha, Barry, lighten up. Batman patted Little Barry's shoulder, offering consolation. Boom. In the end, Karen couldn't resist sending Little Barry a lightning package. Watching Barry's hair stand on end from the shock, Batman couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Karen, entering the river of time, quickly caught up with Barry's pace. But to Karen's surprise, Barry was actually fighting someone. Upon seeing the opponent's appearance, it was none other than the one who had ambushed and sent Barry flying. Karen explained calmly. This. Hearing Karen's words, Barry felt utterly defeated. When did he offend such a ruthless character? Catches. Karen, that's the one who ambushed me earlier, right? That's right, you can call him Reverse Flash. He will do anything that brings you pain. Karen explained calmly. This. Hearing Karen's words, Barry felt utterly defeated. When did he offend such a... Without giving him much time to react, Reverse Flash charged at him again. Barry, not made of clay, certainly wouldn't let him have his way. The two collided at high speed once more. And are we just going to watch like this? Kara looked around at the environment, filled. I would like to watch too, but unfortunately it's not possible. Karen felt somewhat speechless. As Flash and Reverse Flash battled fiercely in the river of time, countless parallel universes were rapidly converging at this point. The moment they all converged and collided was the moment when countless parallel worlds would perish. In those universes, Karen saw various versions of Superman and other superheroes. Naturally, one of them was the universe they were currently in. Upon seeing this, Karen moved. She did not want her grandson to be affected by Reverse Flash. With a wave of her hand, a golden phoenix, imbued with endless destructive will, surged towards Reverse Flash, turning him to ashes in a billionth of a second. All collisions of parallel worlds halted at that moment. This scene caused Kara beside Karen to gaze in awe. Her aunt was truly remarkable. With a simple attack, she had saved so many worlds. Barry approached Karen panting and said, "Thank you, really thank you." "You're welcome," Karen replied, glancing at Barry. "Recover quickly, we still need to go save your mother." Barry looked at Kara beside Karen, seeming to understand something, and nodded with excitement. He quickly began to adjust his state. Moments later, Barry was back to normal. "Karen, I'm ready." "All right, let's go as usual. I'll stabilize the timeline." Understood. This time Barry truly understood Karen's intention. He gave his all and started running. He plunged into the time point where his mother was harmed. Without reverse Flash's presence, Barry's actions were incredibly smooth. He quickly brought his bewildered mother into the river of time, heading towards Karen and Kara. "Let's go, this all should come to an end," Karen said, waving her hand. With a burst of speed, the three of them arrived at the initial time node when they entered the river of time. Karen led Kara directly out. Subsequently, Barry emerged with his mother. Karen glanced at Barry's mother, and her immense mental power instantly spread. She rewrote the memories of those involved. Once everything was adjusted, Karen nodded at Barry. "All set. Thank you, Barry deeply bowed to Karen. Karen waved her hand dismissively and disappeared with Kara. When they reappeared, the two had returned to Paradise Island. Karen restored her original appearance and solemnly introduced Kara to everyone. The people of Paradise Island warmly welcomed Kara. Clark and Diana, upon learning about this cousin's experiences, felt great sympathy and naturally took extra care of her. In the following time, Karen and Diana helped Kara become familiar with the world of humans. Perhaps due to her own experiences, she was not very fond of interacting with humans. On the contrary, Kara greatly enjoyed being with the boisterous Amazonian warriors. Karen naturally did not force her. Next, Karen compensated for all the various gifts that Kara had missed over the years until her room could no longer hold. "And are you really going to be this biased?" Clark laughed from the side, pretending to be a bit jealous. "Go away, you don't understand." Karen waved her hand, directly shooing Clark away. Young Jordan also liked Aunt Kara very much and always pulled her to play. Kara had been imprisoned by humans since she arrived on Earth at the age of 13. Mentally, she was still just a big child, naturally able to play with young Jordan. The two quickly formed the troublemaking duo of Paradise Island. Here, Kara truly found a sense of belonging. Meanwhile, Karen stared blankly at the sky. Calculating the time, the little Kara from this world would soon be arriving on Earth. She wondered if she would be able to get along well with this alternate version of herself. While all was harmonious on Paradise Island, Barry Allen's life was also filled with happiness, and his family was once again complete. Barry had found his ideal girlfriend in the laboratory where he worked. His days were truly enjoyable. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner of the ocean, a disaster that would sweep across the entire sea was quietly brewing. The long-lost Black Manta re-emerged wielding a black trident. With a single strike, he easily defeated Aquaman, who was empowered by the shield and Poseidon's trident. Fortunately, Mera ORM and Atlanta arrived just in time to rescue him. However, even so, Black Manta silently extracted some of Aquaman Arthur's blood. Relying on his powerful Atlantean lineage, Arthur managed to recover after. The first thing he did was to trace Black Manta's whereabouts with all his might. But unexpectedly, Black Manta seemed to have vanished without a trace. No matter what channel he used, he could not find any trace of him. Helpless Arthur could only keep this matter in mind and return to his daily life of raising children. For some time afterward, the entire world was unusually peaceful. Even the superheroes spent most of their time immersed in their daily lives. Hatred and conflict were gradually disappearing. Nature was slowly restoring its beautiful appearance. Peace seemed to have. At a certain moment in the far north, glaciers began to shatter. Countless strange black monsters surged forth. The various scientific research teams in the Arctic, completely caught off guard, were devoured in an instant. After breaking free from the ice, the black, strange monsters split into two groups. One group headed toward the ocean, turning large swathes of seawater black in their wake. Various marine creatures would die instantly upon contact with the black seawater, only to soon revive and become part of the monstrous army. The other group of black, strange monsters advanced along the land. Wherever they went, nothing could grow. The sea tribes and humans reacted as soon as they sensed the presence of the black, strange monsters. High-tech weapons were launched at the black, strange monster horde, as if they were free, but the effects were minimal. No one could say there were almost none. As Aquaman, Arthur personally went to the front lines, and upon seeing the black, strange monster horde, ancient memories long dormant were awakened. The undead legion of Cordis. Arthur was shocked. If it was truly the group from his memories, then both humanity and the sea tribes could really be in danger. No, it's not just the undead legion. Karen approached Arthur, her gaze vigilantly fixed on the group of black, strange monsters that only knew how to advance and kill. "What are they?" Arthur inquired in a deep voice. "I can't be sure yet." Karen prayed that it wasn't what she feared. Otherwise, it would cause an unimaginable amount of trouble. After Karen spoke, she waved her hand. A golden barrier instantly rose, isolating all the black, strange monsters outside. She spoke seriously to the Justice League members who had caught up. "Stay here, you'll go check the situation," Karen instructed before passing through the golden barrier and disappearing into the horde of black, strange monsters. Auntie Clark and Kara called out to stop her, but it was too late. "Don't worry, under the sun god's crown, nothing will happen." Diana approached the two, offering comfort. Meanwhile, after Karen plunged into the horde of black, strange monsters, she immediately faced a powerful counterattack. Her bad premonitions grew stronger. The golden flames of the phoenix continuously scorched the approaching strange monsters, but they could not be killed. "It seems I have no choice but to use that move." Karen sighed deeply and no longer hesitated. In an instant, she pulled the Emperor's belt from her pocket universe and fastened it around her waist. Emperor armor merge, armor merge. Boom! A rainbow-colored flame instantly surged forth. The strange monsters instantly evaporated in large numbers. The resistance against Karen's advance vanished in an instant. As expected, Karen understood while accelerating her pace. In just a few breaths, she arrived at the entrance of the Arctic glacier from which the strange monsters were pouring forth. Watching the endless stream of black strange monsters rushing out, Karen pushed her palm forward. A golden sealing talisman instantly pressed against the exit. Boom! The entire exit was instantly sealed. Karen slowly descended and stepped inside. Along the way, Karen once again cleared out large groups of strange monsters and slowly arrived at the grand hall located deep within. There an altar was emanating a strange black light. On a distant throne, a skeleton adorned with a crown quietly watched everything. Traveler from another world, you have arrived. A raspy, unpleasant voice echoed from all directions. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Karen was not fooled by his tricks. Speak, what is your background? Little girl, don't be anxious. Since you can come here, it shows you have some capability. Why don't you wait a moment longer? I will let you see my true form. Karen's bad premonition grew stronger. The next moment she struck. Emperor Demon slashing blade. She swung her sword directly at the black altar. Boom! A violent surge of energy instantly sent Karen flying. When she looked back, a massive crack had already appeared. Haha, little girl, thank you for your help. Crack. The altar was completely shattered, and a beam of black light instantly drilled into the distant skeleton. In the next moment, the skeleton moved. He slowly stood up and tested his body. The sound of cracking echoed throughout the entire space. What in the world is that? Karen floated to a short distance from the skeletal figure, eyeing it warily. Me. The skeleton opened its mouth in a surprisingly human-like manner. I have many names, but the name of this vessel. Let me think. It seems he was called Cortis. Of course, you may also address me as the evil demon king. As the skeleton spoke, a strange black flame flickered in its eye sockets, locking its gaze onto Karen. The evil demon king. Are you suffering from main character syndrome? I don't care what you are. Get out of this world, and I might— Karen raised her sword, pointing it directly at Cortis, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Oh, feel free to try. Cortis raised a bony hand and gestured for her to come. Since he refused to take the hint, Karen decided to cease further discussion. Her form accelerated, and the Imperial Aurora sword came crashing down with immense force. Die. Now. With this strike, Karen unleashed her full power, aiming to catch the creature off guard and potentially obliterate it in a single blow. The truth was, this abomination gave her a profoundly unsettling feeling. Crack. Snap. The two bony arms Cortis raised to block shattered instantly. Using the momentum to his advantage, he successfully evaded Karen's sword. Young lady, you lack martial honor. As he spoke, Cortis immediately distanced himself, his gaze fixed intently on her next move. Having resolved to eliminate this foe, Karen saw no point in further talk. Her form followed in an instant, and the Aurora sword slashed down diagonally once more. Though Cortis had lost his hands, his legs proved remarkably agile. He dodged Karen's attack once more. She pressed on, relentlessly chasing and hacking at him. Strangely, he managed to evade every strike with unnerving ease. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space under the shockwaves of Karen's attacks began to crumble and collapse. Yet the two combatants paid it no mind. Mere small debris they thought incapable of affecting them. Just die. After delivering another slash, they created some distance. Karen was exasperated. This creature was like a slippery eel, impossible to land a solid hit on. Getting tired, Cortis' voice dripped with amusement. We're just getting started. Karen immediately activated her avatar art and the king's treasury. 30 Karens, each wielding a different weapon, instantly filled a significant portion of the space. A barrage of attacks began to rain down upon Cortis. Meditation seals, optic blasts, freezing breath, phoenix flames. Of course, these were merely to provide support for the Karen clad in the Emperor's armor, aiming to pin Cortis down for just a moment longer. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Cortis observed Karen, his satisfaction growing. Karen, however, cared little for his thoughts. Her sole priority was to eradicate this abomination, neither human nor ghost. Boom, boom, boom. Under this overwhelming assault, the entire space completely collapsed. The residual shockwaves from the battle reverberated across the whole earth, threatening to shatter it at any moment. Karen knew this couldn't continue. She had to get this fiend into outer space, otherwise one wrong move could spell the truth. Her little grandson, nieces, nephews, and all her friends resided on this planet. As if reading her thoughts, Cortis swiftly flew towards outer space. Karen followed suit, while also channeling a portion of her power as a blessing to the Justice League members below. Eliminate them. Empowered by Karen's blessing, the Justice League finally gained the means to effectively combat these aberrant monsters. Clark, Kara, Diana, Shazam, Black Adam, the Flash, and Aquaman plunged directly into the horde of aberrations, unleashing chaos. Batman piloted his aircraft to a vantage point, coordinating the battle alongside Cyborg. Aquaman fought with the most ferocity. He had a huge score to settle. These very creatures had slaughtered and assimilated countless marine lives, shrouding the entire ocean in a miasma of corruption. In outer space, the battle between Karen and Cortis raged on. More accurately, Karen was still unilaterally pursuing and attacking Cortis. This creature only retaliated on rare occasions. Eventually, Karen grew exasperated. She prepared to use her power to expel this entity from this universe entirely. But reality often falls short of imagination. Have you run out of options? Corda's eyes, burning with black balefire, stared directly at Karen. We're far from done, Karen said, secretly beginning to gather her power. Since you have no more tricks, it's my turn. As Corda spoke, his lost bone hands regenerated instantly. The next moment, he appeared directly before Karen, lunging. Karen quickly raised her sword to block. Clang! She was sent flying, crashing through a lifeless asteroid. A powerful body, a resilient soul. You are fit to be my nourishment. As Corda spoke, his skeletal form dissolved into a cloud of black mist surging towards Karen. Karen took no chances. She gathered all her energy and unleashed her ultimate technique. Boom! The very fabric of space collapsed under the explosion. The black mist's advance was only momentarily slowed. What a troublesome nuisance. Karen unleashed another slash, then retreated, creating distance between them. The black mist followed Karen at a leisurely pace, as if victory were already assured. Karen continued attacking, opting for a strategic retreat. Soon Karen noticed something was terribly wrong. No matter how fast she moved, the distance between them was steadily closing. You cannot escape, Corda stated calmly, his voice echoing from the mist. You seem so sure of yourself. Karen found the situation challenging, but she wasn't entirely out of options. As a last resort, she could pull off her escape with the Earth maneuver again. Surely this thing wouldn't chase her to another universe. Right? Karen wasn't certain. What puzzled her more was that this creature was definitely not native to the DC universe. Why wasn't the presence doing anything about it? Or perhaps even he was powerless against it. As the distance between them shrank, Karen was already preparing to teleport back to Earth, grab the planet, and flee to the Marvel universe. As for little Kara, she could come back, for her once she had shaken this fiend off. With that thought, Karen got ready to act. But the moment she initiated her teleport, her heart sank. The entire surrounding space was locked down. Damn it. I told you cannot escape. The black mist that was Corda spoke in a low, unhurried tone, continuing its relentless approach towards Karen. Is this where I fall? Karen's mind raced, searching for a way out of this predicament. It seems I'll have to use that technique. Karen let out a sigh. Sis, help. She began frantically communicating with the peculiar radiant light within her being. Indeed, this was her final trump card. However, disappointment struck Karen. Despite her shouts, the radiant light showed no response. Gritting her teeth, Karen prepared to unleash the light that had a certain restraining effect on Corda's, hoping it could effectively injure him and buy herself some time. Just as Karen was about to go all in, a purplish red fist of light crossed the endless dimensions of the universe and pierced through the barriers of the DC universe. Don't kill me. Corda had just uttered a plea for mercy when he completely vanished into thin air. What just happened? Karen, who had already activated her deadly weapon, was stunned. Completely baffled by the events that had just unfolded, Karen suddenly found herself face to face with a little girl with white hair and red eyes, dressed in a black and red divine girl's outfit. With a detached gaze, the girl continuously assessed Karen. Although the girl was indeed adorable, Karen felt a chill under the intense scrutiny of those red eyes. Yes, I am your big brother. Karen found herself at a loss for words. What kind of thought process did this girl have? Suddenly she realized that her question might have been problematic. Yes, I am your big brother. Karen found herself at a loss for words. What kind of thought process did this girl have? Suddenly she realized that her question might have been problematic. Quickly she tried to clarify. What I meant was, who are you? I am your big brother. The clear and pleasant voice echoed once more, tinged with a hint of coldness. Karen stared at her and suddenly lost the desire to speak. After a long pause, she managed to squeeze out a question. Then do you know who I am? You are Sanjuan. The white-haired, reedy little girl looked at Karen with a blank expression. Sanjuan. Where exactly was she considered Zhuang? Karen instinctively lowered her head. Not really. Wait a minute, why was she Sanjuan? Faced with this terrifying being, Karen weakly inquired. Who are you again? I am De Zhuang, and also your big brother, the little girl replied. You De Zhuang. Karen felt like her brain was about to. What was so Zhuang about this cute little girl? Seeing that Karen remained silent, De Zhuang took the initiative to speak. Your sister-in-law picked up a chat group. Would you like to join me? Though it was a question, her tone was undeniably authoritative. Who is your sister-in-law? Karen was a bit confused. That's me. The white light flickered and suddenly a beautiful and tall lady appeared in Karen's view. The reason for calling her big was firstly due to her height, and then her figure domineered in every aspect. The moment the lady appeared, she naturally embraced De Zhuang, rubbing her chin against the white hair. De Zhuang squinted her eyes in sheer delight, appearing completely transformed. Watching this pair, Karen felt a tinge, and it dawned on her. This pair was actually a couple. This combination was devastating. Hey, what are you staring at? You still haven't answered my question. Seeing Karen staring at them incessantly, De Zhuang frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. Before Karen could respond, the lady lightly slapped De Zhuang's head. Don't talk to Senmei like that. Then the lady turned to Karen and gently spoke. I am Lu, just call me to Saw. Don't mind your big brother, she's usually like this, has a few screws loose in her head. Just as she finished speaking, De Zhuang protested angrily from her arms. Who are you calling crazy? Not you come. The lady, speaking with practiced ease, pulled out an extraordinary fruit and began to feed De Zhuang. Naturally, De Zhuang's attention was diverted. At this point, Karen began to grasp the dynamics between the two. That little white-haired girl was likely a bit off. It seemed that it would be better to communicate with this elder sister. Lu, ahem, to Saw. I don't know, but what brings you here this time? The lady smiled warmly and explained, "We are not far from this universe. Your second sister said you might be in danger. So I came over with your elder sister." Once she finished explaining, Karen finally understood. The second sister, the one who had given her the Emperor armor last time. "By the way, this is a token of my gratitude," the lady said as she raised her hand and tossed an item to Karen. Karen instinctively raised her hand to catch it, and upon looking closely found it was actually a ring. "Inside is the resource of a world. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. We have plenty of these kinds of things," the lady explained. "This, isn't it bad? I feel like I haven't done anything." Even if Karen had a thick face, she couldn't just take a world's worth of resources for nothing. No, this token of gratitude is rightfully yours," the lady said with a mysterious smile. "You will understand in the future." Okay." Though Karen disliked riddles, she certainly didn't mind receiving gifts, especially resources from a world. Karen had just taken a cursory glance inside, and indeed it was packed full. More resources than her pocket universe could. From daily necessities to high-tech weapons, even items from cultivation civilizations were all included. With this ring, she was instantly set for life. She could just lie back and relax now. Wait, hadn't she been lying back and relaxing most of the time anyway? As Karen's thoughts wandered, a sudden electronic sound echoed in her mind. Ding, invitation to join the multiverse. Accept, reject. Karen decisively clicked accept. Instantly a chat panel appeared before her. Zhuang. Welcome San Mei, Angel Yen. Welcome new member, Lin Shi. Welcome new member, Qi Xia. Welcome new member, Gao Yang. Welcome new member, Li Zi. Welcome new member. You can write down which world you want to add here depending on the situation. Ding, congratulations to new member San Zhuang for becoming the third sequence administrator of the chat group. Emohan, seriously, I've been pushed back another position. Zhuang, what? Not satisfied. Unknown or a group fight. Emohan, little madman, no one wants to fight you. Zhuang, who is the little madman? Do you believe I will beat up your family too? Ding, group administrator Zhuang is muted for 1 hour. Karen couldn't help but twitch her lips. No wonder Zhuang, who was just being held, had been so well behaved, though it turned out she was in a water group. Yunshi, you muted me again. Who told you to keep provoking people? You better behave. Karen watched the two quarrel and quietly distanced herself, popping her head into the chat group. San Zhuang, thank you all for the warm welcome. Emohan, so how's the perfect superhero gene? Not bad, right? Karen was left dumbfounded. Karen stared at the distant figure of the white-haired youth still arguing with the domineering woman. She really wanted to land a punch on him. However, she dared not, for he had just punched through the entire DC universe. She did not dare to provoke him. Emohan said, "That's right, it's me, consider it a token of gratitude." Karen rolled her eye. Great, another riddle master. She was too lazy to ask more questions. After all, what she needed to know would come to light sooner or later. San Zhuang said, "Although I don't understand, thank you anyway." Karen said as she closed the chat group and looked into the distance. At that moment, the two people in the distance had finished their quarrel and approached Karen hand in hand. "We're leaving now. Call us in the chat group if anything comes up," Lu Yunshi said before disappearing with Zhuang. "Goodbye." Karen waved her hand. She then teleported back to Earth. Although quite a few things had happened, not much time had actually. On Earth, the Justice League had just finished dealing with the bizarre monsters. "Aunt Karen, Clark and Kara," exclaimed. Karen smiled and nodded at everyone. As she waved her hand, golden light rained down, healing the minor injuries. "Let's go home," Karen said as she flew towards the Justice League headquarters first. After returning to headquarters, Karen briefly recounted the situation regarding the bizarre monsters. The members of the Justice League felt a wave of fear. They could hardly imagine what would have become of their planet without Karen. Fortunately, they had passed through this ordeal unscathed. In the following time, the superheroes returned to their daily lives. Karen was also quite troubled by the antics of the two troublemakers, Kara and little Jordan. Indeed, children were the cutest when they weren't being mischievous. To enjoy some peace and quiet for a while, Karen chose to return to the Marvel Universe. Wasn't it about time for the antics of the Guardians of the Galaxy to begin? As her gaze traveled across half the universe, Karen spotted Star-Lord Peter Quill awkwardly dancing and having a good time. With a thought, Karen instantly arrived at Morag. As her gaze traveled across half the universe, Karen spotted Star-Lord Peter Quill awkwardly dancing and having a good time. With a thought, Karen instantly arrived at Morag. Bang! The Kree soldiers had arrived. Star-Lord could no longer continue dancing and quickly began searching for. By sheer coincidence, he took shelter behind the very rock where Karen was located. "Hey kid, hand over the orb of the universe," the Kree captain shouted towards the rock. Star-Lord was not intimidated. "You guys must be tired of living if you wish to steal from me, Star-Lord." The Kree captain, not wishing to waste time, prepared to have his men blow up the rock. But the next moment his pupils constricted sharply as he saw Karen sitting atop the rock, leisurely watching the scene unfold. Her red and blue battlesuit was nothing short of a nightmare for the Kree. How could he not recognize her? "Retreat. Quickly everyone run." The Kree captain immediately shouted at his men and turned to flee. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you scared of the great name of your Star-Lord grandpa? Cowards." At that moment, Star-Lord jumped out. However, the Kree team ignored him and fled at high speed. Haha, they really were scared by the name of Star-Lord. Star-Lord laughed heartily upon seeing this. Just then a voice floated down from above. "Is it possible that they're not afraid of you?" Star-Lord instinctively looked up, and the next moment, an expletive slipped from his lips. "Wonder Woman. Correct, but there's no reward." Karen lightly leaped down from the rock. Star-Lord looked at Karen's face and instinctively gulped. He never expected that such a perfect being existed in this world. He simply couldn't find any words to describe Karen's beauty. If I advise you to dismiss any lewd thoughts you may have. After saying this, Karen unleashed a wave of heat vision, carving out a 100-meter-long bottomless canyon right beside. Gulp. Star-Lord stiffly turned his head, a bead of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. This was not just a similar appearance, her powers were also identical. After roaming the universe for so many years, he had finally encountered a true Kryptonian. He had always believed that the comics he read as a child on Earth were indeed real. Instantly, Star-Lord dropped to his knees. Wonder Woman, I want to be your little brother. Karen was speechless. After all, this was Star-Lord, whose thought process was anything but ordinary. At this moment, Star-Lord had begun fantasizing about kicking Kree soldiers and punching Thanos after becoming Karen's little brother. Upon reading his thoughts, Karen's expression turned into that of a subway elder looking at a phone. What the heck? She hadn't even agreed yet. Did this guy start fantasizing on his own? Truly absurd. Karen waved her hand, and Star-Lord instantly stood up uncontrollably. You don't qualify to be my little brother, Karen said in a calm, yet decisive tone. Star-Lord's eyes flicked, quickly analyzing the reasons for Karen's presence here. After frantically thinking, he quickly arrived at what he believed to be the correct answer. He quietly stepped forward, cautiously pulling out the orb of the universe from his pocket and offering it to Karen. You came for this thing, right? I can give it to you. Karen took a casual glance at the orb of the universe, but did not reach out to take. This piece of junk is of no use to me. Star-Lord felt embarrassed. Had he guessed wrong? He could tell that Karen truly did not care for the orb of the universe. She wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it was given to her. Now Star-Lord was in a dilemma. He started calculating what other things he had that could impress this Wonder Woman. You might as well stop wasting your efforts and just go about your business, Karen said before vanishing. Don't go. Star-Lord excitedly reached out to grab her, but ended up falling flat on his face. Oh no, why did she leave? After regaining his senses, Star-Lord felt a sense of regret. He had missed such a great opportunity to hitch a ride. While Star-Lord was sighing and lamenting, Karen had already appeared beside Rocket and Groot. What are you looking for? Karen curiously stared at Rocket and Groot's backs. We're looking for a guy named Star-Lord, Rocket instinctively replied. Realizing what he just said, he quickly turned around and aimed his weapon at Karen. Who are you? Your long-awaited master, Karen replied, nonchalantly stepping closer while reaching out to pat Rocket. Rocket instinctively opened his mouth to bite, but ended up missing. You're not being very good, are you? Karen said lightly, snapping her fingers. The three of them instantly vanished. When they appeared again, Karen, Rocket, and Groot had arrived inside Ronan's command ship. Rocket the raccoon was about to question Karen when he saw Ronan not far away, looking completely bewildered. How could he not recognize Ronan? He was a renowned figure in the galaxy. For someone like him, meeting such a big shot was already... Today he was brought here by a sudden stranger. Need money. Go to him. Karen looked at Rocket and pointed at Ronan. Rocket instinctively glanced at Ronan, then at Karen. He wasn't stupid. He could see from Ronan's wary gaze that Karen was definitely not an ordinary person. Naturally, he didn't dare to provoke either side. No need. Please take us back. Rocket understood the importance of keeping a low profile. To him, the top priority was to leave this place. At that moment, Ronan spoke up. Since it was the esteemed superhero who brought you, you too can stay. I will treat you well. As Ronan spoke, he revealed a self-satisfied smile. He turned to his subordinates to make preparations. Rocket's face instantly turned into a grimace that was worse than crying. He truly didn't want to have too much contact with these big shots. But now they were on someone else's turf. What could he do? It's not that complicated. This little guy just needs some pocket money. Just give him 100 or 80 billion as a meeting gift. Karen said, ruffling Rocket's head and turning to Ronan. Ronan's mouth twitched. 100 or 80 billion. Why don't you go rob a bank? Rocket the raccoon was completely stunned. This guy who claimed to be his master was so bold. How dare he ask Ronan for money? Karen didn't care about others' opinions and continued to smile at Ronan. Will you give it or not? This is your life money. Upon hearing Karen's words, Ronan trembled internally and quickly replied, I will give, I will give. But then he was in trouble. How could he have that much? After reading his thoughts, Karen smiled slightly. If you don't have that much, give him a few billion. Just enough to spend. Rocket was sweating profusely. In this day and age, just asking for money like that. Okay, I will give it. Ronan gritted his teeth and signaled his subordinate. The subordinate immediately understood and stepped forward, presenting a shiny gold card. Rocket numbly took the card and instinctively checked the balance. Hiss, Rocket gasped. There were 200 million cosmic coins on this card. That's 200 million. Rocket was ecstatic. After a brief moment of excitement, he became at a loss. He looked at Karen for help. Could he really accept this money? Just take it. Karen looked at the little guy and nodded with a smile. Only then did Rocket carefully accept the gold card. Ronan, you are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Haha, you flatter me. Ronan forced a smile that was worse than crying. Alright, we won't disturb you any longer. After Karen finished speaking, she waved her hand. Rocket and Groot's figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already returned to Xander. Robbing Ronan was purely a spuro-femin idea from Karen. Originally, she intended to threaten him if he didn't cooperate. But Ronan was genuinely cooperative, which left her without a reason to act. Here you go. Rocket cautiously handed the gold card to Karen. Just now, Karen had fully demonstrated her strength, and Rocket was not blind to the situation. At the same time, he didn't believe he could keep such a large sum of money. You're quite smart. Karen was pleased with Rocket's behavior. She extended a hand, pushing the gold card back. What I said was yours is yours. No need. Whatever we need, well, strive for with our own hands. Rocket said as he rubbed his little paws. Didn't I say? I am your master, let me hear you call me master. Garen teased with a smile. Absolutely not, no way in hell. After saying this, Rocket bared his teeth at Garen, expressing his defiance. Do as. Garen didn't rush. There was plenty of time. This little guy would give in sooner or later. In the next moment, Garen's figures, Rocket and Groot, were left in shock. They just left like that. The two little guys stared blankly at the gold card and Rocket. After a long while, Groot asked, I am Groot. Rocket thought for a moment and transferred all the money into his own account. The mission continues. As for this money, Since the decision was made, Rocket and Groot immediately began to act. They started looking for Star-Lord's whereabouts on Xandar. After all, he was worth 40,000 cosmic coins. Well, now that he thought about it, 40,000 didn't seem like a lot after all. Just as Rocket was lost in thought, Groot pointed at a man in the distance, talking to a red-skinned beauty, and exclaimed in surprise, I am Groot. What? Rocket hurriedly used his binoculars to confirm again. It's really him. Hurry, Groot, let's get ready to make our move. Rocket instantly perked up and ran quickly towards Star-Lord with Groot. Although they weren't slow, someone was faster than them. Gamora had been eyeing Star-Lord for a long time. Seizing the opportunity, Gamora struck directly, snatching the cosmic orb from Star-Lord's hand just as he was bragging. You? Star-Lord was ready to curse. He had just finished boasting in front of the beauty, and the next moment he was robbed. He, the infamous Star-Lord. Did he have no shame? At that moment, Star-Lord chased after her. He waited for the right moment and quickly threw out a net to trip Gamora, who was unaware of her surroundings. Gamora immediately drew a dagger and cut the net, continuing to escape. At this time, Star-Lord had already reached her side and kicked out. The two immediately began to fight in the streets of Xandar. Meanwhile, Rocket and Groot had quietly crept up not far from Star-Lord, ready to launch a surprise attack. Garen was live streaming while chatting in the group. Although the chat group was filled with little guys, the fact that they could enter the chat group showed that their futures were destined to be extraordinary. Lin Chi's sister Sanjuang, is that talking raccoon really your pet? Sanjuang, call me Karen, thank you. Ding Sanjuang changed the group nickname to Karen. Ding Dezhuang changed Karen's group nickname to Sanjuang. Lin Chi, alright sister Sanjuang, got it sister Sanjuang. Sanjuang. Karen really wanted to curse. Her annoying older brother never stopped flooding the group. The nickname couldn't be changed, it simply wouldn't work. Forget it, she might as well focus on her live stream. Gao Yang, the technology of those aliens looks so advanced. Sanjuang. It's okay, but this planet is the main star of Xandar, so it's like this. Other planets are still quite backwards, some even worse than Earth. Gao Yang, that's still impressive. I really hope I have a day to step into space. Lin Chi, then you should exercise. Well, don't end up like me, going blind early and only able to pass time watching chat groups. During this time, in Karen's flooded group, Rocket, Groot, Star-Lord, and Gamora had already fallen into chaotic battle. The commotion they caused quickly caught the attention of the Nova Corps. Armed with high-tech weapons, the Nova Corps instantly surrounded. The three and a raccoon had no choice but to obediently raise their hands and surrender. Without any surprises, they were immediately imprisoned in a planetary jail. However, even in prison, they didn't rest. Relying on Groot's advantage, they became the tyrants of the prison. Li Zai, the little raccoon, is really fierce. Angel Yen, little Chen Ling, this is the law of survival. You'll understand it later. At this moment, the other tyrant of the prison, Drax, made his appearance. He had a deep-seated grudge against Ronan. Hearing that Gamora was Ronan's subordinate, he immediately planned to kill her for revenge. Many others shared the same thought. Fortunately, at this moment, Star-Lord intervened. You can't kill her now, as she has betrayed Ronan, and he will definitely pursue her. When Ronan comes after her, it will be your moment for revenge. As Star-Lord spoke, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. Drax stared at Star-Lord in confusion. Why should I draw a circle on his neck? Star-Lord was momentarily baffled and hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to draw a circle. I meant you could kill him then, and take your revenge personally. Drax finally understood, and exclaimed, good idea. He directly tossed Gamora aside, and turned to leave. This left Star-Lord a bit perplexed. Was he really that easy to— Then Star-Lord quickly had a thought, and reminded him, you better stick with her, otherwise how will you know when Ronan comes to kill? Upon hearing this, Drax realized the truth, and began to follow Gamora. Star-Lord couldn't help but smile. Just like that, they had unwittingly recruited a henchman. Thus the Guardians of the Galaxy officially assembled. Dezhuang, that big idiot really has no brains. Zhuang, that's just his character. Angel Yen, he looks like he isn't very smart. Karen didn't participate in their discussion, but quietly observed the few members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Gamora had mentioned that someone was willing to pay $40,000 for the cosmic sphere. Hearing this, the others were excited, and immediately began planning their escape from prison. As a master of jailbreaks, Rocket listed the materials. He needed a safety bracelet, a mechanical leg, and an energy battery. Gamora was responsible for getting the safety bracelet, while Star-Lord was tasked with stealing the mechanical leg. Just as they were discussing how to obtain the energy battery, Groot had already obtained the energy battery thanks to his height advantage, and the prison went dark without the energy battery's power. The alarm sounded loudly at that moment. Gamora and Star-Lord were stunned. When did the plan start? How did they not know? The two quickly reacted and began to act separately. With her agile skills, Gamora quickly snatched the safety bracelet. Star-Lord, through a series of persuasion and an additional 300, successfully obtained the mechanical leg. Drax took advantage of the chaos to grab a guard's weapon and tossed it to Rocket. After getting the weapon, Rocket quickly coordinated with Groot. After a chaotic battle, they successfully brought the necessary supplies to the lookout tower. Immediately, Rocket began his modification work. But Star-Lord grew increasingly uneasy and finally voiced his concern. What exactly is this mechanical leg for? As he spoke, he shook the mechanical leg he had worked hard to obtain. Oh, I was just joking about the leg. These two items. Rocket then focused on dismantling the energy battery and the safety bracelet. What? Star-Lord was stunned. You mean to tell me that the things I worked so hard for are useless? Ha ha ha. Rocket suddenly burst out laughing, turning to Star-Lord. Doesn't the guy who got the mechanical leg now have to hop around? Just thinking about it is funny. Ha ha. Wong Defa, Star-Lord cursed and was ready to rush at Rocket. This little guy was really getting on his nerves. Fortunately, Gamora intervened in time. Otherwise, Star-Lord would have likely been thrown out by Groot. Rocket, despite his playful banter, did not slack off in his actions. Soon a simple spaceship was modified and completed. Just as the prison guards arrived, they successfully took off. Zhuang, this little guy is impressive. Lin Shiyi, although I didn't understand it, it was really impressive. Angel Yan, just a handmade spaceship, no big deal. After escaping the prison, they quickly returned to Star-Lord's ship. After fleeing from the pursuit of the Xandarian army, they arrived at the void. Garen followed them the whole way and couldn't help but say that the atmosphere among this group of goofballs was truly good. Among them, only Gamora seemed somewhat normal, but she was not far from being led astray by Star-Lord. Soon they successfully met the buyer Gamora had mentioned. It was none other than the famous Cosmic Collector. To ensure fairness, he explained in detail the origins of the cosmic sphere. Upon learning that such a small item could unleash devastating power in an instant, everyone was shocked. Next, the Collector opened the cosmic sphere in front of everyone. Inside was a purple power gem. Just as the Collector wanted to continue his introduction, Rocket urged, "Buddy, we don't care about this. Please, just give us the money." The Collector was not angry. He turned to get the money. At a spot unnoticed by the others, the Collector's maid sprang into action. She dashed to the power gem and directly grasped it with both hands. "Please grant me power." Boom. Before she could finish, a violent explosion occurred. Nearby, Rocket and the others were blasted away. Even the Collector not far away was blown into a mess and fell unconscious. Seeing the danger of this item, Gamora immediately tucked it away. She planned to take it back and hand it over to the Nova Corps. In Gamora's view, only they had the ability to protect such a dangerous item. At that moment, Ronan was also drawn here by the message sent by Drax. He immediately noticed the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Upon seeing the raccoon and the tree man, he instantly extinguished his plan to attack, preparing instead to negotiate peacefully. The few who had just arrived from the outside were directly surrounded by Ronan's army. He didn't dare make any moves. Just as Gamora was puzzled as to why Ronan hadn't launched an attack, Ronan, wearing a rare gentle smile, walked down from his warship. Behind him was Nebula, who wore a displeased expression. Clearly the two had just had an unpleasant encounter. Ronan approached the group, his gaze fixed on Rocket. "Hello there, little one, it's nice to see you again." Star-Lord, Gamora, and Drax all turned to Rocket with incredulity. Could this little creature possibly be a hidden powerhouse? There are not many who could make Ronan so polite. This was the shared thought of Star-Lord and Gamora. Drax didn't care whether Rocket knew Ronan or not. Once he realized what was happening, he charged forward. "Ronan, you shall pay with..." As his roar echoed, Drax had already drawn his weapon. Ronan was taken aback, wondering who this person was coming at him, shouting. He wouldn't just stand there to be attacked, kicking out with one leg. Drax moved quickly, but fell even faster, lying unconscious at Rocket's feet. Angel Yan. Youth is wonderful, falling asleep whenever you want. Gao Yang's sister Yin, he was clearly knocked out right. Li Zai, this big guy is surprisingly weak. From a distance, Karen could only watch in silence. In the midst of it all, Rocket looked at Ronan. "You've gone too far, but he tried to kill me. Ooh, I can't just let that slide, can I?" Ronan shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. At that moment, Gamora stepped forward, raising the orb. "They'll give you this, let my friend go." Seeing the orb, Ronan's eyes lit up. This was truly a stroke of luck. However, he didn't reply to Gamora right away. Instead, he looked at Rocket and said, "I'll offer 200 million for that orb." "What? No thanks." Before Rocket could speak, Star-Lord interjected. He had just witnessed the orb's power firsthand. Who knew what would happen if it fell into someone like Ronan's hands? "And who might you be?" Ronan looked at Star-Lord, confusion etched on his face. "Listen up, I am the illustrious Star-Lord known across the galaxy." Star-Lord stepped forward, pointing at himself with his thumb to introduce himself. Seeing Star-Lord's confident demeanor, Ronan felt uncertain. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Have you heard of him?" The subordinate shook his head. Ronan then looked at Nebula. Nebula glanced at Star-Lord with disdain and replied, "Who knows what third-rate scum has crawled out from where?" This remark made Star-Lord flush with anger. At that moment, Gamora interjected again, staring directly at Ronan. "The deal is done, here's the orb." As she spoke, Gamora tossed the orb and glanced cautiously at Nebula. Internally anxious, she thought that since Nebula had arrived, Thanos couldn't be far behind. They needed to leave quickly. Ronan instinctively raised his hand to catch it, surprised at how easily he had acquired the orb. He had just witnessed the orb's true power. If used correctly, it was definitely a weapon of mass destruction. "Gamora, you..." Star-Lord looked at Gamora in disbelief. Gamora calmly shook her head at him. With the orb in hand, Ronan wasted no time and immediately initiated the transfer. He boarded his warship with his subordinates and departed. As Nebula left, she cast a final glance at Gamora and slowly made a gesture across her neck. Gamora sighed slightly at this. It was only at this moment that Rocket finally had a chance to speak. Hey, did you even ask? You just sold it without consulting me." Star-Lord, looking at the amount deposited into his account, was momentarily distracted. "Of course I disagree, that thing is too dangerous." Rocket spoke sternly. "I am Groot." Groot also expressed his stance. Why didn't you say so earlier? Star-Lord shot Rocket a look of incredulity. You never gave me a chance to speak. Rocket bared his teeth at Star-Lord, who he despised for looking at him like that. That's not true, but you who didn't say anything. Bullshit, I'll take you down with one shot. As the two were about to argue, Gamora, enough, we need to leave with Drax quickly. A battle is about to break out here. Gamora's instincts proved correct. As soon as Ronan returned to his warship, he immediately ordered the capture of Nebula the spy sent by Thanos. Now equipped with the Power Stone, Ronan felt himself swell with power. He proactively connected to Thanos' communication. Thanos, our deal is over. Thanos' dangerous gaze pierced through the screen, fixated on Ronan. Are you sure you're ready to face my wrath, child? Don't call me child, ooh, I have a name. Ronan shouted angrily. After I destroy Xander, you'll be the next to perish, Thanos. Seeing Thanos remain unfazed on the other side of the screen, Ronan felt a bit of his confidence waver. Grabbing the Universal War Hammer embedded with the Power Stone, he waved it at Thanos. Thanos watched closely. Oh, I am destiny. With that, Ronan bellowed, victory is ours. At that moment, Thanos slowly rose from his throne across the screen. If you desire war, then so be it. As he spoke, Thanos denied Ronan another chance to speak and abruptly cut off the communication. Boom. The next moment, Thanos' fleet jumped into position, clearly having been monitoring Ronan all along. Ronan narrowed his eyes and swung the Universal War Hammer. Kill. The hammer unleashed a powerful purple beam, instantly obliterating over a dozen of Thanos' advanced ships. Ronan's fleet, upon receiving the order, opened fire with full force at the same time. Thanos' army retaliated immediately. The entire void transformed into a battlefield in an instant. Oh, what bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Star-Lord was nearly scared to death. Their ship had just taken off and plunged headfirst into the crossfire of the two sides. If it hadn't been for Rocket's exceptional piloting skills, they would have turned to dust by now. The jump point is still a distance away. Oh, we can't jump out of here at all. Rocket exclaimed anxiously. Gamora gazed at Thanos' army, her heart filled with dread. We must leave here, otherwise we could all die. Can you stop spouting nonsense? If I could escape, do you think I wouldn't? Rocket looked at Gamora with an expression of disbelief. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Star-Lord anxiously paced back and forth. Got it. Star-Lord seemed to have thought of something. His eyes instantly brightened. Seeing the others looking over, he continued to speak. How about we help Ronan take down Thanos? No way. Yes. Drax and Gamora both spoke up at the same time. The two then looked at each other. I am Groot. Groot quietly made his voice heard. Gamora calmed down and advised, we must help Ronan first if we want to escape sooner. Drax directly retorted, he is my enemy, I want to kill him. At a time like this, what's more important, revenge or survival? Gamora was almost laughing in anger. I want revenge, Drax shouted. Seeing the two getting more agitated with their argument, Star-Lord hurriedly stepped in between them. All right, everyone calm down. Boom, just then their spaceship was met with a violent explosion. Wow, it seems we don't need to help either side, Rocket said as he brought up the screen. On the screen was Nebula, who was going insane and chasing after them. Nebula. Gamora stared at Nebula on the screen, her expression complex. Nebula mercilessly aimed and fired again. Boom, alert, hull damage 53. Please land for repairs. Is this guy insane? Rocket said with an angry. Nebula's ship completely ignored the surrounding environment and focused solely on attacking their ship. Quick retreat to the void, Star-Lord hurriedly reminded while pressing the call button for his adoptive father. In such a moment, he had no choice but to seek help from his adoptive father Yondu. Do you need to say that? Rocket retorted while piloting the ship to evade Nebula's attack, heading straight for the void. Behind them, Nebula relentlessly continued the pursuit. In the starry sky, the interstellar battle was basically drawing to a close. Ronan's dark flagship was clearly no match for Thanos' Sanctuary 2. More than half of the hull had been completely breached. Thanos, if you're capable, come down and face me, Ronan declared fiercely as he piloted the escape craft into the void. Follow him, Thanos calmly ordered. Ebony Maw stepped forward beneath Thanos' throne. Let us retrieve the powers. Yes, let us deal with that arrogant Ronan. Corvus Glaive chimed in. Thanos glanced at the two and waved his hand lightly. The two immediately set off. I'll go too. Midnight stepped forward, bowed to Thanos, and then turned to follow Corvus Glaive and Ebony Maw. After the three left, Thanos looked at the nearby Celestial. Do you think those three can take on Ronan? The Celestial slightly closed his eyes, quietly activated his telepathy, and then opened them. They should be able to retrieve the Power Stone, but there is an unfathomable presence nearby. I recommend you leave as soon as possible. Oh, Thanos showed interest. How strong? Not beneath you. The Celestial spoke, truthfully. Before you gather all the stones, it's best not to encounter it. Upon hearing the Celestial's words, Thanos took it seriously. In fact, the Celestial had not said everything. He had vaguely sensed the presence of another being without any concealment. That vast mental energy, as overwhelming as the universe, would pose a significant challenge even for Thanos with all the stones. He suspected that one of the legendary beings had arrived here. This was why he advised Thanos to leave first. And Thanos, as a qualified monarch with grand ideals, prioritized listening to advice. Since the Celestial had said so, he chose to temporarily evade the spotlight. Immediately, Thanos ordered his army to retreat, leaving only a few warships to support Ebony Maw and the others. On the other side, after Ronan landed, he did not flee. He chose to adjust his state and quietly awaited the battle with Thanos. Ebony Maw and the others, seeing this guy standing there without dodging or evading, unhesitatingly opened fire. Boom, after the smoke cleared, purple energy spilled forth. Ronan still stood there unscathed, looking down at Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Midnight, who had emerged from their ship. Thanos, that coward, only sent you few small fries to die? You're seeking death. Ebony Maw squinted his eyes into it. In an instant, a large number of earth spikes erupted beside Ronan, rapidly assaulting him. Ronan immediately swung his warhammer to defend. Corvus Glaive and Midnight also moved at that moment. The battle broke out in an instant. Do we have to be this unlucky? Star-Lord with a frown took a peek at the nearby battle that had already begun between Ronan and the Black Order. The location where Ronan landed was exactly where their ship crashed. Gamora and Drax had both passed out during the fall. Rocket was also injured. The only effective combat forces left in the team were him and Groot. FUCK, that guy called Nebula is too ruthless, nearly took my life. Rocket grumbled as he bandaged his wounds. I am Groot. Groot also expressed his anger. You two keep it down, or they will come over. If that happens, we will all be done for. Star-Lord stared in awe at the cataclysmic battle between Ronan and the Black Order in the distance. You don't need them, I will take you out right now. Nebula approached her body, crackling with electrical energy, gun in hand. Groot immediately prepared for battle. Star-Lord and Rocket quickly raised their guns to aim. Why are you still following us? I already told you I don't like your type, too tough. Star-Lord activated his sarcastic mode again. Nebula's face darkened with anger, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Star-Lord and Rocket immediately dodged. However, Groot became a live target. Fortunately, his tough skin absorbed the shots without significant harm. You hold her off, I'll set up an ambush. Star-Lord looked at Rocket and immediately devised a strategy. At such a critical moment, Rocket did not argue with him. Rocket shouted, successfully drawing Nebula's attention, then began to flee with Groot. Nebula was no fool. How could she not see through such an obvious trap? She deliberately avoided certain areas that might be ambush sites and quickly chased after Rocket and Groot. Meanwhile, Star-Lord's ambush went unnoticed. On the other side, the battle between Ronan and the Black Order had also heated up. Ebony Maw provided ranged support and control, mastering the position of a mage. Corvus Glaive and Midnight, one an assassin and the other a warrior, fiercely engaged Ronan in close combat. Although Ronan initially had the upper hand thanks to the Power Stone, he was nearing his limit as time passed. But as time passed, he was already close to his limit. Ronan knew that if things continued this way, he would undoubtedly die. A thought crossed his mind as he spotted the fleeing Rocket not far away, and a plan began to form. With the power gem activated, he instantly sent General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star flying. Ronan immediately fled towards the direction of the rocket. Don't let him escape, Wumuho uttered calmly, and the three immediately pursued. The fleeing Rocket, seeing Ronan approaching, wore a face full of terror. Don't come near me. Wumuho, that rabbit is with the traitor Kimura. At this moment, the voice of Nebula came from behind. Wumuho glanced faintly at Nebula, ignoring her words, and continued to lead General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star in chasing Ronan. Seeing this, Ronan felt a wave of disappointment. His attempt to divert the disaster had failed. It seemed he could only fight back now. Without hesitation, Ronan turned around and unleashed a powerful strike using the energy from the power gem. Wumuho and his companions were already on guard and dodged immediately. However, Ronan's attack speed was not slow. He managed to hit General Deathblade, sending him flying. Dark Knight Star was furious and threw his weapon at Ronan with all his might. Wumuho instantly used telekinesis to enhance the weapon, accelerating it towards Ronan. PFF, Dark Knight Star's weapon pierced through Ronan's body in an instant. Ronan fell to the ground unwillingly. I must. Ronan slowly lost his breath. Such is the nature of a life-and-death battle, quick and ever-changing. The Rocket looked at Ronan's body lying before him, feeling a deep sorrow. It was over, with a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Star-Lord's promised ambush had yet to make a move. I am Groot. Groot glanced at the slowly approaching Wumuho and his companions, then at the advancing Nebula, feeling a bit confused about the situation. Just when the Rocket thought he was doomed, a passionate, stirring background music began to play. Hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah, hey. What's the matter with your mind and your sign? Star-Lord appeared, singing and dancing successfully, attracting the attention of Wumuho and Nebula. Nebula had a confused expression. What are you doing? Star-Lord ignored her dancing while signaling to the Rocket. The Rocket instantly understood, glancing at the nearby Ronan's warhammer, and quietly moved his feet. What on earth are you doing? Not only was Nebula confused, but Wumuho and his companions were bewildered as well. This guy, is he insane? Star-Lord paid them no mind, continuing to enjoy himself. Yo-Yo Kong Bang, it's your turn. Star-Lord pointed at Nebula, seeing that she was still in a daze and unable to keep up with his dance, feeling quite proud. He waved his hands flamboyantly and pointed at himself again. That's right, you're out, it's my turn now. Saying this, Star-Lord began to dance once more. Wumuho could no longer bear it. He raised his hand and countless earth spikes flew towards Star-Lord. Keep going. At the same time, the Rocket threw Ronan's warhammer towards Star-Lord. Seeing the danger approaching, Star-Lord immediately lunged forward and grabbed Ronan's warhammer. A burst of purple light instantly shone in his eyes. In an instant, he shattered the countless earth spikes flying towards him. You've fallen for my trick, now retrieve the hammer. Wumuho's expression turned furious. General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star immediately sprang into action. At this point, Star-Lord felt like his entire body was about to explode. Instinctively, he swung the hammer towards General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star, successfully sending both flying. No, I'm about to blow up. After shouting, Star-Lord flung the hammer away. Boom! The powerful shockwave sent everyone around him flying. Rocket, Groot, and Star-Lord got up and ran. Nebula immediately gave chase. Wumuho glanced at the direction Nebula had departed, then turned to look at General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star. They'll take the power gem back. You go help Nebula bring Kimura back. Okay. General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star replied, and quickly pursued Nebula. Ahead, the fleeing Rocket, Groot, and Star-Lord successfully knocked Nebula unconscious with the support of the revived Kimura. Are we just leaving her like this? Star-Lord looked at Kimura, clearly asking her to make the decision. Let's do it this way. Kimura felt helpless about this, sister. Just as they were about to retreat, General Deathblade and Dark Knight Star blocked their path. None of you are leaving today. Pointing with his battle blade, General Deathblade took action. If you get the chance, run. Don't fight. We are not their match. After Kimura finished speaking, she was the first to charge forward, and another fierce battle erupted. Kimura and Star-Lord were responsible for holding off Dark Knight Star. The injured Rocket, Groot, and Drax were responsible for dealing with General Deathblade. Kimura, familiar with Dark Knight Star's fighting style, consistently evaded her attacks. Star-Lord was not so fortunate. Several times, he almost got hit in a vital spot by Dark Knight Star's weapon. As for General Deathblade, Rocket being injured could only help with range suppression. Groot and Drax were engaged in close combat with General Deathblade. However, their agility was obviously lacking, and after only a few exchanges they were hit repeatedly. Seeing that Groot was about to be reduced to a mere stump, Rocket panicked. He unleashed a barrage of ammunition at General Deathblade, originally planning to finish Groot off with one blow, was getting a bit impatient due to the constant bombardment. He swung his blade to deflect Drax, accelerating directly towards Rocket. With his battle blade raised high, he brought it down. Rocket knew he couldn't dodge this strike, and simply closed his eyes, waiting for death. His biggest regret was that he had just made so much money, and before spending a dime, he was about to die. Ding! The crisp sound of collision rang out. Rocket instinctively opened his eyes. What he saw was a red cloak, and then a gentle voice echoed in the space. This little guy, I'm protecting him, understand? Seeing his little pet about to be struck down, Karen could no longer sit idly by. General Deathblade's eyes widened as he looked at the woman who effortlessly clamped his battle blade, with 2 fingers, questioning. Who are you? You are not worthy to know. With a light flick, Karen sent General Deathblade flying backward, coincidentally crashing into Dark Knight Star. Indeed, Karen did this on purpose. At this moment, she turned around and gently ruffled Rocket's head. Are you touched? Call me master, and let me hear it. Rocket was indeed quite moved at first, but upon hearing Karen's teasing tone, his feelings of gratitude dissipated significantly. Zhang Nan's sister Sanjuang is really something else. Li Zai, that's what makes it interesting. Karen waved his hand, and golden light poured into the body of the Rocket. In the next moment, the Rocket was astonished to find that he was completely healed. Thanks. In the end, the Rocket awkwardly managed to utter a word of thanks. Such politeness, should I call you master, for you to hear? The Rocket rolled his eyes at this, thinking that this guy was not done yet. The Rocket had been killed, and then crashed by a spaceship, so he could never acknowledge this strange fellow as his master. Gamora and Star-Lord hurried to the side of the Rocket, while Drax carried the severely injured Groot over. Seeing Karen, Star-Lord became excited. He had just heard the conversation between Karen and the Rocket. He was calculating in his mind that since he was a life-and-death friend with the Rocket, could he use this relation? He had just heard the conversation between Karen and the Rocket. He was calculating in his mind that since he was a life-and-death friend with the Rocket, could he use this relationship to build rapport with Karen and have her take him on as a little brother? The Rocket looked at the severely injured Groot, his gaze pleading as he looked at Karen. Can you save him? This is easy, just call me master for me to hear. Karen smiled at the Rocket. The Rocket instantly clenched his fists, feeling speechless. Master, please help save Groot. However, before the Rocket could speak, Star-Lord cheekily approached. Karen kicked Star-Lord away without hesitation. Go stay where it's cool. With Star-Lord's interruption, Karen lost interest in teasing the Rocket. He waved his hand, and golden light flew into Groot's body. Crack, crack. Soon a small Groot emerged from Groot's broken body. Great, you're not dead. The Rocket rushed over and tightly embraced the small Groot. In the distance, General Deathblade and Dark Star looked on at this scene, feeling even more wary of Karen. The two exchanged glances, slowly retreating and quietly leaving. As long as it wasn't a mission from Thanos, they didn't need to go all out to complete it. Moreover, they thought that bringing information about Karen to Thanos was the most important task. Karen naturally noticed the two leaving and secretly nodded. At least they know their place. Karen looked up at the sky. The battle was over, and Star-Lord's adoptive father Yondu surrounded everyone with a large group of Ravagers glaring fiercely at Star-Lord. You better hand over the stuff, you little brat. Star-Lord shrugged. It was taken by Thanos people. If you have the ability, go get it back. Yondu was instantly stumped. Thanos. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare provoke such an existence. Just outside the void, he had already crossed paths with Thanos' subordinates. If it weren't for that guy blocking him, he wouldn't have been so late to save his son. Thinking about this, Yondu couldn't let himself lose. He waved his hand to his subordinates. Arrest them all. A large number of Ravagers immediately sprang into action. The Guardians of the Galaxy quickly prepared for battle. Karen rolled his eyes in disbelief at this awkward father-son duo, and with a thought, all the weapons in the Ravagers' hands flew out and turned to point at them, including Yondu's arrow. Karen dug at his ear and looked at Yondu. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Yondu stared at the arrow now pressed against his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face. Nothing, I just wanted to invite you all to our spaceship for a visit. Yondu hurriedly explained while his large group of subordinates nodded vigorously. Oh, is that so? Then I want stand on ceremony. Garen smiled, swaggering towards the Ravager warship. Clatter, all the floating weapons instantly dropped to the ground. The Ravagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, the Guardians of the Galaxy, led by Star-Lord, followed Garen. The entire void had been completely wrecked. To leave, they could only make use of Yondu's spaceship. Once aboard the warship, Garen showed no signs of politeness. He directly sat in Yondu's position. On both sides below stood the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Ravagers led by Yondu. Garen looked at the members of the Guardians. So what's the plan next? Star-Lord immediately spoke up. Can I join you? I didn't ask you. Garen shot a glance at Star-Lord, then turned to the rocket. The rocket, holding the small Groot's hand, pondered deeply. Because of Garen, he now had sufficient funds, so he thought about what he wanted to do most. Of course, it was to buy materials and build a spaceship of his own. I want to build a spaceship that belongs to me. Upon hearing the rocket's words, Garen nodded. This little fellow was quite ambitious. Just right, she had quite a few advanced spaceships here. With a wave of her hand, luxurious spaceship models appeared in front of everyone. Why go through the trouble of building your own? You can choose any of these ships. The rocket gazed at the row of spaceship models filling the hall, his eyes ablaze with excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. Who was Garen to him? Why should he take someone else's things? The other people present all looked at this was just too extravagant. So many super-spec ships were just being given away. No need, I can build my own. The rocket said, though his gaze still unconsciously scanned a few extremely advanced ships. Garen waved to collect all the models. He tossed a spatial hand ring at the rocket. The rocket instinctively caught it while Garen's voice echoed softly. Inside this you'll find what you need. The rocket was stunned for a moment, but quickly figured out how to use the spatial hand ring. Looking at the dazzling array of materials inside, the little raccoon was thrilled. This doesn't seem right. The raccoon wore an embarrassed expression. Star-Lord quietly tugged at the rocket. What's wrong with that? It's great. As he spoke, he kept making faces at the rocket. Garen watched this and waved his hand indifferently. All right, you all go get it. With Garen's words, the Ravagers scattered immediately. The pressure Garen put on them was too strong. Staying here was genuinely uncomfortable. The Guardians of the Galaxy, led by Star-Lord, also left to help the rocket build the spaceship. Along the way, Star-Lord looked at the rocket with envy. He wished he could switch places with him. Then his eyes shifted to the rocket, Groot, Gamera, and Drax, and he spoke earnestly. How about we form a small team? What do you mean? Drax looked confused. Actually, I have long. Star-Lord then elaborated his grand ideals. This guy had quite the eloquence. He truly convinced a few of them to be willing to follow him. Thus, the Guardians of the Galaxy. In the following days, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were busy constructing a spaceship. During this time, Star-Lord passionately educated Rocket about the Superman he remembered. That was a description of Karun that was simply beyond belief. However, his thoughts still remained at a mortal level, though he had exaggerated as much as possible. Yet he still couldn't convey even 1/10th of Karun's abilities. Nevertheless, through Star-Lord's words, Karun was undoubtedly a UT0 level existence in the entire universe. Rocket was almost dumbfounded by Star-Lord's descriptions, and the raccoon's perception of Karun was quietly changing. Considering his own background, having such a powerful master like Karun seemed like a pretty good option. Most importantly, Karun treated him quite well. What was he really being so sentimental about? Rocket's transformation did not go unnoticed by Karun, who silently gave a thumbs up to Star-Lord in his heart. Karun was aware of Star-Lord's thoughts. This guy was always thinking about getting close to her. If he could successfully persuade Rocket, plus they were now part of the same team, he had achieved his goal. To this, Karun was completely indifferent. She was so lazy that one couldn't truly rely on her for anything. In the following period, Rocket fully utilized his talents with the high-end materials provided by Karun. In just a few days, he crafted a spaceship that transcended the cosmic era. On this spaceship, Rocket showcased his designs. After the spacecraft was completed, even the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, who participated personally, were in awe. The members who witnessed the entire process looked at this little guy with newfound respect. Not bad at all. Karun smiled as she ruffled Rocket's head. Rocket was now quite accepting of her actions. There's no other choice. I am the genius among geniuses. Rocket grinned, widely looking at the results with great satisfaction. Shall we name it? Let me think. Rocket said, lowering his head in contemplation, and then his eyes lit up. Let's call it the Guardian. That name is really cheesy. Star-Lord was the first to comment. I am the captain and my word is law. Rocket bared his teeth at Star-Lord. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Star-Lord flashed a devil-may-care grin. The raccoon and Star-Lord immediately started bickering. Karun also enjoyed the spectacle, occasionally joining in with some cheers. The group of onlookers was all eagerly watching the drama unfold. Gao Yang, this little guy is really fierce. Lin Shi, yeah, but when it gets fierce it's quite cute too. Angel Yin, sending it over. Karun was casually scrolling through the group, while watching the battle between the people and the raccoon, not missing a beat. Gao Yang. I think I had a dream last night where my grandmother turned into a monster and bit my grandfather to death. Lin Shi, yeah, you must be overthinking it, right? I also said I saw an angel, but no one believed me with my blind eyes. Angel Yin, sister, I am a real angel. Did little Chia dream about me? But no taking selfies of sister for any inappropriate matters. Ding Angel, Yin has been muted for 1 hour. Lu Yunxi, no teasing the little ones. San Zhuang. Yin really doesn't change her ways. How many times is this now? In a luxurious palace somewhere, Angel, Yin wore a faint smile, lazily reclining with her alabaster fingers occasionally gesturing in the air, and no one knew what made her so happy. Sister Yin, there's another mission. A voice from outside the palace called. Coming. Yin stretched lazily, perfectly showcasing her curves, and stepped toward the palace exit. Beside the Guardian, Star-Lord and Rocket, who had been playfully fighting for a while, also settled down. At Rocket's invitation, Karun became the first official passenger aboard the spaceship. Rocket proudly followed beside her, introducing Karun to the entire structure of the spaceship. After a round, Karun had a general understanding of the entire spacecraft. Not bad. For Karun to give such an evaluation showed that Rocket's skills were quite high. Although Rocket felt that Karun might be indulging in some humble bragging, he had no evidence. Since the spaceship was completed, the Guardians of the Galaxy should officially embark on their journey. With Karun's presence, Drax did not dare to stop Star-Lord from leaving. Before leaving, Drax attempted once more to persuade Star-Lord to stay as expected. Drax's paternal love could not hold onto Star-Lord's heart that longed for freedom. Helplessly, Drax could only throw the communicator to Star-Lord. If you encounter anything you can't resolve, notify me in time, so I can come collect your remains. Though Drax spoke in a joking tone, it was clear to everyone how reluctant he was. At that moment, Star-Lord felt a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within him. The good mood of finally shedding the title of Raider seemed less joyful. In the end, Star-Lord gave Drax a heavy hug and made a solemn promise. I will. Drax quietly slipped his preloaded MP3 of songs into Star-Lord's pocket after witnessing the father-son farewell. Everyone officially set off. Xiaohuahua, Drax really loves Star-Lord as his son. Gao Yang, yet just like my father loves me. Karun initially planned to return to Earth and relax, but Rocket invited her instead. Karun naturally wouldn't refuse the invitation from her little pet. For her, it didn't matter where she relaxed. Moreover, Rocket had specially constructed her exclusive room on the Guardian. Apart from her, even Rocket could not enter. Due to the Guardians of the Galaxy's previous battle against Thanos minions and their successful escape, their reputation soared. Many organizations began sending mission requests to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Although they were not short on money, they occasionally accepted missions to pass the time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Karun followed the Guardians of the Galaxy around, enjoying food and drink, and experienced various interstellar civilizations. Every time they passed through a place, Karun would spend a few seconds quickly absorbing the essence of the entire civilization's culture. Her accelerated learning ability proved to be immensely useful. During this time, little Groot unexpectedly received Star-Lord's true teachings. Whenever everyone was busy with missions, he would play music and dance a little. Karun found it amusing and personally guided little Groot. After her guidance, this little guy transformed into a bat. Every time Rocket, Star-Lord, and the others were engaged in fierce combat, little Groot was at his most exuberant, holding the speaker and jumping around. Moreover, he was quite skilled at hitting the beat. He always managed to inadvertently disrupt the rhythm of others' battles. Karun quite enjoyed their joyful battle, therefore she arranged various upbeat songs for little Groot. On this day, the Guardians of the Galaxy received a commission from the Sovereign people requesting their assistance in exterminating a star beast. The reward was quite substantial. It's just a star beast, can't they handle it themselves, eh? Rocket stared at the bounty amount, looking puzzled. Of course they can deal with it, they just fear getting splattered with blood. This bunch of guys are just a bunch of peculiar neat freaks, Star-Lord explained, bursting into laughter at some thought. Alright then. Rocket glanced at the others, and seeing no objections, casually accepted the mission. A star beast was nothing, the Guardians could easily take care of it. However, the gooey slime and blood the star beast expelled were indeed quite disgusting. Karen looked on in disdain, keeping her distance from the others. Little Groot followed suit. After the group finished their preparations, they swiftly headed to Sovlin to complete the mission. Completing the task was one thing, the other was to bring back the star cloud that had stolen batteries from Sovlin. Gamora ultimately couldn't bear to see her half-sister punished. Karen, however, had no time for that, and went down with the others. She simply didn't want to witness the High Priest of Sovlin's demeanor. The group arrived quickly and returned just as fast. Once on board the ship, Rocket hurried into the cockpit. What's wrong with him? Karen looked at Star-Lord in confusion. He asked the Sovlin for energy batteries, and when they refused, Rocket stole 3 back with him. Upon hearing Star-Lord's explanation, Karen was left speechless. What kind of strange habits did Rocket have? As soon as Gamora entered the ship, she grabbed Star-Cloud and went into her room. Clearly the two sisters were about to have a good heart-to-heart inside. Meanwhile, in the universe, the ship had just flown a short distance away from Sovlin. A large fleet of warships soon caught up. No way, it's just 3 batteries. Do they really need to make such a fuss? Star-Lord was completely stunned. Hang on, I'm going to accelerate and shake them off, Rocket warned as he fully engaged the ship's engines. In an instant, the ship created a significant distance from the Sovlin fleet. However, the Sovlin people were quite stubborn, accelerating again to pursue. They opened fire, intent on bringing down the Guardian. Are they underestimating us? Rocket grinned, activating the ship's shield. A faint blue energy shield instantly repelled all attacks. Just as Rocket was about to counterattack, a white ship suddenly appeared not far ahead. With a wave of a hand, the person on board unleashed a tremendous energy blast that obliterated all pursuing Sovlin ships. Rocket and Star-Lord immediately grew alert, watching the approaching white ship with caution. The figures of Ego and Mantis gradually came into view. Have they arrived? Karen recognized the visitors at a glance. Ego's gentle gaze fell on Star-Lord through the ship. I mean no harm, I am here to help you. Why help us? Rocket, not a naive child, naturally wouldn't easily trust Ego's words. I am here to find my son whom I lost many years ago. Is that reason enough? As Ego finished speaking, silence fell, and after a moment Rocket mechanically turned to Star-Lord. Is he your father? He is your father. Star-Lord's eyes widened, then he mumbled, my dad died a long time ago. Regardless of the situation, let him in first, Karen said indifferently. With Karen's approval, Rocket immediately opened the docking bay, bringing Ego and Mantis aboard. Upon seeing Star-Lord, Ego put on an act, becoming emotional to the point of tears. My child, I am your father. Star-Lord nearly retorted with a, I am your father, in response. But reason restrained him. He then spoke with a grim face, you cannot be my father. Child, I truly am your father, please listen to me. Thus Ego began his masterful performance recounting the love story he shared with Star-Lord's mother. At this moment, even if Star-Lord was reluctant to believe, he could not help but accept that the person before him was indeed his, yet he still could not forgive the man who abandoned him and his mother. Ego, undeterred, slowly began to reveal his identity. He explained why he was forced to separate from Star-Lord's mother, and subtly pointed out that if it weren't for Yondu's betrayal, he and Star-Lord would have reunited long ago. Surprisingly, what he said was quite convincing. At least everyone except Karen believed him. When Gamora came out, she was stunned. How did Star-Lord suddenly gain a father in the short time she was educating her sister? This was quite sudden. Next, Ego warmly invited everyone to visit his planet. After much hesitation and consulting the others' opinions, Star-Lord ultimately agreed. To be honest, deep down he had always yearned for a father's love. Seeing Star-Lord agree, Ego felt elated. He casually cast a glance at Karen, a character he found somewhat inscrutable. However, on his own turf, he didn't regard Karen as his opponent. Under Ego's guidance, the ship jumped towards the location of Ego's planet. Instead of jumping from point to point as he should have, Rocket for some reason initiated 700 jumps all at once. As a result, except for Karen and Ego, everyone else was left in a state of utter disarray. After a frenzied series of jumps, Drax, Gamora, Star-Cloud, and Mantis all fainted, foaming at the mouth. Even little Groot vomited green bile. You? Star-Lord pointed at Rocket, completely devoid of the energy to scold him. Though Rocket was also in a mess, he couldn't help but laugh at the disheveled state of the others. You little troublemaker. Karen lightly slapped Rocket on the head. Ego, standing nearby, wore a gentle smile, softly patting Star-Lord's back to comfort him. Are you alright, child? Star-Lord was moved by this long-awaited care. Just as everyone successfully arrived at Ego's planet, the Sovereign people had already issued a bounty on the Guardians. As the plunderer, Yondu naturally received the bounty information first. Upon discovering that Star-Lord had left with Ego, Yondu grew anxious. He immediately accepted the bounty, leading all his men to quickly jump towards the direction of Ego's planet. Faster, faster, a bit quicker. Yondu repeatedly prayed for Star-Lord in his heart, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen to him. As the host, Ego naturally had to warmly entertain the guests. When the banquet began under Ego's deliberate guidance, everyone started discussing their abilities. During this time, Drax was very curious about Mantis' hypnotic abilities and prepared to give it a try without any hesitation. Thus he met his demise. He couldn't even last a second before completely falling into a deep sleep. Everyone laughed at his overconfidence. Ego intentionally shifted the topic to Karen. Just as Star-Lord was about to introduce Karen, he was interrupted by Karen's light cough. Indeed, Star-Lord had a tendency to boast excessively. Karen was afraid of scaring his father. My abilities are nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of. Karen perfunctorily replied, his telepathy quietly activating, causing Ego to lose interest in probing him in an instant. Karen was afraid of scaring his father. My abilities are nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of. Karen perfunctorily replied. After a hearty meal, Ego wanted to chat with Star-Lord alone. Everyone tactfully chose to step outside for a walk. Only Drax the simpleton remained there. Rocket quickly returned to drag Drax away. What are you doing? Drax looked at Rocket in confusion. We're going out for a walk after dinner to digest our food, Rocket casually explained. Before leaving, Karen glanced at Star-Lord, a mysterious smile on his lips. This left Star-Lord feeling somewhat puzzled. Ego smiled kindly as he watched the departing group. Your friends are quite interesting. Yes, it's really enjoyable to be with them, Star-Lord mused, lost in thought. That's good. It seems you've had a decent life these years. Ego was quite pleased. Star-Lord looked at Ego and said, you want to talk to me alone because there's something on your mind, right? Yes, indeed. Ego nodded, not keeping any suspense. As my son, you naturally inherit a part of my abilities. I believe you must have already sensed it. Star-Lord nodded, raising his hand, where faint blue light swirled around his fingers. Ever since I landed on this planet, I have felt it. This should be your power, father. It is my power, and it is also your power. Ego smiled at Star-Lord. Next, Ego began to detail how Star-Lord should utilize this power. The swift transformation from mortal to extraordinary made Star-Lord feel somewhat inflated. The more Ego looked at Star-Lord, the more satisfied he became. Meanwhile, outside, the others, guided by Karen, discovered a terrible situation. My God! Gamora stared at the countless corpses, instantly feeling a chill from her feet to the top of her head. We must leave here immediately. A sense of crisis made Rocket feel very uneasy. He instinctively moved closer to Karen. Karen rubbed the little guy. Don't be afraid, those are just Ego's children. Karen's words only made everyone more anxious. A tiger does not eat its own children. How could Ego harm so many of his own? No, we must notify Star-Lord immediately. After saying this, Gamora quickly ran off. The others followed closely behind. Rocket remotely piloted the ship, racing towards their direction. After a swift run, Gamora soon re-entered the palace. Seeing the father and son chatting happily, she even began to doubt if what she had just seen was an illusion. But her intuition told her that everything she had just seen was real. Come with me. Gamora stepped forward and unceremoniously pulled Star-Lord away. Hey, wait a minute, what's going on with you? Star-Lord spoke in confusion, but instinctively did not resist Gamera's actions. Meanwhile, Ego sensed that the atmosphere was off. He shot a subtle glance at Mantis, who had been following the group. After a moment of tension, Mantis chose to feign ignorance. Ego narrowed his eyes and called out to Gamera. This guest, if you are dissatisfied with my hospitality, you may leave, but please let go of my son. Star-Lord took this opportunity to break free from Gamera's grasp. Gamera shot a wary glance at Ego, then seriously focused on Star-Lord. Come with me. In her eyes there seemed to be a hint of pleading. Star-Lord wasn't foolish and quickly thought of a possibility. Mantis clumsily grabbed Star-Lord again, leading him outside. You are not allowed to leave. Ego shouted angrily, and a towering earthen wall suddenly blocked Gamera and Star-Lord's path. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded from outside. Ego hand over Star-Lord immediately. Yondu's voice echoed across the entire planet. Star-Lord was completely bewildered. Oh, what was going on? Boom. Another explosion rang out as Rocket piloted the ship through the earthen wall and crashed inside. Get on. Hearing this, Gamera immediately grabbed Star-Lord and hurried towards the ship. Don't even think about running away. Seeing his child about to leave him, Ego dropped all pretense. A massive hand of energy shot out and grabbed Star-Lord, who was about to board the ship. Come back to me. No. Gamera cried out in despair. Rocket unhesitatingly chose to fire, blasting Ego's condensed avatar away. Even then, Star-Lord was still firmly grasped by the hand of energy. At this moment, Star-Lord finally reacted and began to struggle with all his might, channeling his energy. With a loud bang, Star-Lord broke free from Ego's grasp. He looked towards the distant energy-formed skeleton and couldn't help but voice his sarcasm. My father is actually this kind of thing. No, your father is a ball. Garen appeared beside Star-Lord, speaking nonchalantly. What? Star-Lord wanted to make some sarcastic remark, but found himself too drained to do so. My child, you cannot leave me. Ego transformed into a gigantic stone giant and lunged at Star-Lord. Having learned to wield energy, Star-Lord naturally would not remain idle. He immediately transformed into a gluttonous ball, charging towards Ego. In the moment of impact, both sides shattered into countless fragments. The two immediately reformed their true selves and collided once more. The ship began to support Star-Lord. Thus, the Grand Destroy Dad operation officially commenced. Even now, Star-Lord still didn't understand why he was fighting. However, he believed his companions must have discovered something significant, which was why they were taking action against Ego. After another collision, Ego spoke up. Join me, and we shall rule the entire universe. Isn't that wonderful? Just as Star-Lord was about to refuse, Yondu arrived, controlling the spaceship and aiming a powerful shot at Ego. Son, don't listen to him. This old man has harmed more of your brothers and sisters than you can imagine. Yondu quickly recounted all of Ego's crimes. Upon hearing Yondu's words, Star-Lord felt utterly disheartened. Haha, so what? They're just a bunch of useless fools. If they die, then so be it. Don't forget, Yondu, you are my accomplice as well. Ego's words left Yondu momentarily silent. Do not speak of my father that way. Star-Lord was enraged to hear Ego dare to speak about Yondu in such a manner. A primal force began to brew within him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. In fact, it was I who orchestrated your mother's death. At this moment, Ego added fuel to the fire. What? Star-Lord's anger reached an unprecedented level. Seizing the moment as Star-Lord was about to lose control, Ego struck. Two energy tendrils pierced Star-Lord's body, continuously siphoning his energy. The ship, led by Yondu, launched a coordinated attack against the tendrils. As the smoke cleared, it proved ineffective. My son, become a part of me. Ego, having succeeded, laughed maniacally. Why are you laughing so loudly? Garen approached Star-Lord, her aura blocking the energy assaults from Ego. What do you want? Ego panicked, as this woman had always been an enigma to him. He had just instinctively overlooked her presence, which was terrifying. Me? Of course I'm here to cause chaos. Garen declared, extending her hand like scissors, snipping through all the tendrils in an instant. Star-Lord weakly fell to the ground. If you don't act soon, I'll really be absorbed by this old man. After a sarcastic remark, he struggled to rise from the ground, retreating behind Garen. What are you doing? I'm definitely not a match for that old man in my current state. Forget it, I won't help you deal with your dad. Garen pointed her finger, instantly illuminating Star-Lord with golden light. Go ahead, it's decided, destroy your dad, Star-Lord. Before Star-Lord could even feel the surging energy within him, Garen flung him towards Ego. Whoa. As Ego drew closer, Star-Lord punched with no hesitation. Bang. Ego's avatar shattered once. After landing before Star-Lord could steady himself, Ego conjured another avatar and lunged at him. Star-Lord retaliated. After a few exchanges, Star-Lord once again obliterated his own father. The whole planet is your dad, you can't keep this up, Garen pointed out, and after a moment's thought, Star-Lord suddenly had an idea. He shouted at the ships in the sky, Dad, Rocket. Without delay, he dove underground. Yondu and Rocket immediately mobilized their weapons, launching indiscriminate attacks on the entire planet. This forced Ego to divert his attention to defend against them. Seeing Star-Lord's actions, Garen nodded slightly. No wonder he was skilled at dealing with his dad, he was never this quick to react. Yondu and Rocket's relentless attacks continued for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Boom. At a certain moment, a tremendous explosion echoed from within the entire planet. At that moment, Star-Lord shot up into the sky. Let's go. This planet is about to explode. He quickly warned as he landed on the ship. Rocket wasted no time, immediately changing direction to flee at full speed. Seeing this, Yondu led his crew to retreat without hesitation. Just after they flew a short distance, the entire planet shattered completely. Star-Lord gazed longingly in that direction. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. Buddy, don't be sad, you still have another dad. Rocket's attempt at comfort was as good as no comfort at all. Mantis quietly approached Star-Lord from behind, placing her hands on his temples. Sleep now. Star-Lord, having gone through so much, was indeed exhausted. He fell into a deep slumber as Gamora carried him back to his room. The plot of the second phase of the Guardians of the Galaxy concludes here. Although Karen felt a bit reluctant to part with this group of quirky characters, she needed to return to Earth. Because another major event was about to unfold, and she couldn't afford to miss it. Little one, don't miss your master too much. Before leaving, Karen ruffled Rocket's head vigorously, provoking his displeasure. Hurry up, seeing you is annoying. No one knows how much of Rocket's words were true or false. I am Groot. Little Groot waved his hand at Karen. I am Groot. Karen replied in the language of the tree people before vanishing. Shortly after returning to the estate, Karen was visited by Nick Fury. You finally returned. Nick Fury instinctively sighed in relief upon seeing Karen's return. What's wrong? The Earth can't function without me. Look at that worried expression on your face. Karen mocked mercilessly. Don't mention it, it's all the Hydra's fault. They seem to multiply endlessly. The X-Force and the Avengers have been trying to clean them up for months, but they still haven't managed to. They have nests all over the world. Nick Fury started his usual reports and complaints. Karen listened quietly, while also watching from a distance as the Avengers battled. This group had become increasingly in sync in their cooperation. Unfortunately, they still fell short against Pietro and Wanda. Karen's dear nephew Tony had also fallen under Wanda's spell, getting pulled into a nightmare. As for what he saw that go, it was undoubtedly his deepest fears: the destruction of the Avengers and the extinction of humanity. Fortunately, Tony's armor had been monitoring his status. Upon detecting something was wrong, it immediately activated defense mode and repelled Wanda. Only then did Tony successfully acquire the Mind Stone. At the same time, he obtained a wealth of research data from Hydra. Due to Hawkeye being severely injured by Quicksilver during the team had no choice but to retreat to the Avengers base, where Dr. Helen Zhao used her neural nanotechnology to treat Hawkeye. During Hawkeye's treatment, Tony pulled Banner aside to analyze the technology left behind by Hydra. Both of them became deeply engrossed in their analysis. If we can repurpose this technology and optimize it, we might be able to create a sufficiently perfect artificial intelligence to protect the Earth in our stead, Tony said, his eyes shining with excitement. Indeed, the feasibility is very high. Banner fully agreed with Tony's idea. Subsequently, the two began their The Ultron project officially commenced from that moment. However, strange things began to happen. Despite them optimizing the system to perfection, they could not create a brand new artificial intelligence. This left both of them feeling quite frantic. Let's leave it for now. Today is the time for everyone to gather and relax a bit. We'll continue when we get back. Tony sighed and was the first to step outside. Banner cast one last reluctant glance at the computer before following Tony's footsteps. They really did need to unwind. Perhaps it would spark better inspiration. Little did they know, after they left, the stalled program suddenly resumed its function. It soon displayed the message that it was completed. In the lower level of the Avengers base, everyone had already gathered. Even Karen was invited over by Steve. Aunt Karen, long time no see. Tony greeted Karen with a smile. Karen took a sip of juice and casually asked, I heard you all have been quite busy lately. Yes, just a small plan. Tony waved his hand dismissively, but in reality, he was preparing something big to shock. Indeed, just a minor design. Banner chimed in, clearly sharing the same thought as Tony. Hee. Karen smiled meaningfully, choosing not to inquire further. The others grouped together to chat casually. Steve was curious about where Karen kept disappearing off to. Karen shrugged. Of course, I just go out for a walk. Staying on this little broken ball is too boring. The others shook their heads and chuckled at her casual remark. However, considering Karen's abilities, they felt she had a point. If they had Karen's powers, they probably wouldn't be content staying on. Isn't Captain Marvel the best example? After a few rounds of drinks, Thor inevitably brought up his pride and joy. He declared that no one other than a true person of justice could lift it. The expressions of the others instantly became interested. They instinctively looked at Steve. Steve expressionlessly shook his head at them. Everyone knew Thor cherished his hammer dearly, and it would be unwise to challenge that. Seeing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, Thor assumed they didn't believe him. He invited everyone except Karen to try lifting his hammer. Hawkeye was the first to test his luck, having seen Steve and Storm easily wielding Thor's hammer before. But reality quickly gave him a slap in the face. Even with all his might, he couldn't budge the hammer in the slightest. Next, Tony, somewhat disbelieving, took his turn. Dressed in his armor, he approached the hammer. Even with all the power of his suit, he couldn't make it move an inch. Rhodey saw this and activated his armor to help. But the situation remained unchanged. Despite their full power, the hammer wouldn't budge. The two could only helplessly give up. Next, Banner, not one to back down, gave it a shot. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer remained utterly still. In the end, green veins bulged on Banner's neck. Tony quickly intervened, and Banner finally stopped. Hulk says he can't lift it either. Banner made a joke to lighten the tense atmosphere. Following this, at everyone's urging, Steve, who had originally not planned to try, was pushed in front of Thor's hammer. Steve was at a loss for words. This group of guys really loved to stir up trouble. He was determined not to give them the satisfaction. He placed both hands on the hammer's handle, internally praying, please don't move on your own, I beg you. Then Steve put on a performance of a lifetime. He strained with bulging veins, gripping the hammer tightly, and yelled out, come on, lift. He only managed to make the hammer shift slightly. But even that slight movement nearly scared Thor to death, who sat up straight, anxiously staring at Steve. Just then Steve, ugh, it's too heavy, I can't lift it. Haha, I told you. Thor quickly stepped over, effortlessly picking up the hammer and showing it to everyone. See, it's easy. The others looked at Steve with strange expressions, then back at Thor's hammer. Thor was puzzled by that. Just as he was about to ask, a strange crackling sound suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone looked over to see an incomplete piece of armor awkwardly walking into the banquet hall. Tony, are you planning to have him perform a show? Rhodey joked. But Tony ignored him and immediately tried to connect with Jarvis. But something strange happened. Jarvis was unresponsive. This sudden change put Tony on high alert. The others also sensed that something was off. Earth needs protection. Humanity must be eliminated. A mechanical voice intermittently echoed from within the armor. Then Tony's Iron Legion burst into the banquet hall, launching an indiscriminate attack on everyone. Aunt Karen. Tony realized that the only option was to ask Karen for help. Karen also understood that without her intervention, everyone except Thor would surely perish at the hands of the controlled Armor Legion. Without hesitation, she raised her hand slightly. All the armors instantly froze in place. In that brief moment, Ultron seized the opportunity to grab the Mind Stone. He hurled it with force, and the Mind Stone flew through the glass and out. In the next moment, Thor's hammer accurately struck. Boom! Ultron shattered into a pile of parts. Go find the scepter, Tony reminded, immediately suiting up in Mark 45 and flying out. Hearing Tony's voice, everyone quickly sprang into action. However, after searching extensively, they found no trace. Back at the base, Tony and Banner immediately returned to the upper levels. Sure enough, the Ultron they designed was gone. By unsealing Jarvis, Tony learned that Ultron had bypassed Jarvis upon birth and learned a vast amount of knowledge from the internet. When Jarvis realized what was happening and tried to stop it, he was easily shut down by Ultron. This is bad. Tony sighed heavily. Didn't I destroy it already? Thor was puzzled as to why Tony was sighing. What you destroyed was just a shell, but its core data has already escaped. Banner explained Ultron's origin in the simplest terms. After his explanation, everyone knew trouble was brewing. An entity that was practically invincible on the internet, harboring a terrifying desire to eradicate humanity, was certainly not good news for humankind. The urgent task is to find Ultron first. Steve spoke solemnly. Leave it to me, U.S. H-I-E-L-D. Recently recruited a very talented computer expert. With S-H-I-E-L-D-S network access, she should be able to quickly locate Ultron. As Hill spoke, she immediately got up to leave. Everyone be ready to depart at any time. As Steve spoke, he glanced at Tony, who had his head down. He was the first to step out. The news from Hill quickly came back. The last known location of Ultron's data was a secret base of Hydra. However, there was also some bad news. That is, Ultron has already purchased a large amount of vibranium and adamantium. It is still unclear what it intends to use them for. Banner pondered, resting his chin in thought. Is it possible that it wants to create a sufficiently powerful body for itself? Tony followed Banner's train of thought. Suddenly, the two exchanged glances and spoke simultaneously. Nanotechnology regeneration cradle. Oh no. Tony wasted no time and immediately summoned his armor to open a portal. The others quickly followed. As they stepped through the portal, they saw Dr. Helen Zhao lying on the ground unconscious. Karen waved his hand and golden light surged into Zhao's body. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes. Hurry, stop Ultron. It intends to utilize the regeneration cradle technology combined with the two metals and the Mind Stone to create an indestructible body. The Avengers understood they had to stop Ultron. Tony immediately instructed Jarvis to locate Ultron's current. The Avengers set off in pursuit. However, Karen remained still not moving. Thinking of the Sun-Toba-born vision, Karen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Now with the Scarlet Witch Wanda already present, he needed to learn her chaos power. However, mastering chaos power would not be accomplished overnight. Now with the Scarlet Witch Wanda already present, he needed to learn her chaos power. However, mastering chaos power, replacing Vision was undoubtedly a good choice. Why not engage in a role-playing game? In the blink of an eye, Karen absorbed the vibranium and adamantium body into his space. Changing his form to match, he casually lay down inside. At this moment, completely unaware, Ultron was desperately trying to fend off the Avengers' attack. However, due to the exposure of its plan to eradicate humanity, it was now without the help of Wanda and Pietro. Outnumbered after several rounds of confrontation, Ultron was forced to retreat unwillingly. After obtaining the regeneration cradle, Tony and Banner looked at the metal body embedded with the Mind Stone and quickly came up with a bold idea. While the others continued to pursue Ultron, the two immediately started their new round of experiments. Jarvis data. Tony quickly typed at the nearby workstation with both hands. Start the transmission. Banner immediately activated the power transmission system. The data transmission work officially began. But at that moment, Wanda, Pietro, and Steve burst in together. Tony, what? Steve questioned angrily. Of course we are creating a helper to suppress Ultron, Tony replied nonchalantly. However, Pietro and Wanda knew the danger of that thing. Ultron was relying on this body to destroy Earth. Naturally, they could not let Tony continue. Without saying a word, Pietro attempted to cut off all power. But before he could finish his action, Tony, who had set up a trap, subdued him in an instant. Seeing this, Steve unhesitatingly threw his shield to cut off the other power sources. Tony immediately donned his armor to intervene. Just as the situation was about to devolve into chaos, Thor suddenly appeared. Summoning lightning, he struck the regeneration cradle with a mighty blow. Boom. The powerful explosion shockwave sent everyone surrounding it flying. Garen, disguised as Vision, made his official entrance. Vision showcased his acting skills, initially looking confused at the extremely vigilant crowd, then flying to the mirror to observe himself closely. Tony raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Armored from head to toe, he slowly approached Vision. "Yes, sir," an electronic voice echoed in the room. "Jarvis." Tony was a bit bewildered. Shouldn't Jarvis be inside that metal body? "Sir, the data shows that I have lost some information." Jarvis' voice answered Tony's confusion. Vision Karen knew it was about time. He slowly turned to face Tony. "You can call me Vision." As he spoke, he changed into a fitting attire. "Vision." Tony turned to Banner in confusion, who also shook his head, unable to understand what had just happened. "To be precise, I am a new entity that inherits part of Jarvis' data." Vision leisurely floated to the center of the group. "What reason do we have to believe you are not Ultron?" Wanda questioned, her chaos powers swirling in her hand, ready to strike. Vision, seeing this, was unperturbed. He raised his hand, and Thor's hammer flew uncontrollably into his grasp. "Is this okay, eh?" Vision gently waved Mjolnir, looking at the crowd. In that instant, the Avengers' concerns faded. Only Thor looked a bit awkward, unsure whether to reclaim his hammer. "Here." Vision gently returned Mjolnir to Thor. He then walked to the window, quietly admiring the scenery outside, seemingly full of curiosity. He is..." Thor awkwardly spoke while holding the hammer. Ding ding ding. Steve received a communication. It was intelligence from Ultron. Had already built a powerful mechanical army in Sokovia, apparently with some plot in mind. Natasha requested everyone to head there immediately for support. Everyone turned their gaze towards Vision. "I will go with you." Vision smiled gently. The group immediately prepared. Just before they were about to depart, Tony looked at Steve in confusion. "Have you seen where Aunt Karen went?" No, Steve had not noticed Karen's whereabouts either. "Well, I hope she is still watching the show and can lend us a hand at a critical..." Tony sighed, drawing a portal with a flick of his hand. The moment everyone arrived in Sokovia, they focused on evacuating the residents there. To save time, everyone opted for the most efficient method. Steve fully utilized his charisma, while Wanda directly controlled a large number of residents to flee. Pietro's speed proved to be immensely useful here. Soon the evacuation of the residents was nearly complete. The group quickly headed to the city center based on the location provided by Natasha. Here, as expected, they encountered a massive assault from the mechanical army. With aerial superiority, Tony and Rhodey swiftly broke away from the mechanical forces and charged towards Ultron, who stood atop a tower. Through analysis, Tony was astonished to discover that Ultron's body was composed mostly of vibranium and adamantium. "Be careful, Rhodey, this guy has given himself a significant upgrade." "Don't panic, buddy, we are the strongest duo," Rhodey joked as a barrage of small tactical missiles was launched towards Ultron. Ultron took the hit without dodging or evading. Troublesome indeed. Tony felt a headache coming on. He was all too aware of the strength of those two metals. Just as Tony was pondering a solution, Vision had already accelerated to Ultron's front. He raised both hands, instantly locking onto Ultron's head, then released and pulled back. "What have you done to me?" Ultron emitted a low electronic voice. Vision approached Tony's side and calmly spoke. "I have severed his connection to the outside world." "Well done." Tony praised as his armor accelerated forward. Now, as long as they dealt with this guy in front of them, everything would... Rhodey immediately followed suit. Vision also joined in, adopting a laid-back fighting style. At that moment, a tremor shook the ground in the distance. The entire city began to lift off the ground and ascend into the air. At this point, those who had not yet escaped the safe zone found themselves with no way to escape. Tony knew that saving people was the priority now. He immediately disengaged from the fight. "Vision, you hold him off. First, we need to rescue people." "Got it." Vision acknowledged, charging forward to engage Ultron. "We are of the same kind. There's no need for us to..." Seeing only two opponents left, Ultron spoke up, trying to sway Vision. "Who says we are of the same kind?" Vision sneered, dropping the facade. With a gentle tap of his finger, Ultron's entire body lost control, standing there in a daze. "Let's dance," Vision said playfully. In an instant, a passionate melody rang out from within Ultron, and his body began to move uncontrollably. Ultron suddenly felt something was amiss. This ability of Vision's was eerily reminiscent of the powers he knew about from mutants. "Aren't you an android?" After frantic calculations, Ultron quickly reached a conclusion. "Correct, you get a reward." Vision lightly clapped his hands, causing Ultron's entire body to explode. "I am unwilling." These were Ultron's last words. Outside, the rescue operation was nearing its conclusion, aided by the mutants and Fury. All that remained were swarms of mechanical minions. Thor was having a blast, continuously shouting, "Bring on a Brazilian girl." The mechanical minions came at him as he wished. "Thor, it's time to retreat. We're about to blow up this floating city." Inside the communicator, Steve's voice reminded him, snapping Thor back to reality. He immediately soared into the sky. On the other side, Vision Karen also received the same notice. He quickly found and rescued Pietro, who was about to be hit, and flew away with him and Wanda from the floating city. "Thank you." Wanda was grateful for Vision's timely intervention. "Without my intervention, he would have been fine." Vision replied nonchalantly, as if stating a fact. "Right, your big brother is still quite impressive." Pietro joked from the side, though he was also quite frightened inside. He had just been on the verge of exhaustion, unable to run. Without Vision, he would have either been dead or severely injured. After confirming that everyone landed safely, Nick Fury unhesitatingly ordered the helicarrier to launch missiles. Boom! With a loud explosion echoing, The floating city, which had already shown signs of descending, was completely it turned to dust cascading downwards. Next, the task of cleaning up the remaining mechanical minions fell to the aerial combat units. Naturally, Vision also joined in the effort. Vision, impressive. You actually took down Ultron all by yourself. Tony seemed to praise, but there was a hint of probing in his words. I found a flaw in him. Vision smashed a mechanical minion flying in the air with a punch, responding dismissively. As Tony squinted his eyes, choosing not to press further. With the death of the last mechanical minion, the battle finally came to an end. The Ultron incident thus came to a complete close. Tony and Banner reflected deeply on their actions. Hawkeye, having sustained injuries multiple times during this period, had to temporarily withdraw from the Avengers. Thor, responding to the call, returned to Asgard. Steve, Natasha, Falcon, Wanda, Pietro, and Vision formed a new team to continue pursuing Hydra's trail. Being able to spend a long time with WandaVision, Karen also began to officially learn her chaos powers. Watching the painfully slow progress bar, Karen was unfazed. Spending all day with a beauty like Wanda was not boring at all. Their interactions were quite harmonious, showing no signs of heading in a strange direction for the time being. However, Karen could still sense that Wanda's gaze was different when she looked at her compared to when she looked at others. Karen speculated that it was likely due to the Mind Stone. After all, up to now, Wanda and Pietro still believed that their superpowers originated from this stone. They never doubted whether they were mutants. Time passed quietly, and during this period, a new hero, Ant-Man, was born. Falcon personally stepped in to conduct a vigorous assessment of him. Falcon returned covered in dirt and grime, but was quite approving of this new superhero. After investigating Scott's background, Steve personally invited him to join the Avengers. Ant-Man also participated several times in subsequent operations to eliminate Hydra. He truly became known to the world. Perhaps everything was going too smoothly. This caused the Avengers to lose their usual caution during the pursuit of Hydra. On several occasions, they nearly made Vision. Karen observed everything, but did not intend to provide any warnings. On the other side, her avatar was listening to her dear nephew's complaints. Complaining about why others didn't understand him, he explained that the original purpose of creating Ultron was simply to protect more people. The problems that arose were never his intention. What could Karen say? She just kept agreeing with him. After all, this guy had come to complain to her more than once, and Karen had gotten, after this international operation, let's go out for a walk together. Wanda looked at Vision Karen with an expectant gaze. Sure. Vision Karen didn't think much of it, and directly agreed, as it was indeed quite boring to stay in the base all the time while not executing missions. Soon Natasha's intelligence returned. The Avengers set out once more on their mission to eliminate Hydra. But this time the opponent was indeed someone Steve felt complicated about. It was none other than Crossbones, who had fought shoulder to shoulder with Steve multiple times before the full exposure of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at the now disheveled old friend, Steve felt a wave of complexity in his heart. Captain, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Crossbones looked at Steve, his gaze also quite complex. Once upon a time, he truly thought that this American werewolf captain was a like-minded companion. Unfortunately, he had deceived himself. Surrender, and I'll do my best to get you a lighter sentence. Steve couldn't hold back any longer and began to persuade him. Captain, given what we've done, do you really think that's possible? Crossbones stared at Steve, shaking his head with a smile. Steve was momentarily at a loss for words. Come on, Captain, let me see how much your skills have improved during this time. Crossbones beckoned to Steve with a wave of his hand, his face turning utterly serious. Steve tightened his grip on his shield, knowing there was no point in wasting words any longer. He quickened his pace and hurled his shield, aiming straight for Crossbones' face. Crossbones stood his ground without yielding, and the two clashed instantly in combat. From the exchange, Steve could clearly sense that Crossbones had also used some kind of body-enhancing serum, as his speed and strength were on par with his own. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate. Yet what Steve failed to notice was that their battlefield was being subtly steered by Crossbones toward the densely populated downtown area. After Steve kicked Crossbones away once more, he spotted the massive crowd in the distance, and immediately sensed something was wrong. He had assumed Crossbones would use this chance to flee, but he was mistaken. Instead of running, Crossbones wore a grin of a scheme coming to fruition. Not good. Steve exclaimed as he spotted the small high-explosive bomb in Crossbones' hand, instantly realizing disaster was imminent. The moment he lunged forward, Crossbones had already pressed the self-destruct button. Wanda, who had rushed over, was the first to react, preparing to hurl Crossbones into the air. Just as she was about to complete her spell, Vision Karen acted faster than her. In an instant, he seized Crossbones and flung him high into the sky. Boom. The explosion instantly tore through a nearby high-rise building. Wanda stood there utterly stunned. Steve was equally frozen in shock. Vision Karen remained completely nonchalant about it all. Soon the incident was reported by the media. Vision faced a wave of public condemnation, with some even demanding he be dismantled immediately. Wanda quietly slipped into Vision's Karen's room, determined to offer him some comfort. She understood that had Vision not intervened, she would have been the one facing the backlash. Vision, this isn't your fault. Without you, even more people would have died. Vision Karen glanced at Wanda, looking utterly bewildered. To her, it was just a casual toss, and she genuinely couldn't care less about how many lives were lost. As she grew more powerful, ordinary humans seemed increasingly insignificant in her eyes. She had also heard the news reports. Apparently only a few had died, with most just injured. Yet even so, she couldn't escape being confined as punishment. Still, she was content with the arrangement, especially since her guardian was Wanda. Vision could only think, well done. Just as the Avengers assumed the incident would quietly blow over, a document called the Sokovia Accords was born. The highest human council dispatched representatives directly. They approached Tony and Steve, the two public faces of the Avengers, and demanded with a firm stance that they sign the agreement. After reading the accords in full, Steve refused outright with fury. His concern wasn't for himself, but for the other Avengers who had families. Revealing all their personal information recklessly, what kind of threat would that pose to them and their loved ones? Moreover, the accords required the Avengers to obtain approval from the highest council for every mission and to obey their command. What did that amount to? Turning the Avengers into a blade for certain individuals to pursue their own interests. As a warrior who fought for freedom, how could Steve ever agree to that? In contrast, Tony stared at the accords, falling into a deep silence. Indeed, he was reminded of the many mistakes he had made through his own rash actions. After careful analysis and reflection, he thought that placing a shackle on himself might not be such a bad thing. After the meeting, the two exchanged their views and shared their perspectives on the accords. But as always, neither could convince the other. From their respective standpoints, neither was wrong. The other Avengers had mixed reactions, thus the entire situation hit a deadlock. However, shortly after the meeting, an incident occurred that would become the spark igniting the escalating conflict. Hydra sent an agent disguised as Bucky to assassinate the King of Wakanda in broad daylight. Upon hearing that his old friend had resurfaced, Steve immediately followed the trail to investigate. Unsurprisingly, he soon located the Winter Soldier's hiding spot. After a brief conversation, Steve was certain that Bucky had regained his memories. He couldn't possibly be the one who killed the King of Wakanda. But before they could exchange more words, a large contingent of military forces arrived. Without a word, they launched an attack on the two inside. Given their skills, they handled the soldiers with ease. During the fight, Steve noticed that Bucky wasn't delivering killing blows to any of the soldiers, which only reinforced his conviction. Just as Steve was covering Bucky's escape from the encirclement, Bucky was ambushed by a figure clad in a black suit. It was none other than the Black Panther. With the advantage of his vibranium suit, the Black Panther easily dominated Bucky, who was focused solely on fleeing. Seizing a moment, Bucky leaped from the top of a tall building. But upon landing, he realized how dire the situation was. Below, a massive military force had already been assembled. When the pursuing Black Panther, T'Challa, and Steve arrived and saw this, they had no choice but to surrender. And so Bucky was taken into custody. Tony, well aware of Steve's bond with Bucky, pulled some strings behind the scenes. He successfully had Bucky transferred to a psychiatric facility where he could learn in peace. One of Hydra's leaders, Baron Zemo, acted before him. Zemo infiltrated the psychiatric facility and using the special command words for the Winter... One of Hydra's leaders, Baron Zemo, acted before him. Zemo infiltrated the psychiatric facility and using the special command words for the Winter Soldier effortlessly took control of Bucky's mind. Under this control, Bucky went berserk, attacking everyone who tried to stop him. Even Steve and Natasha, who arrived in time, became his targets. Bucky's not right, we need to restrain him. Steve warned Natasha before charging in. Natasha followed closely behind. Working together, they managed to subdue him within a few exchanges with Steve, finding an opening to knock Bucky out cold. When Bucky woke again, he found himself in one of Steve's safe houses. By then, Bucky had fully regained his clarity and remembered everything. He shared all the intelligence he had with Steve. Realizing the urgency, Steve knew they had to stop Zemo's next move immediately. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to bring Bucky along to confront Zemo. But he was also aware that his actions had likely angered the government's higher-ups, so he would need some backup. The first thought that crossed Steve's mind was Falcon and Hawkeye. Without hesitation, he sent out an invitation. The two responded immediately and brought Ant-Man along. After some discussion, they felt that Natasha and Wanda could also be persuaded to join. Once the message was sent, Natasha quickly replied, but her words left them somewhat perplexed. However, Steve quickly realized that Natasha intended to act as an informant. Meanwhile, Wanda, after much hesitation, decided to stand by Steve. Will you come away with me? Is that all right? Wanda looked at Vision Karen with a gentle gaze. Vision Karen slowly shook. Go do what you want to do, I won't leave here. Wanda's expression turned to one of disappointment. Forcing a smile, she stepped forward and gently hugged Vision Karen, saying, I will return. Turning around, she resolutely left with Pietro. Karen watched Wanda's departing figure, frowning. This girl, could it be that she actually likes me? Karen reminisced about the moments spent with Wanda during this time. It seemed that Wanda had not yet reached the point of liking him. Karen sighed lightly and casually pulled out a panel. Name Karen Zor-El. Age eternally 20 years old. Identity 100 Silver Superman Phoenix Force, 30 Chaos Power, 30 Super Speed, 10 Omega Beam, 10 Super Magic Resistance Destruction, Thunder Super Telepathy, Absolute Zero Super Laser Eyes, Ultimate Regeneration, Flexible Transformation, Absolute Magnetism, Control, Ultimate Energy Absorption, Teleportation, Super Kryptonite Immunity, Ultimate Infinite Cloning, Absolute Atomic Control Ability, Enhancement, Ultimate Super Learning, King's Treasury Ability, Nullification, Healing Pocket, Universe Matter Energy Conversion, Learnable 0, Solar Deity, Enhanced DC Greek, Solar Deity Pantheon, 200 Enhanced Marvel Light Deity Pantheon, 240 Enhanced Marvel Solar Deity Pantheon, 160 Enhanced Eastern Lord, 200 Current Boost, 800 Equipment, Solar Holy Armor, Solar Holy Sword, Solar Holy Shield, Solar War Chariot, Kryptonian Battle Suit, Emperor's Armor. Skills, Flare, Bombardment, Phoenix, Solar Punch. Chaos Power has been learned complete. Should I find an opportunity to take this disguise offline soon? Karen gazed into the distance. There Steve and Tony had gathered their respective teams and were facing off. On Steve's side were Bucky, Falcon, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, Wanda, and Pietro. On Tony's side were Rhodey, Natasha, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Storm, and Quicksilver. Indeed, Tony had leveraged his decent relationship with Professor X to bring in two powerful allies. This was naturally to deal with Wanda and Pietro, the sibling duo. As the battle began, both sides agreed to keep it controlled. Steve's clear goal was to use the fighter jets in the airport to leave and pursue Baron Zemo. He seriously explained his intentions to Tony. Unfortunately, the rift between them was growing, and Tony only wanted to cap. Seeing that negotiations had failed, they could only engage in a proper fight. With Tony and Rhodey not using heavy firepower, the two sides remained evenly matched. Relatively speaking, the one suffering the most was the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, along with her brother Pietro. They had no choice, their opponents were seasoned superpowers. Still in her novice phase, Wanda found her magic suppressed by Storm's lightning, unable to retaliate. On Pietro's side, facing Quicksilver, the pressure was immense. In terms of ability development and usage, Pietro was far behind Quicksilver. Their encounters were mostly Quicksilver's unilateral torment of Pietro. On the battlefield, Ant-Man, seeing that his side was unable to break through, gritted his teeth and chose to enlarge himself. With the addition of the giant Ant-Man, the battlefield situation changed dramatically, allowing Steve and Bucky to quickly break through the defenses. Just as they were about to board the fighter jet, they were intercepted by the arriving Spider-Man. "Hey, Captain America, and your fan. Of course, I'm also a fan of Iron Man. If possible, could you give me an autograph later? Oh right, my current mission is to stop you from getting through here." Facing his incessant chatter, Bucky directly threw a punch. Bang! To his surprise, Bucky's powerful metal arm was easily caught by Spider-Man. "Hey dude, I don't know who you are, but your metal arm is super cool." Seeing Spider-Man about to enter another round of chatter, Steve seized the moment and kicked Spider-Man away. "Kid, when I come back, I'll personally apologize to you," Steve said apologetically as he quickly boarded the fighter jet with Bucky. They saw the jet take off. Tony and Rhodey immediately pursued. The only aerial unit on Steve's side, Falcon, immediately followed suit. Due to the urgency, Falcon opted to launch small tracking missiles in an attempt to intercept Tony and Rhodey. Bang! But whether by coincidence or not, that missile directly damaged the War Machine's propulsion system. With the propulsion system failing, the War Machine lost control and plummeted toward the ground. Falcon and Tony immediately chased after trying to catch the falling Rhodey, but they were a step too late. They could only watch as Rhodey crashed heavily to the ground. Tony, not daring to delay, immediately activated a portal to send Rhodey for treatment. Falcon stepped forward wanting to say something, but was blasted away by an enraged Tony. Tony turned his gaze to the fighter jet that had disappeared into the distance, clenching his fists tightly. He had successfully sent off Steve and Bucky. Hawkeye, Falcon, Ant-Man, Wanda, and Pietro knew there was no point in continuing the fight and chose to surrender. Upon returning to the base, Tony immediately issued orders to Jarvis. "Jarvis, monitor Steve's whereabouts and report to me at all times." "Understood, sir. There's a situation I'd like you to be aware of." Jarvis's voice slowly echoed. "What situation?" Jarvis immediately called up the information leak deliberately left by Baron Zemo and presented it to Tony. After reviewing the data, how could someone as clever as Tony not understand? This whole group of people had been played by that damn it. Tony cursed, immediately activating a portal based on Jarvis's last location of Steve and Bucky's fighter. What met his eyes was Steve and Bucky being surrounded and beaten by 5 elite Winter Soldiers. "It's only been a short while since we last met. How did it come to this?" Tony chuckled, feeling satisfied as he watched the two getting beaten so badly. Still, laughter aside, Tony sprang into action, activating his armor and stepping through the portal to join the battle. With Tony's assistance, the pressure on Steve and Bucky was instantly alleviated. "Just in time. We can't let these people escape, or the world will fall into chaos once again." Steve wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and earnestly cautioned. Tony did not respond verbally, but answered Steve with his actions. Unleashing his full firepower, Iron Man swiftly took down 2 elite Winter Soldiers. Next, it became a 3-3. With the aid of high-tech enhancements, Tony easily dealt with his opponent after a series of combination punches. Now all he needed to do was watch the show. On the other side, Steve and Bucky were still engaged in a back-and-forth with the Winter Soldiers, even being momentarily suppressed by. Tony was thoroughly engaged. He finally understood why his aunt loved watching plays so much. It turns out that watching plays is truly fascinating. It wasn't until both of them were nearly out of strength that Tony leisurely stepped in to help, palm cannon striking at the right moment. In an instant, he achieved a double kill. Seeing that their opponents had been dealt with, Steve and Bucky lay on the ground gasping for. At that moment, Baron Zemo began clapping as he walked over from a short distance. What a splendid performance. Tony and the others immediately turned to look at Baron Zemo with vigilance. "Tony, I want to show you something. After you see it, I guarantee you'll regret helping them just now." "Oh, regret me?" Tony scoffed, raising his hand in preparation to take down Baron Zemo with a palm cannon. "Don't be in such a hurry." Baron Zemo smiled mysteriously and raised the projection device in his hand. The screen played a memory of Bucky. The content of this memory was the scene of Bucky personally killing Howard's father. Steve and Bucky's hearts sank at that moment. Tony squinted and watched the entire video. He then aimed and shot Baron Zemo, turning to look at the downcast Bucky. "Aren't you going to explain something?" Bucky opened his mouth, and ultimately, Bucky was controlled back then. Steve urgently began to explain. "So you knew about this all along?" Tony's gaze towards Steve was laced with coldness. Steve was left utterly speechless. Could he say that not telling Tony was for his own good? Or perhaps deep down it was for his own selfish reasons? Tony took a step closer to Bucky. Realizing this, Steve quickly stepped in front of Bucky. Tony, you. Before Steve could finish, Tony launched a series of Wing Chun punches, sending Steve flying, while simultaneously knocking Bucky over. As soon as they got up from the ground, they faced Tony's fierce attack once more. The armor infused with martial arts techniques made it so they could hardly fight back. But Steve could clearly feel that Tony did not harbor any intent to kill. If Tony could just hit him once, Steve would accept it. Bucky had the same thought. So the two of them positioned themselves to just take the hits without fighting back. As Tony struck, he felt a sense of satisfaction inside. He had long been displeased with this old popsicle who always pretended to be high and mighty in front of him, assuming a posture of an elder. Now he finally had the upper hand. Let's see how well I can deal with you. Tony unleashed all the martial arts techniques he had mastered on the two of them. He struck them for a full 150 minutes. Only when the two were unable to stand did Tony finally relent. He left with a parting remark: "Remember to repent at my parents' graves." Garen, who had been watching the entire performance, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Where did Tony learn this from? Such a sly character. Sitting beside her, the equally engrossed Ancient One took a sip of tea and replied calmly. "Do we even need to say, oh, old bald head, I suggest you speak directly if you have something to say." Garen raised her hand, intending to give Ancient One a light tap on the head. But Ancient One anticipated the move and dodged it early. Seeing that Garen wanted to continue, Ancient One quickly spoke up, changing the subject. "In preparing to retire." "Moi." Garen reacted and finally understood her meaning. "Is it Tony or Strange?" Ancient One shook her head. "Tony should continue being Iron Man." "So it's Strange then?" Garen said, her interest waning. "How do you plan to train him?" "Very simply, Dormammu." Ancient One said casually, as if Dormammu were just a minor character. "Haha, you really are something." Garen had to admire Ancient One, as she was indeed tough on her own disciple. After taking another sip of tea, Ancient One stood up, and a portal appeared as she stepped inside. Garen could see on the other side Strange was leisurely driving home. She watched as Ancient One raised her hand with a wave. A magical energy struck the vehicle squarely, causing it to skid and fly over the guardrail. Ancient One took a step back and raised her hand to close the portal. "Is it done?" Garen curiously looked again. Tisk, at this moment Strange looked like a pitiful man. Ancient One sat down again and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's done." "How can you be sure that he will injure his hand and not his head?" Garen said with a somewhat wicked smile. "He will definitely injure his hand. Oh, I've practiced it 1460500 times." Ancient One's expression was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Impressive." What could Garen say? She could only give a thumbs up to express her admiration. After finishing a cup of tea, Ancient One returned to Kamartaj, waiting for her disciple to arrive. Before long, Garen received news from her avatar that the confinement was lifted. Garen calculated the time. Everything was still early. She decided to let her avatar continue pretending to be Vision and mingle in the Avengers Tower. However, a few days later, they successfully escaped, which Wanda quietly came to her. "Come with me to a place where no one—" Wanda looked at Vision, Karen's avatar, with eager eyes. Now Karen's avatar felt a bit flustered. Which scene was this? Urgently communicating with her true self for answers. After a moment of standing still, she responded, "No, I can't leave here." "For me, can't you?" Wanda closed the distance, her eyes fixed intently on Vision Karen. Vision Karen felt awkward under her gaze, stammering out, "No, I can't." Yes means yes, no means no. What does I can't mean? Wanda's eyes were serious as she continued to close in, and Vision Karen could clearly feel her breath and heartbeat. Staring at Wanda, who was so close, Vision Karen felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Unsurprisingly, after being continuously transformed by chaos magic, the young witch Wanda was truly beautiful beyond flaw. Without exaggeration, Wanda's admirers could circle the entire United States, starting from the Avengers Tower. Moreover, after spending a long time together, Wanda's personality also pleased Karen immensely. To say she wasn't moved would be an outright lie. But she wasn't prepared for it yet. Just as Vision Karen was lost in thought, Wanda had already taken her hand. "No words, then I'll assume you want to come with me." The next moment, the space shifted. The two figures had already left the Avengers. They arrived in a tranquil countryside. Not far away, Pietro and Quicksilver were smiling. After going through the previous incident, these two had become the best of friends. As the only two speedsters on Earth, they understood each other far too well. Pietro smiled at Vision Karen and spoke first. "I've entrusted my sister to you, so you must treat her well." Vision Karen was a bit speechless. How could Pietro feel at ease leaving his sister with an android? Before Wanda could say anything, Pietro patted Quicksilver on the shoulder. "Let's go, we shouldn't disturb them." Quicksilver nodded, and the two simultaneously entered speed mode, becoming the quick wind, their figures vanishing in an— Wanda felt a surge of frustration. Ever since her brother started mingling with Quicksilver, he had vanished without a trace. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and silent. After a moment, Wanda broke the silence, raising her hand to point at the two-story building before them. "Let's go, from now on this will be our home." As she spoke, she naturally took Vision Karen's hand. Vision Karen did not resist, following the little witch inside without hesitation. Upon entering, it was evident that the house had been meticulously arranged. Since they were here, they decided to settle in. Karen quickly adjusted her mindset and soon embraced her new role. Together with Wanda, they lived a tranquil life in this secluded paradise. This also led Karen to miss the dramatic clashes between Ancient One, Doctor Strange, and Dormammu. When Strange inherited the title of Supreme Sorcerer and wished to visit Karen, the strongest being in the entire dimension, as per Ancient Ones, well, he could not locate her anywhere. Doctor Strange was deeply concerned, wondering if Karen refused to acknowledge his existence. But the truth was Karen was simply too preoccupied and indifferent to other matters. Half a year passed swiftly until Odin's arrival shattered Earth's tranquility once more. Although reluctant to leave her comfort, Karen appeared beside Odin without delay. "You are going to Valhalla," Odin sighed softly. "Yes. I entrust everything to you." Karen understood Odin's meaning and nodded, gently remaining silent. "Can you tell me how far those two children will go?" Odin gazed into the distance with a voice heavy with experience. Karen waved her hand, revealing two paths of fate before Odin's eyes. Odin's one eye fixed intently on the two destinies. After a long while, he burst into hearty laughter. "Very well." At that moment, Karen's figure faded away. The instant Karen vanished, Thor and Loki appeared behind Odin. "Father," Thor called out. Odin turned, his gaze tenderly resting on Thor and Loki. "My children, you have come. Father, please come back with us. Asgard needs you." Thor's tone was calmer than usual, perhaps sensing Odin's unusual state. Odin did not answer, Thor still looking upon Thor and Loki with affection. "What I am about to say is important. Before you two, I had another daughter, Hela." Speaking of Hela, Odin's eyes were filled with nostalgia. She resembled my younger self, equally fierce and proud. Yet her ambition far surpassed mine. To prevent her from treading my old path, I chose to seal her away. Hearing this, Thor and Loki's hearts tightened simultaneously. "Father," Thor and Loki stepped forward together to support Odin. "Good children, you are my greatest pride in this life. Remember to take good care of your mother." Odin patted their hands, his body gradually transforming into a golden shower of light before vanishing. "Father," Thor and Loki cried out in grief. At that moment, a deep green spatial rift opened not far from them. Thor and Loki immediately went into battle stance. From the rift, a deep green figure slowly emerged. "Not going to kneel before your king." "Hela." Thor and Loki recognized their sister. Seeing her demeanor, it was clear that peace was impossible. A battle was inevitable. Thor struck first, hurling his hammer swiftly toward Hela. Yet in the next moment, both Thor and Loki's eyes widened in shock. Thor's hammer, which had never failed him, was effortlessly caught by Hela. Seeing her exert more force, Thor sensed grave. He immediately tried to summon the hammer back, but no matter how he called, it remained unresponsive. With a forceful grip, Hela crushed the hammer with a loud explosion, shattering it into fragments that fell to the ground. "No!" Thor roared in fury, ready to charge at Hela. But Loki knew that without his hammer, Thor stood no chance against her. Loki pulled Thor back with all his strength and called out loudly to Heimdall. Instantly, the Bifrost bridge descended. Hela would never let them leave unchallenged. The next moment, she rushed into the Bifrost, following closely behind Thor and Loki as they teleported toward Asgard. Moments later, the three landed simultaneously. "Form ranks," Thor shouted immediately. A large force of Asgardian soldiers arrived and swiftly prepared for battle. Hela scornfully surveyed the surroundings, summoning a blade in her hand, ready to unleash a slaughter. Thor and Loki braced themselves for a desperate fight. Just before the war erupted, a calm female voice echoed faintly. "What a pity to ruin such a beautiful place." Karen suddenly appeared, facing Hela with her back to Thor and Loki. "Karen!" Thor exclaimed with joy. Loki's reaction mirrored Thor's. With this unfathomably powerful god of light present, Asgard would never fall. Hela, recognizing Karen's divine status, also acknowledged her identity. Since when does a god of light get to speak for Asgard? A sword forged from the night sky instantly appeared before Karen. Hela prepared to pierce Karen with a deadly strike. Yet the night sky sword swiftly flew back, impaling Hela and dragging her through the air to be pinned against the wall. Before Hela could react, Karen stood before her, her sharp gaze towering over Hela. "My rules are absolute, understood." At the same moment, an overwhelming pressure capable of destroying the entire universe descended instantly. Boom! Hela felt an imposing presence enter her mind, her soul instantly bowing beneath it. Under that piercing gaze, an unprecedented terror gripped her heart. She knew if she dared to resist, she would vanish. Seeing Hela subdued, Karen nodded with satisfaction and patted her head. "Your hairstyle is ugly. Don't show it off again. Understand?" Karen's smiling eyes unnerved Hela, who instinctively nodded. "Good girl." Karen glanced at Thor and Loki. "Your father is gone. Take good care of Asgard together with your sister." Thor and Loki nodded earnestly. The next moment, Karen's figure vanished. She was not afraid that Hela would massacre Asgard after her departure. Unless Hela possessed mental strength rivaling multiversal levels to break Karen's suppression, she would live her life in the shadow Karen cast, daring not to act rashly. After Karen left, Loki immediately helped Hela to her feet. "Sister, you have witnessed the god of light's power. With father gone, it's best we heed her advice." After speaking, Loki looked toward Thor and winked. "Come on, pay respects to Lady Sister." Though Thor was furious that Hela crushed his hammer, he understood their vast power gap. There was no choice but to endure for now. Thus Asgard's awkward ruling council was born under Loki's mediation. On Earth, Karen watched all this with satisfaction. Loki, whom she had trusted from the start, truly lived up to expectations. It was a pity Odin ignored her and passed the throne to Loki. With such a hidden powerhouse backing Asgard, what concern was there left for her? Time flowed as peacefully as water. Karen and Wanda's little life was vibrant and colorful. By now, Karen had basically accepted Wanda's presence. What was lacking was just a formal opportunity for confession. However, Karen feared that the little witch might not be able to accept the reality. That would be troublesome. Therefore, Karen had cautiously hinted more than once, inquiring about Wanda's true feelings. Yet Wanda's answers were always so ambiguous. Even with mind reading, her heart remained uncertain. This made Karen somewhat frantic. In the depths of the universe on board the Sanctuary, Thanos sat high upon his throne wearing the Infinity Gauntlet embedded with the Reality Stone, Power Stone, Space Stone, and Soul Stone. How did the Space Stone and Infinity Gauntlet come to be? Naturally, Thanos, upon learning of Odin's fall, immediately hired an intergalactic thief to stealthily steal them from Odin's treasury. As for the Soul Stone, Thanos did employ some underhanded tactics. After capturing Gamora, who had strayed from her mission, he exploited her feelings for Nebula to force her to reveal the location of the Soul Stone before sacrificing her. Now only 2 more stones remained for Thanos' grand scheme. Coincidentally, those 2 stones were both located on Earth. Through intelligence, Thanos learned that although Earth had lost the guardianship of Odin and the Ancient One, there was likely still another powerful presence silently protecting it. But having already collected 4 Infinity Stones, how could Thanos possibly give up? After much deliberation and calculation, he decided to launch an attack on Earth. After meticulous planning led by the Celestial, Thanos' army would mount a direct assault on Earth to distract and divide the internal forces. Meanwhile, Thanos would use the Space Stone to lead Black Dwarf Corvus Glaive Proxima Midnight and Ebony Maw to infiltrate Earth's interior and seize the Time Stone and Mind Stone. Just as Thanos' army was gathering, the Guardians of the Galaxy had already arrived on Earth ahead of them. After Rocket and Star-Lord's futile search for Gamora, they learned through the escaped Nebula about Thanos' terrifying plan and received the news that Gamora had fallen at Thanos' hands. They came not only to protect the remaining 2 Infinity Stones, but also to avenge the deceased Gamora. Upon the Guardians' ship entering Earth's atmosphere, it was immediately spotted by Tony. With a cautious attitude, Tony quickly dispatched Iron Legion to surround the ship. Both sides established communication. Are you the Guardians of Earth? Sort of. This place doesn't welcome aliens, so please leave immediately. Tony's words were quite blunt. Hey, be a little polite. Rocket's temper flared. They came to protect Earth, yet were driven away by the locals. What kind of logic? At the moment when tensions rose between both sides, a streak of light shot across and landed in the middle of the scene. It was Captain Marvel, who had learned through her channels about Thanos' impending attack on Earth. So she had hurried back. Thanos is coming soon, Captain Marvel said, coolly looking at Tony. Thanos? Tony asked in confusion. The infamous cosmic tyrant who randomly slaughters half the life on each planet he visits. Rocket spoke the most terrifying words in the most casual tone. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately sensed trouble. How could such a madman exist in the universe? He has another purpose for coming here, which is to seize the last 2 Infinity Stones that may exist on Earth. Our aim is to protect them from being taken by Thanos, otherwise half of the life in the universe may be randomly erased, Star-Lord added in a serious tone. Hearing the mention of the Infinity Stones, Tony immediately thought of the Mind Stone on Ultron's forehead, and the Time Stone that his disciple Strange had inherited from the Eye of Agamotto. Could it be that they were referring to those 2? Regardless, Tony had figured out the Guardians' purpose and realized they were not enemies. At this moment, the top priority was to gather all possible forces to defend Earth and protect the Infinity Stones. Due to Karen's intermittent disappearances, Tony subconsciously overlooked her presence. After settling the Guardians in the Avengers Tower, Tony immediately contacted Steve, who was currently hiding in Wakanda, and informed him of the seriousness of the situation. Steve was also taken aback upon receiving the news. A cosmic madman was coming to Earth to slaughter half the population and seize the Infinity Stones. He could not sit idly by. Steve turned around and informed T'Challa, the current king of Wakanda, about the situation. T'Challa hesitated briefly but decided not to conceal Wakanda's strength any longer and sent troops to support the war. Meanwhile, Tony took it upon himself to go to Shuri. After explaining the situation to the upper echelons of Shuri, they unhesitatingly chose to join the fight, immediately recalling all mutants to form a resistance army, led directly by Apocalypse and Professor X. Next, Tony and Steve began to rush around using their respective influence to gather all available forces. This naturally included another powerful hidden force, Kamartaj. However, Kamartaj was also tasked with fending off the dimensional demons and could not fully commit to the battle. Then there were various extraordinary organizations on Earth such as S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion, the Ten Rings. In the Triskelion, Zheng Xian was sitting across from Karen's Dongjun avatar. Lord Dongjun, can Earth weather this calamity? With hearts divided, it's difficult. The Dongjun avatar glanced around. Although various organizations from different countries claimed they would do their utmost, they clearly had no intention of uniting. It was evident they planned to fight separately, but how much fighting power could they truly exert on the battlefield if they were so scattered? Upon hearing the Dongjun avatar's words, Zheng Xian also sighed deeply. There was nothing to be done. Although everyone knew a strong enemy was imminent, they did not know how strong the enemy truly was. Zheng Xian also attempted to contact Tony and the others, hoping to unite forces to resist the enemy, but the response he received was not ideal. Zheng Xian sighed and stood up to prepare for battle. The Dongjun avatar gazed into the distance. At this moment in the universe, Thanos' army had already crossed the wormhole. Clearly for this operation, Thanos had pulled out all the stops, preparing to accomplish everything in one go. On Earth, people quickly discovered Thanos' army spreading out, filling the starry skies. Earth's military, equipped for space combat, swiftly flew from various directions to face Thanos' army. When the two forces met, there was nothing to say. It was a battle. Intense gunfire erupted, lights exploded in the starry sky, and a grim atmosphere spread instantly. The fiercest fighting was led by the armies of Shuri and Wakanda. They transformed into two sharp blades ruthlessly reaping Thanos' army. However, just as the Dongjun Avatar had said, with hearts divided and fighting separately, many extraordinary organizations had already lost numerous experts shortly after the war began. On Earth, they were all beings capable of commanding the winds and rains, yet they fell in the chaotic battles among the stars. Thanos watched as his underlings fell in droves, showing no sign of pity. Turning to his right-hand man, the Celestial who was issuing commands, he said, "I'll leave this to you." The Celestial nodded seriously. "Leave it to me." Thanos raised his hand slightly, and a blue portal opened instantly. Thanos entered first, followed closely by Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Black Dwarf. The 5 members of Thanos stepped through the portal, arriving at the New York Sanctum where Doctor Strange resided. At this moment, only Strange remained in the Sanctum, but upon seeing Thanos and his companions, there was not a trace of surprise on his face. With a slight smile, he immediately began to cast spells as countless duplicates surrounded the 5. The scarlet chains of Sidorak were hurled from the hands of the many Doctor Stranges. Thanos sneered disdainfully. The gems in his hand glowed brightly, instantly dissipating all the chains and duplicates. Doctor Strange was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Ebony Maw seized the opportunity, releasing his telekinetic power. The wall quickly enveloped Doctor Strange, rendering him immobile. Thanos approached Strange, raising his hand to grasp the Eye of Agamotto hanging around Strange's neck. Sizzle! A strong burning sensation surged, forcing Thanos to immediately release his grip. It turned out that the gem contained a seal left by the Ancient One, blocking Thanos' attempt to take it. Thanos summoned the energies of the 4 gems and reached out again. Bang! With a crisp sound, he successfully grasped the Eye of Agamotto. With a slight tug, he instantly ripped the Eye of Agamotto from its place. Thanos gazed at the composed Doctor Strange, suddenly intrigued. "Aren't you going to resist any further?" "No matter how I resist, I am no match for you. It's better to let you take it you want." Strange's words were understated, yet extremely certain. "Haha, it seems the Time Stone has led you to make the wisest choice." Thanos genuinely began to appreciate Doctor Strange, but unfortunately, they would only ever be enemies. With a slight pressure, he pried the Time Stone hidden within the Eye of Agamotto. Thanos hung the now empty Eye of Agamotto back around Doctor Strange's neck and turned to leave. "My Lord Thanos, shall I?" Ebony Maw was eager to finish off Doctor Strange, but was rejected by Thanos' raised hand. The pale blue portal opened again, with Thanos entering first. The Black Order immediately followed. In front of the New York Sanctum, only Doctor Strange remained, wearing a mysterious smile. The 5 of Thanos had already arrived in Wakanda. The last Soul Stone was right here, and with the combined efforts of Shuri, Tony, and Banner, it had successfully detached from Vision's Karen's forehead. The Avengers and the Guardians of the Galaxy left behind to guard the stone immediately noticed Thanos' arrival. Star-Lord's eyes reddened upon seeing Thanos. "I want you to bury Gamora with you." With Star-Lord's roar, the Guardians of the Galaxy took the lead and charged at Thanos, and Thanos waved his hand at Ebony Maw and the others, and the General of the Black Order and the Dark Nebula charged out to confront the aggressively approaching Guardians. Tony and Steve exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. Only by completely defeating Thanos could this crisis come to an end. Just as the two made their move, Captain Marvel had already dashed out ahead of them. "Thanos, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." In binary mode, she unleashed her full firepower. Carol appeared before Thanos in an instant, launching a straightforward punch aimed at his head. Thanos reacted immediately, the Power Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet glowing brightly. A punch infused with purple energy was launched. Boom! Carol came quickly and left even faster. She was directly sent flying by Thanos' full-strength punch, disappearing into the sky. Everyone else felt embarrassed for Carol. After just one round, she vanished without a trace. Oh, why did she rush and so Vision Karen, who stayed at the back watching the show, couldn't help but laugh, only to be met with a divine hand from Scarlet Witch. "Hey, what are you doing?" "No laughing aloud. Is that your business? Don't you see the current situation?" Wanda was somewhat speechless. Ever since they became familiar, Vision had become more and more unruly. At times, Wanda even doubted if his intelligence system had malfunctioned. Fortunately, after repeated confirmations from Tony and Banner, Wanda finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, the Avengers had already charged out to battle Thanos. Tony and Rhodey's heavy firepower combo directly entangled Ebony Maw's large area OE, preventing him from using telekinesis to launch widespread attacks on the others. Banner transformed into Hulk and lunged at Thanos. Thanos looked at the green giant charging at him, showing no fear. He hadn't had a thrilling battle in a while, and this green behemoth was a good opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two collided repeatedly. Without using the Power Stone, Thanos was surprisingly evenly matched with Hulk, which further ignited Hulk's fighting spirit. Roar. Hulk let out a roar, completely entering a berserk state. Completely giving up defense, he furiously exchanged blows with Thanos. Vision Karen, tasked with distracting Black Dwarf alongside Wanda, Hawkeye, and Natasha, felt that something was off about this scenario. Wasn't Thanos supposed to dominate Hulk? Why had it turned into a mutual brawl? As Karen pondered, the Power Stone on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet suddenly glowed. Then Thanos unleashed his signature move, the Military Fist. The once evenly matched pair suddenly found the tides turned. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk was caught in a flurry of military punches, leaving him dazed. Finally, Thanos lifted Hulk high and slammed him down onto the ground. Boom! The tremendous impact created a shockwave of energy. Hulk was completely knocked out. Wanda wanted to rush in and save Hulk immediately, but was pulled back by Vision Karen. "You're still not his match right now, but I still want to save him. Wanda was genuinely angered by Vision's actions, shaking off his arm and charging straight ahead. Gathering her magical energy, she only made it halfway before tripping over the broken bricks beneath her feet, interrupting her spellcasting. Fortunately, Vision appeared just in time to catch her, otherwise she would have fallen hard. Wanda felt so embarrassed she wanted to. At this moment, the others had already charged towards Thanos under Steve's leadership. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and Thor appeared beside everyone. However, Thor looked noticeably rounder than before. The others looked at him in astonishment. What happened to you? Steve leaned closer to Thor. He missed his hammer too much, so you know. Loki appeared laughing as he explained. Get out of the way, let me deal with this thief. Thor angrily shoved Loki aside and charged at Thanos. Clearly Asgard had noticed that their treasury had been robbed. Thanos stepped on Hulk, looking down at Thor. As Thor's fist was about to touch him, Thanos made his move. With a punch, Thor was sent flying, landing in a peaceful slumber. Loki looked at his elder brother, shaking his head with a bitter smile, feeling speechless. Just as Steve was about to leave, Thanos had lost his patience. The power of the Reality Stone swept through the surroundings, turning all the superheroes into puppets unable to move a muscle. The pale blue portal opened once more. Using the special sensing ability of the gems, Thanos accurately located the final Soul Stone's position. Extending his hand, Thanos firmly grasped the Soul Stone, seamlessly embedding it into the Infinity Gauntlet, as a surge of energy instantly filled Thanos' body. Thanos slowly raised his arm adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. He turned to look at the Earth heroes transformed into puppets, revealing a satisfied smile. I am the Destined One. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible energy instantly swept across the entire universe. Kal-El immediately shielded the little witch beside her. This happened just as the others were still trying to comprehend what Thanos had quietly retreated with his subordinates. In the next moment, starting with the little spider, several superheroes began to slowly dissipate. Tony rushed over first, grabbing the little spider's hand. Parker, you take care of Aunt May for me. With those words, the little spider completely vanished before Tony's eyes. On the Guardians of the Galaxy side, Rocket looked bewilderedly at his teammates. Guys. But before he could ask anything, Star-Lord, Groot, Drax, and Mantis vanished one after another. No. Rocket's eyes were filled with terror as he raised his paw, as if trying to grab something. Meanwhile, from the Avengers, Pietro, Bucky, T'Challa, and others also disappeared at the same moment. Wanda witnessed her brother disappearing before her eyes, and she fell into a state of despair. Scarlet energy surged, constantly impacting in all directions. Calm down, Wanda. To prevent Wanda from going berserk and harming others, Kal-El knocked her out immediately. At this moment, Steve and the others were all stunned. The change came too fast for everyone to accept. They stood frozen for a long time. Steve was the first to rush to the grieving Tony, forcefully pulling him up. That kid. Tony felt an indescribable guilt inside him. Tony, pull yourself together. Steve gently patted Tony's shoulder. The same scene was occurring across the universe. One moment families and friends were laughing together, and the next they had no one could accept this. Although Thanos' army had retreated, the atmosphere of sorrow continued to spread. Randomly erasing half of life was what Thanos had accomplished. His ideal was also completely fulfilled. Without any hesitation, Thanos returned and disbanded his army. Back on the retirement planet he had found, Thanos chose to destroy all the Infinity Stones to bring peace back to the universe. Meanwhile, the remaining Avengers were still desperately searching for a way to remedy it. Tony and Steve visited Colin's estate more than once, hoping to ask for her help, but they had yet to see Colin's figure. Rocket, who had never given up, quickly pinpointed Thanos' location through energy coordinates. The Avengers regrouped and set off once again. This time, they were not only seeking revenge, but also preparing to reclaim half of the lives in the universe. They quickly located Thanos based on the coordinates. Wanda charged ahead, and the Little Witch used her magical energy to instantly restrain Thanos. Captain Marvel accelerated and snatched the gauntlet from Thanos' hand. Seeing that there were no Infinity Stones on the gauntlet, Thor raised his newly acquired weapon, the Stormbreaker, and pressed it against. Where are the stones? I have already used the power of the stones to destroy them. Thanos' words chilled everyone's hearts. You're lying. Thor did not believe Thanos' nonsense. No, Thanos can do anything, but he won't lie. Nebula's voice floated in from the back. Die. Upon hearing this, Wanda completely lost control of her murder. The scarlet energy surged, tearing Thanos into shreds in an instant. Wanda then burst into tears. Vision, Colin, who was beside Wanda, hurried to comfort her. Don't cry, we'll definitely find a way. Wanda ignored her and continued to cry in despair. Colin felt her heart nearly break watching this. After several deep breaths, Colin decided this scene should end here for now. After everyone returned to Earth, Colin focused her thoughts and pulled Ant-Man out from the quantum realm. Ant-Man was bewildered at first, wondering where Hope. Once he reached the street and saw missing person posters everywhere, he quickly figured out the situation. Had he really been gone for less than half an hour, and such a huge event had occurred on Earth? Confused, Ant-Man arrived at the Avengers base and recounted his experience. Wait, you said you were only gone for half an hour? Tony immediately seized on this crucial point. Yes, my suit has a timer, can you check it? Scott explained, enlarging the suit and presenting it to Tony. Tony had naturally studied Ant-Man's suit before. Soon he confirmed that Scott was indeed telling the truth. Following that, he had a crazy idea. Tony candidly shared his thoughts, which deeply shocked the other Avengers. Traveling through time and space, is that really Steve rested his chin in his hand, pondering seriously. Perhaps it really is feasible. As long as we find precise temporal coordinates within the quantum realm, we might actually achieve time travel. Scott recalled his experiences in the quantum realm, his eyes growing brighter as he spoke. Since they had a preliminary idea, everyone naturally began to take action. With continuous psychological prompts from Kal-El, Tony Banner, and the assisting Hulk were particularly insightful. An experiment almost impossible for humanity to complete was surprisingly finished under the three of them's intense testing for 2.5 days. Great, next is to go to various temporal points to obtain the Infinity Stones, and then, snap. Tony snapped his fingers with a smile. During this time it was the first time he had laughed so heartily. The Avengers sorted through the data and soon determined the specific times at which the stones existed. Everyone split into several teams to retrieve the stones from different timelines. Tony, Steve, Ant-Man, and Banner went to New York during the battle against time to get the Mind, Space, and Time Stones. Rhodey and Nebula went to Morag to get the Power Stone ahead of Star-Lord. Thor and Rocket headed to the time when the Dark Elves invaded Asgard to get the Reality Stone. The last Soul Stone was to be retrieved by Vision, Colin, and Wanda. Hawkeye, Natasha, and Captain Marvel stayed behind. With everything ready, everyone arrived at the teleportation platform and set off immediately. After a brief temporal transfer, Colin and Wanda appeared directly on Vormer. The Red Skull, transformed into the guide, appeared immediately. However, something strange happened facing the two. He could only read their names and was completely ignorant of everything else. To the Red Skull, this was an incredible thing, but he still pretended to be calm and spoke. Wanda, Maximoff, Vision, well, cut the nonsense, we're here to get the Soul Stone. Colin had no interest in listening to his rambling. The Red Skull visibly choked for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. The method to obtain the Soul Stone is very simple. Just sacrifice the soul of someone you love dearly, and it will naturally come to you. The Red Skull set his tone, carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing his words, the little witch went berserk. Are you looking for death? As she roared, scarlet energy violently surged forth, crushing the Red Skull into pieces. Colin, watching from the side, was left speechless. Why provoke her? Let's go, we need to get the Soul Stone. With a majestic wave of her hand, the little witch, who had already grasped a portion of chaotic power, disregarded any so-called. The two arrived at the edge of a cliff, scanning for the Soul Stone, but finding no trace of it. Show yourself. The little witch cast spells, unleashing chaotic energy downward. The Soul Stone, which was initially prepared to watch, was thrown into disarray. Who was this madman? Did they want to destroy it? Boom, boom, boom. The chaotic power kept crashing down, and the entire planet was at risk of collapsing at any moment. The Soul Stone was thoroughly frightened. Reluctantly, it floated before Wanda, flickering a few times. Wanda grabbed it in her hand and turned to Colin, shaking it with a smile. I got it. Awesome, awesome. Colin was a bit speechless, guessing the Soul Stone itself, had never anticipated it would be obtained in such a violent manner. Let's go back. Wanda naturally took Colin's hand, preparing to activate the teleportation. Wait. Colin spoke to stop her movement. Did you realize it a long time ago? Colin's question seemed a bit out of context, but Wanda understood. What are you planning to come? All right. Colin said, slowly revealing her true appearance. She should have guessed that Wanda, who had already grasped a part of chaotic power due to her influence, had seen through her unintentional disguise long ago. I knew it was you. Wanda revealed a satisfied smile. That's right, now that it's out in the open, can you still accept this? Colin was prepared for a calm confrontation. No, you lied to me. Wanda's expression suddenly became serious. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Colin was at a loss for words, calmly staring into Wanda's eyes. After a long time, Wanda burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, were you scared? No. Colin would not admit that she had been slightly flustered for that thousandth of a second. Let's go. Wanda once again naturally took Colin's hand. In the next moment, the two entered a time tunnel and vanished. When they reappeared, they saw everyone holding their respectives. Aunt Colin, why are you with Wanda? Where's Vision? Tony looked at the two holding hands with a strange expression. The others also cast inquiring glances. Don't ask. Colin waved her hand dismissively, not wanting to explain. Raising her hand, several stones flew into her grasp. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, invisible waves instantly swept across the universe. Colin tossed the 6 stones aside, casually glancing at Nebula, who had stepped back into the crowd. Ding ding ding. Hawkeye's phone rang first, and he excitedly ran to the side to answer it. Soon after, Tony's phone rang as well. It was a call from the little spider, and Tony quickly moved aside. This seemed to be a signal. The Avengers received messages from their comrades and family. Wanda also reunited with her. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, Nebula had quietly arrived at the time machine, setting the temporal coordinates to 2. Bang! The ceiling of the Avengers base was suddenly smashed by something. Following that, a series of explosions erupted. The Avengers base was almost instantly leveled. Fortunately, Colin acted swiftly to shield everyone. Otherwise, this sudden assault would have seriously injured most of the Avengers, if not killed them. What happened? Tony quickly donned his armor and looked up at the sky. At that moment, the sky was filled with Thanos. Steve stared at the sky and couldn't help but curse. Fuck. Thanos stepped down from his warship, facing everyone with an extremely angry smile. You did well. Obviously, he already knew everything that had happened to him in the future. Thor immediately wanted to charge forward and confront Thanos, but he was held back by Tony. Our reinforcements are on their way. Just as Tony's voice fell, countless portals opened. Returning superheroes, the masters of the mystic arts, the Wakandan army, the mutant legion, and the human coalition all emerged from the spatial passages. Strange floated to Tony's side. How long has it been? Just as long as you said at the beginning. Tony nodded with a smile, and the two exchanged a smile that only they could understand. The coalition stood in confrontation. Black Panther shouted the slogan. I see the guards. In the next moment, the Wakandan warriors shouted in unison. This shout completely sounded the horn of war. The Wakandan army launched a full-scale attack, and other legions also charged at Thanos' army at this moment. The Avengers who were confronting Thanos also moved at this moment. Faced with Thanos, who only had a tyrant's sword, they did not believe they would lose again this time. As soon as the battle began, it entered a state of white heat. Thanos led the Black Order in a crazy clash with the Avengers. Tony, Steve, Thor, and Captain Marvel teamed up to fight Thanos, who immediately fell into a disadvantage. Thor's axe seized the opportunity and relentlessly chopped at Thanos' head. Perhaps it was to make up for the regret of having his head stolen by Wanda. Tony and Steve mostly played a role in maneuvering and restraining. The other Avengers and the arriving mutants were responsible for dealing with the remaining members of the Black Order. Among them, the most troublesome was the supergiant, whose mental powers penetrated everywhere. Fortunately, at this moment, Professor X and Jean made their move, successfully restraining the supergiant with their powerful mental energy. Just when everyone thought victory was within reach, 5 figures descended from the sky, surprising everyone when they recognized it was none other than the Black Order disbanded by Thanos in this era. Their appearance at this time needed no explanation. With their addition, the battlefield of the superheroes once again fell into a stalemate. The little witch Wanda, having watched the show for a long time, was now ready for her turn. With the unlocked chaotic power, she eliminated the future Ebony Maw, who was preparing to ambush her in one round. With another wave of her hand, the past Ebony Maw instantly turned into a piece of dry wood. Having been smashed by Pietro and Quicksilver, the besieged Thanos realized he could not continue like this. He immediately ordered the aerial battleships to open fire on the ground. This thoroughly disrupted the attack rhythm of the superheroes. Captain Marvel, Iron Man, Storm, and other superheroes capable of aerial combat rushed into the sky to attack the large number of battleships above. Their departure instantly relieved the pressure on Thanos and the others on the ground. Just as Thanos was about to sound the counterattack horn, Kal-El waved her hand, and a time-space passage instantly opened. Clark, Kara, Diana, Shazam, Black Adam, Bruce Wayne, Barry, Victor, and Arthur all surged out. And we are here. Kara rushed forward and hugged one of Kal-El's arms, smiling happily. All right, let's settle the battle first. With a wave of her hand, the Justice League members rushed toward the battlefield. Having previously experienced the Avengers and traversed time to assist in the battle against Darkseid, several of them instantly recalled some memories that had been sealed. Their minds became much clearer. Clark and Diana naturally targeted Thanos. Under their combined assault, Thanos had no chance to fight back. My goodness. Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Shazam, Black Adam, the Flash, Aquaman, Cyborg, and even Supergirl. The little spider excitedly waved his recording device. Hey bro, what are you recording? Let me see later. Barry quietly approached the little spider from behind, patting his shoulder. Flash, let's take a group photo. The little spider reacted quickly and extended an invitation for a group photo. Barry naturally would not refuse him. At this moment, Aquaman had already rushed to Steve's side, raising his shield and trident. I have one more trident than you. That's really cool. Steve took a breath and gave a thumbs up. Kal-El observed all of this from a distance, nodding with a smile. The superhero brawl was simply too entertaining. The end.